Convenience store groceries slip from his grip, splattering onto the cold ground. Kwon Yong-jin stands frozen, completely ignoring the scattered food as his mind goes blank. Beneath a dark, blood-red sky, a colossal snake-like shadow looms. Trembling in pure terror, the word snake slips from his lips. He feels utterly microscopic, staring up. Is that really a snake? Giant claws dig into a skyscraper, shattering concrete as Kwon Yong-jin stares in absolute horror. Cold sweat pours down as a ferocious dragon bares its razor-sharp teeth, its glowing red eyes locking onto him, like a predator about to strike. Terrified, he spins around to bolt, only to slam hard into an imposing figure. Kwon Yong-jin clutches his forehead and tumbles to the ground, completely dazed. Standing right before him is a towering godlike man with two twin swords strapped to his back. The stranger calmly corrects him, calling the colossal beast a dragon, right before Kwon Yong-jin suddenly jolts, awake from the terrifying nightmare. It was all a dream, with morning sunlight spilling through the window. He rubs his head, groggily, as he sits up. Was that just a crazy dream? Throwing off the blankets, a sudden chill makes him shiver despite the bright sunshine outside. He turns his thermostat up to 37 degrees before tiptoeing into the kitchen to check the rice cooker for any leftovers. Only a tiny scoop of cold, dry rice remains, and the rice bin is completely empty. Kwon Yong-jin sighs heavily, totally at a loss. He scraps the stale rice into a plastic bag, throws it out, and heads to the bathroom to fill the sink with water. While brushing his teeth, he decides he needs to go buy some actual food. Outside, the quiet morning streets are bathed in clear blue sky, a stark contrast to his dark nightmare. Living in a basement apartment, he makes his way up the stairs to head out, carrying a bag of garbage to throw away. Suddenly, a distinct rustling noise catches his attention. A scruffy stray dog is digging through the trash heap, hunting for scraps. Watching the poor stray happily gobble up ancient leftovers, he feels a slight wave of pity mixed with disgust. Shaking it off, he tosses his trash and starts walking, but he can't help looking back at the hungry pup with a sympathetic sigh. Entering the local grocery store, he wanders past the neatly stocked shelves trying to find breakfast. Suddenly, something catches his eye. It is a can of dog food. He picks it up instantly, remembering the stray dog he saw earlier. Checking the price tag, it shows 4,651. Wow, that is pretty pricey. Heading back, he offers a sausage to the dog instead. The dog spins around and eagerly snatches the treat. Kwon Yong-jin gently pats its head, telling it to eat up and stop digging through garbage. He stands up and walks away, leaving the pup completely bewildered. The dog eats half of the sausage before letting it go, staring after him with eyes full of pure gratitude. Meanwhile, the neighborhood is finally waking up with bustling traffic and chatty crowds. Blocked out by the noise, Kwon Yong-jin pulls out his earbuds to play some music. His lock screen lights up with an automated text, wishing him a happy birthday from his phone's service provider. He completely ignores it, walking down the street lost in his music. Under the sunny skies, he arrives at Sampo High School and heads to his classroom, Class 1-3, where someone yells to close the door. The classroom is buzzing with noisy chatter as kids discuss a personality test. One classmate jokes that someone is definitely an ENTP, only to be told to shut up so they can concentrate. Kwon Yong-jin slides past them, still wearing his earphones completely detached, as the gossip shifts. Over in the corner, a group of girls are giggling and whispering about their plans for the day. Someone asks Ji-won where he is going, and he replies that he is headed to Class 5. Another girl asks if he is getting tarot readings. He shakes his head, explaining he is actually seeing a fortune teller today, prompting the others to excitedly beg to tag along. Amidst the loud classroom chatter, a classmate pats his shoulder, wishing him a happy birthday. Kwon Yong-jin dryly thanks him and slips off his earbuds. The girls' chatter grows louder as they debate where to go, with one of them asking where they can even find a decent fortune teller. Another begs for all the juicy details afterward. Kwon Yong-jin glances over, feeling completely exhausted by their noisy, superstitious chatter. They keep rambling, with one girl mentioning her own mother is actually a shaman, prompting the others to ask if she ever goes along with her. She admits it costs 10,000 won per session, which is way too pricey. Hearing this, Kwon Yong-jin can't help but scoff quietly to himself. It is so easy to scam people once you master basic psychology. No wonder fraud is at an all-time high these days. Snapping his earbud case shut, he sighs at how gullible they are, quietly observing the classroom drama unfold from his lonely corner. If destiny is real, shouldn't people born at the exact same hour share the same personality and life path? It makes zero sense. He shakes his head, dismissing the thought. Nearby, the boys finally finish their personality quiz and boast loudly about their results. He rolls his eyes at their empty, loud banter, wondering how they can find such shallow and predictable topics so incredibly fascinating. He sits there looking like he has a million things to say, but chooses silence instead. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the room, followed by a heavy, painful slap on his back. Rubbing his sore shoulder with a grimace, he looks up as a pile of Schoolyard bakery snacks are tossed right onto his desk. His underclassman classmate bows, dramatically presenting the humble bread as a grand birthday gift. He babbles about not knowing what his boss likes, offering the small gesture of respect. Kwon Yong-jin stares at the bread, thoroughly amused. A birthday cake. Why is there bread instead? The guy wearing glasses suddenly grabs the bread and pats his shoulder, saying bread can easily work too. It can double as a birthday cake, you clueless guy. Yong-jin offers the bread, telling everyone to have some, and his two friends gladly accept. They happily thank him, glad to have a free breakfast. Each grabs a piece to eat. Yong-jin then asks if they have anything to wash it down. One friend pulls out a small carton of apple milk. Yong-jin sighs and asks if spending all their money on bread left them completely broke. He ignores their chatter and focuses on his bread. One friend suggests going out for spicy rice cakes right after their school classes are over. The other declines, mentioning he has a family dinner instead. Yong-jin suddenly freezes mid-bite crumbs, still sticking to his lips, and asks for details. So family comes first even on my birthday? His friend just shrugs. Yep, it is the same for his household too. Suddenly, the classroom door swings open and a new face walks right in, looking completely exhausted. The latecomer gloomily wishes Yong-jin a happy birthday. Yong-jin looks up, noting his friend finally made it to school after all. The others tease him for being late and threaten to tell the teacher. But the latecomer warns them about a dream he had of a shattered mirror. He warns everyone to be careful. The trio stare blankly in confusion. He explains that dreaming of shattered glass usually means someone gets hurt. Another classmate immediately complains about hearing bad luck stories first thing in the morning. Yong-jin speaks up, asking if his friend just grinds his teeth at night. The latecomer insists he is being dead serious. He claims his dreams always come true, pointing out his track record from before. He challenges them to a bet since they are so skeptical. Meanwhile, another classmate casually reaches over to grab a slice of bread. The others laugh at how naturally he helps himself to food. The four of them crowd around to eat as the betting talk starts up. Someone suggests a wager of 10,000 won if everyone stays perfectly fine. Another guy standing behind Yong-jin chimed in with his own stake. He says he will pay up 10,000 won if he gets hurt, earning immediate scolding for bringing bad juju. Suddenly, the guy behind him delivers a heavy blow. And get this, as long as Yong-jin gets hurt, they get paid. The sudden strike makes Yong-jin squeeze his milk carton, spraying it everywhere. The others laugh and another boy jumps in to join the beating. He bets that Yong-jin will get injured too. Yong-jin blocks his face in frustration, enduring the cheap shots from his so-called friends. The dreamer quietly turns his back on the chaos. Snapping, Yong-jin stands up in a rage and storms out of the classroom. His friends yell for him to pay up his 10,000 won. But a broomstick suddenly blocks their path, cutting them off instantly. The kid with the broom raises the stakes, demanding 50,000 won if nobody ends up getting hurt at all. The class splits into two rival factions. The blue team bets 10,000 won on injuries while the red team goes for 50,000. They start shouting and challenging each other to a fight. Disgusted by their antics, Yong-jin steps outside and slams the door shut. Walking away from the noisy classroom, he sighs over the drama. But as he turns a corner, he accidentally bumps straight into a girl. Her deck of cards scatters all over the floor. Panicked, Yong-jin immediately drops down to help Hae-soo gather them, offering a quick apology. Hae-soo tells him it is fine, admitting she was distracted. Yong-jin notices the strange deck, picking up the hangman card. Stacking the cards neatly, he hands them back, but she surprisingly grabs his hand instead of the deck. He freezes, staring at her fingers wrapped around his. He awkwardly asks what she is doing, but Hae-soo only blushes. She just blushes in silence. Talk about awkward. Yong-jin frantically scans the hallway to see if anyone is watching them. Finally, she breaks the silence. She asks him with a sweet smile if today is his birthday, leaving him completely caught off guard. He mutters a confused yes, wondering what is going on. But watch how fast she snatches her cards back to start shuffling. She offers to read his fortune and tells him to pick one. Yong-jin can only sigh, showing zero interest in this kind of stuff. She insists he choose just one. As she steps closer, he takes a step back, politely explaining that he is not a fan of tarot. Suddenly, the classroom door flies open. His chaotic classmates spot him and shout out that they found their target brandishing the broomstick. They yell at him to freeze. They want him bruised so they can win their bet. It seems the injury faction won the classroom debate. The guy with the broom chases after him, demanding he halt. Meanwhile, a member of the losing faction cowers in the back, muttering. Seeing the incoming mob, Yong-jin immediately bolts down the hallway. His friends chase after him, shouting his name as bystanders watch in shock. Someone warns that the teacher is coming. Hae-soo watches Yong-jin run away, but her gaze quickly drops to the floor beneath her feet. She notices a single card left behind. Bending down to retrieve it, she flips it over to reveal the grim image of the death card. Her friends call out to her, breaking her train of thought. Staring at the card, she looks worried before masking it with a quick smile. Class finally starts, and the school falls silent. Inside the classroom, students fight a losing battle against sleep as the teacher drones on. Yong-jin sits with his chin in his hand, a pen resting over an almost empty notebook page. His eyes grow heavy. He slowly drifts off. Just as his eyes shut, the teacher announces that class is done for the day, breaking his peaceful slumber. The teacher tells the class that anyone nodding off should stand up and get some fresh air, ordering them to open the windows. Students complain that it is freezing, but the teacher insists on opening them anyway, his loud voice startling Yong-jin awake. He turns to the friend holding a book next to him, asking what page they are on, but gets absolutely no response. Yong-jin tells his friend to pay attention and stop spacing out, but a cheerful mocking voice suddenly calls him a crazy bastard. Just then, Yong-jin spots something terrifying outside. A massive dark shadow is standing right by the classroom window, staring straight inside. He stares back in absolute terror, having no idea what it is as the shadow locks its gaze directly onto him. Staring out, he wonders what that thing is when the teacher suddenly calls him out, demanding to know why he keeps looking. Another student snitches, telling the teacher his name is Yong-jin, prompting the teacher to ask if he would rather go sit out there. He quickly declines and looks back out the window, but the mysterious dark shadow has already vanished without a trace. The teacher points out there is nobody there, leaving Yong-jin highly confused and questioning if his own eyes are playing tricks on him. Looking closer, the teacher asks who is sitting right next to Yong-jin, telling the class to focus, but the classmate remains completely motionless. The teacher warns them that they will fall behind if they do not pay attention, while the other students whisper for him to wake up. Sometime later, the bell finally rings, signaling the end of class, and the students pack up their things and start leaving the room. Yong-jin stands by the exit, staring back at the window where he saw the dark figure, still deeply unsettled by whatever it was. Suddenly, someone sneaks up behind him, whispers birthday, and smacks him hard on the back of the head, making him wince in pain. He turns around, glaring only for the arrogant bully Sihu to smirk and ask if he has got a problem with that. Sihu steps closer, mocking Yong-jin's hairstyle and saying he is embarrassed to even know him, which only makes Yong-jin fume inside. He tells the jerk to screw off in his mind, but Sihu notices his glare and aggressively headbutts him right in the face. Sihu demands to know what is with his attitude, shoving him even harder and challenging him to speak up if he has got the guts. Suddenly, a hand grabs Yong-jin's arm. That sudden pull catches Sihu off guard, making him stumble back in annoyance as Lee Hae-su steps in. "Who do you think you are?" she demands. Linking her arm with Yong-jin, she boldly asks what he thinks he's doing to her boyfriend. Both boys freeze, totally stunned. What? Sihu sputters. He looks at Lee Hae-su in disbelief, asking if she seriously means Yong-jin. Yong-jin stares at her, completely lost. Is this some kind of joke? But she acts totally confident, insisting that it is indeed true. Yong-jin realizes she is the same girl who bumped into him earlier. Meanwhile, Sihu's face twists as he asks if this is really happening. But Lee Hae-su does not care to explain. Sihu snaps, but then bursts into a mocking laugh, gripping Yong-jin's shoulder with painful force. "Well then, I am sorry," Sihu sneers, his smile full of venom. He keeps insulting Yong-jin, calling him a pathetic coward who hides behind girls. Yong-jin's face turns dark with anger, but Sihu does not know when to stop pushing things even further with another cheap shot. He calls him a parentless loser. That's the final straw. With her final muttered insult, Sihu laughs and walks away. Lee Hae-su immediately asks if he is okay, but Yong-jin pulls his hand away. He demands to know what on earth she was thinking. He reminds her they are not dating. What if that jerk starts spreading rumors? But Lee Hae-su just smiles, saying that would be even better. Yong-jin is utterly confused. Suddenly, Lee Hae-su tugs his sleeve and asks him out. Startled, he pulls back as she looks up with shining eyes. She confesses she likes him, but Yong-jin is not buying it. Deciding she is just playing games, he tells her to stop and walks off. Lee Hae-su watches him leave with deep determination in her eyes. From that day on, her cheerful voice follows Yong-jin everywhere he goes. She pops up constantly. In his classroom, outside the restroom, everywhere. Yong-jin just can't escape her. She even joins his table at lunch, smiling brightly. Later, she leaves a carton of strawberry milk on his desk with a cute note. Seeing the milk, a close friend throws his arm around Yong-jin's shoulder. He eyes the gift suspiciously, asking what secret he is hiding. He demands to know if Yong-jin is secretly dating. Yong-jin immediately denies it, but another classmate suddenly points toward the door. Everyone turns to see Lee Hae-su standing there, waving and calling his name. Yong-jin's face completely freezes in pure, unadulterated annoyance. She keeps following him everywhere, repeating his name like a broken record. Losing his patience, Yong-jin suddenly spins around to confront her. He tells her to stop before he actually loses his temper. Lee Hae-su looks hurt, asking why he has to be so angry. Feeling creeped out, he warns her to stop acting. What is her deal anyway? She just looks down with a sad face. "You like me, I will do better." Annoyed, he snaps. "Cut it out, we are not even dating, okay?" But she keeps repeating that she likes him. He rubs his face in pure frustration. Yong-jin decides to play his final card. Gritting his teeth despite the embarrassment, he continues, "Let us break up. Right now." Having said his piece, he turns and leaves. But Lee Hai-su suddenly puts both hands up to her face. She giggles behind her palms. Sunset approaches. Yong-jin is carrying a bag of groceries he just bought, making his way back from. Kwon Yong-jin walks home from the supermarket staring at his phone. It keeps vibrating with a flood of new notifications. The texts from the group chat are mocking. "Is this fun for you?" Gong Ji-won is strong and Gun finally admits it. The group chat notifications are seriously annoying. Gun-ho replies to Gun and Min-woo agrees that this guy is just pathetic. They call Gong Ji-won an absolute idiot. Feeling helpless, Kwon Yong-jin aggressively types back that is not true. But after sending it, he looks up from his screen and notices something. Right across the street, a small white dog is still sitting. It is right there by the trash. Kwon Yong-jin freezes staring. He sighs, wondering if it is the same dog from this morning. Is it seriously still waiting here? He walks past it and heads home, typing the passcode at his front door. Suddenly, he glances at the sky as dark clouds gather. Stepping inside, he closes the door and drops his groceries on the floor. He sheds his jacket and looks out the window. Outside, a heavy downpour begins, rain streaming down the glass. The rain pours harder. Guilt gets the best of Kwon Yong-jin, and he actually brings the wet dog inside to dry off. The dog shakes its fur, splashing water everywhere. It gives him a quick look before running straight to the bedroom. It hops right onto his bed. Kwon Yong-jin sighs. "You are already making yourself at home," but he cannot help but smile. He sets down a bowl of water and a sausage. Since the dog does not move, he asks if it dislikes the food. Before he can finish, the little pup is already drinking happily. Kwon Yong-jin mutters, "Well, look at you go." The dog walks over, sniffs him, and gently pats his leg. Realizing it is safe, it gets bolder, stepping right up. It climbs right into his lap, curling up comfortably. Kwon Yong-jin stares in shock. Suddenly, the dog starts scratching at his chest. One paw is not enough, so it uses both paws to scratch him. Hey, Kwon Yong-jin complains, totally annoyed. He pushes it off, grumbling. "What are you doing? I am exhausted today." But then the dog stares outside. Kwon Yong-jin asks if there is something out there, but he sees absolutely nothing. Suddenly, the doorbell starts ringing out of nowhere. The dog starts growling and barking. Shushing it, Kwon Yong-jin raises his hand to tell the pup to keep quiet. The dog keeps growling. He checks his watch. It is already past 9 p.m. Who on earth is visiting this late? The ringing gets faster, desperate. He peers through the peephole, but it is pitch black outside. Then a voice calls out, "Kwon Yong-jin, it is me." He jumps back, startled. Panic rising, he calls out, asking who on earth is out there. "What do you mean who? It is me, Lee Hae-soo." Hearing that name, Kwon Yong-jin feels a deep dread settle in. He swings the door open to find her completely drenched. He freezes. "How do you even know where I live?" She brushes her wet hair back, saying she did some digging. Kwon Yong-jin is stunned. Then he notices her soaked transparent shirt. Blushing, he slams the door shut, telling her to wait before tossing her a clean towel and an umbrella. Outside under the rain, Lee Hae-soo inches closer, pleading to share an umbrella because she is shivering. He throws his jacket at her instead. "How did you find my place anyway?" She casually admits to following him. Kwon Yong-jin is completely stunned. "What, are you crazy?" She blushes, silent, prompting him to snap at her to start walking. He demands to know why she is doing this. Under the pouring rain, he tells her to stop being so reckless. What does she actually want? Lee Hae-soo hesitates before looking up and saying she wants to have him. Kwon Yong-jin stares in complete disbelief. Her eyes are filled with an intense, haunting obsession. He just stands there, totally frozen. He pleads with her to just go home. He thinks she looks terrifying, but then she suddenly offers him money. He stops dead in his tracks. Lee Hae-soo casually holds up her phone, offering 100,000 gold per hour. 100,000 gold. He asks if this is a joke. How does a student even have that kind of cash? She shows him her screen. Her balance is over 11 million. Kwon Yong-jin is absolutely floored by the sheer amount. An inner voice tells him to just go along with it and secure the bag. Kwon Yong-jin snaps back, "You are insane. Have you watched too many movies? What will your parents think?" She calmly says she only did this because he rejected her. A notification pings. Lee Hae-soo sent 100,000 gold. Suddenly, a darker, greedy sigh begins taking over his thoughts. His expression turns cold. Making money like this is shockingly easy, but he is still reeling from the sheer absurdity. 100,000 gold an hour. If his friends find out, they will judge him forever. Is this basically selling himself? That is going way too far. Kwon Yong-jin cools his tone, telling her this is a one-time thing. At school, they act normal. Lee Hae-soo looks up confused, then smiles mischievously. Is he actually afraid of rumors? She casually points out that money is all that matters. Besides, he has no parents to worry about anyway. Kwon Yong-jin instantly freezes. Fine, but Lee Hae-soo reaches her hand out to seal a deal, telling him he has to treat her well. Yong-jin stares in total confusion. Lee Hai-soo cheerfully keeps her hand extended, asking if he thinks her hand is cold. Yong-jin instinctively prepares to reach out and grab it, but he stops himself. He clenches his fist. After a tense silence, Yong-jin coldly tells her to go home. He promises a refund, calls her crazy. Then Yong-jin hands her a neatly folded umbrella. He tells her to take it and go, stopping the nonsense. Lee Hai-soo's mood darkens as she coldly asks if he hates her. She mutters that he's playing hard to get. That makes him freeze. Under the pouring rain, she continues. He stops. What did she say? She calmly repeats that he'll die today, pulling a card from her pocket. Showing him the death card he previously drew, she insists it predicts his end. Yong-jin grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. He tries to tell her to knock it off, but Lee Hai-soo suddenly cuts him off with a loud, furious scream. She stomps her foot, splashing puddle water everywhere as she flies into a rage, telling him that she is completely sick of his attitude. Why must he always hold onto his foolish pride, she snaps. Yong-jin stands there completely stunned, wondering why she is acting so crazy. Shoving the card right into his face, she asks if he is stupid. Finally snapping, Yong-jin loses his temper and yells back. Calling her insane only makes her eyes turn bloodshot with madness as she screams that since he is dying anyway, he should just give in. That terrifying look sends chills down his spine. Before he can react, she violently grabs his wrist and drags him forward. He drops his umbrella and tumbles to the wet ground. Standing in the pouring rain, he groans in pain, asking what she is doing. Her grip is so insanely tight it feels like his bones are crushing. Stunned, he looks down at his reflection in a puddle. Pure horror. Looking at the water, he sees multiple pale hands wrapping around his arm, a complete nightmare coming to life. While he freezes in terror, Lee Hai-soo calls his name. He looks up only to find a swarm of hands clutching him. A shadowy figure with a hidden face looms over him, rasping out a question about her hand being terribly cold. It blames him for not holding her hand, leaving Yong-jin completely paralyzed. He wonders if it is a mask or some sick costume. He is too stunned to move. Beneath those monstrous hands, he notices Lee Hai-soo's actual legs trembling violently. The dark entity suddenly releases its grip, whispering a final chilling plea for him to just hand over his body. 3 seconds. That's all the entity gives him. 1. Yong-jin is just too terrified to make a single sound. 2. Yong-jin spins around and bolts. The shadow opens a single massive eye and watches him run away. The demon glides forward like the wind, relentlessly pursuing him while dragging Lee Hai-soo's limp body along behind it. Terrified, he wonders if this is a nightmare. The monster roars his name, drawing his attention as it raises a massive fist. It slams its fist down, shattering the concrete. Though the blow misses him, the shockwave knocks Yong-jin off his feet. The beast quickly grabs him, whispering that it caught him. But suddenly it slips on a banana peel and tumbles over. Its grip loosens as it falls, yet it keeps muttering that it got him. Yong-jin scrambles to his feet, trembling. Pain surges through his body, but he can't stop. Behind him, the demon pushes itself off the ground to continue the chase. Yong-jin desperately tells himself to wake up from this nightmare, knowing that getting caught will mean certain death. Spotting a narrow alleyway ahead, he darts inside to hide. His heavy, ragged breathing echoes off the damp walls. Leaning against the cold brick to catch his breath, he hopes the beast's massive size will keep it out. He warily looks back into the pitch-black alleyway. It seems completely empty with no sign of the monster anywhere. Trying to calm his racing heart, he slides down the wall, only for a chilling voice to echo from above. It asks if he really thought he could hide. Drops of liquid splash onto his face as he looks up in horror. The creature crawls down from the rooftops. Paralyzed with fear, his legs refuse to move as the beast grunts in frustration. He struggles to stand, but his shaking knees buckle immediately. Collapsing onto the wet ground, he grits his teeth. His legs simply won't cooperate. The monster slowly reaches a massive hand toward his face, calling him a poor boy. Parting its fingers to reveal a glowing red eye, it mocks him, asking if he is ashamed of having no parents. It asks if he hid his pitiful secret from his friends. Tears streaming down his face, Yong-jin desperately screams for help, but the silent city offers no reply, leaving his cries swallowed by the heavy, relentless pouring of the rain. The demon whispers that nobody is coming to save him. Pale, ghostly hands slowly wrap around his trembling shoulders. It coaxes him to stop struggling, offering to take over his miserable life and live it for him. Summoning his final burst of adrenaline, Yong-jin breaks free and bolts. Behind him, the demon reaches out, calling his name. The demon lashes out. It complains about how incredibly stubborn he is, swinging its massive arms to grab him, but its claws only tear up the dirt. The impact shatters the ground, but Kwon Yong-jin keeps sprinting as the beast pursues. It yells that it only wants his body, not his life, crushing stone walls with bare hands while pleading with him. The monster tells him to stay calm, but as the boy pulls ahead, it desperately screams for Kwon Yong-jin to stop. Just then, a bright exit appears. The demon lunges forward with a massive grasping hand. Its fingers snag Kwon Yong-jin, accidentally crushing his arm as fresh blood splatters everywhere, leaving the boy too shocked to even scream. The monster freezes. It stares at its blood-drenched claw in panic while Kwon Yong-jin's vision begins to fade. That hellish voice echoes once more, mocking the boy as he collapses into a growing pool of deep red blood. Gritting its teeth, the beast snaps that everything is ruined now, clutching the dying body in absolute boiling rage. With bloodshot eyes rolling in madness, it lets out an agonizing shriek. It refuses to let its prize escape. The demon screams. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin lies completely motionless, trembling as he wonders if this is the end. He struggles to open his eyes. He reflects on his pathetic, lonely life with absolutely nobody who cares. He remembers the constant bullying and isolation, thinking that dying might actually be better than continuing a life of misery. Suddenly, a bizarre memory flashes before him, making him wonder what is happening as a familiar voice echoes in his mind. The voice warns that people nearby will get hurt. Kwon Yong-jin realizes this terrifying nightmare is completely real. As his life flashes by, the demon looms over his broken form, roughly flipping him over while chanting in desperation. The beast mutters that if it cannot possess him, then it will just have to devour his soul instead. It unhinges its massive jaw to swallow him whole, prompting Kwon Yong-jin to close his eyes and await the inevitable splash. But sudden footsteps splash through the water as the stray white dog he rescued leaps heroically in front of the beast. The demon barely registers the canine before a clean slash tears through its face, slicing its limbs into multiple pieces. The monster shrieks in agony as the small dog transforms into a powerful warrior wielding a massive gleaming blade. Kwon Yong-jin barely manages to peek through his eyelids, spotting a strange figure standing tall to shield him from danger. The long-haired savior with gold earrings flicks the dark demon blood off his blade, muttering a strange ancient blessing. Looking down at the dying boy, Jin offers a warm, gentle smile and softly wishes him a happy birthday. He calls Kwon Yong-jin his descendant right before the boy slips into unconsciousness, still processing those bizarre words of welcome. The mysterious man reaches out. His hand completely blanks out Kwon Yong-jin's vision as the world fades away. He finally wakes up. The room is bright, and he is absolutely drenched in cold, heavy sweat. He wipes his face in disbelief, complaining about the heat while looking at his incredibly sticky, clammy hands. He fumbles around the bed to find his phone, seeing a flood of missed texts from 11:22 p.m. The latest text asks if he died. Kwon Yong-jin scrambles out of bed in total panic. He frantically grabs his clothes, but then he freezes as last night's insane memories flood his mind. He quickly checks his arm to make sure it is still attached, testing his grip by forming a tight fist. Opening and closing his fingers, he breathes a sigh of relief before wondering about the weird girl from yesterday. Her name Lee Hae-soo flashes through his mind just as a loud ringtone suddenly snaps him back to reality. It is his homeroom teacher calling. The scene shifts to the high school courtyard near a grand statue. A nearby janitor grumbles about an annoying machine constantly being unplugged, wondering who keeps messing around with it. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin sprints towards school, desperately wondering if Lee Hae-soo actually showed up for class today. He slips through the gates, wiping his brow under a peaceful blue sky that feels completely normal. Sneaking down the hallway, he looks around warily as other students casually chat about their lunch plans. He spots two of Lee Hae-soo's friends whispering to each other, questioning why she is acting so strangely today. They mention wanting a tarot card reading as Kwon Yong-jin continues to watch them quietly from a safe distance. He carefully peeks inside the classroom. He flinches upon seeing Lee Hae-soo talking normally with her classmates. She seems happy, but then her face suddenly tightens with worry, making Kwon Yong-jin watch her with deep anxiety. He wonders why she looks so completely fine, debating whether he should just confront her about last night. Just then, his classmates sneak up behind him, joking that only a total slacker would show up at lunchtime. School. Back with his friends, they immediately nag him. "Why did you ignore my texts, you punk? I was worried for absolutely nothing." He immediately runs off to find his girlfriend the second he gets to school. What a total player. He quickly tries to defend himself. "No, that is not it." Yong-jin stammers, trying to explain. "It is really not like that. Yesterday, I actually..." But then he spots Lee Hae-soo. Their eyes meet. His friends ask what happened yesterday, but since Yong-jin stays quiet, they start teasing him, calling him a sneaky jerk. Pretending to go home but actually sneaking out to meet his girlfriend. What a liar. Then his two friends stare at him in confusion. He is ducking down low beneath the window frame to hide. One asks what he is doing while both keep laughing and teasing him. Wow, getting so excited just from locking eyes. I am totally not jealous, seriously. Meanwhile, his face turns dark with pure panic. Yong-jin crawls on the floor, desperately trying to avoid the window, while his friend gives him a judgmental look, calling him pathetic. It is the afternoon class now, and the room is quiet. Yong-jin cannot focus on the lesson at all, his mind racing with doubt. He cannot remember. The vivid image of his arm being shredded by that demon still haunts him. He was definitely severely wounded. Looking at his perfectly intact skin, he is completely baffled. He has absolutely no memory of what happened right after. How did he even make it home? That creepy demon mask still flickers in his head. What if this was all a bizarre dream? He carefully pulls out his phone. The notification from Lee Hae-soo is still active, showing a pending transfer of 100,000 won. If the money is not accepted within 3 days, it will be automatically cancelled. The sender can cancel the transfer anytime within that period. Staring at her name on the screen, he hesitates. Should he actually message her and ask about this whole thing? He slides the phone back into his pocket, deciding against it. No, her hands look totally fine today anyway. Yong-jin gazes up at the sky, hoping everything stays peaceful. Cut to the teacher's office, where his homeroom teacher asks with concern, "Are you absolutely sure you are okay?" He quickly reassures her that he is fine and just overslept this morning. She sighs and asks if he has at least eaten anything yet. Yong-jin nods, politely telling her that he has. She tells him to head back to class and go straight home afterward. Hearing this, Yong-jin walks out of the office. He gently closes the door behind him and strolls down the hallway, checking his phone to see it is already 2 p.m. He realizes he basically slept through almost all of his classes today. He opens the exit door and steps outside into the schoolyard. As he is staring down at his phone, Lee Hae-soo suddenly pops her head out, apologizing. He jumps back, letting out a startled yelp. She stammers, explaining she did not mean to scare him. Yong-jin panics, asking if stalking him is her idea of a fun hobby. Lee Hae-soo sheepishly explains she heard from some underclassmen that he was in the teacher's office, so she decided to wait for him. He cuts her off, asking if she can just act normal for once. But then a sudden wave of dread washes over him. She apologizes if she made him uncomfortable. As she brings up yesterday, Yong-jin starts glancing around the deserted area in sheer panic. There is absolutely no one else around. Trembling, he realizes he is completely isolated with her. Yong-jin stiffly suggests moving somewhere else. He tells her they should talk where there are actual crowds, not because he is scared, but because she might attack him. Lee Hae-soo quickly waves her hands, explaining that she was actually possessed by an evil spirit yesterday. Yong-jin looks completely skeptical. She insists it is a very long story. Suddenly, he notices something incredibly off. While she is talking, his eyes wander. She continues apologizing for hurting him, but his attention is fully locked on the giant green runner statue standing right behind her. She is bow-headed and deeply apologetic, but he just lets out a faint grunt, completely distracted by the statue out of place. With a pale face, he points and asks why that thing is standing there. Lee Hae-soo is confused, so he points behind her. That massive statue belongs at the main entrance, yet here it is towering right next to them. Yong-jin stammers that it was not there before. She agrees, but suddenly the giant stone runner begins to shift its weight, and yep, is actually moving. Both scream. The statue charges straight at them. Lee Hae-soo screams for Yong-jin to run, and they both spin around and bolt. Yong-jin yells in panic as the heavy statue chases them across the open schoolyard. Gritting his teeth, he yells at her. "What on earth did you do this time?" She frantically denies it, but he keeps sprinting for his life. "What do you mean it is not you? You did this exact same crazy stuff to me yesterday." Lee Hae-soo begs him to listen. She clasps her hands together, crying out that this is not her fault, but rather a spirit known as a runner ghost. The virgin ghost, watching the statue draw closer, he snaps, telling her to shut up as they run. He glares at the statue, thinking, it is way too fast. At this rate, suddenly Yong-jin spots a basketball cart right in front of him. Getting an idea, he grabs the cart, turns around and pushes it toward the statue, leaving her completely baffled. Yong-jin braces himself, using all his strength to shove the cart full of balls right at the statue. Finally, Yong-jin succeeds. The cart tips over, sending basketballs rolling everywhere. Over that way. The massive statue tilts its cold stone head. Eerie light suddenly flashes in its eyes. Thinking those toy balls would stop it, not a chance. The monster plants its heavy feet and springs high. It vaults clear over everything. Yong-jin can only stare in speechless horror as the thing lands perfectly. They immediately scramble away. Yong-jin swears under his breath while Lee Hae-soo frantically searches her deep school pockets. Pulling out a plastic bag filled with black beans, she rips it open under his confused gaze and hurls them, screaming for it to die. The monster's glowing eyes flash as it effortlessly bats the beans aside. A few bounce back, striking her face and forcing Yong-jin to grab her arm and run. "What on earth are you doing, you absolute idiot?" he snaps, but then suddenly freezes. An open door. "Get out," he yells, slamming the door shut just before it reaches them. They press against the heavy iron gate, waiting in breathless, agonizing silence. They pant heavily, but the giant stone figure stops right at the threshold. For a tense moment, the statue just stands there watching. Drenched in sweat, they watch it slowly turn back inside. Is it actually leaving? Has it finally given up? Yong-jin lets out a ragged, exhausted sigh of relief, but then Lee Hae-soo spots something deeply disturbing. The metal flagpole outside begins to rattle and shake. She frantically points it out. The statue is back. It grips the massive pole in its stone hands. "Is that thing completely insane?" he stammers. Yong-jin desperately searches for an escape and spots a metal cart. Meanwhile, the statue prepares to vault over. It plants the pole firmly into the dirt. Using it like a giant cane, the massive stone body swings up. It actually intends to leap over the high iron barrier. Lee Hai-soo stands frozen paralyzed until Yong-jin screams her name. "Get out of the way," he roars. She scrambles backward just in time as the heavy statue plummets down. It falls like a high jumper, but instead of a soft cushion, it crashes onto the cart Yong-jin positioned. The cart flips wildly, sending the stone figure flying into a pile of rotting garbage. A foul stench fills the air. They pinch their noses in disgust, but the creature immediately springs back up, glaring at him with pure hatred. "We need to run," he warns her. But before they can even take a step, the monster appears right before him. It moves with terrifying speed. Its glowing eyes burn with rage as it lunges, clamping its stone hand around his throat. Lee Hai-soo screams his name in sheer panic. One squeeze of that hand and his neck will snap like a twig. "Stop," she shrieks. As Yong-jin gasps for air, she reaches inside her uniform and pulls out a string of brown beads. The demonic entity snaps its gaze toward her, but she immediately hurls the prayer beads straight at its face. The string snaps mid-air and the beads explode directly against its face, blasting the heavy statue backward and releasing him. It stumbles back, clutching its shattered face while Yong-jin collapses. Lee Hai-soo rushes over asking if he is okay. "Not even close," he groans, pale as paper. They grab each other and scramble away as the statue crawls back up. Leaving the trash bins behind, Yong-jin flicks a lighter, complaining that she should have used those beads much earlier. He looks back and notices a thin trail of smoke rising from her hands. "Are you smoking?" he asks, thoroughly confused. "No, it is incense," she replies simply. When he asks what she is doing, she explains it is a basic exorcism. She starts pulling more spiritual tools from her pockets. He watches in disbelief, asking how she fits all that inside. She pulls out colorful ribbons, tearing them apart. Lee Hai-soo ties one around his wrist, warning him to keep it on. "Do not remove it until midnight," she adds. Yong-jin stares down at his wrist, his face darkening with absolute confusion. "You are seriously weird, you know that," he muttered. She scratches her head, admitting she understands his deep doubts. "Can we talk at school tomorrow?" she asks softly. Yong-jin flatly refuses, taking a step back before pausing to think. "Fine, let us assume yesterday was actual possession and today was just a crazy coincidence," he says, gritting his teeth. "The undeniable truth is that ever since I got mixed up with you, bizarre things keep happening." Lee Hai-soo stays silent. Clearly hurt, she tries to protest that it is not her fault, but he instantly cuts her off. "I appreciate the rescue, but none of this would have happened if you were not around. Let us just stop pretending we know each other." With those harsh words, he turns and walks away, leaving her standing completely alone in the quiet, fading sunset. Back at his apartment door, Yong-jin pauses while typing his passcode. His eyes drift down to the colorful ribbon. Her warning echoes in his mind to keep it on until midnight. Yet, without a second thought, he unties it. He tosses the colorful ribbon straight into the trash can and heads inside, completely dismissing the bizarre warnings of the day, ripping it off. What is she up to now? He throws the colored fabric straight into the trash and heads into the room. The room is pitch black. Yong-jin reaches out and flips the switch. The moment the light turns on, he lets out a startled scream. He sees a dog sitting right on his bed waiting. Yong-jin falls backward in sheer shock, staring at the pup. Suddenly he remembers. Oh right. The dog walks closer and Yong-jin stammers, asking if it's been there all along. The pup sits politely. Yong-jin scratches his head, guessing it must be starving, and puts a plate of sausages on the floor. The dog looks at the sausages with pure disappointment. Meanwhile, Yong-jin lies on his stomach, completely absorbed in his phone. As he scrolls, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes, asking if it's this junk again. In a room with just the two of them, Yong-jin hears the voice demand some actual decent food. His eyes widen in absolute panic as he quickly spins around. He stares suspiciously at the dog, who is sitting there looking completely innocent. He freezes, locked in a tense, staring contest. The pup casually glances back. Yong-jin stiffens as the voice echoes in his ears once more, complaining about the cheap food. It's just him and the dog in this cramped room. Yet the bizarre voice continues, demanding he bring some real delicacies. Dazed, Yong-jin looks around before staring back at his phone, his confusion growing by the second. Then the voice cuts in again. It sighs, admitting it's too hungry to complain, and decides to eat anyway. On screen, Yong-jin is browsing a pet food store. He's trying to order better dog food, but as he scrolls through the listings, the voice tells him to bring it home fast. Yong-jin scrambles to his feet, looking around frantically. Meanwhile, Jin, in his adorable puppy form, quietly turns his head to watch him. The voice echoes again, asking what he's looking for. Yong-jin opens the window, whispering, wondering where on earth that voice is coming from. The voice mocks him, asking if he just finally realized who was speaking. Yong-jin whirls around, staring back into the room. Is it in here, he wonders. Sweating bullets, his tired eyes lock onto the dog, who is practically grinning back at him. After a long, silent staring contest, Yong-jin slowly crouches down, picks up the puppy, and begins inspecting him very closely. He feels around, turning the poor dog over and over to check every inch. But this intense exam quickly annoys Jin. Snapping in anger, the pup explodes, barking at him for being so incredibly rude. Startled, Yong-jin almost drops him. He quickly sets the dog down, backing away to keep a safe distance. Staring at this tiny, harmless-looking creature, Yong-jin is utterly lost. Wait, is this dog actually talking? Talk about an insane plot twist. Sweating profusely, he wonders if this is all a dream. His mind is completely spinning from everything that's happened. Seeing Yong-jin lost in his thoughts for too long, Jin speaks up. He asks if Yong-jin is still in a daze, unable to accept reality. Having his exact thoughts read catches him off guard. Before the boy can even argue, the pup adds that he has been here for a whole day before Yong-jin finally heard him. To prove his point, Jin uses his spiritual power, causing the dresser drawers to rattle loudly before slamming wide open. Clothes and socks fly out, hitting Yong-jin dead in the face. Annoyed, he pulls away his shredded, blood-stained shirt, totally confused. Seeing the mangled, bloody fabric, he throws it away in absolute disgust and lets out a terrified, high-pitched shriek. But in that very second, reality starts sinking in. Pointing to the missing sleeve, Jin asks if he finally remembers yesterday. Horrifying memories suddenly rush back. He remembers that terrifying female demon chasing him down and clamping her jaws right onto his arm. Yong-jin lay there paralyzed in pain as his blood pooled on the wet ground. The demon's glowing eyes hungered for his life. His final memory was her jaws opening wide, ready to swallow him whole. Now the phantom pain still lingers in his mind. Yong-jin tightly grips his left shoulder to make sure his arm is actually still there, completely lost between memory and reality. Jin stands up, reading his mind perfectly. He bluntly asks if Yong-jin is wondering how he's still alive. He explains that he was the one who stopped the monster and saved him. Seeing the boy's clueless face, Jin sighs. He knows it's a lot to process for a regular human. Indeed, the overwhelming information leaves Yong-jin utterly speechless. He sits there mentally asking who he even is anymore. Jin then advises him to call his guardian immediately. Yong-jin is confused, so Jin clarifies, referring to his parents, the ones who gave him life and protect him. He wants to know about the boy's family. But Yong-jin flatly replies that he has no one. Surprised, Jin looks around the room. He asks if his parents are truly gone. Yong-jin gets out of bed, giving a brief dismissive nod of confirmation. Jin presses further, asking if there's any other guardian, but Yong-jin quietly replies that there is absolutely no one left. Watching the boy nonchalantly open a bottle of water, Jin sighs, muttering that this is going to be quite a hassle, yet he realizes this kid must have survived on his own. It seems he chose the right person after all. Meanwhile, Yong-jin mentally groans, completely unable to process this absolute madness when he can't even remember what happened last night. Staring at the boy's back, Jin grumbles, complaining that he saved his life and didn't even get a single thank you. He looks down on the dog, asking if a tiny puppy really saved him from that monster, and if that makes him a monster too. This makes Jin so furious he can barely breathe, coldly asking how he dares to call his own savior a monster. Jin proudly claims he is actually his ancestor. Yong-jin freezes in place, completely stunned. Sweating profusely, he looks down. Is a dog really his ancestor? He can't wrap his head around it. He wonders if he was once a dog. Jin instantly snaps, calling him an absolute idiot while fuming with rage. Jin insists he is no dog. Yong-jin just shrugs. What are you then? The ancestor is losing his mind. Jin explains he is only occupying this physical form, and Yong-jin dully asks if that just means he is possessing a dog. Jin nods, accepting that logic, but Yong-jin quickly shuts him down by saying that basically still makes him a dog. Yong-jin points out that until he finds a human body, he is still a canine, making Jin yell out in frustration. The boy notes that he is just an ancestral ghost, possessing a mutt, which makes Jin frown, realizing the kid actually has a point. Yong-jin gets straight to the point and asks what his ancestor wants, lazily throwing out a few guesses of his own. He asks if he wants some ritual offerings quickly, adding that he is too broke to afford any of that stuff anyway. Yong-jin tells him to find a wealthier relative if he wants expensive gifts, while the little dog silently turns away in disappointment. Ignoring his descendant, Jin paces across the bedsheets, sniffing around and pacing back and forth to search for something. Worried the dog might pee on his bed, Yong-jin points. Go somewhere else. Jin stops, completely offended. Jin stops and immediately plays the pity card, lamenting about how poor and pathetic their family lineage has become. He sighs that nobody else is left, leaving Yong-jin taken aback, wondering if he really is the absolute last of his bloodline. Jin sadly confirms it, turning around to tell the boy from the bottom of his heart that they need to support each other now. Yong-jin asks if the dog plans to stay here, and Jin narrows his eyes, asking where else he is supposed to go. Yong-jin panics. Go sleep outside. He grabs the blanket and quickly tosses the little dog right off the bed. Jin faceplants onto the floor, calling him ungrateful. Yong-jin simply rolls his eyes and ignores him. He tells the dog he has classes to attend and cannot afford any luxury, yet he still pulls out his phone to search for something. He looks up food for the dog while joking that a high-maintenance ancestor demanding gourmet treats is way out of his budget. His words hit too close to home, leaving the dog speechless. But suddenly, Jin's ears twitch as he senses something outside. Suddenly, Jin freezes. He barks loudly and leaps up. A serious threat is looming right outside. Startled, Yong-jin drops his phone. What is it? He looks at the dog, jumping around in confusion. Jin warns him that something is lurking outside. Yong-jin sits up as pure panic sets in. Jin glares at the window. You drag something back. He is not talking about a friend. Talk about worst-case scenarios. That creepy statue has tracked him down, though Yong-jin still refuses to believe it. No one is out there, Yong-jin insists, but Jin leaps onto his head. We need to go, now. Go where Yong-jin hesitates. Stand absolutely still, Jin orders. The boy freezes in silence, waiting. He listens. Nothing. Yong-jin quickly grabs the dog off his head, telling him to stop sitting there. But then boom! A massive rumble shakes the entire room, leaving Yong-jin completely frozen in absolute terror. The heavy thudding sound echoes again, a terrifying reality that is definitely not an illusion, making him break out in cold sweat. Jin aggressively pulls on his hair to make him stand up and look, making Yong-jin cry out in sudden pain. With the front door still intact, Yong-jin carries Jin on his shoulder, carefully scanning the area as they climb up from the basement. Suddenly, the dog uses his paws to force Yong-jin's head to the right, and what he sees leaves him totally stunned. Looming just outside the glass door is the massive upper body of that school statue, its heavy footsteps making a deafening racket. It halts right at the threshold, forcing Yong-jin to huddle behind the stairs as he panics over how on earth it found him. Jin asks if he recognizes it, and Yong-jin stares in disbelief, confirming it is indeed that creepy campus statue. He wonders how his statue turned into a monster, but Jin pokes his head up to warn him that this is an evil spirit. Yong-jin looks at the creature and questions if this is what spirits look like, and Jin rests his paw on the boy's cheek to agree. He explains that spirits can be good or evil, each taking on a unique shape, and they are actually quite common all over the land. Jin tells him to just accept it as reality, but right then the massive evil spirit presses its hand against the window pane. It peers down to inspect the room, prompting Yong-jin to wonder if he is the reason this terrifying monster came looking for him. As if it finally found its target, the creature slowly grins, and the little dog quickly replies that yes, that is right. Neither of them take their eyes off it. Jin asks in confusion why on earth the spirit is following him, since evil entities do not just stalk people for no reason. Yong-jin remembers pushing the spirit into a garbage truck earlier and pauses in thought, admitting he might have played a part in this. He closes his eyes and confesses that he probably provoked it first. Right at that moment, Jin screams out a warning as the beast lunges. The evil spirit smashes its massive fist right through the door, shattering the frame and sending glass flying everywhere. The sheer force is so terrifying that Jin is blown right off his shoulder, while Yong-jin is knocked flat by the shockwave. It seems this monster does not have much of a brain, though. Its own momentum sends it crashing headfirst into the tunnel. Yong-jin pants heavily, completely stunned by the ridiculous sight. But looking around at the absolute wreckage, he panics, realizing his place is completely ruined. Jin rushes over and yells at him to stop worrying about the house and just run. Meanwhile, the furious spirit glares at them, oozing pure bloodlust. Yong-jin is absolutely terrified, but to his utter surprise, the tiny dog suddenly leaps forward, telling him to get out of there first. He can only watch in utter confusion, wondering what on earth his ancestor is planning. Jin just looks back and commands him to just go. The spirit recovers and charges right after Yong-jin, sending him sprinting away in a total panic. But as he runs, he looks back and sees the tiny dog standing tall and brave. Could this little pup really be his legendary ancestor? There Jin stands facing down the monster, confronting the evil spirit without a single hint of fear. Unleashing his divine authority, he glares at the beast and roars to back off. The debris beneath his paws begins to vibrate from the sheer pressure. Pink lightning crackles around Jin as his inner energy explodes outwards, growing stronger by the second. He fiercely declares that nobody touches his descendant and opens his jaws wide to strike, preparing to unleash a devastating ultimate attack, but all that comes out is a barrage of tiny barks. The spirit just stands there watching this comedy show, and with a single lazy flick of its wrist, it swats the little dog away. Jin tumbles across the asphalt but quickly hops back up, rushing to catch up with Yong-jin, leaving the monster utterly baffled. Seeing this, Yong-jin asks why on earth he is running too. The cheeky question offends the great ancestor. Jin snaps back, asking what else he expected him to do, while Yong-jin calmly replies that he thought the ancient spirit would at least last 10 seconds. They bicker back and forth as they flee, wondering how they even survived yesterday. Was that rescue all a lie? Jin fumes, yelling at Yong-jin to stop mocking him, since making fun of him will not help them escape. Suddenly, boom, the spirit closes the gap with terrifying speed. It reaches down from above, snatching Jin right up completely, catching him off guard. The poor dog is completely dazed. Yong-jin is absolutely terrified as the monster grabs him next, realizing he has been caught once again. But suddenly his jacket slips off. He cries out as he plunges straight down, crashing hard onto the ground while the spirit is left holding the empty coat. The monster stares at the jacket for a few seconds. Then surprisingly, it happily puts it on. Jin urgently tells Yong-jin to stop slacking and get up. Yong-jin trembles but manages to scramble to his feet. The spirit zips up the jacket, looking extremely pleased with its new outfit. Yong-jin turns back, completely bewildered by the creature's bizarre behavior. But then the spirit drops into a runner's starting stance and both Jin and Yong-jin lose their minds, sprinting forward with everything they have. As the spirit starts to charge, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes through the air, telling them to come this way. Glowing letters materialize in the air. Out of nowhere, Lee Hae-soo appears right in front of them. She sets down a speaker playing powerful Buddhist chants that blast directly into the spirit's mind, causing it agonizing pain. Yong-jin looks at her absolutely stunned. Even Jin is caught off guard by Lee Hae-soo's timely arrival. Clenching her phone connected to the speaker, she blasts endless exorcism mantras. Staring at the girl in front of him, Yong-jin is amazed by how Lee Hae-soo stands her ground, completely unafraid of the terrifying monster. He wonders if this is really her. Luckily, Lee Hae-soo came prepared with her trusty Buddhist speaker. Yong-jin is left in complete disbelief, staring at her while the gorgeous girl arrives like a true savior. The phone in her hand is playing an 8-hour chanting video, while the speaker continues to pump out the soothing yet powerful scriptures. The holy mantras are incredibly potent, causing the evil spirit to instantly burst into flames upon hearing them. Watching this, Yong-jin asks in a trembling voice if the beast is actually afraid. He stares at the burning monster but then gasps as he realizes that it is wearing his jacket while being engulfed in flames. My clothes. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-soo keeps her eyes glued to the blazing fire. Suddenly, Yong-jin freezes, sensing that something is very wrong. Jin anxiously asks if they actually managed to defeat the monster. Yong-jin looks down at the dog with a mixture of doubt and dread. But suddenly a hand and a foot step out from the flames completely unharmed. The spirit has actually resisted the burning power of the Buddhist scriptures, slowly rising back to its feet and stepping forward. As it lifts its head, everyone is paralyzed with fear. Lee Hae-soo is absolutely shocked, unable to believe her scriptures had no effect. She takes a terrified step back as the spirit instantly closes the distance, looming right over her and raising a massive fist. Seeing the incoming danger, Yong-jin dashes over. He shoves her out of the way with all his might, saving her from the devastating blow. Yong-jin throws himself forward to shove Hae-soo out of the way, sending both of them crashing down. He lies on the pavement, groaning in pure pain. Hae-soo sits up, turning back to look at the evil spirit in terror. The monster raises its foot over the speaker that is currently playing. The device is playing Hae-soo's Buddhist chants when it stomps down, crushing it and shattering the concrete pavement with brute force. The raging spirit glares forward, reaching down to grab a massive chunk of broken concrete. It hoists the heavy stone up over its shoulder. Yong-jin and Hae-soo watch in absolute horror as the monster winds up and hurls the shattered concrete pieces straight at them. Watch out, a voice screams as sharp rocks rain down onto Hae-soo's back. Massive debris crashes directly into Yong-jin as well. He barely manages to raise his arms in time to block the largest stones, but flying fragments slice deeply into Hae-soo's legs. Sharp debris cuts into Yong-jin's arms and he cannot shield his head from the relentless onslaught of heavy concrete. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the street, leaving both of them collapsed on the ground. Blood pours from Yong-jin's head. He struggles to sit up desperately, crying out to the motionless Hae-soo, clutching his severe wounds as he forces himself to stand. The evil spirit emerges from the flames of the explosion. Yong-jin stares in shock, but a strange sound nearby catches his attention. Hae-soo is desperately trying to light a bundle of incense. Yong-jin screams at her, telling her they need to run right now. But she ignores him weakly, begging for the lighter to work. Yong-jin panics, screaming at her to drop it, but then he looks up, his eyes widening in absolute terror. The evil spirit is already towering right over her tiny, fragile body. It hoists a massive car into the air, preparing to crush her. Yong-jin scrambles to his feet, running with every ounce of strength. He sprints toward Hae-soo as the image of his dog Jin flashes in his mind, reminding him of his promise to survive. "If you want me to live, then help me," he screams at the top of his lungs, rushing straight toward the monster. Calling out to his ancestors, he throws his body over Hae-soo, fully prepared to die to protect her from the impact. But his foot steps into a strange illusion, and honestly, things are about to get wild. He finds himself standing in an unfamiliar world. He has no idea what is happening as the reality around him shifts and warps. Yong-jin looks around in utter confusion. "What the hell is this?" he mutters, staring up at the dark, hazy sky. "Where did everyone go?" Panic sets in as he screams out for Hae-soo. Suddenly, a pair of boots appears behind him and a voice speaks. "You sound incredibly desperate right now," the voice says. Stunned by the familiar tone, Yong-jin slowly spins around to look. Emerging from a mist of white smoke is a mysterious man wearing ancient black robes standing right behind him. His golden eyes glow brightly in the dim light. Yong-jin stares at him, completely lost, and asks who he is. "Who are you and what is with that outfit?" Yong-jin asks. The man calmly responds, "Who else could it be?" "Don't you recognize my voice?" the man asks with a smirk, calling Yong-jin his descendant. His face begins to shift. His features flicker between a human face and the dog Jin. Realizing the truth, Yong-jin mutters, "You are my ancestor." "Yes, I am indeed your ancestor," the man confirms, leaning in so close that a cold shiver runs down Yong-jin's spine. He gently takes Yong-jin's hand, explaining that in the beginning there were 12 gods who ruled over everything. With a proud legendary smirk, he declares that he was the god who ruled over the mighty dragons. The ancestor channels a surge of raw power into Yong-jin's hand, causing his palm to glow with blinding light. An earth-shaking energy erupts, and in an instant, Yong-jin is yanked back to reality, ready to use this newfound power. He summons a massive weapon to face the evil spirit as his ancestors promise to lend him strength echoes in his mind. Hae-soo witnesses this incredible transformation and can barely believe her eyes. Honestly, who could? She stares at Yong-jin in disbelief. With a fierce battle cry, Yong-jin charges forward, delivering a devastating blow to the airborne car, sending the monster flying. His ancestral power materializes as a giant glowing blade, slicing the car clean in half as he lunges forward. A colossal explosion shakes the street. Hae-soo watches completely stunned as Yong-jin stands before her holding the massive sword. Shielding her, he seizes the moment while the monster is disoriented and dashes forward with incredible speed to strike. His blade leaves a massive gash across the monster's hideous body, but the momentum sends Yong-jin crashing to the pavement. Hae-soo screams his name in panic. Moments later, he raises his head, nursing a massive throbbing red bump on his forehead. Covered in dirt, he groans, asking what just happened, noting that the car was literally sliced in half. Before she can process it, Jin's dog form snaps at them, angrily yelling to ask what they are doing. He tells Yong-jin to get moving before they both get shredded to pieces. Yong-jin scrambles up, grabbing his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he complains about how heavy the sword is. Suddenly, he freezes. The terrifying evil spirit he just slashed is already standing right back up. Somehow, the monster is already completely healed. Its red eyes burn with rage as it charges at him like a starving tiger, instantly driving its sharp elbow hard into his body. Caught completely off guard, Kwon Yong-jin loses his grip on the sword, sending it flying. In a split second, he crashes heavily into a nearby scrap pile. By the time he crawls up, he realizes with terror that the spirit is already standing right in front of him. The evil spirit roars, lunging toward him so fast his face turns pale with fear. In a flash, Jin leaps straight at the monster's face. He screams at Kwon Yong-jin, telling him to hurry because running is the best option right now. Kwon Yong-jin does not hesitate and immediately flees. This cowardly escape makes Jin absolutely furious. He curses loudly, demanding to know why the idiot is running away. But Kwon Yong-jin just shrugs off responsibility, telling him to handle it himself. Seeing him try to escape, the red-eyed evil spirit grabs Jin, flings him away like a toy, and then leaps high, catching up to him in no time. Kwon Yong-jin looks back in utter shock. From his corner, Jin screams out a quick reminder. He yells to use the knife. Kwon Yong-jin grits his teeth, spins around, and grips his sword tightly. Out of nowhere, he lets loose a massive swing, right at the evil spirit. The monster is forced to bend backward to dodge. In that split second, he grits his teeth and unleashes every last bit of his strength. Suddenly, Lee Hae-soo screams out to cheer him on, her voice filled with passion, telling Kwon Yong-jin to hang on. She is on her way. Hearing this, Kwon Yong-jin starts swinging his sword wildly in all directions, leaving even the evil spirit completely speechless. But then, the sword suddenly slips right out of his hand. His eyes widen in shock as the weapon goes flying into the air, spinning like a pinwheel and leaving even Jin stunned. The blade whirls through the air, slicing through several nearby flower bushes. As the sword flies high into the sky, Kwon Yong-jin does not waste a single second. He spins around and bolts the evil spirit immediately, chasing him down like a relentless leech. Flower petals rain down from above as the endless chase between the two continues below. There seems to be no end to it. Suddenly, the monster gets a bad feeling. It warily looks up into the sky just as it runs through the colorful storm of petals. A single petal covers one eye and its pupil dilates completely as a rush of old memories flashes back. In a room with flickering lights, two faint shadows are cast on the wall next to a photograph of an athlete. Beside it stands a man wearing a protective helmet. Nearby, two craftsmen are carving a metal bust of a human head, while the screech of a saw echoes through the room. Without warning, the photograph of the champion athlete flashes on screen again. Before long, the life-size statue is completed, causing a massive stir. People gasp at how it looks exactly like the famous runner. Even TV reporters show up to film the scene, declaring this athlete is #1 and the ultimate pride of South Korea. The host stares at the statue for a while before asking a bit curiously why the athlete is bald, but then a stray petal drifts in, cutting off his fond memories of tourists visiting to take pictures and of children running playfully around the monument. He remembers beautiful young girls laughing and posing for photos. Back then, the proud statue stood tall under the bright sun, listening to two girls telling each other to strike a pose just like the runner, their cheerful laughter echoing all around. Suddenly, the statue glances down as a young woman squeals in excitement. Oh my God, he is taking a picture in front of his own statue. She squeals as she watches a man wearing a casual hat approach the monument to snap a quick photo of himself. The man strikes a starting block pose, copying the statue perfectly. Looking down, the metal figure arches an eyebrow in mild confusion. Just then, a middle-aged woman approaches him, smiling warmly as she tells him that her child is a huge fan of track and field. She thanks him for being such an incredible inspiration, adding that they both absolutely loved reading his autobiography. Standing high up on its pedestal, the statue hears every single word of their heartwarming conversation. Then, without warning, tears begin to well up in its metallic eyes. Years pass, and a heavy rope is tied around its shoulders as a crane lifts it away. From that day on, it stands entirely alone in the freezing rain, water dripping down its face like quiet, lonely tears. Snapping out of the memory, the evil spirit quietly watches Kwon Yong-jin. He is running headfirst in a panic when suddenly, its heavy footsteps slow down. At the exact same time, Kwon Yong-jin trips, crashing face first onto the cold, hard ground. He quickly looks back, clutching his head and screaming in fear. The monster charges toward him, but strangely, it runs right past him. Stunned by this, Kwon Yong-jin slowly raises his head. The evil spirit is actually running toward a large marathon banner hanging nearby. It arches its body and spreads its arms wide in pure joy, celebrating a hard-won victory. Petals flutter through the air gently, landing on the spirit's face. Surrounded by falling flowers, it runs with open arms, crashing right through the heavy iron barrier. In its mind is crossing the finish line in glory. Endless cheers and deafening applause echo from a massive crowd. Holding a gold medal between its teeth, it is filled with ultimate pride. It continues to dream of the praise. Being praised by that kind woman, signing autographs for adoring fans, and becoming a beloved celebrity all over again. Even little kids look up to it, taking pictures with their hero. The spirit just keeps running toward the light. Lee Hae-soo looks like she is already running toward a glorious victory inside her own imagination. As for Yong-jin and Jin, they just stare at her, completely clueless. Even Lee Hae-soo herself seems to have a massive question mark popping up over her head. Then a sudden flash of light blazes across the night sky. The evil spirit vanishes in a flash, leaving them stunned. Yong-jin frowns. What the hell? Jin squints at the scene before him, lost in thought. After a moment, he speaks up in his deep, raspy voice, sharing his theory. It seems the spirit got what it wanted. It left. Yong-jin is immediately confused. Why did it vanish so suddenly? The old man explains that, as he mentioned before, spirits are not inherently dangerous as long as you strictly follow their rules. Yong-jin raises an eyebrow. What is that rule? Jin slowly responds that it really depends on the purpose of the spirit's existence. He looks at the two of them standing there, dazed, and starts scolding Yong-jin. That is why I asked why it was angry. It was probably your fault. Yong-jin immediately fires back. Are you kidding me? Before long, the quiet night begins to settle over the busy city. Back in his room, Yong-jin groans in pain while checking the raw wound on his hand. He winces at the severe damage. Are my ribs cracked? Jin shakes his head to reassure him, telling him not to worry. Then the old man suddenly turns around. Jin looks over at Lee Hae-soo, sitting quietly in the corner, asking if she is okay. She scratches her arm, hesitating to answer. Suddenly, she bows her head low. Thank you, she blurts out. Yong-jin stares at her, completely baffled by her sudden awkwardness. Then she suddenly turns to Jin, asking if he is Yong-jin's ancestor. Later that night, a strange light flashes on a metal barricade. As the slow, quiet footsteps of a child pass by, the broken iron barricade instantly begins to fuse back together as if brand new. A nearby car, split completely in half, suddenly floats into the air. It pieces itself back together like complete magic. A mysterious hand uses magic to piece shattered window glass back together. Even a broken flower branch is seamlessly reattached to its tree. Suddenly, a trio of mysterious children, 2 boys and 1 girl, appear out of nowhere, happily laughing and putting their arms around each other. Meanwhile, back in the small room, a sword rests on the shelf. Lee Hae-soo looks at Jin, hesitating before finally asking her question. Is he really Yong-jin's ancestor? Jin is stunned for a moment. Then he raises an eyebrow. So you can actually see me. He wonders if she is a shaman. She shakes her head quietly, replying that she is not a shaman, just the daughter of one. Jin bursts into laughter. A shaman's daughter. She recalls the time Jin saved her life, feeling deeply grateful for his help. She tells him that he saved her from that monster last time, but she fainted before she could thank him properly. She just wants to say a proper thank you. Yong-jin suddenly cuts in. Wide-eyed and in disbelief, he asks her, "Can you actually hear this dog talking?" She honestly nods yes, making him let out a massive sigh of absolute relief. So he is not going completely crazy after all. She can't help but find it funny. Going crazy? Seriously, Yong-jin? Then Jin smiles and asks how she knew he was the kid's ancestor. She looks at the dog and the boy sitting right before her. She imagines Jin in his true human form, comparing him directly to Yong-jin. Then she smiles warmly and gives her honest answer. They look exactly alike. Yong-jin completely rejects this ridiculous comparison. What does that even mean? Blushing red, she tries to explain. Yong-jin, can't you see it? He raises his eyebrow, pressing her. See what? She softly answers, your ancestor's handsome face. Jin suddenly turns and asks if he really cannot see his super handsome face. The old ancestor is incredibly confident in his looks. He proudly brags that it is only natural for women to blush in his majestic presence. Yong-jin scoffs in absolute disgust. Annoyed, Yong-jin grabs a mirror and shoves it in front of Jin's face, laughing as he mocks him for being so-called handsome. With that, the boy and the dog immediately launch into a hilarious and chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-soo quietly pulls out her phone. She suddenly calls out to Yong-jin, and when he looks over, she snaps a photo of him using a silly rabbit filter. Amazingly, the rabbit filter floats in the air right where Jin is sitting. Yong-jin gasps, asking what the hell is going on. He stares at her screen and yells in shock. Turning to Jin, he demands to know how his spirit can trigger camera filters. Yong-jin tries to convince himself it is just a glitch. Chuckling awkwardly, Lee Hae-soo pouts and asks the ancestor to stand closer to him. As soon as Jin moves closer, a ridiculous and colorful filter pops up right over his face, followed by another funny mask filter. Still stubbornly refusing to believe it, Yong-jin waves his hands around in the air, trying to feel if Jin is actually there. Jin just scowls and ignores his antics. As the night grows deeper, the streetlights outside click on and the clock keeps ticking away. With the clock hitting 9 p.m., Yong-jin finally asks her if she plans on going home, causing her to startle and turn around. Lee Hae-soo hesitates, stammering before confessing that she simply cannot go home. Yong-jin takes a sip of water and stares at her closely. He asks her why in a flat tone. Lowering her voice, Lee Hae-soo takes a deep breath to gather her courage before speaking up. She quietly reveals that her mother is also possessed and is powerful enough to easily summon a dark spirit with absolute ease. Yong-jin listens, his eyes widening in shock as she continues. She admits in a voice dripping with fear and sorrow that her mother will possess her again and hunt him down like an evil spirit. He gets pretty curious and asks why her mother would target him. She honestly replies that she wants his body. Hearing this, Jin looks totally stunned. While Yong-jin raises an eyebrow, wondering why his body, she snaps her head toward him, her sharp gaze locking on. As she explains he is a spiritual vessel. Yong-jin frowns, completely blindsided, while Lee Hae-soo suddenly grabs a bowl and approaches, him asking him to wait. Holding the pristine white bowl, she draws Jin's close attention as she begins pouring a full bowl of water, presenting it to Yong-jin. Her reflection ripples on the surface as she quietly explains that this represents a normal person. Right after saying that, she empties the bowl and holds it up, stating this empty bowl represents him. In the future, countless ghosts will hunt him, desperate to seize his empty vessel. Yong-jin can only swallow hard, absolutely terrified. She keeps explaining, admitting she kept quiet before because she simply did not know how to break the news to him. Those ghosts are solely after his body, she adds, looking straight into his eyes. Yong-jin stands there completely dazed and confused. Jin, who has been watching them the entire time, suddenly chimes in to ask if Yong-jin seriously did not know that all these bizarre events are happening because of him. Hearing this, Yong-jin pales, completely speechless as a past memory flashes back. He remembers blaming her, asking what she did this time, despite her pleading that she was entirely innocent. Back then, he stubborn-mindedly criticized her, insisting these weird things only started when they crossed paths, and blaming her for everything. Yong-jin's face darkens with guilt, while Lee Hae-soo's voice suddenly echoes in his ears, reminding him that nothing had happened before his 16th birthday. She falls silent, but then unexpectedly steps toward the ancient god Jin. She quietly drops to her knees, begging him with absolute sincerity to help her. The deity looks down at her, for a long moment raising an eyebrow to confirm if her mother is a shaman who worships ghosts as gods. Startled, Lee Hae-soo quickly explains that her mother does not realize what she is doing, bowing her head in deep sorrow. Her mother was never a famous fortune teller, but she always prayed with a sincere, devoted heart. A vision of a woman sitting alone in a deep forest appears as she tells her sad story. Then one fateful day, her mother returned home, claiming she had received a spirit. Soon her practically abandoned shrine became incredibly popular, booked out a whole year in advance. Lee Hae-soo recalls hiding behind a sliding door, watching the endless stream of people seeking prophecies But she realized that entity was no god. She remembers the spine-chilling grin of the demon lurking right behind. Her mother. As a little girl, she once asked her mother if the spirit they served was truly a benevolent deity, only to be brutally slapped, sending her crashing to the floor. Crying in pain, she listened to her mother scream, asking how she dared to blaspheme their god. That terrifying face haunts her to this day. Yongjin's voice, suddenly, breaks her trance, calling it an evil spirit. Lee Hae-soo purses her lips, explaining she has tried to escape its grasp, ever since but to no avail. Finally, that demon summoned a dark spirit to bind her. Jin listens and nods thoughtfully, understanding the situation completely. No wonder standard exorcism rituals failed to work on her mother. Meanwhile, Yongjin is apathetically lying on the bed, staring at his phone. But then Jin promises to help her, leaving Lee Hae-soo absolutely stunned and unable to believe her ears. He warmly explains that since she risked her life to save Yongjin, she deserves his assistance. He looks over at Yongjin, asking if this is the right thing to do. Yongjin looks completely baffled, protesting that he has to help too. Lee Hae-soo bows repeatedly in immense gratitude, while Yongjin clutches his head, flatly refusing to get involved. Jin smiles contentedly, telling them it is late and time for bed. She nods in agreement, grabbing a roll of toilet paper to use as a pillow. Yongjin stares, his eyes popping out as he yells at her, asking what she is doing. She casually replies she is going to sleep. Stunned by this sudden sleepover, he demands to know why she is staying here. She honestly repeats she cannot return home, but he tells her to go crash with a friend. She sadly shakes her head, admitting she has no friends. Yongjin thinks back, bringing up that girl with the yi thing on her head. Lee Hae-soo sighs, explaining that girl is the dark spirit's friend, not hers. He sighs and tells her to just fake a friendship, but she refuses because she is an INFP. He facepalms, telling her to stop, bringing up personality types. She softly begs him by name, but he refuses to listen, shaking his head and telling her no. She pleads for him to listen, and when he gets annoyed, she sweetly asks to stay. He gives a freezing no. She promises she will literally just sleep, but Yongjin cannot take it anymore and lets out a frustrated scream. He angrily yells at him, "Just go to sleep already. What else are you planning?" Jin stretches on the bed, teasing him about sharing a bed. Glancing at him, the old ancestor casually says he will leave. Yongjin flares up in embarrassment, screaming what on earth he is talking about. He watches with furious red eyes as the spirit leaves. Then Lee Hae-soo apologetically calls out to Yongjin, asking if she can borrow something. She shyly asks for some old shorts, leaving him completely speechless as the lights in the little house finally turn off. Inside, Lee Hae-soo lies down. She closes her eyes to sleep, but her face suddenly turns pale. In a nightmare, she feels a heavy hand grabbing her wrist tightly. Someone holds a sharp knife over her arm as blood drips. Terrified, she begs, crying out to her mother that she is so sorry. Her mother's eyes are freezing cold, watching from the doorway. Lee Hae-soo screams for her, but the door slowly slides shut, a sinister smirk creeping across her face. She keeps crying out, begging for mercy. The door seals shut completely, and dark talismans are instantly plastered all over the outside. Her sobbing screams echo. She hammers desperately on the wooden door, shrieking for her mother to let her back inside. Inside the dark room sits a blood-stained hanbok. Right next to it is a mysterious jar sealed with cursed talismans, and all she can do is pant in terror, whispering that she is so scared. Lee Hae-soo curls up in the corner, trembling, when suddenly she flinches hard. A horrifying specter lunges right at her face. It covers its mouth, cackling with a raspy laugh, welcoming Lee Hae-soo to her nightmare. Its bulging eyes stare mockingly. Trapped in the dream, she groans for her mother as a chilling shadow sweeps past her. Tears stream down her face, but she slowly calms down. Jin, lying beside her, helps soothe her spirit back into a peaceful sleep. Outside, brilliant stars light up the night sky. In a quiet temple room, candlelight flickers against statues of Buddha lining the wall. The flame casts a long shadow of a woman. Her fingers tap rhythmically on the table where grains of white rice lie scattered everywhere. She is none other than Lee Hae-soo's cruel mother, staring down at the mess with an incredibly icy gaze. Suddenly, she slams her fist down, sending the white grains flying everywhere. In a fit of absolute rage, she growls out Lee Hae-soo's name. Cursed shadows envelop her body as her eyes turn completely white. She grinds her teeth, wondering where on earth the girl has gone. Chilling infant spirits crawl all over her skin as she whispers a horrific threat. When she returns, her head goes straight into a jar. The next morning brings clear skies and bright sunshine. Meanwhile, Yongjin lies curled up under his covers, looking completely exhausted. His face is pale and his dark circles show he barely slept a wink last night. He sluggishly grabs his phone and checks the time, seeing it is already 8:46. Dragging his heavy feet, he stumbles toward the bathroom door. He turns the handle while scratching his head and letting out a massive yawn, looking absolutely miserable. But then, he freezes. Lee Hae-soo is casually brushing her teeth inside. They both stare in pure shock before she quickly slams the door shut. While he stands there frozen like a statue, his jaw drops in utter embarrassment. He really has the worst morning luck. Just then, Jin in his white dog form trots up behind him with a smug grin, teasingly wishing him a very bright morning. Later that day, sunlight beams through the windows. Lee Hae-soo sits quietly on the bed watching Yong-jin tie up a massive white trash bag. She curiously asks him where he is going, but Yong-jin does not even turn around to face her. He grumpily replies that the fridge is empty, secretly recalling how Jin had whined and complained about the plain cereal on the table. "What kind of garbage food is this? Buy me something delicious right now," the demanding ancestor had ordered, forcing Yong-jin to grumble. "My ancestor is extremely picky, so I have to go," he mutters before turning to Lee Hae-soo with a surprisingly thoughtful look. "Since you are a guest, I should buy something nice to welcome you." Meanwhile, Jin rolls around on the bed, urging him to hurry up. "Make sure to buy some premium beef," the spirit demands. Yong-jin sighs in annoyance while Lee Hae-soo stands up with a radiant smile, offering to help. He gives a weary nod, and shortly after they walk outside together to drop off the trash at the collection station. As Yong-jin gently sets the bag down, Lee Hae-soo suddenly remarks that he behaves incredibly like a mature adult despite still being a student. She looks at him with genuine admiration, but he only shrugs it off quietly, saying life just made him grow up fast. A quiet silence falls between them. Feeling a bit flustered by her compliment, he sneaks a shy, sideways glance at her. To him, Lee Hae-soo looks as radiant as ever. She smiles warmly up at the clear blue sky, commenting on how beautiful the day is. Walking beside her, Yong-jin remembers how harshly he had yelled at her before, and a deep wave of guilt washes over him. He can still see her stunned, hurt expression, and he silently blames himself for dragging her into all of this trouble. Walking along, he finds it impossible to look into her pure eyes without feeling like a terrible burden to her. He slows his pace, lost in heavy thoughts, before finally gathering the courage to call out her name. Lee Hae-soo turns around with a curious look, but he can barely mumble a single word, leaving her waiting in silent confusion. Suddenly, Yong-jin groans in utter frustration, clutching his head and collapsing to his knees while she stares at him in sheer bewilderment. Staring down at the dirt, Kwon Yong-jin keeps his head low, unable to face her. But his voice is sincere. "I am sorry." Lee Hae-soo scratches her head, wearing a completely blank look. "Sorry for what?" Kwon Yong-jin stammers, rushing his words. "I said those harsh things were completely my fault." He looks genuinely down and adds that it is his mistake. Lee Hae-soo finally registers what he means, completely stunned into silence. Kwon Yong-jin, hiding under his hood, mutters that despite how awful he was, she still helped him out a lot. Sweat starts dripping from his palms. Trembling slightly, he whispers a quiet thank you. Truth is, Kwon Yong-jin is dying of embarrassment right now. His face is bright red. Drenched in sweat, he stammers on promising to support her in the future. Suddenly, Lee Hae-soo leans right down into his face. She smiles, telling him he is actually much more mature than everyone else. Startled by the sudden closeness, he jumps straight up. "Huh," he gasps. But she just shrugs it off, telling him not to sweat the small stuff. Sitting there with crossed arms, she beams warmly. "I did not even notice," she reassures him. Kwon Yong-jin stares at her in shock. Lee Hae-soo continues, pointing out that she was also partly to blame. After all, he got hurt because of her. There is zero blame in her eyes, just a gentle, comforting smile on her face. "Besides, you have done so much for me already, right? Let's call it even." Flustered and completely unsure how to react, Kwon Yong-jin looks away. "Fine, I get it," he mutters. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief, eager to change the subject and get some shopping done. The two of them head straight into a nearby grocery store. Lee Hae-soo reaches for a bag of lemon candy, but Kwon Yong-jin immediately blocks her. "Wait, are you seriously buying this?" he asks with a baffled face, physically holding the bag back so she cannot toss it in. Lee Hae-soo just tells him it is for whenever he gets hungry. Kwon Yong-jin sighs defeat. "All right, thanks." She looks up with an innocent, curious face. She asks if he needs to grab anything else. He quickly shakes his head, saying, "This should do it." But then he adds rather gloomily, "I am almost out of cash." Lee Hae-soo is totally unfazed and tells him to keep shopping because she will cover the bill. He looks up stunned. "What? Why would you pay?" he stammers. She proudly pulls out a credit card, grinning from ear to ear as she drops a bomb. This is Sunji's money, nearly 10 million won. Kwon Yong-jin is speechless, wondering if using it is actually a good idea. That might be true, but Lee Hae-soo quickly cuts in, calling it a down payment for their upcoming exorcism work. With their shopping done, they slide the doors open and leave. Chewing happily on her candy, Lee Hae-soo walks side by side with Kwon Yong-jin. He lugs the massive bags, completely astonished by this huge haul. Suddenly, she remembers something and says she heard he is actually a pretty decent cook. Kwon Yong-jin downplays it, saying it is nothing special. Lee Hai-soo completely ignores his awkward expression, happily declaring that with all these ingredients they are going to make an absolute feast tonight. But right then, Kwon Yong-jin freezes. His eyes go wide. A familiar figure is heading straight their way. It is Ji-won, completely glued to his phone. Talk about bad timing, red alerts start blaring like crazy inside Kwon Yong-jin's head. Ji-won looks up from his screen, wondering where everyone is when he suddenly gasps in surprise. Standing right in front of him, completely alone with her bag of candy, is Lee Hai-soo. He instantly recognizes her as Kwon Yong-jin's rumored girlfriend. Blushing slightly, she waves. "Hello," she says with a grin. Ji-won politely greets her back. Meanwhile, a good distance away from the store, Kwon Yong-jin is hiding. Hunched over and catching his breath, Kwon Yong-jin wonders why on earth Ji-won was there. He looks up with a heavy sigh. "Oh great," he groans, knowing his friend is going to jump to some wild conclusions. He checks his phone. It is already 10:58. A text notification from Ji-won pops up in the group chat. "Hey guys," Kwon immediately replies asking what is up. Ji-won begins bragging. In the chat, Ji-won bragged about talking to Kwon Yong-jin's girlfriend right now, adding that she is super cute. Gun fires back, hyping him up. Minyu, however, is absolutely fuming, threatening to destroy Kwon Yong-jin next time they meet. Ji-won continues boasting that she even gave him candy. Then comes a photo of 3 lemon candies in his palm. Gun chimes in with another threat, warning Kwon Yong-jin that his days are numbered. Reading the endless spam, Kwon Yong-jin can only sigh, feeling a massive headache coming on. He pockets his phone and slowly makes his way home. As he walks alone, a massive bizarre shadow quietly begins to creep up from behind. Staring at his phone, he remains completely oblivious. The dark figure rapidly expands, swelling far beyond human size as it looms over him. A massive, terrifying black hand reaches down to grab him. But right before it connects, a soccer ball flies out of nowhere, smashing directly into his head and instantly dispersing the bizarre shadow. "Ow," he yells in pain as the ball bounces off and rolls away. Kwon Yong-jin rubs his sore head, spinning around in absolute frustration. "What is your problem?" he snaps. Standing directly behind him is the kid who threw at a strange boy with messy dark hair. The boy's face is unnaturally calm, framed by heavy dark circles under his eyes. He is accompanied by a small group of younger children. Kwon Yong-jin glares at him, demanding to know if he threw it. This kid is clearly not normal. With an emotionless face, the boy warns him. "Hey," he snaps back, "that is my line, you should be careful." But the boy remains completely stone-faced. The tiny toddlers standing next to the strange boy suddenly swarm around Kwon Yong-jin, clinging to his legs and echoing the warning. They warn him to watch his step or else he will get hurt. Kwon Yong-jin just stands there, totally lost and confused. Why is he the one getting lectured and by a bunch of literal toddlers? The kids wave goodbye as they leave him with a warning, telling him to be careful next time. Yong-jin is slightly annoyed but doesn't argue, simply thanking them. As he watches the kids run away, he can't help but think how strange they are. But the older kid with dark circles under his eyes remains silent, staring right at Yong-jin, which creeps him out. Then the boy calmly turns and walks away. Yong-jin silently watches his retreating figure. He wonders what that look was all about. Meanwhile, near the supermarket, Lee Hai-soo holds a bag of candy, walking around looking for him. Wondering if he already left, she pulls out her phone to call him. But right at that moment, a massive presence looms behind her. The shadow is clearly not human, possessing massive, pale, and absolutely disgusting feet. Just like that, Lee Hai-soo vanishes along with the shadow, leaving only the candy bag lying abandoned on the road. Meanwhile, back at Yong-jin's place, Jin has been sleeping soundly this whole time. Suddenly, a noise wakes him up, making him groggily ask if they are back. Drool still dripping from his mouth, the dog sits up and asks in confusion why Yong-jin is alone, but his partner remains completely silent. Getting no response makes Jin uneasy. He jumps down from the bed and demands to know where she is, but Yong-jin is busy. He is putting away the groceries, only giving a casual reply that she should be back soon. But 15 minutes later, Yong-jin starts to worry. He repeatedly calls her but only hears the empty dial tone. After waiting what feels like forever, his calls keep going straight to voicemail. Anxiously, he wonders if something bad has happened. Sensing the tension, even Jin's dog face suddenly turns dead serious. Unable to sit around, Yong-jin bolts out the door. He paces down the street, frantically hitting redial as his anxiety mounts. Scanning his surroundings in a panic, he suddenly spots Lee Hai-soo walking slowly towards him from the distance. Running over, he frantically asks where she went. Instead of answering, she just says his name, Yong-jin, with a strange, unsettling smile. She asks where he went earlier. Hesitating, he scratches his head and awkwardly explains that he had gone on ahead. He adds that he was worried Gong Ji-won might see them together. Weirdly, she asks who that is, so he reminds her about their glasses-wearing friend. With a creepy smile, she simply asks if this Gong Ji-won is a bad person. Yong-jin quickly shakes his head to clarify. He says he is just a friend who likes to tease. But suddenly, a strange feeling washes over Yong-jin as he looks up. Finally, looking directly at Lee Hae-su's face, he realizes she is behaving extremely weirdly, radiating an incredibly dark and heavy aura. Her eyes are completely lifeless, fixed in a bizarre smile. Suddenly, his gaze drops to the front of her shirt. Realizing something terrifying, Yong-jin pales. Still, he boldly steps closer and asks what is wrong with her face. But instead of answering, her eyes turn blood red and a freezing gust of wind sweeps by her chilling smile. Suddenly, the lower half of the imposter's face and neck shatter, talk about a chilling reveal as its disguise falls away. Revealing its true form, it becomes a white-haired, long-bearded old man in tattered medieval robes waving a ragged cloth. Grinning wildly with razor-sharp, terrifying eyes, the creature proudly introduces himself as the legendary Boogeyman. Yong-jin is frozen in sheer shock. Jin frantically screams his partner's name, but it is already far too late to do anything. Jin watches helplessly as both Yong-jin and the Boogeyman vanish into thin air, leaving behind only a pile of smoldering ash. Staring at the creepy pile of ash, Jin feels completely powerless for letting Yong-jin get snatched away right under his nose. Clenching his teeth, he curses himself for letting the target slip away. He frantically moves forward, trying to sniff out any trace. Suddenly, a mocking voice laughs behind him, teasing that the dog form suits him perfectly. Jin freezes instantly, on high alert. Stopping his search, he warily glances back to see a small, dark-clothed figure about the height of a young child. The mysterious figure mocks him, asking how it feels to live as a dog. Jin remains completely silent, keeping his eyes locked. He finally speaks to the dark-eyed kid who saved Yong-jin earlier, asking if he is feeling a bit too confident today. Staring at Jin with a dark, threatening gaze alongside his group of kids, the boy notes that it has been a very long time. Calling Jin by his real name, this child is clearly connected to the demon world and possesses some serious, terrifying power. Looking closely at the kid's tiny body, Jin raises an eyebrow and suspiciously demands to know what is up with that vessel. The strange boy simply smirks at his question, but deep within his eyes, a wave of pure anger and resentment starts to boil. He snaps back, wondering if Jin is genuinely asking or just trying to mock him. Jin honestly meant no offense by it. Scratching his dog face in confusion, Jin watches as the boy glares with intense bloodlust, demanding to know how the seal was broken. Jin shrugs and calmly says he has no idea, chuckling as he suggests that maybe one of the demons got rebellious. Or perhaps the demon god just wanted to mess with him. Annoyed by the sarcasm, the boy ignores him and pulls out a weapon. Unsheathing a paper fan from his strange bag, the weapon crackles with wild electricity and a mysterious glowing blue aura. A small whirlwind whips right in front of Jin, catching him completely off guard as the kid swings his paper fan. Suddenly, a long, flowing blue and red robe materializes over his shoulders from nowhere. The resulting blast of wind is Jin's small dog body is nearly swept away by the intense pressure. Those massive gusts of wind instantly solidify like dragon-scaled spears pointing straight at him. Jin immediately transforms back into his true human form, standing ready to defend against the onslaught of sharp wind lances alone. But before he can even make a move, those massive abruptly freeze right against his neck. It is just a sheer show of force, a threat that makes him frown and glare in silent irritation. Clearly trying to intimidate him, the kid speaks with a chilling tone at any moment. His magic fan radiates massive power, while his colorful robe flares with a ghostly flame. He glares with pure dominance, warning that he can tear his soul apart and seal him away. His young followers are, clearly, no ordinary kids at all. Glowing with white mana, their ancient robes reveal their true divine forms. The kid continues, and the frozen steel wind suddenly sprouts countless sharp, thorny branches surrounding him on all sides, entrapping Jin completely. Fueled by cold fury and absolute murderous intent, the kid makes it clear that he is more than enough on his own. Unfazed, Jin asks a quick question while shifting back into his cute dog form to easily slip through the thorns. "Did you guys mess with my body?" The kid remains completely silent, only to flash a cryptic, mysterious smile. He snaps his fan shut, tapping it firmly against his palm. Behind Jin, the frozen gale shatters and crumbles into pieces, yet the old dog does not even bother. Looking back, the kid tucks his fan away, his robe fading as he reaches for a lid from his friends, young followers. "Why not ask the heavens?" he replies, turning to walk away but stops to clarify his words first. Jin refuses to let him walk away, calling out and making the other kids stare in surprise, demanding to know why they sealed him. "Are you guys afraid of me?" The kid freezes in his tracks, pausing, and glares back with a frown. His lips twitch, but he stays silent before finally muttering, "You idiot." With a sharp pop, his figure vanishes into thin air, leaving a puff of smoke and dazed kids. Jin grumbles, quite annoyed. Who is he calling an idiot, leaving just like that? Fine, I will let it slide. Then Jin freezes, realizing he forgot something extremely important. No time for this. He shoves his nose back, sniffing the ground, ignoring the cheerful voices, calling out for a cute puppy. Looking up, he jumps in, fright as a drooling, excited kid with wide eyes is shoved right in his face. They crowd around, staring with absolute delight. Is the guy you were looking for, that messy-haired dude dressed in black? We can find him for you. Meanwhile, one little kid is busy squeezing Jin's ears like rabbit toys, leaving him totally dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in a dark, dusty corner of a room covered in lots of protective paper talismans and eerie noises, a rough, calloused hand sharpens a knife while mumbling. That is when Yong-jin, unconscious on the floor, is awakened by the grating noise, hearing a spine-chilling song, "Be a Good Boy," and seeing that creepy old man squatting on the filthy floor of a cramped room singing, "Eat some cake." Yong-jin looks around in confusion, barely noticing the ragged straw binding him. Where is he? The old man keeps singing about crying babies. Yong-jin stares at him as the grinding sound speeds up, blending with creepy lyrics. The old man tilts his head, revealing a sinister, terrifying gaze on his withered ancient face. Amidst the scraping sounds, a lyric about putting bad kids in jars makes Yong-jin gasp. It is that same creepy old man who disguised himself as Lee Hae-soo earlier. Terrified, his face goes pale as he struggles to break free from the ropes. Suddenly, a weak, mournful voice slowly calls out Yong-jin. Hearing his name whispered, he freezes. Looking over, he spots Lee Hae-soo in the exact same state, crying in terror with a red nose. "Are you trapped too?" he asks in concern. Suddenly, a pile of white salt is dumped onto the dirty floor, right in front of Yong-jin, leaving him totally confused as to where it came from. Meanwhile, the monster keeps about salting them up. Yong-jin shivers in horror as the old man croons about making pickles. Lee Hae-soo keeps lamenting. "It looks like we are about to be pickled. I have heard this song 4 times already." He stares, looks on in absolute horror. Pickled. Suddenly, he feels salt pouring out from his own body. The old man abruptly stops and clears his throat. Yong-jin watches, utterly stunned, as his bound body is completely covered in salt. But he realized he was completely naked. Kwon Yong-jin quickly face-planted into the sand and groaned miserably, his face turning completely beet red. Blushing like a ripe tomato, he stuttered awkwardly about his missing clothes, shyly asking if she had actually seen everything. Lee Hae-soo awkwardly looked away, replying she had not. Feeling utterly depressed, he begged her not to look. Meanwhile, the boogeyman suddenly stopped grinding his knife. Grabbing the razor-sharp blade, he stood up, his creaking, terrifying footsteps slowly drawing closer. This made Kwon Yong-jin sweat profusely in sheer terror, not even daring to look up. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-soo had also ended up face down on the floor, listening to that bone-chilling noise in silence without daring to move. Suddenly, the sound stopped, leaving an anxious quiet to envelop them both. Kwon Yong-jin remained face down in the salt, too exhausted to care about the saltiness, only feeling dread. Wondering if the monster had finally left, he gathered his courage to peek. Suddenly, a hideous, wrinkled face stared directly back at him. A creepy mouth smiled right into his eyes. The old man cackled, asking if he was awake, leaving Kwon Yong-jin frozen in silent terror. That is what he gets for peeking while terrified. The monster squatted, but his neck stretched down, placing his entire head on the floor to stare at him with creepy eyes, calling him a bad child. Surprisingly, Kwon Yong-jin did not look too frightened. He blankly asked why he was considered a bad kid. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-soo had also turned around to join the conversation. She complained, arguing they were actually good kids. Having stopped crying, she now had the nerve to bicker with the creature. "Good kids are supposed to get rice cakes," she yelled angrily, her fear turning into indignation as she demanded her snacks. Terrified, Kwon Yong-jin softly warned her not to provoke him. The old monster, who had been quietly listening, suddenly growled, "You, too." Gripping his sharp knife tightly, he furiously demanded how they planned to prove they were good children. Lee Hae-soo froze in silence. She stared at his hand in fear. Still, Kwon Yong-jin tensely retorted, asking how the monster would prove they were bad kids. The boogeyman licked his blade, laughing in a deeply disturbing way. He asked if they were disobedient, unfilial, or filial children. Kwon Yong-jin was completely dumbfounded. The monster urged them to prove it, leaving the young man utterly confused. Giving up on this debate, he explained he had never had parents to begin with. Hearing this, the old monster became furious, growling and screaming about disrespecting parents. He accused them of being insolent, which deeply startled both Kwon Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo. He triumphantly held the knife to Kwon Yong-jin's neck and pointed at him, declaring that he was a rotten bad seed. Kwon Yong-jin lay limp, completely too exhausted to argue anymore. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-soo loudly spoke up to defend him, insisting that Kwon Yong-jin had no parents. The boogeyman completely ignored her, smiling as he called her a rotten seed. Lee Hae-soo wondered if there were only bad seeds here. The monster continued to criticize Kwon Yong-jin, who could only listen helplessly as he screamed that disrespecting parents was as bad as murdering them, crazily raising his sharp knife to stab the young man, calling it an unforgivable sin. but Kwon Yong-jin calmly muttered that they had passed away. Hearing this, the monster suddenly froze his screaming mouth, falling dead, silent. He then turned and pointed directly at Lee Hai-soo, accusing her of being the unfilial child instead. Confused, Kwon Yong-jin annoyedly asked what he meant now. The monster conjured an image of a young girl praying before an altar, begging the boogeyman to take away her disobedient, spoiled daughter and signing the plea as Lee Hai-soo's very own mother. Wait, what? The monster claimed she begged him every night to take her. Shocked and heartbroken, Lee Hai-soo could barely believe it. She stammered, questioning if her mother really said that. Suddenly, a loud ringing sound echoed from outside the room, interrupting them. The boogeyman silently glanced outside, looking thoughtful. He walked toward the exit while the two captives watched in fear as he ordered them to behave. Soon, his imposing figure slowly disappeared through the doorway and headed toward the loud, chaotic noise. The door slammed shut behind him. Kwon Yong-jin and Lee Hai-soo stared at each other in bewilderment, feeling slightly relieved by this break. He struggled to sit up, but the torn fabric restricted his movements as they both uncomfortably tried to lift themselves up. Lee Hai-soo shook her head to get the salt out of her hair. Looking around, she realized this place was actually their own shrine. He turned to her in surprise. But then Kwon Yong-jin face-planted again, groaning that they were completely doomed now. She asked why he was complaining since he had planned to come here anyway. Kwon Yong-jin mumbled, asking what they could even do now. She gestured, suggesting he just whip out his blade. Helplessly, he admitted he left his knife and all the offering gear at home. Lee Hai-soo innocently widened her eyes, gesturing comically as she asked if doing that was supposed to make it appear. He was utterly confused. She insisted that was how it worked last time. Despite the terrifying situation, they casually kept bickering. Kwon Yong-jin sighed, asking if she thought they were in a comic book. Dejected, she muttered that if they were not, then she was sorry. He ignored the apology, saying they first needed to escape, looking worriedly at the door where the old man went. Suddenly, Lee Hai-soo called out his name, having somehow managed to stand up on her own when he was not looking. Pointing seriously to another door in the back, the two of them decide to slip out through there together. Salt scatters with every step they take. Once outside, Yong-jin's eyes widen in shock as he looks around the room. From the glowing ceiling to the intricately carved religious walls, his eyes finally land on a massive statue of Buddha. Huge blades are stabbed into the ground all around, leaving him to wonder what on earth is this place. Meanwhile, Lee Hai-soo spots a wardrobe and calls out his name. As he peers inside at the random clothes, she makes a quick suggestion. They should wear these clothes because going out like this would be super embarrassing. They discard their salty, tattered cloths. Reminding each other not to look, they turn to opposite corners of the room, keeping a safe distance in absolute silence. They quickly slip into the temple robes. Yong-jin puts on a white outfit tied at the waist that keeps flapping open in the draft. Showing off his bare thighs, he awkwardly covers himself up, wondering where his actual clothes went and how he can leave like this. Lee Hai-soo, wearing a bright yellow robe, offers to pay for their taxi, but Yong-jin politely declines. She points toward the massive door. She asks if the courtyard lies just beyond those bright doors. But Yong-jin suddenly spots something, freeze-framing in shock. Cold sweat drips down his face. With a tense expression, he warns her that she does not understand what is happening outside. A massive shadow looms just beyond the glowing entrance. He whispers that someone is out there as they both stare at the door. The figure draws closer and slides the door open, revealing someone clad in a striking red top and deep purple pants stepping inside. Terrified, the duo quickly retreats into a corner to hide. Their hiding spot is actually not very far from the entrance. They squeeze themselves inside a cramped wardrobe in the corner. Outside, the sun sets and darkness slowly blankets the lonely temple. Night falls over the desolate courtyard. Inside the cramped wardrobe, the two of them sit pressed together, holding their breath in silence. Not hearing any movement, Yong-jin wonders why it got so quiet. He musters up the courage to reach for the handle. He cracks the door open, only to lock eyes with a terrifying face. Honestly, this jump scare is absolute nightmare fuel. The face twists into a sickening grin. Amazingly, Yong-jin keeps his cool. He instantly slams the door shut with both hands. Bracing himself against the door, panic finally sets in. He turns to Lee Hai-soo with a grim warning they are in deep trouble. But holding the door proves useless. The intruder easily slides open the other side of the wardrobe, right where Lee Hai-soo is hiding. The giant figure looms over them, head obscured by the darkness of the wardrobe. It is an absolutely terrifying sight. Lee Hai-soo's face contorts in pain and recognition. She shrinks back, stammering out a cry for her mother, leaving Yong-jin completely stunned. Instantly, a rough hand reaches and grabs Lee Hai-soo by the hair and violently drags her out as she screams in agony. Yong-jin can only shout her name in panic. The woman flings Lee Hai-soo onto the cold, hard floor, leaving her trembling. Too terrified to look up, Lee Hai-soo shivers as a chilling voice demands to know why she did not announce her return. The shadow resolves into a woman coldly calling out her daughter's name. She claims she was worried, but her eyes drip malice. After glaring down at her daughter, she slowly shifts her gaze toward the wardrobe, locking onto Yong-jin's terrified, pale face. Still frozen inside the wooden cabinet, Yong-jin can only watch as she cracks a wicked smile, asking if she brought a friend. Trying to break the heavy tension, Yong-jin carefully crawls out, stands up to dust off his robe, and looks at Lee Hae-soo. He nervously stammers that he has some urgent business at home and needs to head out first. The mother just smiles silently. Desperate to keep things light, he tells her they should hang out next time. Lee Hae-soo looks up at him with pure despair. Underneath his forced smile, Yong-jin is sweating bullets. He pointedly mentions that he does not actually know the way back. He asks if she can guide him out, while the mother remains eerily silent, her cold grin never leaving her face. As they both scramble to run outside, the mother suddenly purses her lips and lets out that same bizarre loud whistle from earlier. Yong-jin freezes in his tracks. The mother slowly turns her head all the way around to face him with an eerie, polite demeanor. She gently reminds him that he should say his proper greetings. A sudden bone-chilling shiver runs straight down his spine. Looking down at his feet, he sees a rotting gray severed hand gripping his ankle, followed by dozens of other decaying hands. Ghastly skeletal faces with hollow eye sockets wail in despair as they claw their way up, desperately anchoring him to the spot. Lee Hae-soo's mother begins to radiate a dense, terrifying dark aura as violent gusts of wind whip up around her. Her eyes glow with pure malice. She sneers at his lack of manners, sending a wave of dark energy directly toward him. Skeletal hands completely latch onto him, locking him in place. Lee Hae-soo's mother glares at him, calling his name in a low growl. The dark aura swells around her. She mockingly demands to know if his parents never taught him any manners. Evil spirits surge forward, knocking both of them flat onto the floor as Yong-jin stares up in pure terror. Cold hands reach toward him. No need to look back, he already knows. Lee Hae-soo's mother wears a smug, sinister grin. She knows there is no escape for him. He is trapped. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoes, asking her what she thinks she is doing. It is the bogeyman. He steps into the light looking totally disheveled. Tattered and messy, he looks like a total disaster. Lee Hae-soo's mother glances at him coldly, telling her husband to leave if his work is done. Suddenly, the evil spirits clinging to Yong-jin tighten their grip. The bogeyman narrows his eyes, staring at the scene in tense silence. After a long pause, the mother nods as if answering his silent question. The bogeyman scowls and mutters, "A cold, is that so?" Watching from the dark corner, Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo are completely stunned but hold on to a sliver of hope. Suddenly, the bogeyman speaks up. His booming voice turns their faces pale. He declares that these are good kids, then points at Lee Hae-soo's mother, calling her a monster of a parent. He points right at her face, growling that toxic parents deserve a harsh punishment. Lee Hae-soo's mother just lets out a mocking, icy laugh. She asks if the old man has finally lost his mind. The bogeyman glares, but she just sneers, asking if he even knows why he was locked up. With a simple flick of her finger, she offers to explain it to him. Instantly, a glowing ribbon flies up and wraps around his body. He swings his blade, slicing through the fabric in one clean hit. But the shredded pieces instantly bind his arms and trap him. He stammers in shock, asking how she dares to do this. Lee Hae-soo and Yong-jin watch in absolute terror as the glowing ribbons completely swallow the old man. With another gesture, she shrinks him down to size. She points a finger, instantly sealing the mighty bogeyman inside a tiny jar. She flicks her wrists, slapping a sealing talisman onto the jar. She sighs coldly, mocking the old man for not knowing his place. She scoffs that anyone who cannot recognize their own master is completely useless. Yong-jin watches her, his guard raised all the way up. She turns around, flashing an unsettling smile directly at Yong-jin. Suddenly, she asks the kids if they are finished with their meal. The sinister spirits clinging to them suddenly let go. But immediately, Yong-jin feels a wave of intense dizziness washing over him. His limbs feel completely paralyzed. He tries to look down, his hands trembling violently. The mother watches him with cold amusement. She asks what is wrong in a chilling tone, reminding him that she told him to go home. Yong-jin is utterly bewildered. He cannot move a single muscle. His body is entirely locked up. Lee Hae-soo nudges him, whispering his name in sheer panic. She points to the dark spirits gathering in the corner, laughing as if everything went exactly to plan. And honestly, they are in deep trouble. Suddenly, an invisible force shoves Yong-jin, sending him crashing to the floor. The mother glares at him like an absolute demon. She sneers that he is not going anywhere. Lee Hae-soo squeezes her eyes shut, her face pale as she desperately begs her mother to stop. But the entity glares directly at the girl with zero warmth. She demands to know why Lee Hae-soo is putting on this act. She reminds Lee Hae-soo that she knows very well this is not her real mother. Then she issues a terrifying warning. She tells her to stay quiet and behave before she gets sealed away too. Then she turns her malicious smile back to Yong-jin. She gloats that the boy is as good as dead. But right as things reach a boiling point, a voice outside calls for the shaman. Someone is asking if she is inside. Annoyed by the interruption, Lee Hae-soo's mother glares at Yong-jin but decides to spare him for now. She walks out and slams the door shut. Yong-jin blinks in confusion as the heavy room returns to its eerie, quiet state. He catches his breath, admitting her mother is absolutely terrifying, but Lee Hae-soo softly reminds him that the entity is not her mother. Yong-jin sighs, saying he knows, but he assumes her real mother must have been a very kind and gentle person. Lee Hae-soo forces a sad smile. She remembers her mother as a warm soul who would never dream of raising her voice at anyone. She falls into a deep silence caught between her sweet memories of the past and the horrific reality of the present possession. With a heavy chest, she softly calls out Yong-jin's name. When he asks what is wrong, she suddenly starts apologizing to him. She blames herself for dragging him into this mess. Yong-jin rolls his eyes dryly, asking if these are her official last words. She weeps, wondering if he thinks she is just a selfish burden. He sighs, replying she is not a burden, but she is definitely being annoying. She bursts into tears, sobbing out apologies. Yong-jin rubs his temples as her loud crying starts giving him a massive headache. He tells her to stop crying and apologizing, admitting that the two of them might actually be completely doomed this time. She wallows in self-pity, apologizing again for dragging him into her mess, but she chokes up, saying she had no other choice. She breaks down, explaining that her mother is literally decaying. She whispers that she saw her mother's skin rotting away. Memories of that horrific sight flood back to her. She had watched from the shadows, paralyzed with fear as her mother's body decayed. The demon occupying her body even admitted she would not last long. Yong-jin frowns, asking why she kept this a secret until now. Lee Hae-soo looks down, saying she did not want to weigh him down. Yong-jin scoffs, reminding her that she is already a major burden. She turns away, whimpering in despair. She worries that the possession has gone too far, fearing it might already be too late to save her. Yong-jin instantly cuts her off, telling her to shut up and stop jinxing them. She looks away quietly, offering a small apology. Yong-jin tells her to stop apologizing. There is no need for it. Lee Hae-soo just whimpers softly as quiet settles over the room. Yong-jin speaks up, wondering if possession requires certain conditions. Lee Hae-soo tilts her head, completely lost by the term. He explains that a decaying host body usually forces a spirit to migrate, but this one didn't take over him, not even after they chased the evil spirit away. Hearing this, Lee Hae-soo's eyes widen as a sudden realization hits her. A normal body eventually dies, meaning it constantly needs a fresh vessel. That realization seems to strike a major chord with Lee Hae-soo. Yong-jin realizes the spirit's true target was his own body. Before he can process it, Lee Hae-soo blurted out a rather silly question. She asks if he comes from a spiritual bloodline, wondering why his ancestor showed up to save the day. Yong-jin is completely stunned, but Lee Hae-soo reveals her family has been shamans for generations. He thinks she's joking, but her face is dead serious. No jokes here. Yong-jin rubs his temples with a weak laugh, but as he tries to move, he notices something crazy. His hand actually lifts. Excitement rushes through him as he tells her that his body is finally starting to respond. He urges her to try too. Lee Hae-soo struggles to budge, still sniffing, while Yong-jin is already waving his arms around. She complains that she still can't move, but Yong-jin suddenly sits straight up, completely thrilled that his body is working again. He tells her to grab his shoulders. Lee Hae-soo does as she is told, holding on tight as he rocks back and forth for momentum. On three, he pulls with all his might. Lee Hae-soo gasps at the sudden yank, but the effort fails and she ends up ripping his shirt. Talk about a massive fail. Frustrated, he tells Lee Hae-soo she is clearly moving now, so she should stop faking and just stand up. Lee Hae-soo whines that she isn't acting, leaving Yong-jin to adjust his collar. But right then, an unfamiliar voice cuts through the room. "Are you two consummating the marriage?" the voice asks. The forefather stands at the doorway, making Lee Hae-soo beam with instant relief. Yong-jin is equally shocked to see his ancestor, especially with a bunch of random kids trailing right behind him to cause trouble. They tease him for being half-naked, calling him an absolute pervert. Just then, a tiny kid drags a massive sword into the room. He swings the heavy blade around effortlessly, offering it up with a smile. Yong-jin can only stare in sheer disbelief. His eyes are glued to the legendary weapon. He slowly reaches out to grab the hilt, but his strength completely fails. The massive blade clangs straight onto the floor. His hands are totally numb, and a sharp pain shoots through his swollen fingers. The local kids immediately laugh at him, teasing the poor guy for being way too weak to even lift his own weapon. One of them wanders off, marveling at the strange temple, while Yong-jin looks around trying to make sense of this bizarre place. Still flat on the floor, Lee Hae-soo gets approached by a braided kid who is deeply curious about her background. He asks if she is really from a shaman bloodline, his eyes sparkling as he wonders what kind of magic she can perform. Before he can even offer a hand, she springs right up on her own. A bit later, they arrive at a massive hall. The children gasp at the sheer size of the shrine, but Yong-jin quickly warns them to keep their distance. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-soo stands proudly, immediately declaring herself the boss of the group, which the kids happily accept. Yong-jin just watches her with a totally baffled expression. But right as he questions her sanity, a quiet voice chimes in. Forefather Jin explains that these are actually the spirits of children. Since they couldn't manifest on their own, they needed help. They hitched a ride in that toddler's body just to move around. Yong-jin is still confused, asking if the old man knows them. The forefather nods, explaining these are pure spirits from the upper realm, so they pose absolutely no threat. So they really aren't human. Yong-jin thinks watching Lee Hai-soo play happily with the energetic little ghosts. They are loud, cheerful, and begging for chocolate treats. Yong-jin sighs, wishing these harmless spirits had a volume button. Elsewhere, a dark-stained hand slides a mysterious brown jar forward. Lee Hai-soo's mother places it carefully beside the bed. She sternly warns her client never to look inside. A pale, exhausted young woman receives the vessel with trembling hands. Plagued by clinging spirits, she thanks the shaman with tears of relief. The shaman closes her eyes, raising a ceremonial fan. She blows a steady stream of mystical red mist. The moment the clinging spirit inhales it, the entity dissolves into nothingness. The heavy weight vanishes instantly. The girl looks up in absolute shock, amazed by how light she suddenly feels. Color returns to her pale face as she smiles, but the shaman folds her fan, delivering a stern warning. She explains that she's only suppressing the spirits with dark talismans, cautioning her not to let her guard down just yet. If this barrier fails, a full-scale exorcism will be necessary. Understanding the stakes, the girl asks about the cost. The shaman only offers a gentle smile, telling her to keep her money. The girl is stunned by the unexpected generosity. The shaman calmly closes her eyes, insisting that since she is only trying to save a life, payment is completely unnecessary. Moved to tears, the girl looks at the shaman like a savior. The woman softly tells her that 10,000 won as an offering is enough. Deeply grateful, she bows low to the shaman. But the old woman only smiles. A strange, completely unreadable and dark grin. Cold malice hides in her eyes. Staring at the jar, she secretly gloats. The helpless girl will have to return to her anyway. She warns she won't be around next time. Confusion hits the girl, but she gets cut off. Suddenly, a vision of Kwon Yong-jin flashes in the shaman's mind. She explains that a young boy will sit here instead. Speak to him. She has already told him everything about her. But what about you, shaman? The old woman just smiles. Her dark motives remain completely hidden from view. Just going up the mountain to meditate. Don't worry. The boy is young, but his spiritual power is incredibly strong. The girl sighs. No one could ever match your strength. But the shaman calmly tells her to treat the boy just like her. A sly, calculating smile creeps across her face as she whispers that he serves the exact same deity as her. A sudden noise outside startles them both. The girl looks nervously toward the door, wondering if someone is standing there. Calmly raising her teacup, she sips slowly. It's just my cat. It must be chasing a stray mouse outside. Clang! A heavy blade clatters loudly in the hallway. One of the spirit kids immediately yells out in deep frustration. Stop dropping everything like that. The clumsy kid frantically sweeps up the mess, muttering that they can easily fix it. As Jin sniffs around, Lee Hai-soo spots a brown jar in the corner. Curiously, she reaches out. What is this doing here? Why on earth is this jar hidden here? She hesitates. Suddenly, Jin spins around in absolute pure panic. Get away, don't touch it. Lee Hai-soo stumbles backward in sheer terror, but her hand accidentally brushes against another jar. Boom, a massive blast erupts, blowing her backward with a terrified scream. The young boy instantly dives to catch her. He cushions her fall but crashes hard onto the floor himself. Turning back in sheer panic, he cries out for his sister. Gritting her teeth in agony, Lee Hai-soo slowly sits up. What on earth was that? She has no idea what just happened. Kwon Yong-jin grabs his weapon and charges forward. Get out of the way, Lee Hai-soo turns around in complete and utter confusion. Behind her hovers a horrifying faceless spirit with twisted fingers. She freezes her mind, going blank. Roaring with all his might, Kwon Yong-jin hurls his heavy blade directly at the heart of the grotesque floating monster. The sword impales the creature, pinning it deeply to the wall. It instantly vanishes, making the surrounding kids cheer happily. Kwon Yong-jin collapses, utterly exhausted. He pants heavily. Suddenly, a cold voice sneers about so many pesky mice running around today. He freezes in absolute paralyzing dread as Lee Hai-soo's mother steps out, complaining about the noise while the little spirits watch her. Chillingly, she asks if he is fully recovered yet. Kwon Yong-jin stands completely frozen, unable to move a single muscle. A creepy laugh echoes as her eyes glow a terrifying supernatural red. A powerful god resides deep within her body. You have a truly perfect body, she purrs. They watch in absolute horror as she slowly steps closer and closer to them. You should have stayed hidden. Fool, gritting his teeth, his face goes pale, unable to make a sound. She puffs her cigarette, blowing out a thick red mist. The child's spirits immediately inhale the strange swirling smoke. They rise like puppets, completely controlled by her will. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the scene, catching her sharp attention. A young boy holding prayer beads blocks the spirits, his small body suddenly glowing with a soft, pure blue light. I won't let you do this. The brave boy directly questions her, asking if she has done something terribly evil here. She scoffs in utter contempt. The red-clothed kid steps up and asks if a true shaman should ever do this. The blue-clothed child explains that powerful shamans are often the ones who commit the worst atrocities. The boy's eyes flash with pure anger. Where are these children's fingers? The shaman remains completely silent, saying nothing. Her face twists in malice until a panicked cry startles her. Shaman. The girl with the jar. Clinging to the cracking vessel, she stutters. What is this? Cold sweat drips down her pale, completely terrified face. Kwon Yong-jin turns in sheer fear. Suddenly, the jar in her hands fractures, glowing brightly with an ominous red light. It explodes completely. A massive, horrific monster escapes, lunging straight for Kwon Yong-jin with its gaping, terrifying jaws. He raises his arms in terror to block. The roaring phantom screeches loudly that his physical body belongs to it. Just as it tries to swallow him, it violently explodes. Pieces of the shattered spirit rain down directly before him. How dare you? Lee Hai-su's mother clenches her fist tightly, staring down at the fallen pieces in absolute disgust. Why on earth would he be yours? Her red eyes flare with deep possessiveness. He is mine. Kwon Yong-jin cowers in absolute dread. Kwon Yong-jin stands trembling before her. Suddenly, a massive, swirling black void begins to manifest directly between them on the floor. Biting her lip, the old woman clicks her tongue and looks back at the motionless body on the floor, one down. But suddenly the sound of chanting echoes through the room. Whipping her head around in shock, she stares. The remaining children have their hands clasped, their lips moving rapidly in a continuous rhythmic chant. Chanting sounds rise. A young boy in blue focuses entirely, praying with intense devotion. She looks around and realizes she is completely surrounded by the kids. What a pathetic bunch of tricks, she sneers, pulling a sharp hairpin straight from her hair. These cheap little spells won't save you. She drags the sharp metal across her index finger, drawing dark red blood. Holding her hand out, she lets the heavy droplets fall with a savage grin. You think your petty magic works on me, she snarls. I am the very embodiment of hatred itself. Her blood hits the floor. It spreads rapidly across the tiles, forming dark red symbols of pure malice. The air instantly grows heavy with suffocating wretched hatred. The children stare in absolute horror. The remaining two kids can barely stand against the crushing weight of her curse, having only known safety their whole lives. The woman's face twists into a monstrous grin that stretches almost ear to ear. This is not going to end easily for them. Feeding on memories of angry crowds and bitter protests, her eerie grin widens as she channels even deeper, darker resentment into her curse. Suddenly, Kwon Yong-jin coughs up a thick spray of dark blood. Beside him, Lee Hai-su clutches her chest, groaning in agonizing pain as the curse takes hold. She collapses onto the hard floor. The old woman slowly approaches, mocking them for putting their foolish faith in gods who will never save them. Bending down over the trembling girl, she whispers, "Did you ask where my hands are?" She opens her mouth wide to reveal a grotesque secret. Tiny wriggling fingers of all sizes squirm inside her throat. Lee Hai-su shrieks in absolute terror, unable to look away from the horrific sight. Hearing the girl's frantic screams, the witch cackles with twisted delight. The other children stare in stunned shock as a deep crimson energy erupts from her. The dark aura acts like a beacon, summoning hideous, twisted demons from the shadows. Lee Hai-su looks closer at the grotesque figures and gasps. Brother, those children are— She cannot even finish her sentence before the mindless abominations charge straight toward the boy. Shadowy monsters with gaping jaws and freakish limbs sprint forward. Meanwhile, the old woman inhales a thick stream of dark energy, absorbing its power. Lee Hai-su throws herself forward to shield the innocent spirits, crying out in protest before collapsing onto the cold floor in exhaustion. Kwon Yong-jin rushes to her side. Those unborn souls have been completely corrupted by the demons, he whispers, staring at the ghastly creatures. They can never become flowers, they will never be born, and they will never get to hug their parents. Tears stream down Lee Hai-su's face. This is too cruel, she cries out, pleading with the spirits, please wake up and go find your mothers. The old woman scoffs at her pathetic pleas, asking what kind of nonsense she is trying to pull while inhaling another wave of dark energy. The crazed spirits charge at Lee Hai-su like wild beasts. Kwon Yong-jin screams her name in panic, then glares up at the cruel witch. Do you really think you will get away with this? He snarls before a heavy hand slams his head violently into the dirt. Gritting his teeth, the boy spits out a threat. Once my brother gets here, you are dead. The witch merely sneers. Go ahead and call him, she mocks with a sickening laugh. Brother, savior, whoever it is, I will send them straight to the afterlife with you. Her grip tightens on his head, slowly blocking out the light. Through a tiny gap between her fingers, the boy catches a final glimpse. The woman ignores him completely, turning around with cold, triumphant eyes. She looks down, satisfied that her victory is finally secured. No one can stop me now, she whispers. Kwon Yong-jin glares at her with pure venom while Lee Hai-su trembles in terror. Time to finish the job, she cackles. Once this is over, I will become a god, maybe even something greater. Kwon Yong-jin grits his teeth in silent fury. But as the witch reaches for his head, a sudden flash of silver forces her to draw back. A dagger has slammed into the wall behind her, vibrating from the sheer impact. Oh, you know things are about to get crazy. A mocking voice echoes through the room. A god, and even greater than a god, how absolutely pathetic of you to say. Since when does a vile creature like you dare claim such a title? There stands Jin, currently a small dog yet radiating a terrifying aura. Clutched in shock, her bleeding wrist drips onto the floor. A mere dog, she mutters, realizing the creature stands perfectly fine inside her magic barrier. This is impossible, she thinks, clenching her fists. No ordinary dog could walk through her array completely unharmed. Jin narrows his eyes. It seems you cannot see my true form, probably because your weak eyes are completely blind to divine energy. What on earth are you? She demands, backing away. Suddenly, a brilliant ring of light begins to glow beneath the dog's paws. The blinding light expands completely, enveloping his small form. When it fades, Jin stands tall in his majestic, true divine form. Crossing his arms with effortless grace, he smirks. I am a god, obviously. Kwon Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo stare up at him in sheer amazement. The wicked mother gawks, unable to believe her eyes, as the dog transforms into a powerful man right in front of her. Kwon Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo are overwhelmed with awe, realizing this terrifying entity might just be their only hope of survival. Lee Hae-soo's mother grits her teeth, her eyes wide with frantic denial as she whispers, a god. Jin remains entirely unbothered, his face calm. Do you finally see my true form now? He demands. Hearing his booming voice, the wretched woman stands completely frozen in terror. She smirks, acting like victory is already in her hands. A moment later, she bursts into a creepy, unsettling laugh. Lee Hae-soo's mother looks down on him, calling him a pretty boy. Jin simply replies with a cold, mocking smirk of his own. Locked in a tense stare down, neither back down. Lee Hae-soo's mother sneers, warning him to stay in that form if he wants to survive. Otherwise, she says he will die in that dog's body. She eyes him closely, guessing he might be some kind of martial god. Yong-jin watches them completely baffled. Why is his ancestor just standing there? Jin, however, remains absolutely calm as he listens to her. He just watches her ramble on before suddenly glancing over at the kid. From Jin's perspective, Yong-jin looks completely drained of strength. He is slumped on the ground, wrapped in a strange red aura. Both Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo's mother wonder what Jin is looking at. Where are you looking? She barks. The two of them immediately get back to trading insults with Lee Hae-soo's mother, warning him not to try anything. Jin calmly fires back. He is only hesitating because she is currently using a human body as a shield. Yong-jin catches on to his plan and wonders if his ancestor is actually about to do something crazy with his own body. Could it even work in this state? Lee Hae-soo's mother also senses something strange but quickly brushes her doubts aside to start chanting. She laughs, mocking him. If you really are a god, she sneers, then let us see how you handle this. With a sudden wave of her hand, she unleashes a devastating magical blast straight at Jin, daring him to block a shaman's attack. Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo watch the scene unfold with absolute terror. Frantic and desperate, Yong-jin screams out to his ancestor. But with a single strike, the blast sends Jin flying back in his dog form, crashing hard against the wall in sheer pain. Lee Hae-soo's mother laughs mockingly, asking if that is all he has. You actually call yourself a god? She scoffs in triumph. To her, he is nothing but an empty shell with a loud mouth. Her eyes glow with a deadly crimson light. Looking down at the motionless dog, she sneers that exorcising an evil spirit like her should have been child's play for a god. Jin lies completely still, silently enduring her insults. Could an ancient god really be tamed into nothing more than a helpless stray? Yong-jin is absolutely horrified by the sight, his jaw dropping as he stares in complete speechless shock at his fallen ancestor. She mocks him one last time before suddenly turning her deadly gaze toward Yong-jin, making his face turn completely pale. Is that all your grand dream amounted to? She asks. Her eyes flash with excitement as she steps closer to Yong-jin. Now hand over that body of yours, she demands. He looks down in absolute fear as her terrifying voice echoes in his ears. If you cooperate, I will show mercy and spare your friends. She reaches her massive, terrifying hand straight toward Yong-jin. In one swift motion, she grabs his collar and yanks him close, her face twisting into a sinister, villainous grin. You do not have a choice here, she sneers. Although terrified, Yong-jin still finds the courage to glare back and speak up. What if I bite my tongue and end it right here, he threats. But before he can even finish, she cuts him off. Go ahead and try, she sneers. I will take your body before you even stop twitching. Her excitement reaches a fever pitch. She boasts about becoming something truly magnificent, but a weak, trembling voice suddenly cuts her off, making her scowl in annoyance. A small but surprisingly firm hand grabs the hem of her skirt. Lee Hae-soo lies weakly on the ground, holding on with everything she has. Stop this, Ryu-hee, she whispers. Yong-jin looks at her battered state, his heart breaking as he begs her to stop. Tears stream down her face as she begs the spirit to leave her mother's body, her tone suddenly turning into a fierce command. Get out of her right now, she demands. The spirit is unfazed, but at the word mother, the host body suddenly flinches. Fighting for control, Lee Hae-soo's mother suddenly kicks her own daughter away mercilessly. The brutal shock leaves Yong-jin utterly frozen in horror. Standing tall, the spirit looks down at Lee Hae-soo, who now lies completely motionless on the ground. She lets out a tired sigh. Did you think I spared you out of mercy? She sneers before beginning to chant another spell right in front of a terrified Yong-jin. You were only alive because you had some use to me, she says. By now, Lee Hae-soo is too weak to even move. But now, even that little bit of worth is completely gone. Having finished her chant, she prepares to deliver the final blow. Die, she commands, promising to send her mother right after her. Seeing the imminent danger, Yong-jin desperately lunges forward to protect her. He looks at Lee Hae-soo and her mother screaming her name in pure desperation. But Lee Hae-soo only offers a gentle, tragic smile. She mouths an apology as if trying to comfort him. Hearing those final words, Yong-jin freezes in place for a brief second. He shuts his eyes tight and pushes forward anyway, refusing to accept her death as he scrambles to change her fate. Screaming her name, he watches in disbelief as the deadly spell suddenly dissolves into thin air just before hitting her. Right after the innocent voice of a child calling out for her mother echoes. Suddenly, the scene shifts back into the past. In this distant memory, a young Lee Hae-soo is holding a bead bracelet while her mother gently explains its special meaning. With a tender voice, the mother kept explaining to her daughter, mentioning that bracelets are really trendy these days. She suggested she try wearing one too, but Lee Hae-soo looked at the oversized bracelet on her wrist, complaining that it was way too bulky and uncute. She called it tacky, but her mother insisted it would ward off evil spirits, a phrase that made the young girl instantly freeze. Looking at her mother with deep suspicion, she asked if it was because of that again, bluntly declaring that she absolutely hated it. Lee Hae-soo lowered her head to hide her tears, complaining that the other kids constantly mocked her for being a shaman's daughter. Wearing this would only make it worse, she added, completely ignoring her mother's hurt expression as she begged her to stop putting amulets in her bag. The last time she pulled out her books, the charms spilled all over the classroom floor. Her mother softly explained she was just worried, but Lee Hae-soo brushed it off, asking if her mother would take responsibility if she ended up getting completely shunned by her classmates. Raising her voice, she screamed that other kids got along perfectly fine without any of this weird stuff. Her mother stood frozen, completely silent. Lee Hae-soo wiped her tears, sobbing and asking why they had to live like this. She hated it so much. But her mother just smiled, opened her arms wide, and asked if she wanted this special amulet instead. Lee Hae-soo snapped back that she detested charms, but her mother warmly replied that this one was special, it was her own personal talisman. Noticing her daughter's confused look, she explained that no matter where she was, she just had to call out for her mom. She promised to run and embrace her immediately, calling it a sacred promise. Then she pulled her little girl into a warm hug. The scene shifts to an old photo of the two of them captured in that precious moment when she vowed to protect her beloved daughter. Back in the harsh reality, the brutal attacks on her have suddenly stopped. Tears stream down her mother's face, making Lee Hae-soo look up in shock. Something is different now. Her mother seems to have regained a tiny shred of consciousness, weakly telling Lee Hae-soo to run away immediately. Both Kwon Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo are stunned, but the young girl feels a sudden spark of hope, calling out to her mother as she moves. But something feels terribly wrong. Ignoring her daughter's cries, the mother reaches out and pulls a massive knife out of the wall. Clutching the blade tightly, she raises it high with both hands. Lee Hae-soo desperately screams, asking her mother what she is trying to do. The tip is pointed straight at her own body. Realizing her mother's horrific intention, Lee Hae-soo panics, begging her to stop. In total helplessness, she can only sob, pleading with her to stop. But her mother doesn't answer, only whispering her name with endless warmth. Hearing her mother call her "my daughter," Lee Hae-soo freezes. And with one final desperate movement, the mother plunges the blade deep into her stomach. Jin and Kwon Yong-jin watch in absolute horror. Lee Hae-soo's eyes completely empty out as the light of her world vanishes. Blood spills heavily from the wound. Lee Hae-soo rushes forward to hold her collapsing mother, screaming for her over and over again. Her mother limply collapses into her arms. Lee Hae-soo clings to her, desperately begging for a response that will never come. Kwon Yong-jin stands there completely numb, listening to her agonizing cries as she begs her mother to just look at her one last time. Memories of her bright, trusting smile flash through his mind, remembering how she promised him everything would be okay because he would help her. Back in the room, Lee Hae-soo shatters, wailing in absolute agony. Her devastating screams pull Kwon Yong-jin right back into his own darkest memories. Voices in his head echo that it's all his fault, asking himself if he truly is the monster behind all this suffering. He clutches his face in overwhelming guilt. Demons scream in his mind, demanding his body and blaming him for every single tragedy. In his broken psyche, he envisions a crowd of faceless victims, pointing fingers and cursing him for existing. They tell him he should never have been born, branding him a murderous demon who brought death to his own parents. Visions of his parents' happy smiles flash by, followed by the terrifying crash where only he was dragged out alive. Suddenly, a violent crack rips open across the mother's body, and just when you think it can't get worse, a demonic spirit crawls out. How dare she do that, it bellows. Lee Hai-soo glares at it with pure hatred as the spirit begins chanting deadly curses. It swings its massive blade, ordering everyone to die. Lee Hee-soo shields her mother's body, but suddenly the spirit's weapon vanishes. The blade flies high into the air and slams violently into the ground, leaving the confused creature staring at its empty hands. The evil spirit freezes, noticing a long, lethal blade scraping against the floor. But the real shocker is the one holding it. It's a young boy radiating an absolutely terrifying aura, his eyes cold and brimming with murderous intent. The heavy blade screeches against the cold floor. Kwon Yong-jin stands transformed, grip tightened on his weapon as his deadly glare locks onto the target. Nearby, Jin crouches down with a grimace. The evil spirit spots Kwon Yong-jin's new imposing form and lets out a twisted, mocking laugh. He mockingly asks what the hell this is, wondering aloud if these kids have completely lost their fear of death. But before the demon can finish his smug rant, Kwon Yong-jin instantly vanishes right from under his nose. The creature glances around in confusion, only to realize far too late that Kwon Yong-jin is already standing directly behind him. A sudden slash tears through the air. He barely dodges, but the blade slices right through his prayer beads. The evil spirit quickly backs away. The broken beads scatter all over the floor. Glaring at Yong-jin, he curses under his breath. Damn it, what on earth is happening here? How was my spell broken? They're just cowardly humans. Yong-jin crouches low, gripping his massive blade after that heavy strike. The enemy exhales a strange dark mist. Nearby corpses open their jaws, greedily inhaling the foul smoke directly from him. Vines suddenly wrap around the children. Seeing Bok-sun fall, the young boy cries out in a panic, asking if she's okay. She sits up, saying she is fine. Meanwhile, Lee Hee-soo desperately shakes her own unconscious mother, trying to wake her. The nearby corpses dissolve, merging into his severed limb to regenerate a brand new arm. Yong-jin watches this horror unfold. The monster leaps up high, rebounding off the wall, to grab a heavy spear while cursing Yong-jin. Yong-jin lunges forward with a deadly strike, but the demon quickly raises the spear to block the incoming blow. Gritting his teeth, the fiend braces against the weapon. An expressionless Yong-jin presses down before forcefully shoving him back. With a clean, powerful swing, he slices the wooden spear right in half. The demon stands frozen, stunned by his sheer power. Staring at his ruined weapon, the monster is left utterly speechless. Yong-jin spins his massive blade, ready to finish this. He leaps high into the air and crashes down, driving the heavy blade directly through the demon's arm, making him howl in agonizing pain. Yong-jin watches with cold, emotionless eyes. The demon tears his bleeding arm free and flips backward to create some distance. He lands heavily on a red platform, panting. "Who the hell are you?" the evil spirit demands. "You were just vomiting blood." Angrily clenching his fists, he continues, saying he knew Yong-jin was strong but still considers him a mere lowly human. Suddenly, Yong-jin lets out a cold laugh, leaving the spirit utterly confused as to why his opponent is laughing. While the children desperately try to help each other, one cries out. Yong-jin grips his blade and charges straight ahead. Surprised by the sudden charge, the demon spots a sealed jar full of centipedes nearby. Without a second thought, he grabs it. He hurls the jar directly at the oncoming Yong-jin, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he tells him to take this. Reacting instantly, Yong-jin slices the jar open, but a swarm of venomous centipedes immediately bursts out and covers his body. The demon laughs, calling him a fool before delivering a heavy kick that sends the young warrior flying backward. Dragging his blade along the stone floor, he stabs it deep into the ground to anchor himself and stop the slide. Looking up, he faces a towering abomination. The evil spirit chuckles maliciously, boasting that this is no ordinary demon. It was spawned from deadly parasite poison, and there is no way a mere mortal can defeat this giant centipede-bodied terror. The children tremble in absolute horror at the hideous sight. Watching from the side, Lee Hai-soo stares at Yong-jin with deep worry. Yong-jin stands his ground, staring the beast down. Meanwhile, though the demon puts on a confident act, he is secretly panicking inside. His injuries are far worse than they appear, forcing him to realize he needs to retreat into a human vessel. Eyeing an unconscious woman lying nearby, he decides to hijack her body as a temporary vessel, grabbing her throat with a sinister grin. He mocks Yong-jin, betting the hero would never dare to attack a fellow human before breathing out a strange white mist. The helpless woman inhales the gas instantly, but before he can celebrate, a massive crash echoes as something smashes through the wall. Sensing danger, the demon whips around only to witness a shocking sight, Yong-jin effortlessly slicing the massive beast in half. As the giant centipede monster falls, Yong-jin locks eyes with him. A terrifying cold shiver runs straight down the demon's spine. Taking out a high-level poison beast with a single swing is insane. But then the demon bursts into a twisted, mocking laughter. He sneers that a simple cut won't work because the beast's cells are already mutating and multiplying from the wound. Sure enough, the severed halves regenerate into two separate laughing abominations. The demon barks out an order not to kill him. He wants the boy captured alive so he can hijack his body to become a god. But suddenly, agonizing shrieks echo through the air. Startled by the sudden screams of his own beasts, the demon frantically looks around to see what went wrong. To his left, one beast has its head completely crushed. To his right, the second monster lies in the exact same brutal state. Stunned by this absolute carnage, his jaw drops in disbelief. Yong-jin slowly turns toward him, menacingly licking his lips. The terrified demon collapses to the ground and scrambles backward, realizing in horror that this monster slayer actually devours demons. Even Jin in his small dog form senses that Yong-jin is losing control. He steps forward as the hero's eyes glow blood red. Overflowing with pure murderous intent, Yong-jin swings his heavy blade down, slamming it into the stone floor with a deafening crash. The edge stops mere millimeters from a terrified Jin. Without a word, Yong-jin walks away, leaving the little companion frozen in shock. As he approaches, the demon woman panics. The thick dark energy swirling around him grows heavier, filling her with absolute dread. Seeing him wear that bone-chilling grin makes her break into a cold sweat. He is definitely not human anymore. Something is deeply wrong here. Extremely dangerous, she needs to get out now. With that thought, the demon girl scrambles desperately on her stubby leg toward the exit door. The wooden frame cracks loudly before a sudden massive blast completely blows the door away. Luckily, that blast propels her right out of the room. Outside, her face twists in absolute agony. But just then, Kwon Yong-jin charges forward, clutching his heavy cleaver and delivering a massive strike. He kicks her down hard. His foot slams directly into the back of her head, dragging her face first along the rough, rocky ground. Kwon Yong-jin presses down with crushing weight, keeping her pinned. Her eyes flare with pure resentment. But the moment she spots his raised weapon, fear takes over. Seizing the brief second he lifts his foot, she crawls away in a panic. But Kwon Yong-jin sees right through her desperate escape attempt. He immediately stomps her back down into the dirt. Her eyes nearly burst from rage, while Kwon Yong-jin calmly looks down on her like an insect. Tears of blood begin to stream from her hollow eyes. Her hoarse voice cracks as distorted fragments of her past flash like an old movie. Memories show a person collapsing while a crowd hurls bitter insults. Reliving this pain is literally driving the demon girl insane. The lingering nightmare haunts her. The agonizing sight of a girl tied to a burning stake fills her soul with overwhelming resentment. Wails of agony and the crackle of roaring flames echo in her ears. The final image is a twisted smile melting inside the red fire. Suddenly, the vision shifts to a bright, clear day with silk banners fluttering in the wind. Back then, things were so different. Villagers offered money, rice, and even brought a whole pig. They bowed deeply, offering their most sincere and respectful prayers to the heavens. Before them stood the village priestess holding a ritual fan and bell. Once the sacred ceremony finally came to an end, silence fell. The priestess turned around with a reassuring smile. She announced that the gods heard their prayers, promising rain tomorrow. But when tomorrow came, the blazing sun still scorched the land. Her hands trembled and her pupils shrank in utter disbelief. How was this possible? Why did it not rain? She screamed internally. Overwhelmed with rage, the priestess kicked her ritual altar over in a furious outburst. Sweating profusely, she panicked over how things had gone so wrong. She could no longer feel any connection. Had her magic completely vanished? Nobody respected her anymore. The villagers were all leaving her behind. How did it come to this? Was she really nothing without her powers? Staring at the ancient painting on the wall, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. What if there were actually no gods at all? The absurd realization left her frozen. Perhaps everything she accomplished before was solely due to her own natural talents. Suddenly, a noise snapped her back. Low whispers from the doorway instantly snapped her back. She glared suspiciously at the onlookers who scrambled away in sheer terror. Finding herself shunned by everyone, her mood hit rock bottom. Meanwhile, nasty rumors quickly began spreading like wildfire all across the village. Men drinking wine whispered that she was cursed by the gods and had lost her powers. The guy next to him gasped in surprise. They gossiped about how she even destroyed her own shrine, calling her a total fraud they had never trusted from the very beginning. Little did they know the priestess was standing right behind them, overhearing every single word. Her freezing voice suddenly echoed in their ears. One man choked on his drink in shock. The priestess warned them that a deadly plague was coming and they must offer sacrifices to survive. But times had changed and the villagers only sneered back, asking why they should ever waste their food on useless prayers. Another man angrily chimed in, saying they had no rice left. Where were they supposed to steal offerings from just to please her? A third guy smirked jokingly, thanking her for at least attempting to pray for their safety. But the sarcasm was crystal clear. The first man scoffed at that, calling her a powerless liar. Everyone who saw her now simply turned away in disgust. They refused to believe a single word from such a pathetic woman. They laughed off her warnings of a plague as sheer nonsense. They told the crazy old lady to get lost. But as she growled in anger, the mocking crowd suddenly went stiff. Her murderous gaze locked onto them. She asked if they dared disrespect a priestess, demanding to know if they feared divine punishment. She burst into a manic laugh, further angering the crowd. A bearded man pointed aggressively right at her face, demanding to know what she meant. He called her a liar, pointing out that none of her recent rituals actually worked. He claimed she was just making up stories. The priestess remained silent, but her chilling gaze locked onto him like a predator marking its prey. She quietly walked away. Only a few days later, tragedy struck. The villagers gasped in horror as they watched a dead body being carried away. Neighbors whispered anxiously that the village was doomed now that the priestess was gone. After all, Mr. Kim had mocked her first. Now he was dead from the plague, and his entire family lay bedridden. Listening to their panic from behind a wall was a familiar figure. The priestess smirked, watching them spiral into terror. The panicked villagers agreed that their only hope was begging her to return. They realized they should never have doubted the gods. After all, Mr. Kim only got sick because he claimed she had lost her power. Meanwhile, nearby the Park family household, another desperate exorcism ritual was already underway to ward off the evil spirits. Amused by their desperation, the priestess exhaled a dark mist. The corrupt energy immediately summoned ravenous ghouls to crawl out from the corpses. The other people can't see them at all. That wealthy family committed so many evil deeds in the past, and now they are absolutely terrified. Struggling to conceive, they beg the shamaness for an heir. It is karma for their dirty past, and now they are forced to pray to the gods. The villagers sigh in despair. Sickness is spreading everywhere, the village is in absolute chaos, and everyone is desperate. They pray she can exorcise the evil spirits so they can live in peace again. Meanwhile, tiny imps crawl all over her body. The shamaness walks away, leaving the terrified crowd trembling in fear. Right now, she is the only hope they have left. A villager warns Dong Yi's mother to keep a close eye on her child since things have gotten far too dangerous at night. Wealth and fame quickly flood back to her. During her grim ritual, she flashes a deeply satisfied smile. Soon more time passes. In the dead of night, a desperate cry rings out for Dong Yi. Her mother searches frantically, tears streaming down her face. The villagers are horrified to hear the news. The little girl is gone, and they warn each other about the night danger. Some whisper that demons took her, while others hope she is just lost. The crowd quickly splits up to start the search. Under the cold glow of a brilliant full moon, there is a dark place where no light ever reaches. The air is heavy. A starving little girl lies shivering on the cold ground. She clutches her stomach, her tiny body reduced to skin and bones. The shamaness smiles warmly, sitting down to offer her a piece of bread. Her voice drips with sweet, wicked poison. She asks if Sui is hungry. The starving child's eyes light up and she weakly reaches her hand toward the food. The shamaness urges her to eat, but suddenly she pulls out a heavy axe, raising the blade high above the girl. The blade comes down on the child's reaching hand. A horrific scream echoes as the shamaness seals her dark vessel and leaves. She leaves unaware that a witness saw everything. Behind the door stands Dong Yi, her face completely pale with terror. Back in her room, the shamaness looks around in confusion. She mutters to herself, wondering where Dong Yi went. She warns that ghosts catch kids who wander at night. Hidden inside a jar in the corner, Dong Yi holds her breath. The next morning, the shamaness performs another ritual. Dong Yi's mother prays through her tears when she suddenly gasps. Dong Yi climbs out of hiding and runs to her mother. Overjoyed, her mother hugs her tight as the girl trembles in fear. She points a trembling finger straight at the shamaness, and you know things are about to get wild. Exposed, the shamaness face twists in rage. Under the flickering torchlight, a horrified villager trips and falls to the ground. He points a shaking hand at the dark vessel. Inside, a child's finger bone slips out. The grieving parents scream in agony. They tie the wicked woman up as fury erupts. They scream at her, demanding she return their stolen children. She sneers, asking if they only regret it now. The crowd gasps as she fearlessly lays bare her twisted truth. She yells that they wanted this. They happily used her dark magic before, but now they cry when their own children pay. Their own greed killed their children. Her mocking words send a wave of guilt and shock through the crowd. She laughs through her teeth, calling them fools who must pay the price. Furious, the villagers lose all control. They spit curses at her, asking if she fears divine punishment. The wicked woman's smile only grows more twisted. She cackles, asking why she would ever fear the gods. As the flames rise, she laughs that if gods existed, she would be dead. In the middle of the raging crowd, a grieving mother snatches a burning torch, her eyes filled with madness. She charges forward in a frenzy, throwing the blazing torch directly at the bound shamaness. The torch lands at her feet as the mother screams for her to burn. The dry wood and straw instantly catch fire. As the flames climb her body, she remains eerily calm, shouting that even if the gods appeared, they could not touch her. The villagers watch in shock as she burns. Her mouth stretches wide in a grotesque grin, promising they will all die with her. Her voice echoes through the roaring fire. She declares herself a god, a deity born of pure, raging hatred. She laughs that their greed only feeds her power. Even as her physical body burns to ash, her voice continues to echo. Her spirit promises to return as a true god. Suddenly, two crimson lines of light begin to carve into the ground. They form a massive magic seal, trapping Yong-jin and the demoness inside. The terrifying deity of resentment has finally awakened. Countless jars shatter at once, releasing waves of dark energy. They swarm the demoness like a nest of crimson serpents. Absorbing the power, she begins a horrifying mutation, fully reborn from the ashes. It is time for their punishment. With glowing monstrous eyes, the demoness lunges at Yong-jin. Sharp serpentine whips lash at him, but he effortlessly dodges them all. Unleashing another wave of fire, she screams that she will slaughter them all. Her burning rage is completely out of control. She fires her ultimate skill, the resentful deity. Watching this terrifying display of power, Lee Hai-soo and the kids tremble with fear. "Watch out, brother," one of the kids cries out in panic, staring at the meat cleaver, desperately blocking the demoness's lethal strike. He looks even more terrifying than the monster right now, the kid thinks. On Kwon Yong-jin's face is a downright villainous grin as he raises his heavy meat cleaver. The demoness gasps in shock at Kwon Yong-jin's sudden counterattack. His blade glides through the air like a breeze, slicing every single serpent around her into tiny pieces. The demoness collapses with a groan, but her severed arm instantly begins to regenerate. Seizing the opening, she fires a barrage of deadly red threads. "Die," she screams. Kwon Yong-jin leaps high, slicing through the threads. The demoness watches in sheer horror. From mid-air, Kwon Yong-jin swings his blade once more. Black smoke gathers around him again, shaping itself into dark, draconic scales. Suddenly, one of his eyes turns completely white. Enveloping his body is the spectral form of a black dragon. Even without its head visible, the demoness is paralyzed with fear, while Great-Grandpa Jin in his dog form gapes in shock. Kwon Yong-jin raises his blade, the dragon's body writhing with his movement. At that exact moment, the demoness unleashes another wave of slithering serpents. As dragon and serpents clash in a wild frenzy, a folding fan snaps open in the distance. Instantly, the demoness and Kwon Yong-jin freeze as if their pressure points were struck. A clear voice echoes, "Windbreak," and a violent gale tears them apart. The raging tornado swallows the demoness, leaving her muffled and screaming. Right after the wind blasts Kwon Yong-jin backward into the dirt. The fan snaps shut and the wind dies down. Kwon Yong-jin looks up in confusion as the mysterious savior lowers his weapon. "Absolute cold," the savior whispers, releasing a frozen gale from the fan. The frost wraps around Kwon Yong-jin, trapping him like a cage. With a flick of the fan, Kwon Yong-jin drops his meat cleaver. His consciousness finally returns as the icy wind embraces him. The spellcaster is none other than Tian Shang, the earthly branch deity of the heavens. He stands there with utterly bored, listless eyes. The kids happily rush over to him. "Brother, look what happened," they clamor all at once, eagerly pointing fingers and complaining about the monster. Meanwhile, the battered demoness drags her broken body forward. Stunned by how incredibly stubborn she is, the children shrink back in terror. "What is that thing? It is so gross," they cry. Tian Shang casts a cold glance over as the demoness rasps out, "What are you?" Her withered branch-like arm reaches desperately toward Tian Shang. "What is this power?" she wheezes. "How can you wield the mountain god's authority?" Staring at her like she is a fool, Tian Shang smugly replies, "Because I am a god," as one of her eyes turns blood red. "What did you say?" she gasps. Oozing supreme arrogance, Tian Shang calmly continues, "I am the earthly branch deity from the heavens." The demoness stares blankly, her worn-down fangs dripping with drool. "A real god," she mutters, unable to believe her own eyes. The children watch tensely as tears stream down the monster's hollow face. If that is true, then why? She sobs, dragging her feet. She crawls forward with the last of her strength, grabbing the hem of Tian Shang's robe. "Why?" she cries out, her face full of resentment. "Why did you never answer my prayers? Why did you never come to save me?" she asks, recalling her deepest moments of despair. "Why did you abandon me when I needed you most? If you had only helped, I would never have ended up like this." Tears stream down her face like a river. "Why did you let me die? Does a god truly abandon those who plead for help?" Treating her words like a joke, Tian Shang slaps her hand away and brushes off his clothes. "What kind of prayer?" he scoffs. He looks down at the grotesque creature before him. "Just look at yourself," he says. "You surely only prayed for your own selfish desires." His eyes remain entirely cold. No true god would ever listen to such greed. As he speaks, tiny spirits begin to slip out of her sleeves. The demoness watches them escape, feeling her very soul being drained. Without missing a beat, Tian Shang begins listing her unforgivable crimes. "Blinded by short-term greed, you forgot your duty as a shaman and committed the 10 major sins born of your mind and actions." The demoness screams in denial, but Tian Shang only sneers at her victim act. Do you truly think you have been wrong, he asks. The crawling spirits let out painful, sorrowful wails. Do you not see the countless innocent souls who die because of you, he demands. The demoness desperately tries to make excuses, claiming those humans started it first. Tian Shang remains silent, radiating an icy wrath. Even if you were torn apart and burned alive 1,000 times, it could never match the agony of your victims. With that, Tian Shang delivers his final judgment. You are sentenced to the depths of hell, he declares coldly. You will suffer torture matching the exact number of children you slaughtered and the mothers you cruelly deceived. He snaps open his fan, adding that her punishment will equal the number of people who suffered under her hands. Radiant light envelops the fan as a crescent moon emblem appears on his forehead. A thick wave of black energy wraps around them. The vortex of energy completely swallows the demoness. Slowly, the light is consumed by the darkness of the black moon technique. The demoness trembles in absolute terror, begging for her life as Tian Shang watches like a predator cornering its prey. I cannot die like this, she screams. Watching the black mist close in, she begs him to save her just this once. He remains totally unmoved as the dark tornado shreds her to pieces. She is completely erased, leaving the children absolutely amazed. That was intense. Having finished the fight, he turns to ask about the human. One of the little kids gasps the human. She has been stabbed. Under a deep red twilight sky, Tian Shang walks toward Li Hai-su and her mother, who stares back in complete confusion. As he approaches, Li Hai-su tightly shields her mother in fear. He quietly whispers that she is still breathing, leaving her utterly shocked. Tian Shang sighs and snaps his fan open as the symbol on it shifts. Instantly glowing patterns appear across his cheek. A flower blooms directly over Li Hai-su's head. With a graceful flick of his fan, a wave of vibrant petals begins to unfold. The petals wrap around the mother. Flowers bloom over the wounds on her arm as color returns to her face, stitching her closed like thread. The magical flowers mend the stab wound on her stomach. Li Hai-su watches spellbound while the kids whisper about how incredibly beautiful it is. Tian Shang snaps his fan shut to end the spell. The flowers fade, leaving a warm light around the mother. Li Hai-su gently nudges her. Tian Shang reassures her she is only sleeping, so there is no need to worry. Li Hai-su gasps, her trembling hands cradling her mother. A gentle, familiar smile returns to her mother's lips. Seeing her completely healed, Li Hai-su feels fresh tears ready to spill over. She still cannot believe it. How is this even possible? One of the little girls cheers, telling her sister how lucky they are. The kids beam with pride. Their big brother is a great god from heaven, the very first of the 12 Zodiac guardians. This was easy. Stunned by his incredible divine status, Li Hai-su drops to her knees and bows deeply, expressing her profound gratitude. Tian Shang coughs into his hand, silently staring at the blood staining his sleeve in annoyance. He then looks over toward Li Hai-su. He tells her no thanks are needed, then asks her for a favor. Li Hai-su is completely bewildered. His hand trembles against his fan. It is clear he has pushed past his limits today. Snapping the fan open again, a brilliant light envelops it as he waves it gently. He sweeps away the lesser spirits surrounding the others. Suddenly, the glass-like cage holding them prisoner begins to crack and shatter. As the barrier collapses, Li Hai-su watches countless disembodied arms rain down. Turning away, Tian Shang prepares to leave. He instructs her to gather the fingers of the children and perform a proper funeral once the exorcist finally wakes up. Under the fading twilight, a heavy silence falls, broken only by the cry of crows. Tian Shang looks on with mild amusement. Right in front of him, Kwon Yong-jin floats inside a thick fog next to a small dog. The deity smirks and calls out. Jin flinches in his dog form, his eyes turning sharp. Tian Shang approaches Kwon Yong-jin, raising his fan toward the floating boy. He aims right for the crown of his head, delivering a sharp whack to wake him up. Kwon Yong-jin slowly stirs from unconsciousness. Opening his eyes, he is utterly bewildered to find a complete stranger staring down at him. Even worse, a bizarre white fog has him completely trapped. He panics, wondering what on earth is happening, but no matter how hard he struggles, it won't budge. Just as he wonders what to do, the fog abruptly vanishes, sending him crashing to the ground. He quickly scrambles upright. Looking around, he is hit with absolute shock. The entire area is in ruins, leaving him completely and utterly lost. Where even is he, and what just happened? Suddenly, memories flash back the image of Li Hai-su crying over her fallen mother. He frantically looks around for Li Hai-su. Right on cue, she appears out of nowhere, staring straight at him. She slaps both hands onto his cheeks to make sure he is real, stammering to ask if he is all right. His face flushes red as he mumbles that he is fine. Relieved to see her goofy friend back, Li Hai-su bursts into tears. She apologizes through her tears, blaming herself for putting him in danger. Kwon Yong-jin watches her, completely puzzled by her reaction. He reassures her that he is fine, then asks about her mother. Li Hai-su smiles, thanking the gods for saving her. Every single wound has been healed and she is just sleeping to recover. Kwon Yong-jin is left even more lost than before. Jin pads over in his dog form asking if he is fully awake. Stuttering, Kwon Yong-jin scratches his head in total confusion. Jin offers to explain everything once they get back home. Suddenly, another voice cuts in questioning if that is really the plan. Tian Shang shoots him an overly pleasant smile asking how he intends to explain this. The entire group stares back, utterly speechless. Lee Hai-soo breaks the silence, introducing the newcomer as a high deity from the heavens. Kwon Yong-jin can only stare at her in disbelief. Jin glares back with equal intensity. As Kwon Yong-jin and the deity lock eyes in a tense stare down, Kwon Yong-jin suddenly points. He shouts out to look at the flying balloon, instantly annoying Tian Shang. The younger kids quickly crowd around their exasperated brother. He sweeps his fan with an annoyed glare and announces their departure. Thick white smoke begins to swirl around the group. The kids wave cheerful goodbyes as they vanish. Witnessing this sudden teleportation, Kwon Yong-jin is left with his jaw hanging open. He can only wonder what just happened. Lee Hai-soo looks on in admiration, asking if he actually knows these powerful gods. Kwon Yong-jin stammeringly denies it but suddenly freezes up in realization. Seeing his expression, Lee Hai-soo tilts her head in confusion. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls her name, freezing her in her tracks. Turning around quickly, she finds her mother standing at the door. Trembling, Lee Hai-soo sees her mother standing there looking at her with nothing but warmth. She runs forward, throwing her arms around her. Yong-jin watches them and smiles. Hidden behind the door, the old bogeyman sheds a tear. He refuses to step inside, choosing to watch silently from afar. Then he picks up his basket. He stumbles down the dirt path, muttering a broken song about taking away crying babies and rewarding the good ones. His voice slowly fades away, but he left something behind. On the ground, a handful of candy sits carefully placed on a clean cloth. As sunset finally fades from the sky, a phone screen lights up. A text notification reads, "Your order has been delivered," with a photo attached. Yong-jin mutters to himself, "Wait, this message was from 8 hours ago." He stares at the massive boxes piled high outside his door. Oh great, everything inside is completely ruined. Jin stands nearby with a judging look, asking if he is some corrupt official collecting tributes from locals. Yong-jin snaps back, "Lee Hai-soo bought these for me, they were just delivered. What on earth are you thinking, talking about corrupt officials?" Jin glares back, offended that his descendant is yelling at his own ancestor. Can a guy not ask a simple question around here? Yong-jin completely ignores him and punches in his door code. Being ignored only makes Jin angrier. "How dare you speak to me like that?" he fumes. The ancestor continues to nag, muttering that while he can overlook some things, a lack of respect is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Yong-jin grabs the bags and heads inside, telling him to go ahead and starve then. Jin can only scold him as he walks away, calling him an insolent brat. Yong-jin cuts him off, telling him to get inside and lock up. He also grabs his knife from outside before Jin calmly announces that he is starving and wants dinner served immediately. He struts away, leaving Yong-jin holding all the heavy bags as a dog's voice echoes. "I am completely starving," the voice yells from the hallway. Yong-jin pulls out his phone while reminding Jin to go wash his paws first. Lee Hai-soo sent him a text. She thanks him, apologizes for everything, and promises to be the first to help if he ever finds himself in trouble. She signs off, wishing to see him at school. Yong-jin replies to the message and gets to work on preparing their dinner. On the other side of town, Lee Hai-soo is scrolling through her phone when a text notification suddenly chimes. It is just a reply from him. Even though it is just a dry, simple reply from Yong-jin, it still puts a bright smile on her face. Back at his place, dinner is ready. Jin is absolutely inhaling his food. As Yong-jin picks at his fish, he tries to piece together what happened while he was knocked out cold. Did that young exorcist really slay the monster and heal Lee Hai-soo's mother all on his own? Jin nods, chewing happily on his food. Yong-jin sighs, bummed that he missed such an epic fight. He looks over at his meat-devouring ancestor, wondering if that exorcist has a similar deity. Jin stops to point out that the exorcist's spirit is definitely not an ancestor deity like him, nor is he anyone's friendly guardian. Yong-jin nods and they both focus on eating. But inside he cannot help but wonder where exactly was his own guardian when death came knocking. His silent complaints feel like sharp needles poking at the old ancestor, stuffing his face. "You should have saved me," he grumbles inside. "Without that kid, I would have been a goner." Jin knows he is right, falling dead, silent, and slowly spitting out his meat. Jin sighs and tries to explain. It is not that he did not want to save him, but he literally had no power to do so. His voice is dead serious. Yong-jin looks at him totally skeptical, remembering the massive weapon Jin carried on his back in his human form. Was that huge blade just for decoration? Jin casually shrugs, saying it was just to look cool. But then he admits he lost his power. Yong-jin freezes mid-sip, setting his soup spoon down. He calmly asks if this has to do with the time Jin saved him from that god. Jin is stunned that his descendant figured it out. After a heavy silence, he nods, admitting that incident was the root of everything. Jin looks at him with a gravity Yong-jin has never seen before as memories of that fateful night flash before his eyes. That night, you actually died. A brilliant light glows from Yong-jin's chest in the memory as Jin explains he used all his power. The pendant he wore glowed to pull him back from the dead, slowly turning jet black. Your strange instant healing ability. Jin explains, looking at the boy's shocked face, is actually the raw divine power I transferred into your body. Yong-jin is completely stunned. What do you mean by that? Yong-jin whispers, unable to believe his ears. Jin looks at him with absolute seriousness, telling him his duty now. From now on, you have to help me regain my strength, Jin commands. Under the dark night sky, his words echo through the quiet apartment. But watch closely out in the shadows, a mysterious figure holding a bow stands silently watching them. The camera pans up, revealing her face. It is a woman with dangerous glowing crimson eyes. She stands bathed in moonlight, staring off into the distance before vanishing in an instant. A brand new day begins under a bright blue sky. Yong-jin throws on his school uniform, ready to head out for the morning. Suddenly, he winces, grabbing his arm in pain. His legs begin to shake uncontrollably, leaving him completely baffled by his body's sudden weakness. Why are my limbs aching like this? He groans. But there is no time to waste. He cannot be late for school today. Did a little running seriously mess me up this badly? He mutters. Jin, sitting nearby in his dog form, suddenly speaks up. Hey kid, do you have any of those things? Like Jin pauses, carefully choosing his words before continuing. Those history record books. You know, those books that document exactly how the world has changed over time in chronological order. Jin waits for his reply. Losing patience, Yong-jin tells his ancestor that he isn't stupid. Jin is surprised to see him searching around, shocked that the kid actually kept it. Talk about a pretty weird family reunion. Yong-jin mutters to himself in total disbelief before tossing an old history textbook right onto the bed. It is an elementary school history book, and even Yong-jin is amazed he never threw it out. Jin looks quite confused and asks what it is, prompting a quick reply. A simple history textbook, Yong-jin answers. The puppy ancestor uses his foot to flip it open, asking with a thoughtful face what is written inside. Yong-jin says goodbye and heads out for school. Jin nods, his little dog head telling him to be careful. Outside, the morning sky is beautifully clear. As Yong-jin walks while messing around on his phone, last night's conversation flashes through his mind. The ancestor's words echo clearly once again. He claimed that Yong-jin's insanely fast recovery speed came directly from his ancestral power. But the more he thinks about it, the more skeptical he gets. If that were true, shouldn't he be stronger by now? Why is his physical stamina still completely terrible? Suddenly, the ghostly ancestor pops up again. Jin explains that this power will stop evil spirits from targeting him. It leaves Yong-jin pretty speechless, but honestly, it is still a massive relief. He is still a bit worried, but if it is true, it is a great deal. Lost in thought, he suddenly bumps right into his statue. Yong-jin stares at the carved sculpture. Remembering his terrifying past encounter with one of these things, a cold shiver runs straight down his spine. Quickly sidestepping the creepy statue, a strange device on the chest of a freckled kid walking ahead of him starts beeping wildly. 5 colored lights on the gadget flare up. Yong-jin remains completely oblivious and keeps walking while the other kid's earpiece blares a loud warning. The battle has ended, the alert says. The kid stares at his screen in confusion as it goes quiet, and the two boys simply pass each other. Its colorful lights go completely dead. The freckled kid adjusts his glasses, looking up just in time to catch a glimpse of Yong-jin walking away. Down the hallway, the kid ducks behind a corner and raises a weird three-eyed gadget. To be exact, this is his custom ghost-detecting device. It scans and analyzes everyone who wanders into its camera frame. The kid takes this work seriously, but he still looks incredibly suspicious doing it. Honestly, he looks exactly like a total creep sneaking illegal photos. Suddenly, a hand snatches the device away as a girl with a ponytail appears. She checks the screen, demanding to know what he is filming. Another short-haired girl glares, warning him not to take any secret videos of them. Cornered by their sharp questions, the poor kid completely freezes. He quickly stammers out that he is definitely not trying to film them. The two girls demand to know what the device is. He honestly explains that it is actually a ghost detector meant to sense nearby spirits. Thinking he is just talking nonsense, Ponytail snaps and points out that he was literally aiming the camera straight at them. She demands to see his photo album. The kid desperately defends himself, insisting that he was only looking through the lens, not recording anything. Suddenly, a friendly voice calls out to Ji-won. A handsome classmate drapes an arm over his shoulder, asking if he is out hunting ghosts again. The freckled kid Ji-won jumps in surprise. Do-kyung immediately steps in to smooth things over and explain the situation to the two girls. He apologizes and explains that his friend is just obsessed with the supernatural and wanted to check if their school had any ghosts. Seeing the handsome Do-kyung, the girls immediately turn shy. Just then, another classmate snatches the device right out of Ji-won's hand. That classmate is Kang Jia, and she playfully mocks her childhood friend, explaining that he has been completely obsessed with ghosts since middle school. She jokes that he lacks basic empathy and tells the girls to bear with him. Ji-won still stubbornly defends his own social skills. Do-kyung looks at his friend and sighs, telling Ji-won to stop making people misunderstand and just put the camera away for once. Mentioning his pile of weird toys only makes Ji-won more annoyed. Kang Jia is not done teasing him eagerly, showing his phone to the girls. She laughs and tells them to look at his album, which is full of goofy selfies. The two girls look completely blinded by the cringe. Ji-won yells for them to stop looking, but Kang Jia laughs hysterically at his photos, pointing out how he is trying so hard to look cool. Do-kyung finally steps in to end the embarrassing roasting session. He offers a sincere apology, and the two girls quickly wave it off. They quickly leave, saying it was actually their bad. Once they are gone, Kang Jia's playful grin vanishes as she turns perfectly serious. Ji-won quietly grumbles about his crazy friend under his breath. Kang Jia crosses her arms and glares at Ji-won, telling him to chill out. She warns him that walking around with a camera like that will get him beaten up. He complains that she should at least let him explain. Scoffing at his ridiculous excuse, she points out that he is about to get dragged straight to the discipline office. Do-kyung immediately steps in. He asks Kang Jia to calm down and cut back on the cursing. Kang Jia looks incredibly annoyed by his constant lecturing, finding him highly irritating. She snaps that she is not even swearing, but his behavior is just unbearable. Do-kyung turns back to Ji-won to ask him a question. He wonders why Ji-won came up to this floor without even putting his backpack down. Ji-won gives a blunt reply that makes Do-kyung pale. Do-kyung nervously asks if something bad happened again. Seeing his anxiety, Kang Jia warns Do-kyung not to listen to his friend's absolute nonsense. If he keeps indulging him, the kid will only get worse. Feeling pretty targeted, Ji-won immediately fires back, demanding to know what her problem is. He pushes up his glasses and drops a wildly arrogant line. He declares that he trusts absolutely nobody in this entire world except for himself. Hearing his delusional speech, Kang Jia directly threatens to smack some sense into him. Right now, the trio is standing in the class 1-2 hallway. Do-kyung brings up their old picnic, asking if she did not see it. Gong Ji-won remains totally focused on his ghost hunting. Meanwhile, Do-kyung tries to reason with Kang Jia. Back then, Gong Ji-won's recorder actually picked up a real spirit voice. Even the radio kept looping a creepy invite play together. Kang Jia just glares at him like he is a total idiot. She snaps that it is just a normal electronic device experiencing some signal interference. Hearing this, Gong Ji-won pauses. Something clicks in his mind. Right signal interference, leaving the two behind him completely stunned. He explains that ghosts are actually made of intense magnetic fields. So what happens when a spiritual entity gets near other electromagnetic waves? Gong Ji-won eagerly starts rattling off a mountain of scientific theories and evidence. Flickering lights, glitched sensors, and malfunctioning tech are all caused by this exact electromagnetic disruption. After laying down his facts, he turns to Kang Jia with a smirk. He pats her on the back, teasingly praising her. Who knew Kang Jia was such a spiritual expert? She might actually have the making of a true ghost hunter. If she wants, he is totally down to take her as his apprentice. Hearing this, Kang Jia is absolutely fuming. Her face starts twitching with pure irritation, like ghosts are even real. She snaps, "You idiot, have you ever even seen one?" Not backing down, Gong Ji-won immediately fires back. "Of course I have. Right in front of me, your face." Kang Jia snaps, ready to throw hands. "You absolute jerk." Do-kyung quickly jumps in to separate them. "Whoa, calm down, Kang Jia." The stubborn girl meets the ultimate troll, and Gong Ji-won just keeps teasing her, pushing her absolute limits. She is ready to explode. Is he seriously mocking her, stomping her feet like an angry little fox? She groans, "I want to hit you so bad." Do-kyung just sighs. The poor guy tries his best to soothe her. Kang Jia still grumbles, asking what they can even achieve by messing around with that useless plastic toy. Do they just have cash to burn? Right then, the device suddenly lights up with 5 glowing colors. Now watch this, the target is actually inside class 1-3. Do-kyung gasps. Wait, is there seriously a ghost? It is pointing right inside this room. Kang Jia stares at her overexcited friend, completely exhausted. She tells him to keep it down. Suddenly, the door swings open. Do-kyung whispers, asking if they should go in and investigate. He offers to get them permission to enter. Gong Ji-won grins, glad to have Do-kyung on his side. Just then, 2 girls step out of the room. They recognize Do-kyung immediately. Do-kyung throws an arm around his shoulder, introducing Gong Ji-won as his middle school buddy. Gong Ji-won cuts straight to the chase. He asks if they can step inside for a second. The short-haired girl nods, telling them to go ahead. But the other girl looks suspicious. She asks what that gadget is, reaching out to press a few buttons. Gong Ji-won instantly swats her hand away, telling her not to touch it. He bluntly warns her that her hand is full of dark energy. It will break the device. The girl gets annoyed, calling him crazy. Seeing the most popular guy in school at their door, the classroom quickly crowd around. They call out to Do-kyung, asking where he is going. Everyone is curious. Meanwhile, Yong-jin stares blankly at his phone. He just received a pretty cryptic message from Lee Hae-soo, asking him to meet her secretly. She asks if he can come to the science lab right now. She has something to hand over, but cannot risk giving it to him directly. People might get the wrong idea. Yong-jin texts back asking if they can just do it after school, but Lee Hae-soo responds with a sad emoji. Yong-jin sighs, completely defeated by her persistence, and stands up to leave. Gong Ji-won spots him and asks where he is heading. He plays it cool. He lies, claiming he is just using the restroom. Putting his phone away, Yong-jin walks out and freezes, startled by the massive crowd ahead. Gong Ji-won explains that the back exit is blocked by the popular kids. He tells Yong-jin to just force his way through, making the introvert cringe. Gong Ji-won chuckles, suggesting the front door instead if he is too chicken. Suddenly, Yong-jin's eyes lock with Do-kyung across the crowded room. Do-kyung quickly tries to clear a path. Hey, stop blocking the door and get inside. One of their classmates just laughs at them. He asks if Do-kyung actually believes in this supernatural nonsense. Do-kyung shrugs it off, shooting a deeply apologetic look toward the approaching Yong-jin. Gong Ji-won watches the crowd instantly part for him, absolutely stunned. He jokes that a single glance from Yong-jin literally parted the sea like Moses. Others agree, praising him as a total legend. Yong-jin walks out of the classroom, but the moment his shoulder brushes past Gong Ji-won, things go wild. A deafening high-pitched screech erupts from the detector. Oh, you are definitely not ready for what happens next. The screen spikes to 989. Every single sensor light blinks violently. Dark warnings of absolute death and destruction flood the screen. Do-kyung turns completely pale. He stammers, asking what is going on. Gong Ji-won, however, remains completely calm. He coolly adjusts his glasses. In a low voice, he speaks. I think I finally uncovered the cause of all the weird happenings in your classroom. Meanwhile, the clueless Yong-jin continues on his way. At the lab, Lee Hae-soo excitedly presents a beaded bracelet. Her mother made it for him. Yong-jin is completely speechless. He asks if she seriously dragged him all the way out here just to hand him a simple handmade bracelet. He quickly notices she is wearing an identical one on her wrist. He casually stuffs his into his pocket, telling her to thank her mother. Lee Hae-soo seems disappointed by his lack of enthusiasm, asking why he won't wear it. Yong-jin acts a bit awkward, saying if they both wear it. Lee Hae-soo rolls her eyes, realizing he is worried people might mistake them for matching couple bracelets. She can't believe how silly his train of thought is. She points out they are literally just traditional prayer beads. Everyone wears them, and he is the only one making it weird by overthinking things. Yong-jin stays silent, unable to argue. Lee Hae-soo continues to nudge him, telling him to just put it on since her mother went through the trouble. He stubbornly declines, claiming those evil spirits won't ever dare to touch him anyway. After all, his ancestors are protecting him. Lee Hae-soo is completely taken aback by his words. Really, how Yong-jin hesitates, stammering that his great-grandfather said he passed some kind of power down to him. His ancestors' chilling words echo in his mind again. You were supposed to die that day. Just thinking about telling her makes him picture Lee Hae-soo bursting into tears. He can already hear her crying and asking if he died because of her. So Yong-jin decides to keep half the truth hidden, brushing it off with a shrug. He nods, reassuring her that the power helped him recover incredibly fast. That is pretty much it, he says, glancing at the clock. Everything is back to normal now. Lee Hae-soo nods along, murmuring that the ancestral power makes perfect sense. No wonder, she mutters under her breath, saying he seems kind of different from his usual self. Yong-jin is utterly confused. Different how Lee Hae-soo starts describing how wildly he fought back, then even wielding a giant blade. She says he was basically flying all over the place. Yong-jin is floored. Wait, he actually fought like that? Her firm nod only deepens his confusion. When did this even happen, he asks. Lee Hae-soo gasps, asking if he seriously remembers nothing about what went down at her family shrine. Suddenly, a hand shoots out. Lightning fast, a hand grabs her as Yong-jin drops his phone with a loud clatter. The hand aggressively clamps down over Lee Hae-soo's mouth. Yong-jin snaps out of his trance, totally startled by his own involuntary reflex. The entire room falls into a heavy, dead silence. He pulls his hand back in horror, face pale, staring at his palms in disbelief. Lee Hae-soo, highly confused, asks what on earth is wrong with him. Yong-jin stammers out an apology, claiming it was not him and that he did not mean to do it. Suddenly, a strange mechanical notification chimes in his ear. Suddenly, four eyes lock onto a figure standing right by the doorway. Gong Ji-won scratches his head, apologizing for eavesdropping on their incredibly fascinating conversation. Their faces pale instantly. Gong Ji-won just adjusts his glasses for the 800th time today. He puts on a serious face to introduce himself, saying, "Hello, I am Gong Ji-won, and yes, I am a hunter." Yongjin and Lee Hai-su look utterly baffled. A hunter in a school? No way. Gong Ji-won steps closer, extending his hand and saying it is great to meet Lee Hai-su. She is shocked, asking how he even knows her. Gong Ji-won calmly replies that he even knows her mother is a shaman. Lee Hai-su stands frozen, stammering in disbelief. Yongjin watches her get easily led on and thinks to himself that literally everyone knows her mother is a shaman. Lee Hai-su blinks, realizing she completely forgot. Gong Ji-won continues claiming he knows all the ghost stories and dark history surrounding this high school. In fact, that is exactly why he enrolled here. Yongjin shoots Lee Hai-su a questioning glance, wondering if that is even real, but she just shrugs helplessly. Gong Ji-won leans forward to ask if they have ever heard the terrifying legend of the moving stone statue. The two completely freeze. Ignoring their tense reaction, Gong Ji-won calmly adds that basically every upperclassman in this school knows about it. Both of them quickly deny it, claiming they have absolutely no idea. Gong Ji-won explains that the statue at Sampo High allegedly runs around at night. It is a pretty horrifying rumor. Anyone who catches it moving is forced into a deadly race against the massive stone figure. If you slack off or break the rules, it will impale your head with its flag. Hearing this, Lee Hai-su whispers that they barely survived. Yongjin nods in agreement, realizing they almost got caught. Gong Ji-won adds that judging by the overall situation, this looks like a classic poltergeist phenomenon. It is basically an entity causing weird noises, phantom screams, or moving and destroying heavy objects without any logical explanation. Gong Ji-won points out that the school's flagpole has occasionally been pulled straight out of the ground, even without any heavy storms. He recalls the school janitors complaining that the flagpole has been ripped out 4 times since the opening ceremony alone. The exact same thing happened last year too. Lee Hai-su and Yongjin keep quiet, refusing to offer a single word on the matter. And this is where things get genuinely creepy. Gong Ji-won locks eyes with them, pointing to a recent event that proves the myth. He accidentally saw something highly bizarre after leaving the restroom. Talk about bad timing. Gong Ji-won explains that he thought his mind was playing tricks at first, but the whole scene felt way too incredibly real. As he speaks, the memory of those two being chased by the stone statue is still clear as day in his mind. He describes a guy fleeing from the statue with a girl wearing a high ponytail trailing close behind. The details hit way too close to home. Lee Hai-su quietly unties her hair. Gong Ji-won notes that the truly shocking part is the flagpole looked perfectly fine that morning. Yet it got ripped out right after. He adds with a suspicious smirk. Both of them are now breaking out in cold sweat. He pulls out his detection device, claiming the statue's weird electromagnetic energy used to always register at a level 5. But now it barely even registers a level 1. Essentially, the statue is totally empty now. Gong Ji-won suddenly locks eyes with Yongjin. Something has definitely vanished from it, he says, finally, cutting straight to the chase with a very direct, sharp question. Were you guys there with the statue last night? Both of them immediately shoot back with a synchronized and very tense denial. It was definitely you two, he insists. Highly suspicious, they ask how on earth he could be so totally sure of that. He calmly analyzes their behavior. Usually normal people would get annoyed, ignore him, or ask what he is even talking about. Instead, their instant defensive denial proves his theory perfectly. He taps his magnetic detector to show his readings are correct. He casually adds that his device measures electromagnetic fields, which is incredibly useful since entities rarely show their true forms. If magnetic energy is present in front of us, this device will pick it up. But Yongjin thinks he's just talking absolute nonsense. He's completely out of patience. Has this even been scientifically proven? Yet Gong Ji-won just pulls out several detectors, but as they touch him, they instantly light up. The moment they touch Yongjin, the reading spikes straight to 5. Whatever was inside that statue is now inside of him. At least that's my final conclusion. Hearing all this complex, super-scientific mumbo-jumbo practically fries Lee Hai-su's poor brain on the spot. Yongjin slaps the device away. No. He demands actual scientific proof. Gong Ji-won just stays completely calm in response. If only this one machine reacted, I wouldn't press the issue. But then he pulls out a whole pile of gadgets. Every single one of his devices starts reacting violently, beeping like crazy. The warning alarms from the detectors scream without stopping. Gong Ji-won smiles with pure confidence. How do you explain this now? Yongjin is incredibly annoyed, staring at this stubborn guy. What exactly is there to explain? He coldly tells him that it's all just wild speculation. Gong Ji-won then asks if they are actually ghost hunters. Yongjin stands there completely blank. What on earth is that? Gong Ji-won sighs, explaining that they collect evil spirits. Yongjin gets even more confused. What? Deciding he's had enough, he shuts down the conversation, saying he won't believe a word. Gong Ji-won shrugs, acting like he understands, and tells him to forget it. Yongjin nods in satisfaction, muttering that it's not true anyway. He keeps firmly denying it, insisting that the stone statue has absolutely nothing to do with him. He quickly tries to slip away, calling for Lee Hai-su. Gong Ji-won is totally exasperated by their constant denials. Why do they keep lying? He sighs and says, fine, he didn't want to use this. But then weird glitching audio suddenly starts playing. Yong-jin completely freezes in surprise. Slowly, he turns back around. Gong Ji-won pulls up a saved video on his phone. These days, phone cameras are basically as sharp as professional digital cameras anyway. He zooms in without hesitation and the quality is perfect. Yong-jin panics, thinking they are totally busted, but Gong Ji-won tries to calm him down. He says he is not a bad guy and there is no need to hide. Lee Hai-soo mutters that saying that just makes him sound creepier. Yong-jin does not want to waste time. Why is he doing this? Gong Ji-won smiles sheepishly, admitting he has a favor to ask them. Yong-jin stares at him in confusion. Gong Ji-won asks if they know about the haunted antique shop. Meanwhile, Do-kyung is walking down the school hallway. Suddenly, someone calls his name from behind. Turning around, he sees a chubby boy holding a wooden box, looking incredibly nervous. He stammers, offering the box with a tense smile. Do-kyung accepts it happily, asking what it is as the boy urges him to open it. He says it is a gift and urges him to look inside. Do-kyung is thrilled, mentioning it is his first time getting a gift from another guy. He opens the box with a smile and thanks him. But when Do-kyung politely asks which class he is in, the boy's voice starts trembling. He asks if Do-kyung really does not remember him. Angry, he storms off, calling him a hypocrite. Do-kyung is left standing there completely bewildered. Right then, a strange light glows from the wooden box. Inside, there is a paper doll covered in writing next to a single die. Suddenly, the paper doll bursts into flames and burns to ash. A thick cloud of dark, eerie smoke begins pouring out of the box. Do-kyung is in major danger. Fortunately, the next morning starts out beautifully with fluffy white clouds drifting across the clear sky. Back in class, while the other students are paying close attention to the teacher, Yong-jin is just sitting there completely spaced out. Where did they stop last week? Resting his chin on his hand, he lets out a massive yawn, eyes watering from boredom. He feels completely drained. Suddenly, his eyes snap open and he looks down, pulling out his phone from under the desk. A notification pops up from someone saved as Ghost Hunter. There is an alert on the screen, followed by 3 quick messages in a row. They arrive at 9:11 a.m. Gong Ji-won introduces himself, leaving his number 01022210. Yong-jin is surprised and texts back asking how he even got his number. Gong Ji-won happily replies that Lee Hae-soo gave it to him. Yong-jin is extremely annoyed. Gong Ji-won immediately starts begging, asking if they can just go to the haunted antique shop together this once. Yong-jin flatly refuses. No. Gong Ji-won keeps begging through the screen anyway, desperately, pleading with him to change his mind. Yong-jin tells them to just go together. Gong Ji-won texts back helplessly, saying Lee Hae-soo will only tag along if Yong-jin goes. Lee Hae-soo will go too. Yong-jin clenches his fist in frustration. Suddenly, a voice snaps him right back to reality. He looks up to see his teacher holding a book, raising an eyebrow while asking whose empty seat that belongs to. Yong-jin looks over at the desk covered in books, wondering where he went. Suddenly, a classmate calls out Ju Do-kyung's name. It is the vice president's desk, and the classroom immediately fills with worried whispers about where he could be. They saw him earlier, but now he is gone. The teacher frowns while the other students keep murmuring, guessing he went to the restroom. But then the classroom door is suddenly slammed open. Every single student turns their head to look at the entrance. A student stands there, startling everyone. A classmate calls out to the teacher, announcing that Do-kyung has finally arrived. But Do-kyung just stands at the door, making no move to enter. The entire classroom stares at him in sheer confusion. The teacher raises his voice, asking where student Ju Do-kyung is going. The entire class waits in absolute silence before he can even finish calling the name. But Ju Do-kyung just grins and offers a quick apology. A classmate watches him in complete confusion, pointing out that his actual seat is over here. Hearing the call, he turns with a cold smirk. Kwon Yong-jin looks over as Ju Do-kyung scoffs and shifts his gaze toward the blackboard. He idly rolls a die in his hand. Suddenly, the school bell rings to end the class, followed by a mocking laugh nearby. Calling him a crazy bastard, Min-jun and another friend approach. Min-jun laughs, asking why he took so long to show up today. The other guy teases him about almost being marked late, asking if he was actually in the restroom. Then both boys freeze in surprise. They stare as Ju Do-kyung holds out his hand. Hesitating for a second, Min-jun slowly goes in to return the fist bump. Asking what this is about, Ju Do-kyung just kicks his feet onto the desk and proposes a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Min-jun remains completely clueless, and his friend looks just as lost. Ju Do-kyung simply flashes a cold, indifferent smirk. 10,001 around. Hearing the stakes, Min-jun laughs awkwardly and says he has absolutely no cash on him. Ju Do-kyung shrugs, suggesting he pay with his body instead. Min-jun rubs his chin, considering the 10,001 bet. He hyped himself up and agreed to play. As they shout the call, Min-jun throws rock while Ju Do-kyung throws scissors. Min-jun laughs hysterically in victory, shouting that real men always throw rock. Beside him, his buddy joins in on the laughter. But when Ju Do-kyung pulls out a massive 100,000 won bill, Min-jun gasps, asking if this is actually for real. It is indeed real. His friend stares at the cash eyes practically popping out of his head, while Ju Do-kyung remains totally chill. He says, "A bet is a bet." Min-jun cheers in pure joy, thanking him while his buddy stands there completely speechless. Ju Do-kyung ignores the disbelief, flashing a friendly smile as he asks Min-jun if he wants to play another round. Min-jun immediately jumps at the chance. Smirking, Ju Do-kyung suggests raising the stakes to 50,000 won this time. Min-jun laughs, calling him a rich kid before stretching his hands to prepare. "Let's do this, rock, paper." He calls him reckless as they throw. This time, Ju Do-kyung throws paper and Min-jun chuckles, realizing he just lost. But get this, before Min-jun can even finish his sentence, Ju Do-kyung winds up and unleashes a devastating punch straight to his face. The brutal blow sends Min-jun crashing hard onto the classroom floor, leaving the entire class staring in absolute shock. Kwon Yong-jin watches in utter disbelief, wondering what is wrong with Ju Do-kyung. Meanwhile, Ju Do-kyung just laughs like a maniac. He points at the groaning boy, mocking him that real men take risks instead of spamming rock all day long. Shaking his unconscious friend, the nearby buddy desperately asks if he is okay. Another classmate rushes over, shouting in panic. He looks completely knocked out, so they need to get the school nurse immediately. Ju Do-kyung just stares at them, utterly clueless. Everyone is glaring at him, but he behaves as if nothing happened. He walks over and grabs the arm of the fallen boy. He forces open Min-jun's hand to show the cash, laughing that the guy won 10,000 won and is still clutching it. The worried friend finally snaps, telling him he went way too far. Ju Do-kyung's face suddenly turns incredibly cold and serious. He asks if he was supposed to fake the punch, reminding them that they agreed to pay with their bodies. His chillingly calm tone leaves his classmates in utter disbelief. Then Ju Do-kyung suddenly pauses, as if remembering a crucial detail. Leaning in close, he whispers that this buddy had also agreed to the terms. Terrified, the poor guy begins to shake. Ju Do-kyung scoffs, stands back up, and curses under his breath. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he casually walks out. Behind him, the classroom is left in absolute chaos. Once he is completely gone, the students rush over to help Min-jun. They anxiously ask if he is alright, wondering what on earth just happened. Kwon Yong-jin's desk mate nervously pushes up his glasses. "Now get a load of this," a chubby classmate chimes in, suggesting it feels more like transmigration. He theorizes that some villain from another world has possessed Ju Do-kyung. Hearing this, Kwon Yong-jin just frowns in deep thought. A while after the crazy incident, quiet whispers begin to fill the hallway. Two girls are gossiping in the corner. They discuss why Ju Do-kyung is acting so differently, one of them pointing out it was her first time hearing him curse. The girl holding a compact mirror glances over at him, whispering that he seems like a completely different person now. The ponytail girl shudders, calling him terrifyingly gangster before mentioning a rumor that he might be taking acting classes. Laughing awkwardly, the girl in green tries to defend her secret crush, suggesting he is probably just preparing for an audition. Her friend sighs in exhaustion, but then they both watch Ju Do-kyung take a hit from his vape and exhale. They wonder why he needs to practice smoking at school, but the green shirt girl insists he must have landed a thug role. The entire classroom starts whispering in sheer disbelief as they watch Ju Do-kyung fearlessly blow thick clouds of smoke. Right next to him, a voice calls out. It is his bowl-cut classmate, reminding him that smoking inside is strictly off-limits. They are in class and the teacher is coming. Do-kyung does not care at all, asking his classmate to speak up because he cannot hear a thing. Hearing Do-kyung's tone, the poor kid freezes under the pressure. Suddenly, Do-kyung snaps and screams right in the bowl-cut kid's face to speak up. He tells him to speak up. The entire classroom starts whispering, wondering if Do-kyung is losing his mind and throwing another fit. Do-kyung scowls when he hears them whispering about him. Meanwhile, the bowl-cut kid is completely frozen, utterly traumatized by the terrifying outburst. His ears are practically ringing from the scream. But then Do-kyung suddenly softens his voice, gently rubbing the boy's ear and claiming he was only joking around. He holds up his vape pod, mockingly asking if this even looks like a real cigarette. The bowl-cut kid is still terrified, but tries to warn him again. Before the kid can finish warning him about the teacher, Do-kyung cuts him off with a creepy grin, asking if he wants to make a little bet. Do-kyung bets 10,000 won that the teacher will walk in the exact second the bell stops ringing. The poor bowl-cut kid begins to shake with absolute terror. He can only stutter in refusal too, afraid to even take the bet. Do-kyung just smirks, thoroughly enjoying the sheer terror he is inflicting on his classmate. With a wicked grin, Do-kyung suggests that if he has no money, he can always pay with his body. The terrified kid breaks into a cold sweat. He hangs his head, too terrified to even look up. Do-kyung just laughs at the sight, mockingly asking why he is shaking so much. Suddenly, a sharp voice calls him from behind. Do Kyung turns around with an annoyed look, spotting Kang Jia standing by the classroom door. Kang Jia looks incredibly frustrated, urgently telling him to follow her. Do Kyung just raises an eyebrow, his gaze dropping down to her hand. She grabs his wrist and drags him out into the hallway. Do Kyung just tilts his head, letting her pull him along without any resistance. Once outside, Do Kyung violently shakes off her grip. Kang Jia confronts him in total disbelief, demanding to know why he actually beat someone up. She holds up the vape pod, asking where he even got it since he always hated smoking. Do Kyung completely ignores her, casually playing with a pair of dice. Kang Jia yells at him to pay attention, but Do Kyung suddenly stops his game. He catches the dice, squeezing them tightly in his fist. He extends his closed fist to her, asking if it is even or odd. Kang Jia looks completely bewildered, asking what kind of joke he is playing. He ignores her question and urges her to guess. Kang Jia reluctantly makes a choice, and Do Kyung's lips curl into a sinister smirk. He opens his hand to reveal a 2, telling her she is wrong. Before she can react, he suddenly grabs her jaw and pulls her close. With a creepy grin, he tells her she has to pay with her body. She is pulled so close, she is practically pressed against him. Kang Jia's eyes widen in absolute shock. And get this, enraged by his harassment, she swings her hand and slaps him hard. Calling him a crazy bastard, she storms off, leaving Do Kyung standing all alone in the hallway while rubbing his stinging cheek. From around the corner, a chubby student watches the whole scene play out. He smirks, gripping a mysterious talisman tightly in his hand. On another day, JW is walking down the school hallway while unlocking his phone. A series of strange messages pop up on his screen. The sender threatens that if Yong, room is spiritual. Yong-jin snaps back, telling him to shut up, but Ji-won texts again, begging him, saying it is his final wish. Before closing his eyes for good, Ji-won sighs. Kwon Yong-jin looks up at the sign for class 13, muttering, "Did you really think hiding in here would work?" Ji-won slides the door open, calling out to Yong-jin. Suddenly, his tracker buzzes. Ji-won smiles, realizing he must be super close. Activating the Yong-jin tracker, he eagerly walks around holding the device and searching, shouting that hiding is useless since his custom detector can pinpoint his exact location in a heartbeat. Suddenly, a hand slaps down hard on the device in Ji-won's hand. Startled, he turns around only to watch the tracker shatter on the floor. A dark-haired boy stands right beside him, Do Kyung. Ji-won looks at him, breaking into a sweat, thinking, "Is that the smell of cigarettes?" Do Kyung slowly bends down to pick up the device, holding it as Ji-won watches in absolute shock. The handheld tracker vibrates. At the same time, the detector strapped to Ji-won's body starts buzzing. A loud beeping sound grabs his attention. Suddenly, a clicking noise makes him gasp. Ji-won frantically checks his gear, wondering what on earth is going on. Why is it acting up all of a sudden? While inspecting his gear, he asks Do Kyung to call over their classmate, Yong-jin, from class for him. Meanwhile, Yong-jin checks his phone only to see a flood of ghost talk messages begging for help, saying they're going to die. But before Ji-won can even read them, Do Kyung grabs his tracker and slams it down. Instantly, the device shatters into pieces. Startled by the sudden crash, Ji-won turns around to see Do Kyung glaring at him with pure rage. "Do you want to die? If you bump into someone, apologize first." Terrified by Do Kyung's intense threat, Ji-won stammers out a quick apology. The die is cast as Do Kyung suddenly claps his hands, raising both fists right in front of Ji-won with a completely blank face. Like a demon, Do Kyung asks whose hand this is. Elsewhere, a tarot card sits on the table while Lee Hae-soo frowns and warns that things are looking bad. Terrified, she tells Yong-jin sitting next to her that his classmate Do Kyung has been completely possessed. Lee Hae-soo warns him that they are in serious danger. Yong-jin boredly taps his phone, barely grunting in response. Lee Hae-soo leaps up and fires back. "Kwon Yong-jin, let's roll." Lee Hae-soo explains that since his name is Yong-jin, she calls him Kwon Yong-jin. Yong-jin mutters to drop the explanation, burying his face on the desk. He groans, asking why he even has to go. Lee Hae-soo snaps that they must save their friend, but Yong-jin scoffingly asks what friend. What kind of friend? Lee Hae-soo argues they are classmates, but Yong-jin shuts her down. She hesitates, but he looks at her tarot card. "Just because of that tarot card, you're certain he's possessed?" Yong-jin is baffled. "He was perfectly fine this morning. How is this possible?" "Maybe it is just his bad attitude," Yong-jin thinks. Remembering the strange, erratic behavior of Do Kyung, his skepticism starts to kick in. He always did have a moody temperament. Still, those terrifying, distorted memories of Do Kyung flashing through his mind felt a bit too extreme. Yong-jin stands up to leave, muttering that it is none of his business. Seeing him walk away, Lee Hae-soo's face instantly drops in sadness. Yong-jin sighs and warns her to stop using that stupid nickname before someone hears. But before he can even finish, Lee Hae-soo interrupts. Looking out the window, she softly asks, "What if he's actually a good guy?" She puts on her most pitiful, adorable puppy dog eyes. He must be suffering terribly, just like when I was possessed, she whimpers. Yongjin stares helplessly as another voice suddenly joins in. Ji-won suddenly chimes in, explaining that he and Do-kyung went to middle school together. He swears that Do-kyung is a genuinely good guy. He has never raised a hand against anyone or even cursed. He is basically a cartoon character, making Lee Hae-soo eagerly jump back in. She nods along, pleading that it is so pitiful. Jae-won keeps defending him, adding that the guy doesn't even have the guts to bet. Lee Hee-soo gasps as she notices Ji-won's cheek is completely swollen from a blow. He ignores the pain, asking if Yong-jin was here the whole time. Yong-jin frowns and asks what happened to his face. Ji-won sheepishly admits that he got beat up by a ghost, looking completely flustered. Realizing where this is heading, Yong-jin flatly refuses to go. Ji-won hangs his head in defeat before looking up to face him again. He promises not to drag Yong-jin to the antique shop anymore despite his regrets. But his next words leave Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo totally confused. He apologizes for his earlier behavior and turns to Lee Hae-soo, asking if she indeed mentioned being possessed by a spirit in the past. His tone turns deadly serious as he asks if a successful exorcism was what saved her. Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo exchange an incredibly tense, awkward look. Ji-won presses on, asking if they survived because of it. If they aren't ghosters, then who else could have saved them back then? He demands to know if they solved the bronze statue incident too. Yong-jin snaps in annoyance. Not this statue nonsense again, he groans. He starts to claim they have absolutely nothing to do with it, but Lee Hae-soo suddenly gasps in terror, staring at her buzzing phone. A notification pops up: 50,000 G has been transferred. Lee Hae-soo squeals at the deposit, but Yong-jin just grunts in utter frustration. Ji-won promises to pay the rest later, prompting Yong-jin to look back in shock. Why is he suddenly so desperate? Ji-won begs for help. Standing before them, he pleads for their help. His sudden, desperate display leaves Yong-jin and Lee Hae-soo completely frozen in shock. He looks terrified. He begs them to save Do-kyung, completely throwing away his pride to plead for help. He remembers when his glasses shattered on the ground. Do-kyung had slapped Ji-won right across the face, knocking him down while the device on his wrist beeped like crazy. Possess, Do-kyung growled. He growled out Ji-won's name. Looking up in absolute terror, Ji-won realized Do-kyung was completely gone, possessed by some terrifying demonic entity. Those glowing eyes stared right through him. Yet, despite Ji-won's heartfelt plea, Yong-jin delivers a cold, ruthless rejection. No way. He coldly brushes past, telling Ji-won to handle it himself. Turning to Lee Hae-soo, he heads for the door as she quickly chases after him. Lee Hae-soo casts a pitiful, lingering glance at the broken boy, but ultimately follows Yong-jin out, leaving Ji-won completely abandoned in the room. He stands completely alone in the silent classroom. Out in the hallway, heavy footsteps echo as Yong-jin walks away, lost in thought. He grumbles, wondering why everyone keeps trying to drag him into their supernatural messes. Memories of his painful, bloody past flash in his mind. All he ever wanted was a quiet, ordinary life. Then a chilling voice from his past echoes, "You died on that fateful day." Yong-jin grits his teeth, swearing to prioritize his own survival from now on. He vows to never get involved in this madness again. But fate has other plans. Yong-jin turns a corner and runs straight into Do-kyung, staring at the boy with rising suspicion. Do-kyung is walking with a chubby friend who laughs, teasing him about how the girls are all looking for him today. Yong-jin glances over, thinking this ordinary, carefree attitude actually suits him better. For a second, it seems they will just pass each other by. Instead, Yong-jin suddenly reaches out, blocking Do-kyung's path and grabbing him, shocking the chubby classmate standing right beside them. Yong-jin violently grabs Do-kyung by the collar, yet his eyes betray a deep, creeping anxiety as he stares at him. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-soo is frantically sprinting down the hallway looking for him. She freezes mid-sentence, spotting Yong-jin holding Do-kyung by his shirt. Lee Hae-soo quickly ducks behind a wall, covering her mouth to stifle a gasp. She cannot believe what she is seeing. Despite all his cold words, he couldn't just walk away from someone in need. Deep down, Yong-jin is still the same kind-hearted guy. Furious, Do-kyung's chubby friend steps up, screaming at Yong-jin to let go of him and asking what the hell his problem is. What on earth is happening? Yong-jin immediately punches the hand gripping Do-kyung's neck. Trembling in absolute terror, he stammers out a desperate apology. His friend has no idea what is going on. Sweating bullets from sheer panic, Yong-jin desperately stammers that it wasn't him. Do-kyung finds this absolutely hilarious. It is literally his own hand, so how can he claim it wasn't him? Yong-jin quickly nods in agreement. Do-kyung grows visibly irritated, loosening his tie and pulling out a single six-sided die. He rolls it on his palm while Yong-jin stares in frozen silence. Do-kyung shakes the die once and clenches his fist tight. Staring at Yong-jin with freezing sharp eyes, Do-kyung calls him buddy before slipping the die into one of his closed hands. He thrusts both fists forward, smirking as he demands to know which hand it is in. Do-kyung and his buddy enjoy the thrill. They laugh while tormenting Yongjin. The Lee Su watches with deep concern. Yongjin is caught completely off guard by the bizarre game. What he stammers, but then his own hand begins moving on its own again. Fear spikes as his arm slowly rises. His limb is acting completely independent of his will, pointing straight at Du Kyung's left fist. Du Kyung stares back in silent contemplation. Yongjin remains frozen in sheer panic, utterly powerless. Slowly, Do Kyung unfolds his left fingers to reveal the hidden object. The die sits right there, and Do Kyung tells him he's correct. He pats Yongjin on the shoulder, whispering a chilling warning. "Watch your step," he sneers. Once they finally walk away, Yongjin stands there staring at his hands in utter disbelief. Down the hall, Do Kyung glances back with a deeply suspicious look. Even back in the classroom, Yongjin cannot stop staring. He keeps analyzing his fingers until they suddenly shoot straight up into the air. What on earth is happening to him? His fingers curl into a tight fist, turning slowly back toward his own face before delivering a sudden hard punch. A classmate wearing glasses spots this self-inflicted blow and jokingly asks if he's working on some weird new comedy routine. Yongjin desperately tries to restrain his rebellious limb. His friend chuckles, asking if he is rehearsing for the upcoming talent show. Suddenly, the arm jolts upward again, causing Yongjin to panic and yell out for his friend to hold it down. The classmate grabs on to assist but completely misses the mark by pinning down the perfectly normal right hand instead. "No, not that one," Yongjin snaps in frustration. It is the left arm that is completely out of control. It is aiming directly at someone's face. His friend sighs, asking if he really has to play along with this. "This bit is getting pretty old," his friend mutters. Sweat dripping, Yongjin uses all his strength to pin his left wrist. He struggles as the hand keeps fighting back. Meanwhile, his friend casually asks if this is some kind of magic trick. At long last, the limb finally goes limp. Just as he sighs in relief, a classmate playing mobile games spins around. He looks at Yongjin, asking if there is a chance he has somehow developed alien hand syndrome from all this. Yongjin blinks in complete confusion, demanding to know what that even means. His four-eyed friend chimes right in. "Here we go again," he sighs. Later, while pacing down the hallway, Yongjin immediately searches the web for answers. Scanning the medical symptoms on his phone, absolute horror sets in as he realizes the description matches his exact situation. Could it be brain damage from that blow to the head? It would certainly explain why he has felt so incredibly sluggish. What if it is a sign of oncoming paralysis? Before he can spiral further, a shadow quietly looms up from behind. The boy smirks and swings a playful fist at him, but Yongjin's left arm instantly shoots out perfectly, blocking the strike. It is his Yuho, and he is genuinely surprised. He chuckles awkwardly, teasing that his body has developed some weird survival reflex. Yongjin sighs internally, wondering what else could possibly go wrong. He tries to explain that things are not what they seem. "My hand is completely out of," he starts, but Suho cuts him off entirely, telling him to save the excuses. He demands to know if Do Kyung is currently in his classroom. Yongjin shoots him a thoroughly irritated, exhausted look. Suho orders him to get his vape back. Confused, Yongjin asks what that is, prompting an annoyed explanation about electronic cigarettes. "It is an e-cigarette, you idiot," Suho snaps. Yongjin instantly bristles, asking why he should run errands for his stuff. "It is too much of a hassle," Suho replies. Yongjin scoffs, pointing out that seeking him out is way more trouble. He reminds him that Class 3 was literally on his way here anyway. Suho immediately loses his patience with the backtalk. Glaring with terrifying narrowed eyes, he warns Yongjin not to push his luck. Yongjin quickly tries to placate the guy. He opens his mouth to speak, but before a word escapes, his left hand starts acting up again, triggering sheer panic. Yongjin clamps down on his rogue arm and quickly agrees to get the device. Suho smirks, finally getting what he wanted. He mocks him for wasting time before letting him go. Yongjin mutters a quick reply and brushes past him to fetch it. Suho laughs as he watches him run off. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Gong Ji-won is holding a strange, stick-filled contraption. He holds a colorful rod to measure the temperature when it suddenly glows bright green. Seeing this, he immediately points his thermometer at it. The device screen reads 9 degrees before instantly dropping down to -1. He stares at the screen, completely baffled by the sudden sub-zero drop. How could it possibly be -1 here? Just then, Yongjin enters the classroom and spots Do Kyung sitting in the back, instantly making him anxious. He stands there staring at Do Kyung, trying to psych himself up. He figures it is best to play dumb and avoid starting another fight. But Do Kyung notices him hovering silently in the back and speaks up, asking why he is creeping around behind him like that. This startles Yongjin completely. Do Kyung asks if he wants to place another bet, and the mere mention of betting makes Yongjin break into a sweat. He nervously asks about Suho, mentioning that Suho wanted to get back something Do Kyung allegedly borrowed. Hearing this, Do Kyung just scoffs. He laughs and repeats the word borrowed while reaching under his desk for something. He asks if he means that cheap vape left as collateral. Do-kyung pulls out the vape, asking if the kid is just trying to back out of a lost bet because he is scared of getting beaten. Yong-jin quickly averts his eyes, claiming Suho never mentioned anything like that, but deep down he is silently cursing the guy out. Suddenly, Do-kyung tilts his head back, staring up at him with a menacing grin, asking if Yong-jin wants to take the beating instead. Yong-jin immediately protests, saying nobody asked for his help and he is not that stupid. This dismissive response actually catches Do-kyung off guard. Annoyed, Yong-jin tells him to just keep the vape. Do-kyung suddenly bursts out laughing, realizing Yong-jin is talking about the guy from earlier. As Yong-jin turns to leave, Do-kyung tells him he will give it back. Yong-jin turns around expecting a simple handoff. Instead, Yong-jin sees a die. Do-kyung rolls it in his hand, catches it and smiles, saying Yong-jin can have it if he guesses right. He flashes a creepy grin, asking if it is even or odd. Yong-jin freezes in fear while the surrounding classmates watch in shock. Terrified, Yong-jin tries to back out, saying he does not want it anymore. But Do-kyung is not letting him off the hook so easily. Do-kyung insists the game has already started. The nearby students whisper nervously, wondering if they should call a teacher, as Do-kyung presses him. He demands a quick answer. Yong-jin starts to ask what he even gains from this, but before he can finish, Do-kyung scowls in anger. He snaps, screaming at Yong-jin to just do it already. Forced to make a move, Yong-jin desperately calls out even. Do-kyung chuckles, teasingly mimicking a dramatic drum roll. He slowly opens his hand to reveal the die, grinning as the top face shows a single dot. With a terrifying smirk, Do-kyung mocks him, noting that it is odd. While Yong-jin is still processing what just happened, Do-kyung raises his hand. The sudden movement startles Yong-jin, and the watching classmates hold their breath in fear as Do-kyung swings his hand down toward his head. But check this out, just before the blow connects, Yong-jin's left hand moves entirely on its own, rising up to block the incoming strike. His left hand pulls back to deliver a powerful flick directly to Do-kyung's forehead, taking the bully completely by surprise. Do-kyung crashes hard into the bulletin board. Down he goes. Yong-jin just stares in complete disbelief at his own hands. He has absolutely no idea how he just did that. The entire classroom falls silent, eyes wide with utter shock at the sudden turnaround. Yong-jin is completely terrified by his own body's reflex, while the surrounding students immediately erupt into a chaotic buzz of whispers. What just happened? Every single person in the room is left wondering what on earth they just witnessed fly across the air. When Yong-jin notices Do-kyung's hand twitching against the floor, he flinches instinctively, his face instantly turning pale with fear. Do-kyung slowly staggers back to his feet, covering half of his face with his hand, so no one can read his current expression. The tension in the classroom is thick enough to cut with a knife. Breaking the silence, Yong-jin tries to stammer out a clumsy explanation. He blurted out that his left hand acted on its own, but he instantly regrets the words as soon as they leave his mouth. Why did he have to mention his left hand? Naturally, one of the classmates jumps on it mockingly, repeating his ridiculous excuse. He jeers, asking if his left hand is possessed by a parasite. Two other guys join in the mockery, laughing at his supposed acting skills. They joke that they almost thought he was some hidden martial arts master. Nearby, a girl with her hair in rollers looks on, utterly confused. She asks what they even mean by parasite. Sweating profusely, Yong-jin struggles to find his words and nervously glances toward the classmate in glasses. He awkwardly claims that Do-kyung simply asked him to roleplay as his opponent, leaving the guy in glasses completely baffled. The heavy kid next to him is just as surprised, asking if they were seriously just practicing a play this whole time. In an instant, Yong-jin's awkward yet surprisingly logical explanation manages to win over the entire classroom. It makes perfect sense, since Do-kyung is training to be an actor anyway. Everyone nods along, relieved by the convenient excuse. Totally unbelievable. Yet even though everyone bought the lie, hook, line, and sinker, Yong-jin is still completely reeling. He still cannot believe they fell for it, but given Do-kyung's usual reputation, they are happy to just brush it aside. The guy in glasses approaches them, sounding slightly annoyed as he complains that they should have warned everyone instead of scaring them. Do-kyung stands there silently, listening to the classmates praise his acting skills, marveling at how well he pulled off the role. That was some serious commitment. Wait, were you and Minjun just putting on a show earlier? Getting beaten up like that and staying in character is wild. Ha ha ha. He lets out a mocking laugh. Grinning ear to ear, he whispers a name, Yong-jin. Hearing his name called like that, Yong-jin freezes up. The sheer dread is back. Do-kyung slowly lowers his hand, revealing an expression that looks like a literal demon incarnate. He mutters that things are getting pretty interesting. Looking at him, Yong-jin breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing he is completely doomed. Just then, Hae-soo happens to walk past the classroom. She catches sight of the tense standoff and hears whispering coming from inside. Whispers ask if Yong-jin and Do-kyung were actually close before. No one seems to know, since they both always kept to themselves. Stopping in her tracks, she slowly pieces the situation together. Anxious and shocked, her face turns pale as she realizes what is going on. Meanwhile, Gong Ji-won is examining an old dusty box he just found. He opens it up to scrutinize a strange, ominous symbol carved inside. He wonders what this dark, energy-filled box could be. Looking closer at the writing, he realizes it might be ancient oracle bone script. Shifting his gaze to the lid, Gong Ji-won gets quite a shock. Carved underneath it is another bizarre, unsettling illustration. It feels oddly familiar, though. Prompted by a gut feeling, he pulls out his phone to compare the pattern with some online posts. On his screen, there is an anonymous post asking if anyone has ever seen an object featuring this exact strange symbol. Incredibly, the symbol uploaded on that forum is a perfect identical match to the one carved under the lid of his box. A chilling thought crosses Gong Ji-won's mind. Could this be from the rumored ghost antique shop? If that is the case, it makes no sense. Why on earth would a dangerous object like this be here? As he racks his brain trying to figure out his next move, a familiar voice calls out from behind, startling him. He quickly turns around and looks up to see who it is. It is Kang Jia, her face practically dripping with anxiety. She is holding her phone tightly, showing him her open screen. She opens up the Ghost Talk app. On the screen, a series of short, chaotic messages instantly pop up. They read, "Stop, help me, save me, death and destruction." All of them were sent roughly 2 to 6 hours ago. She looks at him and quietly admits that even if it sounds hard to believe, Do Kyung is currently a ghost. She sadly adds that his soul is likely lingering very close to his physical body. Gong Ji-won, however, does not seem surprised at all. He calmly twirls his phone in his hand, mentioning that the exact moment Do Kyung hit him, something happened. He heard a faint voice echoing from inside the box. When she asks how that is even possible, Gong Ji-won explains. It functions like a device that merges radio frequencies, allowing spirits to transmit their messages. Naturally, she asks what he said. He repeats Do Kyung's words, "Gong Ji-won, I am sorry." As the words leave his mouth, her composure completely breaks. She bursts into tears, heavy droplets splashing onto her phone screen. Gong Ji-won can barely believe what he is seeing. Leaning over to make sure she is not joking, he asks if she is seriously crying. Annoyed, Kang Ji-a wipes her face. She tells him to get lost. Instead of teasing her, he sits down next to her and gently reminds her of her past words. She used to call it a toy, but everything changed after she personally witnessed Do Kyung's terrifying possessed state. She wonders if a sudden 180-degree personality shift could just be the result of some brain trauma. But she bitterly dismisses that theory. When something this absurd is unfolding right before your eyes, you have to believe it. Sniffling, she admits she has no choice. Just thinking of Do Kyung's glowing eyes and terrifying twisted grin makes her shudder. Those were definitely not the eyes of a human being. Listening to her pour out her deepest, most frantic worries. She worries that a coward like Do Kyung must be absolutely terrified right now. Gong Ji-won purses his lips but says nothing. Wiping her eyes with her sleeve, her voice cracks with complete helplessness as she asks what they are supposed to do. Gong Ji-won sighs calmly, telling her that she already knows the answer. Do Kyung was completely normal before period 1 started. Something must have happened to him right after that first class ended. Kang Jia, however, is reluctant to believe it. Gong Ji-won shrugs calmly, stating that he has already found the root cause. He stands up, completely certain of one thing. Whoever is responsible for this is definitely still inside the school. Hearing this, Kang Jia instantly stops crying in pure disbelief. That makes perfect sense. Spinning around excitedly, she loudly agrees, recalling that he had mentioned something lurking in the school. She asks if it is that same entity. Meanwhile, Gong Ji-won rummages through his bag, telling her that is not quite it. He pulls out the old dusty box from earlier, adding that he has already gathered the necessary piece of evidence. He points directly to the strange symbol etched inside the box, explaining that everything relies on this very clue. Curiously, Kang Jia asks what it is. Gong Ji-won does not answer directly, simply stating that he will perform the exorcism himself. Still consumed by intense anxiety, she quickly cuts in to ask one more time what that mysterious object actually is. No matter how much she shook his shoulder, nudged him, or called out, Gong Ji-won was now completely lost in his own little world. She calls him a rude devil. He completely ignores her, just staring down at the box and muttering that he will officially debut as an exorcist today. Annoyed by his behavior, Kang Jia spits out a quick curse under her breath. Meanwhile, time quickly slips away as the afternoon sun begins to fade. Soon the sky turns a deep golden orange. Yong-jin walks down the street all by himself, his mind drifting to the events of earlier. He keeps staring down at his fist, still troubled by how he flicked Ju Do Kyung on the forehead. That moment just felt way too real. It did not look like the kid was pretending to fly backward at all. Did he actually tap into some kind of real superhuman strength? Before he can even figure it out, Ju Do Kyung suddenly leaps out of nowhere and throws an arm right over his shoulder. The sudden contact scares Yong-jin half to death. Ju Do Kyung just grins widely, asking where he is heading and inviting him to hang out. Trying hard to suppress his rising panic, Yong-jin tries to decline, but the tension in the air is getting pretty hard to ignore. He shakily says he needs to head home, but Ju Do-kyung refuses to let him go, suggesting they just play at Yong-jin's place instead. Ducking quickly to escape the ghost's grip, Yong-jin coldly warns him that his house has a very fierce, dangerous dog waiting for him. But before he can even take a few steps, Ju Do-kyung grabs his wrist and violently yanks him back, looking completely furious now. Gritting his teeth, the ghost demands that they play together. Right at that exact second, the wooden beads on Yong-jin's wrist begin to glow. A blindingly bright light suddenly erupts from the bracelet. The radiant energy flares outward, leaving both of them absolutely stunned by the sudden flash. Just a second later, Ju Do-kyung gets blasted back with a sharp shock. He lets out a painful scream, stumbling backward to get away. Struggling to even stand straight, the ghost looks down in absolute horror as his own body begins to flicker and fade out. His hands are glitching out, leaving him wondering what on earth is happening to him. Even Yong-jin is shocked by the results. He had no idea this cheap-looking bracelet would actually be this effective. Talk about a pretty massive upgrade in protection. Taking full advantage of the situation, he quickly thrusts his bracelet-bearing arm forward to keep the terrifying ghost at bay. He wants to make sure the entity stays far away from him. Amazingly, it works and Ju Do-kyung freezes up too afraid to move. The ghost can only stand there and watch as Yong-jin walks away into the distance. He looks down at his own feet. They feel completely pinned to the ground. Grimacing in sheer frustration, he clicks his tongue and glares into the empty street. Staring at his hand covered in a dark, swirling energy, he quietly wonders how much longer he has to wait like this. His irritated voice drifts off into the chilly evening breeze. He's desperately waiting for his full power to finally return. Later that very evening, a rather strange and highly animated conversation echoes from right inside Yong-jin's bedroom. Staring at a dog flipping through pages like a human, Yong-jin hesitantly asks if his brain was actually damaged during the fight. He cannot believe this is all because of the dog's magical power. Glaring at the animal, he threatens to smash his food. The dog finally looks up at the mention of his precious peanuts before casually going right back to reading his book. He demands that Yong-jin bring the snacks over immediately to cure his boredom, which only makes the young man even more annoyed. Yong-jin raises his trembling left fist full of anger because this weird arm made him a target for the entire school. The dog just calmly reminds him that the transferred power actually saved his life, keeping him breathing when things got bad. He claims that this energy is the exact reason why evil spirits are not targeting him anymore, but Yong-jin remains highly skeptical. Not targeting him, Yong-jin raises an eyebrow, asking if this is some sick joke since the power itself seems to attract trouble. It actively picks fights with monsters and even controls his arm against his will, making him feel completely helpless in his body. With a heavy sigh, the dog explains that the left arm is no longer theirs. Confused, Yong-jin frantically waves his hand around. Yong-jin demands to know whose hand it is if it is not his. The dog looks up without a single shred of hesitation. He drops a massive truth bomb, revealing that his real hand was actually severed by the doll demon. Yong-jin is utterly frozen in shock. Sighing heavily, the wise beast decides to put it in simpler terms so the poor boy can actually process the terrifying news. Looking directly at the boy's limb, he explains that this new left hand is actually formed entirely from his own lingering power. Specifically, it is the remnants of the powerful Black Dragon. Hearing this legendary name, Yong-jin can only stare in absolute speechless disbelief. As the sun dips lower, casting a deep crimson hue over the entire city, a mysterious message pops up on a nearby screen. It warns about a spooky antique shop that should only be entered with a fortune teller, warning that curiosity could lead to a curse. Getting cursed there means certain death. Soon, the duo arrives at a creepy old building that looks more like a rundown warehouse. Wondering if this is the place, Kang Jia clicks her tongue, thinking it is just a normal abandoned house, while Jo trembles in fear. Undeterred, she suggests they check it out. Gong Ji-won sets his backpack down and starts rummaging through it to find some crucial gear. Ji-won warns Kang Jia that entering together might raise suspicion. Even though he is terrified, he bravely tells her, "Let me go in there alone." Meanwhile, Jin sits in his dog form retelling his own legend. His ancient dragon power was originally formed from 4 mighty dragons, the red, blue, white, and black dragons. But now his eyes turn solemn as they have all vanished, completely leaving only the black dragon. Jin then stares at Yong-jin's aching arm, noting that his left arm holds the absolute last remnant of the dragon god's power. It was forged directly from the dark energy of the black dragon, leaving Yong-jin completely flabbergasted. Jin notes that it was the strongest yet most arrogant of them all. Yong-jin is totally petrified. The black dragon. He holds out his arm, asking what happens if the god takes it back. Jin looks at him like he is a total idiot, explaining that he would literally lose his arm. Yong-jin panics, asking if it will just vanish. Jin nods, his dog head confirming it is gone forever, sending Yong-jin into utter despair. Jin then adds helpfully that the arm is basically already completely crushed. Hearing this, Yong-jin cries even harder, begging him to stop. Jin just stares at him with deep curiosity, asking why he hates it so much. For an ordinary human body, possessing this legendary dragon power is actually a massive advantage. But Yong-jin just groans and complains, muttering that this incredible power is completely ruining his peaceful high school life. Jin suddenly cuts him off with a casual question, leaving Yong-jin speechless. It seems the ancient ancestor is completely ignoring his complaints. Jin wants to ask him something, so Yong-jin looks up. The god points to a history book asking about ancient records, specifically asking about the Earth, deities, or the 12 Zodiac clans. Yong-jin is utterly confused by all this sudden fantasy talk. Jin replies that this book has absolutely nothing recorded after the ancient Dangun era. Yong-jin skims the pages, finding it incredibly weird, pointing at the map to show that it only covers the Three Kingdoms period. Jin just sighs and shakes his furry dog head. Yong-jin flips to another page showing that there is absolutely nothing else. Jin narrows his bead-like eyes, sensing that something is deeply wrong. Before they can dig any deeper, a sudden knock on the door startles them. A loud voice calls out Yong-jin's name from outside. The sudden interruption makes him jump. Outside, the sky is stained in ominous shades of deep crimson and violet. Meanwhile, in a dark, quiet room, the air is thick with a creepy, archaic vibe. Dust-covered jars, old calligraphy, and ancient inkstones decorate the eerie space. Ji-won quietly places a tiny hidden camera on a shelf before calling out to check if anyone is home. Suddenly, a creepy voice answers, asking if he is here to buy something. He spins around to see a decrepit old woman stepping out from behind a curtain. She looks absolutely terrifying, making him stammer nervously. Knowing the hidden camera is active, Ji-won tries to act natural and greets her. Outside, Kang Ji-ah stares intensely at the monitor with a tense expression. She recalls Ji-won's previous instructions on how to use this custom ghost-detecting gear. He warned her that if she sees any strange green lights floating around on the screen, she must contact him immediately. Kang Ji-ah keeps her eyes glued to the screen. Inside, Ji-won decides to cut straight to the chase, asking the old lady if the curse originated here. The creepy shopkeeper peers through her spectacles at the wooden box, offering a cold shrug. Ji-won grits his teeth, realizing his suspicions are correct. He politely begs her to reveal how to break the curse. Leaning heavily on her cane, the old woman pauses before answering slowly. Breaking a curse is the caster's responsibility, she rasps, claiming she only sells the goods. Ji-won presses her, asking if the buyer was a student. Specifically, a student from Sampo High wearing his exact school uniform. But she flatly refuses, citing strict customer confidentiality. Ji-won realizes that getting answers out of this creepy lady will be quite a hassle. She glares at him with deep suspicion. She demands to know his business, snapping that if he is not here to buy anything, he should get lost. Ji-won just smiles. He claims he is relieved, casually rolling the wooden box in his hands. He pretends he was just testing her and plans to buy it. Since this item came from her shop, it makes perfect sense to purchase another. After all, dealing with curses requires total secrecy. The old shopkeeper buys his act without any suspicion. A moment later, she places a mysterious wooden box and a silk pouch on the counter. She warns him that the curse triggers the exact moment anyone looks inside, so he must keep the box tightly sealed. Ji-won nods blankly as she reaches into the pouch, pulling out a bright yellow talisman. She explains this is meant for the caster. In a dry, raspy voice, she tells him that if he only wants to play a minor prank, he must tear this paper within 49 hours. If he tears it, the curse will break instantly. She offers a gentle nod. Ji-won ponders the 49-hour limit before asking further. He casually asks what happens if 49 hours actually pass. Still smiling with that creepy look, she cryptically murmurs that nobody really knows. Her spine-chilling chuckle echoes through the pitch-black shop, freezing Ji-won in place. He quickly nods along while cursing his terrible luck inside. Now that he knows exactly how to break the curse, he just wants to get out of this creepy place. He quickly masks his fear with a polite smile, promising to be careful. He asks for the price sheepishly, wondering if she accepts credit cards. Realizing a shady place like this probably only takes cash, he laughs awkwardly, admitting he forgot his wallet. The old lady opens a red. Put your fingernails and hair right here, place your hand on this stack of paper and write your name. Gong Ji-won freezes, completely baffled by her request. Fingernails, hair, and my name. He gives a dry laugh, asking if this means he gets to buy everything for free while staring down at the items. You do not get anything out of this. She just laughs, saying these items are extremely valuable, while a clear name tag remains printed on the paper. Gong Ji-won quickly makes up an excuse. But I actually have hereditary hair loss and am getting treatment, so I cannot pull any hair out. And my nails. So today I will just write my name. He shows his neatly clipped fingernails, asking if he can return once they grow back out. He smiles innocently at her, asking where he should write. He then pulls the stack of papers over, offering to sign it right away. Suddenly, she grabs his arm. Her raspy, gravelly voice echoes in Gong Ji-won's ears, telling him to seal it with blood before writing his name. He is completely stunned. a blood seal. Right then, a sharp blade pops out of the old woman's bamboo cane, making him scream in terror. He frantically claims he has a rare blood disease and needs medicine first. He then asks where the restroom is, desperately needing to escape. Gong Ji-won runs off to find the restroom but slips into a dark corner instead. He quickly fumbles through his pockets, hoping for a miracle. Luckily, he actually brought a red ballpoint pen with him. Seconds later, he channels his inner actor, screaming loudly for the old lady. He holds up his finger covered in red ink. "Hurry up," he yells. "My blood clots instantly whenever it comes into contact with the air." The old woman has had absolutely enough of him. "What is with all these illnesses, kid?" She tells him to stamp his fingerprint on the paper. Gong Ji-won asks if he should write his name now. The old woman stares at him, muttering that this sickly child needs to get healthy fast. He looks at her in confusion while she urges him to write quickly. Gong Ji-won slowly puts pen to paper, carefully drawing a line. He scribbles up, down, left, and right, taking his sweet time. After much drawing, he produces a ridiculously long name, then spots an opportunity. He sneaks a peek at the list of names. Seeing him peek so casually, the old lady flies into a rage, asking what he thinks he is doing. He notices several names already written down. Gong Ji-won plays dumb, asking if he was not supposed to look, claiming he just wanted to compare. The old lady snatches the paper away. Suddenly, creepy whispering fills his ears, echoing through the room with sharp, piercing cries. Voices repeatedly chant that he is a liar, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Suddenly, his phone rings, startling him. Gong Ji-won checks his watch and tells her he needs to leave. But right at that moment, the shop entrance completely seals itself shut. Terrified, he watches dark mist pour in as space twists violently, making the entire shop vanish. Gong Ji-won is trapped in pitch-black darkness. Only the chilling word liar echoes through the endless void. He looks around frantically, shouting for the shopkeeper, but no one answers. He screams into the empty darkness, asking where she went. Realizing things have gone horribly wrong, he speaks directly into his smartwatch. He desperately calls out for Kang Jia, asking if she can hear him. Panic sets in as he wonders what is happening. Suddenly, a crack of light appears. Jia uses her raw strength to lift the heavy door by herself, yelling at him to get out. Gong Ji-won stands there dumbfounded. Jia screams that she is right here, straining with all her might to hold the door. He instantly bolts, but the door in her hands suddenly begins to creak and warp. Terrifying fangs sprout from the metal, turning it into a monster. It snaps its jaws down, trying to swallow them both. They watch in absolute horror as the beastly teeth slam violently into the ground. The door slams shut, silencing Jia's final scream. Gong Ji-won freezes in sheer panic, desperately screaming her name into the void. Just in time, a figure leaps forward and delivers a powerful slash to the grotesque creature, tearing open a portal resembling a black hole. The beast spits Jia back out, and Lee Hai-soo catches her just in time. The monstrous mouth vanishes, returning to a normal rolling door. Gong Ji-won is completely amazed as he recognizes the man standing in front of him. It is the legendary sword master Kwon Yong-jin. Holding his giant sword, Yong-jin looks incredibly badass, but out of nowhere, a shadowy hand tries to rip through the door. Gong Ji-won warns him as it lunges. Caught off guard, Yong-jin reflexively swings his blade, his hand tightly gripping the hilt. Gong Ji-won gets super excited, thinking this feels exactly like an action comic book, but unfortunately, Yong-jin lacks those massive hero muscles. His excitement immediately fades. Yong-jin gets blasted backward by a massive punch from the giant hand, sending him flying. Lee Hai-soo quickly rushes forward to back him up. Gong Ji-won watches in total amazement as she handles the intense battle with ease. He wonders if she is some kind of fire mage. But then Lee Hai-soo trips over a loose rock, instantly ruining her cool moment. She faceplants hard on the ground. Gong Ji-won can only facepalm, wondering how on earth these two are supposed to fight monsters. The situation becomes incredibly tense. Looking around in panic, Gong Ji-won spots a few iron rods nearby while Yong-jin struggles nearby. Dark arms wrap tightly around Yong-jin, slowly crushing the life out of him. But sudden footsteps make him look up. Gong Ji-won swings a heavy iron rod, taking matters into his own hands, and shatters the first dark arm with a single strike. It turns out he actually has a pretty impressive background as a second-degree kendo black belt. The creature's grasp quickly retreats. Gong Ji-won grabs Yong-jin by the shoulder, yelling that they need to run. They bolt down the street under the crimson sky. A figure watches them from the roof. The heavy cleaver clatters to the ground as a completely exhausted Kwon Yong-jin collapses. He hears an incredibly annoying voice asking if they are okay, prompting Kwon Yong-jin to glare back in pure disbelief. Gong Ji-won is already face down in the dirt, weeping and desperately screaming how sorry he is for dragging them into this dangerous mess. He begs forgiveness for dragging them into danger, his words sounding genuine even if his dramatic pose lacks any dignity. Gong Ji-won insists he messaged Lee Hai-soo for help, thinking back to the warning text he sent her about this possessed shop. He told her he would handle the exorcism himself, sending over his pinned location at Sampodong Road 20, Building 23, District 30. He assured her he had backup, joking that worst case both of them would just get possessed by the ghost and head back. Talk about a terrible reassurance. Kwon Yong-jin is completely speechless while Gong Ji-won sits there on the ground, pale with regret. He mutters that he would have stayed home, but Lee Hae-soo gently reassures him that texting was the right call. She promises to tag along next time to keep them safe. Gong Ji-won instantly lights up with absolute joy. Kwon Yong-jin immediately crushes his hope, flatly refusing. Gong Ji-won just grins anyway, holding out his hand for a truce. He asks to be buddies. Kwon Yong-jin rolls his eyes but slaps his hand in a hard high five. Gong Ji-won grins happily, thanking his friend for actually showing up to save his life despite his usual grumpy attitude. He admits Kwon Yong-jin is incredibly loyal and kind, just like Lee Hae-soo had described him to be before this. Kwon Yong-jin feels a bit awkward from the sudden flattery, warning Gong Ji-won that one more mistake means they are done talking. Gong Ji-won chuckles, teasing his shyness. Kwon Yong-jin just sighs, wondering why absolutely everyone around him has to be so bizarre. Gong Ji-won hesitates before asking if he really fights spirits head-on, his eyes sparkling with awe at the massive weapon. He marvels at the giant anime-like sword, begging to touch it now that they are officially supposed to be best friends. Kwon Yong-jin points out he is already touching the blade, but the weapon suddenly emits a strange glow. The weapon pulses, rejecting his hand. Gong Ji-won pushes his glasses up, theorizing about some sort of complex magical barrier. He claims only the chosen ones can lift it, but Kwon Yong-jin instantly shuts down his highly dramatic fantasy. Gong Ji-won starts chanting ridiculous legendary weapon names until a raspy, wheezing dog voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. The talking pug explains it is an exorcist blade. Gong Ji-won jumps back, completely terrified by the speaking animal. The dog wheezes that it only cuts evil before collapsing, throwing a highly panicked Lee Hae-soo into instant action. She rushes over to help him, while the half-dead Jin mentally notes that they must quickly hunt down the dragon. Gong Ji-won asks if it is his dog. Kwon Yong-jin grumbles that taxis reject animals, forcing the dog to run. Gong Ji-won is completely stunned. Kwon Yong-jin casually adds that he paid for the ride using Gong Ji-won's money anyway. You have to love their complete lack of urgency. Gong Ji-won is amazed they actually decided to take a cab. Kwon Yong-jin wired the cash. Meanwhile, the dazed dog faintly asks why there is a royal palanquin nearby. Gong Ji-won is totally baffled by this talking pug, wondering if the dog's name is seriously Grandpa, and Kwon Yong-jin nods. Gong Ji-won asks if the dog has spiritual powers for exorcisms, trying to process all of this bizarre anime logic. He wonders why it is a pug. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-ah slowly wakes up groggy and completely confused about her surroundings. She looks around at the group standing over her, prompting a highly relieved Lee Hae-soo to smile in joy. Kang Ji-ah asks what happened as they crowd around. She suddenly remembers the terrifying sight she just saw. She shivers, recalling how the entire convenience store seemed to grow massive snapping teeth that lunged at her. Lee Hae-soo shudders at the thought. Gong Ji-won pulls out his tablet, announcing it is time to get down to business. He shows them a glitched security video explaining that spirits corrupted the later half of the entire recording. He fast-forwards to the important part, showing a document that he managed to save from the corrupted files. The footage shows a quiet, starry night as a visitor enters, calling out to the possessed owner, Do-kyun. The spirit asks when they will return, but the visitor is already missing an arm, leaving Gong Ji-won extremely confused. The visitor just laughs at his severed hand, mockingly asking what on earth happened to the missing limb. The old lady mentions some kids in school uniforms visited, and the visitor's smug face instantly freezes in shock. She adds that they tried to rescue the host, but some weird guy intervened, sparking the visitor's curiosity. Scratching his ear, the visitor wonders if the abnormal intruder was actually Kwon Yong-jin's crew. He explains that a random guy once beat him in a bet. She is shocked to hear he actually lost. With a simple flick of his finger, Do-kyun gets sent flying. Just a wave of his hand proving he is no ordinary person. Is Dad also getting played by him? Do-kyun asks with a smirk, but the old woman just stares silently. Eventually, she asks how he dared to leave without obediently waiting. Staring at the nuisance in front of her, she reminds him that it takes 49 hours for a soul to fully separate. Do-kyun's face darkens as he defends himself, saying he only acted because he was afraid they would burn the talisman. She coldly replies that she already told them to rip it so nothing will go wrong. Do-kyun snaps back that she never should have taught them how. Seeing him rage like a wild beast only amuses her. Humans look perfectly calm on the outside, but they are secretly trembling with fear. You need some insurance before signing a contract. Her tone is remarkably gentle, yet Do-kyun finds himself completely unable to argue back. She flashes a creepy grin with the few teeth she has left, then gives him a calming shot, assuring him they won't rip it anyway. These days, people do not take dark magic seriously anymore. They quickly forget about it, mostly just wishing for others to fail. Do-kyun grits his teeth, asking how she can be so sure. Suddenly, countless red threads erupt around her as she points to his siblings. She calls them living proof as a thread wraps around him. Staring at a terrified Ju Kyung, she calmly says even if they burn it, he will not fade away. Leaning on her cane, she steps forward with a smug grin telling him he would simply return to her. She asks if he really hates being by her side that much. Ju Do-kyung recoils in discomfort as those lifeless eyes stare right through him. Just then, a thick white fog floods the room, making them both turn. A mysterious masked figure stands right outside the doorway. He casually steps inside, politely announcing his arrival, but suddenly a chorus of terrifying screams echoes through the dark space. Lee Hae-soo is absolutely stunned to hear about the 49 hours wait. Is there really only 15 hours left? Gong Ji-won calculates they only have 15 hours left. He asks if anyone knows Kim Sung-woo, but they all shake their heads. Gong Ji-won remains calm, saying they can handle it tomorrow since time is on their side. Still, Kwon Ji-ah wonders why there are so many names. She asks why he is so sure about Kim Sung-woo. In response, he pulls out a mysterious wooden box he found at school. He points out a strange character written on the box, comparing the suspicious text directly with a list of names in his hand. The names match perfectly, leaving the group thoroughly convinced. Gong Ji-won analyzes the fresh ink, noting that the writing looks very recent. Suddenly, Jin cuts in to read the character as Do, while Gong Ji-won asks Lee Hae-soo to translate the dog's urgent barking. She repeats that it reads as Do, leaving Gong Ji-won completely shocked. The gambling devil. The entire group gasps in utter disbelief. Encyclopedia Gong Ji-won takes the stage, reciting from his monster dictionary. This legendary gambling demon has existed since the late Joseon dynasty. It is known as a wicked spirit that constantly tests human luck through dangerous bets, and according to records, nobody has ever beaten it. Yong-jin completely tunes out the barking dog. So is a gambler demon. Is that why those betting games exist? Jin urges them to quickly inform the female shaman about this discovery, leaving Lee Hae-soo standing there totally dazed. Lee Hee-soo offers to ask her mother, while Gong Ji-won gets excited about getting first-hand shaman info. Meanwhile, the dog barks and Lee Hee-soo nods rapidly. Kang Ji-ah watches them nod back and forth at a tiny dog with absolute confusion, slowly beginning to realize what is actually happening. Kang Ji-ah nervously asks if they are literally talking to a dog. Lee Hae-soo nods, explaining that only people with spiritual senses can hear him. Gong Ji-won sighs in envy, wishing he had those spiritual powers too, honestly same. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-ah stands frozen, completely unable to process this absurd reality. Her face remains totally stiff. This feels way too surreal, like she stepped out of reality. Suddenly, someone calls her name. Lee Hae-soo warns her to keep her hands back, explaining that this is no ordinary dog but actually Yong-jin's literal ancestor. Kang Ji-ah gasps in shock, seeing her try to pet him. The dog aggressively swats her hand away, forcing her to apologize profusely. As night falls, a call from Mom flashes on the phone screen. The voice on the other end delivers a chilling instruction: burn the talisman immediately. She warns them of the immense danger before letting out a painful cough and asking if everyone is safe. She groans that just looking at the screen gave her a massive headache. Lee Hae-soo asks if she is okay, while Kang Ji-ah reassures her. Sipping some water, Lee Hae-soo's mother explains that the entity they encountered is actually a childless ghost, a spirit that enslaves human souls. She reveals that the old shopkeeper is not human at all, leaving Gong Ji-won absolutely horrified by the sudden realization. That dusty antique shop is actually a prison where countless souls are trapped, which explains why the spirit tracker detected so many anomalies. Those names signed with red ink in her creepy ledger represent contracts specifically designed to steal human souls. The yellow paper she tucked away is a sinister curse, meaning both the victim and the one using the talisman are in danger. The kids freeze in pure terror. If 49 hours pass without breaking the curse, the consequences will be completely irreversible. Everyone tenses up as they realize the demon will fully possess the victim's body once the time limit runs out. The child's soul will be permanently trapped inside the shaman's talisman, leaving them with absolutely no way to save them. Lee Hae-soo's mother continues if they can destroy the talisman within the time limit, the possessed child will return to normal. This means the parasite inside Do-kyung will vanish, but the person who cast the curse will die, their soul claimed forever by the demon. Hearing this, Kang Ji-ah feels a grim satisfaction. A lowlife like that deserves to die anyway, so it should not matter if they are gone. Lee Hae-soo's mother nods but insists they still need to bring the kid who cursed their friend here first to examine him. She warns them that the talisman must be burned within 49 hours. The next day, the group heads to school, searching classroom by classroom. Jae checks the 4th grade, Ji-won the 5th. Lee Hae-soo searches another room with the same question: is Kim Sung-woo here? In class 2, someone looks up. Sung-woo, the kid shouts out, calling for the guy himself. Hey Kim Sung-woo, the introverted boy flinches, slowly standing up, wondering who is calling him. The student asks if he is indeed Kim Sung-woo. He nods confused, but then the door opens and Yong-jin walks in, surprising him. Yong-jin groans inwardly, wondering why he has to do this. Cutting straight to the chase, he asks if Sung-woo has the talisman, making the boy jump. Sung-woo goes completely silent. Suddenly, he shoves Yong-jin aside and bolts out the door. Yong-jin yells, "Wait!" quickly, giving chase. "Stop running, why are you so fast?" It becomes a wild, high-speed chase down the hallway. Yong-jin screams at him to stop pushing through. But soon, Yong-jin is gasping for air, his legs shaking like an 80-year-old. His limbs feel completely numb and heavy. Kang Jia throws a classroom door open, asking if he found him. Yong-jin points breathlessly, and she spots the heavy-set boy frantically running away. Then she bolts, running like she is setting a track record. "Stop right there," she screams, but her terrifying expression only makes Sung-woo run faster. "Who would actually stop for that?" Ji-won shouts from behind, warning him that he handed over his hair and nails for that curse, and he is doomed. Those words hit the heavy boy like a stun spell. The realization freezes him in his tracks that was a contract signing his soul over to a demon. Kang Jia catches up and grabs him, screaming at him to hand over the talisman if he wants to live. Sung-woo turns completely pale, stammering in shock. He stubbornly refuses to believe it, yelling at them to stop lying. Lee Hae-soo catches up, confirming the terrifying truth and leaving the boy trembling with fear. Lee Hae-soo quickly denies being a shaman, while Kang Jia glares at the boy, telling him that burning the talisman will fix everything. Sung-woo finally speaks up hesitantly, asking if Do-kyung will really return to normal too. Kang Jia realizes there is still some good left in him. She nods, telling him they can restore everything if they act now. But he grits his teeth, stubbornly refusing to hand it over. Ji-won calls him completely unreasonable, while a totally exhausted Yong-jin begs him to cooperate. Sung-woo's face twists in bitter despair. He screams that nothing matters anymore and he would rather die. Meanwhile, far away, his name is being marked by the dark entity. Vivid red brush strokes sweep across the old woman's forehead, forming the exact same curse mark now tied directly to Sung-woo's name. An eerie scratching sound echoes through the air. Sung-woo keeps his head low, muttering that his life is already ruined anyway. With things turning out like this, he feels his future is completely over. He sneers, accusing them of hating him and planning to ruin his reputation. Yong-jin is completely speechless, asking who would even bother doing that, while Ji-won blankly points out that his attitude is exactly why people dislike him. Sung-woo mumbles that he never expected things to get this out of hand. The two nod, saying they understand, but he just needs to hand over the talisman. They kindly try to comfort him, suggesting he can just apologize to Do-kyung later and everything will be fine, but that only triggers his deep resentment. He scoffs, snapping that they know nothing about that jerk, Do-kyung, who only acts nice but actually looks down on everyone. The others watch in silence as Sung-woo goes on a bitter rant. He bites his lip, claiming that if Do-kyung ever returns to school, he will only act forgiving to their faces while secretly plotting to destroy him. He screams that Do-kyung is a fake, shocking Kang Jia, who is standing right there. Suddenly, a memory flashes back to their middle school days at Gaesan Middle School. The classroom was a chaotic mess of loud chatter, with students constantly yelling over each other. Sung-woo sat at his desk, trying to study, muttering about how deafening the noise was and wondering why he had to share a room with these idiots despite his high marks. Then the teacher cuts through the noise, suggesting they let Sung-woo continue serving as the class president. But the classroom remains restless. Suddenly, one student speaks up, throwing his arm around his friend and nominating Do-kyung instead. The room erupts in excitement, leaving Sung-woo completely frozen in shock. The entire class instantly jumps on board, shouting their support for Do-kyung. Sung-woo's face darkens as both boys are called up to the podium for the final vote. Do-kyung speaks up hesitantly, suggesting it makes more sense for Sung-woo to keep the role, but their classmates immediately shout him down with cheers. In the end, Do-kyung wins by a landslide. The final tally on the blackboard is a humiliating defeat: 2 votes for Sung-woo, 21 for Do-kyung. Their classmates immediately swarmed Do-kyung to celebrate the obvious victory, leaving Sung-woo standing off to the side, literally trembling with a quiet burning rage. He believed Do-kyung only won because of his stupid popularity contest, ignoring real capability. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what that smooth talker could possibly achieve when a sudden whisper caught his attention. His classmates cheer from below, telling him to stop being shy. In the end, Do-kyung wins in a landslide as the board shows the final count, and it is brutal. Kim Sung-woo got only 2 votes, while Do-kyung swept with 21. His classmates crowd around to congratulate the newly elected president. Kim Sung-woo shakes with rage. He knows that guy only won a popularity contest instead of someone with actual competence to lead. He clenches his fists, wondering what that smooth talker could possibly know. Suddenly, the crowd starts whispering as a strange commotion begins. Who are those other 2 votes even for? The kids in the back snicker, teasing that he probably voted for himself, making him blush with embarrassment. 9 idiots who cannot study properly dared to make a fool of him, completely snatching away his golden opportunity. After that, the whole class president drama is quickly forgotten. School days continue to drift by peacefully and quietly. On the board, the teacher writes out the class schedule as Kim Sung-woo clutches his report card. Suddenly, a classmate shouts out, "Hey, Do-kyung got first place in our class," making him freeze completely. Instantly, the classroom erupts into loud whispers of admiration. As expected of the perfect class president, he is tall, handsome, athletic, rich, and basically has absolutely zero flaws. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-woo stands there, dazed, his face growing pale amidst all the cheerful chatter. Oh, and the guy does not even have a girlfriend yet. Kim Sung-woo glares, thinking of that pretty boy. There's no way someone can actually be that perfect in real life. Just thinking about Do-kyung's smiling face makes him sick, convinced it is all a fake act. How does he pull off that fake nice guy persona? Did he know beforehand that he would be chosen? Kim Sung-woo crunches his report card in pure rage. Damn it, he can already picture that smug look. He can easily picture Do-kyung's two-faced, smug smile, probably laughing at everyone on the inside. What a fake, hypocritical jerk. Kim Sung-woo scoffs at the memory of that fake nice guy who always put on a perfect show. Hearing this, Kang Ji-ah is completely speechless. "So you were basically just salty about losing the election," she sighs. On the other end, the others look at him with pure disgust. It sounds more like a classic victim mentality. Kim Sung-woo yells back in defense, insisting that the most important part is coming up next. He swears up and down that it is the absolute truth, but Kang Ji-ah is completely losing her patience with his rambling nonsense. Maybe they should just steal the amulet. Suddenly, we flash back to his 10th grade entrance ceremony where a mysterious hand taps Kim Sung-woo on the shoulder, making him turn around in utter shock. Is that guy seriously attending this high school too? How did he even find out which class Kim Sung-woo is in? Before he can say anything, Do-kyung flashes a polite, welcoming smile. He asks if Kim Sung-woo is in this class and politely requests him to go call Dong-hun, leaving Kim Sung-woo completely frozen in disbelief. Ji-won asks if anyone actually believes Do-kyung was faking not knowing his name, but obviously absolutely nobody agrees. Kim Sung-woo fumes, insisting the bastard must have remembered him and was just playing dumb out of pure contempt. Kang Ji-ah just rolls her eyes. She tells him to just admit he hates Do-kyung, asking sarcastically who he even is for someone like Do-kyung to remember. Ji-won nods in agreement, pointing out a crucial detail that Kim Sung-woo conveniently forgot to mention in his salty little rant. He transferred schools right at the start of the semester, so obviously nobody would remember him. Kim Sung-woo is left completely speechless. Ji-won asks if Kim Sung-woo even remembers his name since they were in the same class, pointing out his obvious hypocrisy. He tells Kim Sung-woo that he simply wants Do-kyung to be a fake person and all of his complaints are just pathetic excuses. Gritting his teeth with tears streaming down his face, Kim Sung-woo mutters that no matter what, that bastard must absolutely disappear. He weeps, complaining about how unfair the world is while Yong-jin silently observes him from the side without saying a word. Kim Sung-woo sobs, complaining that his hard work got him nowhere, while Do-kyung was born right at the finish line. Ji-won coldly asks if he seriously thinks Do-kyung got everything easily, but Kim Sung-woo just scoffs at the very idea. He argues that being born wealthy is already winning, getting increasingly carried away with his toxic rants about erasing people like Do-kyung. Kang Ji-ah cannot take his garbage attitude anymore. With tears welling in her eyes, she asks what he actually knows about Do-kyung. She knows how hard he silently worked, putting in twice the effort of anyone else just to survive. Grabbing Kim Sung-woo by the collar, she yells that Do-kyung is terrified of being hated because of jealous people like him. Kim Sung-woo sneers, mocking Do-kyung's acting career and calling his kindness a stepping stone. Kang Ji-ah furiously screams at him to shut up. Ji-won is completely speechless at how stupid and stubborn he is, wondering if the amulet is rotting his brain. Suddenly, Yong-jin chimes in and agrees that it is incredibly unfair, shocking Ji-won, who asks why he is defending Kim Sung-woo. Yong-jin looks at Kim Sung-woo with a cold, hollow gaze. He asks if Do-kyung's disappearance would actually make Kim Sung-woo's life better. He asks if erasing Do-kyung would make the world fairer as dark memories of jealousy begin to surface in Kim Sung-woo's mind. But even if he disappears, absolutely nothing will change and Kim Sung-woo will still have to face his own bitter reality. Yong-jin points out that Kim Sung-woo will always find another successful person to hate and repeat these same pathetic actions. Looking at Kang Ji-ah's tears, he warns that if the time limit passes and Do-kyung fails to return, Kim Sung-woo is a murderer. Even if his physical body is still breathing, Do-kyung will be erased from this world forever, making it a literal murder. His slow words strike Kim Sung-woo's guilty conscience, warning him that living his life as if nothing happened is the real lie. Hearing those crushing words, Kim Sung-woo breaks down in tears, desperately trying to lie to himself that it cannot be true. Flashback to that day, Kang Ji-ah angrily stomping away. Kim Sung-woo hid behind a wall, watching everything, his hand tightly clutching a talisman. The paper shook. Is this actually working? He wondered, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as his rival faced karma. Do Kyung was finally getting punished. This is what true justice looks like, he thought, exposing the guy's real face to the world. He gleefully imagined the rumors spreading tomorrow, getting Do Kyung expelled from school and making Kang Ji-ah cut ties with him forever. Under the sunset, he silently bid farewell to the rival he despised. But despite his thrill, Kim Sung-woo felt a sudden chill when he got home. Panic set in. Trembling, he wondered if Do Kyung would truly vanish once those 49 hours passed, his fingers gripping the paper. Am I a murderer? Kim Sung-woo envisioned that obnoxious smile, his mind racing as he fought the urge to rip up the talisman. This was enough. His reputation was ruined anyway. Kim Sung-woo hesitated, unable to bring himself to tear the paper apart. Kim Sung-woo recalled Do Kyung asking him what his name was and saying he looked familiar. A chaotic mess of thoughts swirled in his head. He sought his face. What if he comes back? Kim Sung-woo slammed his fist onto his bed, consumed by pure dread. How could he have known this curse actually worked? He cursed under his breath, repeatedly punching his mattress as humiliating memories flashed back. It was his fault. Do Kyung drove him to this. Kim Sung-woo desperately shifted the blame, refusing to accept responsibility. Kim Sung-woo curled up in a corner, sobbing. He convinced himself this happened only because Do Kyung was such a fake, hypocritical jerk. The guy brought this on himself, he wept, but Do Kyung's bright, annoying smile kept flashing in his mind, driving him crazy. Kim Sung-woo clutched his face, screaming in absolute despair, wondering what on earth he was supposed to do now that everything had gone too far. Yong-jin calmly told him to just hand over the talisman quickly. Seeing this, Gong Ji-won wondered if he was watching a masterclass in psychological manipulation. Yong-jin was acting like a total mastermind, pretending to empathize first before delivering deep emotional wisdom that touched the soul. Lee Hae-soo watched from behind in complete silence. Seeing how easily Kim Sung-woo had been swayed, she could not help but be deeply impressed. Kim Sung-woo sobbed as he pulled the talisman from his pocket. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a toothless old mouth began chanting a curse. Empty eyes, they pierced right through Kim Sung-woo's soul as the voice commanded him to die, buckling his knees instantly. Kang Ji-ah yelled out, asking him what was wrong, but his body was suddenly dragged forward. She shook him, demanding he hand over the talisman. Kim Sung-woo opened his hollow eyes, mumbling that he had to go back to his mother. He forcefully yanked his hand away, sending Kang Ji-ah tumbling. She screamed at the crazy bastard while Lee Hae-soo and Gong Ji-won watched in horror as Kim Sung-woo stepped onto the ledge and threw himself out. A single slipper fluttered down through the air. Kim Sung-woo was left dangling outside, completely clueless about his situation until he glanced down. He was dangling. Suspended high above the concrete, Kim Sung-woo absolutely lost it, screaming in pure terror at the sight. He screamed at the top of his lungs, wondering how he ended up out here. Then he heard a strained voice from above. Yong-jin was desperately clinging to his ankle, yelling at him not to move, while Gong Ji-won held Yong-jin from behind. Kim Sung-woo broke down. Stop moving. Yong-jin gritted his teeth, yelling back as Kim Sung-woo thrashed wildly, begging them to save his life. The rest of the group joined in pulling with everything they had. Kang Ji-ah was straining so hard that veins bulged on her arms. Up front, Yong-jin's hands turned bright red. Honestly, the stakes are insanely high. They were all about to plunge to their deaths. They slipped. Everyone nearly plunged over the edge, but a sudden surge of true latent strength ignited within Yong-jin. He successfully hauled Kim Sung-woo back inside, narrowly escaping death. They collapsed in a heap, with the terrified Yong-jin landing right on top of Gong Ji-won. Gong Ji-won asked if he was okay. Yong-jin scrambled up, glaring down at a shivering Kim Sung-woo kneeling on the floor, and asked if he was insane. Kim Sung-woo immediately shook his head in terror, stammering that he did not do it on purpose and never wanted to jump. He explained that some creepy voice had ordered him to die, and his memory went completely blank after that, shocking everyone in the room. Gong Ji-won recalled Kim Sung-woo saying he would rather die. Lee Hae-soo cut in, insisting they needed to burn the damn talisman immediately. Suddenly, she noticed a bizarre brand on Kim Sung-woo's neck. The group crowded around, realizing it matched the exact mark of that creepy antique shop. Kim Sung-woo panicked, asking what they were doing. Gong Ji-won confirmed the mark was a match, but suddenly the brand began to glow hot. Kim Sung-woo screamed in agony as his skin burned. Gong Ji-won yelled that the curse paper was doing this and ordered him to pull it out. Kim Sung-woo yanked the talisman from his pocket. Spotting it, Kang Ji-ah snatched the paper quickly, pulling out a lighter to burn it to ashes. Burn it now. There was absolutely no time to lose, but just as the flame caught, Do Kyung suddenly materialized. He blew out the fire with a chilling breath, wishing them a very happy birthday. Everyone in the room froze in absolute terror. He kept chanting. Gong Ji-won suddenly snapped out of his daze, lunging forward to desperately pin the madman down. He screamed for them to hurry. Kim Sung-woo threw himself into the fray too, cursing out the bastards as they struggled to restrain Do Kyung. Do Kyung violently elbowed Gong Ji-won in the head. Yong-jin shielded Kang Ji-ah, screaming for her to burn the talisman while she sobbed in panic. They burn the talisman as fast as they can. The moment it ashes, Do Kyung collapses. Kim Sung-woo asks if it worked while Ji-won catches him. Ji-won calls out his name. As Do Kyung slowly opens his eyes, the group cheers. Sitting up, Do Kyung groans, barely able to speak. He struggles to call out to his friends. Ji-ah smiles in relief, but then his sinister voice apologizes with a creepy smirk. The real Do Kyung passed away yesterday. The imposter breaks into wild, shaking laughter. The group stands frozen under his mocking gaze. Ji-won stands completely bewildered. Do Kyung bursts into hysterical laughter, mocking what they are even trying to do. Terrified, Kim Sung-woo trembles in pure shock. What do you mean? Ji-won asks. Lee Hai-soo panics. It has not even been 49 hours yet. Still, Do Kyung just laughs in their faces. Ji-won turns, asking if it was the right talisman. Kim Sung-woo insists it was, but Do Kyung chimes in it is not his fault. That charm was real, he smirks. But now it is just useless paper. The spell has nothing to do with him anymore. Yong-jin and Lee Hai-soo exchange panicked looks. Ji-ah breaks down, but the demon calmly shrugs, declaring that the real Do Kyung is already gone. All their efforts were completely useless, he sneers. Desperate, Ji-won checks his phone, trying to figure out where they went wrong. How could the 49-hour rule fail? Suddenly, Do Kyung lunges forward, grabbing Ji-won's collar and crushing the device on his chest. He laughs. Once this toy stopped making noise, you should have known. This wicked thing was actually too accurate. With a twisted grin, he reveals that before the original boy faded away, he was crying out for his friends. Tears of regret stream down Ji-won's face. Smiling wickedly, Do Kyung tells him not to cry as he raises his sharp claw. He promises they will be reunited soon. But as he lunges, things suddenly take a wild turn here. The real Do Kyung is trapped with a powerful entity. The childless ghost Mujagwi offers him a tempting deal. Furious, Do Kyung snaps back, demanding to know who the ghost is and why he is trespassing here of all places. The ghost simply snaps his cold fingers. Instantly, an invisible force blasts Do Kyung backwards, slamming him hard against a cabinet. An old spirit rushes to protect a white ceramic jar. Her demonic son glares at Mujagwi, cursing under his breath. She roars in fury. Thick black smoke erupts from the corners, charging at Mujagwi, but it suddenly disperses before reaching him. Shocked to see her magic completely undone, she demands to know who this incredibly powerful entity really is. Red spectral tubes sprout from Do Kyung's stomach, a soul-harvesting magic that channels directly into the old spirit. Mujagwi remarks on how arrogant she is. He picks up the jar, pointing out another red tube attached to it. To him, a 49-hour soul-stealing ritual is just a pathetic, cheap parlor trick that even basic humans could pull off. The old spirit takes offense at his insult, shrieking and demanding to know what he actually wants from her. He calmly offers to bypass the 49-hour rule for her, catching both of the dark spirits completely off guard. Mujagwi asks again if they want to make a deal. Meanwhile, Do Kyung listens with growing excitement in his eyes. The ghost is looking for a very unusual child who once entered this domain, referring to the powerful Yong-jin. Back in reality, Yong-jin desperately holds back the possessed Do Kyung, recalling the ghost's dark terms for their exchange. The deal was simple: bring the kid back alive. Yong-jin stands his ground, yelling at the demon to stop. Talk about an absolute nightmare of a situation. Trapped in a corner, Yong-jin grips the monster's arm as hard as he can. Do Kyung's eyes gleam with excitement. With terrifying ease, he lifts Yong-jin off the ground and sneers. He asks if he is finally ready to play, proposing a dark wager that makes Yong-jin grit his teeth. Taunting him further, the demon points out that their fight is far from over, offering a formal deal. He proposes that if Yong-jin wins, he will leave this host body and return their beloved friend back to normal. But if Yong-jin loses, his soul and life will belong to the monster. Hearing those grim terms, he stands frozen. Receiving no answer, the demon tightens his deadly grip, threatening to slaughter everyone in the room if he refuses. Drowning in his own deep terror, Yong-jin blocks out everything until Ji-won desperately screams at him to accept. Ji-won offers his own life instead, but the furious demon snaps that only Yong-jin's soul will do. Steel-faced Yong-jin finally agrees to the bet. While his friends gasp in shock, the demon grins with excitement. Yong-jin adds a condition: they must wait until school is over and the others must be left alone. The demon drops Ji-won and whispers closely to Yong-jin, instructing him to meet at the antique shop after class. His cold eyes drill into the boy, warning him to come completely alone before aggressively grabbing his shirt. He warns Yong-jin not to step inside the shop if he wants to stay alive, then walks away. A tense silence fills the classroom. Staring at the door, Ji-won warns that this is clearly a deadly trap. Ji-won acts like a know-it-all, warning that going there alone will only get them completely ambushed. Winning means they get let go, but then they get beaten to death anyway. Ji-won frowns at the tired old trick, while Kang Jia worriedly asks what is actually going on. She keeps explaining while Lee Hai-soo is lost in thought. The talisman was burned within 49 hours and the strange mark on Kim Sung-woo's neck disappeared. Yet Do-kyung still hasn't returned. Ji-won pipes up saying some Sukuna-style thoughts just popped into his head, but Kang Ji-ah immediately snaps. She tells him to shut up. Before this disaster, Ji-won had wondered if Do-kyung had already turned into an evil spirit. Kang Ji-ah swings her fist at him, shouting for him to shut up. Luckily, Ji-won ducks just in time. Lee Hai-soo then speaks up about her mother. She says if the talisman was burned but he still hasn't returned, his soul might be trapped somewhere. Hearing this, Kang Ji-ah asks where that could be. Ji-won cuts in saying it has to be the antique shop since the gambling demon summoned Yong-jin there. Plus, the shaman once mentioned that is where the broker demon hides using human souls to manufacture their wicked familiars. Ji-won holds up his notebook, pointing out the demon warned him not to go inside, likely because Ju Do-kyung is trapped in there. According to his trusty monster encyclopedia, he reads aloud from the pages explaining that although no one has ever managed to defeat the gambling demon, it might actually keep its word. Even if it feels like a trap, it is their only lead. Kang Ji-ah is still uneasy because there is absolutely no guarantee of a win. If they lose, she fears Yong-jin will be in grave danger. Ji-won objects, insisting that Yong-jin actually has a real shot at winning this. Kang Ji-ah looks at him in complete disbelief. She asks if he has some secret plan. Ji-won crosses his arms and explains that since the match was technically a tie, odds of winning are 50-50. Kang Ji-ah is completely speechless at his brilliant logic. Meanwhile, Yong-jin quietly reflects on the demon's words. He remembers Do-kyung stating that he only wants Yong-jin's life. Staring at his hand, Yong-jin realizes the demon is not after his physical body. Staring intensely at his palm, he blames his left arm for everything, but then a sudden realization hits him. His left arm was forged from the Black Dragon itself. It is not a curse, but his ultimate source of power. Yong-jin calls out to Lee Hai-soo, asking if she mentioned that he fought during their last encounter. Lee Hai-soo turns to him surprised. She confirms it. Yong-jin finds this curious, wondering how that is possible when the Great Overseer was the one who defeated the spirit. Lee Hai-soo explains that while the Overseer did deliver the final blow, Yong-jin was actually the one doing most of the fighting. He asks when exactly this happened. She replies it was right after her mother was stabbed. Hearing this, Kang Ji-ah gasps in pure shock. She cannot believe her ears. Her mom was stabbed. Meanwhile, Yong-jin gets lost in thought, remembering he blacked out right after. If her words are true and his own theories are correct, then everything about that night finally starts to make sense. He raises his hand and asks if he only fought using his left arm that night. Lee Hai-soo is caught off guard by the question. She asks if he is left-handed, which leaves him a bit confused. Did he guess wrong? Lee Hai-soo suddenly turns around to demonstrate. She mimics his posture from that night, raising her left hand exactly the way he held the blade. The memories come rushing back. She remembers him fighting with the dagger and confirms he only used his left arm. She then curiously asks him why. Yong-jin massages his left hand, quietly announcing that he has finally figured out a way to resolve this entire mess. Everyone is stunned. Yong-jin firmly states they need to follow the demon's instructions, first declaring that he will go alone. The group is shocked, immediately demanding to know why. Ji-won points out that going alone is basically walking straight into a trap. Yong-jin interrupts, dismissing their fears. Lee Hai-soo tries to stop him, pleading that going by himself is far too dangerous. But his mind is made up. If they all go, they risk getting wiped out before they can even do anything. Lee Hai-soo sighs helplessly. Surprisingly, Ji-won agrees, admitting that Yong-jin has a point. Yong-jin then clarifies that he is not actually going completely empty-handed or alone. He will have his divine ancestor with him. Ji-won is still worried, asking if this ancient ancestor dog actually has any real combat power. Lee Hai-soo is speechless as the sun begins to set. They have spent the entire afternoon debating while the clock is ticking away. Sitting comfortably atop Yong-jin's head, Ancestor Jin jokes that the sun must be rising from the west today. He is utterly shocked to see his lazy descendant actually volunteer to hunt down a demon. Yong-jin responds with a cold stare. He mutters that sitting around waiting to die is not an option. Ancestor Jin proudly pats his head, praising his courage. After navigating through a dark, narrow alleyway, they finally reach the abandoned shop. Yong-jin stands outside, feeling a chill. He is stunned by the ominous vibes, noting that the building is practically radiating pure dark energy. Jin warns him to stay alert. Yong-jin asks if they will truly be able to find their friend. Jin confidently assures him that his keen senses can detect anything. He suggests calling out to see if the kid responds. Once inside, they nod, but Yong-jin suddenly covers his nose. He complains about the horrific stench. Jin detects the foul odor too, but Yong-jin ignores it and charges ahead, calling out his friend's name. John Do-kyung, if you aren't here, answer me. Sensing the heavy silence around them, Jae-in grows highly suspicious of this eerie quiet. Suddenly, he spots something creeping up behind Yong-jin as the boy calls out for Chu. Jae-in shouts in alarm. He calls out to Yong-jin, his nephew, warning him to get out of there immediately. But it is already too late. Just as he tries to turn back, his foot steps on something incredibly soft and mushy. The sudden change leaves him completely stunned. He reaches back instinctively, but Yong-jin finds his own hand, refusing to move. His left arm goes completely numb. In this tense moment, Yong-jin stands frozen with no reaction. His trembling hand reaches for his blade, but he is too slow. Tentacles wrap tightly around his arm as more of them surge forward to attack. Helpless Yong-jin closes his eyes and braces for the blow. Right then, a blade slices the tentacles in half. Do-kyung arrives just in time to save Yong-jin, mockingly calling him a complete idiot. Glaring at Yong-jin, Do-kyung reminds him that he was warned to stay out of the shop before grabbing his collar and dragging him away. Caught off guard, Jae-in gets thrown back and instantly snagged by the thrashing tentacles. Terrified, he desperately screams out for Yong-jin. Deep inside, a massive form rises. A voice dripping with absolute malice shrieks, how dare you betray me?" Suddenly, a glowing sigil burns itself onto Do-kyung's neck, shining brighter by the second. He lets out a smug, victorious grin. He hauls Yong-jin along by the collar, escaping the chaos with wild excitement. He is finally free. The possessed Do-kyung leaps onto the rooftops, laughing like a maniac as he drags the helpless Yong-jin across the concrete. Baring his razor-sharp teeth, he asks Yong-jin if he saw the terrified expression on that old woman's face. With Yong-jin struggling wildly behind him, Do-kyung snaps at him to stop squirming since he just saved his life. Annoyed, he curses, complaining that being nice never works with this guy. He drops Yong-jin onto a pile of construction materials. The wood and metal shatter as Do-kyung lands, quickly stepping toward him. Yong-jin lies weak in a cloud of swirling dust, coughing violently. Hands slid casually into his pockets. Do-kyung stares coldly at the beaten boy on the ground. Suddenly, a single die falls from above. Catching the spinning die in a cup, Do-kyung smirks. Right before Yong-jin's eyes, dozens of identical dice cups materialize on the dirt. Completely surrounded by the massive wall of cups, Yong-jin looks around in utter shock, demanding to know what is happening. Grinning aggressively, Do-kyung reminds him of their deal. They are gambling with their very lives now. Under the possessed boy's command, the single die begins darting from cup to cup at a dizzying speed. The cups blur together as they spin frantically around Yong-jin, making his head throb with pain. Watching him struggle, Do-kyung gleefully demands him to guess, leaving Yong-jin wondering how anyone could possibly track this. Taking a leap of faith, Yong-jin slaps his hand onto one of the cups. He slowly lifts it with trembling fingers. Miraculously, the smoking die sits right underneath. Instantly, the spinning stops and the world returns to normal. Do-kyung's smug face freezes in absolute disbelief. How on earth did this kid guess right on his first try? Staring at the die, he knows the odds were literally 1 in 100. Yong-jin lets out a breath of relief. Yong-jin declares his victory, but Do-kyung suddenly changes the rules to a best-of-3 match. Confused by the sudden flip-flop, Yong-jin protests, but Do-kyung ignores him, spinning a die on his fingertip. He announces the new rule: whoever rolls the higher number wins. Tossing the die, he arrogantly claims the first turn. Yong-jin complains about his unfair attitude, but his eyes remain glued to the rolling die in sheer anxiety. The die stops, revealing a solid 6. Yong-jin reads the number aloud, absolutely furious at this ridiculous game. He demands to know who gave him permission to change the rules. Refusing to play along, he turns to walk away, but his left hand moves entirely on its own, slamming down over the die. Yong-jin panics as his arm loses control. Grabbing the die against his own will, he fights his hand. Watching the bizarre struggle, Do-kyung asks what he is doing. Terrified, Yong-jin uses his right hand to restrain his rebellious left wrist, begging his own body to stop. Unable to stop, his hand rolls the die anyway. He desperately explains that he is not the one doing this. Seeing things go his way, Do-kyung chuckles, noting the roll is made. Yong-jin panics as the die spins on the ground. Even if it rolls a 1, Do-kyung is already celebrating his guaranteed victory with a massive grin. But the tables turn instantly. Yong-jin slams his palm down, crushing the die to pieces, leaving Do-kyung completely stunned. Yong-jin is equally shocked to see the shattered fragments on the ground. Drenched in sweat, his heart pounds. He reads the total of the broken pieces, 7. Enraged, Do-kyung accuses him of dirty cheating, refusing to accept it. Losing his mind, he curses and insists that Yong-jin lost, but Yong-jin calmly mocks him in return. He blames Yong-jin for breaking the cup, but Yong-jin fires back that there was never any rule against breaking things. Do-kyung argues it is common sense, but Yong-jin counters that common sense does not dictate anything here. There was never a rule forcing a best-of-3. Since he won the first round, he should already be declared the winner. He smirks. Then he laughs hysterically and wonders if he should just beat Yong-jin to a pulp. Suddenly, a dark energy erupts from his palm. He remembers his deal with the devil, who demanded the target be returned completely intact. As long as he is breathing, that counts as intact. With dark energy wrapping his legs, he prepares to strike. Instantly, he vanishes in smoke. He lunges like lightning, aiming a punch with a twisted demonic face. Yong-jin panics but quickly forces himself to focus. Reaching behind his head, he pulls out the massive ceremonial blade from his ancestors. He swings a heavy, decisive slash, the momentum slamming the blade into the ground. But because of the demonic possession, Ju Do-kyung has gained unreal speed. He easily glides backward to dodge the strike, leaving him quite stunned by Yong-jin's reflexes. Meanwhile, Yong-jin grips the weapon tightly, his arms moving completely on their own as they raise the blade high. He wonders when his hands even grab this thing. Ju Do-kyung lets out a high-pitched, furious screech, demanding to know the truth. "You are definitely not a normal human, are you?" he snarls, demanding why Yong-jin did not mention this sooner. Yong-jin's hands move unconsciously again. He holds the blade forward as a creepy voice promises to chop Ju Do-kyung's head off. Hearing this, Ju Do-kyung completely loses it and hisses in absolute rage. Yong-jin quickly tries to defuse the situation. "Hey, that was not me talking," he stammers, desperately trying to buy some time by suggesting another round. But Ju Do-kyung flatly refuses. The game is over, and his threats begin. Yong-jin trembles with fear. He tries to negotiate with the demon, stating that since he won fairly, Ju Do-kyung should go free. But the demon just growls back, irritated that he is still asking about Ju Do-kyung. He delivers a brutal truth. "That kid is long gone," the demon sneers. Hearing this, Yong-jin feels his world spin. Terrified, he asks why the demon lied. Seeing that he has struck a painful nerve, the demon laughs mockingly, offering to return the empty shell instead. He tells him to take the corpse and plan a funeral. Yong-jin is utterly paralyzed with fear as the demon unleashes its true power. The beast challenges him to win this fight first. Yong-jin scrambles backward in absolute terror as the possessed boy lunges forward. Suddenly, a net gun aims straight at Ju Do-kyung and fires, sending a glowing rainbow-colored containment net flying through the air. Startled, Ju Do-kyung cannot react in time. The magical net wraps around him, slamming him to the ground. He glares back, demanding to know what is happening. The magical mesh begins to burn, causing the demon inside to scream in pain. Yong-jin stands there completely stunned. He looks toward the direction of the shot, expecting another trap. Gong Ji-won stands there, holding the net gun, pointing out that even if Yong-jin won, that monster would have just cheated anyway. Beside him is Lee Hai-soo, looking incredibly worried as she calls out to Yong-jin. Spotting his friends, Yong-jin asks how they found him. Gong Ji-won just smiles and tells him to check the back of his necktie. Doing so, Yong-jin discovers a tiny electronic device. He asks what it is, and Gong Ji-won proudly reveals it is a tracking device. Talk about having your friends back. Gong Ji-won raises his phone to show the map, apologizing if the tracking was a bit intrusive, but explaining he was just too worried. He knows Yong-jin told them not to come, but this whole situation is far too dangerous to let a friend fight all alone. Besides, Gong Ji-won unsheathes a glowing sword, proudly declaring that his own sword skills are actually way better than Yong-jin's anyway. Lee Hai-soo nervously cuts in, urging Yong-jin to quickly cast his skill just like he did last time. But Yong-jin is totally lost. He dismisses the idea, wondering what she even wants him to cast. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms directly over Lee Hai-soo's head. Two massive dice cups drop from the sky, trapping his friends underneath with a deafening crash. Yong-jin looks up horrified. He spots Ju Do-kyung hovering in midair before slowly floating down to the ground. Glaring down, Ju Do-kyung curses Yong-jin for breaking the rules. His glowing demonic eyes cut through the shadows as he snaps, reminding him that he was explicitly told to come alone. Yong-jin is utterly terrified, paralyzed by the sheer threat. Ju Do-kyung slowly unfurls his sharp claws, his voice suddenly turning chillingly soft. "But that is fine," he whispers, "this just makes things more interesting." He summons yet another giant cup, channeling his dark magic. He loudly chants his spell, forcing Yong-jin to raise his arms to shield himself. Ju Do-kyung then begins to manipulate the giant cups. The three cups begin to swap places at a dizzying speed, moving much faster than they ever did before. Ju Do-kyung then aligns them. He lines them up in a single row. Yong-jin trembles, demanding to know what he is doing, but Ju Do-kyung just explains the game. "There is only one empty cup," he says coldly, slicing his hand across one of them. Yong-jin can only scream his friend's name. His two friends, Yi-gon and Lee Hai-soo, try to speak, but Do-kyung cuts them off. He warns that once trapped inside, you will be completely cut off from the outside world. Trapped inside the cups, Hee-woo cries out in terror, asking Yong-jin what is happening and if they are trapped again. Do-kyung taunts the worried Yong-jin, telling him to stand right in front of the cups and choose one of them. Yong-jin stands there completely dazed, asking what he means. Do-kyung coaxes him, saying he should at least try to save one of his precious friends. Yong-jin's expression remains completely frozen. Do-kyung plays a cruel mind game, telling him not to worry and to just make a choice. He promises to finish off the other ones so fast they won't even realize they've died. Smirking, Do-kyung begins to mock Yong-jin, calling his friends pathetic for coming all this way to save him. Meanwhile, Yong-jin stands frozen in place, staring blankly at the two cups. Do-kyung sneers that one of them must die by his hands. Yong-jin finally speaks up, demanding their immediate release. He glares at him, saying he will do whatever is asked as long as his own life is taken instead. Do-kyung immediately cuts him off, saying he simply does not want to. Grinning hideously, he asks why on earth he should listen to him. Do-kyung smugly boasts that he could have wiped him out from the start, but playing a little betting game is far more fun. He forces him to make a choice, demanding to know which one he wants to save, urging him to decide quickly, before they suffocate inside. Hearing this, Yong-jin panics. He stares at the cups while Do-kyung mockingly asks if he is surprised. After all, those boxes are completely sealed, so there's absolutely no air to breathe. Inside, Ji-won and Hee-woo struggle to breathe. Do-kyung mocks them by clutching his own neck, pretending to suffocate to show what will happen if Yong-jin keeps stalling. He urges him to choose. Yong-jin remains silent, his expression darkening as his body freezes up, completely unable to move. Do-kyung covers his mouth, laughing at his helplessness. He sneers that Yong-jin should have known to be afraid from the very beginning. Yong-jin stands frozen with his blade in hand. Loving every second of his suffering, Do-kyung touches the right cup to give a hint. He claims the girl is inside this one, then suddenly purses his lips before bursting into a wild, maniacal laugh. Now watch, because Yong-jin is suddenly cornered. Do-kyung stretches his mouth wide, laughing like a maniac when a voice echoes in his head. The voice commands him to kill him, and his eyes turn blood red. But Yong-jin resists, worried about Do-kyung's safety. He tries to fight the command, desperate not to hurt his friend. His eyes shift back to the dice cups. He wonders if he should just slash the boxes open, but hesitates, fearing he might accidentally strike his trapped friends. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red dragon eyes flash in his mind. Unconsciously, his hand grips the blade tight and lifts it. Startled, his legs move on their own, guided by ancestral power. He dashes forward, swinging his blade back to build momentum. Yong-jin charges straight toward Do-kyung and the cups. Seeing such decisive action, Do-kyung is instantly gripped by sudden panic. Yong-jin unleashes his blade, enveloped in surging dragon power. He brings it down with the force of a sledgehammer. The heavy cup begins to crack under the devastating impact. Miraculously, Ji-won inside remains completely untouched by the blow. His body is perfectly intact. In one clean motion, Yong-jin slashes horizontally across both cups at the exact same time. Luckily, Ji-won and Hee-woo escape unharmed, completely avoiding Do-kyung's horrific threat. Instead, the real target of this attack is Do-kyung himself. He takes the full force of Yong-jin's dragon strike as a strange red light glows across his chest. Yong-jin recalls being told this is a demon-slaying blade. Because of that precise cut, the malevolent spirit inside Do-kyung is forced out of his body, dissolving in sheer agony and humiliation. Watching this unfold, Hee-woo is left completely stunned. Ji-won covers his mouth in absolute horror, while Yong-jin finally understands the true divine purpose of his legendary blade. It is built solely to purge wickedness. Ji-won drops to the ground in terror, clutching his stomach in absolute panic. Thinking he is a goner, he checks his body only to realize there is no wound and absolutely no pain. He looks back, deeply confused. Right before his eyes, the banished demon lies completely defeated and sprawled across the floor. He can barely believe what he is seeing. Suddenly, the creature lifts its head and spews a massive spray of blood. Terrified, Ji-won screams, then pulls himself together. He raises his device, scanning the frequency of the demon's form. He is shocked to find an incredibly powerful magnetic field surrounding it. Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of his thoughts. Yong-jin quickly urges him to grab Do-kyung and run. The demon glares up at Yong-jin, completely unable to believe its eyes. It stares at Yong-jin's blade, which is shrouded in glowing red energy. Bewildered, the creature freezes as it sees a reflection. What on earth is that behind him? A colossal, menacing eye looms over Yong-jin, painting the entire room in deep red. Ji-won hoists the unconscious Do-kyung onto his shoulders, while Hee-woo follows closely behind. They urge Yong-jin to join them and escape. Ji-won shouts for Yong-jin to hurry. From a distance, he bluntly tells them to go ahead as he turns back. Ji-won calls out, telling Yong-jin to hurry up. From a distance, Yong-jin bluntly tells him to run ahead first, turning back to add some instructions. Once I wrap things up here, I will follow you guys. Lee Hai-soo anxiously tries to argue, telling him to come with them, but he cuts her off. He warns that staying together is far too dangerous. Ji-won steps in, urging Lee Hai-soo to leave because they will only get in his way. He tries to ease her worries by analyzing the fight, pointing out that based on the demon's condition, Yong-jin clearly has the upper hand, and he is definitely dominating. Groaning, the wounded demon pushes itself back up, gritting its teeth in pure, unbridled rage. Suddenly, a sharp slash cuts through the air, ripping right into its flesh. The beast screams in agony as Yong-jin brandishes his mystical sword. He rains down relentless, brutal strikes, leaving the monster completely defenseless. Watching from a distance, Lee Hai-soo and Ji-won are totally amazed. She points out that the monster is about to be completely obliterated. Glaring at the blade, hovering right before its eyes, the demon snaps back. It glares at Yong-jin, absolutely refusing to accept defeat while cursing under its breath as the gap between them closes. With the razor-sharp edge mere inches from its face, the monster panics, suddenly flashing back to the terrifying silhouette of its dark master. The mark of the deathless demon on its forehead suddenly flares, unleashing a sinister purple energy that even the creature itself does not understand. Dark veins bulge across its skin as its body undergoes a grotesque transformation. Its eyes ignite with a hellish purple light as it recoils. Its head slams violently backward onto the dirt. The sudden surge of raw power leaves Yong-jin completely stunned and on guard. Blood streams down the monster's face as it wheezes in agonizing pain, leaving Yong-jin wondering what kind of terrible shift is taking place. Inside its mind, a forgotten memory plays out. "Bring that creature to me alive," the deathless demon commands while examining a bizarre corded jar. The old shaman lady snaps back, demanding why he does not just capture it himself. He quietly sets the container down and speaks. "If I could do it myself, I would not have traveled to this wretched place." Hearing his cold reply, the old woman breaks into a cold sweat. Refusing to accept the deal, she accuses him of plotting this from the very beginning. But the deathless demon does not care at all. He casually summons 2 demon cards, stating everything is already in place before flicking his wrist and launching them through the air. The spinning cards trace a sinister arc. One embeds itself into the old lady's forehead, while the other sinks deep into Do-kyung's neck. Merging with his flesh, a corrupt purple light roots itself around Do-kyung's throat. He screams in absolute agony, clutching his neck in terror. He shrieks, demanding to know what is happening when suddenly a surge of dark energy condenses around his hand, mutating his arm completely. His fingers warp into long obsidian claws. Staring in absolute horror, Do-kyung stammers, asking what this nightmare could possibly be. His eyes turn entirely purple, yet he feels a sick thrill at this dark power. Suddenly, a blinding flash nearby catches his attention. The old shaman's severed arm is actually regrowing, trembling under the sheer density of the magic. She tilts her head back, gasping in agony. Do-kyung watches as the old woman absorbs the card's curse, her entire body erupting with a fiery orange aura far greater than his own. Caring nothing for their pain, the deathless demon turns toward the exit, casually muttering that they only have until tomorrow to deliver. Under the glowing city lights of the night sky, rapid footsteps echo. Do-kyung dashes through the quiet alleyways, searching frantically for something. He looks around wildly, trying to track where that monster could have gone. Gritting his teeth, he curses the slippery bastard. Suddenly, the deathless demon materializes behind him like a whisper of wind, asking if he was searching for him. Do-kyung spins around to face him. Standing right in front of the masked figure, Do-kyung demands to know his identity, completely fearless as he fires off question after question. He asks how he altered the old lady's ritual, who he really is, and where this bizarre dark energy is coming from. The demon chuckles, noting he asked that disrespectful question 3 times. With glowing red eyes, he sneers, asking why he should answer a worm. Before Do-kyung can even process the insult, a sharp gust of wind sweeps past his ankles completely, catching him off guard. The demon is already behind him, casually walking down the dark lane. Do-kyung spins around, calling out desperately for him to wait. Staring at the demons retreating back, Do-kyung does not hesitate. He flashes a sly grin, proposing they make a secret separate deal. But the answer is an immediate rejection. The deathless demon turns around with a mocking chuckle, admitting he has zero trust in them. He laughs that he would never rely on cheap garbage, pointing out that Do-kyung is even weaker than his supposed master. Do-kyung quickly snaps back, arguing that the old woman is not his master and he only made the pact out of sheer necessity. He stands there completely indifferent, asking what that has to do with him. Mujagwi coldly continues, stating that the only condition for their deal is to bring Yong-jin back alive. Anyone can do it as long as he is breathing. Do-kyung places his hand over his chest to make a solemn vow before the ghost. Since Do-kyung has a free body, he can move much faster. The house is the old woman's true form, so she cannot leave. She cannot leave, meaning Do-kyung is the only one who can act. As Mujagwi watches him, Do-kyung demands that he be given the same power that was bestowed upon the old woman. Do-kyung tries hard to convince him, promising to bring that bastard back. Hearing this, Mujagwi seems slightly swayed by his determination. The ghost is willing to grant him more strength, but wonders if Do-kyung's body can even handle it. Do-kyung stubbornly shouts back that he can take it. Right then, a black ghost card suddenly manifests, flying straight into his forehead. It quickly sinks in, latching onto the surrounding flesh. Sudden agonizing pain flares up as an evil force forces its way into his mind. The boy falls to his knees, screaming in agony. The undying demon watches coldly, clicking his tongue at the stubborn kid. What a filthy, low-class spirit. Looking down at Do-kyung, who collapsed from the sheer strain, the demon bends over to mock the shivering boy for wanting power way beyond his limits. But his smirk quickly fades. Do-kyung's hands bulging with dark veins somehow forces his trembling body to sit right back up. The forehead seal fuses smoothly into his skin. Then a chilling voice speaks through him, asking if they would fulfill any demand. His demon tag sealed on his neck activates as he confirms his mission is just to bring this thing back alive. With a dead-eyed stare completely overtaken by the dark energy, Do-kyung coldly declares that freedom is the only thing he truly wants. Back in reality, the entity completely hijacks his body. It pulls off an insane gravity-defying flip to turn the tables on its opponent. It lunges forward, grabbing Yong-jin by the throat at blinding speed and slamming him backward, leaving him completely helpless to defend himself. Yong-jin grips his blade tightly, swinging hard at its head. But the creature lets go, vaulting high into the air to dodge the slash. With a clean whoosh, the danger passes and it lands safely. Meanwhile, Yong-jin collapses to his knees, coughing and clutching his bruised throat. The demon suddenly stands on its head, swaying playfully while snickering. It looks up at him with a twisted, mocking grin. It laughs like it is dealing with a total amateur. While Yong-jin stands there completely confused, the demon starts muttering to itself. Tilting its head, it counts out 3 or 4 minutes. Yong-jin rises, demanding to know what it is talking about. The creature sneers, explaining that is the exact amount of time it takes to suffocate. Miles away, a pair of running legs suddenly freeze. Ji-won breaks into a cold sweat, his expression turning grave. Lee Hae-soo notices his sudden stop and offers to help carry their burden. Staring down at the cold, pale arm in his hands, Ji-won quietly drops the bombshell that Do-kyung has already stopped breathing. Lee Hae-soo freezes in sheer disbelief. Back on the battlefield, Yong-jin stands paralyzed as the demon drops another brutal truth. It narrows its eyes with sick joy, mocking him that the body they carried away is nothing but an empty shell. Far away, Ji-won desperately pumps Do-kyung's chest, but the boy's face remains completely pale and devoid of life. Do-kyung lies motionless on the dirt as Ji-won keeps trying CPR. Meanwhile, the demon's chilling words continue to echo through the night. The creature lets out a psychotic laugh, screaming that there is no soul left inside that boy, only a hollow, useless corpse. It mockingly asks if they are planning to hold a funeral. Yong-jin stands frozen in front of the beast, horrified. His mind races. The soul. And here's the crazy part, Yong-jin spins on his heel and bolts back toward the antique shop. He has to get back there immediately. Gritting his teeth, he runs as fast as he can, but the demon pursues him like a shadow. It cuts him off instantly, purple eyes flashing as it delivers a brutal kick directly to his gut, asking where he thinks he is going. Yong-jin is sent flying back, slamming hard enough to crack the concrete wall. The demon lands smoothly, complaining that this raw power is tricky to control. Baring its sharp fangs, it warns him not to die yet. Yong-jin sits battered in the rubble, gritting his teeth in pure rage. The demon reveals its true goal is to bring him back alive. Yong-jin tightly grips his blade, his gaze shifting to his left hand. Choking dust and thick smoke cover Yong-jin's face. He quietly issues a cold command to kill the beast. Before the beast can even react, Yong-jin lunges with absolute killing intent, letting loose a devastating horizontal slash. But the agile demon vaults upward, narrowly dodging the blow. Furious at the near miss, it glares down at him with pure hatred. Yong-jin glares up with glowing red eyes, plants his foot and launches himself skyward at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. He delivers a devastating slash straight across the demon's chest, drawing a sudden burst of dark vile blood from the deep wound. The demon clenches its fist as a sinister purple aura erupts around it. It dives back down, aiming a heavy punch directly at him. Sweat pouring down his face, Yong-jin raises his blade to block the overwhelming attack with everything he has got. But the force is too much. He is blown backward and crashes hard, his sword plunging deep into the cracked earth. The demon lands lightly, visibly irritated. Strangely, a blinding purple light begins to seep from its fresh wounds. As the seal on its forehead flares, it grimaces in annoyance, muttering that it has been incredibly irritated for a while now. It glares at Yong-jin, who can barely stand but is still stubbornly channeling a strange swirling energy through his left hand. The demon demands to know what the hell he is holding. Gasping for breath, Yong-jin coldly tells the beast it is none of its business. Its narrow eyes flare, realizing why that mysterious masked guy was so obsessed with tracking Yong-jin down in the first place. It all makes sense now. Yong-jin glares back with a deadly stare. Meanwhile, Ji-won is still desperately pressing down on Do-kyung's chest. He calls out Do-kyung's name with every single compression. Watching in panic, Lee Hae-soo fears the worst and tentatively asks if his soul is gone. Before she can even finish her sentence, a shadow looms over them abruptly, cutting her off as both of them look up. Ji-won gasps in shock, staring at a man in a shirt and earrings who steps up, pressing so hard it looks like he might break some ribs. They stop their emergency CPR, staring in utter shock at the strange man who suddenly appeared in front of them. Meanwhile, Yong-jin is still locked in a fierce battle. He lunges forward to strike, but the demon easily leans back to dodge the blow. Overexerting himself, a sharp pain shoots through his arm. He grunts as his grip slips, and though he is about to crash down, the blade in his hand is still aiming straight for the demon's head. The sharp edge scrapes its neck, sending a wave of panic through it. But then the weapon suddenly halts, scraping the dirt. Yong-jin lies there helpless, his body trembling uncontrollably from sheer bone-deep exhaustion. Yet his eyes remain fierce. The demon slowly lifts its foot and stomps down hard right where Yong-jin was lying a second ago. Fortunately, he managed to roll away just in time. Kneeling on the ground and shivering, Yong-jin tightly grips his left arm before slamming his blade into the dirt. He pauses, staring at the weapon, before forcing himself back up with that same unyielding look in his eyes. He has absolutely no intention of giving up, though he silently worries that this pace will kill him before he can destroy the card. The demon stares at him with suspicion, watching his shaky stance. It wonders if this bastard is being possessed by some other entity. Suddenly, Yong-jin's left hand thrusts the blade forward, dragging his entire body along and catching him completely off guard. The demon lunges in. With a heavy punch, a strange look in its eyes. Mid-strike, it suddenly relaxes its sharp claws, letting its dark energy vanish. Yong-jin is stunned by this sudden change, but then the demon uses its other hand to deliver a brutal blow to his chest. As the ancient sigil glows brightly on its forehead, the beast sneers with pure malice, finally finding the proof it was looking for. Yong-jin takes the full agonizing brunt of the impact. He is sent flying backward heavily, fracturing the ground where he crashes. The monster realizes his right side lacks any real power. Smiling in utter contempt, it looks down at him and speaks. It calls out to the motionless boy, mockingly saying that it does not know what kind of freakish power is in his left arm. It sneers that such power does not seem to suit his weak, pathetic body at all. At those words, Yong-jin slowly opens his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to sit up through the blinding pain. The demon grins triumphantly, oozing absolute and deadly malice. Yong-jin tries to yell, "Wait," but in a flash the monster is right beside him, tightly gripping his weak right arm. Its eyes gleam with utter contempt as it mocks how flimsy his right side is. Yong-jin freezes, horrified that his weakness was exposed. With effortless cruelty, the demon snaps his right arm backward. Yong-jin screams in pure agony, his left hand dropping the blade. The beast stomps its heavy foot onto his chest, pinning his left arm flat against the ground as he writhes in pain. Looking at his broken right arm, it scoffs that this is what he gets for resisting. It begins to grind its foot down harder. Baring its sharp fangs, its eyes light up with sadistic glee as it decides that his pesky left arm is next. It presses down hard, making Yong-jin shriek in agony. But suddenly, a strange red mist leaks from his broken left hand. That energy flows straight into his right arm, miraculously healing it in seconds. Before the demon can even process what is happening, the discarded blade flies right past its head, landing perfectly back in Yong-jin's newly healed right hand. They both stare in disbelief. Staring at his restored arm, Yong-jin raises the blade with eyes full of murderous intent. But before he can even swing, a projectile streaks through the air and slams directly into the demon's neck, sending its helpless body flying back. It crashes hard against a nearby stone pillar. A glowing white arrow is pinned deep into its chest, instantly ending its life. Yong-jin stands there stunned, slowly turning his head to see who fired that incredible shot. High above, a figure comes into view. A mysterious archer stands holding a massive bow. As the dust clears, their silhouette fades, revealing their face. It is Zodiac, sporting striking white and red hair, looking straight down at Yong-jin. Nearby, a foot quietly rests on the edge of the skyscraper. The mysterious masked figure is none other than Mujagwi, standing with his hands behind his back, cursing silently. "Damn it," he mutters, "things just got a whole lot more complicated." Elsewhere, a handsome yellow-eyed young man with earrings smirks and coldly orders Ji-won to move aside, leaving the poor guy staring back at him in utter confusion. "Who are you?" The guy with the earrings ignores the question, focusing entirely on Do-kyung's critical condition. In the blink of an eye, Joe sees the stranger reach for his friend and shouts out, asking what he thinks he is doing. High above, the purple demon weaves a hand seal, creating a blinding blue flame that crackles violently in the wind. Shaking his head, the purple demon whispers a quick apology before vanishing completely, just as the blue fire shoots out from his arm. Meanwhile, Joe is doing everything he can to hold back the guy with the earrings. The stranger pauses, frowning as Joe grips him tight. Suddenly, Do-kyung's lifeless face turns pale, and in a bizarre turn of events, a single tear rolls down his cheek, catching the youth off guard. Nearby, Lee Hae-soo and Gong Ji-won gasp in utter shock as they witness this unfold. Lee Hae-soo calls out to Do-kyung in panic. Suddenly, Do-kyung arches his back, coughing violently as his eyes snap open and he immediately begins to gag. Vomiting violently, Yo-kyung leaves Gong Ji-won and Lee Hae-soo worriedly supporting him. Patting his back, Gong Ji-won skeptically asks if he is really the same guy. The earring-wearing guy suddenly speaks up and confirms his identity, startling Gong Ji-won, who quickly spins around with something to say. "Hey, wait," Gong Ji-won calls out. but the guy just turns and waves goodbye, telling them it is late and to head home. Gong Ji-won watches him leave dazed. Right then, Lee Hai-soo helps support the sick boy and calls out to her friend. She tells Gong Ji-won to take care of Yo-kyung. He nods instantly, promising to handle it, but she suddenly freezes mid-sentence. Lee Hai-soo stops talking as she remembers Yong-jin's warning to run away because staying here would only put them in worse danger. His parting warning lingers, leaving her lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, inside a dusty abandoned building, blood drips down dangling feet. The green-haired demon hangs completely lifelessly, an arrow driven straight through its neck, killing the creature on the spot. Holding a bow with a razor-sharp glare stands the red-haired archer, none other than the powerful rooster Great Inspector. Yong-jin gulps, staring in wide-eyed silence. Suddenly, a bright flash of light manifests as an arrow resting on her bow. The Great Inspector draws her bow, unleashing a blinding radiance as she coldly chants her spell, Thousand-Mile Vision. Instantly, the arrow flies with terrifying speed. Startled, Yong-jin channels magic down to his feet to prepare for impact. Fire erupts from his soles as the deadly projectile zeroes in. Like a soaring eagle, Yong-jin leaps high into the air. He barely evades the straight shot, gritting his teeth as the immense shockwave of the passing arrow rattles his body. Glancing up, Yong-jin is caught off guard as a second arrow drives straight into his shoulder, tearing through his flesh. The force spins him around before slamming him hard against the wall. Right then, the Great Inspector lands gracefully before him. She frowns at the arrow lodged in his arm, muttering that she heard his target area was supposed to be the left side. Suddenly, his sword clatters to the ground, drawing her surprised gaze as Yong-jin reaches for the shaft of the arrow. Grasping it tight, he rips the arrow clean out of his arm with a wet tear, immediately incinerating it into ash. His crimson flames flare up, swirling downward to wrap around his discarded sword. The Great Inspector watches, thoroughly confused by this. Instantly, Yong-jin snatches the burning hilt and unleashes a lightning-fast horizontal slash directly at his opponent. The blazing blade swings violently, forcing her to bend backward in a desperate attempt to dodge his sudden aggressive assault. Instead of panicking, she grins with pure excitement, executing several clean backflips before planting her feet on the dusty floor. Enshrouded in thick, swirling smoke, she stands opposite him. Suddenly, Yong-jin lifts his head, his face contorting into something demonic. His eyes turn pitch black and a terrifying, jagged grin splits his face. She raises an eyebrow, staring like she found the perfect prey. Yes, she whispers to herself, definitely the left arm. Meanwhile, in a quiet neighborhood, Jin sits bound tightly to a wall. The terrifying death demon sits quietly right beside him, keeping a watchful eye on his completely helpless hostage. With watery eyes and pursed lips, the demon glares to the side, his heart burning with pure hatred toward Yong-jin. He silently sees, wondering how Yong-jin dared to humiliate him. Suddenly, a mysterious figure holding a cigarette appears. The figure stands shadowed behind the doorway. Frowning in confusion, the death demon demands to know who is there. The stranger calmly flicks his cigarette. Intrigued by the sudden noise, Jin also glances over to catch a glimpse. It is the earring-wearing youth wearing a smug, confident grin. Jin stares closely at him, noting his jacket. Slowly getting to his feet, the death demon speaks with a raspy voice from the abyss, asking if he is with that weird brat. Shrugging, the earring guy tells him to believe whatever he wants. The demon falls silent before speaking with cold resolve. He declares he will take the newcomer hostage. The young man chuckles mockingly, telling the beast to bring it on. Snapping, the death demon instantly transforms into a grotesque monster, eyes glowing as he curses the insolent brat. Darkness completely consumes the entire room in a flash, prompting a quiet, curious hum from the smoking youth. Suddenly, a slimy tentacle wraps around the arm holding his cigarette, squeezing his wrist in an icy grip. The coil quickly moves up, binding his entire arm, before stretching out like a thick rope to constrict his body. Bound tightly, the young man stands completely still, his eyes locked onto the death demon without a hint of fear. He suddenly snaps his head up, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Noticing the change, the demon snarls a dark warning. He threatens to tear him apart if he keeps acting cocky, tightening the coil to squeeze the life out of him. Unbothered, the young man simply takes a slow drag of his cigarette and calmly asks if the demon is really that tough. Insulted, the raging beast roars and lunges forward, screaming that he is going to tear the boy to absolute shreds. With a thunderous crash, the demon slams full force into him, sending a massive cloud of dust billowing into the air. Go! Out of the smoke, the death demon freezes in sheer shock while the young man calmly snuffs out his cigarette. He stands silent. Standing quiet in the thick haze, he is surrounded by the mangled remains of tentacles he just crushed. He rasps out, "Are you out of tricks?" The death demon stammers, unable to believe his eyes after witnessing such terrifying raw power. "Who are you? How is this possible?" The young man's lips curl. Reaching up slowly, he asks, "Who, me?" With a sharp click, he rips off his own earring. Instantly, the jewelry expands into a legendary staff, bursting into wild roaring flames. The young man gives a cocky grin. "None other than Sun Wukong," he smirks. Gripping the staff tight, he immediately channels his magic, morphing the weapon. The staff transforms into a spear with a cold, gleaming blade. The death demon flinches, watching him spin it at blinding speed. He swings the spear in a devastating arc toward the demon, whispering his spell, Explosive Strike. Blinding light flashes, triggering a massive explosion that rips through the night sky. The roaring boom is loud enough to wake the city. Nearby residents look up in confusion, wondering if it is a fireworks show. Meanwhile, Wukong casually pulls out his phone's snap. He snaps his selfie, grinning at the spectacular blast behind him. Wukong is indeed the great sage of the earthly branches. Colorful sparks light up the sky, painting a beautiful picture. But down on the ground, the reality is a complete disaster. Crumbled walls and heavy dust choke the air. Through the haze, a brown-haired teenager stands among the ruined debris. Holding his spear, he bends down to pick up a dropped bag. Suddenly, faint trembling sobs cut through the quiet. The brown-haired boy turns toward the crying. He looks a bit taken aback. Wait, is that thing still breathing? A badly scratched hand is clutching something tight. The wounded monster lies there in tattered clothes, weeping uncontrollably. It cradles its cargo, wailing out, "My babies, I could not protect you." Tears stream down its face in agonizing despair. "Forgive me, my children," it gasps, weeping softly. Suddenly, a spearhead drives straight into its skull, cutting off the monster's shrieks. Yes, the boy ruthlessly plunged his spear right into its head. He looks down at the beast with absolute contempt. Acting like a human, he sneers. "You are nothing but a clump of lingering grudges." Then he spots something. Jin is trapped under a massive stone slab with only his small legs sticking out. The boy stares, completely stunned. Crouching down, he lifts the heavy rock to check on the motionless dog. Elsewhere, the rooster guardian suddenly lunges. She launches a heavy kick at Kwon Yong-jin. He reacts instantly, dodging just in time before throwing a fierce counterattack. The rooster guardian swiftly evades his blow. Eyes burning with bloodlust, Kwon Yong-jin grips his weapon and charges at her. He strikes with enough force to shatter the ground beneath them. She leaps high into the air, keeping her composure. Landing gracefully, the rooster guardian looks down at the enraged Kwon Yong-jin. Just as the death deity warned, it is the black dragon. Suddenly, Kwon Yong-jin snaps out of it, the dark haze vanishing from his eyes. But she already has her bow drawn. Seeing the arrow aimed at him, he gasps. Before he can react, she yells her command, "Corpse Lock." The arrow flies true, piercing Kwon Yong-jin's arm. It all happens so fast he does not even have time to register the pain. Instantly, heavy iron chains erupt from the wound. Kwon Yong-jin screams in agony as they spread. The chains wrap tightly around a nearby pillar and dig into the ground, shattering the pavement to bind his arm. Kwon Yong-jin shrieks as the metal constricts. The rooster guardian draws two long iron blades, scraping them together. The screeching metal sparks a fierce red light, and the iron bar in her hand instantly transforms into a deadly long sword. Kwon Yong-jin grinds his teeth in sheer agony, his face dripping with cold sweat. The rooster guardian looks down and asks a simple question. "You are right-handed, correct?" Kwon Yong-jin looks up in confusion. But before he can speak, she presses the cold blade to his shoulder. "That is a relief, then." His eyes widen in absolute terror as he tries to stop her, begging her to wait. The rooster guardian remains completely unmoved. She glares at him cold-bloodedly, advising him to endure the pain because she will cauterize the wound. Kwon Yong-jin screams out in sheer agony. Then out of nowhere, a sharp commanding call echoes through the air, causing her to freeze. The rooster guardian stops her hand hovering in the air. That familiar authoritative tone instantly reminds her of the legendary dragon deity. She slowly turns her head back toward the source of the voice. She grinds her teeth in immense frustration and silent rage. Standing there is indeed Jin, but he is currently in the form of a tiny puppy slowly trotting over to them. The small dog approaches step by step, issuing a calm but absolute command. "Kwon Yong-jin, drop your weapon right now." Immediately, the young man's hand starts shaking uncontrollably, his fingers losing their grip and letting the blade clatter to the ground. The rooster guardian stares in absolute shock. The small puppy stands beside the bleeding boy and asks him gently if it hurts. She gazes at him, realizing this is indeed the dragon deity. Her mind wanders back to their childhood, so different from this tiny form. Guardian Dao, lost in deep thought, suddenly steps forward and speaks up, asking him if he plans to stop anytime soon. She smirks. He grins. Why is she attacking innocent bystanders? Guardian Dao looks completely taken aback, repeating the words, "ordinary people." Look, that arm is about to snap. Hearing his warning, she finally notices the limb she has already sliced halfway through. Neither of the Grand Guardians are around to save them. She hurriedly backs away, releasing the chains binding Kwon Yong-jin and covering her mouth. She stares in utter shock. Nearby, Jin quickly calls out to Yang, while the brown-haired Jin raises his eyebrow at him. He turns his head. What is that thing struggling to walk? Sensing their gaze, the creature turns around in pure panic. Brown-hair chuckles, asking if she is still not done with the job. Guardian Dao spins around in alarm, quickly drawing her bow. She aims right at the bizarre creature. Terrified, it screams out, begging for its life with tears of absolute despair. It blames everything on some old woman, but the words barely leave its mouth before an arrow strikes it dead center. It screams in pure hatred at the old hag. Then the creature shatters into tiny fragments, dissolving completely into the air. A stack of paper talismans drops to the ground, the ink slowly fading away. A gentle breeze sweeps through, carrying them off. The ashes are scattered, leaving nothing but 2 arrows behind. Guardian Dao watches, deeply puzzled by what she just saw. She wonders, how could a low-tier demon struck by a divine weapon still move? Brown hair teases, asking if she hit too softly. Ignoring his teasing, she focuses on the real issue. It is incredibly strange for these monsters to suddenly appear here. Usually, these monsters stay hidden. Hearing this, brown hair pauses. He pops a sweet into his mouth to think. He looks toward Kwon Yong-jin and Jin. Perhaps they are the exact reason for this chaos. Meanwhile, Jin reaches out. He slaps Jin's face to wake him, calling for Kwon Yong-jin. Isn't the timing of all this way too perfect? She turns to look at the odd duo. Brown hair bends down gently, tapping Jin and telling the old man to stop. They are getting ignored. Jin glares, making brown hair chuckle. He remarks that they are starting to feel quite lonely. Night falls. The streetlights flicker to life. Inside the house, a voice calls out to brown hair and Guardian Dao. They sit down in front of Jin, ready to get some answers. Jin glances over at Kwon Yong-jin sleeping on the bed. He asks who the guy is, and Jin replies that he is his nephew. Brown hair laughs, teasing him about barking like a dog. He points out that the guy is basically his empty vessel. He looks over at Kwon Yong-jin, fully bandaged and fast asleep. Jin remains silent before admitting that his uncle told him the story, though the details are still quite a blur. He explains the situation. Once the tight seal finally broke, he woke up to find himself trapped inside the body of a dog. While his uncle followed his original body, a new soul took over Jin's body, walking and even speaking on its own. Guardian Dao listens in utter disbelief. Jin continues, mentioning how his uncle noticed the seal was already wide open. Because of that, minor demons kept attacking non-stop. Jin adds that this constant struggle left the soul incredibly weak. When he tried to merge back into his own physical body using his soul, something went completely and utterly wrong. A protective barrier suddenly flared up out of nowhere, violently repelling his soul and refusing to let him back inside. It only accepted the black dragon, leaving him locked out. Jin, looking annoyed, admits he tried several times with no luck. Every attempt failed. Brown hair calls it absolutely ridiculous, while Guardian Dao tries to piece the facts together. So after waking up, his body was stolen by another soul, one that took all of his power with it. Jin watches them warily, realizing this likely isn't their doing. Guardian Dao grinds her teeth in sheer annoyance. Why on earth would they even be involved? Brown hair cuts in, suggesting they look at this logically instead. Jin raises his voice, his eyes burning with resentment as he questions why they sealed him in the first place. His sudden question catches both Guardian Dao and the brown-haired boy completely off guard, leaving them absolutely speechless. Guardian Dao realizes he has no memory of the past. She lowers her gaze, her expression turning unreadable. She quietly notes that Guardian 2 was right after all, realizing that he truly remembers absolutely nothing from back then. She looks up with an ice-cold blank stare, telling him to just keep living exactly like this. Her glowing red eyes lock onto him, muttering that it makes it easier to end him whenever she wants. Brown hair chuckles at her intense threat. Jin warily asks if she would still strike him down if he were human. Brown hair shuts down the questions, but Jin presses on, asking if they targeted him simply because of his origin. Brown hair pats the dog's head, smiling warmly but radiating a chilling threat that he needs to watch his step. Silence falls over them. Jin stays quiet suddenly, remembering the warning the heavenly deity once gave him. I can also tear you to shreds and seal you right back up. Jin growls in irritation, suddenly snapping his jaws at Soul's hand. Whoa, Soul instantly pulls back, completely freaked out. Are you seriously turning into a dog? He gasps, looking utterly terrified. Jin speaks coldly. Fine, I won't ask any more questions. But in exchange, he adds, can you guys do me a favor? Dao looks completely lost. Help you? Jin makes a serious request. Help me find a book that has a full record of history since the Great War. Soul looks confused. Why do you need a book? Just look it up on YouTube, it's way faster. Jin asks. What on earth is a tube? Soul scans the room, realizing this place probably doesn't even have a computer, let alone Wi-Fi. He holds up an iPad in front of Jin. Just turn on the data and search. Jin is baffled. What is this? Soul instructs him. Just ask your nephew how to use it. But honestly, they probably don't have what you're looking for anyway. Hearing this, Jin gets annoyed. Do you even know what I want to say? That Soul is blunt. Aren't you looking for the Zodiac gods? He asserts, with absolute certainty. There's nothing. Jin doesn't understand his point. Soul speaks up. The era we once lived in, he continues, even the moment you were sealed. As he speaks, his expression grows mysterious, hinting at some dark secret. Talk about a massive plot twist. Seoul drops a truth bomb that leaves Jin frozen. There are absolutely no records of the 12 gods. Seoul sits down facing Jin directly. And it is all because of a certain dragon, he says, eyes narrowing with bitterness. Night falls quickly and Dao sighs heavily, lamenting that she is so exhausted she is starting to talk complete nonsense. Seoul mockingly repeats her earlier words. Just keep living like that, he says, mimicking her exact stressed-out expression perfectly. That way I can kill you whenever I want. Embarrassed enough to bury herself, Dao screams at him to shut up. Seoul just laughs. If you dared say that back, then the red dragon would have turned you to dust. Dao scoffs defensively. Pet the dragon guardian's head. Didn't you? Seoul casually replies, well, he is a dog now. Since he has no power left, he seems pretty terrified. Dao gets worried. But what should we do with that boy now? We can't separate the black dragon from him. Besides, she covers her face in anxiety. It is not just his left arm anymore, it is spreading everywhere. If so, she screams in panic that only his head will be left. Seoul almost curses, telling her to quiet down. Dao is in utter despair, crying that humans will hate them forever. Seoul offers a cold solution. Why don't we just eliminate the dragon guardian? He quickly turns around, suggesting they strike while the target is weak and let him handle it personally. But Dao quickly grabs his arm, warning him not to act rashly. She grits her teeth, her face filled with caution. What if he remembers everything? Who knows what he would do then? Dao reminds him that the rat guardian explicitly said to just keep monitoring him if they cannot be separated. She urges him to listen. Seoul sighs and agrees. Besides, there is still plenty to deal with regarding the dragon. He tells her to handle it and report back to Ja. Dao is left completely baffled as Seoul already ducks into his car, waving goodbye. The driver asks if they are going straight home. He simply replies yes. Dao suddenly realizes something. Wait, so, from the very beginning, you never had any intention of picking a fight. She quickly squeezes into the car. Hey, where do you think you are going? At least give me a ride to Hongdae. Time passes. It is now the dead of night with only a few windows still lit. The clock slowly strikes 3 a.m. Jin is sitting completely motionless, staring intently at his sleeping nephew. The small dog frowns, looking deeply concerned. He keeps staring unblinkingly at the motionless boy. Finally, Kwon Yong-jin speaks up, asking why he is staring so creepily. Jin asks, why? He is awake already. Kwon Yong-jin explains that nobody could sleep with someone staring like that. Jin calls his name. Kwon Yong-jin, he says, wearing a dead serious expression. I have a bone to pick with you. Why did you use the blade with your left hand? He warns him that it will only cause him harm, demanding he never do it again. Kwon Yong-jin replies, but didn't you say that power was harmless? Jin explains that the left arm does not belong to him, warning him not to rely on it. Kwon Yong-jin questions if it is really just the left arm. Recalling that intense moment, he asks about his legs, left and right. Listing his entire body, Kwon Yong-jin lowers his head, asking with unreadable emotion if step by step, using the power channeled into him to slowly take over. Is that it? He continues, realizing his own body is becoming just a vessel for his ancestor. Jin sighs, realizing the boy heard everything, yet he remains surprisingly calm. That is why I told you it is dangerous, he says. But Kwon Yong-jin cuts him off, shouting that the most dangerous thing is actually you. Clenching his fists, he snaps. Saving me, leaving me to nearly die just to steal my body is more like it. You claim demons were after this body, but the most dangerous demon of all is sitting right next to me. Jin tries to explain. That's not true. Yes, I lied at first, but Kwon Yong-jin catches the most critical detail. Yong-jin presses him, asking if hiding the truth about his left arm was a lie. Jin weakly defends himself, saying he just hasn't found the right moment. Yong-jin is completely baffled. There were plenty of opportunities, especially back at the shrine of Lee Hai-su's family. Yong-jin looks deeply hurt, not just angry. Even back at school, when the arm moved on its own, he was left in the dark. Now that he's caught, Jin finally admits the truth. Yong-jin snaps, asking if Jin thinks he is stupid. Jin explains that he needed time to figure things out, but then he pauses, looking down as if realizing something new. He sighs, admitting they never had a serious talk about this. But Yong-jin demands to know what Jin really wants from him. Yong-jin asks straight up if Jin wants his body. He hangs his head, unable to hide his sheer exhaustion and despair. Jin frowns in silence, hesitating. Then he finally speaks, declaring that technically it is not actually Yong-jin's body at all. Staring back with glowing eyes, Jin coldly claims that the body belongs to him and that Yong-jin should never have existed. A terrifying vision flashes of people screaming in agony across a sea of blood. Hearing Jin say he shouldn't exist is crushing. Yong-jin freezes in place, absolute dread washing over him. Then a crying man appears in his mind, sobbing and screaming. The man furiously blames Yong-jin, shouting that his parents died because of him. Then more weeping figures begin to emerge behind him. Countless souls of men, women, and even children cry out in agony. They all echo the same devastating curse: you shouldn't have been born. The heavy silence of the confrontation fills the small room. On the wall, the clock has already ticked past 3:25 a.m. Yong-jin breaks the quiet, asking Jin to confirm if he truly thinks this is his body. Jin looks up with hopeful expectation. Sitting on his bed, Yong-jin drops a cold dose of reality, telling him flat out that this is his house. He kicks Jin out without a single second thought, telling him to get lost. Jin frowns, deeply disappointed by the sudden rejection. Jin asks if he is actually serious. Yong-jin doesn't even bother to answer, he just picks him up, throws him out, and slams the door. Jin is left standing outside, completely speechless. Meanwhile, a light drizzle begins to fall, and Yong-jin climbs back into bed. Safe and cozy under his warm blankets, he sleeps peacefully, ignoring the outside world. But the light rain quickly turns into a heavy downpour. The steady drumming of rain against the roof echoes through the dark room. The loud noise eventually wakes Yong-jin up. He pulls the blanket over his head in frustration, grumbling about the terrible timing. Highly annoyed, he decides to check outside. Opening the door, Yong-jin looks toward the spot where he left Jin. He freezes in surprise at the sight. Jin is sitting all by himself, quietly watching the pouring rain. Yong-jin starts to slide the door shut, fully intending to ignore him. Sensing Yong-jin's gaze, Jin speaks up, stopping him in his tracks. He softly confesses that he has nowhere else to go. Yong-jin watches him through the half-opened door. Jin quietly apologizes for his harsh words earlier, while Yong-jin grips the handle tightly. Jin promises that the body belongs to Yong-jin now, and he won't try anything. He says it plainly to put his mind at ease. Hearing this, Yong-jin feels a quiet wave of relief. He looks down silently, turning back to go inside. Yong-jin turns back inside. The persistent rain pours all through the long night, eventually filling up an empty flower pot by dawn. After the heavy storm, the blue sky returns, casting a soft light down over the otherwise gloomy apartment building. Waking up after a long night, Yong-jin starts unwrapping the heavy medical bandages from his body, letting them pile onto the bathroom floor. Standing in front of the mirror, he touches his arm, feeling an incredibly strange sensation. He can't help but smirk. Seriously, even monsters aren't this bizarre. But as he steps out of the bathroom, he freezes in absolute shock. He spots a pair of animal paws stepping all over the tablet left on his bed. He immediately rushes to shove Jin away. Yong-jin yells out in sheer panic, telling him to get off. Jin gets pushed aside, roughly, looking extremely annoyed. Jin scolds him for being so incredibly rude, but Yong-jin doesn't care. His eyes are locked onto his precious device. He curiously demands to know where on earth Jin found this tablet. Despite being annoyed, Jin calmly explains the situation. He tells him that some people from yesterday gave it to him, claiming it was a book. Yong-jin stares, highly skeptical. He asks if they seriously just handed this over. Jin nods, watching the device closely as Yong-jin holds it. Jin explains that they mentioned some platform called YouTube, where they said he could look up detailed records of history. They told him to just ask Yong-jin. Seeing the young man's eyes completely glued to the screen, Jin gets an idea. Jin smugly realizes he is hooked. Standing on his hind legs with hands behind his back, he makes an offer. Show him how to use this YouTube thing and he will let you keep the tablet. Yong-jin looks up completely taken aback. But Jin suddenly puts on a dead serious face. In exchange, he has one major condition. Yong-jin asks what it is. Jin glares back with an intense, menacing look. Yong-jin holds his breath, waiting for a wild request, but it is surprisingly simple. He asks Jin to make him some breakfast. But the moment the words leave his mouth, Yong-jin's stomach lets out a massive rumble. Once things are settled at home, Yong-jin and Jin head off to school. The morning sun is bright and beautiful as birds flutter off the rooftops. But inside the school, the halls are already buzzing with gossip about Do-kyung being busy since dawn. Walking down the corridor, Yong-jin catches his classmates, whispering about Do-kyung's bizarre behavior. Word is he's wandering around apologizing to everyone he meets. Even girls from other classes are whispering behind his back, apologizing for what apparently he is sorry for causing a scene at school, even though everyone thought he was just acting. None of it makes any sense to him. Yong-jin finds the whole situation incredibly bizarre, leaving him to wonder what is really going on. He glances back at the girls whispering in the hall. Up ahead, a few guys are also caught up in the rumor mill. Rumor has it that Do-kyung taught those bullies a lesson they won't forget. Well, somebody had to show them who is boss. Yong-jin watches them, thinking of the kids Do-kyung used to terrorize. With a sigh, he realizes that Do-kyung must remember everything from his time being possessed. In another classroom, Do-kyung is actually bowing flat on the floor, offering a deeply sincere apology to his classmate Min-woo. A kid in a blue shirt chimes in to jog his memory, reminding him of a 50,000 won bet that got his jaw broken. Do-kyung quickly waves his hands in denial, claiming he has absolutely no memory of getting beat up. Yong-jin watches this from afar, realizing that everyone is happily laughing it off. Seriously, who would have thought they would forgive him this easily? Passing a crowd of excited girls, he overhears them gossiping. They wonder if he's playing some reformed hero who has finally seen the light. Yong-jin can't help but chuckle at the thought. Reputation really is everything. Right then a chubby classmate nearby speaks up to declare that he knew it all along. As Yong-jin heads to his seat, the classmate confidently explains that Do-kyung's body was possessed by an otherworld villain, but after some wild supernatural exorcism, the monster was finally banished, allowing Do-kyung to safely return. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Do-kyung is standing by a window scrolling through his phone to make sure he hasn't missed anyone. Class 2, Class 3. Only 2 names remain. Standing behind him, Kang Ji-ah watches curiously, wondering who is next on his list. Suddenly, he sprints out, shouting a name. Ji-won is caught completely off guard. He steps out to the doorway, tracking Do-kyung's hurried retreat with a puzzled look. Crossing his arms, Ji-won jokingly tells him to hurry up and apologize to everyone, teasing that being too nice is a crime. Kang Ji-ah immediately snaps back, arguing that none of this was Do-kyung's fault. She hates seeing him take the fall for everything. Gritting her teeth, she complains about why he has to do this. It was all because of their class president, that cursed jerk. Ji-won tries to calm her down, suggesting there is more to it, but Kang Ji-ah insists that Kim Sung-woo did it out of pure jealousy. Ji-won starts to agree, admitting Kim Sung-woo was jealous, but before he can finish his sentence, Kang Ji-ah dashes off to find Do-kyung. She runs down the hall shouting at Do-kyung not to apologize to that scoundrel. Left alone, Ji-won sighs as he remembers something. She had left white day chocolates in Do-kyung's desk. Standing there in a daze, he recalls eating those sweets with him. Back in the classroom, a student calls out as Do-kyung slowly walks through the door, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-woo is shivering in a far corner. Hearing Do-kyung's name sends a massive jolt of terror right through him. Trembling with a completely blank stare, he panics, thinking his life is over and that he'll be completely ostracized from now on. But Do-kyung suddenly breaks his dark train of thought by softly calling out Kim Sung-woo's name. Clutching his head in fear, Kim Sung-woo freezes. He slowly lowers his hands and looks up. Do-kyung is already standing right beside his desk, looking down at him. Do-kyung speaks gently, telling Kim Sung-woo he is truly sorry for taking this long to remember everything. Hearing this, Kim Sung-woo is stunned. Tears immediately well up in his eyes. Do-kyung offers a warm, incredibly gentle smile, looking like a classic romance male lead. He softly calls him class president, his voice carrying a deep sincerity that could melt the coldest of hearts. Seeing such pure kindness, Kim Sung-woo completely breaks down, his tears flowing like a river as he collapses onto his desk. Sobbing uncontrollably, he keeps apologizing to Do-kyung. In response, Do-kyung gently places a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Kim Sung-woo just keeps crying out apologies. Nearby, their classmates look on in utter confusion, whispering and wondering what is happening. Just then, Kang Ji-ah arrives right at the classroom door, catching the tail end of the emotional conversation unfolding inside. Do-kyung seems to practically radiate a warm, holy glow as he reassures Kim Sung-woo. Watching his immense kindness, her heart skips a beat. Her eyes widen in awe. She suddenly remembers a quiet moment they shared in the past, recalling when she asked him what he was doing. He had gently explained that he was simply memorizing the names and faces of everyone in class. Looking over his shoulder at the yearbook, she heard him explain he borrowed it from the teacher under his vice president title. At the time, she had just laughed it off, joking that the others would flee in terror if they ever found out. But then Do-kyung had paused on one photo, pointing out that Yong-jin's birthday was coming up, before looking at her with a warm smile. That bright, sunny smile left a deep impression on her mind. She steals a quick glance at him, thinking about Do-kyung. Shaking off the thought, she turns and walks away. But her mind keeps racing with images of the angelic Do-kyung. Back in the classroom, Kang Ji-ah plops a carton of milk on Yong-jin's desk. "For you," she says. Yong-jin looks up startled. He stares at the milk, completely clueless. He looks at Kang Ji-ah, who quickly turns away in embarrassment. She reluctantly mutters a quick thank you. He blinks, utterly surprised. She just lets out an annoyed huff. Suddenly, Kang Ji-ah grabs Yong-jin's shoulder. Leaning down to whisper in his ear, she mentions hearing that he saved Do-kyung, and that he saved her too. She darts her eyes around the room, blushing hard as she whispers another quiet thanks. Right behind them, their glasses-wearing classmate Gong Ji-won watches. His jaw drops in absolute shock and his face turns pale. Kang Ji-ah bolts from the room immediately after. Gong Ji-won watches her run, scratching his head. "What was that about?" he stammers. Their chubby classmate joins the gossip, picking up the milk carton. "Chestnut flavor, seriously," he laughs, absolutely mind-blown. Gong Ji-won pushes his glasses up, demanding answers. "Are you double-timing here? Does Lee Hae-soo know about this?" Yong-jin just brushes it off. "Stop talking nonsense," he tells them. Suddenly, a whole crowd of guys swarm his desk, shaking their heads in disappointment. "You scumbag," one of them laughs. Gong Ji-won sighs dramatically. "Two of the prettiest girls in school, just like that." Leaning in close, Gong Ji-won whispers, "How did you manage to pull two gorgeous girls at once?" Yong-jin groans in annoyance. "It is not what you guys think," he tries to explain. But the guys keep teasing him. So are you team Lee Hai-soo? Or are you choosing the puppy over the kitty? Yong-jin loses his temper, snapping at them to stop losing their minds. Gong Ji-won drops the joking act and turns serious, adjusting his glasses. But wait, what about Lee Hai-soo? Yong-jin ignores him, tapping his phone. Gong Ji-won frowns, wondering why she has not come by today. Another guy smirks, saying they probably had a fight. Even though he pretends not to care, the gossip gets under his skin. He starts thinking about how Lee Hai-soo greets him. "Good morning, Yong-jin," she would always say. Come to think of it, he checks his screen and it is already 8:19 a.m. Still no sign of Lee Hai-soo. Why is it so quiet today? Did she even make it to school? He wanders down to the freshman hallway. Peeking into one of the classrooms, a sudden call of his name scares him half to death. Yong-jin. He spins around tense. Do-kyung is standing there, handing him a cold can of Coke. Yong-jin takes it, staring at him with a mix of concern. "Are you doing okay?" he asks, remembering the nightmare Do-kyung went through when that terrifying demon completely hijacked his body. Back then, Do-kyung screamed for it to stop, completely helpless. Now, he just scratches his head, giving a sheepish smile. "Honestly, I am not great. I actually booked an appointment with a therapist," Do-kyung admits, asking him to keep it a secret. Yong-jin nods, promising he will forget he even heard it. "But why did you call me out here? I am not talking if you are digging." "Actually, I just wanted to tell you something," Do-kyung says softly. Yong-jin raises an eyebrow, wondering what it could be. Tears suddenly spill down Do-kyung's cheeks as he starts sobbing. "I am just so grateful," he cries. Yong-jin completely freezes in shock. He has no idea what he did wrong or why this guy is crying. But Do-kyung just bows, covering his face with gratitude. "Thank you so much," he repeats. High above them, the blue sky is bright and calm with clouds drifting lazily along. Yong-jin asks if he saw everything, even the crazy magical tricks. Do-kyung nods, his eyes shining as he praises him. "You were absolutely incredible," Do-kyung says. Yong-jin shrugs, taking a sip of his drink before a sudden realization hits him. Wait a minute. If his soul was floating around the whole time, why did he not just jump back into his body? Do-kyung squeezes his soda can, looking nervous as he thinks back to that day. "Honestly, I was captured," he reveals. His soul, floating as a small orb of energy, was grabbed by a massive demonic claw, keeping him locked away. He remembers the terrifying demon. Underneath a strange traditional mask, a pair of blood-red eyes glowed with pure malice, staring right through him. Outside, the sun beats down on the school courtyard. A pair of black slippers walks slowly across the clean floor. Yong-jin walks with heavy bags under his eyes, deep in thought. A ha-ho mask. Why would the demon be wearing that specific thing? Wasn't it just an old woman? He wonders if Do-kyung mistook her face for a ha-ho mask. He tilts his head in confusion. It makes no sense. Why a traditional mask? Suddenly, his eyes go wide and his brow furrows as he looks straight ahead. Standing right in front of him is Lee Hai-soo, her mouth slightly open in surprise. They freeze, locking eyes in a tense silence. After a long, quiet moment, Lee Hai-soo looks incredibly nervous. A bead of sweat drips down her cheek as she finally whispers, "Hello, Yong-jin." She takes slow, tiny steps, brushing right past him as her long hair sweeps near his face. He stands there completely dazed. His eyes stay wide with confusion. Just as he turns to call out to her, a loud, booming voice cuts through the air. "Lee Hai-soo." He spots two other girls approaching to talk with Lee Hai-soo. The situation gets pretty awkward, leaving Yong-jin scratching his head. On the tablet screen, a sharply dressed instructor interlaces his fingers, continuing a world history lesson about historical attire. Why did Jo-seon make that choice? The lecturer's voice echoes loudly throughout the quiet room. He explains the cause was the emote incident. Meanwhile, Yong-jin steps inside and drops his backpack, immediately caught by Jin's gaze. "Are you back?" Jin asks, his eyes darting back to the tablet as the lesson continues about the Joseon military. The dog politely speaks to the screen, asking for a brief pause because his descendant has finally returned. Yong-jin. Yong-jin stares in disbelief and asks who he is talking to. Jin just smiles with a wide, ecstatic grin. The dog exclaims that this magic box is telling him stories, completely captivated by the man displayed on the screen. As the online teacher previews the next class on Emperor Gojong and the Russo-Japanese War, Jin turns around immediately. He smiles brightly back at the tablet, saying goodbye. Yong-jin stands there completely dumbfounded by the bizarre sight. He figures the old spirit could easily spend 2 days like this. Then the dog asks him where he is going. "Let me come along," Jin begs, but Yong-jin helplessly explains that it is a school training camp. Yong-jin packs his gear into a backpack while Jin sits quietly in the corner, asking if training means gathering to cultivate martial arts. Hearing that it is actually for mental discipline, the dog looks quite pleased and offers some rare praise. He calls it excellent and outstanding, his dark eyes suddenly flashing with a cold, golden light. He notes that the youths of this era haven't completely lost their martial spirit yet, but Yong-jin ignores it. Yong-jin ignores the grand speech and serves up a bowl of food, leaving some dried beef and sausages. He tells him to eat it while he is away. Meanwhile, the lecturer on the tablet continues his lesson. Mentioning Go-jong again, Jin gets annoyed and glares back at the screen asking if this guy ever gets tired. Yong-jin watches from a distance as Jin grumbles at the screen, telling the speaker to take a break. As the lecture rambles on about the Qing dynasty, Yong-jin sighs. How is he even supposed to explain this? Deep into the quiet night, the loud audio keeps echoing, driving Yong-jin absolutely crazy. The lesson moves on to Dangun founding Joseon, but Yong-jin has officially reached his limit. Unable to take it anymore, he sits up and yells at Jin to turn it off and let him sleep. The half-asleep dog groans that this new guy on screen simply refuses to listen to him. They keep bickering. Yong-jin tries to explain it is just a pre-recorded video, but the dog has no idea what that means. Yong-jin is completely speechless. Morning comes with bright skies as a mysterious blue light flashes across the air. He slips his arms into a black jacket, getting ready for the day. Meanwhile, Jin is still sound asleep. Muttering from under the covers, the dog asks why he is up so early instead of sleeping in. Yong-jin turns back, stating he has training. The lazy dog rolls over and asks why he did not sleep earlier. Yong-jin retorts that he spent the whole night explaining YouTube, so sleeping early was out of the question. Tying his shoes, Yong-jin tells him to guard the house, but Jin quickly reminds him to bring his blade. Yong-jin immediately fires back, asking if he is crazy to carry a giant blade to a school event. The dog rolls on the bed, arguing he might need it. But Yong-jin firmly stands his ground. Leaving the door wide open, he heads out, leaving Jin to collapse back onto the mattress in exhaustion. Cut to the school bus where a crowd of students has gathered. A sudden question breaks the chatter. His classmates start teasing him about Lee Hai-soo, which immediately gets on Yong-jin's last nerve. They joke about them meeting up privately, but Yong-jin snaps back that she is absolutely not his girlfriend. Ji-won rubs his chin, mentioning that Lee Hai-soo's outfit last time looked exactly like Yong-jin's style. Another friend sounds confused, asking what he means, while Ji-won slowly turns to glare at Yong-jin. He jokes that she probably borrowed Yong-jin's jacket. A flustered Yong-jin snaps back that all jackets look identical. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out from behind, causing Yong-jin to reflexively turn around on the spot. Lee Hai-soo stands there with her hair down, holding out a cute cat bag and offering him some snacks. Everyone nearby stares in absolute shock. Naturally, his friends swoop in immediately to tease them both. They laugh at how calm the duo remains, but a curious Ji-won quickly opens up the bag anyway. A smirk spreads across his face. What is this? Let me see, there might even be a handwritten letter. Meanwhile, Yong-jin raises his nose to sniff. He makes a quick guess, honeycakes. Staring at the plastic-wrapped snack in his hand, a flurry of voices chimes in. Wait, aren't those homemade cookies? Stop staring, I get it now. What he means is then Ji-won quickly jumps to a solid conclusion. They didn't have feelings before, but it is real now. Another voice quickly chimes in, agreeing that must be it. Suddenly, a voice from across the room grabs everyone's attention. Hey, Yong-jin. Do-kyung tilts his head, scratching his hair as he asks softly. Can I sit next to you on the bus later? As soon as he asks, Yong-jin and the boy next to him look completely confused. Why him, Yong-jin? What did you even do? Ji-won takes this chance to tease them relentlessly, firing off one joke after another. Hearing this, another classmate snaps back. Let's go, my foot. A little later, an authoritative voice echoes through the air. Let's take roll call to see if everyone is here. Everybody take your seats now. Both Yong-jin and Do-kyung remain completely silent. After a quiet moment, they steal a glance at each other and speak up. I am sorry, you probably wanted to sit with your friends. I shouldn't have made that request. Yong-jin calmly replies, it is fine, I was planning to sit by myself anyway. One tries to act friendly while the other is cold as ice. What are you trying to say? It is not what you think. Do-kyung closes his eyes halfway, a faint smile on his lips. I just want to get closer to you. These words leave Yong-jin utterly suspicious. He cannot believe his ears as a cold sweat drips down his cheek. Meanwhile, two buses drive nose to tail down a winding mountain road. Inside, one student is buckled in and dozing off, while another rests his chin on his hand, staring outside with tired eyes. Glancing to the left, he notices some long white hair fluttering deep inside the pitch-black bushes, making him wonder, what on earth is that? Before he can finish, the creature vanishes, forcing a curse right out of his mouth. He quickly nudges his friend. Hey look, some giant white thing just appeared out of nowhere and vanished. It is probably just fog, right? The commotion stirs up the bus. Is there really a huge white monster in the mountains? Could it be the Jangsan tiger? Why didn't you take a picture of it? It was too fast for that. Two friends sitting across join the debate. But isn't that ghost only supposed to appear on Mount Jangsan? What does it have to do with us? Hearing this, the boy who spotted the creature and his seatmate quickly continue their speculation. No matter how fast the Jangsan tiger is, it cannot outrun our bus, right? That is when Ji-won, who has been quiet, finally speaks up. They say its speed is so absolutely insane that it can leap from one mountain to another in just 1 minute. Meanwhile, most of the other students do not seem to care at all, asking if they are there yet, but Ji-won remains completely still, adjusting his glasses. He mutters the creature's name to himself. Ji-won immediately pulls out his tablet, seemingly having a sudden realization. According to the encyclopedia, this is actually a modern urban legend. It was first sighted on Mount Jangsan, which is why it is called the Jangsan tiger. According to eyewitness accounts, the Jangsan tiger can mimic human appearance and voices. Its spectral aura is truly bizarre. At this exact moment, majestic mountains appear under the clear blue sky. Do Kyung is happily munching on some snacks. While Do Kyung laughs and eats, Yong-jin maintains his usual cold stance. Lee Hae-soo sits quietly on another seat, focused on reading. Meanwhile, Ji-won stands up on his seat, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement. The sky remains as clear as ever. A road sign points toward the youth training center just 250 meters ahead. That long white hair from earlier flickers once more. It lurks right behind the trees. Suddenly, a glowing golden orb shines above and two glowing eyes pop open, staring ahead with deadly intent. Once they arrive at the youth training center, an instructor suddenly bellows out, "From this moment on, you have exactly 5 minutes to change into your physical education uniforms." Groans of complaint fill the room, followed by the red-jacketed instructor barking out orders. "Line up in the hallway immediately." Why is he so strict? No break time at all. Soon everyone is lined up side by side. Their backs are pressed flat against the wall as the strict instructor slowly paces right past them. Naturally, this includes Yong-jin, standing right in the middle. When they finally break off into smaller groups, he chooses to sit completely by himself in his own world, totally isolated. When it is time for the rock climbing activity, Yong-jin stands silently in the crowd, not uttering a single word. Soon it is lunchtime and a food tray is set down on the table. Right after, another tray is placed directly across. Ji-won raises his hand with a bright smile, calling out, "Yong-jin, finally found you. I am so happy. Did you not sleep last night? Your dark circles look like a panda." But the other boy completely ignores him and turns away, forcing Ji-won to grab him. "Hey, don't leave. It took so much effort to find you." Later, in a room with a black television mounted on the wall, a familiar voice suddenly asks, "Do you know what our next activity is?" While one is completely hyped up, he talks nonstop to his completely uninterested friend. It is a courage test, the perfect choice for this mountain retreat. He vomits right in front of the guy, who looks completely unfazed. Talk about a brutal test of courage, but it seems he made the right call. This school has some seriously creepy rumors. Today, they are running a forest treasure hunt. Gong Ji-won pushes up his glasses with his index finger to continue. That is not even the half of it. "On your way here, did you hear about the Jangsan biome?" Kwon Yong-jin asks quietly, holding his spoon. Jangsan biome. Gong Ji-won takes the chance to dump his knowledge, claiming they might run into it tonight. It can leap from mountain to mountain in just 1 minute, but his excitement gets a cold reaction. "So what?" Kwon Yong-jin responds flatly. Gong Ji-won begs him to come along, but the answer is a hard no. Gong Ji-won thrashes around like a dying fish, whining about a broken promise, but Kwon Yong-jin does not care. "Lee Hae-soo was the one who made that promise, not me," Kwon Yong-jin counters. Gong Ji-won suddenly asks where she is. Hearing her name triggers a sudden memory, flashing a picture of a tense, awkward chat they had earlier. His eyes widen slightly. Shoving a spoonful of rice into his mouth, he mutters that she must be busy. Gong Ji-won sighs and softly adds that ever since the card devil incident, she has been looking pretty down. He thinks he knows the reason, which immediately sparks Kwon Yong-jin's curiosity. What could it possibly be, he wonders. Gong Ji-won looks dead serious. "During the card devil fight, you told us we would only get in the way." Kwon Yong-jin argues back immediately. "When did I ever say that? I only told you to run from danger." Gong Ji-won interrupts, explaining that if she had used her powers back then, maybe things would have been different. She feels useless and thinks she only held you back. Gong Ji-won throws a quick punch, adjusting his glasses. "To be honest, when it comes to swordsmanship, I am way better than you anyway, so it is fine." Kwon Yong-jin just hangs his head, listening to the endless lecturing. "I will teach you some sword moves sometime. That cool blade is totally wasted on you." Later, Kwon Yong-jin strolls outside with his hands in his pockets. A sudden shape passing by catches his eye, making him look up in curiosity. Is that Lee Hae-soo? The figure turns around, mouth twitching slightly. Kwon Yong-jin freezes in absolute shock, his eyes going completely blank. Is it really her? But she acts completely normal, asking what is wrong. Talk about an awkward situation. His mind instantly races with regrets about sending her away back then, just to keep her safe from danger. "I only did it because it was dangerous, and if that hurt you, I am sorry." He repeats it endlessly. Yet outwardly, he cannot squeak out a single word. Just as he finally gathers the courage to speak, a loud voice cuts him off. Another girl runs up, grabbing Lee Hae-soo's arm and dragging her away. Lee Hae-soo looks completely bewildered by the sudden intrusion. Left alone, Kwon Yong-jin has no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, a pair of black-gloved hands slowly takes hold of two bare, snow-white hands in the distance. Two young men stand together, one bowing low, the other upright. "Thanks for coming," Kwon Yong-jin grumbles coldly. "Just so you know, I did not bring my sword." But Gong Ji-won is prepared, showing his net gun. Shining their flashlights ahead, they venture out. If the teacher catches us, you are on your own, Kwon Yong-jin warns. Besides, nobody really cares about you anyway. Annoyed but undeterred, Kwon Yong-jin confidently leads the way forward. Do you even know what the Jangsan biome looks like? The character biome means tiger, so maybe it looks like one. Actually, it does not have a fixed shape. Gong Ji-won dives deep into sharing everything he has researched. Some say it has long white fur, but accounts vary so wildly that nobody knows its true form. Kwon Yong-jin glances over while shining his light, listening to Gong Ji-won explain that the beast can mimic people. By reading its victims' memories, it perfectly recreates their appearance and even their voice. It is a completely flawless disguise. Hearing this, Kwon Yong-jin cannot help but crack a highly sarcastic remark. What if the Jangsan biome is pretending to be me right now? Gong Ji-won just pulls out a signal detector. If it were, this device would be screaming. Even the card devil acknowledged its pinpoint accuracy. Suddenly, it buzzes. A loud voice suddenly roars through the dark, startling them both. Their terrified faces tell the whole story. It is the dorm warden. What are you two doing out here? Get back to your rooms this instant. Gong Ji-won is terrified. We are busted, run. Meanwhile, the angry voice continues to echo through the trees. Hey, you two. Kwon Yong-jin slowly looks back, cold sweat dripping down his face in sheer panic. Deep in the darkness, two faint yellow eyes lock onto him, staring directly back into his soul. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground and a mysterious voice calling his name startles Yong-jin. He turns toward the sound. Staring into the pitch-black bushes, he tries to see who it is. Suddenly, Ji-won steps out asking what is wrong. He says he is fine, but a dark thought crosses his mind. The night remains pitch black under a thick blanket of heavy clouds. A figure quietly opens the door. Checking the time on the phone, it is only 9:44 and uneasy thoughts quickly race through their head. Wondering when this will finally end, Yong-jin walks off grumbling. By 10 o'clock, he is trudging along with his hands stuffed in his pockets. He mutters about being exhausted and going back to the dorm early. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him from behind. Yong-jin and Ji-won stand there, one upright and the other slouched. Yong-jin wonders why the other is out here and asks what he wants. Covered in sweat, Ji-won begs him for help. He explains that while running down the mountain, he must have dropped his device. He asks Yong-jin to help him search, admitting he is too scared to go alone. Hearing this, Yong-jin gets pretty annoyed. What a pain, he grumbles. Flashlight back on, Yong-jin walks behind while Ji-won coldly asks where they are heading. He points out they never came this far earlier. Growing increasingly irritated, he asks if Ji-won just left it back at the dorm. Yong-jin's expression suddenly freezes. He spots warning signs ahead that emphasize safety first and warn of danger and slippery slopes. He quickly calls out and grabs the other's sleeve to pull him back. He warns him to pay attention to the danger sign. But the completely unrelated response from the person in front of him leaves him utterly shocked and confused. With a creepy murmur, the figure claims to have found it. Suddenly, he grabs Yong-jin's collar, dragging him right to the edge of the cliff. Yong-jin's hands begin to tremble violently. Gritting his teeth with absolute dread in his vacant eyes, he demands to know what is happening. His pupils lose focus as he stares at the fake Ji-won, whose wide-open eyes shine a terrifying yellow while speaking in a demonic voice. Meanwhile, back at the brightly lit building, three girls are gathered together playing cards. Suddenly, the one with bangs speaks up. She asks Lee Hai-soo if she has a crush on anyone. Lee Hai-soo immediately denies it, but the other girl clearly does not buy it. Really, she presses. The girl lying face down on a pillow chimes in, asking about the guy from class 3, the one named Yong-jin. She asks if they are flirting, sparking a playful debate among the three of them. Lee Hai-soo insists nothing is going on. They tease her about being seen together earlier, which makes Lee Hai-soo blush. They suggest doing a tarot reading to find out the truth. They think it is a great idea and joke that if they were Lee Hai-soo, they would be checking his tarot cards all day long to see. Soon the girl in black puts the pillow aside with an excited grin. Flipping the cards, she asks what kind of guy Lee Hai-soo likes. Suddenly, Lee Hai-soo's eyes turn pitch black with sheer panic. The next moment, both girls freeze in absolute terror at what they see. Revealed before them is the ominous death card. The cheerful atmosphere instantly vanishes as their voices begin to stammer in fear. They nervously try to brush it off, saying she probably just does not like anyone. Meanwhile, back with Yong-jin, a strange voice speaks. It whispers the name Jangsan biome. Yong-jin is paralyzed with fear, unable to speak as the creature continues to taunt him. It boasts about its shape-shifting powers. Slipping past the safety chains, the fake Ji-won gently pushes Yong-jin right over the edge. Falling helplessly, Yong-jin can only listen to the monster calling down to him after completely reading through his mind. The creature's face splits between Ji-won's features and the long white hair of the Jangsan biome, boasting it can mimic anyone perfectly. It claims it can replicate both appearance and voice flawlessly. Yong-jin plunges into the dark abyss, letting out a desperate scream. Looking down coldly, the Jangsan biome orders its subordinates to capture the boy alive, speaking in a raspy, chilling voice. A sinister smile spreads across its face as it issues the command. Then the beast's voice suddenly shifts to a chilling tone. It snarls through gritted teeth, warning them not to let him get hurt. Meanwhile, Yong-jin crashes through thick layers of branches. Terrified and pale, he yells out in panic. He frantically reaches out and manages to grab a thin branch to break his fall, but the dry wood snaps instantly. Gravity drags him down further, sending him crashing hard onto the forest floor. He struggles to sit up, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Shaking off the shock, Yong-jin slowly looks up at the sky. The pale moon shines quietly in the empty sky above, but the terrifying monster has completely vanished without a trace. Scrambling to his feet, he runs desperately in the opposite direction. Behind him, only a faint cloud of dust remains. Gritting his teeth in sheer panic, Yong-jin realizes that if that was the Jangsan biome, then the real Ji-won is in grave danger. At that moment, Ji-won's phone is ringing off the hook back at the dorm. Yong-jin is desperately calling to warn him, but the real Ji-won is fast asleep, completely ignoring the buzzing screen. Hearing the voicemail prompt, Yong-jin's anxiety skyrockets. He frantically wonders if something terrible has already happened to his friend as the night gets deeper and colder. Yong-jin stares at his phone in frustration as the screen displays an unstable network message, making him even more desperate. Still no response. He looks around and desperately tries to figure out a way to get back as soon as possible. But while he is anxiously looking around, a sudden loud shout catches his attention. Someone is calling out Yong-jin's name. The person runs frantically toward him. Yong-jin looks up in surprise to see Lee Hai-soo, who worriedly asks if he is okay. He asks her how she got here, but before he can even finish, Lee Hai-soo eagerly cuts in to explain. She says her tarot cards warned her he was in danger. Yong-jin remains on guard, wondering how she tracked him down. She giggles and tries to brush it off, claiming she always knows where he is, but he already has a pretty good guess. He asks if she put a tracker on him, but she just grabs his hand and insists they leave immediately. Yong-jin completely freezes up at her touch. He asks her what she is doing, but she just looks at him in confusion. He points out how weird it is for them to hold hands, but she asks what is wrong since no one is around. She asks if he is just embarrassed. He stammers to explain, but a sudden phone call cuts him off. Yong-jin looks down at the caller ID and completely freezes. Right on cue, the screen displays 3 very familiar words. It says Lee Hai-soo. Yong-jin goes pale. Beside him, the fake Lee Hai-soo sweetly asks if they should link arms instead. He slowly glances over. The girl's face has turned completely blank and lifeless, her glassy eyes staring wide. Yong-jin tremblingly answers the call. Lee Hai-soo's real gentle voice comes through, sending a cold shiver down his spine. The real Lee Hai-soo is still at home, looking at her cards and asking if he is safe. The silence is deafening. Meanwhile, the fake one stands there staring with a creepy, hollow expression. Cold sweat breaks out all over his forehead. He replies that he is fine and asks what is up. She hesitates suddenly, acting a bit awkward. But then Yong-jin says something completely out of the blue, mentioning he had doubts the moment he saw her jacket. The real Lee Hai-soo is confused, but he keeps his eyes locked on the imposter and quickly brushes it off. Inside, he is screaming in pure panic. He mentally praises her incredible intuition as she asks if something is wrong. The fake Lee Hai-soo remains dead silent, though its expression shifts slightly. Yong-jin keeps the phone pressed tight to his ear. Sensing his hesitation, the real Lee Hai-soo asks if it is a bad time to talk and offers to call back later. But Yong-jin quickly cuts her off, insisting that everything is perfectly fine before abruptly hanging up the phone. He glares forward, desperately formulating a plan. Now that he knows it is a fake, he needs to play along. His best bet is to act natural and find a chance to slip away. He calmly says, "Let's go, Lee Hai-soo." He even jokes about linking arms later, but strangely, the figure does not move a single inch. Yong-jin freezes. A thick strand of long dark hair has tightly wrapped around his legs, pinning him to the spot. He looks down in horror as cold sweat rolls down his face. The fake girl's hair is growing at an impossible rate. The strands seem to move with a mind of their own. Suddenly, a raspy voice sneers that this is truly ridiculous. Its neck snaps around a full 180 degrees, revealing glowing yellow eyes. It is Jangsan biome. The monster snarls, demanding to know if he was just talking to that girl. Yong-jin grits his teeth in sheer panic. All his careful plans instantly vanish. The writhing mass of hair shoots forward, ripping through the air to seize him. It hoists Yong-jin high up into the air. He is left hanging upside down, staring right into the beast's horrific face. Jangsan biome growls in irritation, complaining about how annoying it was for the girl to call at that exact moment. Yong-jin is petrified, but knowing there is no escape, he forces a sarcastic smirk and remarks on how fake its disguise looked. Jangsan biome tilts its head in confusion, insisting that this is exactly how the girl looks in his memories. But Yong-jin sneers, cutting the beast off with absolute contempt. He points out a glaring flaw in the illusion. If you are going to copy someone, do it right. He gestures to the familiar jacket on the monster's body. That belongs to him. Enraged at being mocked, Jang San-byeom's black hair lashes out and tightly wraps around his throat. The monster screams in fury for him to shut up. Yeon-jin chokes as the hair constricts, desperately trying to loosen it. Gasping for air, he suddenly remembers Jin's warning to always bring the great sword along with him. Regret floods over him as his eyes bulge and veins pop on his face. He remembers his past arrogance. He had casually dismissed the advice, claiming he was too busy to carry a heavy weapon. Talk about bad choices. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson glow ignites in Yeon-jin's palm. He wonders why he can never catch a break. He thrusts his hand forward as a massive torrent of divine power floods back into him. His eyes go wide in shock. His eyes are stained a bright, glowing red, and through the thick dust, a blade cloaked in crimson energy suddenly appears. One of Gong Ji-won-jin's eyes has turned blood red. He stares in shock at the weapon, wondering how this blade could possibly. That eerie energy swirls around his feet. An invisible, mysterious force violently pulls Gong Ji-won-jin forward. He can only stare in sheer panic at the Jang San-byeom right in front of him. Gong Ji-won-jin grits his teeth, trying to hold himself back. Wait, the sword in his hand feels alive. It lunges forward on its own, slashing right into the monster's side. At a dizzying speed, it drags Gong Ji-won-jin along, leaping wildly from one tree trunk to another, heading straight into the dark forest. He tries to plant his feet, but his body just won't obey. Gong Ji-won-jin goes pale, his strength draining fast. Panic sets in as he realizes his body is moving on its own again. Before he can even process it, a massive tree trunk appears right ahead. And of course, just as you would expect, the blade cleanly slips past the massive trunk, but our poor Gong Ji-won-jin isn't so lucky. He crashes headfirst right into the wood. Sliding down in pure agony, his body trembles. Gong Ji-won-jin rubs his bright red nose, groaning. He quietly thanks the heavens that he survived. Seriously, if it weren't for the black dragon, he might have logged out permanently. Looking at the sword in his hand, he calculates his next move. Better use his left hand first. Gong Ji-won-jin spots the demon hiding far off. Only its signature snowy white hair is visible. He quietly steels his resolve. He has to take down this Jang San-byeom first. Suddenly, a soft, gentle voice echoes through the cursed woods, calling out his name. The sound makes him flinch, goosebumps breaking out all over. From behind a tree, a figure in a white dress slowly steps out. Her silhouette is fully revealed right before his eyes. A warm, incredibly gentle-looking woman. Gong Ji-won-jin trembles, unable to believe his eyes. It is his mother, but his mind snaps back to reality instantly. He grips his sword and charges forward anyway. No, this isn't right. He stares at the woman, sternly warning himself. It is a fake. Looking at the familiar face and her sweet, gentle smile, he has to force himself to accept the truth. This monster is just reading his memories and mimicking her. Gong Ji-won-jin grits his teeth and shuts his eyes, desperate to stop looking. But ancient memories suddenly flood his mind. His mother back then, always smiling so warmly, calling his name. As a little kid, he never hesitated to throw himself into her arms. Memory and reality blur together until Gong Ji-won-jin can no longer tell them apart. Tears stream down her face as she whispers that she is sorry for everything. Hearing this, his body freezes. Tears well up in his eyes, but the energy around him continues to boil. The sword in his hand, ignoring his feelings, swings high into the air on its own. Gong Ji-won-jin's face darkens as he desperately cries out, "Wait!" He tries to dig his heels in to halt on the dirt, but the blade keeps pushing forward. Channeling all of his strength into his wrist, he struggles to resist. It is no use. His rebellious body refuses to listen, charging straight ahead to strike down the woman standing there. All Gong Ji-won-jin can do is beg in sheer helplessness, pleading for it to stop. Scattered, painful memories flash before him again. The comforting warmth of burying his face in his mother's chest. But that warmth painfully clashes with the hot blood spraying from the severed body in reality. Gong Ji-won-jin watches in horror as he strikes her down without hesitation, sending his mother crashing down. A dormant nightmare surges from the depths of his subconscious, bringing back terrifying moments that should have faded long ago. An echoing, furious scream haunts him, accusing him relentlessly. "It was you. You are the one who killed your parents." A blurry, blood-red scene fills his vision alongside that cruel scream, calling him a monster. An unrecognizable man suddenly bursts into tears, pointing a finger filled with pure hatred directly at him. In the present, tears stream down Gong Ji-won-jin's face as well. He had just struck down his own mother again. Sobbing uncontrollably, the sharp blade in his hand slams into the ground. No, Gong Ji-won-jin curls up in agonizing despair, but the brutal reality remains unchanged before him. The motionless body lies soaked in blood. Yet inside her hollow eyes, the golden, piercing gaze of the Jang San-byeom snaps open. Its white hair surges forward like a flood, wrapping entirely around Kwon Yong-jin's trembling body. Right at that critical second, a violent gust of wind erupts across the desolate clearing. The fierce wind forcefully blows the wild hair away, shielding and protecting Kwon Yong-jin in the gentlest way possible. A stranger wielding a fan bearing a bagua symbol suddenly steps onto the scene. The Jangsanbyeom's hair gets whipped around by the wind, the stranger's powerful barrier reflecting the beast's true hideous form. The illusion begins to crack. The fake disguise of his gentle mother shatters completely, exposing the grotesque, terrifying true form of the monstrous Jangsanbyeom. The demon stares in absolute shock as its supposedly flawless illusion is ripped apart right in the middle of its hunt. The Jangsanbyeom glares intensely at the strange boy. Meanwhile, the newcomer gets momentarily distracted by Kwon Yong-jin's agonizing broken sobs. Staring at the boy's shivering form, the stranger angrily shouts, "Snap out of it." Meanwhile, the demon silently begins to shift its shape again. The young stranger calmly snaps his fan open, ready to face the threat. A massive whirlwind, a sudden chill sweeps in. Freezing air from hell's depths, Jangsanbyeom's very own frost wind. It bends down. Dripping with raw, murderous intent, it quietly focuses power into one strike. As the gale sweeps past, Yongjin's form suddenly materializes. The young deity's eyes widen in shock. His exact likeness is almost perfectly replicated by the beast, raising a massive blade dripping with thick, heavy aura. Lord Jia leaps back, gripping his fan tightly as he braces himself on high alert. He charges. Blade and fan clash violently in midair, scattering blinding sparks everywhere. The boy struggles to block that massive blade with his tiny fan. Jangsanbyeom feels like victory is well within reach, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty and relentless. Yet the young lord maintains a completely cold, expressionless gaze, showing absolutely no fear under pressure. Time seems to crawl to a standstill. Suddenly, the beast's eyes pop wide open in shock. It looks down at its sword, which was just a cheap knockoff, cracking instantly when colliding with the boy's genuine divine weapon. With a swift flick of his wrist, the blade shatters completely, leaving Jangsanbyeom utterly dumbfounded as it loses its balance and tumbles backward onto the hard ground. The monster stares at the badly broken hilt in its hand, muttering in disbelief. But then the weapon suddenly starts to shift, and a creepy smirk spreads wide across Jangsanbyeom's face. It transforms itself into a perfect clone of the young boy, grinning maniacally with a matching fan of its own. Jangsanbyeom waves its hands wildly as waves of dark energy blast outward, and it shrieks out frost wind. The young lord narrows his eyes, watching the incoming strike as steel-like winds whip up, tearing and shredding everything in their path. Instantly, Lord Jia grabs Yongjin's collar tightly, trying his best to keep them both from getting swept away by the raging storm. Once the wind dies down, he freezes in absolute genuine shock. Staring at his own spitting image, he can barely believe it. Can this beast really mimic divine arts, seeing its trick work? Jangsanbyeom flashes a cocky, victorious grin. Standing before Lord Jia is a twisted replica wearing a truly bizarre smile, its mouth split wide open and yellow pupils glowing within pitch-black eyes. It is trying to mimic his signature move, Frost Wind. But Lord Jia swiftly whips his fan open, chanting a spell to shatter the fake imitation, pierce the illusion. His voice drops heavy with pure contempt. "You fool, did you really think that pathetic copycat trick of yours would actually work on me, Lord?" Jay's eyes darken with rage as his folding fan snaps open yet again, revealing a glowing character. Next, a bright tiger emblem flashes on its surface, and the fan snaps shut with a resounding crack. Lord Jia channels his full power and slams the fan down, black, tiger-like stripes spreading across his face as he casts the Hobyuchimun spell, causing the ground to erupt into a massive stone wall. The barrier instantly halts Jangsanbyeom in its tracks. Just as it is about to be crushed, something flings it aside. The movement is too fast for even Lord Jia to follow. Another interloper has crashed the battle to save the beast. The masked figure lands directly on Jangsanbyeom's wild, tangled hair, her presence incredibly elusive and unpredictable. In a split second, she grips the hilt of the sword on her back and lunges straight for Lord Jia. The razor-sharp blade cuts through the wind in a straight line, but he swiftly uses his fan to deflect the weapon away. But as the blade spins back, a dark silhouette blurs past. Only then does Lord Jia realize his opponent's real target was never him. The masked assassin is actually gunning for Yongjin behind him. Suddenly, a dense cloud of white smoke erupts. Lord Jia quickly pulls Yongjin back into the thick haze and waves his fan to summon a gust of wind, hiding their escape. By the time the masked figure reaches them, they are long gone. She stands there, coldly sliding her sword back into its sheath with flawless accuracy. Resting the blade on her shoulder, she demands, "Are you just going to stand there?" A terrifying chill radiates from her mask. "Chase them down." The dazed Jangsanbyeom flinches in terror and quickly bolts away, leaving the masked assassin standing alone in the quiet forest to reflect. Under the bright silver glow of the full moon illuminating the woods, Lord Jia collapses the moment he lets go of Yong-jin. Exhausted and gasping for breath, he struggles to stand, telling him to find his own way out if he is fully awake. Yong-jin wonders how he even knew where to find him, but then Lord Jia breaks into a cold sweat and spits up blood. Yong-jin panics at the sight, asking if he is okay, but Lord Jia calmly rolls up his sleeve and insists they keep moving. "We have to run further," he says, hiding his pain as he mutters that they must hold out until 11 o'clock. The teenager's eyes widen in sheer confusion. 11 o'clock, he cannot fathom why they need to stall for that specific time. Is there something happening at 11? But the young lord offers no answer, warning him that the enemy has already arrived. Jang Sam-biom bursts from the bushes like a frenzied beast, the seal on its forehead glowing with a deadly crimson light. A thick dark mist surges forward to swallow them both, but Lord Jia has already anticipated the monster's desperate move. He told them those cheap imitation tricks would never work on him. This time, his fan glows with the symbol of two entwined rats. With a swing of his fan, he unleashes a blast of frosty bone wind. Sharp ice spikes rapidly sprout and multiply, and in just a moment, Gang Sam-biong's entire body is frozen solid, trapped inside a massive standing pillar of ice. Right after that, two swords fly straight through. The two swords pierce through the thick ice. TAMED is startled, lacking the strength to unleash a defensive spell, so he spreads his arms. To shield the boy behind him, the two blades immediately impale his shoulder and leg. Dongjin's face is filled with absolute horror. Watching this brutal scene unfold, Dongjin screams in panic as TAMED collapses, yet the old man still growls through the pain, demanding that the boy run away. Dongjin is frozen stiff, unable to move, and instinctively tries to call for Jin, but TAMED shouts out to cut off his call, telling him not to rely on the black dragon. He keeps growling, forcing the boy to leave, urging Dongjin to get out of there. But the masked assassin gives them no breathing room, pulling the sword straight out of his shoulder, before lunging forward. In an instant, the masked killer closes the gap and Dongjin instinctively tries to summon his black dragon to protect himself. But just then the clock ticks from 10:59 to exactly 11 p.m. The precise hour of the rat has finally arrived. In that very second, time and space seem to freeze. Dongjin has not even unleashed his full power yet, while Gang San-biom remains trapped inside the massive block of ice. Everyone freezes instinctively, turning their gaze toward TAMED as he takes a gentle step onto the green grass. The masked assassin pauses in shock, feeling the entire atmosphere around them suddenly grow incredibly heavy and thick. TAMED no longer looks small and fragile. When the hour is right, his celestial power amplifies to an unbelievable scale. As he raises his fan, a violent gust of wind erupts around them. Gang San-biom instinctively shrinks back, feeling the overwhelming pressure. With one sweep of his fan, TAMED unleashes a slashing wave of bone wind, splitting the air wide open. The masked assassin reacts quickly and dodges, but the blade of wind still slices across her back, while Gang San-biom isn't so lucky. The devastating strike completely obliterates him on the spot. Then the raspy, deep voice of TAMED echoes through the night. From here on out, the hour of the rat is his prime time. The hour of the rat awakens heavenly majesty, and now it's his turn. Standing firmly in front of Dongjin to protect him, the boy's face is pale with confusion at this sudden turn of events. What is this? He stares at the figure before him, wondering who this giant could possibly be. Where did that little kid go? Then he spots something strange. A creepy floating eye is watching him. He screams in terror before the eye dissolves into mist, leaving fresh blood dripping onto the grass. Right at the masked assassin's feet, TAMED faces her with a calm expression, stating coldly that she knows she can't defeat him. The mysterious killer stands ready, dual-wielding swords. Hearing his calm words only seems to fuel her rage and absolute determination. Behind the mask and the gleaming blades, her eyes flare with murderous intent as she launches a lightning-fast assault on TAMED. Instead of clashing head-on, she leaps high into the air, spinning around to strike him directly from behind with her dual swords. Aiming straight for his neck, she brings her blades down with crushing force, but TAMED cleanly blocks the lethal blow. Determined to end this, she executes a swift horizontal slash, but he instantly vanishes into a puff of smoke, leaving her bewildered. Suddenly, TAMED emerges from the mist and grabs her shoulder, executing a devastating throw that slams her hard onto the ground. The masked assassin struggles to break free and scramble back up, but TAMED immediately pins her down with overwhelming force. Slamming her face first into the dirt, his grip is iron tight and his eyes burn with anger. Going this far requires a damn good reason. With absolute fury in his cold stare, he asks who put her up to this, crushing her mask into pieces with his bare hand. She secretly tosses down several tiny metal spheres, releasing a thick black smoke that forces TAMED to defend himself. Using the distraction, the assassin quickly makes her escape. Angry and lethal, he snaps his fan open to activate a tracking skill. With a flick of his wrist, he controls his fan to disperse the dark haze, searching for any sign of her escape route. As the smoke clears, a mysterious deer stands before him. His eyes widen in surprise as he watches the creature silently vanish into the woods. Turning around, TAMED locks his gaze onto Dong-jin, leaving the boy completely baffled and tense under his sharp stare. He raises his fan to cast a return spell, releasing a thick white mist that slowly wraps around Dong-jin's body. The boy gasps, wondering what is happening as TAMED gently taps his forehead with the base of his fan. As the boy's vision blurs and he faints, TAMED stands over him in the dark forest shrouded in white mist. Looking down with cold eyes, he demands the black dragon to show itself, calling out its name once again, but there is no reply. Losing his patience, he threatens the beast, asking if it wants to leave the body on its own or be forcefully purged. With his eyes hidden beneath his bangs, Dong-jin remains silent before a creepy, distorted grin slowly spreads across his face. The terrifying smile stretches ear to ear, his eyes glowing a sinister crimson as he sneers, challenging him to try it. Jakdu's face turns fierce at his words. Yong-jin continues to mock him, asking how a half-deity, half-demon dares to challenge him. He keeps mocking him, noting that sealing Jin left him completely drained, accusing the deity of just putting on a cheap bluff. Grinning arrogantly with glowing red eyes, he sneers that even if Jakdu somehow defeats him, this kid is going to die anyway. Jakdu listens with a cold expression while the spirit flashes a devious grin, declaring that the boy has already died once before, and he only survived because of him. Jakdu listens quietly as the spirit claims this body's owner desperately needs his dark power. That boy has even summoned him multiple times. Jakdu tightly grips his fan, his fury rising at Yong-jin's arrogant provocation. Daring the god to try, the spirit glares with a wicked grin while the deity simply stares back with sharp, cold eyes. He asks if the deity even dares to kill a human. Annoyed, Jakdu suddenly strikes his face hard with his fan. The heavy blow leaves a sharp red mark, but it snaps Yong-jin back to his senses as the white smoke releases him. Collapsing onto the dirt, a dazed Yong-jin gasps in confusion. Jakdu briefly observes him before walking off, telling the boy to follow. He promises to guide him to the dorms. Yong-jin slowly gets up, staring at Jakdu's back, and musters up the courage to speak. He asks if Jakdu is that boy from his memories, but the deity ignores the question, asking Yong-jin for his name instead. Yong-jin points to himself in confusion, but the deity dryly asks who else would he be talking to. The boy quickly introduces himself. He honestly admits he has no clue what is happening, but Jakdu cuts him off to deliver a very serious warning. He tells Yong-jin never to trust the power lurking inside his left arm, leaving the boy deeply guarded and filled with anxiety. The deity explains that Jin, his own ancestor, actually used that exact same power to slaughter his entire clan in the past. This horrifying truth leaves Yong-jin utterly frozen in shock. Still, Jakdu remains completely indifferent and keeps speaking to him. He reveals how his bloodline was cursed to endure endless generations of despair, leaving Yong-jin standing there utterly speechless. It is a cruel twist of fate that Yong-jin was born into the very vessel of that monster as his mind flashes backward. Yet against all logic, the boy fought hard to find his own identity and survive, but a dark memory suddenly echoes. A chilling voice whispers that he should never have been allowed to exist, making him hang his head in utter despair. But out of nowhere, Jakdu warmly praises him. A shocked Yong-jin looks up, unable to believe what he is hearing. While his dark past screams that he shouldn't have been born, the gentle deity standing before him offers unexpected comfort. He tells the boy he has done incredibly well to survive. Looking away, he warns that countless trials still lie ahead. He cautions that even more hopeless situations will surely follow. Yong-jin clenches his fists, silently absorbing every heavy word. Living on means constantly fighting against the laws of fate itself. As Jakdu slowly turns back around, Yong-jin begins to tremble. Tears well up in his eyes as the deity looks directly at him, softly acknowledging how incredibly hard the boy has struggled. To ensure the boy can live a full and proper life in this cruel world, Jakdu makes a solemn vow. He promises to risk everything to protect him. Dumbfounded, a deeply moved Yong-jin can barely hold back his tears. He tells the boy he no longer has to struggle alone as they stand together in the silent, peaceful forest. Later, Yong-jin walks down a quiet path alone, his face covered in fresh scratches from the intense ordeal. He looks down at his bruised left hand when a beautiful cloud-patterned blade wrapped in white cloth suddenly catches his eye. Staring at the majestic weapon, Jakdu notes that carrying such an item around might draw too much unwanted attention. He offers to keep it safe for him. Looking at him, Yong-jin decides to ask a question that has been bothering him. The silent deity waits, prompting Yong-jin to ask why someone so powerful would go so far to help him. Jakdu simply waves his fan, conjuring a gentle breeze while instructing him to follow the path back to his dorm. As Yong-jin watches in surprise, the deity adds that he expects him to return this weekend at noon. He explains that his disciples will guide him, leaving the boy utterly confused about the ancient term for high noon. Vanishing into a thick cloud of white smoke, his final words clarify that he means 12 p.m. on Sunday. Left alone, Yong-jin continues his long trek home along the quiet path the deity pointed out to him. Heavy exhaustion weighs on his bruised face as dark circles show under his eyes from the grueling mental battle. The bright lights of his dormitory finally appear ahead when a sudden voice calls out to him from behind. Startled, he glances back with sweat dripping down his face to find a girl running frantically towards him. It is Lee Hai-soo, who immediately cups his face in her hands, leaving him wide-eyed with shock at her sudden intimacy. She frantically asks if he is okay, leaving the flustered boy completely speechless by her intense worry. No matter how she reacts, he remains completely silent. His legs shake so violently he can no longer stand, and Dong-jin collapses straight to the ground. Hee-so screams his name and reaches out to support him. Dong-jin tells her in an exhausted voice as her face contorts with worry that he is fine, just a bit tired. Seeing his weak state, Hee-so asks what happened earlier when they were on the phone. She demands to know what went down and why he is keeping secrets. Dong-jin hangs his head low, hoping to keep her from worrying. He says there is no point in telling her since it would only make her worry when she cannot help anyway. Hee-so bites her lip. Feeling helpless, she softly apologizes. Her flat tone hurts, but then Dong-jin suddenly remembers something as a familiar face flashes in his mind. Ji-gwon's voice echoes in his head, warning him that talking like that makes it seem like she was only in his way. Dong-jin holds his head in regret, realizing he misspoke. Hee-so looks at him with warm eyes, saying even if he told her, she would be useless. But he immediately protests, telling her that is not true. Under her wide-eyed gaze, Dong-jin speaks with absolute certainty. He declares that she has helped him immensely. Filled with deep gratitude, he admits that if she had not called, he might be dead. He rubs his hair sheepishly, offering her a soft thank you. He nervously glances left and right, clearly feeling a little embarrassed by the moment. He stammers that he only said she could not help because he was hopelessly lost and did not know how to explain it. His navigation system failed him. Staring at the ground in deep thought, he reiterates he only wanted to prevent her from worrying. Hee-so sits quietly, soaking in his explanation when he raises his voice slightly to emphasize just how much she truly means to him. Hee-so laughs. She thanks him. Her eyes crinkle softly and a warm, genuine smile spreads across her face. She praises him for being incredibly kind. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Dong-jin quickly tries to explain himself. He insists he is not just saying that to flatter her, but because it is the absolute truth. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out from afar. His eyes widen as he turns toward the shouting. Ji-gwon and Do Ju-ung rush over with deeply worried expressions, calling his name. They ask if he is all right. Dong-jin stands up, asking why they came as Ji-gwon shoves his phone screen forward. Ji-gwon points out that Dong-jin called him first. Meanwhile, Ju-ung bends over, hands on his thighs, gasping heavily for breath. He gasps that Dong-jin went missing right during roll call. Ju-ung looks up, explaining that Hee-so told them about their 10 p.m. call. Ju-ung takes one look at Dong-jin's battered face and realizes something is seriously wrong. And honestly, can you blame him for being worried? Dong-jin averts his gaze casually, brushing it off as a simple trip. But inside, he remembers the words of the Grand Director Rat. He had told him that from now on, he no longer needs to struggle all on his own. Dong-jin falls completely silent. He quickly changes the subject, mentioning he clashed with Kang Jiang Sanbong and nearly died, which leaves both Ji-gwon and Ju-ung utterly stunned. Ju-ung stammers the villain's name, while Ji-gwon shouts in shock as Dong-jin reveals that Sanbong transformed into Ji-gwon to lure him away. Ji-gwon cannot hide his intense curiosity, asking what on earth happened and demanding that Dong-jin tell him every single detail about that bastard. Meanwhile, a faint blue light begins to glow in the center of a mysterious space surrounded by slowly swirling white mist. The mist thickens rapidly, spiraling violently around the small beacon of light as the energy continues to build. San and Jeon-dong watch the unfolding light, their faces lighting up with joy. As Grand Director Rat finally appears, they eagerly call out to him. The director collapses to the ground, utter exhaustion. The boys and Bok-soon immediately rush over to the table to help him. They ask if he is all right, and Jeon-dong quickly tells Bok-soon to fetch some water. The Grand Director's face looks dangerously pale. Bok-soon obediently rushes off. Meanwhile, memories of Dong-jin's transformation flash through the director's mind, showing how quickly they are starting to merge. Those bloodshot eyes, that sinister smile, and the swords strapped to his back, accompanied by terrifying trails of red mist, paint a chilling picture. The Grand Director grits his teeth in sheer determination. Talk about a race against time, they have to eliminate the Black Dragon immediately. They have to act before Dragon recovers his memories. Suddenly, a terrifying face and a savage laugh echo deep within his mind. The voice mockingly asks if the earthly branch disciple would dare to kill a human. In sheer frustration, the Grand Director slams his fist down. Meanwhile, vehicles line up neatly outside. The air is filled with the lively chatter of people celebrating because they are finally going home. Everyone agrees that time flew by incredibly fast. Dong-jin leans his hand against the window frame, staring down blankly. His tablet rests on his lap, but his gaze drifts outside the window. He looks deep in thought, staring aimlessly into the distance. A haunting voice echoes in his head, speaking of his left arm, glowing yellow eyes and sharp fangs holding his final power. That dark power belongs to the Black Dragon. Dong-jin recalls the stern warning from the Grand Director to never trust his left arm. Suddenly, an image of the Grand Director dragon flashes in his mind, claiming to be his true ancestor from centuries ago. Yet the warning from the Grand Director Rat remains clear: that very power was used to slaughter his own family and ancestors. Dong-jin stands frozen in front of a small door. Looking troubled, he slowly slides open the security lock as rows of numbers appear. The faint beep of a passcode lock echoes, and he quietly cracks the door open to peek inside the house. Inside, a strange melody plays. The music drifts out as a messy-haired man on screen sings of heartbreak. On the iPad, a singer is clutching a microphone, belting out notes. The steady beat pulses: "Leave me alone without any regret. King of music, just leave me behind with no remorse. Leave me alone with no regrets." It is the theme song of a traitor walking away. Meanwhile, Director Shin is sitting right there. The director has his back turned, completely glued to his iPad, while softly humming along, totally oblivious to his surroundings. He still has not noticed. He does not realize Dong-jin is standing right there while he keeps singing about that traitor in love. Dong-jin just stares. Eyes wide, Dong-jin asks what he is doing. Director Shin flinches in terror, jumping around frantically to hide his embarrassment. The iPad keeps blasting the song about the traitor in love until the director quickly grabs the tablet and shuts it off. He sits up straight with a deadpan expression, asking if he is back. Meanwhile, Director Shin drops his jaw in pure shock. Different files clutter the computer screen. What is this chaotic album? Director Shin stares in absolute disbelief at his own playlist. How did his playlist get so messed up? Holding a cup of water, he rapidly clicks his mouse to scroll through the screen. That guy Shin is way too obsessed with this music. Grinning, his expression shifts. The guy asks for history documents, not playlists. History documents. Director Shin glances sideways as his phone lights up with an incoming call from a contact labeled Jerk. Outside, a full golden moon glows, casting a warm light over the entire house as a hand gently presses the outdoor doorbell. A voice crackles through the speaker, demanding the secret passcode. Director Yu raises her left hand to her head, making a chicken pose. She clucks like a hen, and the speaker crackles again. It commands the person standing behind her to read their passcode too. Director Shin snaps back that they do not have time for this, so just open the door. The playful voice inside just scoffs. Wrong passcode, the speaker replies, offering him one more chance. Director Yu nudges him in irritation, telling him to hurry up. She asks what is so hard about it. Frustrated, Director Shin pulls his ears and makes a goofy face at the camera. Inside, San Jeong-dong and Bok-sun are grinning widely, welcoming them warmly into their home as night fully sets in. At the residence of the three kids, Gyeong-dong is shouting, daring the ghost to try and kill them. Bok-sun sits on San's neck. San jokingly replies that he is coming right now. Meanwhile, Director Z is in his room, carefully writing calligraphy with a brush. He finishes drawing a strange symbol on the paper. The three gather around the table as he asks if they recognize this mark. He asks if Director Shen and Director Yu have seen it. Shen stays silent. Then Yu suddenly remembers something. She points to her forehead. She saw it right on a demon. Shen gasps. On its forehead, he recalls seeing it too. Z shakes his head, explaining this is not demon power. Director Shin wonders where they got it from. He mutters that this explains why they could not use a bombo earlier. Director Yu is stunned, asking if he really failed to defeat it in one single blow. Director Z shares his theory. He suspects some hidden mastermind is granting power to these demons. After a brief pause, he names their ultimate target. The scene shifts to Dong-jin's house, where the old man is fully awake and panicking about a missing sword. He groans that he only slept for a second, and the sword vanished, urging Dong-jin to go back and get it. Dong-jin remains quiet for a brief moment before calmly replying that the sword is already in his possession. Shocked, the old man demands to know what happened. Dong-jin recalls the haunting words he was told about his ancestor. The old man stares intently, demanding he speak. Dong-jin's eyes widen with fear as he remembers the slaughter of his clan. Those words cut deep. He trembles, biting his lip as his hands drop limply to his sides. Yet he forces himself to look normal, lying that nothing happened. His grandfather immediately snaps at him in anger. He yells that he clearly used the Black Dragon's power despite being warned never to touch that dangerous strength again. Dong-jin coldly fires back, asking how he uses his own power as any of his business. The old man grinds his teeth. As the door slams shut, Yoon lowers her head in deep thought. Back at Director Z's house, he asks the group a serious question. He asks if they know anything about the masked figure. Confused Director Shin blankly asks what he even means. Director Yu is equally baffled by the question. He explains that he witnessed another demon merging with a masked man to fight. Although the masked figure seemed highly experienced, he did not possess enough raw power to grant abilities to other demons. He pauses, analyzing the sheer scale of this energy. He concludes that their true enemy must wield godlike authority. Director Shin goes quiet. Director Yu asks in shock what they should do. Then they sense a chilling presence. Before she can even finish, the masked foe materializes right behind them. She instantly tenses up, recognizing the mask. The horse guardian stands up, drawing his hidden sword to slash at the man. He sports an amused grin as if he expected this. And right on cue, the opponent blocks the strike with his own blade. Yet the mask still gets sliced clean and half clattering to the floor with a sharp metallic clang. He lets out a mocking smirk, pointing out Guardian Ingo of the earthly branches, the divine guardian who quickly defends himself by saying that mask is not actually his. Guardian Dao screams in panic at Guardian No, who cheerfully replies with a simple hello. Hyejeong holds up the broken mask, lamenting that this is an irreplaceable cultural heritage, crafted by master artisans. Bok Sun worries, noting he used to love this mask. Guardian immediately points at Guardian Than, claiming that the cheeky monkey was the one who sliced it in half. Guardian then snaps back to defend himself as Guardian T grows annoyed and barks to drop the matter already. Guardian then notices a massive blade and gasps in surprise, recognizing the legendary Dao belonging to Guardian Thin. He asks with a grin how they got it, and Guardian Ingo enthusiastically replies that he saw the young acolytes playing with it all this time. Guardian Dao notes something is off, wondering where the handle went. As the group loudly debates, they wonder how it ended up at Guardian Tai's house and if such heavy items are even allowed to be kept here. Guardian T clarifies that the blade belongs to Thin and his nephew left it for safekeeping. NGO points, excitedly bringing up some juicy rumors. Another asks curiously if the weapon can actually talk and if they have met it, which prompts a firm warning from Engo. Guardian Thin nods, wondering if it passed out because of someone's overwhelming energy, and if that person already spoke to it. Guardian Dao snaps back, telling them to shut up, but Guardian Thin cuts in, stating that despite the dragon being human, Guardian Dao was ready to take it down. Guardian No asks if she lost her mind, making Guardian Dao furious as she tries to explain the target was definitely the black dragon. Seeing the chaos, Guardian T slams his fan down, shushing the noisy room. Guardian Ingo mutters a curse under his breath, leaving Guardian T to finally summarize that the demons dare not target Thin's body while the black dragon occupies it. The only ones who need that body are either Thin or someone else. Guardian Ingo gets impatient with the beating around the bush, pointing out it has to be him. Guardian T asks who, and No confirms he means the person wielding power almost identical to the sovereign authority. It must be him without a doubt, making Guardian Dao yell in frustration, demanding to know who. Meanwhile, pale moonlight illuminates a dark, quiet forest elsewhere, where the master steps forward, bowing respectfully. A figure in a triple-layered mask coldly asks if he returned empty-handed, to which the master replies that it was not just Thin but Guardian T was there as well. The masked leader eyes his injuries, noticing they are quite critical. The master dismisses it as a mere scratch, prompting the leader to sneer, saying he expected nothing more, making the master frown, questioning if they did not claim to have destroyed Guardian Tai's power. The masked leader retorts, asking if it is somehow his fault, his eyes flashing with disdain as he blames the master's own weakness. At that moment, the master's fists clench in fury and he draws his sword to slash the leader. But the masked adversary easily dodges, continuing his mockery, remarking that after going through all that trouble, they still sent a useless pawn. He sneers, calling his boss lazy and arrogant, before turning his back to leave. He instructs the master to deliver a cold warning, saying their leader's interference made things a whole lot more complicated. Suddenly, the seedcom shifts to a raging fire, black smoke billowing and suffocating a vast courtyard, leaving everything in absolute chaos. A single sword drips dark red blood. Standing in the middle of this devastation, a dark-haired figure stands with his head bowed, letting dying embers catch his cloak. A heavy, terrifying silence fills the air, broken only by the crackle of burning wood and drifting ash. Watching from a distance, Dongjin stands frozen, unable to speak, as if suffocated by sheer dread. The mysterious figure suddenly stops and turns his head, leaving the boy completely stunned, with wide eyes. A pale, freezing hand slowly reaches out, wrapping around Dongjin's throat and lifting him off the ground. With terrifying ease, Dongjin struggles to look up as the hand claws at his face, met by glowing red, piercing eyes, staring right through his soul. He gasps, trying to ask who this is, but all the oxygen gets squeezed from his lungs, leaving him clawing desperately at the iron grip. Just as he suffocates, Dongjin jolts awake in a cold sweat, only to find his pet Jin sitting right on his face. Annoyed by this furry assassination attempt, he angrily shoves the cat off and wonders if it was all a dream. Later that morning, Jin sees him getting ready and asks if today was his day off, and curiously wonders where he is heading. Jin replies he has a part-time gig in Da-eon, leaving Yi completely stunned, since Da-eon collapsed thousands of years ago. Jin laughs, clarifying he does not mean a historical site, but rather a job app request to catch a giant cockroach immediately. The pay is an absolute jackpot at 30,000 kwon, so he needs to move fast. He grumbles that since someone keeps eating double his food, he really needs this quick cash. I am heading out now. I will probably be back late. Take care of lunch yourself. Hearing only silence behind him, Jin glances back. Jin immediately replies, "Yeah, I can manage, just be quick and come back soon." The apartment door swings open, and the moment he steps outside, he lets out a heavy sigh. He walks ahead, looking fully charged and ready for the day. Just then, his phone lights up with a job alert searching for a cockroach catcher. He accepts the job and heads over immediately. Right after, another posting pops up looking for someone to wash dishes. A massive pile for 50,000 won. He takes that one too, and yet another listing appears seeking a helper to move house. Just loading boxes onto a truck for 30,000 won. After a brutal day of hard labor, he sits down with a sigh, holding his phone. Suddenly, the warning from Overseer Ja echoes in his mind. On Sunday afternoon, that familiar voice rings out in his head. "The acolytes will come to fetch you, so follow them to meet me." He feels a sudden wave of anxiety and confusion, his grip on his phone slipping as Overseer J's words echo once more. "You've gone against Providence, you found your true self, and chose to keep living." He pulls up his phone to search for Providence. Search result 18. Providence, noun, the natural law, or order of things like water flowing in irreversible natural course. While he is lost in thought, the three acolytes suddenly show up and call out to him, "Big brother." They beam at him, "We are here to pick you up." Cut to Overseer Ja's house. Here, a feast of delicious dishes and eye-catching desserts has been laid out, yet Jin cannot bring himself to smile. Seeing him so silent, Overseer Ja tilts his head. Why the long face? Jin looks up as if to speak, but that terrifying face from his nightmare suddenly flashes in his mind. He hesitates, torn on whether to speak or stay silent. His face darkens as he finally asks, "What exactly is this Providence you keep talking about?" Overseer Ja slowly replies, "All things fade away, only to be reborn into the flow of nature, and Providence is the natural law that aligns with that very flow." Jin hesitates. "So you mean?" But Overseer Ja cuts in. Borrowing a human vessel and living inside it is simply following that natural order. Shaking, Jin stares down at his feet. "So my non-existence is the true natural law?" The Overseer shakes his head. "Actually, we do not borrow human bodies." He explains further, "A god's vessel is more like a sculpture." His eyes locking onto Jin, "And your body is exactly the same." Shocked, Jin asks what he means by that. He frowns. "A sculpture, as in created? I have no idea what you are talking about." Overseer Ja asks, "Do you know Dangun?" Jin nods. "The founder of Gojo-san, the god who shaped the earth." The Overseer nods. "Exactly." He begins to tell the tale. Dangun created a suitable land for humans to inhabit, and we, the Zodiac gods, were sent down to assist mankind. In a calm voice, he shares how they used their divine power to usher in a new era on a once barren land. He continues, "Those who witnessed this divine power wished to keep it forever. Back then, humans prayed daily, building altars to offer up their worship. Time quietly marched on, and 64 seasons passed." He goes on. "At the altar where all earthly energy gathered, a living human-like vessel was finally forged." With quiet emphasis, he adds, "That was the very first god's vessel." Deeply loving humanity, the Zodiac gods entered those vessels to remain and protect them. Calmly, he explains that these bodies, just like humans, have a limited lifespan and will eventually die. Once they finish their duty and a cycle ends, the altar creates a new vessel. His voice suddenly drops. However, on that fateful day during the Year of the Dragon, the atmosphere grew incredibly heavy, and the divine altar was completely destroyed. Since then, the gods could no longer interfere in human history. In a monotonous tone, he explains that no more divine vessels could be made. He tells the boy directly, the gods had no choice but to wait for their physical vessels to die so they could return to heaven. But things took a turn. When they opened their eyes, they were still stuck on Earth. With a sharp gaze, Overseer Ja explains a new process began. Divine vessels started being born directly from humans. Gently, he adds that their bodies were shaped by humanity. Trapped in this endless cycle, they were bound to this earth. Eventually, they had to accept Providence and live among humans. Then came the miracle. The divine vessels born of humans were known as the children who do not cry. Finally, he delivers the crushing truth. Your current body is one of them, Jin. He stares blankly at him. If we follow Providence, he hesitates. The soul residing in that body should actually belong to the dragon. He continues, if you accept your fate and submit to this natural order, I will personally perform the ritual and guide your soul to heaven. The overseer continues coldly, if you do not, Dongjin keeps his head low listening. You will have to fight to the bitter end to protect yourself. The overseer, eyes half closed, asks him directly, do you want to submit to Providence or do you want to defy it? Dongjin stares ahead, deeply lost in thought. Dongjin's deep voice rings out with absolute clarity. What other choice is there between life and death? He forces a smile. Of course I choose to live. Dongjin tightens his fist, listening closely to the overseer's next words. Overseer Tai reminds him of his past, warning that he will face far harsher adversity and brutal trials ahead. The overseer looks straight at him, asking if he can actually survive. Dongjin grits his teeth, admitting his old self would have just given up. Memories flash like a film strip. His past was miserable and pathetic enough, fighting a lonely battle against the world. But now his voice grows firmer as he pauses. The fleeting memories fade. That lonely era is finally over. Dongjin looks up, determination blazing in his eyes. He wants to live, and he looks at the overseer with sudden hope. He reminds the overseer of his promise. You said you would protect me, he adds, so survival is definitely possible. Will you not exist forever, at least until I die of old age? Hearing this, Overseer T bows his head, chuckling. The soft chuckle quickly turns into hearty, booming laughter. He glances at Dongjin, thoroughly pleased with the young man. Excellent answer, he praises. Then the overseer drops a classic proverb that leaves Dongjin standing there completely dazed. Be indomitable, he urges, warning that a weak will easily crumbles. He tells him to always hold on to this raw passion. Suddenly, a young voice calls out to Dongjin. Gyeongdong and the other kids run over carrying a wooden chest. This is for you, they say, opening the lid. Inside is divine armor. Dongjin repeats the words in utter disbelief. Gyeongdong looks at him with shining expectant eyes, urging him to try it on. The moment Dongjin wears the armor, the kids gasp. It suits you perfectly and looks incredibly cool, they cheer. From behind, Overseer T warns him never to use the black dragon again. He must use his own strength to swing his blade. Dongjin looks confused, protesting that the heavy weapon is impossible to lift alone. The overseer explains the catch. The black dragon power is actively draining his life force and wrecking his physical body. How do you feel right after using that power, he asks. Dongjin instantly recalls the agonizing pain in his shoulder. The overseer continues his analysis. That power does not make the heavy blade lighter. It merely burns through physical stamina. He bluntly points out that Dongjin lacks the necessary muscle mass to wield such a massive weapon naturally. Dongjin immediately fires back, asking why he has to be so brutally honest and harsh about it. Pointing at Gyeongdong and the kids, he asks if they are secretly some kind of professional weightlifters. The overseer explains the real secret. You need divine energy to lift it. Right now, you only have a mortal physical body. He keeps teasing him, saying that despite possessing this body, his physical strength is actually worse than an ordinary human. Do you even work out? He sighs. The overseer then instructs Dongjin to focus all of his energy into his right hand. Dongjin is completely lost, asking how that is even possible. The overseer immediately shows him how it is done. Raising his hand, he tells him to close his eyes, focus his mind, and maximize the senses in his right hand. Realization hits. Now think of the heavy blade, the overseer commands. Dongjin obediently closes his eyes. The overseer watches him. He offers a bit of encouragement, warning that this won't be easy at first. Just keep trying, he says. But surprisingly, Dongjin actually begins to concentrate his inner energy on the first go. His eyes widen in pure disbelief. Did he actually just summon the blade on his very first try? Even the young hero is stunned as the kids erupt in loud cheers. The overseer struggles to comprehend how this happened. Then he realizes the truth. That divine armor has the unique ability to convert any energy source into divine power. The overseer speaks up, explaining that this newly gathered divine power is only a temporary boost for him. It proves his mortal physical body is adapting, though an ordinary human could never pull off a stunt like that. But Dongjin barely listens, happily swinging the incredibly light blade and claiming he does not even need his left hand. Watching him play, the overseer suddenly spots something odd, focusing directly on where Dongjin is gripping the hilt. The blade still retains its original form from when he received it. He has been using it in that state. The overseer falls silent for a brief moment before calling out cautiously, probing the young man about the weapon. Have you ever seen what is wrapped inside that cloth? He asks. Dongjin is confused, asking what cloth he means. The overseer clarifies he is talking about the hilt. Dongjin honestly admits he has never seen it, surprising him. Is there something inside? Dongjin asks. The overseer quickly brushes it off, keeping the mystery hidden. It is nothing, he lies, gesturing to a table piled high with delicious food. Dongjin gasps in pure delight. The overseer informs him that everything is ready and he will send him right home once they finish their meal. Dongjin's gaze turns slightly strange as he glances at him. The rat overseer notices his uneasy expression and asks what is wrong. Does he not like the dish? Startled by the sudden question, Dong-jin gets flustered and stops himself mid-sentence. Staring down at the table before him, he hesitates as a sudden wave of deep emotion wells up within him. It has been ages since anyone prepared a feast for him. Poking at his rice, his gaze drops lower. A memory of a woman gently hugging him flashes through his mind. Dong-jin's voice begins to tremble with emotion. He is reminded of the darkest days of his life. As he scoops some rice, the person next to him speaks. He tells Dong-jin to ask whatever is on his mind. Dong-jin suddenly remembers and asks what the boy's name is. Even a god must have a name while living on Earth, he points out. The rat overseer closes his eyes silent. The deity dismisses the question as unimportant, but Dong-jin strongly disagrees, feeling highly frustrated by the secrecy. After all, he cannot just keep calling a deity a kid. The rat overseer then suggests how Dong-jin can address him. He can simply call him the Grand Overseer, which leaves Dong-jin utterly baffled. The deity then reveals another secret. Despite his childish appearance, he is actually far older in human years, having already inhabited his current body for 28 years. In reality, his true age is over 1,000 years old. This completely shocks Dong-jin, who wonders why he looks so young. He looks like an elementary schooler. The overseer bows his head, explaining that Dong-jin's ancestor drained half his divine power. Hearing this, Dong-jin can hardly believe his own ears. Ignoring the disbelief, the rat overseer calmly continues his story. Though born of a human, his body functions like a spiritual altar. His voice grows heavy, eyes casting down. He has endured 64 seasons, which translates to 16 years. Snapping open a fan, he warns about using divine power. Doing so before the vessel is fully complete would completely destroy his body. He quickly snaps the fan shut again. While his tiny size severely limits his divine abilities, he confirms that his current body is at least fully completed. Hearing this, Dong-jin concludes that the deity will never grow any bigger, which the overseer confirms is true. As the overseer picks up his chopsticks, Dong-jin keeps wondering what his ancestor actually did, speculating on the possibilities. Could it be connected to the brutal family massacre? The rat overseer calmly promises to explain after extracting the black dragon. He urges Dong-jin to eat for now. Hearing the word extraction panics the young man as he realizes something. The black dragon makes up his entire left arm. The rat overseer seizes this moment to scare him further. He warns that losing the limb formed by the black dragon could easily cost him his life, leaving Dong-jin completely terrified. Glancing at Dong-jin, he mentions there might be a way, but insists this is a task he absolutely must do. By the time they finish, the sunset paints the sky in shades of purple. Dong-jin unlocks his door and steps inside. Feeling highly anxious, he notices Jin sitting with his back to the entrance. The overseer's words echo in his mind. He must convince the dragon deity to join his search. Dong-jin calms himself and asks if he has eaten yet. Jin ignores the question and calls his name before demanding to know where he has been all this time. Dong-jin quickly fabricates a logical excuse about trying to earn some extra cash, but it seems Jin already knows the truth. He asks if Dong-jin met with the rat overseer, and the accurate guess completely freezes the young man in his tracks. Casting a sharp gaze, Jin claims he can smell a rat. Back at the overseer's house, a plan had been laid out. This is a task Dong-jin absolutely must execute. He needs to propose that they go search for the dragon together. Utterly baffled, Dong-jin asks for clarification about the dragon, growing concerned about what might happen if his ancestor regains power. What if the ancestor uses that power against him? The rat overseer slowly reassures him that the dragon they find will be safe. It will not belong to Jin. Staring intently at the young man, the deity confirms the power will belong to Dong-jin. Scrambling to remain calm, Dong-jin laughs off the suspicious rat smell comment and prepares to address Jin's question. He explains that he was out catching rats, mockingly praising Jin's sharp nose. This leaves Jin completely taken aback. Stunned, Jin asks if he really went rat hunting. Dong-jin pulls out his phone to show him the job listing. He reads the listing aloud, detailing a job for catching rats and cleaning carcasses for 50,000 won. Jin struggles to understand modern odd jobs, surprised that people pay good money for such gruesome tasks. Dong-jin keeps searching for a way. Proposing a quest to find the dragon right now might immediately arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, Jin remains fascinated by the bizarre job listing, claiming he could easily handle that kind of work himself. He eagerly runs over to ask to tag along next time, catching Dong-jin completely off guard by this request. He needed to earn a living, but he flatly declined. No way. If the old man tagged along, he would just shed dog hair everywhere and create more work. Outside, the sun was slowly setting out of sight. Dong-jin lay on his stomach, scrolling through his phone while calculating his next move. What should he say? He broke a sweat trying to find a good excuse, recalling the previous time he got into trouble. Back then, Jin had asked what went down. That memory sparked a sudden idea in his head. Soon, after Dong-jin called out to Jin, "Great ancestor," he began craftily, "last time you asked what happened, right?" Jin looked slightly displeased, muttering, "Are you only telling me now?" Jin finally revealed his hidden secret. "I almost died, and out of sheer desperation I had to use the Black Dragon's power." Jin gasped in surprise, demanding to know the exact reason why that happened. Jin ignored his question and brought up something else. "Anyway, I am still alive. The kid who helped Sayol defeat the Dharma demon last time came to my rescue." That answer left Jin frozen. He just stared in silence. Jin then began provoking him. What kind of ancestor doesn't even know when his own descendant is in trouble, letting someone else's ancestor save him instead? Jin's face hardened with clear irritation. "Descendant, is this body even yours? You punk, stop whining about that." His voice rasped, emphasizing every word. "Even if you deny it, you are still my descendant. That is a fact." Meanwhile, Jin remembered that a physical vessel could only be formed through descendants of that bloodline. So Jin gave a half-hearted reply, "Fine, whatever you say." Jin grumbled that he was being way too sarcastic. As he kept complaining, Jin cut him off. "There is something I want to ask." He brought up the past. "You said you were sealed, right?" Jin was highly curious. "Did you really forget everything that happened before? Why were you sealed for slaughtering your own clan?" Jin's face fell as he muttered, "I do not know." After a pause, he added, "But one thing is certain, Jin glanced over, waiting for his answer. Jin firmly declared that he was the strongest of the descended earthly branch gods. Highly confident in his own power, he figured they sealed him out of envy. Jin was taken aback by his reaction. As a petty grudge, really why he wiped out his entire clan. Jin felt slightly disappointed. Anyone could say that, but every time trouble starts, he just stands there like a useless screen. What was his next move anyway? Just waiting around to take over Jin's body, right? Jin defensively protested. "I already passed all my power to you. Besides, what could I even do in this tiny animal form?" Jin scoffed, mockingly, noting that it just proved he was weak right now. His words triggered Jin's anger, prompting him to reveal a secret. If he could just reclaim one of his lost powers, the tables would turn completely. Hearing this, Jin paid closer attention inwardly, celebrating his stroke of luck. He casually pried for more details. "Where is this power?" Jin sighed, realizing he had no other option. "We must go search for the dragons immediately." It seemed Jin was willing to cooperate, repeating his words, "Cooperate." Jin clarified that it was not his job, but Jin's duty, suddenly revealing his majestic human form to emphasize his point. The sudden transformation startled Jin, making him flinch back in surprise. Dumbfounded, he stared at the figure before him, completely speechless. Jin smirked mockingly. "Are you scared?" Jin tried to act tough despite stuttering. "Why would I be scared?" Jin wanted to discipline his dear descendant, realizing he had to show his true form occasionally to correct his rude behavior. Soon he pulled a glowing orb from his robes, holding the silver sphere right in front of Jin's face. He instructed him to touch the Yaoiju with his left hand. Still utterly confused, Jin gasped out, "What?" Jin did not give him time to think, urging him to hurry up. Without further hesitation, Jin reached out. The moment his palm touched it, the orb flashed brilliantly, shooting a blinding beam forward that made Jin cry out, "What on earth is this?" Following the light, Jin deduced that the white dragon was much closer than expected. He mapped out a route. If they rode on horseback, they could arrive by dawn. Jin still could not gauge the distance. Jin estimated it was roughly 500 li. Pulling out his phone to convert the distance, Jin realized it was around 200 kilometers. That was quite far. Once he finished searching, he suddenly recalled what the rat inspector had said about a dragon residing at Mount Soy. Back then, Jin had double-checked. To ensure he understood, the rat inspector added that it was the very place where he had trained. Jin asked if it was really there, but it was just the inspector's educated guess based on sensing a divine presence. Theoretically, these entities only appear in sacred safe lands. The rat inspector had insisted that such a sacred place would surely have a guardian deity watching over it. Recalling those words as he stared at the distance on his screen, one name echoed in his mind: Mount Soy. Mount Soyi. Jin explains to Jin that it is the place where he used to train. He asks for his opinion, wondering if he can see it from there. What Jin is not completely sure himself. It might not be it, but looking at this direction and distance, it is the only place he can think of. That seems to be the spot. They should just go check it out. Jin then calculates the travel time, realizing it will not take until tomorrow morning. In fact, it is 3 hours shorter than expected. Jin is surprised by this incredible speed. Jin simply lies back down. Since it is already late, they decide to leave tomorrow. Jin agrees, suggesting they depart after lunch, but Jin immediately objects. Leave after lunch. He has school tomorrow. Jin suddenly remembers, reminding him not to neglect his studies, and asks when he gets dismissed. When do your classes end? Jin gives a rough estimate, but Jin thinks about it for a second and asks him a sly question. Can you just ditch school halfway through? Dong-jin immediately calls out his hypocrisy, asking why he lectured him about studying in the first place. The next morning under the bright sun, Dong-jin finally decides to cut class early anyway. As he walks, he tells himself something crucial. School does not matter when his own life is on the line. He turns back to warn Jin, who is hiding inside his backpack. He tells him to stay absolutely still in there. Jin tells him to relax, but then he spots something interesting inside the bag. He finds some beef jerky and asks if he can eat it. Dong-jin can only sigh in frustration, completely helpless against the greedy dragon. He asks if Jin is a dragon or a pig, muttering that his mouth never stops moving. But just as he finishes speaking, something feels wrong. Danger strikes. A figure drops from above, aiming a brutal dropkick right at his head. He reacts in the nick of time. He raises his arms and blocks the strike. Grimacing, his face is inches away from the attacker, whose cold eyes stare right through him. The girl's gaze is razor-sharp. Realizing her attack was blocked, she kicks off the ground, violently fracturing the asphalt beneath them. Dong-jin watches in terror as she lands gracefully, her hair billowing in the wind. This is no ordinary attacker. She senses a massive energy radiating from him. It is the power of the Black Dragon. She is one of the 12 guardians. The fierce dog guardian immediately barks out a curse, asking if that crazy dragon has lost his mind. Dong-jin can only stare in panic. Utterly confused, he gasps. With a murderous look in her eyes, she swings her blade and screams for him to die. At the last second, Jin suddenly intervenes, barely saving Dong-jin's life. He stands stunned as the old rivalries reignite. Ignoring her missed strike, she spins her twin swords like a hurricane, while Dong-jin screams for her to stop. In the blink of an eye, the cold steel is grazing his skin. Terrified, Dong-jin runs for his life, completely bewildered. What on earth is happening? The dog guardian refuses to let him escape, pursuing him with rocket-like speed. Jin screams out, warning him to look above. When Dong-jin glances back, he sees her descending like a hawk. She descends with twin blades, ready to slice him to pieces. Just when it seems he is done for, something shifts. A dense black aura erupts from his body. Dong-jin is completely shocked by his own power. The tables are turning. He is now effortlessly blocking the relentless onslaught of the bloodthirsty dog guardian. Shocked by his defense, she smirks. Finally showing her true colors, she sneers. With a crazed expression, the dog guardian calls him by his ancient title. Dragon, she screams. Glaring at the terrified boy, she boasts that she will chop his head off once and for all. Realizing things are spiraling out of control, Jin shouts for her to stop, explaining that Dong-jin is just a human. Seeing her intense bloodlust, he quietly adds that he is the actual dragon. The dog guardian frowns in disbelief. She barks back that he is obviously the dragon. Before Dong-jin can process this, she lunges forward in a wild frenzy. Are you playing with me? Dodging her strikes, he screams in vain that he is definitely not the dragon. Jin frowns from the back, shouting that he is the dragon. Hearing him just sit there talking, Dong-jin snaps. You are just sitting safe in the bag talking big, he yells as he runs for his life with her chasing close behind. Her eyes turn icy cold as she murmurs a spell, preparing a devastating finishing blow. A massive explosion erupts. Shatter, she screams. Amidst the deafening blasts, Dong-jin glances back to see her charging at him like a wild beast. She lunges at him like a predator catching prey, slamming her heavy sword into the earth right beside his feet. Her intense glare completely overwhelms him. Dong-jin's pupils contract in sheer shock as he realizes he cannot dodge the next hit. Suddenly, a cloak flutters in the wind. The horse guardian makes a majestic entrance, unleashing an incredibly powerful technique. In the blink of an eye, a heavy suffocating pressure spreads across the battlefield, showcasing his immense strength. Summoning a terrifying cavalry of blue flames, the spectral horses charge forward. They immediately draw their bows, aiming at the enemy. A barrage of lethal blazing arrows rains down relentlessly, targeting the dog guardian from every single direction. Despite being surrounded by the deadly barrage, she miraculously evades every single arrow. Seeing this, the horse guardian raises his fist again. Hold your ground and protect me. At his command, the cavalry instantly surges with power, gripping their weapons tightly. They do not hesitate to drop low, quickly forming a solid shield wall. At this point, the safety of Dong-jin is fully secured and a majestic aura fills the air. With the cavalry perfectly in position, they are ready for any situation. In contrast to the immense tension, the monkey guardian lands with complete ease. Hey, I caught it, the horse guardian happily calls out and even adds a sarcastic thanks. Looks like the superhero is finally here. The dog guardian growls in fury. Erupting like a volcano, she screams out, what do you want, you horse-faced bastard? The horse guardian sighs helplessly at being called horse-headed again, while the monkey guardian right next to him laughs and says it is totally accurate. Suddenly, the dog guardian demands to know if they are on the dragon's side. He just casually responds, why are you so tense? With a freezing gaze, she raises her sword, daring them all to bring it on. The horse guardian calmly tells her to chill. Pointing at Dong-jin, he warns that the kid is human and she almost just killed someone. The dog guardian freezes in shock, repeating a human. Meanwhile, Dongjin looks completely fed up, silently thinking, I really want to go home, forget finding any dragons. But even now, the dog guardian still refuses to believe it. How is that possible? She insists he smells exactly like a dragon. The horse guardian tells her to blow her nose and verify, so she leans in closely, sniffing Dongjin to be sure. Now that the truth is out, she stammers in absolute disbelief. She was completely certain. She smelled a dragon on him and still does. Hearing this, the monkey guardian pulls the small dog out into the light. Well, of course she does, because this old uncle was sitting right behind him. Seeing this, the dog guardian freezes once again, completely speechless. She can only wonder what is going on while the monkey guardian reminds the little dog that he was just yelling earlier. At that, the little dog finally speaks up, announcing, I am the dragon. Watching this ridiculous situation, the horse guardian rolls on the ground, laughing hysterically. While they laugh, Dongjin stands there with a dark, tense face. Amidst all the teasing, they point out it is not even a native dog, but a French bulldog. The dog guardian is bewildered. Is this dog the dragon soon? Her mouth slowly curls into a grin. She bursts into loud laughter, pointing at him mockingly and calling it peak comedy. She asks if he still looks down on dogs now that he has turned into one. The dragon seriously snaps back, when did I ever look down on dogs? But the dog guardian just cuts him off, telling him to shut it. Dongjin can only look on, completely helpless. As her laughter echoes, this must be absolute karma. Dongjin speaks up, suggesting she should apologize first since she almost killed someone. Since she is still standing there frozen, he bluntly asks no apology. Put on the spot, she stammers defensively, asking why she should apologize when he is the one who caused the misunderstanding. Dongjin snaps back. Didn't I tell you from the start? Still, she stubbornly argues that he should have been clearer. Dongjin reiterates that he absolutely did. Down below, the dragon lets out a pretty sly, mocking laugh. But she stubbornly insists it is his fault for carrying the dragon's aura. By now, her face is as red as a tomato, and her voice is trembling. Fed up, Dongjin asks if gods simply do not know how to apologize. At that, she completely deflates and paces around in frustration. Dongjin can only stare, muttering a quick holy crap. The horse guardian steps in, apologizing on her behalf due to some complicated past history. Then, with a bright, friendly smile, he warmly introduces himself as the horse guardian of the heavenly court. His enthusiastic voice adds that his earthly name is O, and asks for his name. Dongjin hesitantly replies, I am Dongjin. At that, the horse guardian jokes about his name sounding like dragon. Done with all this drama, Dongjin bows and thanks them for the help, adding that they must leave. Left hanging, the horse guardian blankly asks if he is really too busy to shake hands. Just then, the dragon next to him speaks up, declaring they are on a quest to find the real dragon. He fiercely adds, once I regain my true power, I am going to crush your noses. Hearing this, the horse guardian instinctively covers his nose. With a gloomy face, the dragon mutters about his mood being fantastic. Dongjin cuts in, telling his great-grandfather, it is time to go. He suggests heading home to put away the giant blade first, but the old dragon insists it is better to bring it along. Dongjin looks at him totally bewildered, asking how on earth he is supposed to carry a giant blade on a bus. Just then, the monkey guardian chimes in, telling him to hand it over. In an instant, the massive weapon is in his hands. Using his mystical arts, the monkey guardian works some magic successfully, shrinking the giant blade down right before a horrified Dongjin. To show off even more, he triggers the power again, instantly expanding the blade back to its original size. With a grin, the monkey guardian tosses it back, warning him to use it carefully. Left utterly stunned, Dongjin asks how to activate it. At this point, Guardian Ingo starts teasing Dongjin again, asking if he is struggling because he lacks divine power. Holding it is already making the monkey guardian's hands sore. Shin quickly steps in to correct Ingo, declaring his name is Shin. Engo cuts in, reminding everyone that Shin is actually one of the 12 Zodiac gods. Suddenly, Shin leans in close to Dongjin to whisper. After mentioning that the rat likely explained the sphere's usage, Shin pats the boy's shoulder, warning him never to use his left power. His voice suddenly carries a dark, menacing edge as he delivers the warning. Afterward, Shin turns around to ask No why he is still here. Ingo cheekily replies that he wants to tag along because it looks like fun, even asking Shin if he wants to join them. Shin flatly rejects the offer, saying he is incredibly busy, unlike the idle horse god. Just as they are bickering, Jin suddenly speaks up. Frowning deeply, Jin asks Ngo why on earth he is following them. This completely catches the horse guardian off guard as he stumbles over his words. Jin wonders if there is a hidden scheme, but No calmly asks if the dragon god seriously plans on taking a public bus. Ingo snaps his fan open, summoning his spectacular blue flame cavalry. He boasts that riding with his Pegasus will get them anywhere in 5 minutes. With a smug grin, he offers them a ride on his Pegasus taxi. Meanwhile, a heavy, exhausted breath echoes through the majestic forest. Deep within the quiet woods, a massive tiger panting in sheer terror can be seen, its eyes wide with absolute dread. The serene silence of the beautiful woods is instantly shattered by the trio's chaotic energy. A thick trail of smoke marks their path. After tearing through the sky, they finally land. No eagerly announces their arrival, but Jin quickly points out a major issue. Jin reminds him that their destination is actually the very top of the mountain. Nu casually shrugs, saying they will walk. Ngo snaps his fingers, making his magnificent blue horse vanish into thin air. He claims this is what a real adventure is all about. Dong Jin can only stare in sheer disbelief. He mutters that these busy gods should stop playing around and focus on their search. Injo playfully pushes back, boasting that while the others might be swamped with duties, he has all the free time in the world. The peaceful forest remains completely still as the trio begins their steep climb. Out of nowhere, Ngo breaks the silence. He asks Dong Jin if he plays League of Legends. When a confused Dong Jin asks what No inquires if he plays any games. Dong Jin gives a flat, no prompting no to ask about League. The boy shuts him down again, saying he does not play. Surprised, No asks why. Dong Jin simply explains that his family does not own a computer, so No suggests visiting a PC cafe. Dong Jin retorts that it is a complete waste of money. Inzu is baffled, wondering if the kid does not even play mobile games. When Dong Jin confirms he does not know, dramatically wonders what the boy even lives for. Dong Jin calmly replies that he just gets by. Unexpectedly, No suggests that the boy should just move in with them, promising that they have their very own gaming room. Noticing the boy's confusion, No clarifies that the place actually belongs to the monkey god they met earlier, who has plenty of space. Since their sacred duty is to protect humanity, No figures the monkey god will easily agree, but Dong Jin instantly rejects the offer. The boy declines, making Ingo wonder if Dong Jin actually despises him. Dong Jin just keeps his cool and calls his feelings normal. The horse guardian is highly intrigued by this and demands an explanation, leaving the poor kid feeling completely exhausted from all the talking. Dong Jin begs him to stop asking because he is already bone-tired. Right then, an incredibly worn-out Jin calls out to them. Jin weakly instructs the boy to stretch out his left hand. Dong Jin gasps, asking the dragon god why he looks so beat up. As the boy complies, Ingo cannot help but poke fun at Jin for looking so incredibly pathetic and weak after a simple trek. Suddenly, a hand is placed onto the mysterious sphere in Dong Jin's grasp, causing the magical artifact to emit a brilliant light. A vibrant beam of light shoots directly forward, guiding their way. Jin groans that they still have quite a long walk ahead. Exhausted, the dragon god asks Dong Jin to carry him, complaining that his temporary human body is awkwardly shaped with stubby legs. Dong Jin retorts that Jin is only heavy because he eats like a pig. From behind, No continues to tease them mercilessly. Jin snaps back, telling the boy he should have worked out more since he can barely even lift a basic weapon. Dong Jin quickly fires back that he can hold it just fine now. A flustered Jin instantly tells him to shut his mouth. Jin ends up stuffed inside Dong Jin's backpack with a grumpy expression, while No proudly boasts that they would be doomed without him. Dong Jin sarcastically apologizes as the three of them suddenly find themselves standing right at the edge of a massive cliff. Ngo questions if they are even on the right path or if they need to somehow climb directly over the giant boulders. Jin leaps down and utilizes his heightened senses to sniff out a hidden path, prompting Ingo to mock him for acting like a dog. Ignoring the tease, Jin trusts his sharp instincts and jumps straight forward. No gasps in surprise, realizing they might have actually arrived. Ingo and Dong Jin push through the thick bushes only to find Jin staring at a strange black shape. Dong Jin mutters in confusion. Jin quickly corrects him, explaining that the dark creature is a powerful spiritual beast. Suddenly, massive razor-sharp claws emerge from the shadows. It is Du Chan. Bowing respectfully, he says it is an honor to meet the Grand Inspectors. He formally introduces himself as their guardian. The guardian of this peak, Du Chan. Hearing this, Jin questions if he is really the mountain god, noting his fragile state. The mountain god calmly reassures them. This weakness is just the price of a ruined forest and a completely broken ecosystem. With the mountain ecosystem broken, Du Chan quickly gets to the point, asking what brings such high officials all the way out here. Jin immediately answers that they are looking for something. Du Chan responds that if it is something he knows, he will gladly help. He eagerly offers to guide them and asks what they seek. Jin explains that since the guardian slept on this mountain for so long, he must have seen the white dragon pass by. At the mention of the dragon, Du Chan hesitates, repeating the legendary beast's name. Turning around, he admits he lacks solid leads on the white dragon, but he has something else to show them. With that, the guardian leads the way, telling them to follow. Grand Inspector Ingo beside them remarks that this trip was not wasted. Du Chan guides them to a massive stone slab. No playfully jokes, asking if that giant rock is supposed to be the white dragon. He even pulls out his phone to snap a photo. Suddenly, Grand Inspector Ingo turns to the young boy. In-go asks Dong-jin to add him as a friend, but Dong-jin coldly rejects him, leaving In-go feeling completely defeated and frustrated. Wondering why the kid is so dry, the mountain god gently whispers that this sacred stone has been here since his birth. Du-chan explains that it glows with a white light at night. Seeing Jin frown in deep thought, the guardian asks a question. He wonders if the stone is connected to their search. Suddenly, Jin calls out to Dong-jin, signaling him to step up. Understanding the cue, the boy pulls out the mysterious orb, but this time it fails to emit the brilliant light from before. Confused by the sudden silence of the artifact, Dong-jin mutters that the light is gone while Jin remains quiet and contemplative. Is this the right place or not? Just then, a flock of birds suddenly screeches and scatters as a violent wind sweeps in. Feeling the heavy aura, Grand Inspector En-go hesitates. This eerie storm is a clear sign that something massive is about to appear. No wonders if the legendary white dragon is finally arriving. Suddenly, Du-chan senses danger, and in the blink of an eye, a heavy metal chain flies out, instantly binding Dong-jin. The terrified boy glances back to see a mysterious figure in the shadows. Emerging from the darkness is a masked assailant. Dong-jin gasps in pure panic, recognizing the mask as the attacker yanks the chain. The masked foe drags him back, but Du-chan leaps forward with bared fangs. He snaps the chains, freeing the boy. Dong-jin stumbles from the impact, but En-go quickly grabs the loose end of the chain, wrapping his arms around the boy. En-go grins, praising the enemy's effort, and looks down to ask Dong-jin if he is okay. But the boy is completely pale. Dong-jin's face drains of color because the one holding him is not No. Realizing the boy is missing from his grip, En-gyo looks down in shock to find himself holding the masked attacker instead. Even the mountain god is utterly stunned. Jin watches in sheer disbelief, his worry peaking, while Dong-jin remains frozen in terror at what is right in front of him. Peering closely, the boy stares into a terrifying mouth dripping with blood. The beast Hode has snatched him in a horrifying display. Facing the monstrous beast, Grand Inspector En-go shouts in fury, demanding to know how the bastard switched places so quickly. Jin cannot help but snap at No, asking if he simply missed his target. Suddenly, the beast shifts direction. The monster flees into the woods with the boy. Realizing things are going south, En-go roars out, ordering him to stop. Suddenly, the masked assailant breaks free from En-go's grasp, leaping forward as two more masked accomplices materialize out of nowhere. Gripping his hilt, No channels his raging spiritual energy and drives his blade deep into the earth with a confident smirk. He whispers a spell to summon the heavenly Pegasus cavalry. Instantly, an elite squad of spectral riders materializes before him. En-gyo orders his rearguard to protect the others, then mounts his steed with sword in hand, ready for battle. Commanding his vanguard to follow, En-go charges forward. The masked enemy yells to block them, but En-go leaps right over their heads. Recovering from the shock, one of the assailants shouts to pursue him. But the rearguard is not about to let them pass. Two heavy spears clash to block the path held by the cavalry units left behind. They stand tall, keeping the enemy at bay. As leaves rustle in the fierce wind, the swift beast Hode weaves through the dense trees like a gale, carrying the boy. Dong-jin is pinned tightly under its arm. Gritting his teeth, he struggles to move but finds himself completely paralyzed. Remembering the sacred robe inside his bag, he is determined to pull it out, struggling inch by inch to break free. He has to rely on the dark power in his left arm. Suddenly, his eyes widen, his pupils turning blood red. A dark energy swirls around him as he recalls a warning from the Grand Inspector about the danger of this power. If he continues using the Black Dragon's dark energy, he will lose himself completely. Gritting his teeth, his pale face contorts in pain. Someone calls out his name. Dong-jin lets out a groan. Inspector En-go has finally caught up to Hode, galloping at full speed. No smirks with absolute confidence, telling the target to stay right there. Realizing his pursuer has caught up, Hode speeds up even more. Griping his sword hilt, En-go channels spiritual energy into the blade. He charges forward at lightning speed, unleashing a devastating strike. The clean cut severs the enemy's arm. Hode's eyes widen in agony as his limb is sliced off, instantly losing all strength. His grip fails, causing Dong-jin to cry out in terror. Jin, riding atop Do-chan, guides the beast to sweep in and catch him. They make a safe landing on the ground. Meanwhile, blood erupts from Hode's severed shoulder as his eyes flash with a dark light. A mysterious blue flame suddenly consumes the severed arm. In an instant, Hode loses his balance and begins to collapse. The giant falls to the ground. Inspector En-go and his cavalry surround him, wondering if the beast is already dead. Before they can gather any clues, Hode lies completely motionless, his severed shoulder throbbing. But suddenly, his remaining hand reaches out. He snatches his own severed arm from the ground and slowly stands back up, opening his mouth wide to reveal razor-sharp fangs. He shoves the severed limb straight into his own mouth. Inspector En-go watches in absolute horror as the monster begins eating itself. He devours his own arm, dark blood dripping down his chin in a grotesque feast, proving that you really are what you eat. Within seconds, a brand new arm sprouts right out of his shoulder. Witnessing this freak show firsthand, Eno can barely believe his eyes. He mutters a curse as Hodai stands tall once again. Go keeps his guard up, though he finds this bizarre creature strangely fascinating. This guy is seriously gross. Meanwhile, the forest leaves rustle violently from the massive shockwaves of a high-speed chase. Duchan darts through the woods carrying Dongjin and Jin. High up in the branches, a masked bandit lies in wait. He lunges as soon as they appear, but Do-chan has incredible reflexes. Sensing the threat, the beast swiftly dodges the ambush. Dongjin turns pale as the masked bandits surround them. To save face after missing one, mockingly asks if they are surprised. The enemies block their path with a smug grin, claiming that absolutely nobody knows these mountains better than they do. The leader's expression darkens, warning them that escape is impossible. They are completely trapped in the palm of his hand. Just then, the royal cavalry arrives in the nick of time, shielding the young master on both sides as the bandits curse. The outlaws complain loudly as even more royal guards arrive, while elsewhere Hodai reaches behind his back, preparing to draw his own weapon. Unsheathing a massive mace, his eyes glow as he charges. The cavalry draws their bows, but Hodai rushes forward without hesitation. He ignores the volley of arrows, swinging his mace violently at Inspector Nago. Luckily, the commander manages to dodge just in time. His heavy weapon completely shatters the earth, but a hidden chain suddenly extends from the handle, allowing Hodai to swing it once more. No gasps in pure shock at the surprise trick, muttering that people really do love long and heavy things. The brutal force knocks Ingo clean off his saddle. He crashes to the dirt with a painful groan as the mace lands nearby. Clutched in Hodai's grip, the weapon drips with blood as Inspector Ingo clutches his injured arm, his excitement rising despite the pain. He realizes it is actually a long-range weapon. In the blink of an eye, Hodai retracts the chain, pulling the mace back. Converting the mace back into a deadly melee weapon, Hodai grips the shaft tightly and channels his immense physical power. His eyes flash a menacing red as his arms move with terrifying speed, triggering a massive shockwave throughout the forest. The nearby masked bandits freeze mid-combat. Jin and Do-chan glance over, only to witness a horrific sight. The royal cavalry is literally melting away. Seeing his opponents dissolve into blue embers, the bandit leader stands frozen. The leader mockingly giggles, claiming that Jin's side has definitely lost, but Jin frowns in disbelief, refusing to accept it. The commander defeated impossible. Before Jin can even finish his sentence, the masked thug jumps in and ruthlessly cuts him off. Calling them a mere brat and two dogs, the bandit raises his chain and points it directly at them, demanding their immediate surrender. Suddenly, a dark cloak fluttering in the wind catches the bandit's attention, and Jin also turns his gaze toward the sound. A hand reaches out to reveal a small metal rod that begins to glow brightly, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy around them. Jin turns his head in shock as the miniature rod suddenly transforms into a massive blade. Dongjin stands ready. Clad in a dark cloak, he raises the giant weapon defensively, leaving Jin and Do-chan completely stunned by the sight. The bandits burst into mockery, asking what on earth he is trying to do as they gossip among themselves. Scoffing at his defiance, one of the masked bandits points at Dongjin, asking if he truly fails to grasp the dire situation. He brags that he could beat the boy with a single toe, claiming Dongjin is not even a fraction of Engo. The thug continues his mockery, declaring that staring at a wall would be far more entertaining than actually fighting a weakling like him. His partner chimes in with a sadistic grin, suggesting that bullying the kid might actually be quite amusing. The angry masked man snarls a warning for him to stop acting like a hero, saying someone of his level can never beat them. Hearing their constant nagging only makes Dongjin feel incredibly annoyed. They tell him to surrender quietly, claiming that is the absolute best way to protect everyone else and the only thing he can actually do. But Dongjin cuts the masked men off, demanding to know why they are trying to capture him. One slacker in the group casually replies that they have no idea and are just following orders. Dongjin presses further, demanding to know who their leader is. The masked man's face darkens with rage as he snaps that he doesn't need to know. Another one, standing nearby, quickly scolds him for speaking so freely. But then another masked thug offers a deal, telling him to come along quietly with them or else his lovely teammates will get eliminated one by one. The thug then glares over at the swollen faces of Do-cheon and Jin, mocking that they look less like cute allies and more like actual monsters. Suddenly, the masked thug swings a heavy chain, telling him to drop his blade first. The thick iron links slam violently against Dongjin's weapon, leaving Dongjin struggling to withstand the impact. Frustrated by the boy's sheer defiance, the thug grumbles in anger. The thug's expression darkens with a dangerous intensity, suddenly recalling a warning from their masked leader. If they push him too far, the black dragon might actually emerge. Staring at the boy standing defiant before him, a spark of anticipation begins to grow inside him. If this works, he might finally get a chance to see that mythical black dragon. Meanwhile, in the quiet forest, rustling leaves break the silence as a blood-stained mace slams into the dirt. The brutal clash between Hode and Ngo Daegam rages on, with the beast's body covered in charred burns from Ngo Daegam's arrows. Panting heavily, Ngo Daegam realizes things are looking bad. Damn it, the spell failed. Resting his hands on his knees, he desperately searches for a plan. Since they are cornered, he needs to wrap this up fast. Hode pauses as Ngo Daegam suddenly calls out with a confession. Smirking, the warrior admits that he was holding back his true power just to keep his conjured soldiers active. Swings his sword with a smug grin. He asks if the beast understands what that means before pointing his blade and declaring that it is time to witness his genuine strength. Stepping forward, Ngo Daegam activates his spell as the atmosphere turns heavy around them. His playful attitude vanishes, completely replaced by a cold, hardened expression as the warrior instantly flashes forward. In the blink of an eye, he delivers a clean slash directly to Hode's neck, severing the head and mocking that without a head, the monster cannot eat itself to regenerate. He closes his eyes and prepares to sheath his sword, as the giant body begins to wobble behind him. Assuming a natural regeneration might still be possible, he decisively clicks his blade into place. Whispering the command for blue flames, Ngo Daegam unleashes a wave of spiritual energy that completely envelops the wound, as the blue flames burn everything to ash. Glancing at the beast's severed body, he feels a sudden pang of regret. He notes he should have interrogated him first, but with Yong currently in grave danger, he had to act fast. Suddenly, the beast begins to move, raising a massive hand to swipe away the burning flesh that was scorched by the spiritual flames. This shocking sight leaves Ngo Daegam completely horrified. To his absolute horror, a brand new head begins rapidly sprouting from the neck. In mere seconds, Hode's head is completely restored without a single scratch. This leads the warrior to realize that he is dealing with a high-level beast. As the monster drools, Ngo Daegam mutters that he originally planned to play around and leave. But clutching his own bleeding arm, he starts to question if he can truly finish this. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, the ringing clash of metal echoes out as two swords collide, piercing the air. Jin pours every ounce of his strength into battling the masked mercenary who mocks him for being incredibly weak before launching himself forward and knocking the boy back, telling him he stands absolutely zero chance. Jin crashes hard onto the ground, and before he can even scramble to his feet, a sharp blade points at his throat. Standing over him, the mercenary demands he summon the black dragon before he decides to hack off his limbs one by one. Fighting such a weakling is nothing but boring torture. Jin grits his teeth on pure terror, unable to speak. Another masked thug sighs, grumbling that the kid does not realize they are holding back. He suggests tying up the host of the dragon and escaping before any reinforcements show up. Right at their feet, Jin and Du Qian are bound tightly in heavy chains, unable to even budge. Panicking inside, Jin desperately wonders how to escape this mess, while Jin recklessly charges forward again. Watching him, Jin hesitates, wondering if his current canine form can handle the strain of using his powers. He then calls out, asking Du Qian to confirm his name. Meanwhile, a blinding current of raw electricity erupts all around Jin. Jin instructs him to take the boy and escape once he unleashes his energy, but Du Qian begs him not to do it, warning him that his temporary vessel is far too weak. Du Qian warns that unleashing such force could easily destroy him. "Let me try," he says. "Don't push too hard." The old man pauses, asking how he knows that. Du Qian looks ahead, silent. He glances at Jin, who is getting thrashed in the distance. Is that not where the Grand Inspector belongs? Seeing him take a beating but refuse to give up makes Du Qian feel a bit conflicted. He had been feeling uneasy for some time now. Du Qian speaks softly, as if sharing a secret about being born and existing in a place where one is not allowed to be. He mutters those last words to himself, wondering what that thing really is. Meanwhile, Jin lies defeated on the ground. Beaten and defenseless, he still tightly grips his sword. As Jin struggles to stand, the masked figure speaks up once again. The masked man mocks him, saying his outer shell might surpass humanity, making Jin tremble with rage at the sheer insult. He calls him a weakling on the inside, relentlessly tearing down his pride. The masked man knows exactly where to strike, mocking him that his power is completely useless. Jin collapses onto the ground, his hands balled into tight, frustrated fists. His expression darkens. Deep down, he knows fighting this monster without using his black dragon power was always a losing battle. Jin clenches his fists even tighter at the thought. Meanwhile, deep within the darkness, the black dragon's eyes slowly open. A deadly red gleam shines as Jin suddenly snaps his eyes open. His pupils turn crimson, signaling a powerful awakening. Someone gasps in shock, wondering if that power belongs to Jin. Right beside them, Jin quickly steps in to warn them. He warns them to watch their mouths, staring intently forward. He already knows better. Jin lets out a low, confident smirk. With a completely transformed aura, Jin suddenly slams his own head onto the ground, leaving the masked man stunned. Sweat dripping down his face, Dong-jin looks up with a look of pure determination. Jin speaks softly behind him. He proudly declares that Dong-jin is his grandson. Instantly, powerful sparks of electricity begin to crackle around Jin's body. Hearing Jin's voice, Du-jun looks over. Jin's words ring out with absolute resolve, vowing to protect his beloved grandson. The air suddenly turns icy cold. Nearby rocks begin to glow as a violent gale erupts. Dong-jin recalls his grandfather's words, the unyielding, death-defying determination that Grand Inspector Rat spoke of. Dong-jin reminds himself to never forget that resolve. He clenches his fist tightly. He must win this. Dong-jin raises his sword, knowing that defeat is simply not an option. Even in a 3-on-1 battle, he pumps himself up, confident that he still holds the upper hand. The masked man is speechless. Dong-jin has clearly realized their goal is to capture him alive, giving him a distinct advantage. His eyes burn with determination. He will find a way out even if it kills him, catching the masked man completely off guard. The masked fighter scoffs, rushing forward to sever his legs instead. Dong-jin's expression grows grim as the attack closes in. This masked opponent is incredibly dangerous, but mid-clash, her sword suddenly shatters into pieces, leaving her utterly dazed. She stares in confusion as a sudden protective barrier shields Dong-jin. That's when they realize Jin has finally arrived. Furious, the veteran warrior steps directly into the fray. The massive impact kicks up a thick cloud of dust. With a single devastating punch, Jin knocks Ho-rin flat. Another enemy is sent crashing down, writhing in pain. Unleashing his signature heavenly chi, his power explodes with the White Dragon fist, forcing the masked leader to scramble back. Cornered and panicked, she realizes she is completely trapped. But right then a chain suddenly whips out of nowhere. The chain wraps around the masked fighter and her two allies quickly drag her away before Jin can finish them. Still dazed by the chaotic rescue, her eyes lock onto Jin. He looks absolutely furious after their blatant provocation. A cold shiver runs down her spine under Jin's piercing glare. Elsewhere, Grand Inspector No struggles to pull himself up. Surveying the brutal devastation around him, he groans about how exhausting this is. He is completely sick of this. Staring at Hodi's smug face only fuels his anger. The bastard's constant smirking is really starting to get on his nerves. It seems the more he slashes, the more thrilled the enemy gets. Inspector Ingo tightens his grip on his sword, but that last exchange taught him something. Staring forward, he realizes that if his theory is correct, there must be a way. Looking for a chance to strike back, he searches for a vital weakness. His expression hardens with absolute focus. If the monster had infinite regeneration, there would be no need to defend. Yet, he's actively blocking his strikes. Desperately blocking with his limbs proves there is a weak spot. It's time to put his theory to the test. Lunging forward with his blue flame technique, No attacks, but Hode easily intercepts the blow with his thick hide. The sword gets stuck in his dense flesh. No laughs in excitement. Sure enough, the monster retaliates in rage. Ngo dodges just in time, leaping back to maintain a safe distance. He starts taunting his opponent about his navel. Is that your weak spot? He mocks. No prepares to pierce right through it. But right at that moment, Mikyu suddenly appearing, she tells them to stop. Her sudden intrusion into the fight leaves Inspector No completely frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Miju continues to step closer to him. Blinded by pure rage, he spins around to launch an attack. However, she effortlessly glides down to the ground. Miju reaches out her hand to gently caress Hodai. Hey, sweetie, she coos with a gentle smile. I told you to bring him back, not to start a fight. Her voice is incredibly calm as she tells him it is late and time to go. Before leaving, Miju glances back at Inspector Ingo. Hey, handsome, she calls out, and blows him a playful kiss, promising to meet again soon. The moment those words leave her lips, both of them instantly vanish. Remembering what just happened, Inspector Ingo smiles and mutters that she was absolutely spot on. Meanwhile, Dong-jin stands there completely dazed, staring in silence as Kangji Ang-yan suddenly appears right in front of him. My grandson, the old man says, a highly smug and victorious grin spreading across his face. Of course, I have to protect you, Jin says, staring straight into Dong-jin's eyes. How could he possibly hand his grandson over to any other ancestor? Even the old man has to admit that was one impressive showdown. He is shocked Dong-jin fought without relying on the Black Dragon, though his grin looks slightly creepy. Good job, Jin praises before suddenly calling for White Dragon. The dragon instantly responds, ready to serve, leaving Dong-jin utterly baffled. A dragon that can actually talk, Jin ignores his shock and commands the beast. Tell me, he demands, his voice trembling slightly with uncharacteristic tension. What exactly happened back when I was sealed? It is the first time the old man has looked this serious, prompting Dong-jin to remember something. He recalls Chief Z's dark warning about slaughtering an entire clan with that very power. White Dragon falls into a long, heavy silence, refusing to speak. It explains that it cannot reveal the truth, reminding Jin that he must remember it on his own. Meanwhile, Dong-jin just listens in absolute silence. The dragon adds that it must carefully evaluate Jin's choice to lock away those memories. Jin glares back with deep confusion, demanding to know what choice. Suddenly, Inspector Ingo walks into the area clutching his badly injured arm. He casually asks if Jin has already regained his lost power after all this. Jin looks at him coldly and immediately starts judging. "Why do you look so absolutely miserable?" he asks, not holding back his sharp criticism. The commander of the Heavenly Army reduced to this pathetic state, his opponent must have been a monster. Inspector No merely grunts in response. Skipping the small talk, a deeply puzzled Jin addresses the group in a flat, neutral tone, asking how they all became so incredibly weak. Inspector No scratches his head sheepishly, admitting he got a bit too careless. Since the world is at peace, there's barely any need for power. He quickly urges everyone to head home since the job is done, complaining loudly that his injured arm is hurting like absolute hell. He calls out for them to pack up and get moving. However, Dong Jin speaks up, asking what they should do about the mountain god. Inspector Enjo raises an eyebrow in confusion, but Dong Jin nods, explaining the deity is nowhere to be found. Unbothered, Enjo assumes the god simply went home. He complains about his stomach, growling with hunger, smiling as he suggests they just wave goodbye to the mountain from afar and head out. As evening begins to fall, Inspector No looks at Dong Jin with a sigh, expressing his deep regret that he has to leave so soon. Dong Jin politely thanks him for the ride, but the inspector playfully adds that he would absolutely love to crash at their place for the night. Dong Jin instantly shuts him down coldly, telling him to go home. No chuckles, promising he will visit next time when he is feeling much better. Dong Jin repeats his cold rejection as Inspector Ingo finally departs, waving goodbye after a fun day. Meanwhile, Jin rushes straight inside the house. He loudly demands that dinner be served immediately. Suddenly, Dong Jin feels his backpack wiggling, instantly reminding him of a very important detail. Staring at the moving bag, he hesitates for a moment before deciding to unzip it. The bizarre sight waiting inside leaves him completely speechless. Dong Jin stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how on earth Du Chan ended up inside. He can only blink at the boy's strange ears. Du Chan stares right back at everyone with a perfectly calm expression. Dong Jin quietly comments that he had no idea the deity could shrink like this. A bit later, a deeply perplexed Dong Jin finally asks him to explain why exactly he decided to tag along and follow them all the way home. Du Chan calmly declares that he has grown rather interested in him, asking if that surprises him. Dong Jin merely sits down right in front of him. He asks if Du Chan is just abandoning his duty to protect the mountain. Du Chan explains that White Dragon's blessing is more than enough to guard it now. Jin looks highly skeptical, pointing out that the beast was born and raised there. Du Chan calmly explains to both of them that leaving the nest is only natural when the time comes. He believes this is his moment. His voice remains exceptionally calm as he looks toward the old man. He admits he is highly curious about the connection between Jin and Dong Jin. However, Dong Jin is quick to shoot down any ideas of hosting him. He apologizes, explaining their house is already packed with one furry monster. But Du Chan smoothly cuts him off, telling him not to worry. The deity promises he will not cause any trouble, explaining he plans to reside on the mountain right behind Dong Jin's house. Just then, Du Chan's stomach lets out a loud growl. Dong Jin sighs and stands up, wondering what wolves eat. He assumes dog food should do the trick. The wolf deity sheepishly apologizes, admitting he has not eaten since yesterday. Seeing Dong Jin search the cabinets, Jin scolds him for wasting food they cannot afford. He tells the mountain god to go hunt and feed himself. Du Chan merely nods in understanding, showing no signs of being offended by the harsh words. Dong Jin frowns and calls the old man out for being so incredibly ungrateful after receiving help. He turns back to continue his search. Wondering if beef jerky is fine, Dong Jin keeps rummaging. Seeing this, Jin panics and quickly hides all of his precious secret food stash. None of these will do. Du Chang sighs, calling out to the boy he finds rather curious. "What is your name?" He slowly introduces himself as Dong Jin, but the deity immediately orders him to just feed him whatever Dong Jin is having tonight. Dong Jin is completely speechless. He warns that animals cannot eat human food. At that, the creature flips midair, instantly morphing into a human. Du Chang calmly asks if this works, prompting Dong Jin to pull out a pack of sausages, offering them as a grand gift. But after a second, he suggests just cooking some instant ramen instead. Du Chang's face completely drops. Instant ramen? Isn't that a bit too luxurious? Dong Jin scoffed at the idea of ramen being fancy. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of noodles are ready. Du Chang highly praises the meat broth, expecting an absolutely divine flavor. Taking his very first bite, Du Chang is blown away, shouting that it is insanely delicious. Dong Jin is just glad it suits his taste. But while they eat ancestor, Jin suddenly transforms into a human, coldly demanding a bowl for himself. Dong Jin immediately complains, grumbling about how small their tiny apartment already is. He points out that human food still upsets his dog's stomach. Did he already forget the diarrhea from last time? The ancestor casually brushes it off, asking what the toilet is even for. Later that night, Dong-jin tells mountain deity Do-chang to leave. Do-chang obediently agrees to head out, but Dong-jin hands him a blanket, telling him to stay since it is already late. This makes Ancestor Jin furious, asking why they are hosting guests in a tiny place. Dong-jin calmly asks which of Do-chang's forms is real. Do-chang explains that both are his true self. Dong-jin then asks if that means he knows how to wash himself. Do-chang confidently nods, so Dong-jin tells him to hit the shower because he smells heavily of wet dog. He even admits the smell almost made him throw up during dinner. Do-chang apologizes with a nod and heads to the bathroom. While Do-chang washes up, Dong-jin and Ancestor Jin are on their phones. Dong-jin suddenly remembers something and looks at Jin. He wonders how he can absorb the white dragon when it has already possessed his ancestor in the first place. He recalls asking Grand Inspector Z if he could obtain it, totally shocked by the idea of housing two dragons inside himself. The inspector explained the plan to use the new dragon to craft a left arm replacing the dangerous black dragon. He casually added that literally any other dragon would be safer than the purely destructive power of the black dragon. Shaking off the memory, Dong-jin mutters to himself that the white dragon is definitely the safer choice. He suddenly blurts out asking his ancestor to trade dragons. Jin turns to look at him like he has lost his mind. Sitting up quickly on the bed, Dong-jin begs the white dragon directly to become his new left arm. But the dragon coldly refuses, leaving him utterly stunned as it explains its pride as the dragon deity's divine power. The spirit refuses to dwell within a weak human who possesses such low divine energy and willpower. The ancestor calmly chimes in, suggesting that sealing the chaotic black dragon inside a weak human is actually a brilliant idea. Dong-jin can hardly believe his ears, demanding to know what they just said. He was asking for a favor, but the dragon flatly turns him down, saying it will not help him. It does offer to slap the black dragon if it ever gets out of line, warning him to keep it contained. Dong-jin is completely speechless at this absurd response. Just then, Jin asks if Grand Inspector Z suggested this trade. Before Dong-jin can explain that the black dragon always runs wild, while the white dragon seemed easier to deal with. The ancestor gets highly annoyed, asking if Dong-jin thinks he is an idiot. Jin then demands to know where he got that sword hilt. Dong-jin casually claims he bought it off a second-hand shopping app. Staring him down, Jin pulls out Grand Inspector Z's official robes, asking if he bought those online too. Totally cornered, Dong-jin begins to stutter, completely unable to come up with a believable excuse. Jin clearly remembers Grand Inspector Z wearing these exact clothes back in the day, making him absolutely certain. Realizing he is busted, Dong-jin stays quiet, while Jin guesses that his divine powers were also taught by the inspector. Annoyed, Dong-jin finally snaps, admitting that yes, the inspector taught him everything and asking what of it. The ancestor quickly backs down, saying he was just asking out of simple curiosity. He softly adds that Dong-jin does not need to hide it. Seeing him look so dejected completely catches the boy off guard. Jin sighs, confessing he doesn't know what past sins made the other inspectors despise him so much. With a pleading voice, he begs Dong-jin not to shut him out, adding that Grand Inspector Z was always the kindest. He forces a gentle smile, telling Dong-jin to learn as much as he can from such a wise deity. So many words are coming from him. Dong-rin silently listens. Though he is quite stubborn and cold, he is actually very caring. So do not take it to heart. Right then, Du Chao suddenly pops up. He apologizes to Dong-rin, asking if things are too confusing. He explains that he apparently used up all the water. Dong-rin is speechless, telling him to stop talking nonsense and grab a towel. He adds that there was only a tiny puddle. Dong-rin's face instantly drops. A puddle? Do not tell me you wash your hair. In the toilet bowl, Do Chao still has no clue what he means. Meanwhile, nearby Warden Rat is deeply focused on reading, but the crying nearby is really annoying him. He glares at Warden Horse, who is whining about possibly having contracted tetanus. Warden Horse keeps muttering, wondering if his hand needs to be amputated. The young disciple sighs and tries to reassure him. It is not that bad, he says. Honestly, watching this is exhausting. All this growing trouble is starting to drain Warden Rat. He walks over to Warden Horse, demanding to know how he got himself into such a pitiful state. The Horse Warden looks. Warden Horse looks absolutely miserable, begging him to stop lecturing since he has already been humiliated enough. But Rat keeps judging. He says that since he got beat up, he should have at least brought back some solid info. Horse covers his ears. Warden Rat keeps pressing for intel, asking why the white dragon possessed Warden Dragon. Just then, Warden Horse remembers something. He happily announces he has some premium intel. Rat gets curious, and Horse immediately holds out his phone for him. It displays Dong-rin's phone number, suggesting they call him directly. Naturally, Warden Rat smacks him on the head for that. He yells that he already knew that protesting against hitting a sick patient. Warden Rat pulls out his own phone. He wants to get the full story from Dong-rin, but suddenly freezes. He slowly turns his head back to Warden Horse. He realizes he actually forgot to save the number. Warden Rat coldly demands the digits, leaving Warden Horse totally baffled. Warden Horse's hand is still trembling badly after his brutal clash with Warden Fox. He complains that his fingers are shaking. He wonders if it is because this body was not made by the altar, but Warden Rat has a different answer. He blames it on poor training, explaining that the imbalance is throwing off his entire physical and spiritual flow. This makes his divine power highly unstable. Annoyed Warden Horse turns and asks how he manages to stay so balanced. Warden Rat calmly answers that it is all about habit, leaving Warden Horse completely speechless at his absurd lifestyle. He wonders how anyone could live like that. Then Warden Horse suddenly remembers something else and speaks up. He admits it sounds like a poor excuse, but insists everything was actually the fault of Warden Dog. He mutters that he had to waste so much energy holding her back. He keeps complaining about the situation. His divine energy was severely depleted, which is why he was at a massive disadvantage against that monster. Suddenly, Warden Monkey kicks him right in the ribs, making him yell in pain. He starts scolding him immediately, calling him completely useless for getting beat to a pulp. Warden Horse angrily shoots back that they are not on the same level. Warden Monkey coldly tells him to shut his mouth, calling him a reckless rookie who still has a lot to learn. Then he turns to Warden Rat and asks about the rumor that Warden Dragon has successfully absorbed the dragon. This means maintaining his true physical form should be much easier and more free from now on. His tone gets heavy, noting they are in deep trouble. But Warden Horse thinks it is still fine for now. Warden Rat breaks it to them, explaining that the white dragon actually represents the power of protection and absolute restraint. Since it cannot reincarnate, Warden Dragon will not be able to freely control his true form just yet. He analyzes further, stating that even if the dragon returns, it does not mean their plans are ruined. Closing his book, he explains that this was always part of his plan to settle everything in a peaceful way. Suddenly, Gaidong runs inside to joyfully announce that the gate has opened. Warden Rat immediately prepares to make his move. Warden Horse is amazed by his fully healed body, praising the incredible medical skills of the clinic's young disciples. They are true miracle workers. Warden Monkey suddenly pipes up, highly curious about the outcome of the battle. He asks if the target was eliminated. Warden Horse smiles, explaining that backup arrived right before his final blow. So the enemy managed to escape. Warden Monkey laughs, mocking him for always finding a convenient excuse. Warden Horse ignores the teasing, asking if they have any idea who actually came to rescue the guy. Warden Monkey acts completely indifferent, but his face freezes the moment Warden Horse reveals it was Migu. As evening falls, Warden Rat slowly steps through the dimensional gate with a completely calm and composed look. He greets the group waiting for him. They have been gathered there for a while now. Warden Rabbit greets him back. Warden Rat is genuinely happy about this reunion, but Warden Goat doesn't look pleased at all. Sitting on the side, Warden Pig is really looking forward to this meeting. He calls out to come in as Warden Rat enters to warm, welcoming smiles. It has been a while. Warden Rat looks at the object on the table, asking what it is, prompting Warden Pig to laugh and happily explain. He suggests that after the meeting ends, since everyone is finally gathered here, they should all play a game of Yunori together. Warden Rabbit eagerly chimes in, saying she would absolutely love to. Meanwhile, Warden Monkey looks around and asks where Warden Snake is. Warden Rooster replies, asking if he meant Warden Snake. She glances at her phone and reports what the text says. She texted that meetings like this should be scheduled a week in advance since she is busy, so they should just text her the summary later. Hearing this, Warden Monkey is quite surprised, wondering if that lady is still working as a fortune teller. Warden Rat then addresses the room. He tells them it is fine and that he will update her later. Looking around the room, he realizes someone else is missing. Warden Tiger is nowhere to be found. Confused, Warden Rabbit turns to Warden Dog and asks if Warden Tiger did not come with her. She replies, angrily snapping that she has no idea why they are asking her about that old man, suddenly getting incredibly annoyed. Warden Goat, wanting to stop wasting time, snaps that they should get straight to the point, especially since he sacrificed his valuable time to come. Warden Horse chuckles, smugly pointing out that Warden Goat easily used a teleportation portal to get here and is just pretending it was difficult. Warden Monkey chimes in, adding that Warden Goat is actually the one with the most free time out of all of them. Warden Rat quickly cuts off their bickering, sliding a mysterious piece of paper in front of the entire group as he gathers their attention. He asks if anyone has seen it before. Warden Goat looks surprised, wondering what it is, while Warden Pig finds it strangely familiar. Staring closely at the bizarre emblem, Warden Pig confirms that he has indeed seen this mark before and shares it with the group. He explains that the demon bearing this mark once murdered a human, or more accurately, indirectly drove that person to their death. Warden Rooster finds it hard to believe such a tragic event could actually happen on Yao Island, while Warden Pig blames himself. He sighs, expressing that if he had only noticed it sooner, the tragedy could have been avoided, which is why it remains clear in his mind. Warden Rat asks him exactly when this occurred. Warden Pig recalls that it happened shortly after his current body first awakened. He estimates that it must have been about 10 years ago. Warden Rat calculates this, realizing the threat has existed for a decade. He ponders this, trying to extract more details by asking if Warden Pig has ever seen a highly unusual mask. Warden Pig is caught off guard, asking what kind of mask. Warden Rat specifies traditional ones, but Warden Pig shakes his head in response. He admits he has never seen one, wondering how it relates to their current situation, prompting Warden Rat to explain his theory. He explains that the marked demons and the masked individuals seem to be working together on the exact same side. His tone turns deadly serious as he warns that a mastermind must be directing them. This leaves Warden Rabbit completely baffled. She wonders what their actual goal could be, but Warden Rat simply shakes his head, recalling their previous encounters. He reveals that their true target is the vessel, pointing out that everyone should already know what resides inside it. He notes that the vessel currently holds a human soul, a fact the others find hard to believe. Warden Goat scoffs in disbelief. He mockingly questions if that thing is truly human, betting anything that the brat is actually just another demon in disguise. He confidently claims the kid is leading a demon faction, but Warden Rat sharply cuts him off, telling him to watch his mouth. Warden Rat insists the boy is human, but Warden Goat finds it ridiculous that anyone hosting the Black Dragon could be human. He completely dismisses the idea, but Warden Rat calmly states his decision to extract the Black Dragon from the child's body. Warden Goat's expression shifts. Warden Rat calmly explains that to extract the Black Dragon, he specifically needs his power. Unwilling to cooperate, Warden Goat mockingly suggests that Warden Rat should just handle it himself by copying what he did before. Warden Rat glares at him with pure irritation. Sensing the heavy tension, Warden Pig quickly tries to de-escalate with a distraction. He nervously suggests they stop bickering and play a game of Utenori instead. This only makes Warden Goat even more furious. Clenching his fists in anger, Warden Goat snaps that the host body does not even belong to that human child anyway. He fumes, arguing that since the body originally belonged to Warden Dragon, they should let nature take its proper course. He adds that even if Warden Dragon lost his memories, he is still the same old friend they have always known. As he prepares to argue that the Black Dragon was the only one in the wrong, another voice suddenly cuts him off. Warden Monkey abruptly cuts him off bluntly, asking if he has been secretly in love with Warden Dragon all this time. He coldly warns him to shut up if that is not the case, while Warden Horse nods along in agreement. She agrees that it makes perfect sense. Pondering for a moment, Warden Rabbit turns to the group with a quiet question. Goat Warden snaps back, asking if they should really forgive someone who ruthlessly slaughtered thousands of innocent people. But the Black Dragon was the one who actually killed them. Pig Warden chimes in, questioning the true culprit, pointing out that the beast is merely a fragment of Dragon's power. How can anyone be sure its actions weren't driven by Dragon's own will? He speaks with a calm tone. Since Dragon himself already harbored a desire to wipe out humanity, it makes sense that the Black Dragon simply acted on those hidden wishes. Hearing this, Monkey Warden suddenly suggests taking him out right now while he is still trapped inside a dog's body to save themselves the trouble. But another cuts in. If they do that, the Black Dragon will automatically go down with him. Besides, who says it is that easy to kill? The beast would definitely go completely berserk. Suddenly, Rabbit Warden speaks up. She shifts her attention, turning her head to look at Rat Warden. She is highly curious about the boy born from Dragon's body. Despite containing the massive and devastating power of the Black Dragon, that kid somehow remains completely unharmed. Hearing this, Goat Warden immediately nods in agreement. Honestly, the whole situation makes absolutely no sense. If he were just a regular human, the Black Dragon would have consumed him long ago. How could he possibly survive? He continues to judge, insisting the kid is definitely a demon. He offers to take care of the brat himself once and for all, convinced he is the real mastermind behind everything. Rat Warden struggles to maintain his composure. He coldly warns Goat Warden, telling him to leave if he has no intention of cooperating. Horse Warden chimes in as well, telling him to stop being so delusional. Furious Goat Warden slams his hand hard on the table and flips everyone off with his middle finger. Fine. Whether they want to slay the Black Dragon or hunt the mastermind, they can do it themselves. He demands they open the gate so he can go. Horse Warden is genuinely surprised to see him actually walk out. Monkey Warden mockingly replies, staying would only embarrass him further, so of course he had to leave. Meanwhile, Ox Warden seems lost in deep thought before addressing the group, stating that whether the child is human or demon does not matter anymore. It appears she has analyzed this thoroughly, reasoning that since Rat Warden personally stood up and vouched for the boy, they have no reason to question his final judgment. Ox Warden outlines their next move. The real priority now is finding out who broke the seal on Dragon. Since Dragon could not have freed himself, it is clear that someone from the outside must have intervened. The room falls silent as they listen. The culprit must possess power rivaling their own to shatter such a seal, meaning they are highly likely to be connected to the true mastermind behind all of this. They also cannot rule out the possibility that this intruder had contact with Dragon himself. She continues her analysis, noting that No one desires Dragon's body more than Dragon himself. With a mischievous smile, Ox Warden suddenly proposes, bringing Dragon back and torturing him with the due punishment until he spills everything. She asks what they think. Rabbit Warden is completely speechless. She then adds that if needed, they can use her own Rabbit Warden powers. Rooster Warden silently thinks to herself, realizing the lady went through all that talk just to satisfy her desire to torture Dragon. Monkey Warden chimes in with a casual grin. It sounds fun, he says, but there is really no need for all that drama. His face carries a relaxed smile. The real mastermind pulling the strings is the heavenly stems after all. Meanwhile, Rat Warden texts Dong In, telling him to meet in front of his house at 6 p.m. tomorrow. The young man stares at his phone screen in surprise. Another message pops up asking him to meet at 6 p.m. tomorrow for dinner. For some strange reason, Dong In feels a sudden wave of relief and quickly replies, agreeing to meet him at 6 p.m. for that dinner. He sends a polite, "Yes, Warden." Back at the meeting, Monkey Warden formally announces that the heavenly stems are behind everything. Rat Warden's expression turns incredibly grave. Rabbit Warden cannot believe her ears. Even Dog Warden is caught completely off guard. Monkey Warden points directly at Horse Warden, revealing that the group who fought him were actually lackeys of the Heavenly Ding. Everyone gasps in shock. Horse Warden recalls the intense encounter, explaining it was actually the first time meeting them. He was highly suspicious the whole time. He describes how a fox apparently stuffed something down the guy's throat, rendering him immortal even after decapitation. He confirms that the man must be one of those using the Heavenly Court's fox bead. Then he remembers the mass group they discussed earlier, noting that they are exactly the same. On top of that, Horse Warden casually mentions that even the legendary Maiq has also made an appearance. Rooster Warden finds it hard to believe. She hasn't heard that name in ages. Rat Warden raises his voice, calling out to Horse Warden. He is visibly annoyed, reminding him that he claimed to have absolutely no useful information earlier. Horse Warden just smiles sheepishly. He laughs, explaining that he just wanted to save it. Why speak up now? Eunuch Jia tries his best to stay calm. Eunuch He quickly suggests going somewhere to blow off steam. Night falls. Deep in the mountains at a massive secluded villa, Cheonding relaxes inside a hot spring. Too much has happened. She is completely exhausted. She suddenly looks back. The masked man stands behind her, asking a cold question with a completely calm face. He claims sending his own subordinates would have been plenty. Easy work. His voice carries a hint of irritation. Is that really enough? Or are you finally going to step in yourself? Cheonding coldly shoots back. Breaking in at midnight just to whine. Ridiculous. Did you two come here just to watch me bathe? The masked man dryly points out they have been facing the wall. Still, she continues to issue commands. Speak up, she snaps. He lets out an annoyed sigh, asking her to stop sending useless troops on missions. They failed to draw out the black dragon. Worse, they could not even stop the white dragon. Pathetic. Why is your operation so useless? He demands. But Cheonding just looks at him with genuine curiosity. It is a minor issue to make a scene over, she notes. The masked man just laughs at her calm attitude. Toying with a rose petal, she asks if he is mocking her. Her voice loses its cool. She glares. How dare you? She sneers, a terrifying smile creeping onto her face as she questions his blatant disrespect. No fear at all. He replies that he indeed dares, questioning what makes a nine-tailed fox so special. He mockingly covers his mouth with a fake apology. Suddenly, Cheonding blows out a wave of freezing mist. The force drives him to his knees. Instantly, she slowly steps out of the hot water entirely unbothered. Walking right up to him, she ignores her nudity. Totally shameless. She reaches out and grabs his mask. Pushing his mask up, she asks if she is truly nothing special. Her voice carries a dangerous, playful thrill. Do you want me to show you? She whispers, pulling the mask away. But he suddenly defends himself. He grabs her wrist, squeezes it tight. She winces in pain as he steps even closer to her. Of course I do. Since you offered, I will count on your help. With that, he vanishes. Left alone, Cheonding stares at her red wrist. She sighs, wondering if that bastard is actually a eunuch. Total annoyance. The next morning arrives and Dong Jin is heading off to school like any other day. Yeguan approaches with a bright smile, suggesting they start training right now. Dong Jin is completely speechless. Yeguan laughs. What do you mean? We promised to practice swordsmanship together. Dong Jin hesitates. No excuses. Yeguan cuts him off, telling him to stop being lazy and just watch the demonstration. He grips the wooden sword. Hard. Yeguan begins to demonstrate, causing Dong Jin's expression to suddenly shift. He turns around. How was that? Dong Jin nods, admitting it actually looks pretty impressive. But wait, watch how Dong Jin suddenly grows serious. He recalls yesterday's fight, wondering how things could have changed. If Yeguan had fought those masked attackers instead of him, would things have ended differently? Maybe. Yeguan suddenly asks to see his usual fighting stance. Dong Jin freezes. Complete panic. I need to check your basics first. He explains wanting to determine their future training direction. Yiguan smiles expectantly. Or just do what I did. Give it a try. Dong-jin is trapped. He glances nervously at the wooden sword, completely unsure of what to do. Honestly, he has zero formal training. He only ever copied cool sword moves from the television screen. No real practice. Just flashy make-believe moves that caught his eye over the past few weeks. He is terrified. Will Yiguan immediately see through his amateur stance and call out the lie? Surprisingly, Yiguan actually finds it hilarious. He barely holds back his laughter as Dong-jin complies. Covering his mouth, Yiguan tries to stop laughing. Suddenly, he remembers to ask the main question. Dong-jin is taken aback by his serious tone. Yiguan sits down right in front of him. Which element do you want to use? Fire, water, earth, or wood? Tell me. What nonsense is this? Dong-jin thinks. But Yiguan remains calm, insisting it is highly critical. Converting natural energy into power is key. Hearing this, Dong-jin suddenly recalls eunuch Jia's words, the ability to transform the energy of all creation into divine power. Yiguan urges him to answer quickly. Dong-jin grumbles that his watch is basically broken. He randomly suggests fire magic, making Ji-kwon cover his mouth in pure disbelief. Ji-kwon giggles. Of course, Dong-jin would pick fire. Confused, Dong-jin asks what he means as his friend walks ahead, claiming he gets it. Ji-kwon starts lecturing him on swordplay. Hold the blade carefully. Fix your posture if you actually want to learn. Just then, Do-ju walks up to ask what they are doing. Dong-jin plays dumb, acting like he has no idea. This leaves Do-ju completely exasperated. Ji-kwon just laughs before offering a quick explanation. He explains that Dong-jin wanted to get stronger. But Dong-jin immediately fires back in denial. He snaps that he never said that. Still, Ji-kwon calmly claims he simply heard the silent scream inside his friend's heart. Ji-kwon suggests staying after school to practice on the field. Dong-jin rejects the offer. He has plans today. This surprises Hae-so. She asks if Dong-jin has some secret plans with a mysterious someone. She shakes her head no. Now everyone is staring suspiciously, leaving Dong-jin speechless. Is him having plans really that shocking? Soon the final bell rings, and that is when things get really interesting. Students are whispering outside. Is there a movie crew filming nearby? They stare at Tian-ding in pure disbelief. Could she be some famous celebrity? They are getting incredibly hyped up by her jaw-dropping beauty. They keep teasingly calling out to her. But one cold look from Tian-ding instantly makes them turn away. Fearing they cross a line, they back off. Suddenly, Tian-ding spots Dong-jin walking by. A companion whispers in his ear about a 6 p.m. appointment. Dong-jin flatly refuses, arguing they still have an hour. No, the gate could open at any moment. Dong-jin is left pretty frustrated with the situation. Dong-jin suggests pushing it to tomorrow. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name. It is Tian-ding, happily running over. She wraps her arms tightly around him, teasingly, whining that she missed him. Hae-so and Ji-kwon look completely stunned. Ji-kwon cannot believe his eyes. Is this gorgeous woman the mystery date Dong-jin was talking about? Stunned, Hae-so coldly says they are heading out. Dong-jin desperately tries to explain himself. He keeps screaming that it is a misunderstanding. But suddenly, wait, his body is giving out. His consciousness rapidly fades. Every ounce of strength drains from his limbs until he can barely even stand up. Tian-ding asks if he is doing all right, leaning in dangerously close. Meanwhile, Hae-so is about to leave when she senses danger. Realizing Dong-jin is in serious trouble, she immediately spins around. Her heart is racing with worry. She cries out his name. But she freezes in her tracks at the shockingly intimate scene unfolding right before her. Tian-ding casts a warning glare at her. But looking closer, Hae-so realizes something else is happening. A single card slices right between them to block the kiss. Supervisor Ti slowly approaches with a calm smile. She apologizes for ruining their little moment while coolly twirling the card, totally unfazed by the tension. She casually jokes that her hand must have slipped. Ji-kwon rushes over to see what the commotion is about. With the crowd gathering, Tian-ding smiles. Do you really want to start a public brawl here? She warns that fighting would only embarrass them. But Supervisor Ti just scoffs as she begins channeling her energy. She mutters that things have been way too peaceful lately. She immediately draws her weapon to prepare for a fight. Battles like this used to be a daily occurrence. The watching students are completely stunned by the sudden turn. Tian-ding smirkingly compliments her cool attitude. Supervisor Ti coldly fires back, questioning when they ever became sisters. She snaps at Tian-ding. Her smile completely vanishes as she remembers the strict orders given by her masked leader. The boss had warned her to operate completely in the shadows. No humans must ruin their grand master plan. Ignoring the warning, she decides to teach her a lesson, immediately activating her powerful Dreamland ability. The crowd of students collapses to the ground. Even Hae-so and Ji-kwon can barely fight off the sleeping spell. Dong-jin panics and calls out to his friends. Surprisingly, Tian-ding is shocked to see him still standing completely awake. She wonders why her spell did not work on him. But Supervisor Ti charges forward before she can get an answer. She slams her weapon into the ground, tearing up the battlefield and forcing Tianding to dodge. Tianding grumbles that she does not want to fight. She would rather spend her time admiring beautiful things. Supervisor Ti does not care at all, launching another fast strike and offering to make this her very last view. The lightning speed catches her off guard, slicing her cheek as Supervisor T readies her next deadly attack. She hurls hundreds of cards forward. Serpent scale, fire, the cards lodge straight into Tianding's body. Wounds fester. Her body writhes in agony. Instantly, Tianding lashes back with absolute fury. She unleashes a wildfire. Z is thoroughly annoyed, but Tianding just steps closer with a heavy complaint. My clothes are completely ruined, she whines. Dongjin freezes in pure shock as Tianding continues to snap. Use fire against me. Are you crazy? Z just fires back, demanding to know why she suddenly descended. Why descend to the mortal realm? Tianding coldly replies that some bastard told her to keep quiet for now. A bastard. Tianding casually scoffs that even if she spilled the truth, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Z threatens to rip her chest open if she doesn't talk. Hearing that, Tianding just laughs at the threat. Z doesn't care, asking if she could be any cruder. Seeing things turn south, an annoyed Tianding prepares to leave. She sighs, saying it's time to go, but Grand Inspector Z isn't about to let her slip away so easily. Z lunges forward to strike, but Tianding's face remains totally nonchalant. She fires off her serpent scale fire again. She is gone. Furious that Tianding managed to slip away, Grand Inspector Z suddenly shifts her attention elsewhere. She spots Dongjin kneeling on the ground. Stepping closer, Grand Inspector Z gently cups his chin, asking if it's him. With an excited grin, she praises him for resisting such powerful illusion magic despite not possessing any divine energy. Heiso trembles as she calls out his name. Shaking, she forces herself to take a step, asking if he's okay. Grand Inspector Z smirks, teasingly asking if that's his girlfriend and noting he seems to be doing pretty well. Dongjin frantically denies it, just as the other students start waking up, looking around in complete confusion at school. Yi Guan rubs his head, wondering why he can't remember anything. Sensing the crowd, Z suggests they take this conversation elsewhere. The scene shifts to a massive, luxurious mansion. Sitting down, she introduces herself as the sixth deity of the branches. Specifically, she holds the rank of Grand Inspector. She casually mentions that her mortal name is Seja, leaving them floored. A god of the 12 branches talk about an insane reveal. Saja just smiles, telling them to call her whatever. She says they can call her big sister or even darling. Meanwhile, Heiso feels a sudden wave of curiosity. She looks up at Grand Inspector Z, questioning if the terrifying woman they just fought is also a similar deity. Z nods, confirming she is indeed a god, though she clarifies that she doesn't belong to the earthly branches. She explains that the woman is one of the heavenly stems, the prestigious high inspectors of the heavenly realm. Yi Guan looks stunned, wondering if these high inspectors outrank the grand inspectors, while Dongjin simply repeats the title. Z lays out the 10 stems representing the heavenly forces Kang, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Jigang, Shinren, and Gui. Collectively, they are known as the heavenly stems. 10 absolute powerhouses, and the crazy lady earlier was one of them. Recalling Tianding's terrifying presence, Dongjin's face turns deadly serious as he mutters the name of the fox ancestor. Is she really the legendary leader of the Gumiho Heiso asks why such high-ranking gods would target Dongjin. Setting her coffee cup down, Grand Inspector Z locks eyes with Dongjin, admitting they are still trying to figure it out. She notes that the grand arrival of Heaven's elite in the mortal realm points back to one very specific person. It's you, Dongjin. She offers a gentle smile, asking if it is alright to talk about this in front of his friends. Suddenly, Yi Guan nervously raises his hand, claiming they already know most of the basic stuff about Dongjin's situation anyway, like how monsters are always hunting him down because he acts as a living divine vessel for spiritual energy right now. Z nods with a knowing smirk, asking if they also know that Dongjin is actually a soul that shouldn't exist. And get this, the rightful owner of his body is actually the little dog that constantly follows him around. The revelation leaves his friends completely paralyzed with shock, prompting Dongjin to quickly clarify that they had no idea. As evening falls, a masked guard stands watch, suddenly sensing that something is very wrong with the perimeter. Tianding finally returns after causing absolute chaos all day, and Hu Dai is absolutely thrilled to see her back. He rushes over, but Tianding silently grumbles to herself about how she really should have just taken care of him. That annoying snake should have been dead a long time ago. Suddenly, Mijiu rushes up to greet her with excitement. Gushing with a massive blush, she asks how Lord Tianding could possibly look so incredibly beautiful today. Ignoring the compliments, Tianding wraps her arms tightly around herself, deeply lost in thought about that mysterious boy. She simply can't wrap her head around how that kid walked away completely unscathed from all of her deadly attacks. It is Shin's body, but the soul inside is still human. Even a god letting their guard down would have their soul ripped out. Her face twisted into a terrifying smile. How dare a human die? Inside the room, Hye-so called out. She was highly curious, asking what she meant. Hearing about Dongjin, Director Z looked surprised and threw a question right back. Didn't you already know all of this? A creepy smile crept onto her face, adding that, as a priestess, she should know. She turned her head towards Dongjin. Since his body and soul do not match, she must have already felt it. The body was completely empty, just like a hollow shell. Director Z added that this was why demons loved possessing it, because the true owner of that body was not inside anymore. Hye-so looked slightly confused, completely caught off guard. She asked if the original owner of that body was his ancestor. Director Z scoffed in pure disbelief at that. Did that old guy actually say that? Unable to hold it in, she burst into laughter and grabbed her coffee. Director Shin really knew how to crack a joke, but nodding, she admitted that in a way it was true. The people who built that altar were ancestors of the current families. Yegwon looked utterly confused, muttering about the altar. She looked at Dongjin, noting he was a descendant of the dragon clan. But if not, Yegwon sensed something off. Something felt wrong and Hye-so froze instantly. Watch closely as Director Z quickly closed in on Dongjin. She asked casually if he was a demon. Her tone was completely relaxed, even when mentioning how he accepted the black dragon to coexist with it. Director Z noted that he had way too many suspicious secrets surrounding him. She voiced her doubts. Since his soul was mortal, she let it slide, but her suspicions were far from gone. Her eyes grew sharp and resolute. She pondered what to do as her grip on him tightened with heavy force. She squeezed harder, stating that exorcising him right now would instantly reveal his true identity once and for all. She suddenly asked if he was curious too. Was he truly a human or a demon in disguise? Dongjin realized things were getting dangerous. Hye-so rushed forward to intervene and immediately pulled Director Z away from him. She firmly declared that Dongjin was human. Director Z looked surprised as Yegwon quickly chimed in as well. He agreed, pulling out his detector devices. If Dongjin were a demon, his gear would have reacted immediately. It would be buzzing like crazy right now. Speaking in an angry tone, he admitted he did not understand anything about altars or black dragons, but he firmly warned that if anyone tried to harm his friend, they would have to face him first. He resolutely drew his wooden sword ready to defend his friend. Even though his legs were shaking uncontrollably, Director Z just glanced at Dongjin and stepped closer to him. This terrified Dongjin, who called out to Yegwon. Yegwon nervously pointed his wooden sword at Director Z. She burst into laughter, saying it was just a joke and nobody was going to harm anyone. She added that Dongjin was actually a human they had to protect. She curiously noted that with such great friends, he must feel very reassured. Just then, Director Shin suddenly called and Dongjin quickly answered the phone. The director asked where he was, demanding to know his location. He noted it was already past 6. Checking his phone, Dongjin realized he was only a single minute late. He quietly sighed at how strict he was. Dongjin quickly reported that he was at Director Z's house. Suddenly, Director Shin materialized right in the room. Director Z sighed deeply, complaining about men constantly barging into a single woman's house without any warning. Dongjin's expression shifted in shock. Yegwon was also completely stunned by the sudden bizarre teleportation. Director Shin immediately scolded her, demanding why she dragged the boy here. She quickly tried to explain. She argued that the kid was almost dragged away by the Heavenly Star sect, telling him to get the facts straight. Sensing the heavy tension, Dongjin knew something big had occurred. Director Shin stepped forward and grabbed him. He grabbed Dongjin's hand and tossed him straight into a spatial portal. Everyone cried out in shock. He turned back, urging them to get to the meeting. However, Director Z quickly refused, citing her busy schedule. She promised to message Nobi later. As Director Z prepared to leave, Hye-so quickly stepped up. Director Shin watched them with surprise, wondering if they knew each other. Then he recognized her as the priestess's daughter. Hye-so gave a tense nod. She quickly explained Dongjin's situation, admitting she already knew everything. While Director Shin glared at Director Z, Hye-so asked if there was any way they could help him. Yegwon agreed, pleading that they just wanted to help, even if it was only a small contribution. She desperately explains that they still have plenty of high-tech gear and have even fought demons before. Grand Inspector Rat stands there silently as Hyo-woo determinedly explains that since Dongjin always protects them, they want to return the favor. But Grand Inspector Rat immediately cuts her off coldly, questioning how they plan on doing that. He calmly reminds them that they are merely humans made of fragile flesh and blood, a mortal existence bound by limits. Hyo-woo tries to argue, but the inspector quickly shuts her down. He warns her that if they truly care about Dongjin, they must throw away that foolish idea immediately. The inspector bluntly declares that Dongjin is neither strong nor free enough to carry their heavy determination. Looking directly at Hyo-woo with growing irritation, the inspector warns that this childish desire to protect him will only drag him down in the end, telling them to engrave his warning into their hearts. With those harsh words, he turns to leave. He bluntly tells her to take the kids home safely. She looks at Haiseo. The girl seems completely heartbroken. Later that night, the scene shifts. As they walk home late at night, Ji-gwon chats excitedly saying so many magical things happened today that it felt like an anime. He is thrilled to have witnessed such scenes firsthand, even wishing he could try entering that gate himself. Meanwhile, Hyo-woo recalls the inspector's warning about how Dong-jin fights solely to protect them. What would happen if they threw themselves into a dangerous situation once again, forcing him to act? She vividly remembers the harsh warning that their presence only makes things more dangerous for him. Unaware of her worries, Ji-gwon pulls out his tablet, eager to write everything down in his hunter diary. Haeseo speaks up, reminding him that the battle Dong-jin is fighting is far more dangerous than they think. But Ji-gwon remains overly excited, saying that Dong-jin looks incredibly cool fighting against fate itself. Haeseo has to seriously remind him that this is real life, not some fictional comic book. Apologizing for his insensitivity, Ji-gwon listens as Hyo-woo shares her deep worries about the gravity of the situation. Dong-jin is enduring everything alone without saying a word, and the thought makes her feel terrible. She fears what might happen if Dong-jin gets hurt. She quickly catches herself before inviting bad luck. Overwhelmed with guilt, Hyo-woo laments that she has only ever been a burden to Dong-jin. She desperately wants to help him with all her might but realizes her involvement would only drag him down further. She blames herself for being completely useless. Ji-gwon suddenly cuts her off with a firm voice. He reassures her that if there is a realm of gods, then there must be a realm of humans. He insists they can still help Dong-jin in their own way, sparking a new hope in her. Even if they cannot fight like all-powerful gods, they can still support Dong-jin as humans from behind the scenes. He suggests that the inspector simply wants them to leave the divine battles to the gods while they focus on their daily lives, preparing a normal world for Dong-jin to return to once the conflict is finally over. With a bright smile, he extends his hand to Hyo-woo, promising to be the pillar of support Dong-jin needs. Ji-gwon confidently declares his absolute faith that Dong-jin will emerge victorious in the end. As sunset covers the neighborhood, Jin sits on his bed staring down at his claws in deep thought. Memories of his past life flash by watching his dog paws briefly transform into human hands. Looking around the quiet room, Jin quickly reverts back to his standard dog form as someone approaches. So-kyeon gently knocks at the door, entering to respectfully ask if something heavy is troubling his master. He notes that Jin looks quite unwell, looking up attentively to hear the old master's response. With a dark, annoyed expression, Jin probes him, questioning how he knew this was not his true body. So-kyeon calmly replies that according to legend, true gods are typically born in human form. Jin chuckles bitterly at the idea, pointing out that So-kyeon speaks as if they are actual humans. So-kyeon quickly apologizes, but Jin simply sighs, a hint of deep regret in his voice. He thinks of Dong-jin struggling in battle, knowing that human body was originally meant for him. Jin lowers his face in bitter frustration, realizing that even if he regains his godly power, he cannot fully unleash it. This tiny dog body simply cannot handle his immense strength. So Cheon looks up at him, questioning his next move. But Jin only responds with a look of exhaustion. In that case, shouldn't you just return to your original body? Wouldn't that be better? I have tried that a few times, he replies. Both of them fall silent. Jin then speaks up, but since things have turned out this way, maybe it is all part of the natural order. Du Chang nods in agreement. If there is anything I can do to support you, I am more than willing. Please do not hesitate to give me orders, whatever they may be. He looks at Jin, his eyes lighting up as he glances down. Anything you say. Meanwhile, a YouTube video tutorial on cooking ramen is playing. Water levels are crucial, and the water in the pot should be about 1 knuckle high. Dong-jin sits nearby holding an iPad displaying the ramen tutorial for Jin to watch. Lord Jia looks bewildered by his request. Can you follow that? When it boils, I will try. Sir. Meanwhile, in another house, Overseer Jia bellows out at Dong-jin, calling him an absolute idiot. He raises his fan to strike him, screaming in pure rage. Who told you to swap the dragon with that guy? Overseer Jia sits down in defeat while Dong-jin covers his head, cowering and backing away. He frantically tells Bok-sun to fetch water. Dong-jin then hesitantly speaks up, his eyes still filled with absolute terror. But you said the white dragon was better, right? True. Overseer Jia snatches the glass of water from Bok-sun's hands. He continues arguing with Dong-jin, saying that does not mean I ordered you to trade it. I made that clear last time. A flashback shows Overseer Jia advising that the best option was to turn the white dragon into his left arm, then extract and eliminate the black dragon entirely. Dong-jin looks utterly confused, holding his head while his eyes dart over to his mentor. Why did you act on your own? Overseer Jia calms down, but his tone is critical. You did not say a word to me before speaking with Jin. But I do not have your number, so how could I contact you? That is just how everything happened. He looks at Dong-jin cowering in fear and tells him he is not going to hit him. He tells him to sit up. Dong-jin sits straight, Overseer Jack continues, noting that Dong-jin was the one terrified that his ancestor would cause trouble once he got that power. He rubs his temples, speaking gravely, adding that the Black Dragon is a highly dangerous power. What will happen if his ancestor gets it? Dong-jin asks a naive question, triggering his mentor's anger once more. Can the Black Dragon defeat the White Dragon in a fight? Outside, the scenery is peaceful, but inside the room, crying echoes as Overseer Jay shouts back in utter frustration. Why on earth would you make them fight each other? He falls silent, sinking deep into thought. Putting that aside for now, he simply cannot understand the White Dragon's actions. He stares at the swollen bump on Dong-jin's head after smacking him, his expression pensive. Why would the dragon choose to let the Black Dragon remain inside a human body? Even if they fight, what difference does it make now? He listens to the boy ramble while quietly questioning the White Dragon's master plan. White Dragon, what are you actually plotting? What should we do now? Find another dragon? Overseer Ja reassures him, and Dong-jin lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Take it slow, there are other ways. But more importantly, the mentor continues questioning Dong-jin. He asks if he ran into Cheon-sung earlier. Did they fight? The boy recalls his brief clash with Cheon-sung. It was definitely a fight, but his expression grows highly conflicted when he thinks about that guy. He just lies, claiming nothing happened. Overseer Ja glances at him, skeptical. Then why was Dong-jin wearing those ritual robes? Honestly, Dong-jin has no idea why he put them on. But that reminds him of something. He points at his mentor's outfit, asking why he never mentioned those robes were his. Because of that, his ancestor found out about him. What does it matter? Overseer Ja speaks calmly, knowing that a sly grin spreads across his face. That guy cannot do anything to me anyway. Next time, just let him know and feel free to visit. Dong-jin cautiously nods, adding that his ancestor actually told him to learn from the overseer. He offers some praise, which makes Overseer Ja pause. Apparently, his ancestor said he was the smartest among all the earthly branches. After a brief moment, he takes a sip of water and scoffs, calling it absolutely ridiculous. He then asks if Dong-jin has ever heard about Cheon-sung before. Dong-jin looks startled, his voice filled with caution as he asks about the heavenly overseers. They must be stronger, right? Overseer Ja places his glass back on the table, stands up, and suggests they take a short walk. His voice remains steady, treating it as a simple way to digest their food. Outside, the atmosphere is peaceful, bathed in a warm, golden sunset. Overseer Ja holds a watering can, carefully tending to the flowers as Dong-jin follows closely behind. Suddenly, the mentor breaks the silence, asking Dong-jin to name the 5 natural elements that form the world. Dong-jin hesitates before answering, listing water, fire, wind, earth, and plants. Overseer Ja corrects him, while the boy looks completely clueless about what is going on. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, those are the actual 5 elements. Water droplets gently fall from the leaves onto the ground, representing the basic forces that shape the natural world. These elements revolve around yin and yang, the wise Overseer Ja explains, sharing his vast knowledge. The heavenly stems are what divide them into yin and yang, with the ancient painted gods materializing at his words. They were created by the very first heavenly god, serving as the source of all power. Hearing this, Dong-jin widens his eyes in shock. He asks in disbelief, "What does that mean?" Grand Director T continues, and after listening intently, Dong-jin speaks up again. Their existence commands an overwhelming authority, so that means they are crazy strong, Dong-jin mutters, and the director calmly nods. His expression remains completely unchanged. The real problem lies in that immense strength, sparking a sudden flash of cosmic light. Too pure and primal, they clashed. Grand Director T turns to face him, explaining that their conflict birthed the earthly branches. The earthly branches were born to utilize their inner energy, balancing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They absorbed the power of the heavenly stems to keep the elements balanced, guided by a divine hand. These 5 elements once moved separately, but the second heavenly god stepped in to connect them all in perfect harmony. So was their order decided by a running race? Dong-jin asks. Grand Director T turns to look at him in confusion. Dong-jin quickly gestures. He explains how the legend says the rat climbed onto the ox's head to win first place. The director sighs at his naive expression. That is actually the exact fable our eldest brother hates more than anything. Behind them, Dong-sang and Bok-sun cover their mouths and whisper. Dragons are always portrayed as kind, while rats are seen as cunning. Grand Director T continues, speaking in his usual calm voice. To put it simply, the heavenly stems are basically our predecessors. Hearing this, Dong-jin looks incredibly worried. The director simply tells him to view them as their old seniors. Grand Director T looks over to remind him, his eyes drifting toward a patch of flowers, so there is no need to worry. He strolls along, offering some quiet advice. On the contrary, now that we know the heavenly stems are behind this, things are simpler. We do not need to overcomplicate things. Looking down, his voice remains steady as he notes that a god who wants to descend to the mortal realm must first possess heaven's will. He walks past the blooming flowers, sharing his final thoughts. Dong-jin hesitantly asks if it is to restore order. Restore it, the director questions, turning to face him. He bluntly states that heaven's true goal is to eliminate an anomaly like Dong-jin who was never supposed to exist. Stunned, Dong-jin stammers. The director remains perfectly calm as the boy asks if they truly have nothing to worry about. Just worry a healthy amount, the director replies without looking, which, let's be honest, doesn't help his anxiety at all. He wonders if they will really be okay against 10 opponents, but the director calmly notes there are only 9 gods now. Totally confused, Dong-jin starts counting the heavenly stems on his fingers. As he does, the image of a god appears in their minds. He holds out a glowing white orb. Long before the earthly branches existed, this sacred orb was used to harmonize the 5 elements. This powerful deity pacified the clashing elemental energies, single-handedly settling the ancient chaos that once threatened to tear their world apart. Blessed by the heavenly stems, the orb glows with vibrant, balanced colors hanging from the belt of the 5th stem Tianmu. As a pot of instant noodles boils, the current earthly branch god stands tall, presenting a powerful human-like appearance. This is the legendary dragon god Tianmu. Grand Director Te continues his explanation, leaving Dong-jin looking completely stunned. His dragon ancestor Jin stands directly opposite to Tianyi. Tianyi smiles slightly, though his eyes remain cold and entirely blank. This is the Qilin god of the heavenly stems Tianyi. From inside the house, Chao watches the two of them closely. Tianyi offers a sly greeting. Long time no see, he laughs while Jin calls out his name, souring the mood. Tianyi laughs in amusement, mockingly asking if Jin actually remembers him. It seems he finds the whole situation highly entertaining. Jin cuts him off angrily, calling him a bastard. Why did you descend to the mortal realm, he demands. Tianyi smiles peacefully, claiming he simply has some business to attend to. Jin scoffs in disbelief, questioning what that business is. Tianyi gently reassures him that he only stopped by to say hello. Jin cuts him off with a glare. Jin demands answers. Tianyi smirks with mystery, saying he cannot share details about his secret mission just yet. Brushing the excuse aside, Jin sweeps his gaze up and down Tianyi's body, looking completely unimpressed by his appearance. He asks what kind of bizarre outfit Tianyi is wearing. Rubbing his chin, Tianyi looks down at himself in confusion. He fires back that the only strange one here is Jin. This blunt comment leaves the ancient warrior completely speechless. Since Jin was sealed away for thousands of years, his outdated style is understandable, but he looks incredibly old-fashioned now. Once a celestial trendsetter, Jin is now thoroughly insulted. He growls in anger, but Tianyi casually waves him off and prepares to leave. How dare you, Jin roars. He draws his sword from its scabbard, preparing to strike him down right then. Pointing his blade, Jin fumes. Tianyi laughs mockingly, asking if being called out of fashion really hurt his pride. Jin cuts him off with a sharp glare, demanding to know if that man has anything to do with his own body. Tianyi's expression shifts. His friendly facade fades, replaced by a cold, serious stare. He reminds Jin that he promised to ask only one question, his eyes flashing with lethal intent. Then his voice softens. He remarks that at least Jin seems healthy before offering a gentle smile to say goodbye. He promises they will meet again soon and vanishes into a cloud of mist. Jin is left standing there, his sword still raised high in deep thought. Dong-jin is completely stunned and questions Inspector Rat. He asks if the heavenly stems, the ones who attacked him, are actually on his ancestors' side. He remembers seeing Jin trapped in that dog's body and begins to wonder. If that is true, then Jin's boast of being the strongest makes perfect sense. The one who broke the seal to wake the dragon deity must have been one of those heavenly stems as well. Inspector Rat breaks it down for him. Fortunately, there is a silver lining. The most terrifying power of all the Black Dragon is currently with Dong-jin. On top of that, Jin has lost his memories. Inspector Rat explains in a flat tone that the beast is trapped inside a simple dog's body. This limits how much of his true power he can unleash. Dong-jin hesitates as he pictures Jin's terrifying original form, doubting the inspector's words. He argues that even in that body, Jin still summons massive power quite easily. Something just does not add up, and Dong-jin speaks up to object. He reminds Inspector Rat about the 16-year-old rule. Since his ancestor was a heavenly stem, Jin was supposedly immune to those deadly side effects. But if anyone else uses that power before turning 16, their body is supposed to shatter completely. Inspector Rat shoots him a cold, blunt look. He bluntly points out that a dog's age can never actually reach 16. Turning away, Inspector Rat asks a very crucial question. He asks if the dragon has ever actually wielded his true power in front of him. Dong-jin scratches his head, trying to recall the details. Before finding the white dragon, he had never used it. But recently, after blasting those masked thugs with the white dragon's force, he seemed totally fine. Inspector Rat explains that the white dragon represents protection and restraint, Staring quietly at the garden, his voice remains flat and calm. That power likely shielded Jin's vessel from tearing itself apart. It effectively suppressed and limited the immense divine force being released. Dong Jin's voice falters, his face filled with growing concern. He realizes that if that devastating display was actually his power holding back, then how strong is he really? Inspector Rat agrees with his fear, explaining what the dragon's power looks like without any restrictions holding it down. Dong Jin is completely frozen by the answer, and honestly, can you blame him? That power is a walking natural disaster. The inspector continues his grim theory. If the powers of the remaining dragons fall to Jin and he joins forces with the heavenly stems to rewrite the natural laws of this world, he turns to give Dong Jin an intense questioning look, asking what he thinks will happen then. Dong Jin stays silent. Inspector Rat presses on, demanding to know if he truly understands the gravity of the situation they are facing. He firmly warns Dong Jin that claiming the dragon's power is no longer optional. He must risk his life to seize it before they do. To succeed, Inspector Rat advises him with caution. He must remember that Jin does not serve the heavenly stems but is an earthly branch deity. He is just like the inspector himself. Hearing this, Dong Jin remains silent as the inspector tells him that this is exactly how he can exploit him. Once back home, Dong Jin confronts Jin directly. He mentions hearing that Jin is actually one of the heavenly stems. The dog looks back in surprise. He turns around looking slightly panicked. Jin sighs, asking if Inspector Rat was the one who blabbed again. Dong Jin scoffs, saying it does not matter who. Dong Jin demands to know how many more secrets Jin is hiding from him. Jin just casually shrugs, replying that Dong Jin never bothered to ask. This leaves Dong Jin absolutely speechless. Jin looks at him with a thoroughly bored expression, asking if he expected a formal introduction to every stem. He asks if Dong Jin wanted him to just point out every cosmic entity they fought. Jin reminds him of their initial agreement when they first met. He had claimed to be one of the original 12 guardian deities, an earthly branch. His calm words leave Dong Jin completely frozen in place. Jin insists that he is indeed an earthly branch deity. Looking exhausted, he sits down and asks if this is really worth throwing a tantrum over. Dong Jin snaps back with a firm yes. Jin frowns in confusion, struggling to understand why Dong Jin blames the heavenly stems for his problems. Dong Jin explains that the one targeting him is a heavenly stem. Jin remains calm, listening as the boy recounts the attack on his way home. He asks if Jin knew he was jumped on his walk back from school today, but Jin's indifferent reaction only confuses Dong Jin even more. Jin calmly tells him that those attackers were likely after him, not Dong Jin. He assures his companion that it is all because of his presence. He tells Dong Jin not to worry, promising to settle things with them the next time they cross paths. Dong Jin, however, remains highly skeptical. He asks if it is really that simple, wondering if Jin will truly defend him. Jin laughs heartily, mentioning that Tianyi actually paid a visit today. Hearing this, Dong Jin pulls out his phone and pulls up Inspector Rat's contact. He thrusts the screen right in front of Jin's face. With his thumb hovering over the dial button, he demands to know if Jin is plotting with the heavenly stems to steal his body. Jin sighs deeply at the repeated accusation, complaining that they have already been over this. But Dong Jin is not letting it go so easily. The tension rises as Jin repeats that he has absolutely no interest in taking over his body, urging him to relax already. He flashes a smug smile, assuring Dong Jin that with just one word from him, those guys will not dare to touch him again. They will not target you anymore. How could he be so sure? Jin confidently declares that among the heavenly stems he was once the absolute strongest. Right sure, Yong-jin shrugs it off, making his ancestors sigh in utter defeat. Please just believe me, what more do I have to do to earn your trust? So Yong-jin sets a condition and Jin immediately agrees to it. Next time we look for the next dragon, you have to let Master Ja join us. Jin agrees completely, catching Yong-jin off guard. Jin grumbles that as long as the rat guardian is not overly wary of him, it should be fine. Yong-jin stays silent, lost in deep thought. The ancestor secretly wonders why this brat speaks so respectfully of Master Ja but not him. He feels like a second-class ancestor. Meanwhile, Yong-jin wonders if Jin is truly as dangerous as Master Ja warned. Jin breaks the silence, demanding to be called Great Ancestor, but he really does not look dangerous at all. It seems Jin genuinely does not care about taking over his body. Yong-jin remembers how Jin used his powers to protect him before. He actually shielded him and even invited the boy along to seek out the ancient power of the dragons. Yong-jin weighs his options carefully, picturing his ancestor leading the way. He realizes that if he keeps pushing him away, Jin might just side with the heavenly stems instead. Honestly, anyone in Jin's shoes would do the same. Yong-jin looks down at the white dog and makes up his mind. Even if he cannot verify Jin's grand claims, having the self-proclaimed strongest member of the heavenly stems on his side is going to be a massive win. Jin breaks the long silence, asking if that was really all Master Ja had to say to him. Yong-jin blinks in surprise. Ignoring the direct question, Yong-jin deflects and asks what his ancestor actually spoke about with that guy from the heavenly stems. Jin recalls Cheon-ul mocking his outdated looks, sighing that they only exchanged some very brief and rather insulting greetings. Another heavy silence settles between the two of them before Jin speaks up again, asking if he can raise a quick question. Yong-jin tells him to go ahead, and Jin sheepishly asks if his sense of fashion is truly that outdated. Yong-jin scoffs, telling him he is way behind the times before picking up a dirty pan to ask his own question. He demands to know what the ancestor shoved down his throat, immediately guessing it was more instant noodles. Jin sits there in guilty silence as Yong-jin sighs and tells him to at least wipe the leftover soup off his dog snout first. Yong-jin sighs, thinking that if Master Jia saw this pathetic sight, he would definitely take back his warnings. But as a new day dawns at the high school, things are about to get a whole lot more complicated. Rumors fly wildly among the female students as they crowd together, whispering about how incredibly strange this new transfer girl looks. Apparently, she was forced to transfer after getting into a massive fistfight, sparking wild curiosity all across the classes. Listening to his classmates, Yong-jin quietly watches them and starts to regret leaving his ancestor behind at home. Having Jin around would at least guarantee some protection if the Heavenly Stems decided to launch another surprise attack. But then again, walking into a high school with a pet dog is just begging for a lot of unwanted attention. Speak of the devil, Master Sol is already standing right there behind the classroom door, completely startling Yong-jin. The surrounding students gasp and whisper, pointing directly at the strange girl, as Yong-jin stares up in sheer disbelief. Master Sol takes a heavy step forward, looming over him with an intense, unreadable expression on her face. Slowly, she leans down, a mischievous smirk spreading across her lips as she smiles warmly at the terrified boy. The hallway immediately erupts into whispers about the transfer student, completely ignoring her menacing aura and sly grin. Everyone keeps their distance, watching in awe as she stands confidently right over a completely terrified and fallen Yong-jin. The crowd whispers amongst themselves, wondering what on earth she is doing to the poor guy on the floor. Suddenly, she reaches her hand out, offering him a hand with a cheerful smile and asking if he is all right. Yong-jin only scowls in annoyance, completely ignoring her gesture, while the surrounding crowd starts murmuring to each other in confusion. A classmate peeks out from the room, groaning about yet another girl showing up to cause trouble for Yong-jin. Classic Yong-jin luck. Clenching his fists, he ignores her offered hand, gets up on his own, and storms inside. Master Sol's face darkens, watching him leave with pure irritation. Inside the classroom, the class president calls for attention. Yu Woom excitedly introduces the newcomer to the entire class, announcing her as Gang Aji, their newest classmate starting today. Instantly, the classroom whispers start with a short-haired girl immediately talking to her friend about the dark rumors. She whispers that this is the dangerous delinquent who got kicked out of her old school for violent fights. Another classmate turns around to join the gossip, but before the rumors can spread any further, Yu-won clears his throat. She tries to calm everyone down. She explains that the bad rumors about the new classmate aren't actually true. She asks them to stop spreading the gossip. Hearing this, another classmate chimes in to support her, assuming the rumors must be fake. But someone else loudly objects. He argues the new transfer student is already acting way too tough despite just arriving. He was even ready to beat up Dong-jin just now. Hearing this, the entire classroom immediately agrees with him. Up at the podium, Gui-in frowns in worry. She asks if that is really true, while Dong-jin just turns away in silence. He stays quiet for a second, but then bluntly murmurs yeah. That simple confirmation absolutely shocks Tuat, catching her off guard. His blunt answer acts like a flipped switch. Instantly, the entire classroom erupts into a massive frenzy of loud, excited chatter. Annoyed by the whispers, Tuat slams her hand onto the desk. But that only makes her classmates fear her even more. She snaps at him, yelling that he was the one who tripped over his own feet, leaving Gun-ho watching in absolute shock. Beside him, a classmate wearing glasses asks Dong-jin if he actually knows her. Dong-jin just glares back, saying not at all. Hearing that, Gun-ho seems pretty amused. He taps his chin and jokes that this feels exactly like the start of a teen drama. Meanwhile, a long-haired girl resting on her hands curiously wonders why she is wearing an eye patch, asking if she has pink eye. The girl combing her hair in front bursts out laughing, while another classmate jokingly remarks that the patch is sealing her dark powers. Hearing the teasing, Tuat looks straight at them and bluntly explains she is actually blind, leaving everyone in the room stunned. The girl who asked the silly question quickly snaps at her laughing friend, angrily accusing her of giggling and making jokes too. She reminds her that she said the eye patch looked ridiculous. Outside, under the bright morning sun, a sharp voice suddenly rings out. The voice calls out to the student sitting right in front of Dong-jin. Gun-ho looks over at Tuat in confusion, asking if she means him. Tuat demands that he move from his seat. Gun-ho hesitates, but Dong-jin tells him in a cold, low voice to stay right there. Tuat lowers her voice and commands Dong-jin to get out of her way, but he refuses to budge. She snaps at him again to move aside, though Dongjin remains completely still and silent. Caught in the middle, poor Gunho is practically on the verge of tears, crying that he will only listen to whoever treats him nicely. Dongjin immediately swallows his pride and begs Gunho to please just stay right where he is, keeping his voice relatively soft. Not wanting to lose, Tuat pulls a cute act with a frustrated face, pleading that she really wants this seat. After a brief standoff, she gets her way and happily slams her bag down while Dongjin covers his face in sheer defeat. But staring at him, she feels a slight twinge of regret, remembering her recent meeting with Chamberlain T. He was examining some ancient texts, warning her that the heavenly stems are targeting Dongjin and will only become more aggressive. He insisted they had to act now, suddenly ordering her to transfer to Dongjin's school as soon as possible. At the time, Tuat had stomped her feet in furious protest, complaining about why it had to be her of all people. Chamberlain T had just looked up coldly, explaining that she was the only one who could fit into his grade level. Not fully convinced, she scoffed, but Chamberlain T brought up her past encounter with Dongjin, rendering her completely silent. She clearly remembered the cold look on Dongjin's face when he asked her if she was even going to apologize to him. Seeing her quiet hesitation, Chamberlain T sighed and calmly offered to send Chamberlain No to handle the mission instead. Hearing that name, Tuat instantly snapped defensively, shouting that she never said she did not want to go. Reluctantly accepting the task, she declared she would go, which brought her right back to this awkward classroom standoff. Now she quietly looks down at the visibly annoyed Dongjin, who is refusing to show her even a shred of respect. Tuat tries to address him in a friendlier tone, but he immediately cuts her off, asking if she is stalking him. Offended, Tuat scowls and quickly snaps back, demanding to know why she would ever follow a guy like him around. With no real argument, her face darkens as she smirks, threatening to kill him if he dares use the Black Dragon power. Dongjin immediately fires back with a sharp comeback, pointing out that constantly monitoring him is literally the definition of stalking. Tuat loudly objects, insisting she's just keeping watch because she has to, even if she finds it incredibly annoying. Standing nearby, Gunho pauses while packing his books, frowning deeply as he wonders if this new girl is a total chunibyo. Just then, Haesu cheerfully calls out to Dongjin from the doorway, her sweet and energetic voice instantly catching their attention. Another classmate jokes that Dongjin's wife has arrived, but Haesu suddenly freezes at the sight of him being grabbed by the collar. Seeing the chaos unfold, Gunho grins and whispers that things are about to get really interesting from here on out. Outside, under the peaceful morning sky, Haesu looks up curiously, asking Dongjin who that strange new girl actually was. Dongjin's expression darkens as he answers, "It is the dog inspector. She came to watch over me." Hearing this, Waiso freezes up in total confusion. Her excited reaction leaves him puzzled. He thought she would have recognized the inspector, but Waiso just looks at him blankly, awkwardly, asking what he means. Dongjin looks at her calmly. He points out that she's a shaman, so she should easily see these things. After all, she can even see the spirits of her ancestors. Waiso hesitates for a long moment before admitting she is not really a shaman. She raises a finger to explain. While visualizing Jin's human shape, she tells him she can only see floating ancestral spirits, but actual high gods are completely invisible to her. She cannot even see the rat inspector. But just as she finishes, a voice suddenly cuts in from above to add more to the explanation. That dog is not the dragon's real body. Perched casually up in a tree, the dog inspector chimes in with her hands in her pockets. She explains that is why the dragon's soul slipped out like that. Waiso looks up in a daze, which only makes the dog inspector scowl more. "Hey, you over there." Spitting out her candy, she warns the girl to get away from him. Without hesitating for a single second, she jumps down. Landing gracefully, she points a finger at Dongjin. She demands to know why he keeps acting up, warning him that he needs to stay right where she can see him. She sneers that he has it easy playing around on dates, but Dongjin calmly shrugs it off as total nonsense. Hearing that the dog inspector flares up and warns him to watch his mouth. Sensing the tension rising quickly, Waiso steps in to diffuse things. She politely asks the inspector why she is treating Dongjin this way, but that simple question only earns Waiso a look of pure contempt. Why, she asks, the dog inspector shouts out in disbelief. Does Waiso seriously not know what kind of terrifying monster is living inside the guy? The black dragon is inside him. He's extremely dangerous, so she needs to stay away. She points a finger right at his face, yelling. She warns that he is a ticking time bomb. Nobody knows when the black dragon might take over, especially since he cannot even control it. These bizarre accusations leave Waiso completely baffled. What is she talking about? She steps up, grabbing Dongjin by the shoulders to protect him. She walks around him to inspect him before firmly declaring that Dongjin is not dangerous at all. She questions what the inspector even saw to make her say such things. The dog inspector snaps back, telling her that this is not a joke. Slowly, her expression darkens and her eyes grow incredibly sharp. She warns that his power could easily wipe out every single human in this school, but Dongjin refuses to let her twist the truth. He points out that the Black Dragon only surfaced to defend him because she was actively trying to murder him in the first place. Why so gasps in shock. Talk about a plot twist. She asks the inspector if that is actually true. Meanwhile, Dong-jin nonchalantly raises his drink. He confirms she attacked first. This leaves the dog inspector clenching her fists in frustration, her face turning into a deep, angry scowl. She warns him that talking like that will cause a massive misunderstanding. Dong-jin just looks back asking what kind of misunderstanding she means. The dog inspector tries to downplay it, asking to explain the whole story. Dong-jin just smirks, asking if she really wants him to spill everything. He turns to Why-so and starts laying out the exact details, leaving the dog inspector sweating bullets as she panics in the background. He finishes the story by pointing out that she never apologized and tried to blame him. The inspector cannot even find the words to argue. After hearing the truth, Why-so steps right in front of Dong-jin, shielding him from the inspector. She boldly states her thoughts on the matter. Glaring directly at the inspector, she asserts that the only dangerous person here is the inspector herself. Why-so narrows her eyes in judgment. She demands to know why she hurt Dong-jin but refused to apologize. The sudden confrontation leaves the dog inspector completely speechless and stuttering. Up in the classroom, Gwa and the guys watch the drama from the window. He jokingly asks if they are fighting over Dong-jin. Another kid fully agrees, calling it a done deal. Gwa watches with a mix of jealousy and awe, totally captivated by the scene below. He mutters that Dong-jin must have saved the entire world in his past life. A tan curly-haired classmate next to him joins in the envy. He sighs, wishing he could spend just one day in Dong-jin's shoes, claiming he could easily make both of those girls happy. Down below, the dog inspector flusters and snaps back, claiming he was not even hurt and only fell down. But Why-so refuses to let it go. She stands her ground, reminding the inspector that she was the one who pushed him, so an apology is still absolutely necessary. The dog inspector stutters, asking why a minor fall warrants an apology. She points directly at Dong-jin to prove her point, claiming that he is totally fine. Besides, the Black Dragon can easily heal any scratches. But then the dog inspector accidentally lets slip a harsh truth. She blabs that he is not even a real human anyway. The moment the words escape her mouth, she completely freezes in regret. Meanwhile, Dong-jin grows silent as his face darkens. Keeping his voice low and calm, he turns to Why-so and quietly admits the inspector is actually right. Dong-jin turns away, his face clouded with disappointment as he reiterates that he really is not a human. Seeing this, Why-so is left, flustered, calling out his name. She then slowly turns her gaze toward the dog inspector, who flinches under her intense, disappointed glare. Addressing the inspector with a stern tone, she warns her that she absolutely must apologize to Dong-jin for those hurtful words. With that, she immediately turns and walks away. Meanwhile, at another school, a statue of a reading gentleman stands peacefully in the courtyard. The scene is so quiet that birds even rest on it. Over in the canteen, the monkey inspector sits while scrolling through his phone. He sips his coffee amidst the noise nearby. Wait, what did you say? Lord Horse snaps his face, completely scowling as he answers the phone. He's absolutely furious. You let Lord Dog transfer to... Not her. He grabs his hair, groaning in sheer frustration. I should have been the one going there. Kang tried to kill him last time. What if she causes trouble again? Having said his piece, Lord Horse makes a firm decision. He is transferring schools too. Hearing this, Lord Monkey speaks up in a calm voice. Do you think school is just your playground? Transfer my ass. He scowls, raising his deep voice. Keep dreaming, maybe you can do that in your next life. Lord Horse instantly fires back. In the next life, Dong-jin will already be dead. Lord Monkey just chuckles softly, calling him incredibly dramatic. Lord Horse keeps whining about wanting to transfer. Meanwhile, Dong-jin drags his feet with heavy, exhausted steps, completely lost in his own head. He cannot stop replaying Lord Dog's blunt words. She told him that he is not even a human being. Suddenly, Dong-jin halts. He crushes the soda can in his hand, his face darkening as a gloomy shadow seems to dye the space around him. He opens his palm to the light, recalling Lord Rat's words about how the bodies of gods are just shaped vessels. A hollow container, nothing more. Dong-jin stares down at his hand with a heavy heart before the scene shifts to Lord Dog sitting alone. She sits on a bench in the schoolyard, keeping quiet for a long time. It looks like her mind is completely occupied. She's feeling a bit guilty about her harsh words to Dong-jin. Did I say something wrong, she wonders, but his face won't leave her head. Why did he look so devastated, she wonders as bright summer sunlight streams through the classroom window. He sits there all by himself, completely dazed, until a sudden notification sound snaps him back to reality. Glancing down, he sees a text from Lord Horse. The guy says he knows Dong-jin is free and demands they go hang out. Dong-jin doesn't even hesitate before typing a blunt reply, saying he is busy. But Lord Horse is not taking no for an answer. He claims he will bring a legendary heavenly horse to pick him up. Dong-jin just responds with the exact same line, saying he is busy. He sends yet another flat refusal. Instead of getting mad, Lord Horse replies with a super cute sticker which only annoys Dong-jin further. He scowls, but something outside the window catches his eye. Lord Dog realizes she is busted spying and gets incredibly flustered. Trying to act natural, she starts babbling about how ugly he looks. Suddenly, the teacher turns around and calls them out. He warns them to save their romance for after class. Dong-jin immediately snaps in anger as the rest of the class starts whispering. They whisper about Dong-jin being in another drama. Outside, the schoolyard is quiet and bathed in bright, blinding summer sunlight as Dong-jin storms off. He grabs his bag and walks away in a huff. Lord Dog chases after him, begging him to wait up, but he completely ignores her. She demands to know if he is actively giving her the cold shoulder. Dong-jin suddenly stops and turns around, leaving her totally stunned. He warns her to stop acting like they are friends and to stop following him. Shocked by his informal tone, she says she cannot. She explains that she is here to protect him, not just watch him. It was a direct order from Lord Rat himself after all. He indifferently offers to tell Lord Rat to cancel the order, catching her off guard. She gasps in shock as he calmly points out the truth. He tells her she was forced to come anyway. Stuttering, she protests, reminding him that the dangerous heavenly soldiers are already actively hunting him. Dong-jin remains completely unfazed. He coldly points out that since this body isn't even human, any injuries he takes will just heal right up anyway. He tells her he'll be fine even if he gets attacked. Hearing his bitter words, she goes completely silent, unable to find any reply. She tries to yell after him, but Dong-jin walks off without looking back, warning her he will report her for school bullying if she follows. She stands there frozen, watching him walk away. Out on the quiet streets, only a few students are walking home. Dong-jin looks up. He gazes up at the unusually quiet, clear blue sky with a sigh. He tells himself that there is no way it could happen. Surely Lord Horse wouldn't do something that ridiculously wild. But then images of the giant dragon and that crazy deity flash through his mind. There is no way he rode that thing into the human realm, right? Suddenly, the loud roar of a motorcycle engine makes him whirl around. A sleek bike speeds toward him and screeches to a halt. Lord Horse stands right there, towering over him with a grin. He proudly boasts that this is his second heavenly horse, asking if Dong-jin is too stunned to speak. Dong-jin is left completely speechless. Nearby students are whispering in absolute awe at the crazy ride. Lord Horse tosses him a helmet and gestures for him to hop on. Dong-jin asks where they are heading. Lord Horse smiles warmly, explaining that there are some old friends who are dying to meet him today. After successfully convincing the boy, he secretly fires off a text to his allies, joking that he has successfully kidnapped the target. On the other end, Lord Rooster grips his shaking phone in panic, screaming that Dong-jin is already on his way. Lord Rabbit stares at him, totally bewildered by his freak-out. She reminds him that he was crying about wanting to apologize. The chance is finally here. But Lord Rooster just slumps his shoulders nervously, whispering his worries about their upcoming meeting. Since he is showing so much hostility, she wonders what to do, only for someone to suggest she just bow and apologize. A girl steps up and sets a plate of cookies on the table. It is the Ox Guardian, smiling and wondering if he likes sweet things. The Rooster Guardian cries out in complete despair, begging to buy every treat in the shop so Dong-jin can eat them all. She rings up a total of 368,500 coins while the other two happily eat. Thanking the Rooster Guardian, they dig in, leaving her frozen in shock as night falls over a secluded forest villa. Deep in the woods, two guards chat to pass the time. One complains about doing nothing but staring at a wall for days. The other guard tiredly claims they did their best, but his partner mutters that they could probably try a little harder. Suddenly, Ho Rin-seo freezes, a dark presence. She turns, marching over to report to her commander. She bows deeply to Lord Chounding, announcing the guest has arrived and offering to dismiss the guards on duty. Chounding casually tells her to go as Ho Rin-seo promises she will never let such a security lapse happen again. Chounding mockingly replies is fine, since it infuriates the masked bastard behind her and draws him out every time. Standing in silence, Ho Rin-seo is startled when a masked figure suddenly appears right behind her without warning. The masked guardian Che-ban glares with immense bloodlust, but Chounding meets his gaze with a cold, fearless smile. Realizing she is in the way, Ho Rin-seo quickly excuses herself as Chounding arrogantly asks what has angered him today. Che-ban demands to know if she had a grand time playing around, which only earns a cunning, mocking look from her. She slyly defends herself, reminding him he wanted her to take action and calling the boy quite a fascinating child. Silence. Then Che-ban suddenly lunges, choking her tightly while she grits her teeth against the agonizing pressure. Squeezing tightly, Che-ban demands to know her game, pointing out she could have easily captured the boy. He mockingly calls her and her lackeys a pathetic, disorganized group who are simply playing at being spies. Furious, he warns that her reckless noise has completely ruined their carefully laid plans, though she remains entirely unfazed. Wearing a provocative smile, she asks if she should cause an even bigger scene, teasing what might happen next time. She scoffs that she has no interest in crushing mere ants, placing her hand on him to issue a cold warning. Run or fight, she mockingly asks, prompting him to grab her wrist and squeeze her neck even harder. He growls not to underestimate him, claiming next-generation gods like him are vastly superior to the older failed versions. Xiaoning simply smirks at his claims, mockingly noting that despite the upgrades, their basic essence remains the same. She coldly points out they are nothing but cheap copycats without her faction's original power, pushing him to the edge. Infuriated, he warns that her pride will destroy her, but his empty threats only make her laugh with excitement. She unleashes a massive burst of energy as her tail whips through the air, daring him to try and break her. Recognizing her immense power, Chaban slowly releases his grip, muttering in frustration before vanishing into thin air. He leaves her with a parting insult as she stands in silence, shifting the scene over to a local cafe. The horse guardian parks outside and walks in with Dong-jin, finding the rooster guardian frantically doing push-ups on the floor. Confused, he asks what she is doing while the rabbit guardian calmly explains she is begging for forgiveness. At the cafe, the horse guardian reaches for some cake only for the rooster guardian to violently snatch it away. She screams that he is not allowed to touch it immediately, switching to a sweet voice to pamper Dong-jin. Flustered by her intense pampering, Dong-jin politely invites everyone to share, earning him praise as an absolute living angel. The horse guardian can only sigh at her behavior, but Dong-jin curiously asks if she is also a celestial guardian. She apologizes for the late introduction, proudly declaring herself the rooster deity known in the human world as Yuran. She tells him to use whatever name feels comfortable, before suddenly leaning in to declare she will do absolutely anything. Feeling the immense pressure of her intense gaze, Dong-jin politely declines, but Yuran refuses to take no for an answer. She pleads for a chance to make up for her mistakes, prompting a defeated Dong-jin to call her big sister Yuran. Overjoyed at being called big sister, she happily agrees when he asks if she could buy him a new school uniform. She promises him 10 suits, but pauses to ask why a uniform, only for him to remind her that she tore his previous one. Realizing she left him with only one outfit, the other two guardians immediately tease her for ruining a kid's clothes. Yuran immediately slams her head down, crying out in apology and asking if he was hurt during their initial clash. She blames her madness on the mention of the black dragon, forcing the horse guardian to stop her from breaking her own skull. Is that so? You can just let it go. It is fine. The rabbit guardian smiles, sheepishly left completely speechless. Suddenly, Dong-jin speaks up. After all, this is not a human body. He claims a simple sleep will heal everything, which startles Gong Ji-won. She suddenly grabs his hand. A total shock, she seriously explains his body has only become so different because of the black dragon. Hearing this, he nervously mutters a quiet agreement while she firmly emphasizes that he must never take his injuries lightly. The horse guardian then speaks up, warning him about the black dragon. Without it, Dong-jin is just an ordinary human. He reminds the boy not to become numb to being injured. He remains silent. He just stares back, then suddenly remarks that his past injuries were actually caused by the guardians themselves. The rabbit guardian quickly reassures him, saying he is simply a little more special than ordinary folks, while the rooster guardian keeps doing push-ups out of sheer guilt. She gently comforts him. He is undeniably human. They promise to help him reclaim his normal life, leaving Dong-jin completely dazed. He suddenly asks who they are, reminding her that she forgot to introduce herself as Juger, the fourth Zodiac deity. She warmly grabs his hand, expressing how thrilled she is to finally meet him, a moment she has eagerly anticipated for ages. The sudden gesture completely freezes him in place. Then out of nowhere, another guardian reaches out to touch his forehead, introducing the ox. She examines him closely, confirming that his body truly belongs to the dragon. She gently pats his head, noting their uncanny resemblance. Gong Ji-won cuts in, teasingly mentioning that while the dragon bloodline is quite troublesome, their contrasting personalities make them a fascinating pair. She quickly clarifies that she was not referring to him as annoying. She then calmly introduces herself as Diu, the ox deity. She offers a warm, friendly smile as the sky outside gradually fades into a soft pink sunset, eventually turning into night. With the shop closed for the night, Gong Ji-won cleans up alone, while the rabbit guardian remains focused on something nearby, quietly observing. Dong-jin, as he drifts off to sleep, her mind wanders back to their earlier conversation, remembering his sad face when he asked if he could ask a quick question about his parents who tragically passed away when he was just a little child. Her eyes fill with deep concern as she remembers how he blamed himself, wondering if their deaths were entirely his own fault. She gently places her hand on his forehead, casting a soothing spell, assuring him that none of it was ever his doing. No matter how terrible that accident was, it is absolutely not a burden or a sin that Dong-jin should ever have to carry. Deep within his fading memories, his parents still smile warmly at him, right before a sudden horrific tragedy tears their lives apart. She realizes with a heavy heart that the poor boy has been trapped inside this painful nightmare, drowning in guilt ever since. Sensing only fragments of his shattered past, she closes her eyes silently, apologizing before diving deeper into his subconscious mind. A new door to his past swings open, allowing her to witness his childhood home where a young Dong Jin looks incredibly happy. Seeing his innocent childhood self, Gong Ji-won feels a gentle warmth in her heart, realizing this was his happiest time. But suddenly, her eyes widen in pure horror as a sinister shadow creeps toward their car. She gasps instantly, recognizing the terrifying demon, glaring at the family inside. The monster ruthlessly slaughters Dong Jin's parents right before his eyes, brutally shattering his fleeting happiness. The beast claws at the vehicle, crushing it, while his father desperately struggles with the steering wheel. With her final breaths, his mother tries to protect him only for the demon to sever her arm. Gong Ji-won desperately tries to intervene, but she helplessly realizes it is just a memory. The dying mother's remaining arm trembles as she grits her teeth through the pain, shielding her son with her own body. Dong Jin clings to his mother, refusing to let go as the car is violently flipped. Gong Ji-won watches the nightmare unfold in seconds, her eyes filling with tears at the tragic sight. The vicious demons continue tearing at the wreckage, lifting little Dong Jin into the air. She screams his name in despair, but suddenly the beast is obliterated. Someone swoops in to rescue him, and through her tears, she recognizes the pig guardian. Looking around the ruined wasteland, passers-by shout in panic about the terrible accident ahead, pointing at the completely overturned car that is smoking. They desperately yell at the victims to get out and call 119 immediately, while Gong Ji-won stands frozen in absolute shock. They breathe a sigh of relief that the little boy was saved, even as the vehicle is completely consumed by a roaring fire. Watching his world burn away, little Dong Jin cries out for his mother. Gong Ji-won stands completely rooted to the spot, watching him. The memory shifts to his parents' funeral, where some relatives show pity, while others heartlessly whisper and point fingers at him. He sat there entirely helpless and broken. Watching this, Gong Ji-won finally understands the deep trauma he had to endure all alone. Unable to bear the crushing weight of his past, his mind shattered. Her soul rushes forward to wrap him in a warm embrace. She promises to seal away these dark memories once more, but suddenly pitch-black shadows begin to wrap tightly around them both. She glares upon hearing a bizarre laugh, those blood-red eyes staring right back, whispering that it has seen everything. Now that brat has a highly intriguing memory. She draws her sword as a warning while the black dragon's true form slowly manifests. Channeling her sealing power, Jo points her blade, resolved to kick the beast out with absolute determination written all over her face. Exiting the child's body, Jo and the black dragon stand face to face. The beast warns her that even if she fights, only Yang Jin's soul will end up getting hurt here. Yet she remains completely unfazed, standing her ground. Declaring that only the dragon will suffer, she charges forward, gathering a massive surge of energy at the tip of her blade. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, making her gasp in shock. As his silhouette appears, she wonders what he is planning. Yang Jin raises his hand high before slowly bringing it down. Behind him, the bound black dragon watches closely. She stands frozen in place while the dragon looks on with regret. Suddenly, Yang Jin places his hand on her head. Stunned, she gazes at his face as a blinding light slowly fades his image away, forcing her out of the memory. She snaps out of it, realizing he pushed her out. Troubled, she struggles to make sense of the bizarre situation. She recalls Guardian Wei's warning: if Yang Jin were just an ordinary human, the black dragon would have devoured him long ago. As the boy remains fast asleep, a hand gently caresses his head. His eyes slowly flutter open, catching a blurry shape. Mumbling sleepily for his mother, he soon realizes it is actually Jo, who gently asks him if he slept well. The realization instantly jolts him awake. He sits up in pure shock while she cheerfully notes how exhausted he must have been. She even carried him all this way without him noticing. Guardians Wu and you have already headed out, while he looks outside. Gazing at the beautiful evening scenery, he asks where they are, and she happily replies that they are on Diu Island. He nods at first, then panics, shouting out the island's name in total shock before flatly asking why they are there. And right on cue, a familiar voice cuts in, calling him a clueless kid and leaving him completely bewildered. Guardian Hai offers a warm smile, greeting young Master Yang after so long, while the boy just stares back in a daze. The Guardian expresses relief that the boy is doing well. When asked who he is, he playfully claims to be a mysterious helper. Outside, countless stars light up the night sky. Indoors, Yang Jin eats while Guardian Hai watches him closely, forming a theory. Jo solemnly suggests that the enemy's real goal isn't just to cause chaos in the human realm, but something else entirely. He calmly replies that the heavenly stems seem to have targeted young Master Yang from the very beginning. Hearing this, she frowns in silence while he observes the boy, noting that something about this feels incredibly off. She instinctively agrees, and he presses further, asking if Guardian Mao has also noticed the strangeness before sharing his thoughts. He explains that after that initial incident, young Master Yang faced absolutely no other supernatural threats until he turned 16. If their only goal was to restore natural order, they should have made far more aggressive moves to eliminate him by now. Listening very intently, she agrees that it makes absolutely no sense why they suddenly stopped targeting the boy, especially since Yang Jin was left completely vulnerable after the accident, yet they left him alone. He theorizes that, if the heavenly stems had intervened 10 years ago, Guardian Shin's seal could have been broken at any point, yet it was only broken right before his 16th year, which he admits is merely his personal theory. Now here's where his theory gets really wild. Guardian High fears that the enemy's true target was never actually Yang Jin. Instead, they wanted the dragon's physical vessel, a body capable of wielding divine power, which leaves her gasping in utter disbelief. He asserts that the heavenly stems likely figured out the rule of 64 seasons required to control that divine vessel. Deeply terrified by the revelation, she suggests sharing this crucial information with the other Zodiac Guardians immediately. He cuts her off, asking if she still doesn't understand. His words leave Guardian Mao completely bewildered. He reminds her that only the earthly branches should know this. Shocked to her core, she urgently asks what he means. With a sharp gaze, he firmly declares that under this theory he cannot trust the other Guardians with this information. She questions his lack of trust, but Guardian High reassures her that even if it is just a theory, any suspicion warrants caution. Helplessly, she points out that demons committed the murders, but Guardian High suddenly stands up to correct her. He calmly asks if she truly believes a Zodiac Guardian could never be involved just because the demons pulled the trigger. His piercing words leave her deeply unsettled as he sharply points out that even if they did not strike directly, they could easily have an insider working from the shadows to feed critical information directly to the enemy's side. Clenching her fists in helpless silence, she lowers her head softly, asking what they should do next under this dark assumption. I will look into this further and report back to the Rat Director. He smiles at her, saying the Rat Director surely won't have any doubts. She gives a soft nod and smiles back, but then her expression shifts. She asks if he is truly doing all right after learning the whole truth. The question catches him off guard, but he offers a warm smile. He says he is fine since Rabbit Director is always incredibly fair, but he jokingly warns that if rumors start spreading, it is on her. Placing her hand on her teacup, she turns her attention to Pig Director. She mentions she has some intriguing news to share. She admits she cannot be certain, but she suspects there is something hidden deep within Yang Jin. He asks if she is referring to the legendary Black Dragon, but she shakes her head, explaining that it is something entirely beyond her comprehension. With a trace of anxiety, she admits she does not know if it is part of Yang Jin's subconscious or something else entirely. She cannot say for sure, but she recalls that the mysterious presence did not feel evil. Even so, it easily pushed her right out of his inner mind. This surprises him, and he questions how anything could push her out. She quickly deflects, pointing out how peaceful the scenery looks outside. She remarks on the beautiful patterns on the roof. Turning to leave, Yang Jin bows and bids them farewell as a spatial gate opens behind him. He is about to step through but hesitates and asks why the portal leads straight to the Rat Director's house. Pig Director looks a bit flustered. He explains that while he wanted to open a portal directly to Yang Jin's home, his temporal limits prevented it. Fortunately, Rabbit Director chimes in. She happily notes that she already cleared this with the Rat Director, who should have a direct portal to Yang Jin's place ready. Reassured, Yang Jin heads toward the gate but pauses when they call out to him. He turns back to look at the two directors. Pig Director tells him not to worry because everything will turn out fine. After all, they have only confirmed the arrival of Chanding. This means the other heavenly stems likely are not mobilizing yet. Yang Jin nods in relief while Pig Director chuckles, adding that compared to them, he is on a completely different level than Cheon Ding. Rabbit Director proudly agrees, praising Pig Director's immense power to put the kid at ease. But Yang Jin still feels an unsettling chill, realizing something is terribly wrong. Meanwhile, the Rat Director has just arrived back at her place. She is completely absorbed in her phone. Back at the gate, Yang Jin stammered. Suddenly, a violent explosion rips through Bep's home. The boy panics, realizing his ancestor must have run into another hostile heavenly stem. The terrifying news catches both directors completely off guard. Inside the ruined house, Rat Director is pinned ruthlessly to the floor by a massive muscular figure looming right over her. He grins like a maniac, his eyes filled with absolute bloodlust. This monster is none other than the unkillable heavenly stem, Cheon Gang. Pinned flat against the cold ground, Bep can only glare as Cheon Gang mockingly remarks on how long it has been. He chuckles, asking if it is true that she recently had some fun with Cheon Ding. He tilts his head with a mocking grin. He demands that she play with him this time. She coldly snaps back, telling him that business hours are officially over for the day. Cheon Gang just laughs, calling himself her VIP guest. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes from behind, stating he is not the guest she meant. It is the Dragon Director. He glares at Cheon Gang, clarifying that she was talking about him. Without wasting a single breath, he swings his massive sword straight down at the intruder's neck. A smirk plays on his lips as he welcomes him back. But just as the blade is about to bite, Cheon Gang spins around and blocks the strike head-on with a mocking grin. He easily snaps the sword in half with his bare hands and roars Monkey's name. Instantly, Monkey Director launches a counterattack, leaping forward. He delivers a devastating kick. Feeling the raw fury behind the attack, Cheon-gang's eyes widen in brief shock. Seizing his chance, Monkey Director channels all his strength into a brutal punch straight to the face. The cigarette slips right from his lips. He drops his blade low, pressing the freezing edge directly against Cheon-gang's throat, yet the monster just sneers, dare him to do it. Monkey Director's grin widens, his eyes flashing with dark amusement. He grips the hilt tightly, ready to finish this. He unleashes a clean, decisive slash. From the side, Rat Director watches anxiously, her eyes locked on his every movement. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right where Cheon-gang stands, triggering a devastating blast that shakes the entire room. Coughing through the smoke, Rat Director yells in sheer fury. Monkey Director just shrugs, asking what her problem is as she points to her ruined door. He casually replies that it belongs to him, offering to fix it up for her. Then out of nowhere, a familiar voice cuts in. Cheon-gang brushes the dust off his shoulders, looking highly annoyed. He actually believed being locked in a human body would keep his enemy weak, but that attack stung a lot more than expected. Hearing this, the Monkey Guardian just smirks. He does not bother to give a reply. To Cheon-gang, he simply braces himself and steps into a fighting stance. The martial god instantly unleashes his flying sword straight ahead. The blade zooms straight toward Cheon-gang, who merely sneers that it is useless. But before he can even finish his sentence, the Guardian strikes. The Monkey Guardian teleports right in front of him. Cheon-gang gasps in shock as a devastating kick comes flying straight for his head. Seeing his opponent block the hit, the Monkey Guardian mockingly asks if he really stopped that. He then asks if he remembers the past, back when he got beaten to a bloody pulp. Gritting his teeth, Cheon-gang takes a step back and raises his arm to deflect the blow. The enemies strike. Lord Shin raises his sword staff to lock down Cheon-gang as a ring of crimson power erupts from the hilt, shaking the surrounding air as if tearing it apart, while the divine energy condenses into bright red patterns, glowing along the weapon. In that final split second, the entire sword staff is dyed blood red as Lord Shin puts all his strength into a heavy slash at Cheon-gang, who suddenly taunts that he has been looking forward to this meeting. Cheon-gang sneers in disappointment, sparking Lord Shin's rage as he fires a decisive counterattack. But Lord Shin is blown back, his weapon slipping from his grasp, leaving Lord Sa watching in complete shock. She screams out while Cheon-gang watches the scene with immense satisfaction, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. He mocks them, saying he has not even used his full power yet, before laughing and asking if they have really become human. Now, Lord Shin glares, demanding to know his purpose. Cheon-gang calmly replies that their snake lady touched the heavens first, so he came to touch them a bit in return. He shakes his head, saying Lord Shin is just too weak. His interest is completely gone, so he turns to leave but suddenly stops as if remembering something. He mockingly notes that he heard they can only unleash their true power during a specific time in the living world. Cheon-gang laughs loudly, challenging them to meet again during that hour since he is always ready to fight. But suddenly, a terrifying wave of heat erupts, burning Cheon-gang before he can even react. He gasps in shock at the heat, while Lord Sag glares with furious eyes, telling him there is no next time. She vows that he will never leave this place as raging crimson flames erupt, and she steps forward. She demands to know their real purpose, pressing him further on who told them about the secret hour. When he stays silent, she loses patience and frowns, asking if he truly refuses to answer her. The fire surges, completely engulfing Cheon-gang, who grimaces and calls her far more pathetic than he imagined. Suddenly, a massive torrent of energy crashes down from above as Cheon-gang clenches his fists tightly. A deafening roar shakes the area as thick dust covers everything, and Lord Shin shields Lord Sa from the blast. As the dust finally clears, he safely releases her, and Lord Sa looks around at the absolute devastation. She sighs in frustration before the scene shifts to the shared house where Lord O senses a familiar presence. He raises his glass, laughing that the monkey is almost back, so they should quickly finish their drinks and clean up the evidence. Resting her chin on her hand, Lord Yu suddenly shares a random thought. She slowly brings up Dongjin, wondering what would happen if the loop of the uncrying child has finally ended. Lord O immediately grimaces, asking what that chicken brain of hers is talking about, but she waves her hands. She tells him to listen first, arguing that they only call it natural order because it is a flow that even divine power cannot hope to stop, but she urges him to look at how the tide has turned. She explains that inside a physical body born from ordinary humans, a human soul has actually been created. Lord O immediately chimes in, pointing out that strictly speaking, that host body is not actually human. She nods in agreement, but argues that the spirit residing inside is still a genuine human soul. This leads her to wonder if human souls could eventually inhabit their future vessels as well. If humans continue to be born, she hopes it means their duties on Earth will finally end. With that, they could finally return to the heavens, but Lord O quickly pours cold water on her theory. He points out that a certain someone failed to return, making her laugh awkwardly about Lord Jin's fate. Getting forced into a dog's body is indeed rough, and Lord O sighs with a hint of guilt. He admits he feels bad for Dongjin, but slowly adds that calling him entirely human is still questionable. Lord Yu nods in agreement since that physical vessel was originally a divine body, but Lord O shakes his head, noting that even if Dongjin wore Lord Jia's divine robes, the truth is far more complex. The way he wielded divine power was far too effortless, reminding him of Lord Mi's warnings. If he were just a normal human, the Black Dragon would have devoured him alive a long time ago. He firmly believes they cannot simply turn a blind eye to this anomaly, but Lord Yu is not pleased, slamming her hand down and threatening to kill him if he dares call Dongjin a demon. He quickly cuts her off, asserting that Dongjin is definitely not a demon before Lord O glares and asks her, delivering every word with intent, did they actually believe a mere demon could suppress the Black Dragon bracelet? Meanwhile, the night sky slowly blanketed the world, as Overseer Shin walked into the house with his arm in a cast only to freeze at the sight before him. Overseer O and Overseer Yu were locked in a wild brawl, weapons in hand. Watching them bicker like children, Overseer Shin finally lost his patience and spoke up. "What are you two doing?" he asked. Overseer Yu snapped and pointed across the room, complaining that this bastard told him to die just to test the flow of the natural order. "Why do not you do it yourself, Overseer?" O casually shrugged, claiming he was too busy waiting for next year's game release. He had been dying to play it. Overseer Shin pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a heavy sigh, and ordered them both to just stop. Just then, Overseer Sa walked in, catching Overseer Yu off guard. Surprised to see her, she offered a soft smile and asked if she was here too. Asking if she was also there, Overseer Yu's eyes suddenly locked onto the thick bandages on Overseer Shin's arm. "Hold on. What happened to your arm, Overseer?" Oh, then called out to Overseer Shin, who calmly addressed the room, urging everyone to listen up and please pay close attention to his next words. He quickly began to analyze their situation, pointing out that even though this current vessel is divine, it is fundamentally different from their true forms. It is no longer the vessel created by the ritual altar. Overseer O added that it had been a long time since they last used their powers properly, and they do not even need specific conditions to trigger their abilities like Overseer Sa did. Clenching his fist in silence, he noted that they had been living peacefully as ordinary humans for a while, but from now on they had to train to fully harmonize their vessels with their divine power. He emphasized that nobody knew if Chonggang's goal in descending to the mortal realm was really just to target Yong-jin. He believed things were far more complicated, but that serious atmosphere only lasted for a brief moment before Overseer Shin broke it with sheer doubt, asking that bastard if he was drunk and why he was acting so dead serious. Overseer Yu glanced down at the empty bottle and yelled that he knew it, the guy was totally wasted, which explained the sudden outburst. Staring at the empty wineskin, Overseer Shin grumbled that the damn horse had downed everything. After a brief silence, he continued, questioning if they would return to heaven if this mortal vessel were to vanish right now. Overseer Se immediately offered her thoughts, suggesting they contact Overseer Bium if they wanted to test that theory, as he had the fewest lingering attachments to this world. Overseer Yu immediately countered, arguing that none of them actually had any attachments, especially considering how much this heavy shackle had weighed them down. Overseer Shin recalled that when he last saw Overseer Bium, the man was already a 70-year-old elder, and they had not been in contact for over 50 years. Overseer Yu wondered if Overseer He or Overseer Sewell might know his current whereabouts, but Overseer Shin immediately objected, slamming his wine glass firmly down onto the table. He firmly emphasized that they must minimize sharing any information with the other earthly deities. Overseer Yu was left completely puzzled, asking why. Overseer Sa slowly explained that Cheonggang knew way too much about them, from the specific time limits of unleashing their true powers in this realm to the secrets of their ritual vessels. She continued, noting that his claim about her being trapped in a human body sounded highly suspicious, especially since he kept bringing up her original divine strength right from the start. Overseer Shin grimaced, realizing those were not the words of someone certain of his facts, but rather a clever attempt to confirm what he had only heard. Overseer Yu hesitated, pointing out that even so, relying solely on that to suspect their allies was a reach. Overseer Se agreed it was not definitive proof, just a theory. She then recalled their recent conversation, sharing that when she questioned Cheonggang about his true purpose on Earth, he had given her a very peculiar answer. He mentioned that Guy had not given it to him yet, likely referring to their informant who must know the Guardians inside out. Overseer Yu gasped in disbelief, shocked that someone existed whom Chonggang would refer to so casually. Overseer Shin let out a dry laugh, finding it quite amusing. Talk about a massive plot twist. A traitor is hiding among them, causing Overseer Yu to instantly snap, asking if he had completely lost his mind. Overseer Se concluded that as Overseer O suggested their enemy's goal might not just be Yong-jin, but she believed they absolutely needed him to pull off their grand plan. Therefore, the only thing they could do right now was to keep a very close eye on everyone around him. The scene then shifts to the schoolyard where Yong-jin sat in a complete daze, turning a tangerine over in his hand. Jigwon stood before him holding a wooden sword to demonstrate. After a brief pause, he sheathed it and looked over. He urged him to try again, but Yong-jin hesitantly asked if they could just skip this training session while at school. Jigwon calmly countered that true training knows no boundaries. Yong-jin could only stare back in utter defeat, telling his friend that from now on, he should let him handle things himself since he already had a basic grasp of the stances. But Jigwon immediately shook his head. No way, he firmly declared, promising to make him as strong as possible in the shortest time. Yong-jin was left completely baffled, asking why. Jigwon explained that no matter how masterfully he wielded a blade, he could never truly surpass the absolute limits of a mere human. Jigwon hands the wooden sword to Dong-jin, believing he can pull it off. His voice then grows dead serious, explaining his plan to pass down everything he knows so Dong-jin can finally stand up and protect himself. He stresses that if fate cannot be avoided, they must fight back. Then his eyes suddenly lock onto him, declaring that he must defeat Dong-jin. Seeing the exact script written in the phone notes, Dong-jin sighs in disbelief. He really scripted this entire speech. Jigwon rubs his forehead in despair, complaining that Dong-jin has zero sense of drama. Dong-jin calmly defends himself, saying he only did it because the situation seemed amusing. Just then, an unexpected voice cuts in. "Hey, you losers!" A basketball suddenly flies straight toward Jigwon. Without a second thought, Dong-jin swiftly grabs the sword, slicing the ball in midair. It immediately bursts, dropping to the gym floor as shredded rubber. One of the bullies gasps, utterly baffled by how a basketball could just explode like that. Soho panics, trying to convince himself that the ball was just old. That explains why it looks so dirty. But his friend instantly shuts him down, pointing out the ball was brand new and fully inflated. Jigwon stares at Dong-jin in complete awe. He only briefly demonstrated the stance earlier, yet Dong-jin has already fully mastered it. A mocking voice echoes from behind. "Look who grew up, Dong-jin." Refusing to play along, Dong-jin firmly grips the wooden sword, drawing a clear line with Soho. He coldly warns him to stop picking fights and get lost, but the bully just sneers. Acting tough now, Ari Soho mocks him, asking if hanging out with these weirdos made him think he is some grand swordsman. He laughs, demanding to know if the teachers even allowed this dangerous stunt. Jigwon sighs, pointing out the crowd gathering around. With so many eyes on them, he suggests finding another spot to practice. Dong-jin looks at him with an exhausted expression. "Did you seriously only realize that now?" Jigwon replies defensively that he never expected those bullies to jump them. Jigwon scowls in confusion. It makes no sense. Why would an incredibly unremarkable guy like Dong-jin draw their attention like this? He continues rambling on. Usually, in standard story tropes, they would have been childhood best friends who fell out over some misunderstanding. Dong-jin immediately cuts him off, stating they were never friends and there was absolutely no misunderstanding between them. Right then, a loud voice booms across the yard, calling out Dong-jin's name. It is the dog Overseer, arriving completely out of nowhere. Without warning, she strikes a solid blow directly at him. Dong-jin quickly spins around, shocked to see her standing there. She immediately demands to know what he was doing with his left hand just now. Dong-jin hastily objects, denying using his power, but she yells back in disbelief, pointing out that he still popped a basketball. Even a passing stray dog would laugh at that excuse. Even she's laughing. Jigwon suddenly steps in, telling the dog Overseer that there is something she is completely missing here. He explains slowly that inside Dong-jin lies a force far greater than the dark power of the Black Dragon. The dog Overseer freezes, demanding to know what could possibly be stronger than that power. Jigwon's expression grows dead serious. It is the sword of the heart known as sheer willpower. She stands completely stunned while Dong-jin lets out a heavy sigh. He mutters to Jigwon that he specifically told him not to talk to him at school, but she snaps back, refusing to listen. She demands to know why she should obey him, leaving Dong-jin speechless. Is she a child? Seizing the moment, she criticizes them further. She scoffs at their training, asking if they honestly believe doing basic drills will magically make them stronger overnight. Dong-jin looks at her in surprise, asking when she started eavesdropping. The dog Overseer quickly and defensively denies it. She insists it was surveillance, not eavesdropping. Jigwon sighs, pointing out there is literally no difference between the two. She looks directly at him, warning him to sit still and just let them protect him. Dong-jin frowns in clear annoyance. He insists he already said he will protect his own body, annoyed that they treat him like some dangerous threat. He is willing to do whatever it takes to avoid unleashing the feared Black Dragon. Suddenly, her face darkens completely. She coldly cuts him off, calling his efforts completely useless. She mutters that it would be better if his body stayed weak. Her harsh words leave Dong-jin stunned. She continues in a low tone, questioning how someone like him could ever control a dragon. She adds that no matter how hard he tries, he will only ever end up as a vessel for the dark beast. His mind will eventually be completely swallowed up. Dong-jin's fists clench tightly as he hangs his head, his hair shadowing his eyes. After a tense silence, he speaks in a low, cold voice, declaring that even for a divine overseer, she is being awful. She is just like those arrogant traditional elders who always assume they are right. Turning his back, Dong-jin begins to walk away. He warns them not to follow him. Jiguan bows politely to the dog overseer, quickly grabbing back his wooden training sword. He claims his property and runs off. Left behind, she feels a sudden pang of doubt creeping deep into her mind. Back in class, Dong-jin sits lost in thought, wondering if he could have just blocked the incoming attack. There is really nothing much to say about it. In his memory, a classmate asks in total surprise, "But you actually popped a basketball?" "Yeah," he replied, that even he did not see it coming. He thought to himself, there is one thing he knows for sure, that it was not. The power of the Black Dragon. Whenever that power flares up, his arm immediately goes completely numb. He looks down at his left arm, realizing it has actually stopped moving on its own lately. Every single passing thought in his head makes him wonder if his body is some kind of divine body or something. Plus, ever since that last incident, the Black Dragon has stayed quiet. He sighs softly, sitting lost in thought in class before the scene shifts to San's house. Inside, San and Gyeong-dong stare in shock at a spilled ink bottle. Bok-soon was practicing calligraphy when San accidentally kicked the ink on the table. Splash! The bottle flipped, sending black ink flying right onto Bok-soon's face, leaving the girl frozen. Gyeong-dong quickly covers himself, yelling that San did it and he had nothing to do with it, while San laughs nervously. San quickly apologizes, but Bok-soon slowly lifts her head, her face completely covered in messy black ink from her forehead down to her cheeks. Her wide eyes glare at San as she asks why he is running around inside when they have a yard to play in. "Why play ball indoors?" San shivers, thinking she is terrifying. Bok-soon slowly stands up and aggressively stomps over to him. Right in front of San, she immediately demands compensation, telling him to pay her back. San flinches, his face completely freezing up as he stammers that he does not have any money to pay her back. Bok-soon narrows her eyes slowly, raising a hand right in front of him and bending her fingers one by one. 3, 2, 1. Game over. The whole house erupts into absolute chaos, and any quiet atmosphere instantly vanishes under the loud noise. Right at that moment, San summons the sacred relic Inspector Ti. The man steps inside, looks at the chaotic mess in front of him, and blankly asks what is going on. Hearing this, Gyeong-dong tries to explain the situation, but Bok-soon immediately throws herself onto the floor, crying and blaming San for doing everything. San steps up and admits that he spilled the ink. Bok-soon holds up her stained dress with deep regret, crying that it was her favorite outfit. Gyeong-dong tries to calm her down, saying she can just wash it, but she screams back, asking how these stains could ever wash out. The boy still does not give up, arguing that modern technology is super advanced now. She angrily snaps back what Inspector T sighs with a headache, promising to buy her the exact same dress. Bok-soon's eyes light up as she asks if he is serious. He nods and says yes, but since it is late, they should go tomorrow. Bok-soon happily agrees, then adds that since summer is here, he should buy her a brand new summer dress too. Gyeong-dong and San can only stare in speechless disbelief. Talk about a master manipulator. That was her real goal all along. Inspector T gently pats her head, saying he will have Manager Lee come over tomorrow so she can go with him. Bok-soon immediately objects, complaining that she does not want to go with the manager. She insists she wants to go with him, declaring he has to go on a date with her. He has no choice but to agree. He changes the subject, telling everyone to get dinner and urging Bok-soon to go change her clothes. The young girl obediently complies, but then suddenly remembers someone asking why Dong-dong is not coming today. He explains that because of Uncle Shin, Dong-dong cannot visit very often. Meanwhile, back with Dong-jin, he is standing in a messy room filled with scattered mandarin peels. He freezes, a sudden bad feeling washing over him. Hoping his guess is wrong, he rushes over to grab the box of mandarins, but it is completely empty. Jin lies nearby, looking totally stuffed. He cries out in despair, bitterly remembering the moment he received those precious fruits. Chiwu had handed Dong-jin the modest gift, explaining these are premium golden mandarins and some mandarin jam for him to try. They are authentic Jeju Island mandarins, making Dong-jin cry in pain over his ruined treats. Hearing this, Jin casually asks if those were mandarins. He evaluates them, noting they taste similar to other seeded fruits, but they are not bitter at all and are actually quite sweet. Glaring at the massive pile of leftover peels, Dong-jin demands to know if Jin ate every single one of them by himself. The old man immediately shifts the blame, wondering how starved that kid Do Cheon must have been, claiming Do Cheon probably ate more than half. Dong-jin gets furious at the excuse. At that very moment, Do Cheon is happily playing around in the water, completely unaware. Dong-jin sternly declares that Jin is officially banned from eating instant noodles. Jin protests, arguing that Dong-jin had packed a bunch of mandarins for school too. Dong-jin calmly replies that he brought them to share with his classmates, while Jin is just a greedy glutton who devoured everything alone. Jin cautiously asks how long this temporary ban is going to last. Dong-jin shortly answers depends on his mood. He adds, asking if Jin is still hungry after eating so much. Jin grumbles that Dong-jin is such an authoritarian brat, warning that even as his descendant, he will grow up to be very unlikable. Dong-jin completely ignores the insults, silently calculating his expenses and realizing he will definitely have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. Checking his phone, his remaining balance is just 126,301. Talk about broke. Staring at the tiny amount in his bank account, he sighs, realizing it will be pretty difficult to find a part-time job right now. Jin suddenly repeats the word part-time. The term instantly reminds him of a previous incident, asking if Dong-jin is planning to hunt down some bizarre bugs again. Really, Dong-yeon shakes his head. He will only work after shopping if needed, but he proactively suggests going alone. The boy shuts down the offer immediately. No way. The guardian explains that even with dog inspector at his school, right now he is entirely on his own. What if a demon targets him? What if he runs into the TN gang? What then? The elder keeps trying to persuade him. One word from him and those monsters will leave him alone. After thinking it over, Dong-yeon finally yields. Fine. They can head out together. Meanwhile, the kids are having a blast. As Manager Lee opens the car door, they immediately rush into the mall. Their eyes sparkle with excitement. Watching them so hyped up this early, Manager Lee smiles and notes their eagerness. It seems they really looked forward to this trip. The rat inspector nods while watching the three run ahead. He notes that those heavy sleepers actually woke up early today. Walking beside him, Manager Lee looks around the mall. We are almost the very first guests here today. As they walk, Young San suddenly stops and turns around. San tells the manager to stop following them. Bok-sun immediately backs him up, agreeing that they should go alone. That is right. They just want to eat and play by themselves, complaining that the adults always rush them. You always say there is no time. The kids chime in. Left completely embarrassed, Manager Lee looks to the rat inspector. He stammers to the young masters, but the rat inspector calmly gestures that it is fine for him to leave. Just go ahead. Manager Lee reluctantly nods, asking the inspector to call him once they finish all their shopping. Inside the mall, a female clerk grows highly suspicious. No adults, just a group of kids wandering around alone. She whispers to her coworker, wondering if they are lost. Meanwhile, Bok-sun excitedly points out all the dresses she wants. I will buy everything here. At the checkout counter, the rat inspector pulls out a high-end credit card to pay. He places the black card down. The clerk is stunned. She grows even more suspicious, wondering where they got it. Bending down, she politely asks the young customers where their parents are, trying to figure out what is happening. Bok-sun looks utterly confused. Parents. The clerk presses further, asking if they really came all by themselves today. The rat inspector starts to panic. This is not going well. Meanwhile, the clerk wonders if she should call security. She debates calling the Lost Child Center. Quickly, the rat inspector lies, claiming their parents are just in the restroom. He offers to go fetch them. Ducking into the restroom, the rat inspector uses his magic to transform into an adult. He walks out pretending to be the apologetic father, apologizing for being late. The clerks stare in complete shock. San gasps. Bok-sun is about to call out his real name, but Gyeom-dong quickly nudges her to play along. She immediately calls him dad. The transformed inspector then asks to complete the payment, leaving the clerk completely starstruck. He looks incredibly young to have 3 kids. Her coworker whispers that there is actually a 4th child too. Counting the bowl-cut kid from earlier makes 4. They must be in elementary school. The clerks are utterly amazed. They assume he is some wealthy forever young tycoon with a huge family, joke praising him for doing his civic duty. As the 2 clerks gossip about this rare sight, the scene shifts back to Yong-jin's house. Yong-jin hands over a free pet carrier he got from the local market, telling his companion to crawl inside. He explains that dogs are banned inside the supermarket. If you want to come, you must get in. The deity grumbles in anger. After carrying the heavy carrier for a while, Dong-yeon complains about how heavy it is. He tells the deity to make himself lighter, but the dog sarcastically tells him to use it as a workout. He grumbles back, asking how he is supposed to carry this. Meanwhile, a suspicious stranger watches them from afar. Hidden behind a wall, the stalker is suddenly startled when the dog inspector's voice booms out, asking who he is. The spy looks up in shock. The dog inspector is standing on a railing, looking down with a sharp glare. Realizing he has spotted the intruder, bolts. Swiftly, she uses her power to close the gap and grab his collar. The stranger's hat knocks loose. She asks why he did not just use his own powers to escape faster. Squinting, she recognizes him as the goat inspector. Without warning, she lunges forward and throws a powerful punch. He looks completely flustered, unsure of what to say, but then a sly smile slowly spreads across his face instead. Who said I was ever going to help you guys? The tension rises as the two lock eyes in a standoff. Why did you even come here then? He replies that he is only there to monitor and banish rogue demons. A knowing smirk appears on the goat inspector's face, leaving her to wonder what his true motives really are. Did he follow because of the dragon overseer, just like the old days that powerful punch left no chance to dodge? The dog overseer's face filled with bloodlust as he firmly declared he was only there to monitor. Suddenly loud cheers of excitement erupted. Boxen was absolutely thrilled with her new clothes, while Ryong-dong smiled and remarked on how happy Boxen was. After shopping, Boxen just wanted to rush home to try them all and asking her dad to go higher. Even though she finished eating, the little girl was still reluctant, wondering if they really had to head back so soon. It was a shame. A happy family walked past and the rat overseer watched thoughtfully while a mother warned her child not to fall. Staring at the happy scene, Boxen turned around and looked into the distance, suddenly squealing with excitement as she was lifted onto his shoulders. He carried the bags while balancing the happy girl as Gimong and San begged for a turn next. They wanted their turn after Boxen. The rat overseer then invited the whole family to visit a cool modern supermarket nearby. The place was spacious and modern. Spotting an adorable little puppy, everyone gathered around to coo over how cute it was. The goat overseer remarked that even wild grass looked beautiful on display here, but the dog overseer quickly told him to shut up. He stared at the talking dog in shock. How did the mighty dragon end up like this? But what was wrong with being a dog? The goat overseer remembered Dragon's majestic past. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin was standing at the supermarket stall, carefully choosing mushrooms. He confidently shared a brilliant get-rich-quick idea, boasting about a master business plan he had just come up with. He eagerly explained the plan. They would climb the mountain behind the house, harvest wild herbs, and sell them at half price. It was a brilliant plan to undercut the store. Smiling knowingly as he assigned the tasks, he asked who would handle the business. Weeding assigning the job to himself, Do-chan and Kwon Yong-jin. Kwon Yong-jin could only stare back in absolute speechless bewilderment. Suddenly, the rat overseer appeared with a dark, menacing aura. Kwon Yong-jin froze, holding a bundle of green onions, shocked to see them shopping. Kwon Yong-jin coughed up blood in shock, his face darkening as he asked if the rat overseer was shopping here too. The goat and dog overseers watched in shock, asking if he had seen a ghost, while Kwon Yong-jin stood frozen in the aisle. He stood confused in the vegetable section, wondering if using that form was safe. The goat overseer flashed a sly, knowing smile. She calculated that he would probably end up bedridden tomorrow. The dog overseer asked if he should be hiding his identity instead. Adjusting his hat in annoyance, the rat overseer snapped back, saying he was authorized and calling the dog overseer a mere stalker. The dog overseer scoffed at the insult, but the goat overseer gave a sharp, decisive look, explaining there was no need to hide. She revealed a crucial secret, maintaining that human form required the rat overseer to focus a massive amount of divine energy. He had to concentrate his power to protect his physical vessel. Nearby, the rat overseer's silhouette began to blur with a faint glow at his chest, dulling his senses and leaving him in a highly vulnerable state. The dog overseer watched with deep concern, since an unexpected attack could easily overpower him. Kwon Yong-jin then asked why the overseer always stayed in his kid form instead. The rat overseer explained that maintaining his adult form required too much divine energy to be used for very long. Looking up with weary eyes, Kwon Yong-jin admitted it was nice to finally see the rat overseer's true familiar form again. Pushing his cart, the rat overseer casually asked if he had eaten yet, while Jin stood beside them looking a bit sulky. Kwon Yong-jin sheepishly admitted he had just eaten instant noodles. The overseer scoffed, asking if Kwon Yong-jin was trying to ignore his health. The overseer's own cart was packed with beef melons, grapes, and oranges, proving he believed in eating only the best. Meanwhile, Kwon Yong-jin's cart was pitifully empty, holding nothing but instant noodles, a few green onions, and some cheap mushrooms. Kwon Yong-jin awkwardly explained his tight budget, but the rat overseer simply ordered him to follow, leading the way with his cart. He guided the confused young man toward the fresh meat section, stopping right in front of the premium cuts display. Without even glancing at the price, the rat overseer tossed a massive tray of premium expensive beef straight into Kwon Yong-jin's cart. Stunned by the high price, Kwon Yong-jin quickly grabbed the tray to put it back, desperately trying to explain his lack of funds. "This is my cart, what are you doing?" Kwon Yong-jin panicked, realizing buying this expensive meat meant he would starve for weeks. But the rat overseer ignored him, tossing even more trays inside while the kids cheered that a massive feast was coming. Gimong and Boxen eagerly piled in snacks, urging Kwon Yong-jin and even the little dog to try all the delicious treats. Kwon Yong-jin tried to stop the excited kids and Jin as they continued to grab their favorite items, laughing in pure joy. He collapsed against the shopping cart, his face twisted in utter defeat as he begged them to stop before he went broke. He lamented that he had no extra income to afford this, muttering about how these gods had no idea how humans survived. The rat overseer offered a quiet, thoughtful glance as their two blue shopping carts overflowed with bags of premium beef. At the checkout counter, they ring up the premium items and food. The cashier asks if he wants a free parking pass. Yes, he does. After paying in full, a hand writes down details with a black pen to ship everything from the delivery center. Just give me the address and I will write it. As Yong-jin carefully fills in the form, a golden credit card is handed to him. Lord Ja holds it out with a calm but firm look, telling him to stop working part-time and use this for living expenses. He seriously explains his reasoning, leaving Yong-jin with no choice but to accept the generous card in silence. Doesn't Yong-jin realize this isn't the time to roam freely? Taking the card, Yong-jin quietly mumbles a quick, "Thank you." Lord Ja pauses for a brief second before turning to walk away. Confused, Yong-jin looks at the name printed on the card. "Is this your real name?" Yong-jin shyly suggests a new title, saying Ja Haeyeon sounds much better than Lord Ja. Asking to call him that almost makes Lord Ja cough up blood from shock. Formal titles always made Yong-jin feel awkward. Thankfully, that awkward title issue is finally resolved. Now they can actually enjoy their sunny walk together. They stroll through the lush green park outside the shopping mall. But watching from behind a nearby bush, Lord Sul whispers. He wonders if Lord Ja is keeping his human form for too long. What if the heavenly stems launch a sudden attack? Lord Mi looks extremely worried and tense. Reverting to his true form now would consume far too much divine energy. With no other option, they must protect them. The group arrives at a kids' cafe called Taki and steps inside. At the front desk, the clerk asks for the head count. A flustered Yong-jin counts 2 adults, 4 kids, and a dog. Lord Ja questions how he ended up as a guardian just because he paid, but the receptionist quickly stops them. She politely explains that dogs are not allowed in the kids' zone and must stay in the pet play area. Through the glass window, they see the designated pet zone complete with artificial turf toys and a few playing dogs. Lord Sul watches the scene through the glass and bursts into laughter, and honestly, who can blame him? Inside, the employee tries to introduce Lord Sul to the other dogs, encouraging him to go and play. Suddenly, the employee freezes as cold sweat pours down her face. The other dogs around them have begun to shiver. The employee panics. Why are they staring into empty space? She frantically begs them to stop now. A hot cup of tea is set down onto the wooden table. Lord Ja looks up ready to speak. He asks Yong-jin what is on his mind. A drop of sweat rolls down Yong-jin's worried face as he hesitates. Lord Sul's warning echoes in his mind, reminding him he isn't human. Yong-jin parts his lips, trying to ask the question. Am I really human? Lord Ja stares back with cold eyes, questioning the young man's sudden doubt. He wonders if Yong-jin still doubts his existence. Yong-jin looks down, admitting he feels nothing like a normal human. With a divine vessel, even if they purged the black dragon, he could never be considered a normal person. His eyes shift slightly as a close-up of a glowing green eye appears on the screen, full of mystery. Coexisting with the black dragon is bound to raise questions. Is he a demon or is he a human? Yong-jin bows his head in deep confusion and pain, a gut-wrenching moment for anyone questioning their own humanity. He explains a deep spiritual truth. Human souls usually glow in shades of pure white or vibrant blue. Suddenly, Lord Ja pauses and tilts his head. Staring at Yong-jin, his expression turns completely shocked. He reveals that he cannot see any color in Yong-jin's soul. Stunned, Yong-jin stares back and asks what that means. What does he mean by that? Lord Ja explains that his soul is actually far clearer and purer than any normal human. He cryptically adds that because it is so pure, it can seem almost completely empty if one doesn't look closely. Shocked, Yong-jin freezes in disbelief. Lord Ja calmly sips his tea and continues to explain the boy's true nature. His soul is neither that of a demon nor a god. Suddenly, flashbacks of brutal battles from the past appear, yet it can hardly be called a normal human soul either. Yong-jin looks completely bewildered by this unbelievable explanation. A bittersweet, helpless smile appears on Yong-jin's face. He looks down at his teacup and sighs in deep frustration. What am I in the end? Am I human or am I something else that even a god like you cannot define? Lord Jae's eyes widen. He reminds him that he has always existed as a human, regardless of his soul's mystery. Haven't you lived your entire life up to this point as a human orphan? Lord Ja poses a deep question. He warns that if Yong-jin doubts himself, his path will lose all meaning, leaving the young man deep in thought. The path he wants to walk will have no meaning left. Yong-jin narrows his eyes, showing a flash of firm resolve. The other person has a dead serious look on his face. Is he really going to give up now? After a long silence, he bows his head and sighs. I understand. This sincere advice helps him regain his balance. He should just think of himself as a very special human being. Yong-jin quickly shifts his mood, letting out an optimistic laugh. Does that mean my lifespan will be pretty long, especially since this is a divine body? Stage 6 is when too much pessimism turns into optimism. The lifespan of a divine body is always predetermined. Stunned, he starts calculating his own age. Awakening at 16 leaves him with 64 years, meaning he will live to 80. Yong-jin has a brand new question. Since this is a divine body, he expected to live much longer than that. Wait, are all gods born at the exact same time, and do their lifespans also end together? He continues asking. If that is true, why is everyone at such different ages? Lord Rat calmly explains the truth to him. No, the time when each person's vessel breaks is actually different. He suddenly turns pale as his past is brought up again. It has to do with him using divine power before he turns 16, right? He is forced to admit it coldly. Yes, but why? Lord Rat slams his teacup onto the table, cutting him off completely. That is none of your business. Either way, he is told not to take Lord Rat's harsh warnings to heart despite his grim assessment of the situation. Since his situation is completely unprecedented, the Guardians are basically just making their own wild assumptions for now. Wait, Lord Dog. Yong-jin presses for answers, asking if Lord Rat was the one who actually sent her there. Yes. Now that the celestial stems know his exact location, wandering around alone will be extremely dangerous. Lord Rat glares with a stern expression and barks an order. Call her back. Did you not hear a single word I said? He sighs wearily, just thinking about her. That girl know that Guardian is way more dangerous. Every single time she picks a fight, Lord Rat offers to send Lord Monkey or Lord Horse to his school instead. Wait, is this a choice he is actually allowed to make? Yong-jin shudders in fear immediately, imagining an absolutely terrible scenario. A desperate nightmare. Hey, Yong-jin, want to smoke? Wait, is he really about to ruin himself with bad habits like cigarettes? Thankfully, it is just his wild imagination. Putting that aside, Lord Rat pauses before suddenly asking a question. Did he discuss anything with Shin about finding the next dragon? Well, he is not entirely sure if this is good news. With a serious look, he brings up a deal. The ancestor mentioned that when searching for the next dragon, he might want to join them. But is that really a good thing? He also said that as long as Lord Rat lowers his guard, it should be fine. Besides, the ancestor has lost all of his memories for now, and a pet cafe comes into view. They could easily take advantage of this situation. Why not just treat him well? Act close and pull him over to their side. It would be highly beneficial. Lord Rat let out a soft chuckle, silently agreeing with the plan. It turns out only someone like him could dream up such a wild scheme. But the real reason they must remain wary of Shin is because they know his dark past and true nature. The intense conversation between the two keeps revolving around these deep mysteries. Could he explain that in more detail? He needs to know what happened to figure things out. But both of their faces turned dead serious now. He did not want him to worry, so he kept quiet, but the black dragon on his left arm is far more than just a raw source of power. In fact, it actually possesses its own conscious ego. Every single thought he has is shared directly with the black dragon. Stunned, Yong-jin turns to ask him about it. Lord Rat calmly sips his tea. Did he really feel absolutely nothing when he encountered the white dragon? Of course, he knew they had egos, but sharing thoughts. Why on earth did he wait so long to reveal this? He is completely anxious. To prevent his mind from being consumed by the black dragon, he must watch everything closely. Never let down your guard or show a single moment of weakness. Above them, a beautiful clear blue sky appears, with a flock of birds drifting by. Yong-jin growls in pure frustration, declaring today the absolute worst day ever. They have already bought way too many things. Meanwhile, Lord Goat and Lord Dog are huddled near a wall corner. She urgently tells him to hurry up since Lord Rat already left, but he insists on confirming something first. Lord Goat stares back with pure skepticism. What could he possibly need to confirm? A hand holds a shiny card. Yong-jin smiles gently as he looks at the gold card in his hand. He timidly speaks up, asking if he can just call him directly if anything goes wrong. Lord Rat coldly gives his reply. Of course he should. He is welcome to reach out whenever he needs. He has truly struck gold. He stands frozen, staring blankly at the shiny gold card. Jin looks deeply thoughtful. That Rat Grand Overseer Jas seems to hold no small amount of wealth, and he even has a soft spot for Yong-jin. Yong-jin immediately frowns, clearly disapproving of the idea. Jin tells him to go ahead and gold dig the guy. What kind of toxic advice is that? Yong-jin just smirks with a calculating grin. Just play nice and win him over to their side. Then Yong-jin curiously asks if Jin has something he wants in return. Of course, Jin wants a house. A gnarled hand tightly grips the handle of the pet carrier. Their current place is not just cramped, it is pitch black with zero sunlight. He wouldn't even be surprised if evil spirits lived there. Jin squeezes his eyes shut, acting deeply aggrieved. Why must his own descendant live like a homeless drifter? Suddenly, the carrier shakes violently. Yong-jin is startled and quickly turns around to look. What was that? Oh, just a trip. Soul has to hold back an enraged me. How dare that punk kick Jin? Imagine kicking the mighty dragon. Grand Overseer Yong-jin carries the bag down the damp alley telling Jin not to. Dream about getting a whole house. Stick to realistic demands like food, basic comforts, or maybe a soft cushion. Jin says he will think about it, but casts a suspicious glance. Why the sudden friendliness? Highly suspicious. Yong-jin shrugs it off, explaining that he realized he has done nothing but yell at his ancestor so far. After all, they are family. Jin lifts his chin, arrogantly asking if he only just figured that out. He boasts of his vast heavenly tolerance that has allowed him to put up with his foolish descendant. Yong-jin holds back his temper, but then he pauses. Ancestor, weren't you originally a member of the heavenly stems? Why downgrade to an earthly branch deity? Did he mess up and get demoted? Jin begins to explain his choice. It was his own choice. Yong-jin looks completely shocked. Was it to protect humanity? Yes, Jin confirms. Yong-jin is stunned by the noble explanation. He lowers his head, walking in silence as he digests the story. Or rather, Jin admits he just loved showing off in front of humans and soaking up their immense worship. But Jin turns serious, warning Yong-jin not to misunderstand. The mighty heavenly stems are not inherently evil. Yong-jin listens blankly as Jin explains that, just like the Gigi, they are also gods meant to protect all creation. Yong-jin scoffs, pointing out that they tried to kill him. How is that not evil? Jin corrects him. Yong-jin's very existence defies natural order. The heavenly stems are simply trying to correct that anomaly. Yong-jin grumbles, muttering that they are just picking on him. But whatever, Jin just wanted to be a superstar. He wanted to be loved by humans, so he threw away his high status as a heavenly stem, giving up his divine rank just to downgrade to an earthly branch. But Jin says he just wanted to witness something. He wanted to see the world that Dangun created. Jin's eyes grow distant as he starts to recount the ancient legend. Back then, humans were mere beasts driven by basic survival. Around that time, the great heavenly emperor fell in love. He loved a mortal woman, and from their union, Dangun was born. A majestic long-haired demigod of radiant light. A demigod with boundless power, standing tall before the mountains, ready to reshape the turbulent mortal realm. Earth violently trembled at Dangun's birth. Jin was completely captivated by this benevolent and unyielding half-deity. To Jin, Dangun was both the kindest and the most resolute soul to ever walk the earth. He remembers Dangun's gentle smile. But then a flash of memory, a calligraphy brush dripping with pitch-black ink. Dangun had suddenly lunged with the brush. Jin swiftly dodged, but the demigod's attack was incredibly precise. The ink brush drew a perfect black line right down Jin's forehead. Dangun laughed, declaring another victory. Dangun teased him for looking so serious. If such a legendary figure had ascended to become a full god, he would have been an unmatched, majestic deity. Yet the great Dangun chose a completely different path. He chose to remain immortal, walking alongside humanity with a fleeting life. Soul lowers his head in deep thought. Yong-jin listens in awe as Jin continues. To the immortal Gigi deities, Dangun's life was but a brief moment. Living for just 1,000 years is a blink of an eye to a god. Yong-jin is shocked by the number. 1,000 years, Jin looks solemn. Once Dangun's destiny on Earth was fulfilled, a sudden powerful gust of wind blows by. Yong-jin shivers as a chill sweeps past. Jin explains they chose to stay behind to inherit Dangun's will and guard mankind. Suddenly, Mi and Soul freeze in absolute terror, their eyes wide with fear. A suffocating pressure fills the air. A massive armored figure, clad in black and white robes, appears right before Yong-jin, weapon in hand. Yeon tightly grips the sword hilt behind her back, chanting her sacred oath to slay evil. She draws the white bandaged blade. That massive cleaving blade given to Dong-jin is a legendary weapon that the ancient King Dangun once bestowed upon her. From behind, he stands tall and imposing, holding the legendary weapons that originally belonged to the great founder Dangun. In the middle of the empty alley, they face each other. Lord Soul looks stunned, realizing Lord Jin can switch forms. Suddenly, a brilliant red and gold light erupts from an open palm, catching Hualin completely off guard as power overflows. She warns her that this is Lord Mi. Inside the blinding glow of the skill, the deity stands extremely cautious. Thick white smoke envelops his towering frame. Out of nowhere, a small dog suddenly plops onto the ground, leaving them stunned. Lord Mi steps forward in disbelief, asking what on earth is happening before gently placing his palm on Dong-jin's head. A giant blue and white flower array unfolds in complex layers, wrapping both of them in a mysterious glowing ritual. This is the spell of the reincarnation flower, sending waves of raw energy into Dong-jin, who freezes in place. Cold sweat pours down his face from the intense spiritual resonance, while Lord Mi mutters to himself in absolute frustration. He strokes the dog's back, making Lord Soul cry out in panic before Lord Mi aggressively grabs Dong-jin by his collar. Dong-jin is completely bewildered when the deity demands to know what he really is, but their fighting is suddenly interrupted. She runs over to break up the street brawl, asking where they came from and why they are making a scene. Lord Mi grates his teeth bitterly, blaming the teen. But then Lord Jin speaks through him, commanding absolute authority. He orders him to get his hands off his descendant immediately. Intimidated, Lord Mi releases his grip and backs away. He walks off in a huff. Dong Jin stands there, dazed, completely unfamiliar with the title he just heard. Lord Sul explains that it refers to the 8th earthly deity, leaving Dong Jin wondering why the guy snapped at him. He is left utterly confused, especially since that hot-headed deity seems to think Dong Jin is some kind of evil demon. Yeon scoffs in total contempt, muttering that no low-class demon could ever hope to take over her physical body. She leans down to sniff around Dong Jin, checking for anything suspicious, but everything seems completely normal. Still, she wonders why Lord Mi used the reincarnation flower. Lord Sul happily steps up to explain the details. It is a rare blossom from Lord Mi's garden that can restore the life force of anyone near death. He still cannot figure out why it was used. Hearing about the garden, Lord Jin recalls his own golden days. He boasts about how he used to play around in that very garden, earning a look of pure judgment. She deadpans, asking if he had a flower-arranging hobby back then. The strange conversation continues as they walk. Apparently, all of Lord Mi's custom plants have unique magical properties, with some being incredibly fascinating. Dong Jin turns to Lord Sul, asking why he is suddenly acting so friendly and pretending to be on their side. Lord Sul blushes red with embarrassment, defensively shouting that he is absolutely not stalking anyone in the slightest. He insists he only happened to pass by, even though no one brought up stalking. Suddenly, she takes off. Dong Jin watches her fly away, muttering in annoyance about why these weirdos keep coming around just to pick fights. Yeon gently tells him not to think too badly of others, explaining they only follow him for protection. She explains that despite his eccentric behavior, Lord Sul is actually very gentle. Dong Jin listens in silence. Among all the ancient deities, Lord Sul has one of the purest and most innocent hearts of all. Under the sunset sky, Dong Jin scoffs, comparing her praise to the classic lie about a friendly dog. Meanwhile, Lord Sul slumps onto a table in complete despair, while Lord Chuck and Lord Yu look on. They ask what is wrong, teasing that he has officially been branded as a total creep and stalker. He groans in frustration as they tease him, trying to deny that he was trailing after Dong Jin. He insists the real stalker is Lord Mi, begging them to keep their voices down in the restaurant. He hesitantly explains that the real shocker was Lord Mi suddenly using the sacred spell of the reincarnation flower. Lord Chuck asks if Dong Jin was severely injured, but he clarifies that the spell was cast on Lord Jin. He saw Lord Jin's true form emerge and suddenly lunge forward to possess the body of that nearby dog. Lord Sul looks on in utter confusion as they casually note that the host body is reaching its limit. Lord Chuck calmly notes that a regular dog's body was never meant to hold the overwhelming power of a god. It is not a proper divine vessel, yet Lord Jin's massive power is still being forced inside it. Inside a body like that, honestly, it is a miracle he has not exploded yet. Suddenly, Sentinel Tuat's eyes flew wide open. The realization hit her hard. Sentinel Mui has eyes quite different from ours. He must have seen that the dog's physical form was slowly falling apart, prompting him to cast the rebirth flower magic. The cozy cafe atmosphere turned completely silent as the three of them sat in deep thought. But did it work? No. Then perhaps they did not even need to interfere, since Sentinel Thin would eventually destroy himself. Sentinel Sue's dark knowing smirk made her break into a cold sweat. Self-destruction. Yeah, absolute inevitable self-destruction. Are you alright, Sentinel Tuat? Sentinel Sue's gaze pierced right through her, exposing her obvious hesitation. Do you actually feel sorry? For him, her secret exposed, she blushed instantly. It is not like that, but if Sentinel Thin will self-destruct, regardless, then surely we should at least figure out what he did in the past. That kind of soft thinking is highly dangerous, a voice interrupted. A pair of slender legs and elegant black high heels stepped into the room. If Sentinel Thin can freely control his divine power to switch physical bodies, she stood confidently with crossed arms. Then once he regains his past memories, young Jin Gong will be in grave danger too. Sentinel Tuat looked up, completely surprised to see Sentinel T. Why are you here at this hour? I thought you always pretended to be busy. Pretended? My shop was totally trashed, so I am having it rebuilt, she objected. Regardless, I strongly object to messing with Sentinel Thin's memories. Sentinel Tuat sighed, her face clouding over with gloom and mystery. Speaking of the garden brings back old memories. Back then I used to play happily among his beautiful blooming flowers. What if Sentinel Mui was correct that day? What if Sentinel Thin's true self was entirely devoured by the black dragon? Is that why he became this way? What? Sentinel Dao shouted, asking why she was suddenly switching sides to defend him. Wait, devoured by his own power? Sentinel T stared with disbelief. Sentinel Tuat, did you really just say that? She looked at her with pure disdain. Even among the earthly branches, his existence was completely overwhelming. You underestimate him. Radiating mystery and absolute power, she questioned why some of them kept trying to separate Sentinel Thin's strength from himself. Sentinel Tuat quietly cast her eyes downward. Do not forget the dragon's soul never acts without Sentinel Finn's actual consent. The fact that he slaughtered countless humans of his own free will is completely undeniable. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere shattered completely. Hey Sentinel TI, since your shop is closed for repairs anyway, why don't we hit the clubs and party together? Sentinel Sue asked with a totally blank face. Sentinel T snapped, asking if she was joking, but received the same blunt response. You are incredibly disrespectful. Amidst their petty bickering, she remained completely silent, lost in her own deep private thoughts. Suddenly, she cut in, complaining about the heat and telling them to move. Noticing Sentinel Tuat's awkward, flustered face, she teased. Why not strip off some layers? Are you crazy? Her fist clenched tightly over her knee, harboring painful buried memories that dragged her consciousness back to the ancient past. He had told her that he had something special to show her. Standing on a towering peak, he gestured toward the barren valley below, asking if she saw the vast, dry, empty land. Heia's face filled with deep resolve. I'm going to build a dedicated training ground for them here, he promised. They both stood together, gazing across the dusty, windswept plains. That way, when we eventually return to the heavenly realm, they will still be strong enough to protect themselves. She smiled softly. He then offered an intriguing deal, suggesting it would be amazing if she and Sentinel Dan teamed up to help. So, that was your real motive all along, she thought, smiling brightly. Heia blinked in confusion as she was suddenly pulled back to reality by her own name. Sentinel Tuat, what are you thinking? Sentinel T tapped her fingers on the table, leaning in very close. Aren't you supposed to be guarding young Jin Gon right now? Sentinel Tuat's face tightened as Sentinel T warned her to be extremely careful, staring deep into her eyes with suspicion. It seems all of the earthly branches have descended. The scene then shifted to a serene blue sky with drifting clouds. On a glowing phone screen, a flood of missed calls and urgent text messages appeared from a contact named Jiguan. Wake up, Jin Gon, the text demanded. Jin Gon slowly opened his heavy eyes, tiredly reaching out for the constantly ringing phone. Anxious texts from Jiguan kept popping up about today's practice session, demanding to know where on earth he had gone. Gong Jiguan, you are finally paying attention to me. Sitting up abruptly in his bed, he ruffled his messy hair and replied, Dude, it's barely 8 a.m. Usually, we would be walking to school by now anyway. Where exactly are we training? The text chain continued as Jiguan excitedly proposed a location. Do you know that quiet mountain right behind your house? There is a decent empty lot up there. Let's train on the mountain. But Jin Gon immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Isn't training on a mountain completely pointless? Jiguan countered, pointing out that at least nobody else would be around. An unpleasant memory of that very mountain flashed through his mind, bringing back the image of a pitch-black spiritual beast, with sharp blue eyes, claiming he will occupy the mountain surrounding Dong Jin's house as his territory. The mountain god stands quietly looking, ahead with deep melancholic blue eyes. Meanwhile, Jiwan stands there waiting with an incredibly serious expression on his face before finally asking Dongjin if this person is really the mountain god. Then Jiwan suddenly gasps, covering his mouth and laughing with deep skepticism. Sure, the guy's outfit looks pretty cool, but Jiwan immediately points out that real mountain gods are supposed to be old sages, with long white beards and wooden walking canes. The mountain god rubs his chin in deep thought, murmuring about this white beard thing. In an instant, a massive flowing white beard sprouts from his face, leaving Jiwan completely speechless. But the deity is not done yet conjuring a heavy wooden staff out of thin air. Jiwan falls to his knees in sheer terror. After hiking for a while, Jiwan turns to Dongjin, remarking on how surprising this is. Usually Dongjin would have refused at least 5 times, yet here he is climbing a mountain without complaining. Dongjin casually responds that he needs to build up his physical strength quickly because he might face even greater dangers down the line. In reality, his mind is elsewhere. He is secretly thinking about his ultimate mission to find the elusive dragon girl. Jiwan agrees, pointing out that since Dongjin's life is constantly on the line, even divine protection from powerful guardians is not enough. You simply cannot afford to sit idle. He warns Dongjin that even in a peaceful moment like this, things can turn ugly. Suddenly, he whips around and presses the edge of his wooden sword right against Dongjin's throat with a chilling, dangerous look. He asks what Dongjin would do if he were actually a disguised monster like the shape-shifting Jangsen tiger, leaving Dongjin completely startled. In a real fight, Dongjin would already be dead. Dongjin is genuinely impressed, wondering how his friend got this incredibly skilled. Jiwan boasts that this is just baseline stuff for a ghost hunter, prompting Dongjin to ask what a ghost hunter actually does. Sheathing his weapon, Jiwan's eyes flash with excitement as he explains that this very sword plays what Dongjin will learn today. He confidently promises to turn Dongjin into the #1 swordsman in the country, but Dongjin sighs, telling him to stop daydreaming. Jiwan remains incredibly hyped, insisting that Dongjin is a fast learner with massive latent potential, so anything is possible. Besides, if Dongjin can masterfully channel the raw power of the Black Dragon, he will become an absolute beast. Dongjin looks annoyed, telling him not to exaggerate. But Ji-won refuses to back down, claiming he is dead serious about this. After all, if Dong-jin can effortlessly pop a basketball with his bare hands, crushing a Jangsan tiger's head should be a breeze. Dong-jin can only offer a dry laugh. All this wild hype finally catches Do-cheon's attention as he leads them deeper into the woods, stopping to ask if this isolated clearing is the training ground they've been looking for. Dong-jin is completely out of breath, but Ji-won is ecstatic. He happily notes that while it looks slightly different from the photos, this is definitely the exact spot they need. Gasping for air, Dong-jin asks for a quick break. Do-cheon takes this quiet moment to ask if they really came out here just to train. He wonders aloud why the ancestor didn't tag along, leaving Dong-jin looking totally blank and questioning who he means by ancestor. Do-cheon explains that the ancestor is an absolute master of martial arts who could provide invaluable training. Dong-jin simply sighs, replying that the old man is busy sleeping. Do-cheon is stunned by the casual remark. Dong-jin thinks back to his ancestor's endless naps, explaining that the ancestor has been sleeping constantly lately, probably because all he does is eat and doze off, which explains why he got so fat. Amused by his ancestor's chubby puppy form, Dong-jin grumbles that the old guy only knows how to bark orders anyway, so there's no point bringing him. Do-cheon is completely speechless. Dong-jin thanks him for the guidance, casually letting him know he's free to head back. But seeing him stand still, Dong-jin gets puzzled and politely reiterates that he can leave. However, Do-cheon surprises them, offering to assist with their training on behalf of the Lord Mountain God. Hearing this, Ji-won gasps in utter shock, completely blindsided by the sudden offer of divine guidance. Ji-won's mind instantly races as he imagines the legendary martial arts of the mountain god, growing incredibly eager to see it firsthand. On the other hand, Dong-jin politely declines the offer, stating they can manage on their own since Ji-won already holds a black belt. Do-cheon remarks that he can clearly see Ji-won's body is well-conditioned with a solid build and physical endurance that far outclasses Dong-jin's. Dong-jin looks skeptical, questioning if Ji-won is really that fit. Meanwhile, Ji-won is completely distracted, busy setting up his phone to find the perfect recording angle. Mounting his phone, Ji-won claims that a ghost hunter needs this level of physical shape. Do-cheon points out that if Dong-jin wants real results instead of just fooling around, he needs to take this training seriously. Just then, a wooden sword is suddenly thrown from behind, but Do-cheon swiftly and effortlessly catches it mid-flight. Adjusting his glasses, Ji-won confidently asks the divine assistant for a single sparring match to test his skills. He argues that even though the gap between gods and humans seems massive, he wants a chance to prove his worth. Standing tall, Ji-won declares with absolute seriousness that human willpower can overcome any divine boundary, intending to shatter all prejudice. He vows to completely shatter the unfair prejudices of the gods. However, the young man also decides to lay down a strict rule of his own. In exchange, he is banned from using any earth techniques, no teleportation, insane jumping, magic, or spiritual energy. No divine power, fire, water, or wind. After thinking a moment, Do-cheon suddenly tosses a sword to Dong-jin. He sets a simple rule: if their swords can touch him even once, he will acknowledge their strength. Dong-jin is stunned. He anxiously asks if they are both supposed to attack him at the exact same time. Gaegwon doesn't even have a weapon. But instead of pulling out some overpowered relic, Do-cheon just grabs a tree branch. He just grabs a random tree branch, leaving both Dong-jin and Gaegwon completely and utterly speechless. Warning him not to lower his guard, they both charge in. Gaegwon yells a battle cry. Do-cheon stands completely still. With one clean, effortless move, Do-cheon blocks both swords and sends them both crashing directly to the ground. Gaegwon sits in the dirt, completely dazed, asking how a simple branch could possibly overpower them like that. He accuses Do-cheon of secretly hiding iron inside the branch, refusing to believe a normal twig did that. Do-cheon asks how a true swordsman can even ask such a silly question, while Gaegwon slowly gets up. Deep respect fills Gaegwon's eyes as he praises the master's incredible internal energy and takes his stance again. He says finding an opponent who makes him go all out is truly romantic. Gaegwon prepares his ultimate technique. He suddenly launches forward with lightning speed, aiming straight at Do-cheon with his grand signature flash strike. But the master easily shuts down the attack, noting that while the spirit is great, his moves are too predictable. With a sudden casual tap from Do-cheon's branch, Gaegwon is sent tumbling backward onto the dirt once more. Groaning in pain, he manages to catch his breath, letting out a wild grin as he shouts to Dong-jin. He yells that now is the perfect time to strike, making Dong-jin panic while Gaegwon sighs in disappointment. Dong-jin grumbles, grips his weapon, and rushes at Do-cheon with a loud battle cry that wakes the forest. Yet the master's simple branch remains completely unscathed. Gaegwon breaks into a cold sweat, realizing they are outclassed. Staring at Do-cheon's incredibly casual posture, Gaegwon points out the master is literally styling his branch mid-fight. Dong-jin complains that he never even wanted to do this, accusing Gaegwon of being the one who went wild. Guan points out that Dong Jin also got fully thrashed by that branch before Du Qian begins to evaluate them both. The master notes Guan has power, technique, and spirit, but his moves are too flashy, wasting way too much stamina. Every single swing drains his energy. Then Du Qian turns to Dong Jin, bluntly stating his strength is completely pathetic. Hearing this brutal critique, Guan starts daydreaming, wondering if this is that classic mentor scene about to unfold. He imagines Du Qian saying something like, "But I really like your eyes," or "the burning passion inside your heart." Guan thinks to himself that those are the exact classic lines used when a master recognizes true potential. But reality quickly hits hard as Du Qian looks directly at Dong Jin and delivers an incredibly harsh final judgment. He tells him that without his talented companion, he would definitely be dead. Nothing has changed in him. He is still fighting exactly like he did against those masked strangers, striking a painful nerve in Dong Jin. Dong Jin remembers the masked fighter mockingly telling him that matching his level was an absolute waste of time. Snapping back to reality, Du Qian's voice echoes that dark memory, calling his movements incredibly sluggish and hesitant. For an inexperienced rookie to constantly calculate risk instead of moving is just an act of pure, unadulterated foolishness. As those harsh words finally land, Dong Jin suddenly snaps, jumping to his feet and shocking Guan in the process. He lets out a frustrated yell and lunges straight at Du Qian, who effortlessly blocks the oncoming wooden sword. Looking at Dong Jin's shocked face, Du Qian notes that even his attacks are heavily masked in fear and defense. That hesitation is why his focus is scattered. Dong Jin grits his teeth as the master points out his fatal flaws. Even when the enemy is right there, he loses track of them. With a light flick, Dong Jin is sent flying. Du Qian calmly remarks that a warrior who fears combat is basically no different from the dead, leaving Dong Jin speechless. Guan quickly speaks up, arguing that Dong Jin is still a beginner, while the master is expecting advanced skills. He insists his friend has real potential if they keep training, but Du Qian coldly cuts him off right there. He explains that true potential shows itself in the grip of the sword and the fire in a warrior's eyes. Guan silently realizes that's how the cliché eye trope works, even as Dong Jin sinks deeper into despair. Finding absolutely none of that in Dong Jin, Du Qian turns to leave, telling them to rest while he patrols. But Dong Jin picks his sword back up, remembering the masked man's harsh mocking words. To think a total nobody like him actually believed he could actually control the Black Dragon. With his pitiful strength, he is totally useless. Yet, right in front of his stunned Yuan, Dong Jin tells Du Chang to do it again. The request catches the master off guard, seeing the boy's dead serious look. Du Chang smiles, praising his decent grit. Then, to Guwan's utter surprise, the master snatches his sword and brings it up. Holding it up to eye level, Du Chang announces that he will now launch 9 consecutive attacks. That sudden challenge sends Guwan into a total panic while Dong Jin's face turns slightly pale. Du Chang promises to hold back enough to avoid breaking any bones, but dares him to try and block just a single strike. In a flash, Du Chang slashes down directly at Dong Jin's arm, followed by another direct blow to his chest, leaving him no room to react. For his next move, Du Chang effortlessly parries Dong Jin's sword, sending the boy tumbling backward. Covered in bruises and cuts, he lies shivering on the hard dirt, completely speechless. Nearby, Guwan turns pale, horrified that his friend couldn't block even once. Du Chang watches him silently, but Dong Jin pushes himself up with his sword, demanding another round. Guwan screams his name in worry, but Du Chang simply responds, calling him incredibly foolish. The master acknowledges his grit, but as he takes his stance, he issues a stark warning. If Dong Jin takes even one more hit, the match is over because he has no intention of actually breaking his student. Then, with a swift lunge, he charges straight ahead. Gritting his teeth, Dong Jin dodges the swing and drives his wooden blade forward, right in front of Du Chang's face, shocking both him and Guwan. Before the master can strike again, Dong Jin snaps his weapon back and clean blocks the incoming blow. Clash after clash, Dong Jin blocks again and again, desperately keeping up the defense, fending off Du Chang's relentless strikes. Guwan captures this exact exchange on his phone, staring in complete and total disbelief. What on earth is happening right now, Guwan wonders, watching him block every single blow using the power of the Black Dragon. But looking closer, he realizes the dragon's seal is supposed to be on his left hand, and yet he is using his right hand. Could this actually be a sudden, massive burst of pure adrenaline? Out of breath, Dong Jin pants heavily, declaring there are only 2 strikes left. Du Chang suddenly disarms him, asking how he is doing this while he continues panting. Noticing his stamina has hit its limit, yet he still blocked them. Dong Jin nods honestly, remembering the master's movements from earlier. First you slash straight from the front, the second is a horizontal sweep, and the third is diagonal from right to left, repeating in a loop. Dong Jin reveals that this predictable style is his pattern, completely surprising Yuhuan. Du Chang admits he didn't expect him to notice. Still gasping for air, Dong Jin asks if the master takes him for a fool. If he is purely focused on defending, catching the rhythm is only natural, he goes on to say. Since he has to block or dodge, he obviously has to watch where and how the strikes land. Du Chang responds, remarking that getting hit 9 times just to figure that out is still pretty dumb. Yet seeing his absolute determination, the master backs down. He agrees to retract his claim about Dongjin's focus being scattered and easily lost, admitting those eyes are much sharper than expected. The compliment gets Ju-won excited, but before Dongjin can celebrate, Du Chang continues asking if he is seriously naive enough to believe that all enemy attacks will follow rules. That warm-up was merely a test to see if he was actually worth going this far. Dongjin is completely stunned, stammering in surprise. A hot breeze rustles through the trees, scattering small leaves as white birds fly across the sky. Sighing, Dongjin wishes he had brought along some extra water, desperately wanting to take a cool shower right now. As he and Ju Huan rest under a tree, Do Chang speaks up, guessing they are hungry and offering to forage for food. But Dongjin retorts, asking what he actually expects to find out there. Confusing Do Chang, the boy reaches into his pocket, telling him to sit down and hands over a rice ball and bottled water. Hilariously, Du Chang bites right into the plastic wrapper, thanking him gratefully. Dongjin rolls his eyes, telling him to peel the wrapper off first before taking a bite. Looking down at his food, he quietly wonders when he will ever build up the stamina to finish what he starts. But Yu Wan chimes in, insisting that Dongjin is already strong enough. To Dongjin's surprise, his friend continues, saying he would have quit instantly. Calling Dongjin genuinely cool, Yu Wan admits with a trace of playfulness that their fierce fight with the mountain god was awesome. A fierce fight, Dongjin snaps back, arguing that it was just a completely one-sided beatdown. While Du Chang finishes his meal happily, Yu Han refuses to stop showering Dongjin with praise, admiring his spirit. Even with less stamina, he kept standing up repeatedly, which genuinely gave Yu Wan goosebumps. But Dongjin simply replies that a strong mind is what builds a strong body, insisting that Yu Wan is the truly talented one. Even the mountain god acknowledged him. Dongjin wondered why he did not stick to sports instead of chasing after ghosts and demons. Yu Wan put on a mysterious face, saying it was time to share his story. Dongjin casually shut him down, saying there was no need. Regardless, Yi Guan explained that instead of chasing entities, it was more like he was searching for a childhood friend, Dongjin. Dongjin skeptically questioned him before tensely asking if his friend had passed away. Yi Guan continued his story, explaining that during his childhood, he spent almost all his time completely alone. Recalling those lonely days, he mentioned having no siblings while his parents both worked, leaving him feeling out of place everywhere with 0 friends. Yi Guan remembered that mysterious companion from back then when he lived every day in loneliness until that friend suddenly appeared. Changing his tone, he added that from then on he had no time to feel lonely because they played together every single day. Yi Guan happily recalled those precious times spent with his companion. In a cheerful voice, he said that friend helped him overcome his shyness, allowing him to make actual friends at school. But then his expression turned regretful. One day that friend stopped showing up, leaving him to search for days in vain. Ultimately, he found nothing. His parents even thought he was mentally ill and dragged him to a hospital, leaving Yi Guan confused, recalling how the doctor called him an imaginary friend, though he felt incredibly real. Still, he knew something was off. Looking back, their first meeting happened while he was playing alone at home, having never opened the door for anyone. So he always wondered how the friend got inside. Yi Guan even recalled his companion warning him never to tell his parents and to keep their friendship a secret. Looking back, those words were indeed highly suspicious. Yi Guan solemnly stated that he eventually gave up the search. He realized spirits actually exist, so perhaps that childhood friend was also a ghost too. Dongjin then asked why he became a hunter. Yi Guan, filled with hope, explained his actual reasons. If he became a famous hunter, his name might reach the spirit world and perhaps his old friend would find out. Smiling, he added that if they ever crossed paths, he would easily recognize him since his friend's appearance would surely remain unchanged. But Dongjin wondered what the point of meeting was, asking if he planned to tame ghosts. Yet Yi Guan looked incredibly excited, saying he never thought of taming before and that Dongjin was surprisingly on the exact same page. Dongjin shook his head at Yi Guan's pure innocence as he listened to him explain his simple wish to see his friend again. Yi Guan smiled, gently saying it was just to say thank you for being his friend. Hearing that, Dongjin froze slightly, clearly touched by those words, his friend's heartfelt confession. Afterward, Yi Guan began devouring his rice ball, eagerly asking if he had made the delicious food, it himself, since it was delicious. Suddenly, Dongjin excitedly offered to show him something incredibly interesting, and Yi Guan happily replied that if Dongjin found it interesting, it must be spectacular. This immediately caught the attention of Du Chan nearby. Looking at the custom armor Dongjin had just equipped, Yi Guan gasped in excitement. Dongjin grinned and told him to watch closely. A brilliant light flashed in Dongjin's palm and suddenly a massive blade materialized before them, making Yeguan gasp in surprise. He praised how absolutely insane the weapon looked. Then a strange voice suddenly broke the silence. A new voice chimes in, calling the situation quite interesting. Shin sits on a boulder, resting his chin as he enjoys watching Dongjin and Ji-guan. His eyes gleam with pure excitement. Dongjin instantly points his sword right at Shin, his face pale and completely frozen in absolute shock. When did he even get here? Slapping his hands into his pockets, Shin slowly approaches while Dongjin refuses to let his guard down. He only grips his weapon tighter. Shin teases him, shrugging off the tension by claiming he just wanted to join the fun. He heard happy laughter nearby and simply wanted to tag along. Suddenly, a calm voice echoes from the shadows, confirming his words. Du Ryong puts his hands behind his back and slowly speaks, confirming he detects absolutely no murderous intent or malice from the newcomer. Ji-guan blinks in confusion, figuring that if the mountain god says so, it must be true. Shin then speaks up, sounding quite curious. He raises his hand with a chuckle, saying how wonderful it is to finally have a chat with his old friend, the mountain god. Meanwhile, Dongjin watches him warily, eventually gathering the courage to ask the strange man if he is actually some sort of demon. Shin spreads his arms wide and scoffs, questioning why the boy would ever associate him with such low-class trash. Dongjin slowly asks if he is a human, and making the mysterious man burst into laughter at such an absurd idea. Suddenly, Shin points directly at Dongjin, demanding a wrestling match in a tone that leaves absolutely no room for refusal. The boy breaks into a cold sweat the moment he is singled out. It turns out he is not talking about the mountain god. Instead, he wants the kid with the blade, but Dongjin quickly denies it, stating that his last name is definitely not Kim. Shin jokingly calls him Kim anyway, begging to join the fun since they all seem to be having such a great time. Dongjin quickly makes an excuse, claiming they are about to leave. He politely bids farewell, but the situation is far from over. Immediately after, Shin teleports right in front of him. Staring into his shocked eyes, he casually asks him if he wants to wrestle. Just one round. Dongjin looks at the guy's face pressed up close, then turns to ask Seo-chan if this dude really has zero killer instinct. Meanwhile, Yeguan is busy taking notes. Shin keeps begging for a wrestling match, pleading with him to just play, so he starts searching for terms. Looking up Korean wrestling, Yeguan reads through the search results carefully. They mention these creatures appear in happy places and address men by certain names. They call random men Mr. Kim and love to play. Reading this, Yeguan gasps in shock and points straight at Shin, yelling that he is a goblin. The guy just nods and asks if they only realized it now. Terrified, Yeguan repeats the lore he just read, warning that goblins never let go. They will follow you forever unless you agree to play their game. Leaning in super close, Shin asks if he got that. Dongjin panics. He stares at the goblin, who just will not stop talking. Why so scared? The beast asks. It is just a game and it will be incredibly fun. But Dongjin quickly throws up a hand signal and yells for a timeout. Yeguan drags him over to a quiet corner to discuss their next move. Whispering some quick facts, Yeguan notes that even if his encyclopedia is only 76% accurate, this weird guy perfectly matches the description of a goblin. All the details are right there in his demon encyclopedia. Dongjin listens closely, trying to make sense of this bizarre and terrifying situation. According to lore, beating a goblin gets you its entire fortune, and honestly, who could say no to that? Dongjin is instantly intrigued. Did he just say wealth? Yeguan taps his tablet and explains that these things can allegedly make money fall from the sky while you sleep. Dongjin starts sweating and asks what happens if they lose. Yeguan looks dead serious and tells him that the goblin will steal his soul. Yeguan tells him to test it out, but Dongjin turns back to the monster and asks if losing really means losing his soul. Shin literally flips upside down and tells him that is a bit dramatic. He relaxes completely as he answers the terrified kid. Stealing souls. Who even said that? Dropping back onto his feet, he completely denies the rumor, calling it absolute nonsense. Goblins do not do that. Goblins cannot even do stuff like that. Shin whines in a playful voice, saying it is all just a harmless game. But Yeguan is skeptical. Seeing his chance, Yeguan quickly grills him about the prize. Is the rumor about winning all of his wealth actually true? The goblin freezes up. All his wealth? Shin scratches his head and asks if they can change that reward to a single wish instead. Yeguan keeps taking notes. A wish makes sense since everyone wanted gold back then. But now Shin squints his eyes as he listens to the two kids whisper to each other. They wonder how they can even trust him, but apparently goblins never tell lies. Right then, Dongjin looks up at the beast with caution. He looks up at Shin and asks if anyone has ever actually beaten him in a match. The goblin suddenly freezes and goes dead silent. Finally, he quietly admits that someone did. Meanwhile, Yeguan is still reading his screen, checking the exact rules of a goblin contract. If they lose, no souls are taken, but if they win, they get a wish. Yi Guan slowly puts his tablet down on the grass. Feeling ready, Xiao Chan stretches his arms and steps up. With determined eyes, he asks if he can wrestle instead of his exhausted friend. Dong Jin claps excitedly, thrilled to have backup, but the goblin immediately shuts them down. Shin shoves his hands into his pockets. He flatly states that he has already chosen his opponent and it is going to be Dong Jin. The boy complains that this is pretty unfair. He asks if the goblin is being a coward. Shin scoffingly asks how that is cowardly, and Dong Jin points out he is obviously going to lose. The goblin gets curious and asks why. Looking up, Dong Jin slowly explains that there is a massive weight difference and the goblin is in peak shape. Meanwhile, Dong Jin is completely exhausted. Hearing this, Shin does not argue. Instead, he snaps his fingers and agrees they should keep things fair. Suddenly, a terrifying heavy aura starts radiating from his body, yet he casually asks if they are finally ready to get this match started. Dong Jin frowns, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him, but decides this risk might actually be worth taking. Beside him, Yi Guan looks extremely worried. He asks his friend if he can actually win this thing. Dong Jin snaps back, saying of course he can. Soon the two face each other. Under Do Chang's watchful eye, they lock up in a starting stance. The second the referee yells go, they slam into each other with full force. The brutal match begins. And yeah, it goes exactly how you would expect. A few minutes later, Dong Jin is left battered on the dirt. Shin points directly at his face and laughs, mocking him for losing even after he held back so much. He calls him the ultimate weakling. Snickering, the goblin happily turns around to leave, bidding them a casual farewell. Watching this, Yi Guan can only sigh in absolute disbelief. Dong Jin slowly pushes himself up and brushes off the dirt. He mutters that they should probably stop training on the mountain behind his house. Otherwise, that annoying goblin will just keep showing up. He quickly turns to Yi Guan, insisting that he is not actually weak. He just did not know the rules of the match. Yi Guan pats him on the shoulder, saying he is just glad his friend survived. The scene transitions to a beautiful clear sky the next day. Dong Jin reflects on everything, smiling as he calls it a genuinely meaningful day. Yi Guan cheerfully agrees, noting that if they did not have cram school and if Dong Jin had more stamina, they could have hung out longer. Dong Jin stands a few paces back, looking completely pale as he mutters that training is supposed to be a slow, steady progression. His friend looks back, confused by his dramatics. Dong Jin waves goodbye, promising to see him at school tomorrow, but then he suddenly freezes. Dong Jin shouts a farewell to the mountain god, promising an interview next time. Du Chan turns to him, utterly confused. Du Chan asks what an interview is, remembering how Dong Jin bombarded the goblin with questions earlier. Walking home, they desperately need a shower. Dong Jin babbles the entire way, wondering if his ancestors are already awake. Suddenly, Do Cheon stops and stares. "You really are a strange kid," he says, cold and distant. He is starting to find him interesting, leaving Dong Jin to let out an awkward chuckle. Interesting, Dong Jin points out he had zero potential earlier. Du Cheon quickly apologizes with a deep bow. But Dong Jin is not letting him off. "If you are so strong, why did things go so terribly back at Mount Sony? You should have taken out at least one enemy." Hearing that, Do Chan politely bows again. Speaking flatly, he explains his condition was poor, making combat impossible. Thanks to Dong Jin, he has recovered a lot, but he simply could not fight back then. Awkward Dong Jin says he did not want an apology, but Du Chan continues anyway. To make up for it, he vows to use all his strength to protect him from now on. Dong Jin declines, saying there is no need. Yet Du Qian remains bowed and serious. He asks about that special food shaped from rice. Dong Jin rolls his eyes, realizing he means tuna rice balls. Why bring that up now? Slightly nervous, Do Qian asks if he could make them once more. Leave him outside and he will collect them. Dong Jin is absolutely baffled. Why hide outside? Just come in. Du Qian freezes as Dong Jin asks if living alone is lonely. He looks at him with understanding. Eating alone every single day, staring at a dog must be depressing. Even ancestors would find that weird. A guest makes a house feel alive, so Dong Jin suggests a trade. How about you teach me swordplay in exchange for the meals? Du Qian smiles warmly. He happily agrees. As they walk, Dong Jin chatters about all the food his friend has probably missed. Living on a mountain means missing out. What does he even eat? Suddenly a voice calls out. Dong Jin grips his blade and spins instantly, recognizing the figure in the shadows. Both of them stare in shock. The figure calmly explains he returned because he forgot something. Shin growls, reminding them of the punishment for losing the bet earlier. His words will replace the goblin's club. He presses his hand to Dong Jin's forehead. "From now on, you will be a cat." He casually bids them farewell and leaves. Du Chan looks down in horror. A furry paw peeks out and a small cat appears. Du Cheon gasps. Nearby neighbors complain about noisy cats fighting outside. Unbothered, Shin hums a tune, wondering what happens when he strikes with his club. He slowly reaches up to his mask, preparing to make his move. Removing it releases waves of dark energy. Grinning, immense magic gathers in his palm. This is Shin, king of the goblins. The next morning at the house is pure chaos. Grandpa Jin looks at Dong-jin the cat and laughs, teasing him. Do you finally understand my suffering, little cat? Dong-jin meows back in frustration. I am serious, so stop laughing. Do-cheon apologizes guiltily for failing to help. My hands were tied so I could not stop him. Dong-jin sighs, but Grandpa Jin interjects. Scanning the cat, Jin notes he got pranked by a goblin. Dong-jin tilts his head. How do you know? Jin calmly explains these pranks are common in the heavenly realm. Shocked, Dong-jin realizes his attacker is a heavenly god. He shudders, knowing how close he came to death. Jin adds that Shin has descended to earth. Dong-jin looks at his paws in dismay. When does this wear off? Jin reassures him the illusion will dispel within half a day. Shifting topics, Jin winks. With you like this, no one can prepare my meals. Dong-jin turns and sees Do-cheon hovering over the stove cooking. Do-cheon is making instant ramen. Dong-jin immediately snaps, reminding them it is strictly banned. He suddenly felt a sharp, painful sting from behind. Jin had just smacked him. Hands on his hips, the old man declared. From now on, the real authority in this house belongs to me. He then glared straight into the kitchen, demanding them to boil some water already. Dong-ji immediately protested weakly, warning that if anyone dared to cook it, they could forget about rice balls. Not backing down, Jin emphasized every single word to cook it fast, while Dong-ji yelled back not to do it. But Jin nonchalantly demanded a quick boil. Stuck in the middle, Do-chang simply placed a packet of ramen down, making Jin ask what it was. Do-chang calmly replied that he respected both wishes and only went halfway, hoping they would reach a peaceful agreement. Saying his farewells, the young man immediately climbed right out of the window to head straight back to the mountain behind the house. Jin helplessly reminded him that his bed was currently in human form, while Dong-ji quietly pushed a plate of jerky and packaged food toward the old man, lazily jumping onto the bed to tell him to eat that. Right after Dong-ji smacked his lips with regret, mentioning he had wanted to grill the meat Grand Chamberlain Rat bought last time. Hearing about grilled meat, Jin's eyes instantly lit up. Dong-ji bargained that if the old man restored his original form, would happily cook it. Jin scoffed, calling him a cheeky brat, and declared he was getting his small but certain happiness today. Dong-ji looked puzzled, asking what happiness he meant. Jin smugly explained that the phrase stood for a small but definitely certain happiness. Laughing heartily, he teased the kid for not knowing that, joking that keeping up with modern slang must be giving him a total mental breakdown. Completely defeated, Dong-ji begged him to stop watching so much YouTube, asking what on earth a mental breakdown even meant, telling him to clean up after eating before curling up to sleep in the corner of the room, praying for the day to pass quickly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang out from the front as a girl called out for Dong-ji, wondering if he was not home. Hearing her voice, the terrified boy wondered why she was there. The girl mumbled that Kwon told her he would be home by now, so she decided to call his phone directly. Seeing his phone buzz, Dong-ji quickly rushed over to answer, but Jin stopped him with a warning that he currently had the vocal cords of a cat, meaning unless he used divine power to transmit his thoughts directly into someone's mind, normal humans would never understand him. He smirked playfully, noting that since they were both currently bored and lonely, her timing was perfect, adding that making a lady wait was not how a real man should behave at all. Outside, receiving no answer, the girl clicked her tongue and decided to hang her bag on the door handle, figuring the cool weather would keep the food fresh. Suddenly, the door swung wide open and Jin cheerfully welcomed her inside. Dong-ji panicked completely, screaming that he told him not to open it. Meanwhile, Kwon politely bowed her head as she entered. Jin smiled, noting it had been a while, which triggered a sudden memory of the original owner of that body, who used to be the dog that always followed her around. She gave a stiff smile and asked where Dong-ji was. Jin casually replied that the brat went off to train and had not shown his face since, which was technically not a lie. Right then, the girl spotted him and happily called out to the kitty, wondering where the adorable little thing came from. Her eyes sparkled as she sat down next to him, commenting on how tiny he was. As she tried to pick him up, Dong-ji squirmed wildly, making her wonder if he got a cat. She smiled, knowing a sweet guy like him could never ignore a stray, but seeing how scruffy and messy the cat looked, she offered to give him a bath. Seeing this, Jin calmly intervened, telling her that Dong-ji would show up soon anyway, so she should just play with the pet. Surprised, she asked what he meant, while Dong-ji struggled in a panic, pleading with her not to touch him. She then glanced at his phone, noticing he had left it behind, which explained a lot. Suddenly, the cat leaped right out of her hands, desperately pointing at himself to show that it was him, Dong-ji, and begging her to call Grand Chamberlain Rat. Not understanding his meows, she playfully asked if he wanted her to pet him on the floor instead, remembering hearing somewhere that cats did not like being carried up high. Dong-ji was in utter despair, but she just found his reaction adorable, even giving his little butt a few gentle pats, which sent the embarrassed cat scrambling all over the room. She giggled at how energetic and baby-like he was. Just then, a delicious aroma of hot food drifted through the house. Jin sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up, wondering where that amazing smell was coming from. Placing an insulated bag on the table, she smiled, explaining her mother worried. Two men living alone would not eat properly, so she sent some side dishes. Jin immediately sat up straight, declaring he was starving, so she offered to set it all up for him. Jin looked at her with a highly mysterious grin. He notes how thoughtful she is, then decides to share some good news. Looking mysterious, he mentions it concerns Dong-jin. Her smile vanishes instantly. What is it? Jin points right at the cat sitting on the table. In truth, that cat is actually Dong-jin. He quickly explains that the poor guy got caught in Wu Xin's illusion. Hearing this, she widens her eyes in shock. Yes. Looking over at the embarrassed cat lying face down, she immediately feels guilty and apologizes to Dong-jin. Suddenly panicking, she wonders what to do since he still has school tomorrow. Dong-jin sighs. Are you seriously worrying about school right now? Jin reassures her that this basic spell will wear off on its own soon. As a depressed Dong-jin wraps himself in a blanket, she places a list of supplies in front of him, asking if he needs anything. He glances over, wondering if she thinks he is going to a refugee camp. Ignoring the list, Dong-jin frantically taps on the phone screen. She asks if he needs the phone. Handing it over, she leans down and asks what else she can do for him. Dong-jin wants her to make a call, but Jin smirks mischievously, joking that the cat wants to hear love songs. Dong-jin bristles with absolute rage, telling the old man to shut it, but Hyro completely believes the joke and starts playing the music. Knowing Jin is useless, Dong-jin grabs a towel to act out, calling the rat grand overseer. Yet Jin keeps teasing, claiming the cat wants to dance. She blinks innocently, wondering if the ancestor is serious. Furious, Dong-jin scratches at Jin. That brat, even the dog grand overseer wouldn't dare disturb him while eating. Seeing Dong-jin desperately pointing at the phone screen, Hyro gets a smart idea and writes down the alphabet. She places it down, telling him to point out the letters. He immediately uses his paws to spell it out. Call the rat grand overseer, she reads aloud. Understanding his request, she nods and Dong-jin eagerly nods back. Meanwhile, in another part of town, a phone rings endlessly. No one answers because the device sits completely abandoned on the rat grand overseer's desk. He is currently deep in cultivation, entirely shut off from the outside world. Outside his door, Boksoon, San, and Gom Dong wait anxiously. It has been a whole day and they feel responsible. San sadly explains that he only suggested staying out a bit longer after dinner, but thinks it is actually Boksoon's fault for not just going with Manager Lee. Hearing this, the little girl pouts in protest. She starts crying, arguing that San was the one who spilled ink on her dress first. Gom Dong gently pats her head, telling her to stay calm. He reminds everyone that they must keep quiet while their leader recovers. Boksoon quickly covers her mouth and nods in agreement. Meanwhile, outside the house, a suspicious figure lingers, watching the place in silence. He stands there for a long time, observing without making a single move. Inside the cozy home, the phone rings without answer. Hyro sits dejectedly on the floor, unable to connect. He is not picking up. But seeing cat Dong-jin cutely burying his head in the bed makes her smile. The little cat is grumbling internally since the warden promised to help anytime. Jin speaks up to calm things down. He tells them there is no need to panic as the spell will simply wear off. They should just enjoy the moment. Hyro agrees, joking that being a cat is a rare opportunity. She excitedly grabs her phone to snap a picture, asking him to stand on two legs and strike a pose. He reluctantly complies, raising a paw with a grumpy face. As night falls, Hyro calls out to him while washing the dishes from their meal. She asks if he needs anything else, joking that he should meow if he does. But turning around, she sees Dong-jin already curled up fast asleep. Lowering her voice, she realizes that he must have had an exhausting day. Hyro quietly walks over and sits beside him, gently watching over his peaceful sleep. With a warm smile, she looks at him, marveling at how incredibly peaceful he looks. Lying down beside him, she marvels that this tiny cat is actually Dong-jin, gently reaching out her hand. Suddenly, a chilling memory echoes in her mind. Do you understand now that Dong-jin is an existence that should not exist? The true owner of that body is the dog that always follows you around. Hyro understands this truth, but it leaves her deeply conflicted. She quietly wonders if the ancestor was meant to be born in Dong-jin's body all along. Her eyes drift over to Jin, who is curled up sleeping soundly. Then she looks back at Dong-jin's small black cat form, his true human silhouette flickering in her mind. Sadly, she realizes she can no longer see his human face clearly. With a heavy heart, she looks at him. She fell asleep holding Dong-jin without even realizing it. In her dream, a massive field of windflowers stretched out with a long-haired man reaching out to Hyro, his hair blowing in the wind. Not only that, but he seemed to be saying something to her. Back in reality, she could feel something stirring as if she were in a battle with her own emotions. Her brows furrowed tight before she slowly opened her eyes in utter confusion. Yuyo immediately jolted awake with a gasp, whispering in shock. What should she do? She fell asleep. But instead of a black cat, she was staring at the toned body of a young man, leaving her completely frozen. Yuyo stared blankly at Dong-jin, her hand still resting on his shoulder while he slept peacefully, unaware, eyes closed and fast asleep as a heavy silence filled the room. The very next second, she snapped out of it, her entire face flushing a deep crimson. She quickly covered her mouth, her other hand burning up as sweat broke out from intense panic. Only then did she slowly pull her hand back. A moment later, Dong-jin was still sleeping soundly on the bed, but the blanket had been pulled over him by Huyo, who left a note on the table. When the boy finally woke up, he began to read it. Dong-jin, both you and your ancestor were sleeping so deeply that I left without saying goodbye. I wanted to wait until you returned to normal, but figured that might make things awkward. See you at school tomorrow. But as soon as he finished reading those final words, his entire face broke out in a cold sweat. He frantically slammed his hand on the bed, calling out for his ancestor over and over. The half-asleep ancestor sat up and asked what was wrong, while Dong-jin pulled the blanket over himself and asked when Huyo had left. With his eyes half closed, Li-ho teased that she had barely left and he was already searching, calling him completely whipped. But Dong-jin snapped back, asking exactly when she left. The old ancestor figured she probably just went to the restroom, adding that she surely wouldn't leave without saying goodbye to him. That left Dong-jin completely speechless. Putting aside his embarrassment, he held up the blanket, asking if the old man was the one who had covered him with it. Seeing his ancestor's clueless expression, Dong-jin desperately prayed in his mind, pleading for it to be true. But the ancestor immediately snapped, calling him a brat for stealing his blanket. He called it utterly disrespectful. Meanwhile, at another residence where all the lights were brightly lit, Chief Z walked in, wearing a scarf, asking how the children were doing. Manager Lai entered with a tea tray, replying that they had eaten and were sleeping. Chief Z nodded, thanking him for the hard work. But the old manager smiled warmly, saying it was a pleasure to look after them. Being around the youngsters kept his old bones feeling energized. However, Chief Sai bluntly countered that the man looked 10 years older. Manager Lai then remembered to pass on a message mentioning that young master Dong-jin had called while the chief was away. Chief Z stared at his phone, wondering what could be wrong, but the manager had one more thing to add. Ignoring the manager, Chief Z immediately made a call. On the other end, Lord Wei was fully dressed, lounging lazily on his massive chair. Hearing the ringtone, he opened his eyes with a smirk, asking if he had fully recovered yet. Lord Wei complained about the agonizing wait, but Chief Z coolly retorted, asking why he did not just step in and help if he was so impatient. He raised an eyebrow, asking if he was still sulking, which prompted Lord Wei to threaten to hang up immediately. Knowing how much effort went into waiting, Chief Z knew he was just acting petulant. Lord Wei gritted his teeth in annoyance, but the chief quickly cut him off, asking what he wanted. Turning his head away, Lord Wei was reminded of his previous stance. Chief Z asked why he was calling, since he had promised to stay out of this. After a tense silence, Lord Wei finally relented. He offered to help extract the black dragon from the human boy, flashing a forced smile as he repeated his promise. Chief Z remained absolutely silent, carefully weighing the unexpected offer, while Lord Wei grinned eagerly, waiting for his reaction. The chief finally asked what had brought on this sudden change of heart, which instantly irritated the proud Lord Wei. He snapped back, demanding to know why he was being questioned, before adding that his help came with a strict condition. His voice dropped to a cold whisper as he demanded the operation happen during his designated hour. Putting his hands in his pockets, he made it clear that he would not help otherwise. This time, Chief Z fell completely silent, his expression darkening. As the tension grew, Lord Wei waited like a gambler, anticipating the final bet. Chief Z ultimately agreed to the terms, but the chief immediately added a counter-condition of his own. When Lord Wei questioned it, he gravely stated that starting now, assistance from the Lord would be required in exactly 2 days. Lord Wei's face twisted in regret, realizing he had played right into the chief's hands. With a defeated sigh, he begrudgingly agreed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a serene mountain range painted with purple blossoms, where inside a hidden room a strange blue flame flickered relentlessly. From the depths of the fire, a figure began to take shape. Shin stepped out, surrounded by a roaring pack of monsters. Suddenly, he cast a sharp, warning glare over his shoulder, demanding to know why the 2 goblins had followed him. The red-faced one nervously explained that they simply wanted to help. Rumors say all the grand inspectors are gathering in one place today. The yellow-faced goblin nods eagerly, asking if that means Lord Tian Ding and Tian Bing are coming too. Hearing this, he smiles slyly and exposes them. Their obvious motives are clear as day. Are you waiting for me? Right then, a blinding light flashes, a pair of slender legs appears, and the 2 goblins turn around in awe. It is Lord Tian Ding, and they instantly begin kissing up, praising her incredible unmatched beauty. But Tian Xin barks out in annoyance, telling them to hide those lustful eyes because they completely lack any class. The goblins are already completely mesmerized, and honestly, who cares about class at a time like this? Tian Ding then blows a kiss as if it is only natural, instantly sending the goblins into ecstasy. Tian Shin quickly urges them to beat it if they are satisfied. They happily reply that they have no regrets and then vanish. Meanwhile, he grumbles about his bad luck of running into her here, while Tian Ding looks at him inquisitively. She asks if he had a fun outing today, and Tian Shin calmly replies, wondering if the news reached her already. He notes how fast she gets info, and she proudly covers her mouth, boasting that her people are very quick. He forces a fake laugh, asking if she tattled to that guy, leaving Tian Ding confused about who that guy is. Tian Shin pinches his own face to imitate him, drawing a sharp comment from her that he looks disgustingly ugly. Then Tian Ding mentions they probably won't see him soon as things are chaotic over there, keeping him stuck at his post. Shortly after, another pair of legs appears at the entrance where Tian Yi is leisurely sipping on some hot tea. Nearby, Hu Lin is casually scrolling through his phone, while Tian Gang turns around in frustration at the noise. He asks if they crawled here, but Tian Bing's glowing red eyes radiate heavy pressure before Tian Ren speaks up. He coldly reminds them to stick to the schedule, glaring at the smirking Tian Ding before acknowledging the next person. That would be the handsome Tian Shen right before the massive doors slam shut behind them, locking them in darkness. Now watch as they gather. Tian Ren voices his displeasure, reminding them of the orders he previously laid out. He demanded Tian Mu's physical vessel be recovered before his arrival, asserting his supreme authority as the deity Tian Ren. Glaring at the group, he demands to know what went wrong, but Tian Ding just sits back casually and shrugs. She says bringing the kid back too easily would ruin the fun, causing Tian Ren's gaze to turn freezing cold. She mockingly asks if brother Tian Ren left his reputation back in the heavens, pointing out his hypocrisy. She acts disappointed that a law-abiding man like him would resort to theft, leaving him momentarily speechless in deep thought. Seizing the moment, Tian Ding boasts confidently, telling him not to worry since the kid is already trapped anyway. She brags she can bring him back whenever she wants, but Tian Gang immediately calls out her obvious bluff. He snaps that she should have done it sooner, but she snaps back, covering her face with her fan. She insults him as an ugly fool who needs to shut up, prompting Tian Ren to coldly call out his name. He warns Tian Gang that he has the exact same flaw, so he shouldn't be mocking her, shocking him. Tian Ren explains that Tian Gang and his subordinates were supposed to quietly recover Tian Mu's body as planned. Instead, he acted completely on a whim, throwing the entire operation out of order for no good reason. But Tian Gang defends himself, arguing that his reckless actions prove their enemies have actually grown much weaker. Tian Ren dismisses this as completely worthless information, pointing out that each enemy operates on a specific timeline. They only unleash their full strength during certain hours, meaning they are far from actually being weakened. Glaring at Tian Gang's scowl, he emphasizes that the entire stunt was nothing but a brainless distraction. Tian Gang leans back warily, claiming he just wanted to stretch his limbs, prompting an immediate warning. Tian Ren orders him to sit properly, making Tian Gang grind his teeth in absolute barely contained fury. He stomps his foot in anger, shattering the floor to pieces before staring directly into Tian Ren's eyes. He demands to know if his timeline even matters, his glowing eyes locking onto the high judge. He boasts that he can go and prove his absolute strength right now, but Tian Ding cuts in. She mockingly asks if he even knows his own timing, pointing out that stupidly fighting all day proves nothing. Tianji also chimes in with a sneer, mocking him for thinking his brute force method was actually clever. Calling Tian Gang a complete idiot makes the veins on his forehead pop in pure, unbridled fury. He rants that their true power wouldn't change a thing anyway, stubbornly trying to defend his failed plan. He sneers that their level is already totally different from those bastards. They are lucky they did not get killed before using their power. Tian Xin laughs mockingly and asks if he was not just beaten to a pulp by that monkey, despite saying all that. Tian Gang lunges to attack Tian Shin, but his fist smashes straight into the wall behind him, shattering it completely. Tian Gang loses his cool, yelling that he was only beaten because he was banned from using his divine weapon, but Tian Shin already escaped, grinning. He suddenly leaps up onto Tian Gang's head and sits there, mockingly asking if it is not just a gap in raw strength. Right then, Tianji stands in the distance and claps her hands, demanding that they both stop right now. Annoyed, she asks why they are fighting each other, since the earthly branches are also part of the heavenly gods just like them. Tianji looks down at Tian Bing and Tian Yi, saying if the earthly branches choose to obey the heavenly mandate, they will carry out the decree together, but if they resist, they are simply going against heaven's will. Smiling eerily, she says it will not be too late to deal with them then. This mysterious figure is Tianji, a heavenly stem god. Hearing this, Tian Gang grumbles that they should just force them to obey, but someone suddenly cuts him off. Tian Ren commands everyone to follow that person's advice and prioritize recovering Tian Wu's physical body first. Feeling annoyed, Tian Geng shouts back if they are messing with him, while Tian Gui calmly reads his book and asks if they truly believe him. Tian Ren agrees that the person's words actually make sense, while the heavenly stem Tian Bing also shares her own thoughts. She notes that unlike them, the earthly branches master all 5 elements, making them capable of countering almost any power. Tian Bing explains that among those deities, the divine technique of the Z, earthly branch god, is especially troublesome to deal with. With a dark expression, Tian Gui points out that the god's power in the mortal world has already been cut in half. She suggests it might be related to the time limit on his true power. Hearing this, Tianji's eyes light up. Sitting up, she mutters about the time limit again. Since nothing is verified, Tianji straight up asks them. She asks Tian Gui if he can block the Z earthly branch god, but this time he remains completely silent. Tianji smiles slyly, saying that's why getting help from someone who knows the mortal world inside out is necessary. But treating it like a joke, she scoffs that they are lucky if that guy does not stab them in the back. Tian Gui suddenly gets a devious look, pointing out that the guy is still stalling and hiding his face. Suddenly, an old wrinkled face appears right behind her, reminding them that they actually caused this situation themselves. Startled, Tian Gui jumps high in shock, which makes Tianji burst out laughing at his funny reaction. Tian Ren narrows his long, thin eyes and formally introduces the mysterious guest as someone who obeys their heavenly mandate. Tianji happily chimes in, adding that his ultimate goal is also perfectly aligned with their own divine mission. The masked stranger gives a faint, subtle smile as she confirms they do not need to doubt him anymore. But Tian Gui is still deeply dissatisfied, while Tian Xin glances over and demands to know when he arrived. The masked guest laughs out loud, explaining he was simply wondering if there was a hidden spy among them. Tian Xin asks in confusion about a spy, while the masked figure raises a single finger to explain. He claims they handled their jobs so terribly, but since he cannot doubt their high status, a spy makes perfect sense. Someone laughs heartily at the bold claim, while Tianji nods in satisfaction and agrees with his words. She admits they screwed up, which is why they are currently discussing whether to execute the heavenly mandate immediately. Turning to the guest, she asks for his thoughts and he replies that the mandate must wait. He insists they can only proceed after recovering Tian Wu's physical body, leaving her to wonder why. Suddenly, another powerful figure appears with an intense aura, demanding a solid reason to convince the doubtful gods. He challenges the guest to persuade the skeptical supervisors, while Tian Shin grins like he already knows the answer. Tian Bing remains unusually quiet, and Tian Ren waits with a dark expression as the masked figure speaks. The stranger claims that all the earthly branches will rebel, prompting Tianji to ask if he is absolutely sure. She warns him about the heavy consequences of rebellion, while Tian Gui frowns as she points out a crucial fact. The earthly branches have been protecting someone who violates the natural order, and they all know what that implies. Tian Ding tilts her head, asking if that also includes Tian Wu, since he is currently one of those deities. She playfully, mockingly adds that she even saw him living right next to that taboo existence that defies the natural order. Tian Bing pauses before adding that if this is true, recovering Tian Wu's physical body carries a whole new meaning. What else is there? The masked man cuts in, suggesting they might be misunderstanding the situation. His eyes flash as he begins to explain. It is not that Tian Mao failed to possess the vessel, but that it was entirely impossible. The entity dwelling inside that physical body is something else. A being capable of retaining its sense of self even while harboring the Black Dragon. The masked man asserts that this soul is definitely not human. Absolutely not a mortal soul. Tianjing scowls and demands to know what he means. The masked man adds that Tian Mao is currently being closely monitored. Under the watchful eyes of the earthly branches, a heavy silence falls over the room, leaving only the steady voice of the masked man echoing. Under these tight circumstances, Tian Mao cannot do a single thing. Tianyi looks deep in thought as the masked man continues speaking. Aside from waiting for the next sacrificial vessel, which does not even exist, the masked man suddenly cuts his own sentence short. Besides, is not Tian Mao supposed to be your strongest weapon? Tian Geng continues to scowl while Tian Ting simply smiles behind her hand. At this, the masked man lets out a dry chuckle. It seems everyone has finally put the pieces together. He declares he will take his leave. He says he will leave right after delivering his message. With a wave of his gloved hand, he admits he expected their strange behavior. But from this moment on, he will have to make some decisive moves of his own. The masked man tosses an object toward Tianyi. He gives a quick instruction: if your hands are feeling so itchy, why not go ahead and take action yourself? Tianyi catches the item and looks completely bewildered, asking if he means him. But the masked man immediately calls him out. He asks if Tianyi did not just return from meeting Chen, leaving him utterly speechless. Opening his palm, Tianyi stares at the object. He asks what it is, and the masked man explains that it is the karma of the earthly branches, reminding him that thieves must cooperate. Tianji's eyes light up with sudden interest. Karma, he says, it looks like you have brought something quite intriguing this time. The masked man nods. It is indeed, though it is quite old. A strange, eerie light flashes in his eyes as he speaks. He tells them he is counting on them since this is an incredibly simple task for them anyway. Tianren finally breaks his silence. He asks if that is really all he knows about the entity inside Tian Mao. The masked man confidently confirms he knows nothing else. Tiangf finally speaks up. No matter what the true nature of that soul might be, she lowers her eyes and deems it unnatural. It is simply an existence that defies the natural order. Radiating intense killing intent, she states that correcting this is their divine duty. Under the dark night sky, dense rows of houses stretch out as a quiet voice continues to echo through the silence. Meanwhile, Dongjin lies in bed, scrolling through his phone. On the screen, Grand Overseer Z tells him to clear his schedule this Wednesday. Confused by the sudden request, Dongjin asks why. The Overseer simply replies that there is a specific place he needs to visit. Dongjin protests that it is a school day, but a frustrated Overseer Z tells him to just do it and wait outside. He tries to argue about missing school, but Z cuts him off immediately, telling him that part is already taken care of. Then comes the final instruction: he must not let Chen know about this. Dongjin is left even more bewildered by this secret. What on earth is happening in the middle of the night? Breaking into a cold sweat, he quickly tries to explain himself to Jin. Suddenly, Jin calls his name out loud. Dongjin jumps in fear, asking what is wrong, only for Jin to glare at him with annoyance. He angrily demands to know how Dongjin is managing the house, turning a chip plate around to show him the sharp edge. Seeing the crack clearly, Dongjin tells him to set it aside so he can throw it out first thing in the morning. The night deepens as the city falls fast asleep. Suddenly, Dongjin looks up in complete surprise at the group that just arrived. Sighing softly, he glances down at his phone, and trust me, the tension is real. The clock shows exactly 8:10 a.m. They call out a warm greeting to him, and Dongjin awkwardly waves back before offering a rather hesitant suggestion of his own. He mentions that he cannot just skip his classes like this, suggesting he should leave early instead, but the kids grab him. They climb onto his shoulders and start pulling his hair, making him cry out in pain. He watches Yoon Dong place the hair on his head. Wondering what on earth is happening, he is completely stunned as the young boy suddenly begins to transform right before his eyes. He looks like an exact clone of Dongjin. To stop him from shouting, the boy quickly gestures for him to keep it down. He warns that someone might see them, explaining that they will be acting as his body double for the entire day. Stan giggles, adding that it would be a disaster if they ran into each other. Overseer Z confirms they will go instead. Dongjin asks with deep concern if they are seriously going to attend classes for him. Yeondong calmly reassures him not to worry. San chimed in, marveling at how identical the clone looks. The young boy giggles, asking if he really looks that much like him. Dongjin sighs, telling him not to laugh with his face. Meanwhile, Du Chan stands high on a nearby wall watching them. Later, as they head out, Dongjin keeps staring anxiously at his phone screen. Overseer Z notices this and asks if he is worried. Turning to him, Dongjin admits that he is indeed a little concerned, hoping they can just manage to keep a low profile. He laughed and offered some quick reassurance, telling him not to worry since the young disciples would handle everything. Those children had learned so many things over the long years. They knew him inside out. Knowing his personality perfectly, they would ensure he enjoyed a completely peaceful day. Meanwhile, another plan was already unfolding. Gaidong was currently wandering around the school disguised perfectly as Yong-jin. He was doing a great job. Suddenly, a voice called out. He recalled Dogmaster Soul's warning that only one specific girl would greet him. Gaidong spotted Lee Hai-su waving and shouting a morning greeting. He realized this must be Lee Hai-su, his classmate. Channeling Yong-jin's signature cold attitude, Gaidong briefly greeted Lee Hai-su back before quickly brushing right past her. Leaving her behind, Lee Hai-su watched him leave with growing suspicion. Back with the real Yong-jin, curiosity grew. Yong-jin asked what they were actually doing today, especially since he was told not to tell his ancestors. Rat Master Jia suddenly interrupted him, stating calmly that he was going to extract the Black Dragon right now. Yong-jin quickly reminded him that extracting it could easily cost him his left arm or even his entire life. Rat Master Jia calmly replied that Goat Master Mi would prevent that, leaving Yong-jin absolutely stunned in surprise. He asked if Yong-jin had already met him, triggering some incredibly unpleasant memories for the young boy. If the Black Dragon went completely wild, they would absolutely need Goat Master Mi's ultimate divine assistance. Yong-jin muttered that the Goat Guardian would never help. However, Rat Master Jia remained entirely and completely unfazed. He remarked that whether it was real help or a trap remained to be seen. Yong-jin only nodded. Then he casually dropped a massive bombshell. Goat Master Mi might actually try to cleanse Yong-jin's soul. He wanted to empty his body. Yong-jin panicked, screaming in absolute horror. That guy is a devil. Seeing his terrified face, Rat Master Jia offered some comfort. He looked him dead in the eye and spoke. He promised to step in if anything went wrong. Buying precious time was precisely for this crucial moment. Yong-jin sat in silence. He clenched his fists and asked what would happen to the dragon afterwards. Rat Master Ja explained that a dragon's raw power cannot exist independently without a proper host. Eventually, it would turn into a physical relic, much like the legendary and powerful white dragon stone. Yong-jin nodded, understanding it would simply return to nature. The guardian rolled his eyes and went on. But before the dragon reached that stage, he planned to seal it with a celestial flower seal. Yong-jin suddenly jumped to his feet, asking if they were starting right now. He was ready. Rat Master Ja awkwardly replied it would be an hour. Yong-jin yelled that he should have stayed at school. The guardian hesitated, then admitted he had called him early because he needed a small favor from him. Meanwhile, Gye-dong was happily celebrating, absolutely thrilled that nobody had recognized him. San and Byuk-sun quickly gathered around. They praised their second brother's perfect disguise. Just then, Dog Master Soul spotted them and called out. Gye-dong excitedly greeted her as puppy sister. She laughed aloud, admitting his face still looked so incredibly weird. Dog Master Soul pulled out snacks, bringing ice cream rewards for those doing such great deeds today. She happily munched on her treat curiously, asking who would take over the disguise for gym class next. San eagerly volunteered for the job, and she agreed, telling Gye-dong to take a well-deserved break for now. San quickly transformed into Yong-jin. Dog Master Soul teased him, saying he must finish his ice cream first. After all, the real Yong-jin would never eat childish treats. Watching them from afar, Lee Hai-su's suspicion grew deeper. During gym class, classmates asked San if he was benching again, this time prompting an immediate loud protest. They asked in shock if he actually planned to play, and right then, Du Juong called out. He slung an arm around San, teasingly asking if he was finally ready to join the soccer game. San confidently told him to just trust him, but everyone else sighed, convinced they were doomed. The crowd whispered about the match against Ju-un's class, wondering why on earth they let a rookie play. Nobody had ever seen him play, making the team anxious, but benching him completely seemed a bit too harsh. A moment later, the soccer match kicked off and Du Ju-un quickly passed the ball to San. He yelled out to Yong-jin as the ball landed perfectly, prompting the entire opposing defense to panic. San broke through the defenders and unleashed a powerful shot, leaving the goalkeeper completely frozen in shock. The team eagerly cheers for him, shouting that they always believe in his talent. In reality, nobody believed a single word. Who plays like Messi while wearing tight orthotics anyway? Ji-gwon waits on the bench, totally dumbstruck. He mutters in shock, wondering if a ghost possessed his classmate. Soon after, Wei Xiao and Ji-gwon called Dong-jin over to speak privately. San is still in Dong-jin's body. The boy looks at them completely clueless, asking why they needed him. Wei Xiao asks anxiously, wanting to know where the real Dong-jin is. San sighs, feeling put on the spot. He complains that his big brother told him to hide from them. Ji-gwon scoffs, asking how they could possibly miss it. Dong-jin's personality has done a complete 180-degree flip. San calmly tells them not to worry. He explains that Dong-jin is busy with some secret business, so the child's spirits came to school to cover for him. They ask what business, but the boy refuses to say. Seeing how carefree he is, Wei Xiao grows increasingly nervous. She warns him that Dong-jin will get into huge trouble if he does not calm down right now. San looks quite puzzled, asking what she means. So she begs him to stop playing soccer. He just needs to stay still. Tears well up in San's eyes as he tearfully asks what he did wrong. Wei Xiao panics and quickly reassures him while Ji-gwon watches the crying kid in sheer disbelief. Still whimpering, San asks if he is banned from playing. Ji-gwon groans, admitting the kid's tears give him goosebumps. San stares at Wei Xiao, asking what Dong-jin usually does at school anyway. She hesitates, trying to find the words. She says he just sits quietly and keeps his mouth shut. San whines, asking if his brother is a literal rock. Ji-gwon mutters that calling him a rock is harsh, but the boy shakes his head, refusing to act like one. Suddenly, the dog grand inspector steps in, asking what the fuss is about. Ji-gwon panics, utterly exhausted by the chaos. She cheerfully praises San, pointing out that this lively version is way better than the gloomy Dong-jin they usually see. She tells the kid he did great, making him smile. Wei Xiao objects, worried his school reputation will be ruined. The dog grand inspector immediately snorts, asking what reputation. Pouting, she tells them that kids should just have fun. She thinks humans are so bizarre, living such short lives yet making everything exhausting. Just then, Bok-soon arrives and waves happily. Wei Xiao cheerfully greets the young shamaness back. Bok-soon suddenly raises her voice, asking if she just needs to sit still. She looks incredibly determined. She proudly claims that sitting still is her absolute specialty. Later, Ji-gwon watches her sitting inside the classroom. He admits she really is sitting still, but notes with hesitation that she is surrounded by girls applying makeup on her. Inside, the girls chat happily while doing her makeup, pointing out Dong-jin's dark circles and pale face. They praise his beautiful skin, but wonder what is wrong with him today, acting as mysterious as during that grand ritual. The guys nearby gossip, remarking that while the soccer match was shocking, his current behavior is on another level. They admit he is pretty handsome but wonder why he is suddenly acting like a massive energetic extrovert. Shivering, Gon-ho whispers that this cannot be Dong-jin and that someone else must have shape-shifted to take his place. He suggests that maybe Gon-ho's wild rumors are actually true this time around. Meanwhile, the girl doing the makeup excitedly yells. She tells him to open his eyes after parting his bangs. When they look at the stunning face of Dong-jin that the child shamaness is wearing, everyone gasps in absolute awe. The girls squeal. They cheer that he is unbelievably handsome, far exceeding their expectations. The boys watch in sheer shock. They mutter that it is insane to have such a handsome guy in their class. Meanwhile, Waiso stands frozen. She listens to them beg Dong-jin for a selfie, but she politely turns them down. They keep pestering him about social media, so Hwaiseo quickly drags Bok-soon away, prompting the curious child deity to ask what is wrong. Hwaiseo admits she is glad she stayed still, but Bok-soon can tell she is holding back. Seeing her hesitate, Bok-soon waits. Hwaiseo takes a deep breath and finally asks her for a small favor. She pleads with the spirit not to get close to the girls anymore. Bok-soon stares back, asking her why. Hwaiseo quickly looks away, explaining that when Dong-jin eventually returns to school, he might get into serious trouble. But mid-sentence, Bok-soon cuts her off, calling out her name. Hwaiseo flinches, looking down at the little girl. She drops a major bombshell, asking if Hwaiseo has a crush on Dong-jin. Having read her perfectly, she giggles. Hwaiseo stands there completely frozen, unable to speak as her heart starts racing wildly in her chest. She tries to hold it in, but her blushing face completely gives away her emotions. Inspector Rat calls out to Dong-jin, who is standing there like a statue. It is time to go. But Dong-jin doesn't budge, staring at his phone and wondering if everything is all right back at school. Why has no one reached out to him? Inspector Rat speaks up again, saying there is one more thing before stepping through the portal. He orders the boy to take his shirt off. Dong-jin confusedly agrees, but when he hesitates, Inspector Rat urges him on. He asks if Dong-jin wants to ruin his clothes, then turns and tells him to leave his phone behind, since there will not be any signal anyway. Dong-jin obediently complies and leaves it. The two step through the portal, arriving at a completely different location. Dong-jin looks around in curiosity, asking which mountain they are on before turning to the inspector with another burning question. He wonders if there is still a chance the seal could be broken, just like what happened with his ancestors and the Black Dragon. The inspector calmly responds, reminding him of what he said before about the true nature of their power. Once the Black Dragon loses its host, it cannot use any of its strength. He avoids Dong-jin's gaze as he continues. He reveals that from the very start, the goal of the seal was actually total destruction, leaving Dong-jin completely stunned. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy wraps around the boy as Inspector Goat unleashes his power, activating the blooming rebirth. Dong-jin watches the magic swirl around him in disbelief, while Inspector Goat lands softly, preparing his next move. With a fierce swing of his fan, he slices clean through Dong-jin's arm, sending it flying as the boy looks on in absolute horror. Hearing the boy scream, Inspector Goat coldly snaps at him to stop making such a pathetic, miserable sound. Black smoke erupts from the wound, and as Dong-jin screams for his lost arm, the inspector thrusts his hand into the boy's chest. Dong-jin stares in pure terror as agonizing pain rips through his entire body, while thick, dark energy begins to spill out. The boy's shriek of pain echoes through the air as the escaping black smoke gathers high above them in the sky. Slowly, the smoke takes the form of a massive dragon. Dong-jin's voice suddenly drops to a menacing depth, calling out to the inspector. His bloodshot eyes glare at Inspector Goat as the entity claims the human's body only survives because of his presence. He warns that separating them will bring death, but the inspector bluntly cuts him off, saying he already knows that. Inspector Goat pours even more energy into Dong-jin, smiling maniacally while telling himself not to worry about the consequences. He resolves to purify the boy's soul before it shatters, gripping Dong-jin tightly as he prepares for the final step. He silently urges the soul to return to its original flow, while Dong-jin screams in agonizing pain inside his own mind. He promises to pray for the boy's next life to be happy, but Inspector Rat suddenly intervenes with a powerful strike. Caught off guard by the sudden interruption, Inspector Goat glares back, but Inspector Rat's resolve remains unshakable as he locks on. He fires a heavy iron chain straight toward Inspector Goat's arm, yet the arrogant opponent simply smirks in response. He spins to deflect the attack with a massive counterspell, forcing Inspector Rat to instantly shift his combat stance. Closing the distance at lightning speed, Inspector Rat gets right in his face, glaring coldly as he issues a warning. He tells him to seal the Black Dragon first before playing any games, but Inspector Goat merely laughs and grinds his teeth. He mocks the idea of being stopped by such a weak restraint, but his words are cut short by a sudden grip. Dong-jin tightly grabs his wrist, unleashing a massive wave of power that leaves Inspector Goat completely frozen in shock. Even Inspector Rat is stunned as Dong-jin effortlessly throws Inspector Goat away, sending him flying backwards. Furious at being tossed aside, Inspector Goat glares back while Inspector Rat quickly backs away to maintain a safe distance. Meanwhile, a strange dark mist wraps around Dongjin's severed arm, completely restoring it before he collapses to his knees in exhaustion. Dongjin hangs his head, slowly opening his eyes as he comes back to his senses and looks around in complete confusion. He eagerly asks the two if they succeeded, his eyes wide as he stares down at his newly regenerated arm. He can barely believe it has fully grown back, but Inspector Goat is absolutely furious, grinding his teeth in rage. He grabs Inspector Rat by the collar and demands an immediate explanation about what kind of monster that kid really is. Seeing the sudden tension, Dongjin frantically asks what is going on and if something went wrong during the ritual. Inspector Rat coldly brushes his hand away, stating he should be the one asking questions before staring back in intense anger. He demands to know what the other was thinking, as his reckless actions just ruined their chance to seal the Black Dragon. Frustrated by the accusation, Inspector Goat demands to know if Inspector Rat had been keeping secrets about the boy's true nature. He looks over at Dongjin and firmly states the kid is definitely not human but receives only silence in return. Growing impatient, he demands to know exactly what is hiding inside that body, but Inspector Rat merely gives a cold look. "Aren't you the one who knows best?" he shouts in a burst of raw emotion. "I didn't see anything, so how should I know?" Goat Priest snaps angrily, raising his voice. "He is an existence that goes against the natural order, and even if he were human, you still cannot just let him be." Rat Priest presses his lips tight, silently listening to him go on. If things continue like this, he lowers his head and mutters in a low voice, "Shin will completely fade away, you know that, right?" Hearing this, Dongjin stands frozen in utter shock. Rat Priest sighs heavily, calmly telling him that Shin will simply end up transferring into the body of another beast. Or if that entity simply fades away completely, that would be even better. Either way, it makes absolutely no difference to me. The lack of concern sparks Goat Priest's anger once more. He marches straight toward Dongjin, who is still standing there completely dazed. Rat Priest immediately steps in, using his bone-chilling frost barrier to block him in his tracks. With a cold, serious look, he warns, "Stop playing these cheap tricks in front of me." He then glares at Goat Priest, ordering him to quickly seal away the Black Dragon. Suddenly, Dongjin calls out to his senior. With a trembling, cold gaze, he demands to know what those words were supposed to mean. His eyes are wide with shock as he asks if the ancient ancestor will really vanish. Goat Priest sneers, "Did you think everyone would survive?" Gritting his teeth in fury, he snaps, "Two souls absolutely cannot coexist in a single body once you choose to keep living in it." As the host, Dongjin listens in absolute horror as Goat Priest delivers the final blow. The other soul is destined to meet a brutal end. "It is all because of you that Shin." Rat Priest quickly cuts him off, telling Dongjin that he does not need to listen to those words. Seeing the boy's heavy hesitation, he reassures him. What Goat Priest just said is nothing but nonsense that will only hold him back. With his emotions completely shattered, Dongjin asks in a cold, trembling voice, "Why did you keep all of this a secret from me?" Rat Priest lowers his voice coldly, stating that it has absolutely nothing to do with him. He calmly warns Dongjin to snap out of it. Living with that entity for so long must have made Dongjin mistake them for real family. Rat Priest quickly avoids the boy's piercing gaze, before delivering a heavy question that leaves the boy completely stunned. "In that case, are you actually willing to die for Shin?" The boy can only look down in silence, completely speechless and deeply saddened. Suddenly, a strange, seductive voice echoes through the air. "Treating our heavenly mother like this is really going too far." Dongjin snaps his head toward the voice while Goat Priest frowns in annoyance. Rat Priest also turns his eyes, widening in complete shock. Chanding, who has just arrived, instantly grabs hold of Dongjin's body. She declares that she must rescue him from this place immediately, throwing a highly provocative look at the two priests as she speaks. A shockwave of disbelief hits both priests. Meanwhile, Dongjin finds himself wrapped incredibly tight in the embrace of a soft, massive tail. He is suspended high in the air, completely unable to break free. Floating right behind him is a white-haired woman in a red and black robe. A faint purple demonic aura swirls around her body, her red and black dress fluttering. Both Goat Priest and Rat Priest freeze instantly at the sight. In their hearts, they realize with pure dread that she is indeed Channing. A faint smirk plays on her lips as she whispers to Dongjin, "Well, kid, it looks like we meet again." Reacting instantly, Goat Priest slams his hands flat onto the ground, chanting a powerful spell. Massive celestial energy floods the entire area as he strikes the ground. In a split second, countless green vines burst violently through the earth. They rise up like hunting pythons, weaving together as they tear through the air, charging toward Dongjin at an absolutely terrifying speed. The vines wrap around the boy, instantly pulling him free from her tail as he crashes hard onto the ground. As she tries to dodge, the vines redirect mid-air in an instant. They wrap tightly around her wrists and ankles, binding her entire body before she can react. In the blink of an eye, her entire form is completely bound by the bright green vines suspended helplessly high in mid-air. She can only let out a soft groan. Without a moment of hesitation, Rat Priest draws his fan to cast a powerful ice spell. At that exact moment, a freezing frost erupts and his sharp blue fan slices through the wind, generating razor-sharp wind blades in the air. With every swing, a wave of sub-zero energy rolls out like a tide, completely freezing the vines that hold her tightly captive. Her skin is visibly chafed from the tight grip. She looks down at her arm, her deep red pupils flashing with a cold glare. The frozen vines crack and shatter into countless icy shards, raining down onto the ground in a dazzling flurry of destruction. Glancing at her opponents, she remarks that their energy is not half bad as a pinkish-purple demonic aura suddenly explodes around her. She smiles with dark amusement, asking if they are finally ready to unleash their true power. Hearing this, Rat Priest grits his teeth. As he glares at her, demanding to know how she managed to find this place, she simply lets out a mocking laugh. "Are you an idiot? I can easily detect the Black Dragon's energy from hundreds of miles away." Her tone suddenly turns dead, silent, and icy. She continues, declaring that she did not come to fight but rather to make a deal. Goat Priest mutters the word in utter confusion. Her sharp eyes lock directly onto Dongjin. She proposes trading that little brat's life for theirs, asking how that sounds to them. Rat Priest narrows his eyes in suspicion. She confidently reveals that she already knows all the heavenly generals have descended into mortal vessels. He stared at his opponent. After a brief silence, he asked if they were truly following heaven's will. "Does it have to do with this human kid?" She smirked and reached toward Dongin, telling him to hand the boy over first. Only then would she talk. Hearing her demand, Dongyin instinctively took a step back, his face pale with panic. Just then, the sheep guardian stepped forward. He raised two fingers slowly, forming a sacred hand seal. And yeah, things got intense, fast. Cosmic energy pulsed from the earth, whipping up a violent gale. A massive defensive wall formed around Dong-in, completely shielding him from the chaotic battlefield outside. Denied her prize, the demoness sighed, muttering that taking the boy wouldn't be such an easy task after all. The sheep guardian snapped back, declaring that no matter her goal, he currently needed this human body himself. She mocked him with a sly chuckle, teasing that he looked quite charming in that desperate state. Veins popped on his forehead as he cursed, telling that stinky rat he would explain everything later. For now, he asked if the rat had gathered enough power to back him up in this fight. He pressed his hands together, his fingers blurring through complex signs as a golden glow enveloped him. Ancient runes carved themselves onto his forehead, tracing down his cheeks and radiating a soft cosmic light. With a sudden wave of his arm, a massive storm of lightning erupted right beneath the rat guardian. Tui and Mok, the sheep guardian, looked down at him with a highly confident smirk on his face. He told him to trust him and go wild with that woman. Fueled by his ally's power, the rat's energy spiked. He whipped his wrists, snapping his fan open. A freezing chill immediately blasted outward into the area. Sharp ice crystals materialized around the edges of the fan like daggers ready to rain down. Facing the freezing assault, she stood her ground as her purple-pink demonic energy violently exploded around her entire frame. With a flick of her arm, her dark power condensed into sharp energy blades that swept through the air. Her crimson pupils shrank as she watched the incoming ice spears, her eyes reflecting a sudden flash of panic. One ice spear pierced right through her barrier. It stabbed her directly in the right eye as blood splattered. And right there, her playful smirk completely vanished, replaced by a cold, terrifying fury that would give anyone chills. She lowered her hand from her bleeding eye. Her remaining eye burned red with absolute murderous intent. Clenching her fist, a sea of dark fire erupted under her feet, forming a massive blazing sword in midair. Intense heat cracked the ground and warped the very air around them as flames wrapped the blade. Watching from the sidelines, Dong-in gasped. Her power was insane, but the sheep guardian remained completely unfazed. He calmly replied that water always puts out fire, slowly raising his hand to summon a massive flood. As the inferno swept forward, he summoned a surging tide, making the ground beneath them shake violently. Towering pillars of water erupted from the earth, merging into a series of overwhelming roaring waves. The torrent crashed brutally into a wall of fire. He squinted, glaring coldly through the thick steam. Suddenly, her male Yang form stepped out from the white mist, his dark robe hanging wide open. Dong-yin stared in absolute disbelief. His jaw dropped as the entity glared back at him with pure malice. She cursed in frustration, letting her aura explode as she threatened to slaughter every single one of them. Calling them worthless trash, her demonic energy swelled again, signaling a counterattack far worse than before. Dong-yin muttered in shock about there being two of them, but the guardian immediately corrected him. He explained that this creature naturally possesses both yin and yang, his voice turning dead serious. He identified this as the yang form, leaving Dong-in stunned by the fox ancestor's unique biological trait. Remembering he was just groped by this guy, Dong-in gagged and threw up in pure disgust. He yelled at the sheep guardian to maintain his barrier, but the latter just brushed him off. He muttered an incantation and sprinted forward. A brutal clash was about to begin. The ground shook and split open as her dark, demonic energy exploded into a massive crimson wave. A sea of flames consumed the entire battlefield. She laughed maniacally, highly eager for the slaughter ahead. The dark fire rapidly condensed into a giant tiger, roaring as it bared its massive fiery fangs. It lunged straight at Dong-in. With no time to waste, he frantically began weaving his next hand seals. Suddenly, the earth beneath Dong's feet erupts in a massive explosion as layers of solid rock and soil surge upward. They stack together to form a colossal wall right in front of him. A split second later, a fierce flame tiger crashes violently into the earthen barrier. She quietly sheathes her sword, her lips slowly curving upward into a deeply amused and confident smile. The divine skill of the rat deity is incredibly troublesome, she thinks. Without hesitation, he transforms into a flash of light soaring high. His right fist clenches tight, releasing a crushing pressure so immense that the very space around him begins to warp and distort. Warden T roars out his heaven and earth strike. Watching this chaos unfold, Warden Mui is filled with deep worry for Yang. Can Yang actually defeat the Warden? Furious, Warden Tai unleashes a fist packed with magical energy, aiming to completely crush his opponent. Thiendine's eyes widen in sheer shock. Staring directly at the incoming fist, she quickly whispers a spell to activate her peak power. That devastating punch lands with overwhelming force, causing the ground to explode and sending heavy debris flying in all directions. But she quickly leaps high into the air, barely dodging the violent blast. Thiendine grits her teeth in pure fury. Unable to contain her rage, she begins channeling her magical energy, creating small embers of fire that dance all around her. In an instant, massive torrents of rolling fire surge toward his position, but he is far too agile to be caught. He effortlessly weaves through every single blast of flame before charging straight toward her while she is still gloating. But just as Warden T's sword draws close, it is instantly blocked by a fiery blade engulfed in wild, crackling flames. Grinning with pride, Thien Din unleashes a fierce torrent of raging fire, completely trapping the Warden inside a burning inferno. Watching Warden T struggle inside the blazing flames, she grows incredibly excited and mockingly calls out to him. How dare someone who cannot even take a single punch act so arrogant? Suddenly, sharp blades pierce through the surrounding fire. These sharp strikes start shallow but quickly pierce deeper, slowly tearing the fiery dragon apart from the inside out. Crystallized shards of pure magical energy erupt from the fading flames, shooting directly toward her at terrifying speed. One of these deadly magical shards slices right through Thien Din. Yet, she is far from defeated and continues to regenerate. Her face twists in sheer hatred as she heals immediately, launching a vicious counterattack to trap the Warden once again. She unleashes swirling magic currents that fly around her body successfully, leaving a sharp cut on the Warden's face. Amazingly, that small wound heals almost instantly, leaving him completely unharmed. Seeing this, she still refuses to back down. She uses her fiery aura to hover steadily in mid-air, preparing to strike with even more brutal techniques. Even as backlash racks her body, she uses her hands to quickly heal, making the deep burns on her stomach vanish. With her wounds miraculously gone, she gathers her remaining strength, but pushing her magical limits begins to take a massive toll. Her body rejects the sudden overload of energy, causing dark blood to spill from her mouth as she reaches her absolute limit. She glares at Warden T with malicious eyes, silently wondering just how much energy he has left in reserve. Feeling completely exhausted, Thien Din desperately prays for her ally to return and give her some much-needed backup. She desperately urges her ally to hurry, realizing her opponent is still standing strong and ready to fight. Panic sets in as she realizes they are running out of time, forcing her to find a way to buy more. To stall for her ally, Thien Din channels every drop of her remaining magic to summon and ride a massive fire dragon. She charges straight toward Warden T, who has been waiting for this exact moment to unleash his own devastating ultimate move. Using his earthly branch imitation skill, he unleashes a massive wave of energy that violently clashes with her incoming dragon. The catastrophic collision turns the entire battlefield into a literal hellscape, the crushing pressure forcing Dong to shield himself. He raises his arms to avoid being crushed, but a sudden protective barrier envelops him, shielding him from the swirling chaos. Dong cries out in surprise, but the devastating shockwave is completely blocked before it can reach him. Standing protectively beside him, Warden Mui speaks up with confidence, claiming that the tide of battle is shifting in their favor. Suddenly, Warden T emerges from the thick smoke as a violent gale begins to swirl beneath the dark, overcast sky. He unexpectedly draws a hidden fan from his robes, clearly preparing to channel an even more devastating storm. This sudden move catches Thien Din completely off guard, her eyes widening as she spins around to face him. The thick mist transforms into a violent, raging hurricane, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder echoing through the sky. A blinding bolt of lightning strikes her directly from the magic array, leaving Thien Din screaming in pure, hopeless despair. The destructive spell quickly expands in all directions, threatening to obliterate everything in its path as Dong watches in awe. Safe, inside his barrier, he can only watch the sheer scale of the heavenly thunder as the thick fog slowly clears, revealing a tattered, miserable figure underneath, covered in countless wounds. Barely a single patch of healthy skin left. Yet Tian Ding still grips his flame sword tightly. Trembling with absolute rage, he mutters, "How dare you use these cheap tricks?" She cannot suppress the madness on her face. She snaps back even a single drop of water. She will vaporize it completely. Hearing those words, Grand Director T remains completely unfazed and unleashes his next technique. Using the boar earthly branch-style flexible tails suddenly erupt from her back to block the massive rushing torrent of water. This is the seventh form. Ignoring her severe injuries, she immediately charges forward to attack him. She swings her blade to unleash a swirling storm of explosive fire even as the colossal water torrent threatens to swallow her. Tian Ding wraps herself in blazing flames and charges. A blinding flash of fire streaks past Grand Director T, but the attack misses completely. Grinning with pure madness, she leaps forward once more to incinerate him with her flames. He calmly draws his longsword, bracing for impact. On the other side, she laughs hysterically at him. But Tian Ding suddenly freezes her mad laughter, cutting short as the thick steam and mist slowly begin to clear away. Grand Director T stands there, completely unharmed. She is bewildered. How is he still in one piece after that? He shows zero exhaustion. She mutters, "That was the seventh form. How is he unharmed? How is this possible?" Her blade definitely hit him. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoes nearby. "Are you just naturally stupid?" Meanwhile, a dark shadow silently creeps beneath Grand Director Mui's feet. Suddenly, the shadows expand and trap him, triggering instant panic. The newcomer's arrival leaves everyone in absolute disbelief. He is only unharmed because someone else blocked the blow for him. It is none other than Tian Yi. Tian Yi's shadows wrap tightly around Grand Director Mui, crushing him. Tian Yi calmly speaks to his helpless captive. "You were so confident before, now look at you." Dongrin watches the scene unfold, completely speechless with shock. Suddenly, a beam of energy shoots straight at him. Grand Director T charges forward, mimicking the dragon style. He launches a lightning-fast strike. Using the monkey martial god style, Tian Yi casually dodges and provokes him. Still got plenty of fighting spirit left Grand Director T, but his opponent's absolute lack of fear surprises T. Tian Yi sneers, "Maybe you should worry about Grand Director Mui over there, who is currently struggling." Grand Director Mui remains completely trapped by the dark energy, unable to take a single step as rage consumes him. He spits out blood and yells at them to shut up, claiming this is nothing, but he is cut short. The intense magical pressure forces him back to his original form. Even Grand Director T is stunned by this power. Dongrin watches from inside the barrier, utterly shocked. Even Tian Yi is surprised and asks what is going on. Grand Director Mui trembles in pure terror. He hears the cold truth. His time limit has run out. He doubles over in agony, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tian Yi calmly explains the strict limit of their power bursts. Despite Tian Yi's mocking words, Grand Director T steps in front of his fallen comrade to shield him. Tian Yi notes that the limit was much shorter than expected. Suddenly, a strange noise nearby catches Grand Director T's attention. Tian Ding launches a sudden sneak attack, breaking the protective barrier around Dongrin and leaving the young boy completely exposed. She leaps behind Dongrin to grab him, but she is too slow. Grand Director T reacts instantly. He calmly blocks her path, deploying a brand new layer of magical energy to shield Dongrin from harm. Losing all patience to fight, she bluntly demands that they put an end to the conflict immediately. "Stop this right now. Your power boost has already run dry." But T merely looks at her calmly. He tosses his fan high into the air, readying his magic as his sharp eyes gleam with a cold intensity. He declares that his time is not over as immense energy radiates from the floating fan in all directions. Before she can react, a storm of lightning-fast slashes strikes relentlessly, cracking her physical vessel under the pressure. The flawless strikes corner her, completely leaving no escape. Even Tian Yi stands frozen in pure shock nearby. The attacker casually spins his weapon with absolute ease. It is indeed the legendary Grand Director Fen himself. He strikes back with immense poise. Outside a sleek modern apartment building, a quiet conversation begins to echo. In the serene night garden, Grand Director Ti, now taking the form of a small child, raises a question. He wonders if the truth about the altar vessel has been uncovered. Grand Director then answers him calmly. With a highly smug expression on his face, he slowly explains everything, including the exact timeline of events. "Our power became unstable once the secret of the altar was exposed. It should have been hidden from humans, so how did they know about it?" Hearing this, Guardian Z turned around slightly and asked with doubt if he suspected the earthly branches. Before the other could even finish, Guardian Shen cut him with a cigarette in his mouth, replying that there must be some dirty traitor leaking their secrets. Suddenly, Guardian Z pulled something out and clenched it in his fist upon hearing those words. He opened his palm to reveal a sleek, black, elongated object. Guardian Shen then continued with his warning. He warned him not to trust all the Guardians, pausing for a moment before delivering another cryptic message. "Except for me, that is." Now back in the present, after landing a heavy blow on Tian Ding, he scanned the surroundings. He remarked with amusement that it was quite lively here. Floating in midair, Tian Yi had witnessed everything. Deeply curious, Tian Yi wondered what kind of power this was. He quietly watched from above, analyzing the chaotic battlefield. With a blank face, he stared down at the struggling opponent who had just been knocked back, silently evaluating them. Guardian Wei, having just lost his power, focused entirely on the newcomer who had effortlessly taken down Tian Ding. Guardian Shen stood there in his restored true form. His dark, cold eyes resembled the Grim Reaper, ready to deliver judgment. Meanwhile, Tian Yi shifted his focus to Guardian Z, who was currently shielding his injured comrades on the ground. Guardian Z stood firm, silently calculating his options while recalling a cryptic warning from earlier in the battle. Time was running out, and decaying fluid from Tian Ding's over-limit rotting body dripped slowly onto the ground. Even though her Yang fire still surrounded her as a barrier, the previous surprise attack had definitely left its mark. She spat out in anger, demanding to know if they could ever talk politely instead of just attacking. But before she could finish complaining, a massive veiny hand suddenly gripped her face, cutting her off completely. With brute force, Guardian Shen slammed her backward, proving he had absolutely no interest in playing nice. The impact shook the ground, sending massive boulders flying everywhere as she crashed heavily into the earth. Tons of debris piled on top, almost burying her deep underground, while Guardian Shen calmly inspected his hand. A few sparks of fire still flickered on his palm, but a mocking voice suddenly made him look up. Leaping from the debris with a smug grin, Tian Ding mocked him, asking if that was all the monkey had. She bragged about her fire element, claiming he picked the wrong opponent, but Guardian Shen remained unfazed. He casually used his own fire magic to light his cigarette, looking up with a mocking smile. He mocked her, calling her flames pathetic compared to his. This blatant insult drove her into a rage. Unable to find any words, she unleashed her Yang fire, sending massive swirling flame currents across the area. On the other side, Guardian Shen tossed his staff high into the air, letting it absorb surrounding energy. As it spun rapidly in midair, the weapon drew in the howling winds, forming a razor-sharp barrier. He threw the powerful weapon directly into the vortex. Seizing the moment, Tian Ding launched an attack. Transforming into a giant fire fox, she charged forward to rip him apart before he could complete his formation. He easily dodged her attack, gathering his energy to summon a thick white mist in his palms. The mist coalesced into an even more powerful staff, which Guardian Shen immediately thrust forward with immense force. The weapon pierced straight through Tian Ding just as she closed in, causing her entire face to distort in agonizing pain. She suddenly morphed into a grotesque giant monster, forcing Guardian Shen to fight back with everything he had. Her massive body crashed down, causing a violent explosion before she finally reverted to her original form. Surveying the destruction she had caused, she mocked him, asking what happened to his big mouth from earlier. But before she could celebrate, a fierce counterattack forced her to shield herself with her massive tails. She barely blocked the razor-sharp strikes, only to see Guardian Shen standing there completely unscathed and calm. With no wounds or signs of fatigue on him, she panicked, blurting out a desperate question. She couldn't believe her eyes, utterly unable to comprehend how he easily survived her full-power monstrous form. Realizing she had been outsmarted, a twisted wave of excitement filled her as she prepared another massive strike. She mocked his cheap tricks, arrogantly questioning if a few minor illusions would be enough to save him. Guardian Shen completely ignored her insults, remaining absolutely steadfast in his decision to end this fight. She sneered that he would burn to ashes along with his own weapon, but seeing his resolve, Tian Ding doesn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a fierce storm of solar fire to trap Envoy Shen. But Shen suddenly breaks free. He conjures a massive boulder to block her fiery assault. This only thrills Tian Ding, who lets out a wild, crazed laugh. "Do you really think dirt can stop me?" she screams, swinging her fist to completely shatter the giant stone barrier. Intense solar fire flares around her fist as she strikes instantly, web-mapping the giant boulder with deep, jagged cracks. Envoy Shen remains completely unfazed, mocking her by saying she seems to have seriously misunderstood the situation. As the shattered stone crumbles and rains down around him, he declares that fire is definitely not his weakness. Gripping his greatsword tightly, he grins through the sweat dripping down his face, calling her flames his perfect crafting material. He announces that his blade is now perfectly forged, immediately delivering a devastating horizontal slash straight through Tian Ding's body. Deep within her decaying flesh, a glowing flame core is exposed, the exact source of her insane regenerative power. Hunching over, Tian Ding spreads her tails wide to unleash the devastating eighth form of her solar fire. The ground immediately cracks open into a massive blazing vortex, shocking both Envoy Z and Envoy Shen as they watch. To protect the innocent bystanders, Envoy Z quickly erects a powerful barrier, stopping the spreading rift right in its tracks. Tian Ding suddenly summons a blazing flame sword, laughing like a maniac as she tells them to try using her as material. Multiple violent sword strikes cut through the air, but Envoy Shen continues his fearless charge right into the danger zone. Seeing this, Tian Ding chants an earth spell, unleashing a ring of slicing energy to trap him completely. Trapped envoy Shen cleverly harnesses her solar fire to channel his own energy, creating a massive vortex in the sky. A hand reaches up to project energy. Envoy Wei, despite being badly beaten, gathers his remaining strength to assist his allies. He yells out a warning to the enemy Hua Huai, giving Envoy Z the perfect opening to release his wind magic. A howling gale creates a massive tornado around her, but Tian Ding easily evades it while mocking his weak efforts. Mocking him for merely fanning her, she gets caught off guard as a massive energy blast from Envoy Shen targets her back. Channeling the heavenly vessel, he slams his power down, trapping her between two unstoppable currents of energy. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes. A devastating blast from the blazing bone fist obliterates everything in sight. The shockwave leaves everyone trembling in fear, but Envoy Z forces his eyes open to see who just entered the fray. His eyes lock onto a figure, leaving him completely speechless, as a mixture of shock and sheer terror washes over him. It is none other than Tian Ren holding Dong Jin high in the air while silently observing the battlefield. Looking down with an intense glare, Tian Ren calmly orders all the gods of the heavenly stems to stand down. With his eyes closed, Dong Jin remains unconscious only to slowly wake up moments later to see Envoy Z below. Cold sweat drips down his face as he desperately tries to process the situation, cautiously looking up at his captor. Utterly confused, Dong Jin wonders if this mysterious man is actually one of the legendary heavenly stems. Tian Ren speaks in a low, chilling voice, stating that they have already accomplished part of their goal. He coldly orders Tian Ding to fall back as a dense black smoke suddenly begins to wrap around her. She furiously yells at them to get out of her way, but Tian Yi calmly warns her about her cracked fox bead. She falls silent immediately, and Tian Ren repeats his order to fall back since it is still far too early. Suddenly, a lethal projectile grazes past his ear as Envoy Shen launches a desperate high-tension surprise attack from behind. Tian Ren does not even bother to dodge, coldly asking Envoy Shen if he can handle the weight of his own sins. His icy gaze sweeps over the warrior as he summons a massive glowing mirror that reflects only Envoy Shen. Instantly, a massive gravity field crushes Envoy Shen to the dirt, rendering him completely unable to stand. Watching him struggle, Tian Yi curiously wonders what kind of massive sins Envoy Shen committed during his time below. Under heavenly laws, he would face at least a 3,000-year suspension of his divine powers. Tian Ren warns the earthly branches to listen closely as he tightens his grip on the young boy. He firmly declares that Dong Jin is a heretical existence that must be utterly wiped from the universe. Refusing to stand by, Envoy Z glares back, calling them fools for claiming to follow heaven's absolute will. Tian Ren growls in pure rage, accusing the earthly guardians of defiling the very natural order of the world. With a sudden strike, Envoy Z is slammed into the ground, leaving Dong Jin completely horrified and gritting his teeth. He deeply blames himself for this disaster until a familiar voice suddenly echoes from deep within his mind. In his mind, he vowed to wager everything to protect him at all costs, while Dong Jin groaned in sheer terror, his face turning completely pale. It was just like that time. The Goat Guardian screamed out, "Hey, you rule-obsessed maniac, put that kid down right now." He was not afraid to curse him right to his face. "You guys are the crazy ones. Why on earth did you come down to the mortal realm anyway?" The Goat Guardian, though covered in wounds, still tried to act tough, claiming this place was under the jurisdiction of the earthly branches, but Tian Ren suddenly cut him off, declaring that it was not anymore. The boy listened in shock. What? Suddenly, a beam of light burst from his hand as Tian Ren summoned a scroll woven from pure light, the heavenly decree. Instantly, half the city was plunged into pitch darkness. At that exact moment, the Dog Guardian was drawing in her notebook. Murmurs erupted all around her, with people asking what that was and saying it scared them out of their wits. Everyone looked completely bewildered, wondering if they were the only ones who felt that. Just now there really was a light from the sky, but others joked that the sky is always bright. The chatter was endless, with some wondering if it was lightning. "But there is no rain today, teacher. Is it going to rain?" The teacher called for quiet, telling them to save the gossip for recess. Huyo and Dequan watched in utter shock, and the Dog Guardian opened her eyes wide in disbelief as the scroll revealed glowing golden words. Under the command of the Heavenly Emperor, the Monkey Guardian could hardly believe it, while the Rat Guardian grit his teeth in sheer frustration. The decree ordered the heavenly stems and earthly branches to act, yet ordinary people just went about their day. In this land created by Dangun, no one knew what lay ahead. The order was to wipe out all of humanity, but some key players already began to make their move. While classes went on as usual, the decree was handed down to completely reconstruct the mortal realm. At the same time, Dong Jin grew deathly pale as he listened. Once rebuilt, the world would fall under the order of the evil Sky Directorate. Meanwhile, the Snake Guardian cast a fortune. Seeing her expression change so dramatically, the worried client could not help but ask what was wrong. "Am I going to have terrible bad luck next year?" But the Snake Guardian could clearly hear the voice in her mind. If you do not obey this command, no matter where you hide, even your very existence will be erased. As the decree echoed directly in the minds of every guardian, the horse guardian and rooster guardian rushed to get there, but even if they arrived, early destruction seemed completely inevitable. She could only gasp in horror, her mouth wide open. What? Meanwhile, Jin sat silently by the bed, showing no emotion, even though Dong-jin had also heard that heavenly decree. He tried to struggle and break free, but Dong-jin was powerless. Jin just sat there doing absolutely nothing. Yet the great blade behind him trembled before suddenly vanishing into thin air. The weapon had been teleported away, and Dong-jin wielded it to slash right through the floating words of the decree. This sudden, reckless move shocked all the guardians, and Tian Yi stared in complete and utter disbelief. Tian Ren actually got nicked across his cheek, blood trickling down. From Dong-jin's body, vibrant, colorful waves of energy began to surge. The firm voice of the masked figure suddenly echoed inside his mind, declaring that what dwelled inside that mortal body was absolutely not a normal soul. Dong-jin was proving that claim right now. By breaking free from his constraints, he had shattered the control. At that exact second, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. The rooster guardian caught him perfectly. The horse guardian laughed, praising the perfect timing, while Tian Ren glared in anger, his eyes full of rage as his sharp blade flashed. Meanwhile, the monkey guardian slid aggressively across the ground, a blue flame erupting to form a wall separating both sides. Azure flame. He reached out in relief as the horse guardian shouted to the monkey guardian. The three of them had worked perfectly to rescue Dong-jin. Now they quickly readied their weapons, aiming them straight at Tian Ren. He glared, pointing out that even though they had heard the decree, they clearly had no intention of sheathing their weapons. He confirmed it without hesitation, and the rat guardian even directly questioned why the heavenly emperor would issue such a brutal command. Tian Yi could not hide his surprise, asking if he was demanding a reason from a divine decree, calling him insane. Tian Ren arrogantly interjected, saying he was the one who wanted answers, demanding to know why they refused to stand down. But the rat guardian firmly declared that the earthly branches had received orders to protect humanity alongside Dangun. The rat guardian openly rebelled, refusing the order to destroy the human race. Tian Ren's eyes turned icy as he dismissed their words as pure sophistry. He calmly pointed out that the command regarding Dangun originally came from the heavens. However, because Dangun chose to withdraw his own existence, that decree vanished along with him. But the rat guardian shot back, invoking their ancient oath to protect and benefit the mortal realm. His every word was absolutely resolute to guard humans from impurities and bring balance to this world. Dong-jin listened in absolute awe. Dangun's command, reflected in his remarkably firm gaze, had never been revoked. Tian Ren looked momentarily stunned. Impurities. The horse guardian let out an amused laugh. With that, he bluntly announces they are refusing to comply. Tian Yi casts a suspicious glance over them. Scanning the crowd, he calmly asks if they all share that same foolish resolve. His face remains completely cold and detached. Tian Yi frowns, truly puzzled. Why on earth do these heavenly gods keep shackling themselves to the ancient past, only to act so pathetically in the end? Tian Ren chimes in right away, fully agreeing with those harsh words. He continues his mockery. Has living in mortal shells for so long dragged their minds down to a human level? Are their minds really that pathetic now? Suddenly, his mockery is cut off as Tian Yi happily steps forward. He reaches the ground. Good. He tells the wardens he has something to show them now that they have revealed themselves. Tian Yi pulls out a small compass. He mocks them. Why hide it so well when he found it anyway? He slams his hand down. Hard. A wave of heavenly energy erupts, and a deep purple aura spreads outward. The purple light thickens. Dark black. Mentioning the Dark Chaser, Tian Yi asks if they want to know the Emperor's reasoning behind that heavenly mandate. Warden Z's expression darkens. Tian Yi grins, asking if this explanation is finally enough. He smiles with pure malice. An ancient nightmare, the very thing they sealed away, a name that chills everyone's spine. The dark malice of humanity begins to spread. Warden Wei screams out in panic, telling him not to touch it. Tian Yi's eyes widen. Shock. The other wardens turn completely pale at the sight, terrified of what he holds. He praises them mockingly, defying the heavenly mandate just to protect such a disgusting abomination. They are truly something else. He is backing them into a corner. They swore to protect humanity, and now Tian Yi watches with dark anticipation. What happens when humans themselves become the filth? Warden Wei grits his teeth in silence, his body tense with anger. He tries to defend them but is instantly cut off. Tian Ren declares that once humans possess egos, they rot. It is only a matter of time. He lists their flaws: absolute selfishness, calculated charity, and endless greed, relentless envy, and the disasters born from them. Tian Ren points out how nature is destroyed by their hands. Total order collapses. Even though the earthly branches have been bound to this mortal world for thousands of years, they still fail to understand the true nature of humanity. He questions if they are simply turning a blind eye or choosing ignorance. Warden Z retorts that their view of the mortal world has always been incredibly narrow. Tianyi narrows his eyes. Really, Warden Z calmly explains that focusing only on the dark side of humanity will easily let you gather enough dirt to make them look like monsters. But the warden remains unfazed. If the accumulated malice of thousands of years is only this much, then it is not even worth mentioning. Tianyi smiles darkly. Not worth mentioning, fine then. He begins to unleash the sealed darkness to prove his point. They must experience it to believe it. The sealed evil shatters instantly, spreading as Warden Wu turns pale with horror. Warden Wei screams out in pure rage, demanding to know what he is doing. Tianyi only replies calmly. He wants to see if this is just some ordinary evil deliberately goading Warden Z to face it head-on. Tianyi starts lecturing them. The dark force they hid will use this land as its center, expanding globally. He smiles with absolute satisfaction. Honestly, it is terrifying. They will not have to lift a single finger. The world is preserved while only humanity is wiped out. Tianyi cheerfully notes that a cleaning tool is born. Warden Shen grits his teeth in pure fury, muttering that they just need to capture and destroy it immediately. Tianren instantly dismisses the idea. Even if they destroy it, modern humanity will only repeat the same mistake. The compass is thrown and he catches it effortlessly in one hand. He repeats his warning to them once again. If humanity is completely wiped out, Tianren remains firm that the four perils will naturally vanish along with them. Warden Wei stands completely helpless. Tianren offers them a way out, acting as if he is being generous. If the earthly branches change their minds, bring him the body of Tian Mu. He leaves them with final instructions. He will pretend he never heard their ignorant words. Tianyi smiles, telling them they have a rare chance. He warns them to make their choice very carefully. He casually remarks that humanity can easily be rebuilt. Warden Yu is absolutely stunned by his cruel words. Tianren and the others begin to fade away, leaving a reminder not to forget their duty. With that, they vanish completely. Warden Shen stands in silence for a long. His fists clench in absolute rage. Suddenly, he slashes the compass, shattering it into two pieces on the ground. With a dark expression, he calls out to Warden Wei. Warden Wu and Warden, you watch in utter disbelief. While Lord Z stays silent, Lord Shin punches Lord Mi right in the face, golden eyes blazing with pure rage. He doesn't even try to hide his anger as he lands a brutal blow on Lord Mi, his face turning incredibly dark. Coldness flashes in his eyes, but a loud voice suddenly calls out from behind, calling Lord Shin's name, though he just ignores it. He refuses to listen, his face darkening further as he demands to know if Lord Mi was the bastard who colluded with their enemy. Lord Mi keeps his head down, too terrified to answer, while Lord Yu rushes forward in a complete panic to ask what is going on. She asks why he would suddenly say such a thing, but Lord Shin cuts her off before she can even finish her sentence. He ignores the fact that Lord Mi failed to completely wipe out the four perils, his eyes burning as he raises another question. How did the enemy find out about their secret? Lord Mi grits his teeth, looking down because he knows he was the only one. Lord Yu stands there completely lost, while Lord O just sighs heavily on the side, watching the tension rise between them. The boss completely wrecked the mood. They need Lord Soul to sniff out the truth. Suddenly, a massive crash. Lord Yu turns around in shock as Yong-jin crashes heavily onto the ground, 7 streams of rainbow energy bursting from his body. The poor kid seems to be in deep shock, forcing her to rush over and desperately call for Lord Mi to help him. She begs him to check on the boy, but Lord Z steps in to explain that the kid is simply exhausted from running on empty. Lord Yu repeats the word in confusion, wondering what he means, while Lord Z slowly shifts his gaze back toward Lord Mi. Lord Mi can only grit his teeth. He can't defend himself. The heavy atmosphere grows completely suffocating. With an icy expression and a voice dripping with killing intent, Lord Z demands to know why he lied to everyone. He asks if Lord Mi even realizes the terrifying form his past lies have taken now and if he feels any regret at all. Lord Mi clenches his jaw. He's too ashamed to look his comrades in the eye. Memories wash over him. Back then, Lord O also remained dead silent as they threw several shriveled, dried-up corpses onto a pile on the ground. Someone mentions it is the very last one, prompting Lord Sa to step forward and look down at the bodies in utter disbelief. She wonders how there are only 4 corpses left when they had clearly cleared thousands of bodies from the battlefield earlier. Lord Maya watches with a dark expression, realizing that the monsters have been going completely wild lately because of these strange things. Lord Chuck looks on with a heavy, guilt-ridden face, admitting he assumed he could deal with them all since they only hunted at night. Lord O forces a bright smile, trying his best to reassure the team and lighten up the incredibly gloomy mood. He points out that they stopped the threat before humans took more casualties, meaning they can finally focus on returning to heaven. He glances around, but the silence is completely deafening. Absolutely nobody makes a sound or responds to his attempt at optimism. Confused by the reaction, Lord O nudges his comrades and asks why everyone is acting so incredibly down today. He flashes another grin, asking if the exhaustion from keeping the barrier sealed is finally catching up to them. Lord Shin looks up, offering a gentle smile as he tells everyone to head back and get some much-needed rest. He suggests leaving the remaining work to Lord Mi, which prompts Lord Sa to chime in with her usual cold agreement. She notes that the rest of the work is piling up like a mountain, so letting him finish it alone is for the best. Lord Mi silently listens as they coldly remind him that these creatures can never be purified, only outright destroyed. Lord Mayo turns to leave, announcing that he will check on Lord Sul and the others before returning. Lord Chuck quietly decides to tag along, while Lord O smiles and throws his arm over his comrade's shoulder. He happily leads the way to get some rest, ignoring the complaints about the massive amount of chores still left undone. Lord Mi watches them walk away, listening to their chatter about restoring the broken earth as he falls into deep thought. His eyes are glued to the lifeless, shriveled corpses on the ground, completely blocking out the voices around him. Someone suggests waiting until tomorrow since their physical manifestations are still stable when a hand suddenly lands on his shoulder. Lord Shin smiles warmly, placing his trust entirely in Lord Mi to handle the final disposal of the bodies. Lord Mi quickly reassures his companion, promising that he will take care of everything and get the job done properly. With a nod, his comrade turns and walks away as a cold breeze sweeps over, leaving Lord Mi standing there in complete silence. Once Lord Shin leaps into the sky and disappears, a glowing orb of magical energy begins to form in Lord Mi's hand. He is about to destroy the bodies when his eyes widen in pure shock. Wait, did one of them just beg for help? A hand reaches out from the pile of shriveled corpses, weakly grabbing his clothes as a creature crawls and begs for mercy. The withered creature looks up with begging eyes, leaving Lord Mi frozen on the spot, unable to make a single move. Unbelievable tears actually stream down the rotting corpse as it asks if they even wanted to be born into this world. Its trembling hand tightly grips his robe, begging to know what they did wrong, insisting they never wanted much. They did not seek reincarnation or harbor greed, they only weep and beg him miserably for a single favor. They beg to return and merge as one with the earth, while Muidai Giem grits his teeth at their tragic plea. Begging to be buried deep underground, they swear they will never cause any more disasters if they are just laid to rest. He glares back, completely unconvinced, stating he does not believe for a single second they will actually behave. The corpse quickly reassures him, promising that without human malice, they will never multiply or spread again. Muidai Giem darkens his gaze, growling at them to stop talking nonsense, but they continue, desperately begging for their lives. They urge him to believe in humanity and trust their inherent goodness, begging to be allowed to return to nature. They plead to merge with the world's spiritual energy, arguing that as a god, this must be within his power. Their words actually shake Muidai Giem as they accuse the gods, claiming none of this would happen without them. The creature continues, saying things only reach this tragic point because of the gods, and that their existence is ultimately due to them, caused by none other than the gods themselves, leaving Muidai Giem looking up in absolute shock. As their tears start running blood red, they remind him that since he is a god, Muidai Giem must take responsibility. He grits his teeth in frustration as a completely different glowing power begins to gather inside his hand. With a sudden wave of his fan, he unleashes his blooming lotus seal technique, and the memory abruptly cuts off. Spitting blood on the ground as he snaps back to reality, Muidai Giem mutters that human evil is their fault. Hearing him claim that they are to blame and already furious, then Dai Giem stares back in complete shock. Dao Dai Giem listens silently as he explains that even if these entities are called monsters, their roots are still human. Then Dai Giem clenches his fists and snaps back, arguing that even if they came from humans, they are not human anymore. They are a completely different species now, and he glares at Muidai Giem's lowered head, calling him an idiot. Asking if he still fails to grasp the severity of the situation, he glares down at him with a cold look. He coldly points out that those damn heavenly stems were right, is a pure biohazard, a massive source of pollution. Even if destroyed, that evil will just keep returning, meaning he should have eliminated it before it grew this monstrously large. Unable to argue, Muidai Giem keeps his head down casually, muttering that he will just take responsibility for it. Then Dai Giem sneers at that, mockingly asking how he plans to do that when their circumstances have completely changed. Muidai Giem clenches his fists at the harsh reminder just as Dai Giem steps in to speak. He warns them not to forget that they no longer have their old powers, urging them to stop fighting. Dao Dai Giem frantically speaks up, trying to ease the heavy tension and begging everyone to look on the bright side. He points out that thanks to that creature absorbing the malice, demons have actually been kept in check for thousands of years. Another voice quickly chimes in, agreeing that this entire crisis only happened because of the other faction's interference. Injo Dai Giem strolls over with his hands behind his head, smiling as he points out the obvious flaw. That creature has clearly reached max level, making it a massive threat while their own side is severely weakened. Sweat dripping down his face, he sighs at their nerfed state, though something else entirely is bothering him more. Then Dai Jam and Dao Dai Jam remain silent as he confesses that the heavenly decree is the real shocker. T Dai Jam keeps a cold, silent expression while the others admit they have no idea how to handle this. They all look down at Dong Jin, who is currently lying unconscious and completely still on Dao Dai Jiam's lap. Suddenly, a rush of chaotic and ruined memories flashes in his mind, including a mysterious gold dragon coin in the flames. Countless bodies are scattered across a ruined hall, slowly being swallowed up by an intense, raging inferno. Absolutely nothing is left intact as heavy wooden pillars and doors begin to collapse into the burning rubble. Standing amidst the blazing inferno is a lone, dazed silhouette, his distorted figure slowly fading into the twisting memories. The mysterious man stands defiant and unyielding, even as dozens of sharp swords and deadly arrows pierce right through him. His terrifying red eyes stare back before a sudden blinding flash of light completely ruptures the dream. Haunted by a final parting curse, Dong Jin snaps awake, drenched in cold sweat and breathing heavily. He sits bolt upright in panic, his terrified face reflecting the grim realization that he just had that same nightmare again. Looking down at the purple petals on the bed, he is filled with confusion when a voice suddenly asks if he is finally awake. Guardian Mui sits right beside Dong Jin, holding those glowing, spiritually charged purple flowers as the tension in the room suddenly thickens. The air in the room grows completely still. Panicking, Dong Jin whips his head around to ask what on earth just happened to him. Guardian Mui gestures calmly, explaining that he simply passed out, leaving Dong Jin to echo the word in sheer disbelief. Right then, memories start rushing back into his mind, strange images of hearts, bound together by a single rhythmic pulse. He remembers Cheon Yom standing high above him, casually blasting him away with a freezing, merciless look on his face. The memory leaves Dong Jin completely shaken. But before he can process it, Guardian Mui suddenly bows his head deeply in apology. As Dong Jin stares in blank surprise, the Guardian tightly clenches his fists against his knees, whispering a quiet apology. He explains that he thought ascending the soul of Dong Jin would restore natural balance even if Shin the dragon committed a terrible sin in the past. Dong Jin watches him stunned as Mui explains that Shin still deserved a real chance to serve his purpose, to stand as a proper god beside humanity, and to let Dong Jin grow up safely within a loving family where he belonged. That was the truly natural path, because going against the laws of heaven only piles on even more heavy karma. It is simply too brutal a fate for a young, fragile soul like Dong Jin to bear on his own. Yet, seeing the burning, absolutely unyielding will of Dong Jin to survive made the Guardian realize just how terribly wrong he was. Bowing deeply in pure regret, Mui once again begs for forgiveness, apologizing for ignoring his wishes and forcing the soul ascension. The expression of Dong Jin darkens as he stares down at the bowing Guardian, quietly questioning the reality of this supposed natural order. He asks if there is any absolute guarantee that his ancestor, the dragon Shin, won't go on another human slaughter. Guardian Mui clenches his fists tight at the question, slowly lifting his head to offer an answer. Before their old master passed away, the dragon Shin was no different from the protector Dong Jin knows today. Even out of all the Zodiac Guardians, he was the one who always cherished the survival and prosperity of humanity the most. The eyes of the Guardian narrow, admitting he still does not understand why the dragon turned on mankind back then. But looking closely at Dong Jin, he suggests the ultimate truth might lie within the black dragon sealed inside his left arm. Without warning, Guardian Mui suddenly grabs the arm of Dong Jin, lifting it high in the air with a firm vice-like grip. Thick black energy begins to crackle and seep from the arm of Dong Jin, making the gaze of the Guardian turn incredibly sharp. He reveals that the only reason he cannot call Dong Jin human is because he survived hosting that dark entity. Dong Jin simply grits his teeth in tense silence, completely unable to find any words to refute this heavy truth. Staring at him, Mui realizes he is still completely blind to the true nature of the soul of Dong Jin. The real mystery is whatever mysterious force dwelling inside Dong Jin is actually keeping that devastating black dragon suppressed. Recalling the past battles of Dong Jin, his divine energy never actually blasted outward. Instead, it seemed to implode, pulling deeply inward. What on earth is that power? Dong Jin suddenly yanks his arm back with a sharp, decisive motion, rubbing his wrist warily. Glaring with pure suspicion, Dong Jin demands to know if this is just another attempt at a forced soul ascension. Absolutely not. Mui instantly snaps back, kicking his chair away as he stands straight up in a sudden, angry huff. Now here is the real kicker: since Dong Jin has chosen to fight for survival, Mui promises to protect him going forward. Stunned by this sudden about-face, Dong Jin dryly remarks on how incredibly fast he changed his mind, making the Guardian stiffen up. He explains that the sole purpose of the Zodiac's descending to the human realm is to protect mankind. Dong Jin quickly counters, pointing out that Mui literally just said he might not even be human. Fuming at the interruption, Mui yells that there is a massive difference before telling the annoying brat to drop the subject. Quickly changing the subject, Mui demands to know how he pulled off his stunt back there, leaving Dong Jin looking totally blank. Mui points to the executioner blade resting by the bed, asking how he summoned it without divine energy. It should have been impossible, but Dong-jin simply shrugs and honestly admits he has absolutely no clue. Slightly annoyed, Mui asks how that is even possible, but Dong-jin just quietly stares down at his own open hand. He explains that he actually tried calling the divine blade before even arriving at the mountain but got absolutely nothing. Mui listens closely as Dong-jin quietly mentions another guardian who had recently given him some advice. His eyes grow solemn as he recalls Guardian Z telling him there was still a specific task he had to complete. Z had instructed him to channel his inner energy directly, completely bypassing the need for a divine mask. Dong-jin wonders if Guardian Tai already knew all along. Lost in thought, he looks up only to find Guardian Mui, turning around to tell him to come outside. Dong-jin stands there completely dazed, asking where they are only to get a blunt reply, Kite Island. Dong-jin asks with doubt, wondering if Kite Island is some sort of secret base for them. But Guardian Mui throws a shirt right in his face, snapping at him to stop talking nonsense, get dressed, and get out. He picks up the shirt, looking down at the flower petals on the bed in confusion. What are these flowers anyway? Did the Guardian use them to cure him? Guardian Mu waves his hand quickly, explaining that it is a snoring bellflower which helps with deep sleep and peace of mind, basically an energizing tonic. Dong-jin asks, in complete confusion, snoring what? But the stubborn Guardian has already stepped out and slammed the door shut behind him. Dong-jin sits on the bed in a daze for a moment, his gaze turning serious as he looks down. He slowly picks up the petals, thinking that going against the natural order of heaven only invites a heavy burden of sin, and everyone will have to pay the price. The scene quickly shifts to a brightly lit room on the island where Guardian Ngo is sipping a can of beer, spotting an irritated Guardian Mui walking over. So has the Heavenly Stem's lackey arrived yet? He asks mockingly, which gets Guardian Mui ready to snap. Just then, Guardian Mao rushes in from behind and whacks him on the head. She scolds him angrily, calling him an idiot for not warning them if he had not dealt with the four perils. What a complete fool. Does he think he is cool, keeping his hands in his pockets? She tells him to take them out. He quickly obeys, muttering a quiet protest. He claims he did not even have them in his pockets. Guardian Su walks up with a gentle smile, saying he got played by the silver tongue of the four perils. Guardian Mui rubs his head, sighing that he is too ashamed to face anyone. She reassures him that it is perfectly fine. But her next words catch him off guard, saying that this is exactly what makes him who he is. Guardian Su smiles warmly, praising his incredibly pure and innocent heart. Guardian Mui blushes furiously, immediately daydreaming about the two of them getting married. But a sudden hand on his shoulder shatters the illusion. Guardian Hoi steps up, pushing up his glasses with a freezing stare. He coldly reminds Guardian Mui that he personally asked him to eliminate those beasts, yet he failed. With a mocking grin, he suggests a punishment, a 3-day 2-night go trip together. Guardian Mui snaps back, asking what kind of nonsense he is barking about. A grumpy voice instantly barks back at him not to use that word. That is when Dong-jin steps in from behind, quietly observing the chaotic scene. He notices the others gather around, deeply involved in a serious meeting. Things are getting pretty rough. Since the four perils only leave traces at night, they have to hunt them down every single evening. They complain about losing their precious mornings, putting all the blame on that troublesome sheep. Guardian Mui defends himself, claiming he kept them under watch. Under watch. They mock him, saying he talks just like a loyal little puppet. Suddenly, Dong-jin speaks up, making the whole room fall dead silent. He asks if they are truly protecting humanity. Everyone turns to him in surprise, calling his name. Dong-jin, are you doing all right? They look at him with worry. Meanwhile, Guardian T stays quiet, watching the Guardians trying to comfort him. They tell him not to worry, promising to protect him since it is their duty. Guardian Dao steps forward to reassure him. The others try to comfort him, telling him not to worry because two powerful Guardians will now be teaming up to protect him. They plan to accompany him everywhere, but Dong-jin suddenly slaps her hand away. His voice drops as he asks a chilling question. He stares at the group, asking if they are truly prepared to shoulder the heavy karma. The Rooster Guardian breaks into a cold sweat. She tries to speak, but Dong-jin cuts her off. He knows that going against the natural order of the world has a price. The Goat Guardian stares in disbelief as Dong-jin maintains a deadly serious expression, stating that this choice is already generating massive karma. If their divine mandate is to wipe out humanity and rebuild the world, then promising to protect humans is a direct violation of fate. The Rat Guardian watches him in silence. Dong-jin locks eyes with him, emphasizing that defying their sacred mission is completely unnatural. He asks them directly if he is wrong. The gods stand in stunned silence as he questions if deities should even act this way. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the tension. The Rat Guardian looks up and asks what the boy truly wants them to do. He asks if they should just slaughter humanity as ordered. The Dog Guardian turns to him in absolute panic, questioning his words. But the Rat Guardian ignores the interruption, asking if Dong-jin prefers they protect humanity and suffer the cosmic consequences instead. The Rabbit Guardian calls out to him with deep concern. However, the Rat Guardian's face remains dark and completely unbothered. He demands an answer, staring at Dongjin's stunned face. The young boy bites his lip, unable to meet their heavy gazes. Suddenly, a soft voice whispers right in his ear, pleading with him to save humanity. Both the Dog Guardian and Dongjin flinch. Behind them, the Horse Guardian is secretly mimicking the boy's voice. He begs the powerful Rat Guardian to protect the Earth. Dongjin turns around in absolute fury, snaps at him, and demands to know what kind of stupid stunt he is pulling. Startled, she covered her mouth. "Isn't that your thought? Then let humanity burn," he barked in absolute furious frustration. "Shut up already." Yang Yang was getting mad. Guardian He quickly stepped in. "The fact you even hesitated like that means," he smiled slightly, asking, "Master Yang, you want to protect both us and humanity, don't you?" Guardian Yu knew he would say that. Guardian O laughed, slinging an arm around his neck with a big, bright smile. "So, your answer is we all survive together." Dongjin just stared at the floor, completely silent, holding back his words. But then he sighed, pointing out the major variables. Defy heaven's mandate, and they all fade away. Still there is. Defying it, Guardian Sa waved her metal flask. With a grin does not mean they will instantly vanish. Instead, the heavenly stems must officially enforce the punishment first. Her gaze was completely calm as she looked. Process. Even the heavenly emperor has to follow a proper process, so all we need to do is wreck that process completely. Guardian Shin laughed out loud, suggesting a wild idea. Just scrap it entirely. Right. Who cares what crazy things those guys do anyway? Guardian O nodded in agreement. They never plan to obey anyway. We will win, no matter what. Despite his deep, obvious worry, everyone else acted completely unbothered by it all. Guardian Mayo offered some gentle advice. "Master Yang," she gestured to a nearby seat, "come sit down. Relax. Let me pour you some warm tea." Guardian O suddenly jumped up, overflowing with absolute childish excitement. No boss executes staff right on day one. The others groaned at his noise, telling him to sit down. Too loud. But his fighting spirit was blazing hot. "We just crush the heavenly stems first and then hijack a Pegasus truck straight to heaven." When he finally calmed down, he started cursing again. It was completely unbelievable. Those damn stems know absolutely nothing of humanity, yet they claim they want to protect us. Yeah, right, as if. Like they actually care. Guardian O and Guardian U shared a bleak, heavy look. They both knew. Terror. They would use raw terror to enslave humans and crush their freedom completely. Guardian's soul snorted in deep disgust. Unbelievable hypocrites. When those bastards abandoned Earth for thousands of years, nobody said a single word about it at all. Now, they suddenly want to wipe out humanity. Ridiculous. She leaned back on the sofa, feeling deeply annoyed. Guardian Sul sneered. "Actually, this is perfect. I have been sick of those arrogant stems for ages now." Guardian O scratched his head. "Though from their own view, aren't we the ones starting a massive rebellion?" Still, he smiled. "Either way, Yang Yang, even if you did not ask us, this is our choice. Our fight." Guardian O comforted Dongjin, telling him not to worry about it. Then he took a slow sip. "This is not a human's burden." Guardian Sa stepped in, proposing they handle the four perils first before anything. Deal with them, then worry about heaven. I do not want to see humans dying every single night. Guardian O, fully energized, stood up right away. "Let's form our teams and get this started now. Traces of the four perils will appear during the Boar Hour." He dragged a whiteboard over, looking eager to start now. "Let's map this out, factoring in pursuit time. If we want sleep, we must prepare for it now." Seeing him roll up his sleeves, they asked where the whiteboard even came from. Guardian Shin suddenly intervened, slamming his cup. "Focus. Anyone not on board with this plan can get lost right now, no questions asked. Go. Panic." His cold words threw the Guardians into absolute shock. There was indeed a traitor among them. Someone who colluded with the stems and knew the mandate beforehand. What? Guardian Mayo frowned deeply, questioning him now. "Collusion. What are you saying?" Guardian Yu panicked. "Everything was completely normal just a single second ago." "Why so serious?" Guardian Shin shrugged indifferently. "We have no choice." Meanwhile, Guardian O sat back, thinking silently. "Hey boss, if he was going to confess, he wouldn't have played spy in the first place, right? Makes sense." Guardian Soul interrupted immediately. "Wait, what are you talking about? Explain this to us right now." Silence. Guardian Shin's cold voice swept the room. "Someone is feeding our most private secrets to the stems. Highly classified secrets. Things only the earthly branches would know." Guardian Sa narrowed her eyes, adding more detail. "They knew about the four perils and their exact seal locations." The room went dead silent. Utter heavy shock. Guardian Yu glanced at Guardian Mi. On the board, a single name was written. "Traitor." It was me. Seeing his name, Guardian Mi cursed in fury, but Guardian Shin immediately stepped in to defend his friend. "Calm down, everyone. It is not Guardian Mi. Just look at his completely genuine, furious, angry reaction. The enemy definitely knew. More importantly, whoever is colluding with them has to be way smarter than him. Guardian No let out a soft murmur, began rummaging through his pockets. Even though Guardian Than had already smashed the device to pieces, he tossed the two broken halves of the jade pendant onto the table, shrugging. Those damn heavenly stems threw this back before leaving and practically dared them to go and find them. Guardian Mao stared in absolute shock at the broken pieces. Meanwhile, Guardian Dao carefully picked them up to inspect the damage. He confirmed it was a location tracking device, one they had built for their own convenience thousands of years ago. Only the material was different, but everything else was identical. Guardian Mui let that slide for now, frowning with deep, bitter hatred. What mattered most was that those damn heavenly stems knew its function. Cheon-yul had even used the very device they had once created thousands of years ago to track the exact locations of the four perils. Guardian Mao gasped in disbelief. How was that possible? How could those heavenly stems pull this off? Guardian then nodded in grim agreement, noting this entire setup might have been planned thousands of years ago. He then glanced over at her as she stood dazed, urging Guardian Mao to use her powers on the minds of the other earthly branches. But Guardian Mao quickly protested, sharing her deep concerns with Guardian Than. Peeking into the minds of deities was highly restricted. Even with her innate abilities, she could only do this once a day, at most. And even if she successfully peered inside, searching for a specific ancient memory was never going to be an easy task. Clenching her fists, she firmly rejected the idea. She bowed her head, apologizing but stating she had no desire to do that. Suddenly, Guardian Mao's name flashed red on the board. Someone immediately protested, telling Guardian Ingo not to joke around like that, but he seriously explained that he was dead serious. They all wondered why Guardian Mao was so heavily against doing it. Guardian Hoi also felt this was going too far. Doubting their fellow earthly branches seemed completely out of line. But Guardian Ingo retorted, demanding to know how they explained that tracking device. At those sharp words, she looked up and asked everyone if the reason they gathered today was because they all shared a common righteous goal. Guardian then shot back with an annoyed glare, stating that was exactly why he asked, since someone's goal might have shifted. Guardian Ingo finally had to step in as the mediator, telling them to stop before this argument went on forever. He suggested that if anyone had suspicions, they should just step forward and name their suspect to get it over with. He proposed pairing up the accuser and the accused, forcing them to monitor one another to keep things clean. Guardian Nango confidently took charge of the situation, while the group stared in total confusion. His bold proposal instantly angered Guardian Tai, who asked if he was playing around. Once things settled, Dong Jin slowly spoke up. He wondered if there was a chance it was an outsider, explaining that since they had lived for thousands of years, they surely had close, trusted acquaintances over the eras. He questioned if the traitor could be hiding among those close connections. He added that they probably had families, lineages, and clans just like his ancestors. Suddenly, Guardian Engo casually wrote Dong Jin's name right on the blackboard. Dumbfounded, the young man quickly asked why his own name was being added. Guardian Engo casually shrugged, explaining that any ordinary humans who knew that secret information had passed away long ago. Since Dong Jin was the only living human left in this world, Guardian Engo's voice turned incredibly serious. He smiled and noted that because of who he was, they had shared everything without keeping any secrets. Dong Jin watched in silence as the Guardian added that hiding details from humans was actually for their own safety. Guardian Su quietly toyed with her teacup and let out a soft sigh, noting that they would end up arguing until morning. Guardian Ingo let out an understanding sound quickly, giving her the floor to step up and share her thoughts. Guardian Su calmly spoke up, pointing out that since everyone in this very room shared the same goal, she believed they should focus their suspicions elsewhere. Her eyes turned ice cold as she prepared to make her point. She suggested looking closely at the members who were currently absent, especially after everything that had recently transpired. Someone out there knew all the divine rules binding them together. Guardian Tuat instantly stood up in loud protest. He insisted it could not be Guardian Dan, while Guardian Su let out a chilling cold chuckle. He was cut off halfway. They had not heard from Guardian Dan in dozens of years, not even after the grand decree of heaven had descended on them. Guardian No admitted he did not want to believe it either. Yet he still wrote the name on the board, agreeing that while it seemed unlikely, his silence was suspicious. Staying completely hidden after hearing that grand divine mandate definitely made him a prime suspect. Dong Jin agreed. He pointed out that Guardian Dan was not even present when the divine mandate fell. Guardian Dao muttered softly. He explains that if it is the decree of the Heavenly Emperor, the designated recipient will still hear it even if they are not physically present. Warden Sheep chimes in, adding that since the decree was issued to both the heavenly stems and earthly branches, everyone will hear it. Hearing this, Yang Young gasps in shock, realizing that his own ancestor must have heard the divine decree as well. Warden Horse widens his eyes in disbelief. His ancestor, then he lets out a gasp, remembering that he completely forgot about Warden Dragon. Warden Boar rests his chin on his hand, deeply lost in thought. If Warden Dragon was indeed summoned, he must have contacted the Heavenly Stems. Furthermore, judging by the current situation, the reason the Heavenly Stems are targeting Yang Yeon is likely the same as Warden Sheep's motive. If they use Yang Yeon's body as bait to lure Warden Dragon, and Warden Ox quietly observes with a cold, piercing glare, he might actually sway and comply. Warden Boar nods, fully agreeing with this grim but highly likely assessment. Yes, because Warden Dragon has absolutely no idea what happened after the altar incident. Unaware, he heads to the barren wasteland where the decree descended. The jade pendant hanging from Warden Dragon's belt begins to glow, radiating a soft light as he walks. This dog's physical vessel has shattered and been pieced back together countless times, and now it warns him not to overexert his power. Returning to your original form might put your life in grave danger. Warden Dragon casts a gentle glance upward, reassuring his companion. Just bear with it a little longer, White Dragon. His eyes are filled with anticipation, longing for what lies ahead. This is a reunion with my oldest friends, so I have to save some face right. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind him. I knew you would head straight to the descent site. Tai Yi steps out to block his path, a confident smirk on his face. Beside him, Tian Mao channels his spirit energy, crafting a glowing path. Please enter, everyone is already waiting for you. Warden Snake steps up to conclude the discussion, stating that they should drop the matter regarding Warden Dragon as they can do nothing to him. For someone who remembers absolutely nothing, there is really no point in debating. Warden Ox nods, forced to agree with her words. That's true, he does not even know the four perils exist. Warden Boar slowly nods his head in quiet agreement. Besides, since his most dangerous power, the Black Dragon, is sealed inside Yang Jin, they do not need to worry about him for now. Suddenly, Warden Horse raises his voice, pointing a tense finger at Yang Jin with a look of dead seriousness. What if Yang Jin actually learns to control the Black Dragon? But before he can finish, his comrades immediately shut him down. Warden Dog snaps at him, yelling that invoking the Black Dragon is incredibly dangerous. Even Warden Dragon, the master of dragons, ended up like this. She leaps to her feet in anger. If a god fail, how could a mere human succeed? Warden Rooster, sitting opposite, asks with concern. Do you still believe that Warden Dragon was controlled by someone else back then? Warden Rat frowns, calling for absolute silence. His stern gaze sweeps across the room, reminding everyone that now is not the time to argue. Warden Horse nods in agreement. He is right. They are running out of time, so discussing Warden Dragon or tracking down the mole needs to be put on hold. Instead of wasting precious hours, they might as well search blindly. At this rate, they could have captured one of the four perils already. Besides, the hour of the boar has already passed. Dongren listens to the entire exchange, completely lost and confused. He asks if the four perils only hunt at night, as he has seen ordinary monsters running wild during the day. Warden Rat quickly explains that the four perils are entirely different, their very existence far exceeding that of normal demons. Warden Snake adds that just as humans fear exposing their deepest sins, these beasts must hide during the bright daylight. When the sun is strong, they conceal their true forms, silently absorbing the dark malice of humanity that seeps into the earth. And when the night becomes heavy with yin energy, the four perils emerge in their monstrous forms to hunt. To purify the massive malice they have accumulated, they must hunt down humans and devour their souls. Warden Horse excitedly chimes in, explaining that the four beasts have been devouring human sins for thousands of years. Now they roam the streets every night, searching for human souls, as if looking for a digestive aid to ease their hunger. He stares blankly for a long moment, asking if they do this just to survive. Warden Horse rests his chin on his palm. He ponders the question before nodding in agreement. From a certain perspective, yes, you could put it that way. Dongjin sighs. Overwhelmed by all this mind-blowing information, he asks what exactly the four perils are. Warden Sheep explains with a cold look. First is the one who sees nothing, known as the eyeless. In other words, it fears absolutely nothing under the heavens. Mentioning the beast, his face burns with fury. Next is the one who hears nothing, known as the earless. This refers to those who refuse to listen to anyone. Then there is the endless hunger of the one named the joyless. Warden Horse cuts in, clarifying that basically what is yours is mine and what is mine as well. Warden Sheep's eyes flare with intense fury. Finally, the one acting purely on raw instinct carries a heart of pure malice, empty and heartless. The wicked karma of humanity has taken physical form as the four perils. In the past, confronted by Master Goat's sharp, blunt words, the group fell silent, their eyes reflecting deep, complicated thoughts. Back then, a single earthly branch god could handle one of these monsters alone. But now, it takes at least two of them working together just to hold the line. Worse, their current condition is terrible. After answering all the questions, Master Horse eagerly gets down to business. So are we ready to team up? First off, since the peak activity of the four perils matches the hour of the pig, Master Pig's team only needs one extra person to back him up. Master Monkey, cracking open a drink, suggests that whoever finishes first should go help the other groups out. The hunt shouldn't drag on past the hour of the ox. Master Pig ponders this, smiling. As he pitches his idea, shouldn't they organize the teams to offer the best possible backup for each other? Master Horse immediately starts writing on the whiteboard. He declares that he and his big brother Monkey are grouping up. Master Rooster is instantly annoyed and objects. What is he thinking? They are supposed to be balancing out the teams. But Master Horse brushes it off, claiming he and Monkey are the ultimate power couple anyway. Master Rabbit steps up next, looking to secure a partner, asking Master Pig to join. He happily agrees and Master Horse starts dividing the rest. Since Master Rat can wield almost all 5 elements, he suggests pairing him with Master Goat, rubbing some people wrong way. Hearing this, Master Rooster chimes in, suggesting they throw Yong-jin into the same group with Master Rat instead. With Master Goat there too, it would be extremely safe. Meanwhile, Master Pig and Master Rabbit keep pestering Yong-jin, offering to protect him if he tags along with their duo. Master Rooster nods in agreement, saying that works too. But Master Monkey immediately shuts down the idea, glaring daggers at the other side of the room. He demands that Yong-jin join his team instead, making Master Rooster scowl in utter disbelief at his stubbornness. Do you think we are planning a vacation? Going with you too is a 100% guarantee of disaster. But Monkey just shrugs it off, insisting they will be perfectly fine. Master Rooster scoffs, looking at Yong-jin with pity. She is convinced the kid does not want to go with them. Master Monkey looks straight at Yong-jin, giving him the choice. Do you want to fight or do you want to be protected? Yong-jin freezes, completely caught off guard by the question. Fight. What is there to fight? As Yong-jin falls deep into thought, Master Rooster lets out a tired sigh. She stands up, shooting a glaring look at the 2 most relaxed guys in the room. They are barely a functional duo, and yet they claim they can handle fighting monsters while keeping Yong-jin safe. It is absolutely reckless. Master Horse just leans back, casually pointing out that Yong-jin is actually a pretty capable brawler himself. She gets furious. Brawler. He's a regular human. Master Horse just waves his hand, completely unbothered. But he is holding the black dragon, right? Master Rooster is speechless. That thing is more dangerous than the perils. Master Goat, silent until now, finally speaks up, calling out to Monkey. He turns to look at his close friend. Monkey just grunts. Master Goat frowns, warning him not to let any accidents happen on his watch. Monkey scoffing at the warning. He whispers to Master Rooster that Master Goat has absolutely no room to talk. She rolls her eyes, agreeing that it was his fault they ended up in this massive mess in the first place. Outside, pitch black darkness swallows the night. Yong-jin stands alone, hesitating when a familiar voice calls out from behind. It's pretty late, Master Rat says, appearing with his hands clasped behind his back. He offers to walk him home. Yong-jin looks at him, his voice heavy with resentment as he asks if those monsters were truly born from humanity. Even if they originated from us, he points out the gods themselves admitted that those things are no longer human. His hand grips the wooden post, trembling with a mix of fury and helplessness at their grim reality. But Yong-jin continues sharing his thoughts. As long as humans exist, these creatures will keep multiplying. They are essentially a part of us, aren't they? He smiles bitterly, realizing the heavenly stems were actually right. Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor has a perfectly valid reason for wanting to wipe out all of humanity. He lets the kid finish his rant before Master Rat finally speaks up, breaking the heavy silence. A valid reason, he asks, staring at the boy's back. What exactly do you think that reason is? Yong-jin turns back, muttering that he is no god. He does not even know why he was born into his ancestor's body in the first place, let alone the secrets of the heavens. Master Rat listens. He smiles, turning the boy's own logic against him, and asks if that tragedy also happened for some righteous reason. Yong-jin falls silent, clearly troubled by those words, clenching his fists as he hesitantly asks what this means. Could his ancestor's looming disappearance really serve a righteous purpose, because there's still something he just doesn't understand? Why does Guardian Z harbor such deep hatred for his ancestor, he asks, his face flushing red with sudden embarrassment. He admits he has no idea why they attack humans, but a sudden theory begins to form in his mind. What if the Black Dragon was actually the one pulling the strings, driving events completely against his ancestor's true wishes and desires? What if his ancestor was manipulated just like him, but Guardian Z only frowns, calling out Yong-jin's name with obvious irritation? Chen is the lord of all dragons, meaning they can never act without their sovereign's direct will. He explains that Chen is completely different from him, shrugging as he admits he understands why the boy wants to believe. Z once held that same naive faith, but as he turns away, he makes sure to leave him with a warning. He warns Yong-jin. Fleeting moments shouldn't blind him to what that creature truly is at its core. With nothing left to say, the boy hangs his head tightly, gripping the wooden balcony railing to vent his mounting frustration. Looking up at the night sky, the Guardian mutters that even in midsummer, the night air feels incredibly cold. He calls out to the dazed boy, telling him to head inside, admitting he only yearns to see their completed world. Up on the roof, another figure watches the boy in silence. It is Guardian Shu, keeping her distance. She is weighed down by her own restless thoughts, while elsewhere Tian Yi respectfully greets Guardian Chen. He welcomes the sovereign inside, noting that everyone has gathered and it has been far too long since their last reunion. Guardian Shen slowly steps onto the path, grumbling that nobody else bothered to come out and welcome him. Tian Yi calmly assures him he will see everyone inside. He just needs to step through the door. Then with a sudden realization, the assistant smiles and mentions he almost forgot about the current state of the heavenly stems. Since they previously tried to execute the heavenly decree upon the earthly branches, both of those agents were severely wounded. Looking closely at his guest, he smiles and explains that one of them is absent after suffering terrible injuries. He got absolutely battered by the earthly branches while executing his mission, leaving Guardian Chen in contemplative silence. Turning his back on the sovereign, Tian Yi smoothly suggests they head inside to continue their highly sensitive discussion. Stop right there. The command halts him, the sovereign asking with cold eyes why they still target his body. If their only goal in the mortal realm is to wipe out humanity, there should be no reason to claim his form. Tian Yi adopts a serious expression, explaining that the physical vessel is the only tool that allows him to wield divine power. Frowning in irritation, the sovereign retorts that it is completely unnecessary since the ceremonial altar body will naturally manifest anyway. Wearing a provocative smile, Tian Yi shoots down the idea, claiming that day will absolutely never come. The ancient altar that bound the heavenly gods to this wretched mortal world and earned their absolute hatred is gone. The sovereign stares in pure shock as Tian Yi calmly delivers the grim news that the detested altar no longer exists. The only ones exiled down here are the powerless earthly branches forced to live inside fragile human forms while their memories slowly return. As memories of Guardian Z's grim expression and Guardian Jade's smug face flash by, they find themselves bound by weak flesh. They are chained to these mortal shells, unable to fulfill their sacred celestial duty unless they accept the true heavenly mandate. Tian Yi urges him to revere the divine decree, prompting a quiet, almost sarcastic response as the sovereign asks if that is true. He delivers the harsh truth that once their mortal shells perish, the endless cycle of reincarnation for the branches ends. His lifeless eyes lock onto the sovereign, who listens in total silence as the brutal terms are laid bare. Submit, and they can return home. But if they defy the decree, the heavenly stems will execute them all. Standing beneath a dark twilight sky, the sovereign listens as Tian Yi pleads with him to assume his proper place. He must fulfill his duty as Tian Wu to save this world. But he only whispers, "Save the world." Tian Yi counters that the mortal realm he once loved is long gone and they were sent by the emperor to correct it. Brushing that aside, the sovereign demands to know the whereabouts of Lord Yin, prompting Tian Yi to ask if he means the tiger. Cutting him off mid-sentence, the sovereign coldly states that he has found that title highly irritating from the very beginning. The air grows dead silent as he declares that he is not Tian Wu but rather the earthly branch deity. As Tian Yi stares in utter disbelief, the scene shifts to a secluded house nestled deep within the mountain forests. A masked figure appears. She sits there holding her mask, staring in deep thought. Kang Jiang, the masked swordsman, remembers that terrifying day. Kang Jiang recalls the sharp eyes of that warrior with a massive dragon rising behind them. Two masked figures were desperately running for their lives, trying to escape. If it hadn't been for Hu Dai, she might have died right then and there. She realizes it is finally time to drop her arrogant attitude once and for all. Facing the black dragon directly back then would have been absolute suicide. In her memories, she sees Dong Jin standing tall, gripping a legendary sword. But how could such an overwhelming force willingly reside in such a pathetic, fragile human vessel? It makes absolutely no sense. Nearby, the black-clothed members gather together. A red-haired youth says human snacks are seriously delicious. Do these humans get to eat this well every single day? It is honestly pretty annoying. Meanwhile, she remains totally lost in her own thoughts, wondering how that young kid managed to survive that horrific ordeal. The red-haired guy happily walks over to her snack bag in hand, asking why she has been so quiet and brooding lately. Is she still unable to swallow her pride after that defeat? She sneers, telling him to just drop the subject entirely. He saw how insanely powerful that man was. Just the pressure wave from his attack was enough to easily blow her away. Hu Lin listens to his words with a heavy frown. At least the core plan is finished and Lord Tian Ding didn't blame them. Well, except for punishing them by making them face the wall. While she is still speaking, the group freezes. The black-clothed group spots someone new approaching. Honestly, they can't be blamed for how things went since the seniors were there. Seeing the figure walk up, the red-haired guy panics, muttering that they are totally doomed. Then Hu Dai appears, breathing heavily in a very strange way. That lunatic is acting crazy again, the red-haired guy warns, telling Hu Lin to quickly put her mask back on. Hu Lin grinds her teeth, wondering why Lord Tian Ding did this. Suddenly, she fires a sharp dagger straight ahead. The blade slices right through the red-haired guy's snack bag. She fumes over why they gave the fox bead to someone who isn't even a fox. The red-haired guy gasps in surprise as two more daggers fly straight toward Hu Dai. He warns her that even if the guy can regenerate, he is still their captain. She shouldn't go poking his eyes out at every little thing. Hu Lin snaps back, if that bastard didn't play around, their mission would have been perfect. The red-haired guy shrugs, saying that, to be perfectly honest, they aren't much better than him anyway. Hu Dai's mouth drools as he lets out a savage, menacing laugh. What a pathetic bunch of uninvited pests. Suddenly, he lunges forward, throwing everyone into a panic. He swings his hand to attack, but Master leaps in, shielding Hu Lin. Stunned, she looks at her master. Master calls out to Hu Dai, whose blade is already dangerously close to his own neck. Master reminds them that he is still their squad captain. He holds Hu Dai by the throat as the red-haired guy stands behind, suppressing his aura. Amidst the thick tension, a mocking voice rings out. A stunning woman in bright red high heels suddenly struts into view. She asks if they are fighting over ranks again. Seeing her, the group immediately bows and greets Lady Mijio. Holding a delicate fan close to her smiling lips, she tells them that if they are so bored, they should help her draw a bath. Lord Tian Ding is returning soon, and she needs to look her absolute best. Suddenly, a man with long white hair appears. Crackling sparks of energy dance around him. The entire group falls to their knees, bowing deeply to welcome Lord Tian Ding. Master greets him, but without warning, Lord Tian Ding drives his bare hand straight into Hu Dai's stomach. He mutters that he had some time to think on his journey back. Ripping deeper into Hu Dai's flesh, he addresses his servants. Blood pools onto the cold floor as he tells them they have absolutely zero ambition. Splatters of blood hit Master's mask. The other servants stay bowed. Lord Tian Ding asks if he is wrong, while one of them nervously whispers to his companion. He asks what is wrong with the Lord today. Suddenly, the masked master looks up and spots a glowing gem in Tian Ding's hand. It is the legendary fox bead. Hu Dai clutches his bleeding, ruptured stomach, writhing in agonizing pain on the hard ground. If the Lord takes that bead away, he will never be able to regenerate freely again. He will be forced to consume others to heal. Mijio gasps out the Lord's name in utter shock, but then she instantly clutches her heavily flushed cheeks in extreme excitement. She swoons over how insanely handsome he is. Lord Tian Ding casually flings her over his shoulder and looks down at Hu Dai. He tells the bloody captain that if he ever wants his precious fox bead back, he must complete a brutal task first. He needs to cripple at least one of their enemies and bring them back alive. Blood drips heavily onto the floor as the scene shifts. A modern mansion stands isolated deep in the dark mountains. Thick, ominous clouds blot out the starry night sky as a purple-clad figure appears. Standing with hands behind their back, the mysterious figure confronts Lord Tian Ding, who coldly warns them to get lost immediately. He has zero interest in chatting right now. The masked stranger mocks him, reminding him of his past claims about ants. He once said he had no interest in stepping on filthy ants, yet here he is acting like a pathetic insect himself. Lord Tian Ding's brow furrows in pure anger, but the masked intruder merely continues, offering to lend him a helpful hand. His hand crushes the wineglass to dust as a figure suddenly materializes behind him, ending their brief conversation. That ended quicker than expected. The masked man snickers as Tianyi steps out with a dark, sullen look. Did Jin show up? Tianyi's eyes widen as he mutters the dragon deity's name. Flashback to a moment earlier when the two were actually speaking. Jin revealed his true identity to the stunned heavenly stem. Tianyi laughed dryly, demanding to know what the deity actually meant. He received the heavenly mandate as well, so why act like this? But Jin cut him off with a chilling glare, warning him not to cross the line. Jin glared back with absolute ferocity, warning that he would show the heavenly stems what it feels like to be completely erased. Back in the present, the masked man tilts his head, observing his tense reaction. Judging by your face, he rejected you. Tianyi's eyes flare with pure rage at the mockery. Without a word, he lunges forward, unleashing a devastating wave of dark energy. The dark blast tears ahead, but the masked man effortlessly vanishes, reappearing behind him with a casual warning about striking first. Even behind the mask, his mocking eyes are clear. Wait, it seems none of the heavenly stems are actually sane. Tianyi snaps, snarling at him to shut up before launching another furious torrent of dark energy directly at his face. He demands that the schemer spit out every secret he has been hiding, but the masked man just acts totally clueless. Lord Tianding sits in deep silence, listening as Tianyi demands answers about the timing of their recovery. You knew the earthly branches recover their power chronologically, so why keep us in the dark about it from the start? A sudden impact slams the masked man into the wall, cracking it. He admits to keeping secrets, but denies any malicious intent. Tianyi listens in icy silence as the schemer explains that warning them would have only caused a reckless, premature confrontation. He babbles on, claiming they would have charged straight into their territory right as the earthly branches regained their peak strength. That would have only caused useless trouble, he adds, blaming their overbearing pride for making this secrecy absolutely necessary. Since they lack any self-restraint, he had to take charge. But dark energy flares around Tianyi with overwhelming murderous intent. Trapping him in a cage of shadows, Tianyi demands to know whose side he is on and what his real goal is. The masked man chuckles, asking why they are suddenly drawing battle lines when he has always brought them valuable things before. Tianyi glares, counter-arguing that the schemer never actually cared about helping Tian Mao reclaim his physical vessel. The masked man stays silent, letting Tianyi point out his sheer obsession with retrieving that vessel for his own gain. As the shadows tighten their grip, TNE delivers a sharp accusation asking if his ultimate target is the Black Dragon itself. His voice cuts cold as he demands to know his final plan once he controls the beast, but the masked man replies, he has it all wrong as the Black Dragon is not what he wants. Scene cut to Dong-jin, standing outside, deeply pensive. If that was the dragon, he must have crossed paths with the heavenly stems already. Dong-jin bites his lip in concern. He steps inside, startled by a sudden voice asking why he is home so late. He stares blankly at Jin. The ancient dragon spirit is sitting at a small table with a hot meal, ready, smiling as he asks if he ate yet. Dong-jin silently stares at the hot plate of stir-fried noodles topped with meat. As he sits, Jin starts boasting. He tells him not to look so shocked, thinking the instant noodles would have bloated and gone cold by now. He proudly explains how he experimented with instant soup noodles to create a stir-fried dish, instead sliding it over. This way, they do not get soggy even if left out, making them taste much better. The spirit continues with a grin. He brags that his incredible divine eyes helped him uncover this genius culinary secret, while Dong-jin remains lost in heavy thought. He adds that the grilled meat was specially made as a topping since noodles boiled in meat broth need some real meat. But Dong-jin is too consumed by a dark, impending reality to focus on the warm food. If this continues, Jin's soul might completely shatter. Blurting out his thoughts, Dong-jin asks if he used his true form to cook. Jin jokingly snaps back, asking what else he should have used his four paws. He then urges him to just eat up. But Dong-jin quietly asks why he is still here, leaving the dragon deity thoroughly confused by his sudden question. Dong-jin keeps his head down, asking why a deity like him is still sticking around after hearing the divine mandate. Jin responds softly that his family is here, so there is nowhere else for him to go. But the boy presses on. He points out that he is not even his blood relative, but probably just a human shell meant to be a sacrificial vessel. Jin calls out his name in a sudden, serious tone, telling him firmly that he is indeed his true descendant. He tells him never to doubt it. Since his ancestor gave birth to him, his soul belongs to this family. Dong-jin looks away, whispering sadly that they do not even share the same bloodline, so the connection feels completely hollow. Yan casually replied that after taking over this land, human descendants built shrines and ancestral tablets to worship him. He smiled gently and asked how they could not be considered family if they honored him like that. He stared at Jin in shock, but his expression quickly darkened as a warning echoed in his mind. Don't let these brief moments fool you into forgetting his true nature. Clenching his fists, he tried to block out those words, yet they kept ringing in his head. The man claiming to be his ancestor was the very monster who wiped out his entire clan. With a grim expression, he clenched his fists and demanded to know why he killed them. Dong-jin frowned in silence while Jin asked, "Who did I kill?" The old ancestor genuinely had no idea what he was talking about, asking what he meant. Dong-jin stared back in confusion. In a sudden flashback, a house burned furiously, swallowing everyone inside as they collapsed one by one into the flames. A white-haired man coughed up blood, tears streaming down his face with pure hatred in his eyes, holding an object with utter malice. Jin stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, Jin collapsed onto the floor, his entire body stiffening instantly. Dong-jin had no clue what was happening. He called out to his ancestor lying motionless on the ground, his voice echoing under the gray sky. Somewhere else, a man clad in green rested his hand on a tree trunk surrounded by a swirling white aura while lost in thought. Suddenly, he glanced toward a bright light in the forest where a blond man stepped out, appearing out of nowhere. The man in green asked what he was doing there, telling him there was absolutely nothing for him to interfere with. He suggested he join the Rooster Lord instead. Mui the Sheep Lord, also known as Guillaume Yang, possessed incredible divine power and could even wield a massive executioner's blade as his weapon. The green-clothed man turned to face him, questioning him. He asked if he was going to claim the child wasn't human. He replied no, wanting to hear an explanation instead. He slipped his hands in his pockets, demanding to know why the kid is human, having heard that the green-clothed man trained him. He taught him to channel divine power directly without borrowing it. With a serious face, he pointed out that even with a divine body, a mortal soul inside would never be able to unleash that kind of godlike strength. It was an absolute rule. The man in green stared at the Sheep Lord, demanding to know his true agenda and what secrets he was hiding. Meanwhile, Dong-jin was panicking, struggling in vain and wondering how much longer he had to keep trying this. He had been at it for an hour. The Rat Lord told him to focus, but Dong-jin kept complaining that he couldn't do it. Slumping to the ground, Dong-jin refused to try anymore, arguing that if he had powers, he would have shown them at birth. He demanded to know why he was suddenly being forced into this, asking if he did something wrong to deserve it. The scene shifted to the green-clothed man's thoughts, recalling how Dong-jin had failed dozens of times previously. Yet, in a split second, the boy had managed to summon the massive executioner's blade out of thin air. He had even sliced right through the Heavenly Emperor's decree, a feat far beyond the limits of any mortal. Elsewhere, inside a deep cave, a purple-robed man appeared, while a masked figure stood respectfully near the entrance. He recalled the previous events, muttering that they were wrong. His true goal was never the Black Dragon. Cheon Yul was utterly confused. The man explained he needed the essential component to forge a new earth core standing near a shrouded body wrapped in white. He spoke to the silent figure lying amidst the vibrant, colorful drapes, warning them that their remaining time was running out. Cheon Yul sat in absolute silence atop a desolate mountain peak, his wide eyes reflecting a mind deeply troubled by dark thoughts. The 12 hours created by mortals in the human realm were the only window for the Zodiac deities to regain their full power. The Rat Lord's words echoed in his memory, reminding him that time wasn't up yet. Suddenly, he let out a chilling, eerie laugh. Tears welled in his eyes as his expression twisted. Being bound by mere humans was bad enough, but now their divine power was restricted. The Zodiac deities had become utterly worthless. As gods, they had completely lost their reason for existence. Back in the quiet streets, a desperate cry pierced the silence. Dong Jin frantically shook Jin's limp body, calling out for his ancestor. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in Dong Jin's mind, warning him that if they let things go on like this, the Dragon Lord would fade away forever. Hearing this dire warning, the young man paled in absolute terror. Meanwhile, in another location, the Sheep Lord confronted the Rat Lord, his brow furrowed as he questioned him directly. He demanded to know if he was hiding something, warning him to drop the act and spill the entire truth. The Rat Lord remained completely silent. Suddenly, his phone rang and the Sheep Lord glared in sheer annoyance as he answered it. He couldn't believe the Rat Lord was taking a call right now. Calmly, the Rat Lord replied that it was Dong Jin calling. He quickly picked up, answering the call. On the other end of the line, Dong Jin's panicked voice came rushing through. He gasps as his ancestor collapses. Terrified, Dong Jin pleads, noting that his ancestor has completely lost consciousness and begging him to help. Hearing Dong Jin's plea, Director Rat simply snaps his fingers. Across from them, Director Goat watches anxiously and asks what's wrong and what happened. Without a single second of hesitation, Director Rat kicks Director Goat straight through a dimensional portal, causing the startled Goat to curse the damn rat. By then, the sky has faded to a deep pitch black with only a few faint stars flickering weakly in the dark night. Suddenly, a brilliant magical light fills the entire room. Director Goat uses his vast power to completely wrap around Shin's lifeless body. In no time, color returns to Shin's pale face. Dong Jin stands close behind, watching the entire process with intense focus. As Director Goat slowly withdraws his divine energy, a worried Dong Jin asks if his ancestor is going to be all right. The Guardian calmly replies that Shin has just fallen asleep. Shin lies there with closed eyes, seemingly resting in a peaceful dream. Still tense, Dong Jin asks why his ancestor fainted, wondering if the Elder Dragon is actually on the verge of fading away. Director Goat quickly denies it, explaining that Shin's physical vessel is simply struggling under an incredibly heavy and exhausting spiritual strain. Still, he admits it is quite strange. Recalling the past, Director Goat mentions that he previously sensed the heavy stench of death on Shin. Back then, Shin was in such critical condition that it wouldn't have been surprising if his soul had instantly shattered and disappeared. Yet right now, there is absolutely no sign of decay in his body. Director Goat hesitates, trying to piece together this mystery. He trails off mid-sentence, suddenly stopping. Turning to his companion, Director Goat calls out sharply to Director Rat with a serious expression. He asks if Director Rat agrees that the Black Dragon should technically be a part of Shin's own original soul. Director Goat quickly connects the dots, meaning a crucial fragment of Shin's power has actually merged into Dong Jin's physical body. The realization hits like a physical shock, turning Dong Jin pale. A confused Director Rat demands to know what he's getting at. Director Goat believes Shin's original physical body still exists, explaining that the vessel continues to house a tiny fraction of his power. Because of this, Shin will never truly perish. But Director Goat frowns, knowing that to destroy Shin, they would have to eliminate Dong Jin first. He adds gravely that they would need to extract the dragon's power from Dong Jin, but they both know that's virtually impossible. Still anxious, Dong Jin asks Director Goat if his ancestor will truly remain safe just because the Black Dragon resides inside his own body. The Guardian nods gently, admitting that unfortunately Dong Jin must carry the Black Dragon and live on so that Shin can survive. Without a single moment of hesitation, Dong Jin immediately agrees firmly, declaring that he will do exactly what is necessary. He stares ahead with a cold, resolute look, declaring that he will never let anyone extract the Black Dragon from him. Director Rat's expression tightens with extreme stress, and Director Goat, standing right across from him, looks just as deeply tense. He quickly summons his divine flower relic, and a mystical shimmering light instantly envelopes the entire room in a soft glow. Director Goat angrily demands to know why Director Rat tried to extract the Black Dragon despite knowing it would endanger Shin's life. He growls, asking if Director Rat wants Shin to fade away that badly. He then clenches his fist in silent frustration. He adds that he understands Director Rat's worries, but Shin's current vessel he stops tightens, his grip is in a critical state. He explains that the vessel is just like Director Rat's own physical body, only the situation is far more severe. Director Goat emphasizes that Shin is currently sealed inside a physical form that is slowly rotting away, causing him immense pain. Every time Shin uses his power, the agony is unbearable. Hearing this, Director Rat remains completely silent, only staring back coldly. Director Goat continues, explaining that to prevent the vessel's collapse, they must find a way to properly balance and control his divine energy. Director Rat cuts him off, stating that Shin can easily manage it by unleashing the power of the White Dragon to keep control. Frowning, Director Goat counters that such a method only numbs the pain temporarily and does nothing to reduce the physical toll. Shin only lost consciousness because his decaying physical vessel has finally reached its absolute breaking point. Director Rat calmly retorts that maybe this is actually a good thing, viewing the collapse as a natural seal on Shin's dangerous powers. Hearing this, Director Goat raises his voice, demanding to know who exactly was responsible for creating that seal in the first place. Receiving no answer, Director Goat stares at the silent rat, noting that he surely must have felt the strange energy at play. All of these bizarre events have completely crossed the boundaries of both the heavenly stems and the earthly branches. Director Goat questions if that is the real reason Director Rat wanted Dong-jin to test his divine powers. He earnestly begs him to share everything he knows. Right then, Dong-jin speaks up, asking what the two of them are doing. Feeling caught, Director Goat quickly tries to play it cool as Dong-jin looks at them suspiciously, wondering why they're staring. Director Rat turns his gaze toward the young man, calling out Dong-jin's name in a low, quiet voice. He then asks Dong-jin if he is absolutely confident that he can keep the Black Dragon from completely taking over his mind. He hesitates for a second. Dong-jin's thoughts drift to Jin, lying weak on the bed, his limp arm dangling. Soon, his fist clenches. Dong-jin firmly tells Inspector Rat that yes, he has it, but the inspector wonders what if. The inspector asks in a dead serious voice if he loses his sense of self. He then glares down at Dong-jin. He warns that Dong-jin will have to follow his choices, causing a flicker of terror in the young man's eyes. Elsewhere, a plume of smoke rises behind Inspector Rooster. She asks with clear annoyance what on earth is taking so long. She demands to know where he went, and Inspector Sheep coldly replies that he had business with Inspector Rat. His response only irritates her more as she warns him not to slack off and remember they all suffer because of him. Hearing this, Inspector Sheep recalls the words of Inspector Rat, who admitted he could only guess what might happen. He was not entirely certain and had hesitated, explaining why he did not dare mention it without some proof. Inspector Sheep wonders why he would not dare, just as Inspector Rooster suddenly asks if he senses any strange movement. She grumbles about how strange it is that the four perils have suddenly learned to be so cautious. Usually, they cause chaos the moment night falls, so this silence is bizarre, making her face grow tense. Even the minor demons spawned by the four perils are gone, causing Inspector Sheep to frown and explain the situation. He notes that those creatures naturally flee from light before silently turning his gaze toward the bustling city below. Down in a quiet human alleyway, a young girl walks home late, completely absorbed in her favorite music. Up ahead, a street lamp shines brightly, highlighting Inspector Sheep's point that humanity's territory is now lit up everywhere. But right then, that very street lamp suddenly cuts out as the inspector mutters about how bright their world is. The girl freezes in terror as an ominous crimson glow suddenly bathes her face in the dark alley. When the street lamp finally flickers back on, she is collapsed on the ground, showing absolutely no signs of life. A fresh morning arrives and Dong-jin looks over at the sleeping Jin with deep concern filling his eyes. He recalls Inspector Sheep's reassuring words from yesterday, promising that his ancestor would wake up once fully recovered. Back in reality, the old ancestor remains completely unresponsive, leaving Dong-jin with no choice but to head out. He leaves a small note on the table, reminding his ancestor to eat some breakfast once he finally wakes up. Walking onto his college campus, Dong-jin wonders if he should ask Du-jang to look after the old man. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echo from behind, closing the distance between him and whoever is running his way. A tall student lunges forward, tackling him in a friendly bear hug while excitedly shouting out Dong-jin's name. The guy laughs and praises his quick reflexes, leaving Dong-jin completely baffled as to who this stranger even is. As past memories flash in his head, the overly friendly boy eagerly asks Dong-jin for his social media info. Dong-jin quickly wedges out of the question by saying he doesn't use social media, but the guy just claps his shoulder. He reminds Dong-jin about their match at noon, forcing a speechless Dong-jin to quickly decline and say he is busy. With that, he slips away, hoping this quick excuse will be enough to keep his cover for now. The moment he steps into the classroom, his classmates cheer and announce his arrival to the entire room. It seems surviving this newfound popularity is going to be his hardest trial yet, as someone walks up to greet him. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Dong-jin immediately slams the classroom door shut, wondering what on earth is happening. He cannot comprehend how everything changed in a single day, deciding to wait outside until the morning bell rings. Something catches his eye and he spots Hyo-woo nearby, who gasps in utter shock at the sight of him. Realizing it is really him, she stares as Dong-jin helplessly asks what his clone did the day before. Startled, she asks if he means the child's spirits, and he sighs, relieved she knew it was an imposter. He asks what happened yesterday to cause this chaos, prompting her to recall the clone's unusually sweet smile. Flustered, she quickly denies everything before changing the subject to ask if Dong-jin himself is doing all right. He claims he is fine but secretly suspects a major incident occurred just as Diane comes running from afar. Diane breathlessly pulls him aside to whisper about a highly abnormal phenomenon that flashed over the school yesterday. He explains a massive beam of light appeared for a second, looking far too intense to be man-made. Annoyed by this secrecy, Dong-jin asks why he is whispering, prompting Diane to say he senses divine involvement. But as they speak of gods, an ominous voice suddenly echoes inside his mind, demanding the eradication of all humanity. This is the land that Dan Gun founded. Hei-woo suddenly cuts in, saying her worried mother also noticed that highly unusual light in the sky. Hearing that, Ji-gwon frowns and mutters that he knew it. Just then, that eerie voice echoes once again, reshaping the mortal world. Dong-jin's face goes pale as he forces an awkward laugh, asking what light they are talking about since he did not see anything. Ji-gwon replies that he totally expected that response and instantly spots the lie, questioning why Dong-jin had his disciples attend school for him yesterday. He excitedly raises his voice, insisting that something major must have happened, something so serious that Dong-jin could not even show up. And whatever occurred, it definitely has something to do with that bizarre light. Hearing this completely sets Dong-jin off. He snaps back angrily, yelling that he already said he did not see anything. But only a few seconds later, he snaps out of it. Dong-jin quickly apologizes to his classmates, telling them not to worry about it, clearly trying to brush the whole thing off. He mentions that exams are coming up anyway, but Ji-gwon suddenly looks down, whining that Dong-jin is really hurting his feelings. Dong-jin stammers an apology, but his dramatic friend keeps complaining about how cruel it is to bring up school exams right now. Ji-gwon drops to his knees in mock despair, screaming that he does not even remember what he is supposed to study. Hei-woo gently asks Dong-jin if he has been too busy lately to focus on classes. She sincerely offers her support. She warmly tells him to just ask if he needs anything, smilingly adding that she is always ready to help him out. Her kindness eases his heavy heart. Dong-jin politely thanks her, but then he quickly turns to make his exit. After walking a few steps, he suddenly pauses. Dong-jin looks back and warns them seriously not to go out at night. He strictly adds that they should make sure everyone else in class does the same. Watching him leave, Ji-gwon starts speculating. He is convinced something dangerous is going on, but complains that Dong-jin treated them like useless side characters who should just get lost. Hei-woo gets annoyed at the dramatic comment, snapping that Dong-jin would never mean it that way. She quietly watches him go. An intense worry washes over her. Meanwhile, warm sunlight pours over their high school as a peaceful day begins. Inside the classroom, the teacher lectures on historical rebellions, explaining how political factions use military force to overthrow kings. The teacher carefully points out that while these coups were framed as acts of restoring national order and righteousness, but in reality they were just brutal, bloody power struggles between ambitious political factions. Dong-jin anxiously stares at his phone, wondering if his ancient ancestor has finally awakened from his deep slumber. He recalls the warning from Great Overseer Mui, who revealed that a piece of the dragon now resides inside him. A piece of the dragon. Dong-jin wonders if that explains those bizarre, vivid dreams he has been having lately. He clenches his fist tightly, questioning if he is experiencing the actual painful memories of his ancient predecessor. But then he dismisses the idea, realizing the dreams feel less like memories and more like someone else's perspective. It feels as though he was standing right there in the room, silently watching his ancestors' every single move. Now watch his eyes widen at the realization, and his palm clenches again as that unsettling feeling creeps in. Every time those dreams end, strange and overwhelming emotions bubble up inside him, totally out of his control. A toxic mix of burning rage and profound sorrow fills his chest, emotions he cannot even begin to comprehend. A single tear slips down and splashes onto his desk. Dong-jin silently wipes it away before anyone notices. But he flinches when he notices his spirit companion staring at him in utter shock. He mutters, "What are you looking at?" He quickly rubs his eyes, grumbling that they are just dry. Suddenly, his phone begins to buzz aggressively. It is Great Overseer Ngo on the line, frantically urging Dong-jin to get outside because a massive crisis has occurred. Hearing the panic in the Overseer's voice, Dong-jin's face turns pale as a sheet. Something is terribly wrong. He silently gets up and walks out of the classroom. Seeing him leave, Ji-gwon calls out to ask where he's going. Dong-jin hesitates before muttering that he is just not feeling well, leaving his classmates thoroughly confused. They cannot believe the model student is cutting class, and his nearby classmates immediately crowd around to check on him. They ask where it hurts and tell him not to get sick, genuinely worried by how awful he looks. Someone even tells him to at least eat lunch first, since they are having pork cutlets today. They wave goodbye. Touched by their warmth, Dong-jin suddenly pauses. He turns back to his friends with a hesitant expression. He seriously warns them that for the next few days they must head straight home before the sun sets. His warning triggers a wave of confusion. They complain about their after-school academies, but Dong-jin remains dead serious. He pleads with them to at least stay in well-lit areas, begging them to listen to his warning. A student panics, asking what on earth they are saying since it sounds so creepy. Then Dong-jin rushes away, leaving Goat unable to keep from speaking up. He asks if Dong-jin has been acting weird lately, wondering if something bad happened to him. Suddenly, Dog Daegem sits silently in class without uttering a word. She feels guilty thinking about how sad he must be while still worrying about his friends. Right after that, she suddenly stands straight up to call out to everyone. In a serious tone, Dog Daegem warns everyone not to wander outside after 9 p.m. tonight because a serious criminal case had just taken place a few days ago, throwing the whole class into a panic. What she seriously tells them to pass the warning along to other classes. She then leaves, leaving her classmates totally confused as they wonder where she is heading. Meanwhile, right outside, Dong-jin quickly grabs a helmet. Horse Daegem shouts for him to get on, making his face turn pale. What on earth has actually happened to cause such a mess? He snaps, telling him to stop asking questions and just get on because they are running out of time. From afar, Dog Daegem curiously runs over and asks what is going on. Seeing her there, Horse Daegem is completely caught off guard, asking in surprise if she is here too. He wonders when the two of them became so close, but then quickly brushes it off, telling her to just tag along. He immediately revs the engine, shouting back a tease that he cannot ride with them because carrying 3 people is illegal, so she has to run. Dog Daegem is left completely stunned, unable to react, standing frozen for a long time. Anxiously looking around, she mutters that it is highly suspicious because if a real crisis had occurred, Horse Daegem would never have acted like that. Soon he brings Dong-jin to his place, warmly inviting him inside, excitedly shouting that Yang Yang is finally visiting his place to play. But hearing the actual word play leaves Dong-jin completely stunned. Play, didn't you say that some major emergency had just taken place? But Horse Daegem says with absolute confidence that being bored to death is a massive emergency. Seeing this, Dong-jin feels pretty awkward and politely asks to be taken back to school. But Horse Daegem waves his hand, claiming the world is about to end soon, so how can he still care about studying? Dong-jin looks up with a gloomy face, asking if the world is really ending. Horse Daegem quickly backtracks, saying he did not mean it literally. Suddenly, Dog Daegem dashes forward like a flash of lightning, appearing right in front of them. Busted. She boasts that she knew it all along. Laughing, Horse Daegem says she arrived much faster than expected. Dog Daegem yells in anger, accusing him of dragging a student out of class just to play with him out here. He smoothly retorts, asking what she is talking about, claiming he only brought him out to train. She is completely surprised and asks what he means. He smiles, pointing out that Yang Yang promised to fight alongside them, so they obviously need to train first. Dong-jin blankly stares at them while Horse Daegem sluggishly sighs, saying they really need to fill their empty stomachs, first assuming Dong-jin has not had lunch yet. A few minutes later, they are happily munching on some pizza bread. While they are eating, Horse suddenly calls out to Yang Yang. Holding a soda in one hand, he turns to look at Dong-jin, asking if the young man wants to move in with him, explaining that the outside world is too dangerous and the heavenly stems have already tracked down his house. Without a second thought, Dong-jin politely declines, leaving Horse Daegem quite surprised as he wonders if the boy does not want to live with him, even offering to move out himself. No way. Dong-jin quickly clarifies that is not the case, but his vague answers only make Horse Daegem even more suspicious. He points out that Dong-jin's place is totally run down and living in a damp semi-basement with no sunlight will cause mold, attract all kinds of nasty bugs, and easily make him sick in the long run. And just like that, the mood completely dies. Dong-jin softly explains the house is actually a legacy left by his parents. Hearing this, Horse Daegem instantly spits his soda everywhere, making Dog Daegem scream at the horse-headed idiot for being so gross while eating. Trying to play it off, Horse Daegem quickly backtracks, claiming that living in a semi-basement is actually super romantic, almost like staying in a cozy attic. He even mentions a semi-basement romance show he watched. Hilarious. But Dog Daegem immediately shuts down the ridiculous idea, yelling there is no such drama. Dong-jin looks a bit downcast as he quietly adds that his grandmother used his parents' remaining assets to buy that apartment. Missing the somber mood entirely, Horse Daegem laughs and remarks that his grandmother must be extremely open-minded to let her grandson live alone. But Dong-jin quickly corrects him, explaining that she actually kicked him out of the house, which is why she bought the place for him in the first place. That harsh truth completely silences the goofy horse. Dog Daegem realizes his big mouth has gone way far and warns him to shut up. While eating, Dong-jin suddenly remembers something important, asking what happened to the ancient four perils. This abrupt question leaves Horse Dagum deeply confused, making him wonder why the boy did not just ask Dog Dagum about it, suggesting that their relationship must still be pretty awful. Hearing that, she immediately screams back, insisting they just have not had any time to talk with each other. But in the end, both of them are forced to admit that they have completely lost track of those beasts. This came as quite a shock to Dong-jin. Even Inspector Horse confirmed that things were completely different from before. Inspector Dog pointed out that the human realm is as bright as day at night now, making tracking difficult. Plus, their moves are far more cautious than anyone could have anticipated. Dong-jin innocently looked at her and asked why she couldn't just sniff out and follow their scent. Feeling utterly insulted by his clueless suggestion, Inspector Dog snapped back at the brat, asking if he thought she was some kind of hound. Inspector Horse watched in silence before dryly chiming in to ask if she wasn't. She clarified that her senses were pretty limited, meaning she couldn't pick and choose. Daily thousands of scents flooded her nose. But more importantly, she revealed that the distinct scent of the four perils could also be found on ordinary human bodies. Dong-jin listened in a daze as she explained that some trace of evil energy exists inside every single human being. Suddenly, Inspector Horse set his soda down on the table, telling him not to sweat it. He gave a highly confident smirk. They hadn't completely lost the trail yet and had already found a way. With that, they invited Dong-jin out for a walk. It was time to rest and digest. But as soon as they got home, Inspector Horse immediately dove straight into video games. He didn't even notice Dong-jin standing right behind him, brandishing a massive blade. Instantly, an intense chill filled the room. He turned around with a sigh, telling Dong-jin it was time to digest his food, not show off. Dong-jin tilted his head and asked if they weren't going to train. This sudden enthusiasm caught Inspector Horse completely off guard. He wondered why the kid was being so unusually proactive. Offering a game controller, he suggested they play around first. Training on a full stomach would only cause issues. A bit later, Dong-jin unlocked his phone and saw the time. It was already 2:40. Meanwhile, Inspector Horse was totally glued to the screen, raving about how much he loved this game. He complained that their leader always pretended to be way too busy to join him. Passing his second controller to Dong-jin, he eagerly asked him to play along. But the teen flatly rejected the offer, telling the guy to just play solo. Dong-jin told him to just share the final results. Inspector Horse laughed at how cold the kid was, casting a curious glance. He brought up the grandmother, saying she definitely didn't kick Dong-jin out of the house because of some deep-seated malice. He praised her, arguing that she must genuinely care about him deep down. Dong-jin paused, finding the topic quite unexpected. He asked why he was suddenly bringing that up. Inspector Horse laughed loudly, gesturing toward the phone in Dong-jin's hands. He pointed out it was the latest model, adding that he'd even spotted wireless earbuds earlier. Didn't his grandma buy those? Dong-jin quickly corrected him, explaining that he'd bought them with his own hard-earned money from his part-time gig. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask if his grandmother didn't even give him allowance. That made Dong-jin calculate. Including living expenses and house maintenance, she gave him 50,000 won a month. But after deduction for phone bills and utilities, he was left with barely 10,000 won. That meager amount was just enough to keep him from literally starving. Hearing this, Inspector Horse was absolutely flabbergasted. Surviving on 10,000 won a month was wild. Did he think prices were still stuck 50 years ago? Without that gig, Dong-jin admitted he would still be rocking some ancient outdated flip phone. Honestly, it was depressing. This horse guy had polished off a meal worth 5,000 won in a single sitting. Staring at the boy's phone, he couldn't help but feel suspicious about how such a broke kid bought luxury tech. He jumped up, arguing that while a phone might be semi-essential, flashy wireless earbuds were a total waste of money. Dong-jin quietly explained that those earbuds were actually a second-hand deal he'd snagged for just 1,000 won. Plus, one side was completely broken and didn't even work. The more the inspector heard, the more speechless he became. He called him a certified welfare case tech user. But Dong-jin didn't seem bothered at all by the dramatic label. He wondered if this was really luxury or just a normal way to avoid useless trouble and ease his mind. The inspector raised an eyebrow at the mention of mental pressure. Dong-jin explained that looking decent on the outside prevented people from looking down on him. Intrigued, Inspector Horse asked if there was some painful history behind it. Observing the teen's totally blank expression, the horse inspector quickly deduced that there absolutely was a hidden story. It triggered a bad memory. Dong-jin recalled a school day when a smug classmate yanked his cheap wired earbuds right out. The bully mocked him loudly, asking if using wired headphones was his vintage style. Annoyed, Dong-jin reached out to grab them back, demanding their immediate return. But the jerk Soho only laughed and teased him further about his cheap, trashy gear. He sneered, calling it the signature scent of a poor loser. Dong-jin desperately lunged forward, trying to break his grip. But Soho held the cord tight, asking why he was so sensitive. Suddenly, the phone slipped and crashed onto the floor. Seeing this, they teased him even more. They mock his ancient beat-up phone, asking if it can even hold a charge. Hearing this, Yong-jin looks at his classmates' modern phones. All eyes in the room lock onto him, mocking his outdated broken device. They whisper, asking what on earth he's doing. One classmate even laughs, pointing out that ancient outdated model. Soho, watching Yong-jin pick up his phone, acts completely disgusted and tosses his wired earphones away, shouting at him to take his trash back. Every single word out of Soho's mouth is loaded with toxic malice. He barks at Yong-jin, asking why he is just standing there instead of picking it up. With no other option, Yong-jin can only grit his teeth and endure the humiliation. But Soho takes it even further, cruelly mocking him as a basement-dwelling orphan. Yong-jin clenches his fists tightly, desperately trying to keep his anger in check. He tells himself wired earphones are actually fine. Just then a hand reaches down and picks them up. It is none other than Seung-jae and Jae-hyo. Seung-jae speaks up first, mentioning he actually wanted to buy a pair like this. Jae-hyo steps up next, immediately warning Soho that if he does not back off right now, they will report him to the teacher. But the bully does not care, scoffing that trash always sticks together. Soho turns on his heel and storms off, calling them a bunch of idiots. Jae-hyo chuckles, saying that idiots usually bark the loudest, meaning that obnoxious jerk is the real fool here, not any of them. Seung-jae hands the earphones back to Yong-jin, and the two friendly classmates immediately ask for his name. Seung-jae introduces himself warmly as Lee Seung-jae, but the current conversation gets cut off as they demand to know who that bully was. They ask who that jerk is who dared insult him for living in a basement. Back in the present, Oh Dae-gam speaks up after hearing the story. Oh Dae-gam notes Seung-jae is still his friend, proving he is a genuinely good guy. He remains curious about the bully's identity, asking if they go to the same school. But Yong-jin admits he kept his situation a complete secret from them. It was a delicate topic, and Yong-jin confesses that those friends actually had no idea about his real life. They did not know his parents had passed away, nor did they have any clue that he was struggling in a damp semi-basement. Fear of abandonment kept him silent, prompting him to recall his childhood. Back then, Soho and Yong-jin were actually close friends. But once Soho learned the truth of his poverty, his attitude warped. Yong-jin adds that the bully used to be one of his best friends, a bitter pill to swallow. Hearing this, Oh Dae-gam slowly asks a deep question. He asks if Yong-jin would ever turn his back on Seung-jae, if roles were reversed and Seung-jae was the poor one. Yong-jin immediately denies it. He firmly says he would not. The deity presses further, asking if his feelings toward his friend would change. Yong-jin states he does not care about status. Oh Dae-gam smiles, pointing out that is exactly his point. Those friends of his surely think the same way about him. If they were shallow enough to judge him by his wallet, they never would have stepped up to defend him in the first place. Yong-jin is left speechless. Deep down, he realizes that no matter how hard his life gets, those true friends will always have his back. The deity opens up, recalling how, when he first descended to the human realm, he assumed all humans were practically identical besides their gender. Yet over time, he realized that the way they laugh, get angry, or carry their grief is completely unique to every single individual. The deity explains that even when placed in the exact same scenario, the deep thoughts of every person will always diverge. Each piece of wisdom from the deity strikes a deep chord, helping Yong-jin slowly open up his closed-off, lonely heart. He notes that when people saw him struggling, their reactions reflected who they truly were. Then Oh Dae-gam breaks the serious mood with a loud laugh. He playfully asks if Seung-jae ever bought those wired earphones. Yong-jin cracks a rare smile, confirming that his friend did indeed buy them. Even to this day, Seung-jae stubbornly uses them. Cut to Seung-jae, who is happily listening to music with his trusted wired earphones on a train. But as he rides, a sudden chill hits him as he recalls Yong-jin's urgent warning before they parted ways. Yong-jin had practically begged him to get home safe before the sun went down. Though Seung-jae complied, an intense sense of dread keeps gnawing at his chest. Feeling deeply unsettled, he resolves to corner his friend at school tomorrow and demand to know what kind of dangerous mess he is mixed up in. And here is where things take a super creepy turn. The subway lights suddenly die, plunging the cabin into darkness before snapping back on. The bulbs flicker once more, prompting an anxious commuter to shout out, asking what on earth is happening. Seung-jae pulls his earphones down, thoroughly creeped out, listening to the growing whispers of the crowd as the train's power fails. Meanwhile, back at home, Yong-jin's voice cuts through the quiet. He asks Oh Dae-gam if his meal has finally digested. The deity can only groan in response. He complains that Yong-jin is a total slave driver, even worse than Lord Jin himself, lazily begging for just a few more minutes of peace. Yong-jin snaps back in utter frustration, reminding him that they do not have a single second to waste. He demands the lazy god get off the couch. But Oh Dae-gam just sighs, claiming the boy does not understand the heavy burdens he carries. He remains sprawled across the sofa, complaining loudly. He points out that Lord Jin will be back soon anyway, so they might as well wait and train together. He warns Yong-jin to prepare himself. The warning catches Yong-jin completely off guard. Just then, the front door swings open as a voice calls out announcing they are home. Done resting yet? Just then, Overseer Shin returns. Overseer O's quite surprised. How did he manage to time his arrival so perfectly? Overseer Shin immediately tells them to follow him and heads over to press the elevator button. Seeing another lift inside the house leaves Dong-jin completely stunned. He is so shocked, he gasps out, asking if he actually has a whole elevator installed in his home. But Overseer Shin playfully teases him, explaining that it is not a normal elevator but rather something like a portal. Overseer J's teleportation portal. Overseer O immediately plays along, claiming that only the outer design was made to look modern. The naive Dong-jin completely buys it, nodding in awe. Overseer Shin bursts out laughing at how incredibly easy he is to trick. He teases him for being so gullible. Meanwhile, Overseer Sewell just stands there staring blankly with her mouth open in surprise. Seeing her space out like that makes Overseer O curious, so he asks why she is still standing there. Sensing something off after catching a strange scent, she suddenly darts away, telling them to go on ahead without her. She promises to join them downstairs after checking the perimeter. Overseer O is quite confused by her sudden guard dog mode. Overseer Shin jokingly chimes in, saying that every time she acts like this, he wants to hire her as his personal guard dog. The elevator doors shut and carry them down. When they finally slide open again, the view inside completely stuns Dong-jin. Overseer O proudly introduces the massive training ground, explaining that it is a custom facility they built themselves. Dong-jin is speechless. He never expected they could build such an incredibly massive training arena right inside their house. Overseer Shin tosses him a weapon, telling him to take it. Caught completely off guard, Dong-jin frantically fumbles to catch the sword. As he hugs the blade, Overseer Shin swiftly draws his own weapon and commands him to attack. Dong-jin barely has time to react. Shin snaps back, asking what he means by yes, since he wanted to train. Dong-jin nervously unsheathes the very real sharp blade. Shin scoffs, asking why they would ever use fakes. Suddenly, he magically morphs his own sharp sword into a blunt staff, leaving Dong-jin completely baffled as to why Shin gets a safe staff while he holds a real sword. But there is no time to argue. The sparring match begins immediately. Dong-jin nervously protests, worried that swinging a real weapon might accidentally injure his mentor. Shin scoffingly reassures him, urging him to strike without holding back since there is absolutely no way he could ever hurt him. He even promises to hand over his entire fortune if the blade so much as grazes him. Hearing this, Overseer O steps in. He raises his own weapon and points it directly at Shin, asking with a smirk if that bet applies to him as well. Shin tells him to stop fooling around since time is short, but with a simple snap, O ignites the blade in Shin's hand. It erupts into brilliant blue flames and flies out of his grip. Completely annoyed, Overseer Shin quickly summons another weapon. Calling O a greedy horse, Shin unleashes a powerful gust of wind and lunges straight at him with blazing speed. He aims a fierce slash directly at O's midsection, but the horse god is far too quick on his feet. Easily dodging the strike, O suddenly senses danger, as Shin rushes past, quickly raising his hand to counter the incoming threat. The martial god spins around just in time to see a blade hurtling toward his face at a blinding speed. Ducking swiftly to evade the lethal throw, he asks Shin in disbelief if he is already resorting to his divine powers. Shin confirms it without hesitation. Stepping up, O calls out to Dong-jin, promising to demonstrate what real training looks like. He slides into a combat stance and charges forward, warning the young man to watch every single movement closely. Dong-jin can only sigh at the chaotic scene, worried that sparring with real deadly weapons will end in a serious injury. The two gods clash instantly. O grips his hilt tight as their weapons collide, sending a sharp metallic ring echoing through the room. O can feel the overwhelming pressure as Shin releases his energy, causing the raw force of their impact to explode outward. Their intense duel rages on until late afternoon, leaving their heavily scorched blades chipped, battered, and practically broken. Completely exhausted, Shin collapses to the ground. O stands over him, offering a hand, while Shin looks up silently. O smugly demands that Shin sign over his entire fortune as promised. In response, Shin dryly asks if he wants to sleep outside. O whines, playfully reminding him that those were his exact words. Meanwhile, Dong-jin watches the bickering duo in pure disbelief. He had fully expected the powerful Overseer Shin to win, but the sudden upset catches him completely off guard. As if reading his mind, Shin explains that Dong-jin must be shocked to see him lose so easily. He shrugs off his tattered coat and explains that this is simply the harsh, undeniable reality of elemental counters. O quickly chimes in to explain, pointing out that Shin's divine power is fundamentally based on the metal element. My power, on the other hand, is fire. Metal stands absolutely no chance against heat, and he is naturally terrified of fire anyway. He laughs, asking what happens when a sword meets a roaring flame. It simply melts away completely, losing its original form. Dong-jin looks pretty skeptical. Fire seems incredibly powerful since it can burn almost anything to ashes. But Odegum sees it differently, reminding him that every powerful element actually has its own double-edged sword. Fire will consume everything if you lose control for even a second, he says, while quietly staring down at his palm. Back in the heavens, he never had to worry about limits. Now a slight slip in heat could burn his own body. So every single time he uses his divine power, he must concentrate fully to keep the flames in check. A moment later, Odegum cracks a wide laugh, adding that places heavy with water elements also severely weaken his divine power. But wait, Dong-jin speaks up, wondering how Shin can summon explosions when fire is supposed to counter metal. It makes no sense since that massive blast was definitely his doing. Odegum patiently explains the actual trick. Shin explosive fire attacks don't actually rely on the main fire element of the 5 elements at all. He creates those sparks through heavy friction between metal elements, igniting the air around him. The sparks then ignite the surrounding metal dust, triggering a massive blast. That red glowing technique of his, it heats his blade to boost damage, but it's not some magic fire he wrapped around the weapon. He forces the metal molecules inside his blade to grind together, generating massive heat until it glows red. Odegum glances backward with a smile, noting that this is actually a trick the old monkey came up with. He invented it simply to get used to heat, which leaves Dong-jin completely dumbfounded by the explanation. Why would a guy terrified of fire do that? Odegum chuckles, explaining that he wanted to conquer his biggest weakness. Hearing this makes Dong-jin freeze in shock. A monkey's true nature is stubborn pride and refusing to ever back down. Suddenly, a blade slices right past Dong-jin's face. Even that smoking habit is just a form of training. He never even smoked before this. Dong-jin trembles in terror as the sword embeds itself right next to him. Shin points a finger, calling him over now that the horse guardian is finished with his little lecture. The demonstration is officially over, and it's time for real combat. Dong-jin's eyes instantly cloud over with dread. Shin chuckles and asks if he's already terrified, teasing him to run along and hide behind Jadagum for protection. Stealing his resolve, Dong-jin grips his sword hilt and pulls it free with a steady, determined motion. That sudden change in his stance genuinely surprises Shin Dong-jin warily glances over as Odegum cheers. Dong-jin is finally mad, meaning the old monkey is in serious trouble now. Odegum reassures him warmly. He promises the kid won't get hurt, offering to teach him some secret tricks if things get too dangerous. Shin mutters in annoyance, wondering what they are plotting. Soon the sharp clang of clashing steel echoes. The duel begins instantly. Dong-jin's hands are still shaking, but he remembers Odegum's advice about overcoming weaknesses. The monkey guardian fought his fears. Suddenly, another memory flashes. Even when attacking, he's always playing defense. A coward who is too afraid to fight can never win. Right as he gets violently blown backward, Dong-jin studies Shin movements closely and spots a sudden opening. At that exact moment, Shin notices it too. The monkey guardian sees Dong-jin shifting his weight, realizing the kid is actually preparing to launch an attack. Shin grins, impressed by the sudden change as he leaps backward. But Dong-jin's legs are still frozen. Shin lunges forward with a heavy strike, sending Dong-jin staggering. He desperately tries to block the impact, but the sheer force is overwhelming. Shin chuckles, declaring it is time for a lesson on elemental properties. Dong-jin's body aches under the pressure. The intense heat of crimson dye is close enough to burn him. Shin urges him to tap into his divine energy since the black dragon power belongs to the water element. Dong-jin panics because he has no idea how to channel it. The radiating heat causes both of them to sweat. Shin laughs, telling him he already knows exactly how. Meanwhile, Sol lands on a nearby rooftop. She approaches Holin, noting that while his stealth is impressive, she can easily track his scent anywhere. That foul fox odor stinks to high heaven. She demands to know if the heavens sent him here. Instead of answering, Holin reaches inside his robes and suddenly pulls out a pair of men's boxers. Before she can even react, Holin waves them around, telling her that these belong to Dong-jin. Sol immediately loses her temper, demanding to know if this is some kind of sick joke. But as a sudden wind blows past, a very familiar scent hits her nose, turning her cheeks bright red. How did he get that? But Hulin pockets it and leaps away. The dog overseer immediately triggers her power. If that falls into the hands of Cheon Ding, it is game over. She quickly gives chase, desperate to catch Hulin. Elsewhere, the clash between the horse overseer and Dong-jin rages on. Keep pushing and you will get seriously burned. Dong-jin is cornered, sweat pouring down his face as he struggles. Suddenly, the nearby terminal screen begins to beep. The sudden ringing stops them cold in their tracks. An emergency alert flashes red across the screen. The horse overseer halts the fight to answer. Chief Shin, what is so urgent that you use this channel? Chief Shin sounds panicked on the line. The control center just sent over an urgent high-priority report. The horse overseer demands the short version. Subway line 2 near Bupyeong station has gone completely dark. Power is totally cut, trapping an incoming train on the tracks. Most of the passengers inside have already collapsed. They are unconscious. The blackout cause is still unknown, and we have picked up trace signals of monsters heading straight for them. Cut back to line 2 minutes ago. Everything was normal on the train until it suddenly screeched to a halt. An announcement blares over the speakers. They are making a temporary stop for a routine safety check ahead. The passengers whisper, wondering what is going on. Then the lights flicker and die, plunging the entire train into complete darkness. Complaints ripple through the crowd. Cell service is dead, the air conditioning shuts off, and it gets suffocatingly hot. Everyone is sweating and complaining about the stifling heat, hoping the conductor will give them another update over the intercom soon. The intercom chime rings out again. Please pay attention, it says, but before another word can be spoken, the speaker suddenly explodes. Terrified passengers cover their ears and duck down as a violent pounding starts shaking the doors. The doors slide open. Screaming people from other carriages suddenly push in as absolute panic takes over the train. The chaos spreads like wildfire, forcing everyone to run for their lives. What is happening in this dark tunnel? People collapse left and right for no reason. Song Gyeong is trapped in the middle, completely bewildered by the sudden madness. What is going on? 1 second they are running for their lives, and the next they drop cold to the floor. They drop like flies with no warning. Panic reaches an all-time high. Everyone looks around in horror. Is it a gas leak? They scramble forward, screaming at everyone to hold their breath as they pile into the front carriages. Just then, divine energy bursts through the subway and majestic celestial horses charge down the dark carriages to find the monster. They hunt the culprit. Song Gyeong runs for his life. A terrifying monster snaps at his heels. Celestial knights clash with the beast's fangs. They blast the monster right out of the subway car. The monkey overseer aims his spear straight at the beast. His face is dark with absolute fury as he stares down. He growls at the beast. Are you insane, attacking in broad daylight? Then he brutally rips the eyeless monster apart. The moment the beast dies, the wandering souls of the collapsed passengers fly back into their unconscious bodies. One by one, the passengers open their eyes. They groan in confusion, completely clueless about the nightmare they just survived. The subway doors pry open from the outside. Rescue guards rush in, evacuating survivors as quickly as they possibly can. They guide the passengers out, telling them to hold onto the walls and move slowly without pushing. Meanwhile, the horse overseer arrives. He meets with the monkey overseer. Watch your step, he warns. The horse overseer leaps down instantly. He downs a stray monster. One of the 4 perils is attacking in broad daylight. They have clearly evolved. Luckily, they reacted fast. But the horse overseer points out that the creature they just killed was not the real deal. The monster was missing a heart. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the tunnel, sending down falling debris. A glowing crimson heart reveals itself through the falling debris, beating rapidly inside a decaying ancient body. The horse and monkey overseers brace themselves, knowing the true boss has arrived as the real beast slowly emerges. Its massive body looms with another heart pulsing in the center. The beast opens its giant maw and lets out a deafening shriek. The high-pitched scream completely shatters the subway windows and blows out the electronic display boards inside the train. The terrified passengers, still trapped in the tunnel, panic as the ground shakes, shouting that the tunnel is collapsing. Song Gyeong gets shoved hard by the stampeding crowd, sending his glasses flying and knocking his headphones to the ground. He loses his balance and crashes down. Through the chaos, someone steps on his glasses, crushing them into tiny pieces. He blindly reaches around the cold floor in total panic. He yells out, "Is anyone there? Please help me." Nobody answers his desperate cries. The only sound is the automated PA warning that the emergency fire doors are closing. Please step back. Hearing the announcement, Song Gyeong freezes in terror, unaware of the monster creeping up right behind him. No, please. The beast opens its massive maw to swallow him whole, but is instantly blasted aside. An exorcism sword pins the beast to the wall as Dong-jin calmly walks over, adjusting his headphones. Divine energy wraps the hilt and the blade flies back to his hand. He stands, panting, sweat dripping down. Realizing he has just narrowly escaped a gruesome death, the terrified Song Gyeong looks up to find his savior. He squints his eyes hard, trying to see who saved him, but without his glasses, everything is a complete blur. He asks who the mysterious savior is, while the emergency fire shutter announcement continues to blare around them. Without a single word, Dong-jin grabs the boy by his arm and drags him toward the exit stairs. As the heavy fire shutter descends, Dong-jin grits his teeth and decides to take a dangerous gamble. He shoves the terrified student through the narrow gap right before the heavy shutter slams fully shut. A guard spots the boy and asks if he is all right, but Song Gyeong just screams for help. The guard tries to calm him down, but suddenly a massive impact violently dents the metal shutter. The heavy steel shutter bends from the brutal impact, prompting the terrified guard to pull Song Gyeong back. The guard warns everyone to step back, but on the other side of that door, the beast is in a complete frenzy. Drool drips onto the floor as the beast goes wild with rage, turning its deadly gaze directly onto Dong-jin. Dong-jin quickly pulls out his phone, shining the bright flashlight directly into the furious creature's glowing eyes. The blinded beast flinches and tries to dodge, Dong-jin focuses his mind, waiting for the perfect split second. He slashes his sword, freezing the beast in its tracks, yet thick drool still drips from its sharp fangs. Meanwhile, Lord O and Lord Shin find themselves locked in combat against another clone of the beast. The creature roars loudly and tries to slither away, prompting Lord Shin to urge his partner to pursue it. Talk about a terrible misunderstanding. Lord O suddenly blocks his partner's path with his own sword. Lord Shin demands to know if his partner is actually a spy, while Lord O frantically tries to explain. Suddenly, Lord O swings his blade right across his partner's face, looking utterly bewildered by his own actions. He begs Lord Shin to believe him, yet his rogue body continues to unleash a blazing ultimate technique. Lord Shin quickly realizes what is going on, concluding that his partner is under some kind of spell. He tells him to calm his mind and drop his weapon, and a distressed Lord O immediately complies. His body does the exact opposite of his thoughts. Total disaster. Everything is completely out of his control. Lord Shin dispels the magic, explaining that the enemy targeted Lord O's highly vulnerable energy meridians. This is bad news for young Dong-jin. Lord O suddenly panics, wondering if he reached the platform. The two rush off to find him, but Lord Shin suddenly senses an intense wave of bloodlust from behind. He blocks a surprise strike from Cheon-gang, immediately recognizing the deadly Inspector Sen standing behind them. Go on ahead, Lord Shin shouts, easily repelling Cheon-gang and sending him skidding backward into the shadows. Yet the rogue inspector remains completely calm, finding this sudden turn of events to be highly entertaining. Meanwhile, Lord O rides his heavenly horse through the subway station, desperately searching every single corner for Dong-jin. Anxiety fills his face. But suddenly, a massive spiked flail comes crashing down, completely blocking his path. The heavy spiked weapon is attached to a thick metal chain controlled by a powerful foe waiting ahead. Lord O sighs in frustration as the dangerous Ho-dae emerges from the shadows, radiating immense malice. Meanwhile, young Dong-jin is fighting for his survival, constantly running from the beast's relentless and terrifying clones. He wonders why these monsters keep appearing. Gritting his teeth, he shines his phone's bright flashlight at them. With his other hand, he keeps slashing his sword as another clone lunges with its jaw wide open. Dong-jin ducks just in time, but his phone slips and clatters onto the ground. He desperately reaches for it, but a severed electrical wire sparking ahead catches his eye, instantly reminding him of Lord O's crucial warning. Dong-jin scrambles to his feet and grips his sword's hilt, realizing the enemy never directly used fire. Instead, they created sparks through metal friction. Aiming directly at the live wire, Dong-jin swings his blade. He slashes right through it, causing intense electrical sparks to ignite the surrounding metal dust and trigger a massive explosion. An explosion erupts. The sudden burst electrocutes the monsters chasing him, burning them to ash. Dong-jin collapses, gasping for air. He pants heavily, wondering if this is truly the Inspector power since it feels so different. Suddenly, a drop of liquid hits his head. Touching his hair, Dong-jin shudders to realize it is drool. He looks up, freezing, as a massive monster looms right behind him. His pupils shrink in sheer terror. Leaping back, he grabs his sword and desperately tries to measure up his terrifying opponent. There is absolutely no way he can cut through this thing. He has to run and regroup with the other inspectors immediately. He tells his body to run, but his arms disobey, swinging his sword forward to strike the massive beast once again. Dong-jin's eyes widen as his hands keep hacking away. What is going on? Why is his body moving entirely on its own? Could the black dragon be controlling him? After a flurry of wild cuts, the beast collapses, leaving Dong-jin standing there utterly baffled. He has absolutely no clue what just went down, but his gut tells him one thing: run now, figure it out later. Dong-jin bolts, leaving the carcass behind. But in the shadows, something dark is silently taking root. Meanwhile, a different battle rages. The epic duel between Shin Dae-gam and Chun-kang reaches a fever pitch. Shin leads the charge, landing a brutal punch to the face. But Chun-kang grabs his arm mid-swing, hurling him into a concrete wall before following up with a devastating kick. Shin Dae-gam refuses to stay down. Unleashing a massive shockwave, he forces Chun-kang back, his expression turning deathly serious. Raising a fist, Shin prepares to strike. Sensing danger, Chun-kang murmurs a celestial spell, summoning divine energy to block the blow. Drawing his own sword, Shin Dae-gam gives it a fierce spin before hurling it straight at Chun-kang. In an unbelievable move, Chun-kang catches the blade with his teeth, shattering the metal into useless shards. Yet Chun-kang remains unfazed. Shin curses him, mocking his mindless habit of biting everything like a rabid beast. He lunges forward at near light speed, proving he is just as formidable as ever as he appears right before Chun-kang. Shin unleashes a powerful palm push, channeling telekinetic force to hit Chun-kang with the weight of a mountain. Chun-kang gasps in pain, smoke trailing from his lips, but he quickly grits his teeth and grabs Shin by the head. He slams Shin face first into the dirt, releasing a massive burst of energy that shatters the surrounding ground into pieces. But when Chun-kang looks down, he realizes something is off. Shin Dae-gam is no longer under his grip. The old man vanished. Shin actually dodged to the side and is already channeling divine power, summoning dozens of floating swords above. The blades aim directly at Chun Kang before raining down in a relentless storm, trapping him in a chaotic flurry. While Chun Kang struggles to defend himself, Shin Dae-gam prepares his next major spell, concentrating a massive amount of energy. The swirling force locks directly onto the struggling giant, condensing into highly concentrated spheres of light that are ready to obliterate him. They rain down in rapid succession. Shin commands them to explode, triggering a colossal blast that rocks the entire area. But Shin is not done yet. He summons a glowing crimson sphere of pure destructive power, firing it point-blank at Chun Kang. The blast hits him right in the face, shattering his glasses. The broken frames clatter to the floor as Chun Kang drops to his knees. Shin Dae-gam steps closer. Do you know why there is such a massive gap between us, even though we both use the 5 elements? Usually, the second generation is supposed to perfect the flaws of the first. But you fell short. The only thing you ever surpassed us in is time, not actual divine power. With those words, his blade begins to glow. Meanwhile, Dae-gam's blade burns with a brilliant blue flame as he faces off against his opponent, Dae. Dae is clearly holding nothing back. sighs, realizing this location is too tight, meaning he must suppress his firepower. He needs to target the beast's stomach. Channeling his flame to a minimum, a small blazing ring forms around his feet. Dae-gam swings, but Dae blocks the strike dead-on with his spiked mace. Did this monster actually parry him? Dae blurs out of sight, forcing to scramble to keep track. This beast is ridiculously fast for its size. It is downright cheating to move this fast with a massive build. Dae-gam is left spinning as he tries to keep up. Capitalizing on the distraction, the monster lunges from behind, claws bared. Instantly, blood splatters across the wall and drips onto the floor. The hit connected. Dae-gam stands wounded as Dae inspects his claws, coated in a mixture of fresh blood and blue fire. Without even turning around, Dae-gam mutters that his blue fire is going to burn a lot worse than whatever his boss uses. He snaps his fingers and blurs right past Dae, instantly engulfing the massive beast in a raging inferno of blue flames. Unleashing a rapid blade dance, he sheathes his weapon. He winces, clutching his bloody back in pain. He needs to find Dong-jin now. He prays the kid is still safe and sound. Meanwhile, Dong-jin is sprinting for his life, trying to shake off more monsters. As he runs, Dong-jin wonders if that beast was the main body. Suddenly, another monster emerges, rushing straight at him. The beast blocks his path. Dong-jin swings his sword down to cut himself free, but more monsters quickly surround him. Pushing through hours of non-stop fighting, his stamina is practically hitting zero. Yet the relentless horde keeps pressing closer. Then an even deadlier alpha beast joins the fray. Sensing the shift in danger, Dong-jin tightens his grip on his sword. He recalls Horse Warden's warning about divine power and how relying on it too much can make a warrior lose themselves completely. He points his blade, determined to stay in control. Suddenly, the alpha beast stretches its massive maw wide open. Seeing their leader, the other monsters mimic the gesture, unleashing a deafening roar. Dong-jin locks his focus and calls on his divine energy. With a shout, the dark entity manifests to shield him. Grit teeth endurance fills his face as his right eye begins to glow. Ready for battle, Dong-jin channels the dark dragon's energy directly into his blade. He realizes that having this entity around makes a massive difference. His heavy fatigue vanishes instantly, replacing his near-death state with raw power. But then a warning from Rat Warden echoes in his head. The old master warned him that the black dragon is highly parasitic, casually burning away his life force and stamina behind his back. Realizing he cannot afford a long, drawn-out battle, Dong-jin prepares a swift strike. Even if he cannot kill it, he just needs to buy time. His goal is to survive and regroup with the wardens. He makes it clear to the dragon who's truly in charge here. If the entity steals control, Rat Warden will personally tear it apart. Laying down his terms, he faces the massive monster. He demands its cooperation as the colossal target charges forward. Dong-jin narrows his eyes, sidesteps the lunge, and prepares his counter. He swings his blade down, but the nimble creature pulls back in time. This split-second dodge puts him on high alert. Spinning around to locate his vanished target, he hears a familiar voice calling out to him. It is Horse Warden. The man runs over, relieved to find him, but Dong-jin is too panicked to celebrate. The black dragon is starting to hijack his arm. He desperately holds back his rogue arm, commanding the dragon to target only the 4 perils. Horse Warden looks on in confusion. Before Dong-jin can explain, his left hand swings the sword directly at his ally, screaming at him to get out of the way. The warning comes too late as the blade slices clean through the warden. Yet there is no blood, only dark mist. As Horse Warden's form dissolves into a dark haze, Dong-jin realizes it was all an illusion. The dragon within sneers at his weakness. The entity mockingly points out how fragile humans are constantly fooled by basic tricks conjured up by their own weak minds. It ridicules his arrogance in thinking he could tame a dragon's power. Dong-jin can only grit his teeth and endure the mockery. Meanwhile, the real Horse Warden faces a different threat. The fox monster Hyundai, who was seemingly burned alive, begins to stir. It catches the warden off guard, wrapping its massive tail around his leg and violently slamming him into a nearby train car. Getting back on his feet, the bruised warden gasps as his opponent's body undergoes a gruesome, terrifying transformation. Hyundai's flesh warps and expands. Multiple massive tails sprout from his back and his features contour into something truly demonic. It is Captain Hu-jun, the three-headed, nine-tailed monster. Horse Warden instantly recognizes the elite subordinate of the Great Fox Patriarch. Looking at the beast, he mocks its hideous appearance, noting that standards among the Fox clan have really hit rock bottom. Enraged by the insult, Hyundai lashes out with its deadly tails. The warden swiftly draws his sword to deflect the rapid strikes. As the tails retract, they smolder from the residual flames of Horse Warden's sword. The warden smirks, enjoying his advantage. He taunts the beast for its sheer stupidity, but the demon fox proves to be far more cunning than it looks. It harnesses the warden's own fire, gathering the embers at the tips of its tails to launch a massive counterattack of burning projectiles. The concentrated fireballs explode in a massive blast, but Horse Warden emerges unscathed, warning the beast that playing with fire is dangerous. Smiling, he decides to switch tactics and swaps his flame magic for wind since fire is clearly useless here. Meanwhile, back with Dongjin, the battle is a frantic scramble of dodges and near misses as he struggles to avoid the beast's deadly claws. Yet with the dragon powering him, his survival rate is significantly higher. Realizing it cannot win, the creature suddenly bolts. The overconfident dragon tries to force him to chase, but Dongjin resists, prioritizing finding the other wardens instead. Ignoring his protests, the dragon takes full control of his limbs. It scolds him, stating that he is the only coward running away. Suddenly, the fleeing beast pivots for a devastating ambush. Dongjin reacts just in time to deflect the lethal blow, but not cleanly. The surprise attack leaves a deep gash across his abdomen. Gripping his hilt, he bites his tongue to keep from screaming. With a final desperate slash, he forces the predator back as hot blood begins staining the cold ground beneath his feet. Somewhere, far from the chaos, Rat Warden's phone suddenly rings with an urgent update from headquarters. Skeptical, the warden asks if the caller is certain they meant to contact him rather than the busy Master Sen. The operator explains that the family had left strict instructions to reach him if Master Sen was unavailable, prompting him to speak. In the northern tunnel of Ring Road 1, all vehicles suddenly came to a halt for some unknown reason. This section is now completely gridlocked, and there is still no contact with the team sent inside to investigate. Looking at this mess, it looks just like the Line 2 disaster likely caused by monsters. Director Rat felt a bad premonition and asked if Director Sen had reached the tracks yet. Checking his watch, he asked when he left. The reply came 30 minutes ago. Meanwhile, back with Dongjin, he desperately clutches his bleeding stomach, but the gash is simply too deep, forcing him to his knees. Seizing the moment, the black dragon within mocks him, saying humans always prove how cowardly they are, running for their lives the second they feel fear. Dongjin weakly tries to explain, claiming he only fled to survive, so how could that be cowardice? The black dragon sneers, repeating the words to survive. Dongjin weakly fires back that immortals like them could never understand. Suddenly, as monstrous shadows creep closer, the black dragon asks if he wants to stay alive. Dongjin, barely holding on, whispers a faint yes. His right hand goes completely limp, uselessly dripping with blood. The black dragon agrees to grant his wish. Then, without warning, his grip loosens, dropping the sword as he collapses. Seizing the opening, the beast lunges forward, jaws wide open. Dongjin lies motionless on the ground. Just as the beast expects an easy meal, Dongjin suddenly springs up with his blade right in its face. He slashes, a desperate strike to survive, then raises his head, eyes glowing with the chilling presence of the black dragon taking over. He vows to wipe them all out. Charging at the demon with his blade, the beast senses the threat and whips its massive tail straight at Dongjin. Raises his arms to shield his face, but the impact brutally tears into his forearm. The demon's strike nearly severs his arm completely. But thanks to his inner power, the horrific wound rapidly heals, and he glares at the beast with pure fury. The demon matches his glare, staring back with blood-red eyes. Suddenly, the creature shrieks and slowly crawls toward Dongjin, demanding to know if he destroyed the space and what his true motive is. Was it just to stall for time? Dongjin merely offers a cold smile, muttering how clumsy the beast is. He asks if it wants to try him, then snaps his fingers, instantly trapping the demon in a swirling vortex of darkness. The creature roars in fury, writhing in sheer agony within the pitch-black void. After struggling desperately for a moment, the demon loses consciousness and sinks into the watery depths. Dragging itself back to reality, it thrashes around and manages to escape. But the effort completely drains its remaining energy, sending it crashing to the ground. The beast lies motionless, ignoring Dongjin, who stands right above it. He casually nudges the beast with his foot to test its reaction. Seeing it completely Defenseless Dong-jin brutally kicks its leg aside. He stomps down hard on the creature's body and without hesitation, tears its heart straight out of its chest. Dark blood splatters everywhere as a sudden voice calls out, stopping him in his tracks. They call him Black Dragon. He turns to see Director Goat and Director Rat standing there. Annoyed, he mutters a curse and tosses the organ aside. Meanwhile, in another area, Director Horse prepares for battle, taking an aggressive stance against Ho-Dai and launching the first strike. Director Horse swings his blade and Ho-Dai, noticing his minor cut, merely scratches his head in annoyance. Director Horse remarks that there is still a clear gap. He then remembers when Director Sen handed him a long wrap bundle and told him to take it. Unwrapping the cloth, Director Horse discovered a pristine new sword inside. Sen explained that he sharpened it with water from Mount Bai 2. Before Director Horse could recover from his surprise, Sen added that the blade forged by Director Snake is already infused with fire energy, meaning it will definitely react with his own flames. However, this particular sword is different. It is designed to gather light, completely ignoring his natural fire energy. Director Horse was completely baffled by the concept of light. Sen explained that without fire, it lacks heat and destructive power compared to his old weapon. It is meant to suppress his flames, making it perfect for training sessions. Director Horse, captivated, runs his fingers along the blade. It feels like a masterpiece. Still, Sen did not forget to warn him. He cautions not to use it too often, admitting he has no idea how durable it actually is. Sen even warns that his raw fire power might shatter the blade. Director Horse panics at the thought. If it breaks, Sen adds his own body might shatter along with it. Director Horse looks absolutely horrified. He asks if it will really break on the very first try. Sen simply smiles, telling him to just bring it back if it does. He promises to repair it flawlessly without leaving a single trace. Director Horse is deeply touched by Sen's unexpected kindness. He contemplates the fire-suppressing weapon, wondering if Sen originally forged this tool specifically to keep his overwhelming power in check. But facing Ho-Dai now, he has absolutely no other option. He must draw the blade and tread carefully. He tries to think of the best plan. Normally, this monster won't take a scratch, so he decides to crank up his fire power. Channeling fire power into his blade, he whispers that although this is a bit too much for a beast like it, he is in a rush. Grand Guardian O swings his sword, slicing vertically down the Ho-Dai's body before unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that makes the creature howl in agony. Slashes rain down on its tail and back. Writhing in sheer pain, the Ho-Dai hurls a spiked ball straight at Grand Guardian O. Sensing the danger, he dodges, pouring every ounce of his remaining fire power into his blade before delivering one final slash. He expects the beast to fall, but it survives by splitting its body in two. This unexpected move catches him completely off guard. What on earth is this? He wonders as the monster splits. He readies himself to fight on, but his weapon is reaching its limit. Cracks begin to web across the blade. Damn it, it is breaking. Now the split Ho-Dai clones prepare to attack. The two monsters charge at Grand Guardian O. With no other choice left, he raises his fractured sword once more. Suddenly, a beam of energy pierces right through the Ho-Dai. A blinding white light flashes, followed by a relentless storm of swift strikes. Grand Guardian O looks back in utter shock, realizing Grand Guardian U has arrived to back him up. Grand Guardian U scolds him, asking how he could claim everything was fine. Meanwhile, in the city, traffic begins to back up heavily. Outside a major tunnel, drivers grow restless and highly anxious, wondering what is causing the massive block ahead. They complain that this road is never blocked, wondering if there was a serious accident. But inside the tunnel, total chaos has already erupted. People are screaming, cursing, and even fighting. One angry driver yells at a kid, demanding to know how he dares to be so disrespectful. The youth snaps back, telling the lady to go home and wash rice. Another shouts, asking if he looks like a free chauffeur. They bicker over unpaid gas money and their complete lack of life savings, trading petty insults back and forth. Inside a pickup truck, an extremely frustrated driver mutters curses under his breath, wishing everyone in this terrible world would just die. He steps on the gas, fully intending to run everyone down, but fortunately absolutely nobody gets hurt or injured. Grand Guardian Chuck has arrived easily, lifting the heavy truck with one hand while asking Grand Guardian Mayo if she can dismantle the tires. Grand Guardian Mayo firmly tells her no, then opens her fan to cast a soothing spell called Yamyeon over the bickering crowd. Out of nowhere, an intruder appears, casting a counterspell to dispel her magic. Suddenly, a massive monster named Jeonjo appears. The giant beast with a female form mocks them, but a hand suddenly grabs its arm, declaring that the game has barely begun. Where do these creatures get their absolute arrogance from? Meanwhile, back at the main battle, Grand Guardian Yu continues to nag. She complains about his reckless claims of safety. O sighs, quickly checking his watch, only to realize it is already the hour of the monkey. Just then, the Ho-Dai does something completely shocking. Yu stares in pure disbelief as the beast begins to devour its own split clone. The creature literally tears and eats itself. Oh quickly warns you that the clone is not a separate ally but part of its own body. By literally consuming its own split form, this monster is able to fully heal and completely regenerate its power. Shocked, she yells in disbelief. The fully healed Hode charges fiercely at O, prompting Yu to scream at him to get behind her. Yu draws her bow, unleashing a massive volley of light arrows that rain down on the charging beast, turning the battlefield into pure chaos. The monster manages to catch one arrow, but dozens of others pierce deeply into its flesh. Suddenly, a dark memory flashes through its mind. A voice reminds him that he must cripple at least one guardian. Limping heavily, the beast continues to advance toward O and Yu. Yu screams, unable to believe its resilience. Bloodied and battered, the Hode keeps moving forward, flashing back to when he first met Chang-jong. Back then, he was just a wretched creature feeding on rotting animal carcasses when a beautiful woman with long white hair appeared before him. Cheon-jong looked down at him, remarking on how utterly hideous he was and asking if he was the only survivor left there. Sitting high above, she asked what a creature that is neither fox nor dog could possibly want by lingering in this place. Ignoring her, the Hode simply continued devouring his meal. He grabbed a tuft of bright red fur and placed it over his mouth. Cheon-jong smiled, noting that it looked much better. Thrilled by her rare approval, the beast ripped off a limb and offered it to her. Disgusted by the stench, she angrily ordered him to take it back. Back in the present, the memory fuels the monster with insane resolve. He violently rips the arrows out of his own chest, letting out a deafening roar that shakes the entire area. Yu tries to mount a defense, but the beast swings and sends her flying. With Chang-jong's image fueling his mind, the Hode goes wild. He charges at her like a rabid beast. Yu screams out in terror for O, remembering how Cheon-jong once granted this creature immense power. She had directly forced that raw, overwhelming energy deep into his body, sealing the massive power source within him. Coincidentally, that exact spot is where O's sword is currently embedded. The monster shrieks in excruciating pain, creating a perfect opening. Seizing the moment, Yu lets loose a deadly arrow that pierces straight through its head. The Hode finally collapses, watched closely by Migu. The fallen fighter sighs, noting her own death. How will she explain this to Cheon-hee upon her return, she wonders. Luckily, she stalled O Daegam. Migu excitedly praises Shin Daegam's incredible skill, knowing she won't see him again. Elsewhere, Changgang brutally skewers an opponent with his bare hand. Is that a weakness? If so, it belongs to you. The victim's blood slowly drips onto the floor. Changgang sneers. With fragile human bodies like these, what can you achieve? He tells them to give up defying heaven and submit to destiny. Seeing no movement, he wonders if they died. Sensing a hidden threat, he cautiously scans the area. No, this can't be right. These pests are still alive. Cheon-gang warily asks if they survived as well. Whatever he hears, it only serves to fuel his massive rage. With bloody hands, he vows to eliminate every rule breaker and human alike. He moves to finish them. Suddenly, the glass window shatters. He turns to see Yu Daegam activating her clairvoyance. She screams Shin Daegam's name. Cheon-gang crushes an arrow in his fist. Hey rooster, he mockingly warns her, you should already know your place. He barks that with her pathetic strength she can never hope to defeat him. In a rage, he lunges to strike her. Luckily, O Daegam arrives just in time and slices off Changgang's arm. Changgang clutches his stomach in agony. O Daegam asks if he really thought he could extinguish this flame. Yu Daegam immediately draws her massive bow. She fires her ultimate technique, the myriad arrow. It strikes Cheon-gang dead on, triggering a massive and earth-shattering explosion. A massive torrent of water erupts from Cheon-wee's magic. The lunar deity sighs, muttering about how annoying this is. She conjures a portal, but the persistent Cheon-gang suddenly lunges out from the water, throwing her into panic. She nervously asks if he actually won the battle, wondering if they plan to take Shin Daegam's body away. A sudden blast of power blows Cheon-wee back. Spotting O Daegam carrying Shin Daegam, her excitement flares up. She laughs, calling him surprisingly human for retrieving his ally's severed arm. O Daegam completely ignores her. While he ignores her, Yu Daegam looks deeply worried. Sinking into her pool, Cheon-wee delivers a chilling warning. She whispers that their remaining time is running short. O Daegam walks on while Yu Daegam looks back. Staring at Shin Daegam's severe wounds, her anger boils. Meanwhile, we cut back to the battle with Dong-jin. Dong-jin charges at Ja Daegam, roaring as he unleashes his flow. But both me and Ja Daegam block him. Dong-jin summons the returning forest flowers using Jin's dragon force. But seeing the petals wither, he stands frozen. A massive face manifests in the sky, asking if he didn't want to live. It vows to eliminate them. Dong-jin desperately demands answers. The entity simply commands him to stand back and watch the entertainment quietly unfold. Unleashing a burst of overwhelming power, Dong-jin lunges forward anyway. Mi Daegam watches in utter disbelief, completely stunned. Ja Daegam summons a massive tiger paws shadow that looms directly over Dong-jin, threatening to crush him completely. As the tiger god palm descends, the black dragon's cold voice echoes, mocking beings trapped inside fragile human vessels. He sneers that they are at their absolute lowest point. Suddenly, dark, draconic energy coils tightly around Ja Dagon. Dong-jin strikes hard, sending Ja Dagon flying. The rat Dagum struggles desperately to resist the immense pressure. Slipping past his opponent, Dong-jin targets Mi-Dagum. Mi-Dagum blocks, slamming Dong-jin to the ground with a spatial rupture. Mi-Dagum mockingly points out that Dong-jin is no different, also bound inside a weak and fragile human body. He unleashes his blooming thorn earth devil spear. The black dragon scoffs, asking if flowers are his only weapon. Dong-jin delivers a heavy kick, sending Mi-Dagum flying. The black dragon murmurs that he has lost all interest in them. Ja Dagon struggles to stand, but Dong-jin is already right in front of him, channeling a massive wave of devouring energy. He forces his way forward as Ja Dagon desperately blocks. Dong-jin roars, begging his opponent to finally stop. Warm memories of their shared bond flash in his mind. Dong-jin desperately pleads for this madness to end. Streams of red, blue, and yellow light erupt as he violently fights his own chaotic inner turmoil. Clenching his trembling fist, he steels his resolve. Dong-jin lunges forward but collapses heavily against Ja Dagon's shoulder. This sudden, unexpected collapse leaves both me and Ja Dagon deeply confused and staring at him in shock. Meanwhile, Hei Dagon carefully seals a mysterious crimson feather inside a floating protective sphere made of pure water. Myo Dagon states the culprit is the crow, promising to track them down. Just then, Hei Dagon's phone rings. Ja Dagon reports that the other side of the tunnel is clear. Though it was a clone, he found traces. But the real enemy is still out there, hiding in the shadows and waiting for another chance to strike. How is the subway situation? Overseer Rabbit asks while watching them. Overseer Pig keeps talking, completely unaware of what is happening. He does not even realize Overseer Snake is standing right beside him. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Overseer Dog chases down a masked intruder. Ho Lin thinks to himself that this kid is actually pretty decent. Even in this mortal body, almost nobody has ever been able to keep up with his pace, except for Overseer Horse, of course. With a quick movement, Ho Lin draws his sword and turns to clash directly with Overseer Dog. She smirks, asking if he finally has the guts to fight her. But Ho Lin simply replies that his mission here is officially over. Overseer Dog gasps in confusion. Suddenly, Ho Lin hurls an object at her, causing her to stagger back in absolute agony. "What the hell is this? My nose," she screams out in rage. What a cheap trick. But looking around the dense forest, he has already vanished. She realizes he is gone, wondering if it was all a distraction. Later, she visits Overseer Monkey and Dong-jin, completely shocked by their horrific injuries. Seeing them in such a critical state leaves her speechless. Nearby, Overseer Horse and Overseer Rooster can only stand in silent, heavy grief. Overseer Dog burns with fury at their broken state. Sensing the exploding tension, Overseer Goat quickly casts a spell, growing a smiley flower on her head. The spell works instantly, forcing her to flash a bright smile. But it does not last long before she snaps. She rips the flower off and screams, "Hey, you crazy sheep, do you want to die?" Overseer Goat calmly tells her to relax. He points out she is not the only one furious right now. Then he asks everyone to step outside, since this is not a funeral. Overseer Dog glances over at the completely silent Overseer Horse. She quietly realizes that he must be hurting the most out of everyone. But when she discovers he was actually just fast asleep instead of worrying, her sympathy vanishes. She furiously throws a heavy punch at him. She grabs a handful of his hair as he desperately cries out, "Hey, stop it. I am a patient too." Meanwhile, Overseer Goat quietly observes Overseer Monkey and Dong-jin on their hospital beds. His eyes lock onto Dong-jin's unconscious form. He recalls the strange words from their previous battle. The phrase, "I would not dare," was constantly on the boy's lips. Overseer Pig addresses the group, suggesting they keep the area's lights running longer. Now they cannot let their guard down even during the day. "We can no longer let our guard down even in broad daylight." Overseer Snake asks how they are supposed to survive against the eyeless. Overseer Rat reassures them, saying it is fine. With its heart separated, its power is heavily weakened, making any immediate actions nearly impossible. Overseer Ox adds that if Mugwi the Earless makes a move, the marks on their hands will react, so there is no need to worry. However, Overseer Rabbit speaks up with deep concern. She warns the group that they absolutely cannot afford to delay this any longer. She explains that back in the tunnel, Mugwi triggered a violent frenzy in countless humans, forcing them to ruthlessly slaughter one another. The monster simply stood by and watched the bloodbath. Overseer Pig notes that rather than consuming souls, Mugwi loves watching human betrayal. It feeds on the darkest, most corrupt emotions, hiding deep within humanity. A truly twisted, malicious entity. Overseer Pig falls into deep thought, considering the dark nature of their enemy and their current vulnerability. With Overseer Monkey out of commission, Chun Guai will likely strike again soon. If they all stay grouped up, it might be too dangerous. He suggests splitting up their forces instead. Hearing this, Overseer Dog instantly speaks up, volunteering to go out on her own. But before she can finish, Overseer Horse cuts her off, insisting he should stay behind since he is supposedly a recovering patient. Overseer Dog snaps back, pointing out he is completely fine. But Horse dramatically whines that his skin is practically shredded to pieces. She yells at him to stop exaggerating since his actual burn is nowhere near there. She suggests a different approach. Overseer Dog suggests that leaving Overseer Rat behind makes far more sense as he is the one who actually got hurt. Overseer Rat objects, stating his minor wounds are nothing with the hour of the rat approaching. He tells them to stay put. He suggests that Overseer Dog, Horse, and Snake should stay behind, but Horse argues he would be perfectly fine guarding the place alone. The two of them keep bickering back and forth. She demands to know what that horse head is up to this time. If he is so bored, she yells, he can play board games. Meanwhile, Overseer Rat pulls Overseer Snake aside for a word. Overseer Snake asks if they are worried she will sneak off to visit the High Overseer. She promises to stay on her best behavior. She changes the subject, asking where Overseer Rooster slipped off to. Just outside the door, the silent rooster stands completely frozen. She is completely haunted by the memories of the battle. Vivid images of Overseer Monkey lying in a pool of blood flash through her mind. The crushing weight of those memories suffocates her. The enemy's mocking voice echoes, with your level of strength, you can never defeat me. Back inside Overseer, Rat quietly pulls Overseer Goat aside to ask how their fallen comrade Overseer Monkey is holding up. He sighs heavily, explaining that the stubborn monkey is slowly dying like a regular mortal and there is almost no saving him. His body is completely broken from the outside in. His internal organs are entirely crushed, leaving nothing left to heal. He has done everything in his power. Now the monkey has to find the strength to regain consciousness on his own. Channeling his power, Wei asks Z if he finds this situation extremely strange. Ever since the dragon appeared, everything has spun out of control. Things have constantly drifted away from common sense. Wei turns to Z and demands to know if he is hiding something from them. Speak up. Time is rapidly running out. Anger flashes across his face as he demands a real answer. Z remains silent before finally sighing. He reminds Wei that they both saw it. Only one being can command a black dragon like that. Aside from the gods, only one entity possesses such authority. Wei freezes, denying it, claiming that the monster simply stole a divine body. He believes the beast hijacked a god's vessel. Z asks how that explains defying the Emperor's direct decree. Wei hesitates, completely speechless. Z points out that defying the Emperor is something even they and Tian Gui are utterly incapable of doing. Cold moonlight streams inside. It illuminates Tian Ren's living room, where he sits completely alone on the sofa. Resting on the sofa, Tian Ren ponders. Getting wounded in battle is nothing to cry about, but one detail continues to plague him. His eyes flash with sudden malice. How could anyone defy heaven's mandate? The Emperor's word is law, and law cannot be broken. A long silence. Tian Ren grabs his coat and heads out. Meanwhile, C sits quietly by the hospital bed. She gazes down at Shin, wondering why he has been asleep for so long. He used to hate wasting time on rest. Her mind drifts back to their very first meeting. She was sweating over a hot forge, and Shen watched her shape the steel. Sitting on a wooden barrel, he casually asked to test her new blade. She stopped her work and stared right back at him. Remember your vow. You said you would never draw it even if the sky collapsed. Well, today it did. Back in reality, C reaches out to gently touch his pale cheek, but stops cold when footsteps echo. Wu walks right in. Are you two dating? She quickly blames the mosquitoes. Wu smiles, knowing it is a flat-out lie. He scoffs at her cover story. He teases her about the divine laws that strictly forbid any romance among the gods. Stepping closer to Shin's bed, Wu tells her to take off and handle her duties. He will keep watch over their sleeping friend. C quietly heads toward the exit. Right by the door, she suddenly stops and calls out his human name. Wu looks surprised. He wonders why she is suddenly using his mortal name. Ignoring his question, C simply instructs him to turn off the lights. Silence. C turns back, reminding him that they have an endless pile of critical matters to handle. She suggests they reassess their strategy once they check on Nobe. At this rate, defeating their enemies is practically impossible. They stand no chance against the heavenly stems. Wu sighs, confessing that she has changed and deeply disappointed him. C merely shuffles a deck of cards. She points out that since their sacred altar vanished, they have been bound to human flesh. Walking on this earth forced them into mortal bodies. Holding up a single card, she asks if adaptation is not their only choice. She tosses the card. Go drink a beer and sober up, she says, before you lose your mind entirely. Meanwhile, Tian Gang is chewing on something rock hard. He wonders why his opponent did not share his weakness to fire. It makes absolutely no sense. He aggressively crams food into his mouth, but the burning fury inside him refuses to die down. His rage is not about the snake girl. It is the fact that the brat dared to launch a direct attack on him. They say second-generation clones fix the flaws of the first. He curses at the thought nothing this absurd ever happened in heaven. Staring at his calloused palm, he reflects. Despite clashing with that monkey dozens of times, he was completely overwhelmed in that split second. A cruel grin. The beast has grown stronger, but that burst of immense power was far too brief. Tian Gui mocks him, asking how much energy he wasted on a mere monkey. She nudges him to tell the truth. He ran out of time. That is the only reason you won. At the end, he was just human. She keeps teasing him, guessing that he was getting thoroughly thrashed before his opponent expired. So much for his grand warrior pride. He had boasted about wanting an honorable duel at full strength. Furious, Tian Gang threatens to snap her leg if she continues. She is completely unfazed, reminding him that he could not even put out his own flames without her timely intervention. He sees. Speak another word, he dares. Luckily, Tian Ji steps in, telling them both to drop it immediately. He scolds them for bickering when time is short. He orders Tian Gui to immediately head out with Tian Ren. Somewhere else, Shu stares blankly at the forest, thinking about the brutal clash. She tells herself that her duty is officially over. The enemy purposely released that specific scent to lure her away. Guilt consumes her as she realizes her absence cost them dearly. She curses her own foolish hesitation. Suddenly, Dong Rin jolts awake in a panic, scanning the unfamiliar room with wild eyes. Master Shen, she wonders if she saved him. Wu sits nearby, quickly shattering her hope with a chuckle. She gasps, spotting Wu sitting right beside her bed. He jokingly warns her not to let Shen hear that. If the chief director hears about this, he is definitely going to fly into a furious rage. Dongjin then asks, so why did Director Sen act like that? What on earth is actually going on? Reassuring him to calm down, Director Ingo asks Dongjin if his body is feeling any better. Dongjin replies that he is fine. He then asks where Director 2 is. Director No answers that he went to capture the four perils. Dongjin asks if Director 2 is unhurt or if anything happened to him. Director Nuo makes a sad face, complaining that Dongjin did not even bother to ask if he was okay. Dongjin explains he looked perfectly fine anyway. Laughing, Director Ingo calls him rational before, adding Director 2 is fine. Though his arm got slightly injured, it is currently the hour of the rat, so do not worry. He will be perfectly fine. Dongjin then asks what on earth happened to Director Sen. Director No falls silent for a moment and then suggests they eat first, offering some spicy black bean noodles. Dongjin panics, but Director Ingo cuts in, promising to cook and bring them over right away. Dongjin looks around, wondering where exactly he is, but with no answer, he suspects this is the Taoist island. Stepping down, his feet touch water, making him ask why there is water here. Suddenly, Thien Kuai emerges from the surface, gesturing for him to stay quiet. He prepares to strike, but Thien Kuai is faster. She spits water on his neck, freezing his body and voice, leaving him completely unable to move or speak a single word. Thien Kuai smiles, saying she already told him to quiet down and stay still. She grabs Dongjin's ankle, dragging him away. But suddenly, Director Tuat appears right behind them, shouting that they will not escape. Under the moonlight, Director Tuat stands with massive power swirling around her, glaring furiously at Thien Kuai. As Thien Kuai looks back, Thien Nam watches them from high above, recalling a mysterious person wearing a black mask. Surveying the surroundings, Thien Nam thinks this is incredibly devious. Meanwhile, in Dongjin's hospital room, Director Tuat and Thien Kuai face off. Director Tuat strikes first, but Thien Kuai realizes she is outmatched and dives back into the water to flee. As Director Tuat pursues, Thien Kuai attacks with her spit again, but it fails completely. Thien Kuai is shocked, wondering how Director Tuat blocked the attack, and demands to know why it did not work when she is supposed to be in human form. Director Tuat glares, replying that such cheap tricks can easily be dispelled with a simple breath of energy. Thien Kuai curses, finding it completely absurd. Then, they clash once more. Calling Director Tuat an annoying brute, Thien Kuai unleashes her special fluid technique, pinning Director Tuat flat against the ground. Thien Kuai smirks, asking if she can dispel this one with her energy breath too, as she swings her blade for a finishing blow. Suddenly, Dongjin's sword flies in, shattering her prison and blasting through a nearby wall. With Dongjin now shivering uncontrollably, Director Tuat shouts at him to stay back because it is too dangerous. Dongjin retorts that she was the one in danger. She stomps her foot, claiming she was actually about to use a divine technique to break free. Feeling completely hopeless, Dongjin tells her to wipe the spit off her face first. Meanwhile, Thien Kuai is bewildered. Why has her poison failed, since he is supposed to be just a normal human? Dongjin calmly replies that it is simply a matter of energy control, leaving her absolutely furious. Director Tuat is equally enraged. Both women clash again, causing the ground to erupt with wild beasts. Thien Kuai fights back but gets struck hard. Meanwhile, Director No carries a pot of noodles to Dongjin when suddenly a spear rains from the sky. Annoyed, he glares at Nam, muttering that he thought it was Director 2. He then asks how Nam even managed to find this place though. He appreciates him delivering himself right to his doorstep. Nam says they ran out of time, but their attitude toward their destiny is unacceptable. Director Ingo retorts, telling him to wait another 10 years, baby. Furious, Nam hurls his weapon, which Director No easily dodges, complaining that after thousands of years in the human realm, another 10 years is hardly asking for too much. Seeing his noodles about to spill, he yells for a timeout to set down Dongjin's meal first. With the pot safe, he signals to begin. But Nam says that he did not come here to fight. Director No demands to know why he threw a spear then, and Nam explains he will leave if they just let him meet the mortal vessel once. Director Ingo scoffs at his selfishness, unleashing his massive aura, saying it would be rude to let him leave empty-handed after traveling so far. Nam mutters that he is reckless. Seeing the water, Director Ingo smiles, remarking that this actually works in his favor, as now he does not have to hold back his intense firepower anymore. He charges, forcing Nam to dodge. He claims he has given them chance after chance, a final act of mercy from a companion of the heavenly Tao. But No Bao quickly retorts that this is his welcoming gift, driving a sword straight into his foot and hoping he enjoys his stay. When someone asks where she came from, Engo mockingly notes that a rather poor guest has arrived to receive their absolute finest treatment. Across the way, Guardian Soul questions the sudden thick mist but quickly brushes it off, realizing she can easily track them. She decides to just follow the scent. A sharp ringing sword catches her attention, but Dongjin quickly covers both their noses. He warns her that this is highly toxic gas. Suddenly, a brilliant blue flame of pure heavenly energy erupts in the darkness. As a quiet gaze watches them from the shadows, Guardian O and Guardian Sa team up to launch a powerful coordinated assault. Tian Kuai rests her scythe on her shoulder, taunting them to keep channeling their energy if they think they can break her technique. After all, this toxic gas is strong enough to bring down even the most ridiculously powerful heavenly stem. But suddenly she gets blown away. A massive force shatters everything around them, and a figure emerges from the smoke, none other than the mighty Tian Ren. Striding through the haze, he suddenly hears a desperate cry for Dongjin from Guardian Soul, who is weakly gripping her own hand. She panics as Dongjin collapses near a door, asking if he is okay since the heavy doors behind them are falling. He weakly tells her that he is definitely not fine, urging her to move before they get crushed by the falling debris. Choking on the thick dust, Tian Kuai coughs and yells in a fury. Meanwhile, Tian Ren watches coldly as Guardian Sa speaks up. She slowly stands up mockingly, calling them ridiculous and asking why they have suddenly started grouping up like frightened children. She laughs at their cowardice, asking if they really lack the absolute confidence to face her group without desperately clinging together. Suddenly, Guardian O lets out a loud shout as he remembers his ally. He quickly rushes over to Representative Shin. He dramatically tells him to leave his final words, asking if Representative Shin is finally offering up his prized 80-year-old whiskey. He even jokingly asks if he can have his diamond vodka too. Watching this ridiculous display, Guardian Sa gets thoroughly annoyed. She yells loudly, demanding to know how Guardian O can still be in the mood to joke around at a time like this. While Guardian O fake cries, Representative Shin immediately steps forward and draws his blade, fully prepared to unleash their absolute wrath. Guardian O raises his sword, declaring his revenge is bet on that 80-year-old bottle, while others tell him to stop speaking nonsense. Ignoring the scolding, he summons a horde of skeletal soldiers around him, ready to march forward into the deadly fray. At the same time, Tian Ren releases a terrifying surge of raw power. Guardian O quickly orders his skeletal cavalry to attack. They immediately shoot a heavy barrage of arrows straight toward their enemy. Right on cue, Guardian Sa joins the offensive. She unleashes her flaming fan, combining the arrows with roaring fire to multiply their total destructive power tenfold as they strike. The blazing arrows rain down, but the enemy beast shockingly swallows them whole as Tian Ren smirks at their useless efforts. He mockingly asks if they honestly believe they can defeat him when they cannot even tap into their full power. But both Guardian O and Guardian Sa remain completely calm, sharing a knowing smile as Dongjin and Guardian Su watch. Feeling confused, Dongjin suddenly recalls the warning Guardian O gave him about being unable to use power in watery areas. Since Guardian Sa also uses fire while the enemy relies heavily on water, Dongjin immediately thinks of a clever solution. Determined to counter their watery magic, he quickly formulates a plan and calls out to Guardian Soul to make her move. Meanwhile, Tian Kuai stands proudly above them, smugly declaring it is time to wrap things up and claim the vessel of Tian Mao. She inhales a massive stream of energy, but before she can finish, Guardian Soul completely interrupts her with a powerful summon. A pack of stone wolves appears, shocking Tian Kuai. Guardian Soul stands ready, wielding dual blades to join the fierce combat. Her eyes glow with a brilliant golden aura as Dongjin asks how many more of those stone beasts she can summon. Tien Kwai screams in annoyance, mockingly asking if they are really trying that exact same useless trick on her once again. However, she has no idea they are planning to use the earth itself, along with heavy mud, to completely trap her. Guardian Sul focuses all of her divine power, and Dong Jin immediately shouts the command to strike her down with fire. Hearing his cue, Guardian O smirks in agreement and unleashes a roaring blue flame that completely engulfs the screaming Tien Kwai. Guardian Sa watches the show as their enemy screams in agony, trapped inside the heavy mud and unable to liquefy herself. Seizing the moment, Guardian Se pulls out a mysterious green card, summoning a massive two-headed creature before leaping forward to strike. Her rapid assault forces Tien Kwai to scream out for help, catching the attention of Tien Ren as he looks over. He quickly summons glowing green ropes to tightly bind Guardian Sa, while some of those ropes slither directly toward Dong Jin. Trapped and panicking, Dong Jin yells for help, and Guardian O swiftly grabs his hand to pull him away from danger. He tells him that the guy does not care about his own allies. Not one bit. Suddenly, he senses something. Out of nowhere, Snake Inspector materializes right before Thien Nam. This makes Horse Inspector scream out in absolute terror. Snake Inspector. With a dark knowing look, he releases a colossal crushing shockwave that strikes her directly, sending her flying and tumbling fast down to earth. Still, refusing to yield, he invokes his karma mirror to summon sharp stone spikes. Thankfully, Dog Inspector is there, though she remains pinned by his heavy pressure. She cannot move. She struggles to budge. What on earth? What is this? Thien Nam summons more sharp stone pillars right above Dog Inspector. Suddenly, a sword flies in and shatters them, his sharp pillars. Thien Nam has incredibly sharp hearing, allowing him to clearly detect the sound of approaching horse hooves from afar. It turns out Dong is riding that horse. As he rushes closer, Horse Inspector senses the danger, frantically signals his horse to turn back. Seeing the extreme risk, Dog Inspector screams out, asking what he is doing, and warning him to stay away. But Horse Inspector cannot control the horse Dong is riding, making him incredibly furious. Why is the heavenly horse disobeying? He screams. Calling upon the dragon god, Thien Nam stares intently at Dong and activates his skill, Karma Mirror. Suddenly, both of them are pulled into a blazing magic circle of fire. But everything immediately shatters. Talk about an insane twist. This catches Thien Nam completely off guard. Even Thien Kwai. He did not expect the Karma Mirror to fail. Dong Jin charges on his heavenly horse blade drawn, rushing into slash past him. With one single strike, Thien Nam is severely wounded. This completely stuns both Dog Inspector and Horse Inspector. Snake Inspector can barely believe her eyes. All of this was accomplished by Dong's own hands fighting successfully against Thien Nam. Retreating immediately, Thien Nam gathers a massive surge of elemental energy, spinning around to unleash a fierce blue dragon energy stream that tightly binds Dong Jin. Thien Nam calls out the name of his formless key skill. From the far distance, a massive roaring tidal wave suddenly surges forward, rising incredibly high. It could swallow an entire village. Watching in panic, Thien Kwai stammers, wondering what to do. Rat Inspector unleashes his heavenly chi. Dong stares up in utter confusion, noticing a bright white gate that has suddenly opened in the sky. A figure holding a fan slowly emerges. Everyone looks up in shock as Rat Inspector calmly mentions that if everything goes too smoothly, it might be planned. Expressionless, Thien Nam just turns around to look. Do you not suspect that this was all intentionally arranged by someone else? He asks with an icy, freezing glare, calling out his name, Thien Nam. The three of them lock eyes, and Goat Inspector suddenly appears right next to Rat Inspector. Speaking as he channels a skill, thick smoke quickly covers the area. Luckily, he left a mark before leaving. The seal on the back of Dong's neck suddenly glows. Goat Inspector triggers his position swap, instantly exchanging places with Dong. Appearing in midair right beside Rat Inspector, Goat Inspector quickly invokes his Earth Wheel technique to successfully escape Thien Nam's encirclement. Landing safely on the ground, they watch as dark scales begin to cover Thien Nam's face. Growing furious, Thien Nam growls that Goat Inspector's power is incredibly annoying. He raises his hand, preparing to strike. Goat Inspector raises two fingers to his mouth, instantly creating a protective barrier shield. He says, the Karma Mirror reflects cause and effect, asking if that alone is enough. But Goat Inspector replies that the Karma Mirror is not what he is blocking. Trapped in the mud, Thien Kwai screams a warning to past Thien Nam to watch out. Suddenly, someone crashes down from above, sending dirt and thick dust everywhere. Cosmic, heavy strike, completely obliterating the surrounding buildings. Everyone quickly commands their spirit beasts to dodge the falling debris. Goat Inspector silently watches a crack form on his shield. Nearby, Pig Inspector stands in tears only, praying silently for her ruined house. Meanwhile, Ox Inspector effortlessly catches a massive block of stone thrown at Thien Nam. Holding the colossal brick with one hand, she steps forward. Ox, our heavenly majesty awakens. Ox. Inspector's full power is active, leaving Thien Nam wondering if she has finally awakened her true strength now. She hurls the giant stone block straight at him. Thien Nam quickly leaps away. But as he looks back toward Ox Inspector, she is already charging him with heavy energy charged in her fist. Sensing danger, Dog Inspector quickly shouts a warning, telling Ox Inspector not to look into his eyes. But Ox Inspector is already right in front of him, close enough to trigger Karma Mirror. Fortunately, she slams her foot down hard on the ground, shattering the stone floor completely. Everyone around is thoroughly impressed by her brilliant, quick thinking, watching in pure awe, as she grins like it is nothing. Thien Nam glares back at her with a sharp, piercing gaze. He mutters about her being brutal. Then he slowly draws his sword from behind his back, preparing to enforce the law. Tien Ren speaks. You will suffer pain that matches your sins, he warns. With a swift swing, he unleashes a wave of sharp energy right at her. But before the attack even lands, Chu Guardian activates her heavenly field skill. Her immense pressure suddenly locks down the entire area. Her eyes glow blood red as two massive crimson horns sprout from her head. Meanwhile, Yu Guardian rains down deadly arrows from above. Arrow after arrow flies at Tien Ren. Instantly, the other Guardians close in from all sides to join the assault. Trapped with absolutely no apparent way out, Tien Ren looks around calmly, analyzing his options instead of panicking. The situation has shifted, he notes. He commands his beast to grab Tien Gui, who is still dazed in the corner. He pulls his partner close, announcing that his business here is officially finished. Thick black smoke suddenly rises to envelop them. In an instant, both of them vanish completely. Wei Guardian grips his blade, his legs finally shaking as the intense tension fades. Unable to stand, he collapses. Cho Guardian rushes over to catch him in panic, calling out his name while his face blushes. Damn it, he thinks she is too close. She asks if he is okay while Z Guardian steps in to explain. He tells her that Wei Guardian is completely drained after exhausting almost all of his divine energy in battle today. He has been fighting non-stop since the hour of the rooster. Z Guardian adds that because of Tien Ren's dangerous karma mirror, being a complete variable, their quick retreat is actually a massive blessing. But Psy Guardian is still not satisfied. She demands an explanation. Yu Guardian agrees, pointing out that a second later would have led to an absolute disaster. It is definitely strange. High Guardian mutters, wondering why only those two showed up. Z Guardian has an answer ready. Their elemental affinities align perfectly. Since Tien Ren is the most cautious of their enemies, his personal arrival is telling. It proves they knew exactly what was happening here. Then Z Guardian drops a massive truth bomb on the entire group. This place is isolated by the sea, leaving only those who possess the fire elements to face the incoming threat. Everyone is stunned. High Guardian pieces it together, asking if he purposely left Wu Guardian and C Guardian out of this. Exactly, Z Guardian confirms. He looks around, stating that they can finally prove what Shin Guardian suspected all along. The traitor is not some outsider, but one of their own. High Guardian quickly realizes the dark truth behind his actions. You kept everyone in the dark and acted entirely on your own because you suspect every single one of us. C Guardian snaps back, demanding to know if the others did not already know and planned to meet here anyway. Mao Guardian quickly cuts in to clarify. She explains that while tracking their enemies, Z Guardian suddenly opened a portal. The gate led straight to High Guardian's home, and they only figured out the situation after stepping through it. Furious, Shu Guardian grabs Z Guardian by the collar while others try to hold her back. Did you use them as bait? She roars in his face, accusing him of risking everyone's lives just to test a stupid theory of his. They almost died for this. She asks him how his reckless actions make him any different from an actual traitor. Z Guardian stays silent. Veins pop on Sue Guardian's face as she lifts him off the ground, ready to strangle him. You bastard, she spits out. Seeing the tension boil over, Wei Guardian starts sweating bullets and speaks up to intervene. He admits he was in on the plan, arguing that nobody would take such a massive risk without some reassurance. Yang Yan stands there speechless. It turns out a teleportation mark was placed on Dong Jin to keep them safe. They wanted to arrange the perfect counter to stabilize the situation and prove once and for all there was no spy. But Shu Guardian is done listening to excuses. She snaps back, telling them to shove their hope where it hurts. Sensing the explosive mood, High Guardian steps in to play peacemaker. Sure, he put everyone in extreme danger, he says. But Z Guardian's methods were just a little aggressive rather than a flat-out betrayal or a massive failure. How can you defend him? Shu Guardian snaps. But his face remains completely calm as he tries to explain further. He points out that if there was no rat feeding info to the enemy, none of this would have happened. With so little time, Z Guardian made the absolute best move possible to protect the group. Besides, he notes, he motions toward the destruction, adding that without this plan, they would still be locked in a deadly battle. Wu Guardian sighs, admitting that the results speak for themselves. Still, Su Guardian demands to know who the traitor is. If they do not root them out, all of this risk was completely useless. Suddenly, something catches her eye. Across the clearing, Mao Guardian quietly approaches Wu Guardian, calling his name. He looks back at her in confusion. She reaches inside her robe and pulls out a command token that has been cleanly broken in half. The Archon looks up and asks if he's always carrying that thing. Caught completely red-handed, he stammers, struggling to find an excuse. He tries to make an excuse, but Archon Shu turns and yells in pure anger, demanding to know why he kept something so incredibly suspicious. "Didn't I tell you to smash it to pieces?" Realizing they doubt her over a simple token, she grabs the item without a second thought. She crushes it into absolute dust as her response, declaring that the enemy only tracked them down so easily because of this very item. It was tampered with from the start. Under the intense piercing glares of all the other Archons, Archon Wu completely panics. He desperately tries to clear his name, swearing to heaven that he isn't a spy, even though he knows how incredibly guilty he looks. He insists it's just a decoy, but Archon Mao's face darkens. She coldly declares that once the hour of the rabbit arrives, she will take action. She will search the mental realm of every single Archon, starting right with Archon Wu. Panic instantly spreads across everyone's faces. He continues to stammer desperately, pleading that he isn't a spy. But before things escalate, another voice suddenly rings out to stop her. Archon C steps intensely, arguing that checking Archon Wu's mind like this would be a total waste of her divine power. He tries to steer the situation in a different direction, explaining that Archon Wu only kept that tracking device with him for a reason. He wanted to follow the signal, locate the enemy lair, and crush them. But despite this explanation, she remains completely unmoved. Firm in her decision, she insists on verifying the truth herself. Archon Wu just lets out a helpless sigh, staring up at the ceiling. He asks if she's already decided whose mind she's going to search next. Archon Mao doesn't hesitate for even a single second. She coldly announces that Archon C is next on her list. Hearing this, Archon C stands in the back, crossing her arms with a pout. She feels deeply hurt by the accusation. Suddenly, Archon Cho walks up and asks if he can pass out for a moment now. Pass out for a moment. Everyone is so incredibly stunned by this bizarre request that they have to ask him to repeat it. She gently taps Archon Wei on the shoulder, warning him to step back and keep his distance from her for a little while. As her spiritual force slowly fades away, she looks completely drained, as if all her energy was just sucked dry. Then an invisible force suddenly strikes her hard. Everyone watching is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process what just happened. Her massive body collapses to the ground, forcing her to brace herself on her knees as blood begins to drip from her lips. Sensing the danger, Archon Wei shouts her name in a panic. Archon Cho struggles to look up, trying to force a weak smile. She quietly mutters that it really hurts before her body completely gives out and she begins to collapse to the cold floor. Someone instantly reaches out to catch her, but her massive frame is so heavy that her savior stumbles under the sheer weight. Archon Wei catches her and immediately begins channeling a glowing light to heal her, gently holding her as her condition stabilizes. Archon Yu watches in absolute shock, unable to believe that powerhouse fighters like Archon Shu and Archon Wu were defeated so easily. Archon C goes silent before muttering that an attack of this magnitude is equivalent to thousands of years of accumulated sin. Sweating and completely confused, Dong-jin demands an explanation, wanting to know what they mean by sin and what just happened. Why was she suddenly hit by Tianren's divine sword? Archon Wei darkens, stepping up to explain the situation to him. He explains that the karma mirror is used to measure a soul's sins and hand down a matching punishment based on severity. Simply put, the punishment scales with the crime, and the devastating damage of Tianren's law has just rebounded onto her. He explains that Archon Cho's unique barrier ability allows her to absorb any damage she takes and reflect it back perfectly. His voice echoes in the quiet room as he warns that if she fails to reflect the force, it rebounds onto her. Dong-jin is completely stunned by this massive flood of information, realizing how incredibly dangerous her reflection ability actually is. Archon Wu sighs from behind, noting that Archon Cho's raw physical durability is actually top tier among all the gods. Even if she cannot reflect an attack, she is usually perfectly fine. But normally that only applies under standard conditions. Archon C speaks cryptically, asking if they have been secretly meddling in human affairs, but he is immediately cut off. Archon Wei cuts in, explaining that this goes far beyond simply meddling in the mortal world's business. He shares his thoughts, pointing out that even Archon Z, who always strictly follows every rule, was suppressed by that mirror. That is true, but Archon Shu quickly reminds them that the legendary mirror was shattered into pieces by Dong-jin himself. Everyone immediately turns their eyes to him in absolute disbelief, wondering how such a crazy feat was even possible. Archon Shu points a finger at him, explaining that Tianren used the karma mirror only for it to shatter like glass. Archon Wei breaks into a cold sweat, stunned that the divine artifact was not just ineffective but completely destroyed by him. The man of the hour, Dong-jin, just stands there with a blank expression, completely clueless about what they are discussing. Finally, as if a light bulb suddenly goes off in his head, he asks if that useless mirror was the legendary artifact. The Grand Overseer looks over with a teasing smirk. What exactly are you showing off anyway? Thump thump. Overseer's Sai just stands there, completely unresponsive, just silently staring at the conversation. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, loud voices echo without stopping. Tiangui lounges on the sofa, kicking her legs and screaming at the top of her lungs. Why did that filthy rat show up there? She scratches her head in frustration, rambling completely out of control. I knew this would happen. It seems leopards never change their spots. Tiangang is lying nearby, completely unable to take the noise anymore, and finally snaps. You are being way too loud. He sits up with a glare. Hey, take your crazy act outside or I will personally rip your mouth open. I seriously should have never listened to that guy in the first place. You think I am joking? Tiangui screams in disbelief. What? Tianxin walks in from the shadows with a smirk. Did someone play you? She yells back without hesitation. That bastard totally tricked me. Confused, Tianxin asks if the intel was fake. He raises his hand, channeling his magic. Let me see. A massive holographic display pops up loaded with data. First, at the third watch, Tian Mao on the South Island will be completely vulnerable. Second, they will leave behind a useless monkey, the fire snake, the fire horse, and the earth dog on guard duty. Third, South Island is surrounded by water, making it prime turf for Tianren and Tiangui. We must retrieve Tian Mao's vessel immediately. Reading this, Tianxin laughs with amusement. How is this a trick? What did he even lie about? I made a bet with him. The rule was, whoever lies first loses. Tiangui stands nearby with a heavy scowl, clearly irritated and not buying any of it. No, those Grand Overseers suddenly launch an all-out assault. Seriously, is it not your own fault for moving like snails? Amidst all the bickering, only Tiangang remains silent. Why not just wipe them out before they even get here? That should settle it, right? She scowls, frustrated that they held every single advantage yet still ended up walking away empty-handed. Suddenly, Tianxin flips backward and spins around. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Tiangui doesn't hesitate for a second, blasting him away with a massive wave of water. Shut up if you have no idea what actually went down. But like a ghost, Tianxin appears right behind her again. He is not human Jin. That guy is extremely strange. Even my deadliest poison couldn't scratch him. Really, Tianxin circles around her like an undying shadow, demanding answers. Go on, tell me more. She spills everything. That brat was actually barking orders at the Grand Overseers themselves. Hearing this, Tianxin's expression grows twisted with insane excitement. Tell me what else. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes, silencing the entire room. The karma mirror has shattered. Tiangang whips around with a deep scowl. What did you say? Annoyed at having to repeat herself, Tiangui snaps. I said Tianren's karma mirror shattered. He leaps to his feet, completely stunned. Can that legendary relic even be destroyed? Tiangui growls. No clue, but it did not do a damn thing to stop that guy. She lets out a heavy sigh. Honestly, this is the first time I have ever seen it break. Meanwhile, Tianxin calms down for a split second before a massive grin spreads across his face. This is getting incredibly interesting. Tiangui glares up at him. How is any of this interesting? Ignoring her completely, he just keeps muttering to himself. That kid is definitely going to head straight here next. Tianxin chuckles. Now that the karma mirror is gone, I bet the chief judge's face is absolutely priceless right now. Meanwhile, high above, a dark figure looms, staring down at the city in dead silence, lost in thought. Reflecting on the chaotic events from earlier, there are only two logical reasons why the mirror shattered. Tianren's eyes flash with a sharp intensity. Either the divine decree caused physical destruction, or they are dealing with an entity that cannot be judged. A mysterious voice echoes through the air as Jiuyu looks on, utterly baffled by the concept of a broken mirror. He has never heard of such a relic breaking before. He stammers, wondering if the target simply had zero karma. Overseer Wei looks up calmly, breaking down the reality of the situation. If there was no karma, it just wouldn't activate. It definitely wouldn't blow to pieces like that. Besides, there's absolutely nobody in this world with zero karma. Amidst the chatter, Overseer Shin strokes his chin thoughtfully. Even Tianren could not have predicted this. Serves him right. After a brief silence, she finally speaks up. But before Overseer Sai can finish, another voice cuts right in. That is enough. Overseer Z looks over with total indifference and declares that they are dropping the matter. He clasps his hands behind his back and approaches Dongwon. The boy hesitates for a second but still answers. Why is that? He calmly instructs Dongwon to avoid going home and that spiritual proxies will attend school for him. Dongwon whips his head back in absolute shock. What? But my final exams are right around the corner. Hearing this, the Grand Overseer shows zero sympathy. In fact, his expression darkens, growing cold and incredibly stern. He asks if the kid still fails to grasp the danger of his situation. Dongjin innocently asks what is wrong. Sensing the rising tension, the horse guardian quickly wraps an arm around the boy, casually mentioning that he is just a high schooler. Grades mean everything to a kid. The irony of hearing this from someone who never attended school makes him soften his tone. Yet the main rule remains completely unchanged. He firmly tells the boy that he is absolutely never allowed to be left alone. Silence settles over the area, leaving only heavy sighs. The pig guardian exhales, deeply swallowing back his tears. It's a complete wreck. It will probably take months to fully restore everything in this ruined area, won't it? Seeing his comrades so down, he tries to crack a joke, calling this the real-life version of the Three Little Pigs. The Yak Guardian bows, feeling incredibly guilty. Meanwhile, the Rabbit Guardian lowers her head, completely lost in her own thoughts. She looks up, offering a quiet apology to the Pig Guardian. She leaves him staring back in utter confusion. He quickly points out that the Ox Guardian destroyed the house, not her. But she just clenches her fists tightly. She begins to confess. His past warning about a potential traitor hiding among the Guardians was absolutely right all along. Even the Monkey Guardian's dark suspicions were fully justified. He hesitates, wanting to speak, but finding no words. Her eyes narrow with a bitter, painful look. Even after knowing the truth, she's still worried about what the others had done. She feared that her fellow Guardians might be dirty. And honestly, she simply couldn't bring herself to accept that reality. So she chose to look the other way. Now she's completely tense, her voice shaking with heavy self-blame. If only she had cooperated from the start. But before she can finish, a gentle voice suddenly cuts her off. Assuring her it is not her fault, the Pig Guardian watches as the deep tension on her face remains. The Pig Guardian squats down, smiling warmly. He gently tells her to stop carrying all this heavy blame on her own. They are all relying on her powers anyway, so the massive burden on her shoulders must be absolutely immense. He can't imagine how much she has suffered inside. She is truly too kind. Finally, her expression begins to soften. The Pig Guardian keeps comforting her, urging her to stop pushing herself so hard all the time. Suddenly, the Horse Guardian trots by leading a white stallion. He can't help but tease them, startling them both. He jokingly asks if they are dating, claiming love is in the air, which instantly triggers a wave of desperate denials. They claim it's a massive misunderstanding, but he just teases them, more pointing out how perfectly in sync they are. Only Dong-yin stands aside, deeply troubled. No matter what, he refuses to believe a traitor lurks among the Guardians. Suddenly, the Rat Guardian steps forward and opens a glowing portal. He turns around, calling out to the young warrior. He orders Dong-yin to follow the Goat Guardian to the Monkey Guardian's residence, leaving him completely thrown off. But with no intention of explaining, the Rat Guardian simply turns and orders the Pig Guardian to open another gate. You will go there too, he adds. The confused Pig Guardian, sharing Dong-yin's bewilderment, quickly questions the sudden decision. He openly objects to this move, arguing that they should really stay together right now instead of splitting up. The Snake Guardian quickly chimes in, asking if they should actually listen to the Pig Guardian's very reasonable warning. But the stubborn Rat Guardian won't budge even an inch, strictly repeating his order to open the gate right now. Everyone's whispers of confusion keep rising. What is his deal? Seeing that arguing is pointless, they prepare to move. The Pig Guardian reluctantly complies with a stubborn command, channeling his energy to summon the swirling, glowing teleportation portal. The Rat Guardian then commands the Dog Guardian to go along with them, leaving her staring in absolute shock. The Pig Guardian quickly speaks up, figuring out the hidden tactical reason behind this bizarre team lineup. You sent me because my abilities can suppress fire energy, and you sent her with me because she can suppress me. And he's right. The Rat Guardian immediately confirms it coldly, declaring that his own power alone is more than enough. He boasts that he can easily suppress both the Snake and Horse Guardians, sparking an immediate angry reaction. Are we really going to treat each other like this? She demands, but his icy face remains completely unchanged. He tells them to keep monitoring each other until the Rabbit Guardian can verify everyone's memories. This is incredibly brutal. Suddenly, a hand reaches from behind and slaps a sealing mark onto the Rat Guardian's back. Because she can counter him. It's the Goat Guardian stepping forward casually. She tells him to keep the portal open while she checks on their ally. Stepping through, they find themselves in a modern apartment where the heavily bandaged Monkey Guardian lies unconscious on the bed. The Goat Guardian yells out in sheer frustration, demanding to know what on earth he did to break his arm yet again. Talking back to me, do you think I could have walked away from that unscathed? You guys deliberately threw us straight into a death trap. Someone nearby had to step in to break them up before things got too heated. Seriously, quit complaining already. That was when Dong-jin unexpectedly spoke up from behind. He mentioned their founder was inside the house, causing both of them to gasp in utter shock. Overseer Thin, he asked with deep concern. Yes, I think he has awakened. Overseer Mui nodded, agreeing without hesitation. She insisted on tag-teaming with him, but Overseer Tuat suddenly grabbed his shoulder from behind, telling him that he should go too. Overseer T instead, while she went. Dong-jin tried to turn back to explain himself, saying it would only take a moment. Since Overseer Thin was in critical condition, he felt he was the one who had to go. But she refused to let him go, pulling and tugging at him while demanding that they make a different deal instead. She demanded a flower of reincarnation in exchange. Overseer Mui rejected the idea on the spot, pointing out that she did not even know how to use it. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cut through the tension, asking where everyone was heading. A pile of board games was dumped onto the ground. Upon hearing his voice, the other two turned visibly pale with terror. Fortunately, the side house had not collapsed yet. Overseer Hoy walked over with a massive armful of things looking incredibly cheerful. He brought plenty of things for everyone to enjoy together, hoping that Overseer then would also wake up very soon. Overseer Mui tried to make a quick escape, but Overseer Tuat grabbed her clothes and refused to let her leave. "Oh boy, stop it," Overseer Hoy muttered, dropping his bag and curiously asking where everyone was so eager to go. Dongjin did not hide anything, explaining that they planned to drop by his place. Hearing this, Overseer Hoy furrowed his brows. Dongjin quickly cut him off and whispered that he needed to retrieve some things and check on their founder. Overseer Hoy nodded slowly. "Overseer Thin, he has been unconscious for a day and a half." Overseer Mui immediately chimed in to support the plan. She noted that he should be awake by now and they needed to check on his condition. Overseer Hoy stopped objecting. He agreed that made sense, happily holding up a board game box just in case they needed it later. He mentioned carrying even more games on his back, sounding incredibly excited, which only made Overseer Tuat snap in annoyance. She insisted that she was the fastest and would go with him, but a shout calling her name cut her off as Overseer Mui dashed forward without hesitation. She was actually holding the flowers of reincarnation and quickly gave him some instructions. One was for healing wounds while the other could generate a thick mist. Even an idiot like her could easily use them. Before he set off, she tossed one more item over, telling Overseer Tuat to catch it as she held out her hand. She caught a small pig-shaped pin and asked what it was. He explained that it was a one-time tracking device. It also doubled as an emergency beacon. Overseer Hoy smiled, adding that they should use it to call for help if anything happened. Since Overseer Tuat did not have a fixed base, they could open a portal anywhere the moment she sent the signal. Absolutely fuming with rage, she yelled back that nothing was going to happen and accused them of completely overreacting. Overseer Mui's face darkened as she reminded her of today's events, asking if she had already forgotten what happened. Dongjin added that letting one's guard down was the most common reason for failure, offering a gentle word of advice. He told her to accept it since everyone was genuinely worried about her. Overseer Tuat decided not to argue any further. She finally compromised. Meanwhile, deep in the windy forest under a starry night sky, an angry voice echoed loudly. Tian Kui gritted her teeth in fury, yelling that the entire situation was absolutely ridiculous because he could not finish the job either. She demanded to know why she was the only one getting blamed. Tian Gang did not hesitate to mock her right back. She crossed her arms and laughed, claiming that without her help, Tian Ma would have completely wiped him out on the spot. She asked when Tian Ma would reactivate. Tian Shin looked down at his spinning watch and gave her an answer. In human time, it would happen when the small hand pointed right there. Hearing this, Tian Kui immediately began to tease him. She warned him to be extremely careful and asked if he planned on hiding deep underground when the time came. She mockingly dramatized the scene, noting that from what she saw, Tian Ma actually took on a human form. She told him to imagine getting decapitated by a horseman, while Tian Xin chimed in with a few teasing remarks of his own. He noted that the general of the Heavenly Army remained incredibly powerful even in human form. Suddenly, Tianji appeared with a smile. She joined the conversation, admitting she did not think the heavens planned this far ahead, but letting Overseer then survive was a massive mistake. She explained that his survival led to this mess, meaning everything was unfolding exactly as that person had predicted. Tian Gang was completely confused and asked what she meant. She clarified that even this outcome was fully expected. Hearing this, the masked man laughed mockingly from behind his dark disguise, his glowing eyes fixed on them as he spoke. "Why is he always so incredibly gloomy and paranoid?" she grumbles loudly, completely unable to comprehend his dark, suspicious mindset. Meanwhile, Tianji wears a wide, twisted grin. The thrilling spark of excitement she felt was gone is suddenly back. This chaotic turn of events is exactly what she wanted. She starts looking forward to the dark storm ahead. She wonders who is playing the secret hand this time, while Dongmin stands frozen in place, staring in pure shock. Before them stands a somewhat familiar figure, an elderly woman who looks as though she has been waiting for their arrival all along.